Family, my start in Douluo continent is tragic. My parents sacrificed themselves, and I practiced swordsmanship for 3 years for my martial soul awakening. As a result, when I awakened, the golden light flashed for a long time, and I found out I had no martial soul, ultimately discovering that my martial soul is myself. I have innate level 4 soul power and even sparred with Tang San, who is using hidden weapons. This plot is too dramatic. Let me tell you, today I really have seen it all. I awakened my martial soul, and guess what? The golden light flashed for a long time. I stretched out my right hand, and it was completely empty. Nothing at all. I was dumbfounded and blurted out, "What the hell?" This is the first sentence of our national essence in Douluo continent. The person responsible for the awakening, Su Yun Tao, was stunned, doubting life, saying, "How is this possible? No martial soul?" Then a ding sounded in my mind, and suddenly a piece of information hit me in the face. Me martial soul is my body. It is myself. Who understands this, family? I practiced swordsmanship for 3 years, and you tell me my martial soul is myself? I really want to cry. Sigh for this day. Let me tell you, these 3 years have been incredibly tough for me. Chao Kun, a glorious traveler, was a freshman in my previous life, and when I woke up, I had become a 3-year-old kid in the Holy Soul village of Douluo. The worst part is that right after I regained my memories, my cheap parents in this life went to Notting City to sell vegetables and ran into an evil soul master, directly meeting their end. Well, starting with my parents sacrificing themselves, such boundless power, right? But at that time, I was just an ordinary person. My mindset completely collapsed. After calming down and thinking it over, I realized this won't do. I have to survive. Who else is in the village? Tang San. Yes, that Tang San who would later become a god, but is double standard and petty. There's no other way when you're under someone's roof. You have to bow your head. I decided to lick him, wanting to be his Tang Sec senior brother and get Xiantian Kung Fu for free. The result is predictable. That little brat Tang San is as cunning as a monkey, and the Xiantian treasure record is the foundation of his existence. How could he possibly teach me? But I wouldn't give up. I unleashed the ultimate skill of a persistent child, casually passing by whenever he practiced. Let me tell you, I can still vividly remember the murderous look he gave me back then. I'm an orphan. If he really killed me, no one would know. In the end, I relied on a broken piece of, or left by my parents to exchange for a basic breathing technique from him. Then I gave the good wine my dad hid to the drunkard Tang Hound next door, asking him to help me forge an iron sword. You wouldn't believe it, a sword made by a titled Douluo feels completely different. After that, I spent a gold soul coin to learn a set of basic sword techniques from Tang San. I practiced the moves of chopping, thrusting, sweeping, and slicing like a fool for 3 years. During these 3 years, I sparred with him every day, starting from being easily defeated to now. As long as he doesn't use his cheating techniques like controlling cranes or ghostly shadows, we can fight evenly. End of the flashback. Today is the day of martial soul awakening. For this day, I went all out and cooked all the soul beast meat I saved for 3 years. That meat porridge had more meat than rice. I gulped down several big bowls, feeling the energy surging in my body, with only one thought in my mind: time will not fail those who are diligent. Let's go. Then, I followed the village chief Old Jack and a few kids including Tang San, marching proudly to the martial soul hall in the village. Once I entered, I saw the legendary blind Su Yun Tao. Without a second thought, I squeezed to the front. I couldn't wait any longer. Su Yun Tao operated like a tiger, arranging stones and shouting "Lone Wolf, possess," making it feel like a werewolf game scene. The golden light flashed, countless light spots surged in my body, and then wanted to run out. My heart tightened, and I quickly activated the breathing technique I had practiced for 3 years. Wow. It actually worked a bit, and I managed to keep those light spots inside. Then the scene from the beginning happened. I awakened my martial soul and found out it was actually myself. My mind was racing. Who knows how these feudal natives would see a monster like me with a martial soul all over? I quickly pointed at my right hand and said, "Master, this should be my body martial soul. It's my right hand." I played it cool. Su Yun Tao thought for a moment and seemed to believe it, saying it was a martial soul mutation. He took out a crystal ball for me to test my soul power. I placed my hand on it, and the light brightened. Innate soul power level 4. Su Yun Tao was a bit happy, but also a bit regretful, saying if it were 1 level higher, I could go to the Martial Soul Hall Academy. I thought having it is good enough. Who needs a bicycle? Next, it was like a scripted play. Tang San's turn, blue silvergrass. Innate full soul power. Su Yun Tao's jaw almost dropped in shock. After that, Su Yun Tao wanted to leave, and I hurriedly rushed up to stop him. Master, give me a cultivation method. There are still 3 months until the academy starts. Su Yuntao thought for a moment and casually took out a thin book from his bag and tossed it to me. However, I hadn't even caught it when that little brat Tang San stretched out his hand and snagged the book using his control technique. At that moment, I felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through my mind, but I still had to smile. He glanced at it, realized it was far inferior to his Xintian Kung Fu, and tossed it to me like trash, said, "Here you go." I caught the book and silently vowed, "Tang San, just you wait. Power. I need power right now." Old Jack sent us home and asked if we were willing to go to school. Of course, I was willing. Tang San said he needed to ask his dad. After returning home, I finished my meal and began studying my body martial soul. Wow. After this awakening, my physical quality directly increased 2 or 3 times. I could lift a 500-pound stone with one hand. My eyesight improved ridiculously. I could see the patterns on the leaves 50 meters away, clearly. The best part was I unlocked bullet time as long as I concentrated my soul power in my eyes. Other people's movements appeared to me like slow motion. I took the meditation method given by Su Yuntao, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Since my martial soul is myself, visualizing it was incredibly easy. A naked version of myself appeared in my mind, crazily absorbing the surrounding soul power light spots. 3 months passed like this, and I felt like the king of competition. Every day was either eating, sleeping, or training. I could feel my body getting stronger every day. One day, old Jack came again, saying that in 2 days, he would take us to Notting City to register. He was also angrily saying that Tang Hao actually disagreed with Tang Sin going to school and that he would go persuade him again. Upon hearing this, I was delighted. This is a plot twist, so I quickly finished my porridge and followed him. When we arrived at Tang San's house, Tang San said his dad had already agreed. Old Jack happily went back to prepare, and I looked at Tang San, smilingly saying, "Little San, we haven't sparred in months. After the martial soul awakening, I feel stronger. How about we compete again?" Tang San probably didn't take me seriously and casually agreed. We ran to the back mountain, and without saying a word, I blurted out, "Let's see who gets there first," and shot out like an arrow. When we reached the spot, Tang San shouted start, and I dashed forward in a single stride. He directly activated the purple extreme magic eye. I kicked out, and he thought he could block with one hand? In his dreams, I kicked him flying. Now he couldn't underestimate me. He used control crane, catching dragon, and ghostly shadow mist. I didn't back down either. I activated bullet time. Although his movements were fast, to me, they were just frame by frame in slow motion. We fought fiercely. In the end, he was out of stamina, and I seized a flaw, punching him in the chest. Just when I thought I had one and was about to finish the match, this little brat actually played dirty. He smirked, raised his arm, and with a whoosh, a hidden arrow shot out. "Damn, you can't play fair, huh?" I was so scared that my soul almost flew away. I managed to perform an Iron Bridge move just in time to barely dodge. But before I could steady myself, Tang Sin rushed up and grabbed my neck. I won. I cursed inwardly, thinking if you can't win in a fair fight, then using hidden weapons is not what a hero does. But he still had the righteous look on his face, saying it was part of his strength. "Fine, you're impressive, you won." I held back my anger and smiled as I asked him, "Little San, since your move is so impressive, can you teach me how to do it too? Since I already got hit, I might as well gain something from it." To my surprise, he actually agreed. On the way home, I wasn't angry anymore. In fact, if we fought again, I would still lose because my fighting skills were too rough. But it didn't matter. Tang San, just wait. Your skills will be mine in the future. And your wife. Hit. On the other side, Tang Hao, that old sly fox, was secretly watching the whole thing and even told Tang San that I had potential, encouraging him to build a good relationship with me. He must have been impressed by my physical quality. As a martial soul, I only had level 6 soul power, but my physical abilities were almost on par with a great soul master. I don't know if Tang San was enlightened by his father, but over the next 2 days, he actually took the initiative to teach me some power techniques, which made me feel a bit embarrassed, but I gladly accepted the benefits. 2 days later, old Jack took the 2 of us to depart for Notting City. I carried my sword and my meager inheritance, following old Jack on the road. Along the way, old Jack shared stories of heroic soul masters. Although some were a bit exaggerated, they were quite engaging to listen to. So we chatted and boasted all the way, and soon we arrived at Notting City. Let me tell you, this city is different. Before we even made it into the academy, village chief old Jack started giving us his parting words. He told us to obey the rules in the academy, study hard, and that he would come to pick us up at the end of the semester. Tang San and I nodded like we were pounding garlic, making the old man feel satisfied before he finally let go. Then, just as we reached the grand entrance of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, the classic scene unfolded. A guard at the gate had nostrils that seemed to point straight up to the sky, and he looked at us sideways, opening his mouth with an air of "Who do you think you are?" The essence of labor was palpable. At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. "My friend, your NPC template is rather stereotypical." I assented. Old Jack, accustomed to such scenarios, maintained a forced smile while presenting the proof from the Wuhuan temple. The gatekeeper, upon glancing at it, began to chatter. "Chao Kuan, Wuhuan right hand? What a ridiculous thing, innate level 4. When he reached my name, he displayed utter disdain. Then he read aloud for Tang San, Saint Soul Village, Tang San. Wuhuan blue silvergrass, innate full soul power." He erupted instantly, brandishing Tang San's paper like a handkerchief in a comedic performance, exclaiming, "Blue silvergrass with innate full soul power? You must have fabricated this." I was incensed. Who among my family understands that in this day and age, lacking strength means you cannot even enter through the door? Seizing my proof, I pointed at the grand seal of the Wuhuan temple and confronted him. "Look closely. The seal of the Wuhuan temple. Do you truly believe we possess the skills to forge this? If you suspect any wrongdoing, feel free to report it. Do not forget, although we are not soul masters yet, we shall be in due course. You better ponder the consequences of offending future soul masters." As my words echoed, Old Jack and Tang San reacted, and the three of us fixed our gaze upon him. The gatekeeper's face turned ashen. He wished to back down, but could not bring himself to do so. Ultimately, he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, his attitude shifting 180 degrees. "Oh, how could that be? I merely found a blue silvergrass with innate full soul power too astonishing to believe. The registration office is located on the first floor of the teaching building. Just cross the playground and you will arrive." Just as we prepared to enter, a voice called out to us, "Wait a moment." I turned around, and lo and behold, it was Master Yu Xiaojiang. The gatekeeper, upon seeing him, was as startled as a mouse encountering a cat, stammering, "Master." Yu Xiaojiang paid him no mind and walked directly to Tang San, stating that he was a teacher at the academy and wished to see his proof. After Old Jack nodded in agreement, Tang San presented the document. The master glanced at it and muttered, as expected, before announcing that he would take us to register, seeing a teacher accompanying us. Old Jack felt reassured and offered a few words of farewell before heading back to the village. After completing the enrollment procedures, the master retained Tang San for a private discussion, instructing me to head to the dormitory first. I thought to myself, the narrative of these two discovering a treasure is about to unfold, and I shall not meddle in it. I sauntered alone across the playground, arriving at the fabled No. 7 dormitory. This was the residence for students of all grades, and the conditions were certainly far superior to the thatched cottage in my village. Upon my arrival, the dormitory was bustling with activity. A cute little girl with scorpion braids stood in the center, hands on her hips, surrounded by a crowd cheering for her as their leader. I quickly grasped the situation. The competition for the top spot in number 7 had just concluded. The little girl turned to me, smiling brightly, and asked, "Are you also a working student this year?" I nodded, setting down my luggage. "I am Chao Kuan. I am Xiao Wu, the dance of a dance," she proudly announced, puffing out her chest. "I am the leader of the working students now. If you disagree, we can have a competition. How shall we compete?" I feigned ignorance. "Why, we shall fight, of course." Before I could respond, she charged at me without warning. Goodness, what a lack of martial ethics, attacking right away. I internally scoffed and quickly stepped back. Xiao Wu was remarkably swift, as she closed in for hand-to-hand combat. I threw a punch, but she leapt up, grasped my arm with both hands, flipped over my back, and ensnared my head with her legs like a pair of scissors. With a swift motion, she lifted me and attempted to throw me out. In that moment, I understood. Her agility countered my strength. Just as I was about to faceplant, I exerted force in my waist, twisting my body in midair, and landed deftly on my feet. Seeing that I had regained my stance, Xiao Wu charged again, and I quickly raised my hands, exclaiming, "Stop, stop, stop! You concede, you concede. What a joke, fighting against a 10,000-year-old rabbit. I am not foolish. Call me your leader," I suggested. Xiao Wu, seeing my concession, beamed with delight. "Forget leader. You can call me Xiao Wu Jia." Addressing a 10,000-year-old big sister as such was not a loss for me. I felt quite pleased. Upon hearing this, Her eyes sparkled. That sounds nice. She then declared to the others, from now on, you shall all call me Self-WuhunSwordsman's. A chorus of little followers erupted in cheers. Self-WuhunSwordsman's is mighty. Observing the lively scene, I rummaged through my bag for some money and asked the nearby Wang Sheng, my friend, where can I buy bedding? I'll take you there shortly. I nodded and turned back to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu Jia, did you bring bedding? If not, we can go buy some together. Xiao Wu. She blinked, her mouth agape in a look of innocence. Seeing her expression amused me. Huh. Xiao Wu Jia, you wouldn't be out of money, would you? How about we make a deal? What kind of deal? Xiao Wu's demeanor shifted to one of suspicion, her eyes narrowing like a hawk guarding its prey. Whoa, what are you thinking? Let me clarify. I'll buy you a blanket, and in return, you teach me your soft techniques. What do you say? A blanket and a few meals exchanged for the exclusive secret technique of a 10,000-year-old soul beast? My dear friends, who wouldn't seize such an opportunity? Xiao Wu, blinking her large eyes, unexpectedly replied, no way. A jolt of concern struck me. Did she think the deal was unfair? However, her next statement was, unless you treat me to a meal. Absolutely. I quickly agreed. From now on, I will take care of your meals. I made a firm decision. This trade was a windfall. Deal. Xiao was overjoyed. For a rabbit just entering human society, penniless, this was akin to a windfall. As we prepared to leave, Tang Sen entered carrying a blanket. Upon seeing him, Xiao Wu's authoritative demeanor returned. Pointing at Tang Sen, wait a moment, we will compete again tonight. With that, she pulled me along as we followed Wang Sheng, leaving Tang Sen bewildered and alone, riddled with questions. We followed Wang Sheng through the city, navigating several twists and turns before purchasing bedding. I casually selected a set, while Xiao Wu picked one adorned with carrots, as if to remind everyone of her true form. After paying, my funds dwindled to a mere pittance. However, it was no concern. Working students receive allowances, and soon Xiao Wu would obtain her soul ring and claim her earnings from the Wuhuan temple, allowing me to legitimately enjoy the fruits of her labor. The group returned in high spirits, but just as we reached the entrance to the cafeteria, a furious roar erupted from within. Beat him to a pulp. We craned our necks to see a commotion. A group of 7 or 8 children, aged 12 or 13, surrounded Tang San, the ringleader covered in food, an archetypal villain. Wang Sheng was incensed at the sight, channeling his Wuhuan as he charged forward. It's Xiao Qinyu and his gang. They're bullying our working students. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu followed suit. I silently questioned whether Tang Sen truly needed assistance, yet my body betrayed my thoughts, propelling me forward. Although I was the last to move, my speed was unmatched. With a swift push of my legs, I leapt over the minions, aiming a kick at the one named Xiao Qinyu. He attempted to shield himself with his Wuhuan, a wolf, crossing his arms over his chest. Bang! What was he thinking? He was sent flying, crashing into a table like a bowling ball. On the other side, Tang Sen efficiently took down a few others, while Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng swiftly dealt with the rest. Once the skirmish subsided, Xiao Wu regarded Tang San with genuine interest. I didn't expect you to have some skill. Tang San expressed his gratitude, explaining that the group had approached him after he finished his meal, initially intending to ignore them, but they had pressed on, creating trouble for no reason, just stuffing their faces. Wang Sheng complained. That's typical of Xiao Qinyu's gang. All right, Xiao Wu interrupted, pointing at Tang San. You're called Xiao San, right? From now on, you must call me Xiao Wu Jia. My name is Tang San. He replied, slightly displeased. Why should I? Because I am the leader of the working students. Fearing another potential conflict, I quickly explained the hierarchy among working students. Upon hearing this, Tang San looked at me in surprise. Did you also lose to her? Hey, who do you think you're looking down on? Xiao Wu retorted, clearly offended. Tang San, filled with indignation, insisted on a duel. Naturally, Xiao Wu agreed. Just as they arranged to fight, the master appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria, summoning Tang San away. Before departing, Tang San proudly boasted to me, "This is my master, a great figure in the realm of soul masters." I couldn't help but feel amused. Was he truly proud? I sincerely wished him well, hoping he wouldn't fall prey to Yu Xiaojiang's theories. That evening, Tang San indeed engaged in a skirmish with Xiao Wu, and the outcome was predictably disastrous for him. After that, life returned to a calm state. Xiao Chun Yu did not seek revenge, likely intimidated by the prowess of our 6-year-old trio. As for me, I began studying jujitsu with Xiao Wu, indulging in a blissful life of comfort. Tang San spent his days with the master, absorbing theoretical knowledge. Before long, both of them successfully acquired their first soul ring. Meanwhile, I remained at the 6th level of soul power, showing no progress. Time flew, and soon a semester was nearly over. One day, I was sparring with Tang San on the playground. Over the past few months, I had grown significantly taller, my physical conditioning far surpassing his. Tang San's blue-silver grass was utterly ineffective against me. Frustrated, he raised his arm and shot 3 hidden arrows at me. I can assure you, I didn't even blink. My pupils constricted, I extended my right hand and effortlessly caught 2 of them, tilting my head to evade the third. Then, with my legs bent, I leapt into the air to dodge his sneaky blue-silver grass attack, while simultaneously launching the 2 arrows back at him. Tang San was taken aback and quickly deflected the arrows with his Xianyu hand. In that fleeting moment, I had already closed the distance. Appearing right in front of him, he attempted to distance himself using his ghost shadow perplexing track, but soon realized I was relentlessly pursuing him, each step cutting off his escape. Ultimately, I halted with a hand against his neck. I had lost. Tang San, panting heavily, sounded utterly dejected. He was disheartened. Despite being at the 11th level, I was merely at the 10th, yet the fight felt effortless for me. Unable to contain his frustration, he exclaimed, "Koen go. Didn't we agree to go all out?" Indeed, a month prior, he had lost a bet and had to call me brother. I chuckled. I did go all out. It's just that my stamina is exceptional, and I hardly exhausted myself. I patted his shoulder, reminding him to retrieve the command token from the master, as we would be heading to the soul-hunting forest in a few days to help me secure my first soul ring. No sooner had I finished speaking than Xiao Wu came running from a distance, leaping onto my back, exclaiming, "Wow, Xiao Kuan, you're amazing. But you still have to call me Sister Xiao Wu." I instinctively supported her calves, grinning, of course, Sister Xiao Wu, observing our closeness. Tang San's expression was one of bittersweet envy. Noticing his demeanor, I understood that he was experiencing the stirrings of young love. Pretending not to see, I waved goodbye to him while carrying Xiao Wu. "We're off now. Remember to get the token." The following day, Tang San and I set out to find the master. Xiao Wu did not accompany us, fearing that the master would discern her true identity as a soul beast. On the carriage, Yu Xiaojiang regarded me with the curiosity of a scientist observing a lab rat, incessantly inquiring about my martial spirit, hoping to glean insights for his own core competitive advantage. I played the fool, feigning ignorance. He didn't suspect me, considering I was only 6 years old. Along the way, he even instructed Tang San to disembark and purchase a large bag of white radishes. At that moment, I speculated that perhaps the master had taken an interest in New Age health practices. However, to my astonishment, it turned out to be snacks for his martial spirit. Luo San Pao, which resembled a pig. The next morning, we arrived at the soul-hunting forest. After traversing the outer market, Yu Xiaojiang produced the command token, and the soldiers allowed us entry. Upon entering the forest, Yu Xiaojiang inquired, "Have you decided what soul beast you wish to hunt?" I contemplated briefly before replying. "I don't have a specific target. Ideally, a powerful humanoid soul beast would be best." Yu Xiaojiang stroked his chin, revealing a smile that was more painful than sorrow. "Your criteria remind me of a certain soul beast, though it's a bit far from here. We'll need to travel another day." I thought to myself, he actually possesses some knowledge. I quickly asked, "What soul beast is it?" Yu Xiaojiang lowered his voice and uttered 2 words, "Fire ape." I must tell you, the fire ape is a highly social soul beast, with absurd strength that ignites its fists during combat, resembling a mobile gas stove. The master explained that our objective this time was to lure out and individually slay one from their group that was around 300 to 400 years old. Why 300 to 400 years? Goodness, the master began his personal stand-up comedy routine, pulling out his book, The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Spirits, passionately lecturing me about how the limit for a soul master's first soul ring is 423 years. I couldn't help but wonder how he arrived at such precise figures. Had he personally tested it? Yet, there was no way around it. He was a theoretical master here to assist us, so I could only nod along while internally critiquing his exuberance, clapping when he reached an exciting point, such as the emotional labor in the workplace. After a lengthy monologue, he finally relented, organized the night watch schedule, and allowed us to rest. The next day, we headed straight for our destination. The journey was fraught with danger, with various old beasts emerging as if attending a market. However, the master had instructed us to conserve our soul power. We couldn't engage every creature we encountered, or we would become prey ourselves. Approaching noon, an unwary wolf trailed us, undeterred even by San Pao's attempts to scare it off. Ultimately, I delivered a decisive punch that crushed its spine, ending its life on the spot. The master's eyes nearly bulged out. He was likely pondering the true nature of my martial spirit. After a hurried journey, we finally arrived at a valley where several large gorillas were convening. The master lowered his voice to devise a strategy. Tang San, in a moment, use your blue silvergrass to bind the chi blood fruit we just collected to lure a straggler. They adore that fruit. Consuming it enhances the flames on their bodies, acting like a stimulant for them. Once we draw it away, Xiao Kuan and I will spring forth to hold it down while you join us to finish it off. The plan was set. We found a suitable ambush spot and waited for nearly 2 hours until a towering 4-meter giant detached from the main group. This was our target. Tang San, like a fisherman, strategically placed fruit at intervals, and the fire ape, a true glutton, eagerly picked them up, gradually lured from the valley. However, as it continued, it began to sense something amiss. This buffet was too lavish. Just as it considered retreating, it was too late. A thunderous blast erupted from San Pao. At the master's command, San Pao executed a backflip, unleashing a thunderous fart aimed at the fire ape. The sound was akin to thunder, stunning the fire ape into bewilderment. Donning the gas mask prepared by the master, I let out a roar and charged in. Upon seeing me, the fire ape roared and swung a punch. I stood my ground, countering with a punch of my own. Bang! To our astonishment, we struck evenly, each retreating several steps. The master behind us was left speechless, his eyes wide, likely shocked that my strength could match that of a 400-year-old soul beast. The fire ape, now fully enraged, erupted into flames, pursuing me with a barrage of punches. I dodged while taunting it, and in its fury, it conjured a fireball to hurl at me. I swiftly leapt back, only to see the spot where I had stood moments before explode into a crater. Retreat! The master shouted again, thunderous fart, San Pao. Hearing this, I darted aside like a rabbit. San Pao executed another fart, striking true. To everyone's astonishment, the fart ignited a chemical reaction with the flames of the fire ape. With a deafening roar, the explosion ensued, and the fire ape let out a heart-wrenching scream. The opportunity had arrived. I dashed forward, delivering a kick that toppled it, then drew my short sword, plunging it into its belly, and executed a jiu-jitsu maneuver to disable its right leg. Tang San also arrived, quickly ensnaring it with his blue silvergrass, wrapping it up like a giant dumpling. I did not grant it another opportunity to cry out. The dagger plunged directly into its throat. Before long, the fire ape gasped its last breath, and a yellow soul ring slowly materialized. Quick, absorb it. Do not wait for its companions. The master shouted from afar. I nodded and approached the corpse, ready to commence my feast. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind struck from behind. Instinctively, I turned and raised my sword to defend myself. With a clang, the iron sword shattered into 2 pieces, and I was hurled away by an immense force. Coughing up blood, I struggled to rise, and to my astonishment, a giant ape, nearly 7 meters tall, its muscles bulging and fur a golden hue, stood before me, wielding a flaming bone club with an overwhelming aura. So we have completed the minor adversaries and summoned the hidden boss, have we? The voice of the master trembled with fear. I felt an onslaught of expletives in my mind, utterly unjust. This fire ape king, upon seeing that I had managed to stand, let out a roar and charged towards me. As I attempted to evade, a blue silvergrass ensnared my waist, yanking me against a tree. In quick succession, Tang Sen pulled the master to another tree. It seemed the Fire Ape King had fixated on me, likely enraged at the sight of me slaying its subordinate, and it relentlessly pursued me. I leaped from tree to tree with it hot on my heels. "Xiao Kuan now," the master shouted as he threw me a new short sword, which appeared far superior to my previous one. He continued, "Draw it over here." Understanding his intent, emboldened by the new weapon, I landed and engaged in combat, occasionally inflicting wounds upon it. The Fire Ape King became infuriated, its flames blazing even brighter, forcing me to retreat. Then it began hurling fireballs frantically, and I dodged while slipping toward the master's direction. "Jump to the trees." Tang San's voice boomed from somewhere. I complied immediately. The next moment, the blue-silver grass surged towards the Fire Ape King. The first soul skill, blue-silver bind. Countless vines instantly ensnared it tightly. Unfortunately, the Fire Ape King was far too powerful. Its flames erupted, incinerating the vines in an instant. Now, the master seized the critical moment, unleashing a thunderous roar. The explosive 3 cannon shots. This was the final shot of the 3 he had been building up, possessing tremendous power. This chemical attack was designed to be unexpectedly effective, akin to the third subject of Soul Beasts, emphasizing the element of surprise that left one utterly shocked. A series of thunderous explosions resounded, far stronger than before, and the howls of the Fire Ape King shifted in pitch. As the smoke dissipated, the massive figure lay charred, bloodied, and mangled, revealing several patches of bone, collapsing rigidly to the ground. I cautiously approached, noting its labored breaths, and with a gentle stroke of my short sword, I sent it on its way. A deep yellow soul ring emerged from its corpse. "What a pity," the master lamented as he approached. "This Fire Ape King is nearly 700 years old, exceeding the limit. Otherwise, it would have suited you perfectly." "No, master, I wish to try," I asserted firmly. I directly challenged him, arguing that his theories were outdated. The absorption of age must consider individual physical prowess. My body was stronger than that of the average soul master. Why should I not be able to absorb it? To persuade him, I even referenced his treasured 10 core competencies of martial arts, arguing that if I succeeded, his theory would require an update. Hearing this, the master was immediately intrigued, hesitating briefly before nodding. "Very well, give it a try." I quickly settled into a meditative position and began the absorption. The process was unexpectedly smooth. I felt as if I were soaking in a hot spring, my soul power soaring. Success. As I opened my eyes, the master leaned in. "How is it? Did you succeed? What is your first soul skill?" I opened my right hand, gathering a sphere of flame. "The ability to control fire?" The master pondered. "No," I shook my head, grinning with pride. "This is merely a bonus. My first soul skill is Fire Ape Transformation." No sooner had I spoken than a radiant light enveloped me, my form rapidly expanding, my clothing tearing as golden fur sprouted all over my body. Surrounded by dark red flames, the master stumbled back in shock, his eyes wide as he realized I had transformed into a 3-meter-tall miniature version of the Fire Ape King. His eyes were as round as saucers, utterly flabbergasted. "You have directly transformed into the Fire Ape King. Unprecedented. I must uncover the secret behind your transformation." His gaze was no longer that of a mentor, but rather that of an inquisitive scientist. Immediately, he looked at me with hopeful eyes. "Pledge yourself to me, Xiao Kuan, and I shall guide you to become a powerful entity in the Douluo continent." At that moment, I felt a shiver run down my spine. "Pledge myself to you? Surely you do not intend to dissect me for research." I quickly laughed it off. "Master, let us first test the capabilities of the soul skill." The results of the test were astonishing. In my transformed state, my strength and defense multiplied by 15. And Tang San's hidden arrows felt no more than a tickle upon my skin. I could also control fire. However, this soul skill drained my energy significantly within 3 minutes. I was utterly exhausted. As the transformation ended, I felt a void in my lower abdomen and suddenly realized my lower half felt quite chilly. Who among my companions understands? The transformation came with an unfortunate wardrobe malfunction. My trousers were gone. Hastily, I covered myself and awkwardly asked, "Is there anything to cover me?" Ultimately, I could only use scraps of clothing to wrap myself as I left the soul-hunting forest in utter embarrassment. That evening, the master broached the subject again, asking if I wished to become his disciple. I could only subtly express, "I have always regarded you as my teacher." The master's face fell immediately, and after a moment of silence, he instructed us to rest. As I entered the tent, I overheard Tang San lamenting, "Had I known, I would not have helped him obtain the soul ring." The master chuckled wryly. "Now his strength surpasses that of soul sage. It is only natural for him to look down upon someone like me, a mere level 29 soul master." He then lowered his voice ominously. "Even if he does not become my disciple, I have my means of uncovering his transformation. He will regret it later." Good heavens, this mentor and student were plotting something. Upon returning to Notting City, at the academy gate, the master took Tang San away, leaving me with a forced smile as he said, "It does not matter if you do not become my disciple. You can always come to me with questions." That expression was more sorrowful than tears. Once they had departed, Xiao Wu emerged from behind a pillar. It turned out she had been eavesdropping. She pointed at the master's retreating figure and whispered, "Is that person formidable?" "In certain aspects, indeed, he is quite formidable," I replied enigmatically. "What level is he?" "Level 29. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu sighed in relief. "Phew, only level 29. I thought he could see through me." I took her hand, smiling. "Come, let me take you to the Wuhuan Temple for certification. Afterward, we shall enjoy a grand feast." 2 weeks later, the academy was on break. Xiao Wu, Tang San, and I waited at the entrance for old Jack's ox cart, laden with bags. I had purchased a new cane for Grandpa Jack, which delighted him greatly. Upon seeing me, he glanced at the empty-handed Tang San, who, with no other choice, reluctantly retrieved a bottle of wine from his storage belt as a gift. Once aboard the ox cart, we swayed our way back to the village. The cart first reached Tang San's home, as it was closer to the road. Before it had even come to a stop, Tang San eagerly jumped off and dashed home like a child. Moments later, he rushed out of the house, his face filled with anxiety, holding a letter. My keen eyes quickly caught the beginning of the letter. "Xiao San, when you read this letter, I have already. I cannot help but scoff inwardly, buddy. You merely ran away from home. It is not as if you have passed away. Why the dramatic farewell?" Tang San, clutching the letter, called out tearfully to old Jack. "Grandpa, where has my father gone?" Old Jack, who was equally bewildered, examined the letter repeatedly with a perplexed expression. "How would I know? Just a couple of days ago, I was still looking for him to forge some iron. He seemed perfectly fine." After speaking, he returned the letter to Tang San, implying that his father was rather eccentric, urging him not to feel too disheartened and suggesting that he could stay at his home if needed. However, Tang San outright declined, stating that his house was in disarray and he preferred to tidy it up alone, retreating into his dilapidated abode. At that moment, a particularly heart-wrenching scene unfolded. Neither I nor Xiao Wu paid any heed to his troubles and simply greeted the village chief before heading home with our belongings. When Tang San glanced back, he saw the young couple returning home to enjoy their private world, leaving him a solitary figure. His heart felt as if it had shattered into countless fragments. As he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, lamenting the weight of paternal love akin to a landslide, our esteemed master Yu Xiaogong at Nuo Ding Academy was fervently scribbling away. Initially, he intended to accompany Tang San back to the village. But upon being struck by a wave of inspiration for his monumental academic research, he promptly abandoned Tang San, locking himself away to compose his magnum opus. I could vividly picture him, writing while daydreaming of being revered by the masses, his quill nearly sparking with fervor. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. Without lifting his head, the master impatiently called out, "Who is it?" "Gumin." Upon the door opening, a man in a gray robe entered. His hair disheveled like a bird's nest, his eyes clouded, his face a canvas of stories. The master squinted for a moment, failing to recognize him, and furrowed his brow. Asking, "Who might you be?" the middle-aged man greeted him slowly before revealing his identity. "I am Tong Hao." The master, still oblivious, was not given the chance to inquire further as Tong Hao straightforwardly continued, "I am Tong San's father. I have matters to attend to far away." and I entrust the care of my son to you. I assure you, the Master's heart was brimming with joy. Even without Tong Hao's request, he would have revered Tong San due to his own research. He responded with utmost reverence. After Tong Hao finished his instructions, he produced a token from his pocket and tossed it to the master before turning to leave. However, as he reached the door, a glance caught his eye, landing on the title of the master's work, on the influence of soul master physical fitness on the absorption of soul rings. Tong Hao immediately halted. He turned back, looking at Yu Xiao Gong with a gaze akin to one observing a fool, and remarked, "You might as well not publish that. Everyone in the soul master community is already aware of it." This statement was as devastating as a 10,000-year-old soul skill. The master's face turned an alarming shade of green. Indignant and trembling with rage, he asked the historic question, "How is it that something universally acknowledged in the soul master community is unknown to me?" My dear friends, who could understand the depth of his frustration? Tong Hao's lips twitched in response, thinking, "Brother, it's simply because you are too inept. This knowledge is of no use to soul masters of levels 20 or 30. You'd be better off using that time to level up. If you were even moderately competent and joined a legitimate organization, how could you possibly not know this? It's a classic case of those in the circle thriving while you languish." But who is Tong Hao? The king of pressure. He maintained his cold demeanor and casually replied, "Do as you wish." Then he departed without a backward glance, leaving the master seething in solitude, grumbling as he resumed writing. Firmly convinced of his correctness, 2 days passed swiftly, and the new year arrived in Douluo. That evening in my courtyard, Xiaowu gazed at me with eager anticipation as I partook at her dish of stir-fried carrots and meat. I must say, it was so salty it could have choked a bull. Yet, maintaining a composed facade, I exclaimed with feigned delight, "Not bad at all. I didn't know you possessed culinary talent." Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's eyes crinkled into crescent moons, bursting with pride as she took a hefty bite. Alas, in the next moment, she spat it all out, pointing at me in exasperation. "You deceived me. How could it be so salty?" she exclaimed while guzzling water. Unable to contain my laughter, I grimaced and replied, "I merely intended for you to savor the flavor. Haha." After finishing the dumplings I had prepared, night fell. Xiaowu rummaged through her collection of treasures and unearthed a few boxes of fireworks, beckoning me to an open space. To be honest, it was quite astonishing that fireworks existed in this otherworldly realm. As the fireworks illuminated the night sky, their beauty was breathtaking. Lying on the grass, Xiaowu suddenly grew melancholic and remarked, "This is my first New Year." I softly responded, "It has been quite a while since I celebrated one myself." The atmosphere became palpable. Xiaowu abruptly turned to me, her expression earnest, and asked Xiaokuan, "What would you do if one day a group of people you couldn't defeat came to harm me?" I must say, if this were a typical male protagonist, he would have launched into a melodramatic monologue about waging war against the world for her sake. I too had intended to say something grand, but upon meeting her sparkling eyes, my words transformed. Turning to gaze at the starry sky, I earnestly uttered 3 words. "I don't know." Xiao's expression fell instantly, her eyes blinking in disbelief. In a fit of pique, she shoved me, calling me a fool, before getting up and running off into the distance. I lay there, sighing. What was I contemplating? I genuinely regarded her as a friend, and thus refrained from deceiving her with falsehoods. If she were truly besieged by a group of titled awe, what could my meager strength accomplish? Perhaps I could seek vengeance for her afterward? Goodness, I berated myself internally. Cao Cohen, you truly are a cunning one. I hurriedly got up to find her, but she was nowhere to be found, leading me to believe she had stormed back to the academy in anger. Rushing home, I was relieved to find Xiao was sitting there, her large eyes wide as she awaited my return. "Why did you take so long to come back?" she huffed. I chuckled in disbelief. "When did you return? I thought you had run back to New Auding City." "Oomph. Do you think I'm foolish enough to run that far back?" she retorted. "Haha, still upset, are you?" I cautiously inquired. She snorted. "What do you think? Why didn't you say something sweet to placate me?" "I simply didn't wish to deceive you," I replied. She scrutinized me for a long moment before finally turning away. "Given that you didn't lie to me, I will forgive you." After saying this, she suddenly brightened, extending her arm. "Look at this." I leaned in for a closer look, astonished. A hidden dart. Isn't this Tong-san-s? I encountered Tong-san on a small hill when I ran away. He was crying quite sorrowfully. When he saw me, he insisted I be his little sister. I was taken aback, thinking, brother, you're a 20 or 30-year-old reincarnated soul. Your father has merely left. Is it necessary to weep so dramatically? And to try and entice a 6-year-old girl? Such behavior would make headlines in 2025. I asked Xiao Wu, did you really agree to that? Of course not. She replied with a smug expression. I told him that as long as he didn't use those hidden weapons and could defeat me with just his fists, I would accept him as my brother. So, he gave me this in advance, saying we could compete after school starts. She waved the hidden dart joyfully, exclaiming, aren't I clever? Without those weapons, he can't defeat me. I patted my forehead, thinking, oh dear, foolish girl, does Tong-san ever undertake endeavors without confidence? I still asked her, with your strength, you don't need this. Why agree? I noticed you didn't have many weapons, she explained, her eyes shining brightly as if seeking praise. I thought it might come in handy when you go to obtain your second soul ring. This little thing packs a decent punch. My heart warmed at her consideration, and I gently stroked her head, saying, thank you. Tong-san. Your meticulous plans have ultimately clothed another in finery. As school commenced, Xiao Wu and I returned to the dormitory, only to find Tong-san already there. Upon seeing us enter, he immediately rose from his bed, wearing a gentle, albeit insincere, smile, and addressed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, do you remember our agreement? Xiao Wu hesitated before recalling. Nodding, of course, we agreed not to use hidden weapons. That's right, Tong-san smiled with confidence. Wait, I interrupted, placing my luggage down. Tong-san's smile vanished in an instant, and with a furrowed brow, he inquired, what is it that you need? I paid no heed to his sour expression and replied directly, did you not promise to gift me a hidden dart? If not, I suppose I shall consider this one belonging to Xiao Wu as yours, and we can forego our agreement. The color drained from Tang-san's face as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, that is out of the question. I countered with a hint of mockery. What is so unacceptable about it? You do not truly wish for Xiao Wu to regard you as her elder brother, do you? Tang-san's countenance grew increasingly menacing, and he finally managed to utter, very well. But you must compete with me. If I win, Xiao Wu will acknowledge me as her brother. If I lose, the hidden dart will be hers. He paused and added, of course, I am permitted to use concealed weapons. I turned to Xiao Wu and asked, what do you think? Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, sure, it's a deal. Very well, then let us begin. Upon reaching the training ground, at Xiao Wu's signal, Tang-san swiftly retreated, creating distance between us while simultaneously launching the hidden dart in my direction. Unfortunately, such trivial tricks had long since lost their efficacy against me. With a swift turn of my body, I effortlessly dodged, propelling myself forward with explosive force, akin to a cannonball, towards him. Tang-san's pupils dilated as his eyes turned a shade of violet, activating his ghost shadow perplexing track. Suddenly, several afterimages of him appeared before me. I pondered how he could possess such confidence, only to realize that his agility had indeed progressed. Alas, in my eyes, he remained far too slow. Time seemed to slow. I infused my soul power into my eyes, instantly locking onto his true form to my left, with a dagger poised to strike. I executed a lightning-quick whip kick with my right leg. He hastily attempted to redirect the force using his crane-catching dragon. Yet I still sent him flying a good 10 meters away. Go, Xiao Kun, go. I heard Xiao Wu's encouraging voice from the sidelines. Tang-san's complexion darkened further, clutching his chest and coughing violently. I approached him, feigning concern, and asked, well, do you wish to concede? Cough despicable, he uttered, cursing me. I found amusement in his indignation. Who was truly the despicable one here? I had little inclination for idle chatter and advanced towards him. To my surprise, he produced a white object from his belt and smashed it onto the ground, creating a loud bang, enveloping the area in white smoke. Goodness, a smoke bomb. I quickly held my breath, attempting to rush out, only to find my feet ensnared by blue silvergrass. Shortly thereafter, I heard a whistling sound as a flurry of concealed weapons soared from within the smoke. How ruthless. First soul skill, fire, ape transformation. A radiant light flashed, and I instantly transformed into a towering 3-meter-tall fire ape king. My clothes were torn to shreds, but thankfully, the soul bee silk shorts I had splurged on remained intact. The blue-silver grass binding my legs snapped apart instantly, and I retaliated by hurling a massive fireball in the direction of the incoming projectiles while simultaneously leaping out of the thick smoke. Upon seeing his initial attempt thwarted, Tang San attempted to draw another weapon, but I had already reached him. Empowered by my soul skill, my speed had more than doubled. He could barely react before I seized his head and slammed it into the ground. I had emerged victorious. I breathed a sigh of relief, careful not to use excessive force, lest his father be watching nearby. Tang San struggled for a moment, begrudgingly pounding the ground with his fists. I waited for a bit before releasing him and reverting to my original form. As soon as he stood, he instinctively reached for his belt. I thought to myself, "Are you coming for more?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu dashed over, her face alight with excitement as she asked, "Xiao Kuan, what just happened? How did you transform into a soul beast?" Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression soured even further, and he ultimately fled in a daze. Alas, I had initially intended to deliver another kick during his sneak attack, allowing him to lie low for half a month, but now he had scampered away. "Wait a moment. I need to return and put on some clothes before explaining," I said, observing Xiao Wu's curious demeanor with a wry smile. Upon returning to the dormitory and changing, we were engaged in conversation when Tang San, looking utterly dejected, rushed to find the master. Upon entering, he found the master sitting on the floor in a frenzy, surrounded by scattered books and fragments, his expression a mask of rage. The master recounted the events to Tang San, and I must say, it was quite the calamity. He had submitted the paper titled On Physical Qualities, only for the entire Soul Master community to erupt in laughter. They claimed he had mistaken a well-known fact for a groundbreaking discovery, rendering him a laughingstock in the academic realm. The master was seething with impotent fury, and Tang San recounted his defeat at my hands. The two of them exchanged glances, and ultimately, the master resignedly stated, "Together, we cannot hope to match him." Tang San, unwilling to concede, inquired if it were possible to add a soul ring to his second martial soul. The master firmly denied this, explaining that it would ruin his foundation. Finally, the master sighed, "If only we knew his weaknesses." The mere mention of the word weakness caused Tang San's eyes to light up, as if he had conceived a brilliant idea. That night, Xiao Wu and I had just returned to the dormitory when Tang San emerged with a beaming smile, affectionately calling out, "Brother Kuan." My hair stood on end, and I questioned in confusion, "Tang San, is there something you need?" My mind raced with thoughts. Has he taken leave of his senses? Tang San produced a box from his belt and, with an apologetic expression, said, "Brother Kuan, I was in the wrong today. This is a gift of atonement, a new set of hidden darts for you. Xiao Wu's gift is included as well, no strings attached." I accepted the box and opened it, my heart racing, hesitantly asking, "Are you feeling all right?" "Brother Kuan, I've realized something. We grew up in the same village. We shouldn't let such trivial matters cause discord between us." His sincerity was palpable. I scrutinized him for a moment before finally smiling and accepting. "That is how it should be. Tang San, we are indeed good friends. I shall see what scheme you are concocting." In the days that followed, Tang San transformed into a different person, displaying an extraordinary warmth towards me. As the semester neared its end, my soul power had risen to level 13. One day, after finishing my training, Tang San burst in holding a book, his face earnest as he said, "Brother Kuan, I have found a technique that is perfect for you. Take a look." I received the book and glanced at the cover, which bore the bold title, Iron Cloth Shirt. What a name! It resonated loudly. As I perused the contents, Tang San enthusiastically explained beside me. Half an hour later, I comprehended everything. Let me tell you, this rascal was waiting for me. The training method for this iron cloth shirt was sound, but he had slyly substituted a critical concept regarding the vulnerable points. He told me that the vulnerable points are defensive substances formed at critical areas after training, significantly reducing damage. Friends, does this sound like rational discourse? Vulnerable points are In fact, weaknesses. This technique would not only create vulnerable points at vital areas, but also additional ones on my back, right hand, and left leg. Whoever strikes would meet their demise. Moreover, there was no mention of how to eliminate these vulnerable points. This was not a gift of knowledge, but rather an attempt to install 3 self-destruct buttons on me, with the remote control firmly in his grasp. To sacrifice my life for such paltry defense? Am I a fool? I felt an urge to confront him, but was interrupted when Tang San pulled out a prescription for a medicinal bath, claiming it would accelerate my training speed. Upon examining the prescription, filled with various herbs, an idea struck me. I promptly donned an expression of delight and exclaimed, "This technique is truly remarkable. Thank you, Tang San." Playing along was merely a performance, and I was more than capable of acting. In the following days, Tang San began instructing me in my training. The external practice involved him striking me with considerable force. Goodness, it was painful, had it not been for my desire to extract knowledge of those divine herbs from him. I would not have entertained this charade. I feigned ignorance, pretending that I could not grasp anything. After half a month, I had yet to complete even a single full cycle of soul power operation. Tang San's gaze towards me shifted from initial enthusiasm to a growing ferocity. He must have been internally screaming, "Why does such a foolish person possess such a formidable martial soul? The heavens are unjust." The more he reacted this way, the more I reveled in my delight. Brother, do not rush. This is merely the beginning. After dragging this on for another half-month, I felt the time was ripe. After finishing a medicinal bath one day, I approached Tang San, wearing a face of utter despair. "Tang San," I sighed, "it appears I truly lack the talent. Shall we consider giving up?" As I uttered those words, Tang San's face instantly drained of color. "No way." The exclamation burst forth from his lips, sharp and piercing, startling even himself. He quickly tried to recover. "Ahem, Kuingu, I have promised to help you train." Sighing, I replied, "Well, that depends on my own abilities." I continued to play my part, deftly steering the conversation in the direction I desired. "Tell me, are there any rare treasures? Perhaps a miraculous elixir that could open the meridians?" To my delight, I saw the bait take. Tang San furrowed his brow, falling into deep thought. After a moment, he managed to produce an answer. "There is indeed a celestial herb called Qi Rong Tong Tianju, said to enhance one's vigor and circulate blood through the 8 meridians, ultimately leading to an indestructible body." "Oh, what does it look like?" My eyes sparkled with curiosity. He described it as resembling an ordinary chrysanthemum, but with exceptionally tall stamens that glimmer in golden light. I was nearly doubling over with laughter internally, yet maintained an expression of eager inquiry. However, he quickly shifted his tone. "Unfortunately, it does not exist in this world." "What? Why not?" I pressed. He stammered for a while before finally stating, "I read about it in an ancient book. It was likely fabricated by the author." I couldn't help but think to myself, was that ancient tome titled Xian Tian Bao Lu or Douluo Dalu? And why not admit it was written by a fellow villager? In the following days, I adopted a laid-back attitude. During training, I deliberately spaced out, muttering celestial herb, aiming to make him believe I was utterly enchanted by the herb he had mentioned, with no desire to practice his so-called ironcloth shirt. This tactic proved remarkably effective, exhausting Tang San's patience entirely. I could envision him alone in a dimly lit room, pounding his fist on the table, gritting his teeth in frustration, cursing, "This fool can't even master trash techniques, yet keeps dreaming of celestial herbs." Yet then he reconsidered and began plotting. "Fine, what harm is there in sharing knowledge of the celestial herb? After all, it does not exist in this world. Trading this useless information for his 3 weaknesses is a guaranteed profit. Once he masters it, won't he be at my mercy?" That evening, I pondered how to continue my act when Tang San trotted over, a stack of papers in hand. "Kuingi, I've written down everything from memory for you." I feigned excitement, snatching the papers and flipping them open. To my astonishment, they were detailed illustrations of various celestial herbs, including Youxiang Chilua Xianpin and Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, complete with vivid descriptions surpassing any manual. I turned to the page on Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, noting that the harvesting method required one to be deeply in love and shed tears upon the flower, exactly as I recalled. My confidence soared. Xiao-san, you are truly a good brother, I exclaimed, standing to pat him on the shoulder, nearly knocking him over. He looked up at me with a righteous expression. We are brothers. It's merely a small matter, nothing to fuss over. We continued to exchange performances. The scene so convincing that anyone unaware would think it a touching display of brotherly affection. With the celestial herb illustrations in hand, I achieved my goal. Over the next week, my acting skills flourished, and I successfully mastered the iron cloth shirt. The way Tang Sin gazed at me was intense, as if he were observing an extraordinary weapon. Ah, so you intend to fatten me up before striking? I shall not grant you that opportunity. On a stormy night, I sat cross-legged on my bed, channeling my energy, and spat out a mouthful of blood. It had only been a month. A minor setback was of no concern. I looked at the blood on the ground and smirked. My plan was in motion. Remarkably, as I blinked, for years had passed. Now, standing at over 6 feet tall, clad in a hunter's attire, I strode into Nodding Academy with undeniable charm. However, I found myself vexed, having reached level 20. Having ventured into the soul-hunting forest thrice without finding a suitable second soul ring. Upon entering the academy, a girl with braided scorpion tails leapt towards me. Xiao Cohen, you're finally back. Have you secured your soul ring? It was Xiao Wu. I must say, the young ladies in this fantastical world develop remarkably. She was merely 11 or 12, yet stood over 5 feet 7. Her figure quite impressive. I shook my head and chuckled, not yet. It seems I must venture to the Stardo Great Forest. The Stardo? How dangerous. Xiao Wu looked worried. Shall I accompany you for safety? My heart skipped a beat. Bringing her along would surely summon the Titan Giant Ape for a family meeting. I quickly feigned disdain. No way. Taking you along would hinder my escape. Hey, do you look down on me, Xiao Wu Jia? She pushed me playfully, and we bantered back to the dormitory. After dropping off my luggage, I prepared to consult the master. Xiao Wu, unimpressed by Yu Xiaojing's perpetually constipated expression, opted not to follow, merely advising me to return early for dinner. I navigated my way to the master's quarters, finding him in discussion with Tang San. Upon seeing me, Yu Xiaojing managed a smile. Xiao Cohen, have you found your soul ring? I recounted my situation, expressing my desire to explore the Stardo Great Forest for luck. The master pondered for a moment, then retrieved a book from the shelf, flipping to a page and pointing it out to me. In the Stardo Great Forest, there's a pure water attribute soul beast, known as the Mo Shiyu, quite suitable for you. I leaned in to examine the description, nearly bursting into laughter. Mo Shiyu, resembling a snake, capable of shooting water arrows. The key point followed, relatively weak in strength, yet its meat was exquisitely delicious, highly sought after by the nobility, and thus quite expensive. Weak, delicious meat? At that moment, I wanted to ask him, Master, are you certain this is a soul beast and not a high-end delicacy? A culinary delight in Douluo? Seeing my disbelief, Yu Xiaojing continued. AMO Shiyu over 1,000 years old should pose no problem for a great soul master. Moreover, pure water attribute soul beasts are rare inland. Very well. Though it seemed unreliable, at least I had a target location. Sanqing Lake. That evening, as Xiao Wu and I prepared to dine, Tang Sin stubbornly tagged along. Over the years, we publicly regarded each other as brothers, with our camaraderie seemingly robust, and he often fawned over Xiao Wu, ensuring their relations were amicable, at least as ordinary friends. On the way, Tang Sin handed me a map. The teacher provided this. Sanqing Lake is on the outskirts of the Stardo and relatively safe. I have matters with the teacher, so I won't accompany you. I accepted the map and casually inquired about his post-graduation plans. He mentioned an academy called Shrek. Hearing that name, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Thankfully, the plot remained on course. My prophetic advantage was intact. A few days later, I packed my belongings, ready to depart. Early in the morning, Xiao Wu and Tang San came to see me off. Xiao Wu pulled me aside, standing on her toes to whisper in my ear, Xiao Cohen, if you encounter danger, run deep into the forest and say you know Xiao Wu Jia. I smiled and whispered back, understood, Xiao Wu Jia. Her face flushed, and she pushed me away, suddenly pecking my cheek with a kiss, her face turning as red as an apple. Be careful, Kuan-ge. I was momentarily stunned. Who could withstand such a surprise? While I stood there dazed, Xiao Wu blushed even more and urged me, hurry and get on the carriage. Finally coming to my senses, I cleared my throat awkwardly and waved as I boarded the carriage. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Tang San, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze piercing enough to bore into me, his expression practically screaming, "This boy must not be allowed to live." As the carriage rolled away, Tang San leaned toward Xiao Wu, attempting to suggest breakfast, but she promptly dismissed him, stating, "I'm going back to catch up on sleep," and walked off without acknowledging him. Watching Xiao Wu's retreating figure, Tang San's expression soured entirely, and he ground out through clenched teeth, "Chao Kuan, I truly want to kill you right now." Unbeknownst to him, a middle-aged man in a gray robe, bearing the weight of the world on his face, observed the entire scene quietly. This man was Tang Hao. He originally came to see his son out of habit, but to his astonishment, he discovered that a 10,000-year-old soul beast had taken shape beside him, something he had previously overlooked. Observing the recent events with a complex expression, he murmured softly, "The situation is akin to what we experienced back then." His icy gaze lingered on the direction I had departed. A few days later, I arrived at a bustling town outside the Qingdao Great Forest, where the air was filled with the sounds of vendors and team formations. I found a shop and savored 3 large bowls of fiery beef noodle soup. The flavor was exquisite. After satisfying my hunger, I shouldered my pack and secured a newly purchased short blade at my waist, preparing to venture into the forest. I tend to have a slight paranoia about being pursued, so teaming up with strangers was out of the question. I preferred to avoid the crowd, and just as I was about to enter the woods, a towering man, over 2 meters tall, blocked my path with a hearty grin, inquiring if I wanted to form a team, even mentioning a price. I smiled and asked, "What about those over 1,000 years old?" The man hesitated, scratching his head in embarrassment. "We don't take on those aged 1,000 years." I politely declined him, reflecting that this was indeed the norm for soul masters, then shook my head and stepped into the Qingdao Great Forest. Shortly after I entered, I noticed 2 figures lurking in the shade nearby, exchanging glances before stealthily following me. As I ventured deeper into the forest, I sensed their presence. Fine, they would serve as a warm-up for me. I deliberately moved into a clearing, made a swift, impressive turn, lowered my voice, and confidently proclaimed, "Come out. I've already discovered your presence." To my surprise, only the cawing of crows echoed in response, leaving me feeling quite embarrassed. I twitched my lips and aimed at a nearby bush, releasing a concealed arrow. A scream pierced the air as 2 figures tumbled out, one plump and the other thin, with the fatter one impaled by my arrow. Gazing at their terrified expressions, I felt a twinge of disappointment. I dashed toward the thin one, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying several meters before leisurely crouching down to retrieve the arrow from the fat one's waist, pulling it out with a satisfying squelch. Another scream erupted, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. I flicked the blood off the arrow and nonchalantly uttered, "Scram." The fat one hurriedly dragged the unconscious thin one away, scurrying off in a panic. I tucked away my arrow, mentally patting myself on the back for my own prowess. After indulging in my self-admiration, I pulled out a map to confirm my direction and officially proceeded into the depths of the Qingdao Great Forest. I must say, this map proved quite useful, and before long, I stumbled upon a place known as Sanqing Lake. Frankly, the scenery here is indeed breathtaking. Sunlight danced on the lake's surface, casting a myriad of colors, as if a filter had been applied. Yet, dear readers, who understands the humidity in the air? It felt as though I were on the verge of mold, my body sticky and uncomfortable. Just as I placed my burden down, preparing to find a suitable spot to begin my task, I heard rustling from the nearby bushes. Upon turning, I was taken aback. 2 men emerged from the forest, one clad in a bright red robe, his makeup reminiscent of a theatrical performer, with lips painted a vivid red. The other dressed more normally, yet left his shirt unbuttoned, proudly displaying his muscular chest, as if to ensure everyone knew he diligently practiced bench presses. The flamboyant figure, nicknamed Mei Gui, pointed at me and exclaimed, "Ah see, look, there's a child here." The muscular man, Ah see, displayed some courtesy, advising him against pointing at others. In response, Meguwe said, "Okay, I see," in a tone so effeminate it sent shivers down my spine. I see approached, asking if I was there to hunt soul beasts and if I want to team up, promising that the soul rings would belong to me while they would take the corpses. At that moment, I wished to establish a persona, the aloof and cool type. Thus, without lifting my head, I coldly replied, "Not needed." After that, I shouldered my bag, preparing to move to another location, only to hear Meguwe muttering behind me, "Tisich, unappreciative." My temper flared. I sprang forward in an instant, appearing before them, and threw a straight punch aimed at Meguwe's grotesque face. He was so startled that he didn't have time to react. At the critical moment, Asi quickly crossed his arms to intercept my punch. With a resounding thud, Meguwe let out a high-pitched scream of dismay. He glanced at Asi. A large red mark bloomed on his arm, and his gaze towards me shifted, probably not expecting such strength from someone my age. I had taken down two with one punch, casually shoved my hands into my pockets, and coldly warned, "If I hear another word from you, get lost." Then, with a flourish, I turned, leaving them with a solitary, proud silhouette. In that moment, I almost became enamored with my own charm. Once they scurried to the opposite shore of the lake, I could no longer contain myself and burst into laughter. The feeling of pretending to be a master was exhilarating. All right, enough of the antics. It was time to get serious. I retrieved a large canister of fish feed from my pack, tossed a handful into the lake, and stripped down to just my shorts, brandishing my small dagger, ready to dive in and spear fish. Why not fish with a rod, you ask? That would take ages. Just as I was about to jump in, a tremendous explosion resonated from across the lake. I quickly looked up to see those two oddballs were blowing up fish. Asi, adorned with 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple, his third being 1,000-year-old, leapt into the air, unleashing beams of light upon the lake, causing an explosion below. As the splashes settled, a multitude of fish floated to the surface, their eyes rolled back in shock. Then Meguwe unleashed his martial soul, with several rose vines extending out as if they had eyes, retrieving all the stunned fish. I glanced at my meager little dagger and then back at their high-tech fishing method. I fell silent. Should I have teamed up with them earlier? This was a classic example of how sophisticated ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Oh well, I had to maintain my facade, even if it meant doing so on my knees. I plunged my small knife into the water. After an exhausting afternoon, I had only speared a few small fish, with not a single sighting of the magical snakefish. As dusk approached, I resolved to give it one last try. Just as I submerged, preparing to surface for air, a massive serpentine head suddenly thrust into my face, nearly sending me to my demise. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a fish resembling a snake. This was precisely the magical snakefish I had been searching for all afternoon. The creature measured 3 meters in length and was incredibly agile in the water. I knew I had to transform. With the activation of my first soul ring, I instantaneously morphed into the 3-meter-tall Hua Yuanwang, the magical snakefish. Witnessing my sudden transformation into a giant gorilla, panicked and attempted to flee. I lunged forward, but instead of grabbing its head, I only managed to grasp its slippery body. In retaliation, it turned and sprayed water arrows at me, the force of which stung my arm. We grappled in the water. It sprayed me while I jabbed at it. However, I needed to hold my breath. If this continued, I would surely drown. I had no choice but to go all out, enduring several water arrows to the face. I summoned all my strength and slashed a deep gash into its side with my dagger, then plunged the blade in, twisting it to deliver a fatal blow. Finally, I managed to defeat it. Dragging the half-dead magical snake fish onto the shore, I gasped for air. After resting for a moment, I delivered one final strike. A pale yellow soul ring ascended, but at that instant, I noticed a flickering blue light within its corpse. Upon inspection, my eyes widened in disbelief. A soul bone. To my astonishment, it was the rarest torso bone. My luck felt divine. Just as I was reveling in my find, footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, I spotted those two peculiar individuals again. They had been preparing to leave after packing up, but their eyes widened at the sight of the glowing soul bone in my hand. The two individuals exchanged a glance, and without uttering a word, they cast aside the fish they held and unleashed their martial spirits, charging toward me with lethal intent. Good heavens, are they intent on murder and plunder? I secured my soul bone, letting out a cold smirk. Do you wish to see something? You must first ascertain whether you possess the capability. Unexpectedly, the one adorned with a rose, with a delicate gesture, chuckled. Little brother, we are no ordinary soul emperors. Shortly thereafter, they embraced one another, murmuring some nonsensical phrase about a fierce tiger and the sweet scent of roses. I could hardly believe my eyes. Did I truly encounter two mere passers-by capable of martial spirit fusion? Heaven, are you jesting with me? A blinding radiance erupted, and the fireballs I hurled toward it vanished without a sound upon contact. As the brilliance faded, before me stood a colossal rose, entwined with 4 long vines, alongside a 6-meter-long black tiger. This sight left me utterly astounded. In the next instant, the 4 vines lashed toward me like whips, with the rose emitting beams of laser light. I scrambled through the forest, desperately avoiding their strikes, yet I still suffered several cuts that stung fiercely. In a futile attempt to incinerate the vines, they sprouted sharp thorns that spun wildly in my grasp, causing me to cry out in pain. From within the grand rose, the duo's combined voice echoed, reminiscent of an ancient specter, taunting me with their claim of having vanquished a soul king with this technique. Enraged, I cursed vehemently, only to be struck again as my concentration faltered. This technique was insidiously versatile, offering both offense and defense, coupled with long-range lasers. My soul power was nearly depleted, my body battered and bruised. Gritting my teeth, I steeled my resolve, summoning my last flicker of flame, not to hurl at them, but to cast upon the grass at their feet. In an instant, a raging inferno erupted, enveloping them entirely. Taking advantage of their defensive barrier against the flames, I exerted the last of my strength to sever the pursuing vines, reverting to my human form and crawling feebly into the depths of the woods. My body a grotesque tapestry of wounds. Yet they were not so easily deterred, swiftly extinguishing the fire, and a new, thicker vine emerged, darting toward me with lightning speed. "Ha! You have no tricks left. Prepare to meet your end." That loathsome voice echoed once more. At that moment, despair washed over me. I felt certain I would perish here today. Suddenly, a resounding splash echoed as a disc-sized, jellyfish-like soul beast emerged from the lake, its fluid body transparent enough to reveal the fish feed I had previously scattered. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The peculiar duo stood frozen, likely having never encountered such a creature before. Yet they quickly regained their composure, resolving to eliminate me first to seize the soul bone. The vine accelerated toward me. I summoned every ounce of strength to evade it, yet was still flung away, feeling as though my bones had shattered. I lay on the ground, watching helplessly as the jellyfish drifted languidly toward the great rose. Upon noticing the jellyfish, the rose merely shot water arrows, mockingly dismissing it. However, let me tell you, those seemingly ordinary water arrows shattered their impenetrable barrier with a series of loud cracks. The black tiger disintegrated into motes of light. The duo was left in shock, screaming that it was impossible, and immediately dispelled their fusion technique, abandoning their soul bones in a frantic attempt to flee. Alas, it was too late. The jellyfish unleashed another water arrow, swift as lightning, and with a sharp sound, it speared the 2 of them, pinning them to the ground like candied hawthorn. I gazed at this dramatic turn of events, feeling an immense sense of relief. Thankfully, I had not brought any fish feed with me. Just as I prepared to muster my strength and flee, I felt a piercing gaze upon me. Stiffly, I turned my head to see the jellyfish, having dealt with the duo, slowly pivoting its eyeless form to regard me. In that moment, my scalp prickled with dread. I had no bait, but it was a soul beast. Did it need a reason to kill? My mind echoed with a singular, frantic thought. Oh no, I realized. Having just witnessed the duo's demise, I would surely be next. I clenched my teeth, pressing against the gaping wound in my abdomen, struggling to rise. What should I do now? Should I kneel and plead for mercy? Could it understand human speech? My mind was a cacophony of thoughts screaming that I was doomed. This was not the core of the Qingdao Great Forest. Where could I find help? The Titan giant ape surely could not hear my desperate pleas. Thump, thump, thump. My heart raced like a drum. I watched as the great jellyfish drifted toward me, its body still containing the fading forms of my earlier adversaries. The nature of its digestive system utterly absurd. I was puzzled. Why did it not attack? Why not unleash another of those lethal water arrows? Was it toying with me? The notion struck me, and astonishingly, my racing heart found a semblance of calm. The panic subsided, replaced by an inexplicable fury. How dare I, who had faced the formidable Tang, San, and triumphed, be toyed with by a mere soul beast today? This thought was somewhat irrational, yet I was incensed. I was furious at its mockery, and even more so at my own foolishness. Having enjoyed a smooth journey for years, defeating lesser foes, obtaining the celestial herb blueprint, and boasting a powerful martial spirit, I had grown arrogant enough to venture alone into the depths of the Qingdao Great Forest. I had forgotten how treacherous this place was, teeming with those stronger than myself. I glanced at the distant bodies intertwined on the ground, a self-deprecating smile forming. Truly, one does not weep until faced with the grave. Even casual encounters could prove fatal, and though I often proclaimed a desire to survive, what had I achieved but a thorough beating to remind me of my place? Yet I cannot swallow my pride. I took a deep breath, withdrawing my hand from the wound, grinning defiantly. However, one may slay me, but I refuse to be humiliated. Today, I shall make you taste defeat. With that, I raised my hand, aiming the concealed arrows at it. Whoosh! 3 arrows soared through the air. After releasing them, I let go, a bitter smile crossing my face, thinking how disgraceful it was for a transmigrator such as myself to face humiliation. However, at least I would die with dignity, standing tall. I closed my eyes, bracing for the end, when something peculiar occurred. The first 2 arrows, as expected, passed through its body and fell into the lake. Yet the last one, quite fortuitously, struck just above the area where the 2 unfortunate souls were ensnared, producing a crisp sound upon impact. I opened my eyes wide in astonishment. Witnessing the spot I had hit begin to emit a celestial blue orb. As the orb was attacked, it began to tremble, causing the entire jellyfish to sway as if intoxicated. I was utterly bewildered, wondering what was happening. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the orb split, the fissure widening until it shattered into countless fragments. The moment the orb shattered, the jellyfish ceased its movement, the water that constituted its form cascading to the ground. In that instant, a circle of deep purple soul rings materialized, swirling around the shards of the orb. I was left in a daze, scratching my head. Is this some form of trickery? Just as that thought crossed my mind, a sharp pain shot through my abdomen. The wound had bled excessively, rendering my face pale. No, I cannot bleed out and die in such a humiliating manner. I had to devise a plan. Turning my gaze, I fixated on the soul ring, and a spark of realization ignited within me. Destiny. This was undoubtedly destiny. Truly, it was fitting for me. A pure water attribute. Its age was just right. Was this not a tailor-made delivery for me? Thank you, O courier of fate. Clutching my wound, I crawled slowly toward the soul ring. Fortunately, it was not far. I settled cross-legged, my face as pale as paper, yet my lips could not help but curve upwards. I focused my soul power, guiding the soul ring to envelop me. The sensation this time was markedly different from my previous encounter with the Hua Yuan Wang. It was not a warm embrace, but rather a refreshing chill that penetrated deeply, instantly alleviating the agonizing pain of my wounds, rendering my complexion slightly more vibrant. Before long, I found myself enveloped in a wondrous state, witnessing a miniature version of myself surrounded by a sphere of fire. At that moment, a droplet of water appeared nearby, within which danced a petite jellyfish, adorned with the cerulean orb I had just encountered embedded in its forehead. The droplet circled around me, allowing a surge of refreshing soul power to flow into me. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered that my wounds had healed significantly, and my internal soul power was brimming. What an extraordinary soul skill this was. With a mere thought, two circles of yellow and purple soul rings manifested around me. As the purple ring shimmered, a flash of light enveloped me, transforming me into a diminutive jellyfish. This was an exhilarating display of instantaneous flight. I floated upon the surface of the lake, submerged myself for a refreshing bath, and upon resurfacing, I reverted back to my human form. To my astonishment, I was completely unscathed. Not even a scar remained. However, my soul power had nearly depleted, leaving me somewhat fatigued. Then came the moment of delight. With a broad grin, I formed my right hand into the shape of a pistol and, with a swift motion, released a water arrow from my fingertips. It pierced through a nearby large tree, continuing onward to penetrate another behind it, finally embedding itself into the ground. I nonchalantly blew on my finger, which bore no trace of gunpowder, feeling utterly triumphant. After testing my newfound skill, my heart brimmed with joy. I could shoot water arrows without transforming, their power contingent upon my soul power output, potentially strong enough to vanquish a soul sovereign. The transformations rendered me even more formidable. As long as there was water and soul power, I was virtually invincible. No matter how grievous my injuries, a soak in water would consume soul power and allow me to resurrect fully. A divine technique indeed. With a merry heart, I approached the peculiar duo nearby, witnessing them in an embrace. I snapped my fingers, sending a burst of flame their way, which promptly engulfed them. "You're dismissed," I declared, and I, Chao Cohen, am a man of my word. From my tattered shorts, I retrieved a soul bone. Aha, a torso bone, this is valuable. Sadly, my martial soul is my own, rendering me incapable of absorbing the soul bone, as my body vehemently rejects it. No matter, it could still fetch a decent price. As night fell, I searched in the dark for the short blade I had purchased with a gold soul coin. Regrettably, it was now battered and worn. But even scrap metal could yield some coin. I gazed at the lake's surface, a sense of melancholy washing over me. My clothes were gone, my money was gone, and most importantly, my map had vanished. Without navigation in the Xing Doda Sunlin, my innate sense of direction could lead me astray. Could I truly find my way out? Absurd. I refused to believe that I could get lost here in the outskirts. With newfound confidence, I ventured into the forest. 2 hours later, I stared at the large tree I had marked earlier, my mouth twitching in disbelief. Who understands the plight of being caught in a cyclical path? I changed direction, only to return half an hour later. I had tried every cardinal direction, yet all paths led me back to the same spot. I could only console myself with the thought that at least I was still in the periphery. Along the way, I had vanquished several oblivious soul beasts. With a heavy sigh, I climbed a tree, deciding to halt my wandering and found a hollow to meditate and spend the night. The following morning, just as I finished my morning routine, distant sounds of battle reached my ears. They knew. Although unclear, a spark of joy lit my face. There were people. There was hope. I cautiously approached, and, to my astonishment, I beheld a man and a woman being pursued by a massive emerald serpent measuring over 10 meters in length. The man, average in appearance with long black hair, was covered in blood, his shoulder discolored, clearly afflicted by poison, leaning against the woman for support. Despite his condition, his right hand clutched a sphere of electricity. The woman beside him, with short purple hair and long legs, knelt on the ground, also on the verge of collapse. "Tianheng, what do we do?" the woman exclaimed anxiously. No sooner had she spoken than the serpent lunged forward. The man, Tianheng, attempted to fight back, but coughed a mouthful of blood, his lightning dissipating. As the serpent's massive jaws approached, despair etched their faces. Witnessing this dire situation, I could not stand idly by. "Bayu! Bayu!" I swiftly unleashed 2 water arrows. The first missed as the serpent dodged, but the second struck true, cleaving the beast in half with a resounding crash. The 2 were saved and exhaled in relief, but their expressions quickly turned wary as they regarded me. It was no surprise. I was clad in nothing but tattered shorts, resembling a wild man. The man, with the woman's assistance, rose and politely introduced himself. "I am Yu Tianheng of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, and this is Du Gu Yin, granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo Du Gu Bo." We are eternally grateful for your timely intervention. Oh, how astute of him to introduce himself first, wary of potential treachery. Yet upon hearing Douluo's name, I could not help but feel elated. I smiled and replied, I am Chao Kun, merely traversing to hunt for soul rings, but I seem to have lost my way. Just as Yu Tianheng was about to respond, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. I was taken aback once more. Was he feigning? He is poisoned. Du Guyan exclaimed distractedly. She glanced at the writhing serpent carcass and devised a plan, instructing me to tend to Yu Tianheng while she harvested the serpent for a soul ring to antidote him. She even addressed me as Brother Chao, which struck me as unusual since I was merely 11 years old. Before long, Du Guyan returned after absorbing the soul ring and proceeded to extract the poison from Yu Tianheng. Once completed, she appeared quite exhilarated, remarking on the effectiveness of the soul skill. I pointed to the glowing green area on the serpent's corpse and inquired, "What is that?" My heart raced with the hope that it might be another soul bone. She approached and examined it, exclaiming, "This is a poison pearl, a precious item that accelerates the training speed of poison attribute soul masters." As she tossed it to me, I instinctively rejected it. I am not of the poison attribute. You should keep it. I jested, thinking, is that what I desire? What I seek is your grandfather's Bing Huoliang Yen. Patience is key, my friend. After accepting it, she declared that it would be considered payment, promising generous rewards once we exited. I hoisted Yu Tianheng onto my back, and we swiftly made our way out of the forest. Upon reaching the town's medical facility, Yu Tianheng regained consciousness and overheard Du Guyan and me exchanging banter, which ignited a tinge of jealousy within him. He insisted on hastening back for treatment, claiming his injuries were severe. Internally, I chuckled, escorting them to a carriage, where Yu Tianheng gifted me a token from the blue electric tyrant dragon sect. As I watched the carriage fade into the distance, I paid no heed to his jealousy. My focus was on connecting with Du Guyan. After resting for several days in the small town, I boarded a carriage back to Notting City. This journey had proven fruitful, yielding a new soul ring, a new soul skill, a soul bone, and a connection to Douluo. Simply perfect. I was lost in thought, contemplating how to charm Douluo when, suddenly, a resounding bang erupted. I was hurled from the carriage, colliding forcefully with a tree, which cracked under the impact. Blood spurted from my mouth as I felt my insides shift painfully. Turning my head, I saw the coachman and the horse sprawled nearby, their fates uncertain. In a daze, I struggled to comprehend the suddenness of the attack. Miraculously, I was still alive. A deep, commanding voice echoed from ahead. I raised my gaze to see a figure cloaked in gray, their face obscured, advancing slowly toward me. The pressure radiating from them sent alarm bells ringing in my very DNA. I mustered the strength to stand. "Who are you?" "With your prowess. There is no need for secrecy," I called out, but he ignored me, continuing his approach. Without hesitation, I launched a hidden arrow for cover, leaping toward my pack. As my purple ring flared, I transformed into a jellyfish, gulping down a bottle of water, instantly replenishing my hydration and reverting back to human form. My injuries healed significantly, though my soul power was halved. Feigning severe injury, I was soon discerned by him. With resolve, I unleashed fireballs and water orbs simultaneously, creating a dense fog of mist. My yellow ring glowed, and I morphed into the Huiyuan, bolting into the woods, hurling fireballs to incinerate trees in my wake. It proved futile. The sound of pursuit grew nearer. Desperation surged within me as I leaped with all my might, spotting a large river ahead. An opportunity. I dove into the water. However, just as my body soared above the river, an overwhelming force gripped me in midair. The figure in gray bore 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and a final crimson ring representing 100,000-year soul ring. In his hand appeared a hammer entwined with crimson lightning. The Haotian hammer. Dang Hao. I cursed inwardly. My teeth clenched. Indeed, it was you, you old rascal. The colossal hammer tore through the air and came crashing down upon me. In that moment of life and death, my purple soul ring flickered wildly, and I transformed from the fire ape back into my jellyfish form. Bang! The hammer struck me, and I was instantly obliterated into a myriad of water droplets, plunging into the river below. Fortunately, I had fallen into the water. I felt the last remnants of my soul power being drained, dissipating into a swirl of water that was swept away by the raging current. And then darkness enveloped me as I lost consciousness. On the shore, Tang Hao removed his hat, gazing at my shorts drifting in the river, murmuring to himself, "Is he dead?" I had no idea how long I floated in a daze before waking up on the riverbank. Just as I began to breathe a sigh of relief, a searing pain shot through my dantian, causing my vision to darken once more, and I felt myself slipping away again. In the next instant, I had vanished, not my body, but my consciousness as I closed my eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. When I awoke again, to my astonishment, I found myself lying on a rickety wooden bed, covered by a quilt that had just been sun-dried. The scent of sunlight jolting me awake. Had I been rescued? Just as the feeling of having escaped death surged within me, the door creaked open. I instantly became alert, my hand instinctively reaching beneath my pillow. To my surprise, a handsome young man entered, clad in the garb of the spirit hall, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Upon recognizing him, I exclaimed, "Su Yun Tao, you saved me?" He paused, a look of confusion on his face. "You know me?" It was no wonder. 5 years had passed, and I had changed considerably. How could he still remember me? I quickly reminded him, "Master Su Yun Tao, it's me. 5 years ago, you helped me awaken my martial soul, the original martial soul." Upon hearing this, he stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before finally exclaiming, "Oh, it's you. I even gave you the meditation method. What was your name again?" I brushed it off, smiling. "I'm Chao Cohen. Brother Tao, I will never forget your life-saving grace." He waved his hand dismissively, inquiring how I had ended up in the river and whether I had become a soul master yet. I nodded affirmatively while pondering how to explain my injuries. Could I really tell him that it was Tang Hao who had struck me? Just then, the sound of bubbling from a pot outside caught my attention. He slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I almost forgot. I was making porridge." He then hurried out, instructing me to rest well. Once he left, I collapsed back onto the bed, my mind racing. That figure in the gray robe, the Haotian hammer entwined with red lightning, the crimson ninth soul ring. There was no doubt it was Tang Hao. But why would he want to kill me? Recently, I had grown close with Tang San like brothers. Could it be that Tang San had let something slip? Or had he realized that Xiao Wu was a soul beast and sought to eliminate me to pave the way for his son? Who could understand my plight? This was purely an unwarranted disaster. I could not let this go unpunished. My dantian still throbbed painfully, and I couldn't hope to cultivate for at least 10 days or half a month. No, I needed to take action against him. How to proceed? A plan formed. I would report Tang Hao's whereabouts to the Spirit Hall, but I must ensure that Tang Sen would not be implicated, or Xiao Wu would also be exposed. Thus, I would only report on Tang Hao. Moreover, I couldn't mention that it was near Notting City. I needed to choose a location further away, or else the Spirit Hall would come to investigate and find the school. Where to go? Suddenly, a thought struck me. Ain, also known as Tang Hao's wife, the Blue-Silver Emperor, was planted near Shenghun Village, wasn't she? That would be the place. As I was mulling over this, Su Yun Tao returned with 2 bowls of porridge. While he drank, he asked me, "Little Cohen, what on earth happened to you?" The opportunity had arrived. I immediately switched into actor mode, feigning terror. "Brother Tao, I encountered a wanted criminal from the Spirit Hall." His expression changed instantly, and he lowered his voice to ask who. "Tang Hao, the one who killed the former pope." "Tang Hao?" His eyes nearly bulged out. I nodded vigorously, my acting skills kicking in, trembling. I only saw him for a moment, and he knocked me out and threw me into the river. If it weren't for my unique martial soul, I would have been finished. Su Yun Tao believed me immediately and began to gather his belongings to report back to Notting City. I quickly stopped him. "No. I encountered him near Notting City. If we go back now, it would be like walking into a trap. Then what should we do? Let him escape?" He exclaimed anxiously. "No," I declared resolutely. "We shall report in the neighboring city." He considered this and nodded in agreement. We finished the porridge quickly, and he assisted me as we set off for the neighboring city of Aba that very night. The following morning, we burst into the Spirit Hall branch in Aba City. Upon hearing our account, the hall master turned pale, and an urgent letter was swiftly dispatched to Spirit City. 2 days later, in Spirit City, within the Pope's hall, the scene was nothing short of extravagant. A woman sat regally upon the high Pope's throne, adorned in resplendent jewels, her beauty striking beyond words, exuding an imposing aura. This lady was the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. As she reclined in her chair, lost in thought, a small bird swooped in, a messenger bird for urgent intelligence. Bibi Dong reached out to catch it, extracting a small note from its belly. Upon opening it, she read a single line. Tang Hao's presence reported near Aba City. Tang Hao? Bibi Dong murmured his name, a cold smile creeping on her lips. I owe you a debt for taking down Qian Xuanji. Aba City? ISNT, that close to Notting City? I recall that several years ago, Xiao Gang took on a disciple named Tang San there. Tang San, Tang Hao, blue silvergrass, an innate full soul power. Upon hearing her former lover's name, her mind raced, instantly connecting the dots. She rose, addressing the empty hall with a chilling tone. Bring forth Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. No sooner had she spoken than a shadow appeared, vanishing after receiving her command. Moments later, a swirl of black mist accompanied by a golden figure burst in, kneeling on one knee. We pay our respects to your holiness. These two were the legendary Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo. Bibi Dong bid them rise and got straight to the point. I summoned you to deal with Tang Hao. There have been sightings of someone resembling him near Aba City. Resembling? Ghost Douluo inquired hoarsely. Indeed, resembling. But regardless of the truth, we must investigate. Chrysanthemum Douluo appeared hesitant. Your Holiness, if we truly encounter Tang Hao, I fear we may not be able to contain him. Bibi Dong scoffed, producing a token from her waist and tossing it to them. Then borrow some men from the Grand Elder. Remember to clarify with him that it is merely a resemblance. The two took the token and proceeded to the Elder Hall. Grand Elder Qian Dalu listened to their report, stroking the token with an air of disdain. Merely a resemblance? Do you think Tang Hao has only just broken through to title Douluo? How formidable could he be? With a grand wave of his hand, he ordered Mo Xiong, accompany them. A man built like a mountain, known as the Bear Douluo, stepped forward with a hearty laugh. No problem, big brother. If I run into Tang Hao, I'll ensure to take his head. Days later, these three titled Douluo confronted me. My injuries had long since healed thanks to my jellyfish martial soul. I could only say that this ability was nothing short of miraculous. I took on the role of a seasoned actor, leading them to the site of my ambush, feigning deep recollection. That day, I passed by here and saw Tang Hao clad in gray robes, and he seemed to be holding a blue silvergrass. Blue silvergrass? Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Ghost Douluo grinned widely, unleashing his martial soul, instantly transforming into a swirling mass of ghostly black mist. 9 soul rings dazzling before my eyes. I must say, the pressure was overwhelming. My legs trembled. Was this the might of a titled Douluo? Terrifying. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a technique known as Ghost Shadow, sending countless shadowy clones spiraling out in all directions to investigate. After a while, the dark mist coalesced, and Gui transformed back into human form, exclaiming with excitement. I sensed a life force over there, identical to the blue-silver emperor from over a decade ago. Moreover, Tang Hao is absent, presenting an opportune moment. Several individuals promptly followed him, racing towards the entrance of a cave. Upon witnessing the picturesque landscape of this serene mountain and clear waters, I instantly recognized it as a Yin's hiding place. My heart sank. I realized that during the ensuing battle, my fragile body would be unable to withstand the chaos. Hastily, I addressed them. Esteemed Douluo, since we have located the place, I shall take my leave. I am of no assistance here and would rather not become a burden. The Mo Xiong Douluo, displaying a sense of camaraderie, waved his hand. You should leave. Tang Hao will be arriving shortly. I expressed my gratitude and dashed away. I sprinted to a lake not far from the cave, stripped off my clothes and burned them, then transformed into a colossal jellyfish, plunging into the water with a splash. This hydromancy skill was indeed a miraculous method for survival, vanishing without a trace, rendering me undetectable to Tang Hao. Just as I concealed myself, I heard explosive sounds approaching from the horizon, growing louder with each moment. Soon after, Tang Hao soared through the air on his massive hammer, exuding an aura of menace so thick it felt tangible. The fish in the lake were instantly terrified, floating belly up to the surface. My companions, I witnessed the celestial duel beneath the water, a scene reminiscent of an AI-generated spectacle, illuminated by a cacophony of light. Meanwhile, within the cave, the three powerful Dalu had commenced their siege upon Ayin. Ayin summoned countless blue-silver grasses around her, creating an immense green shield. Despite their relentless assault, they failed to breach it. The Mo, Xiong Dalu, growing impatient, unleashed his martial spirit, transforming into a bear of monumental size. And with a single blast from his laser cannon, shattered the shield. Ayin collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Guo swiftly dashed in, intending to uproot Ayin, just as Tang Hao's furious roar echoed. "You little demon, dare you!" With a great sumeru hammer, Tang Hao detonated a soul ring, causing his hammer to swell to the size of a mountain, striking Guo Dalu and sending him flying. He rushed over to retrieve Ayin, filled with anguish. Guo Dalu, not far away, spat blood as he struggled to rise. Had it not been for his ghostly form's immunity to physical harm, he would have surely perished. After ensuring Ayin was safe, Tang Hao turned, now with only 5 soul rings remaining, having detonated 3 in his haste. The 9th soul skill, Gai Yu, and Mo Xiong executed their ultimate techniques simultaneously. Tang Hao scoffed, detonating another soul ring, engaging them with his chaotic hammer techniques. The sound of thunder and explosions echoed. As the earth trembled beneath the onslaught, I remained hidden at the lake's bottom, observing a colossal bear, a grand chrysanthemum, and a swirling domain of ghosts battling fiercely above, causing the skies to darken. Suddenly, Guo Dalu and Zhu Dalu soared into the air, unleashing their martial spirit fusion technique, the 2 instruments' stillness domain. The entire space was abruptly frozen, rendering Tang Hao immobile in midair. Seizing the opportunity, the Mo Xiong Dalu unleashed a beam towards him. As it appeared Tang Hao was on the brink of annihilation, a sudden green light emanated from Ayin in his arms, liberating him from the control. But she herself slumped into unconsciousness, resembling a lifeless form. "Ayin!" Tang Hao screamed in despair, and in that instant, all his soul rings detonated. The sky turned crimson as he raised the enormous hammer, crackling with boundless lightning, channeling his final reserves of strength to strike down upon the 3 Douluo. Great sumeru hammer. Boom! Boom! 2 thunderous sounds reverberated. One was the Mo Xiong's beam striking Tang Hao, and the other was Tang Hao's hammer sending all 3 adversaries crashing into a nearby hill. Following that devastating blow, Tang Hao suffered a grievous wound. His arm, clutching Ayin, shattered and flung away. Meanwhile, Zhu Dalu and Mo Xiong Dalu were rendered unconscious, with only Gai managing to drag his companions away, not daring to look back. Tang Hao remained rooted in place, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted and incapable of pursuit. That severed hand, tragically, fell near my hiding place by the lake, merely a few meters away. My dear companions, who can fathom my heart pounding furiously, feeling as though it might leap from my throat. With a resolute bite of my teeth, I swiftly shot out a water-made tentacle, deftly retrieving the genuine Ayin from the severed hand, while simultaneously replacing it with an ordinary blue-silver grass from the roadside. This maneuver transpired in an instant, executed with utmost precision. Fortunately, in my jellyfish form, I lacked a heart, thus avoiding exposure. I concealed the true Ayin within the center of my being, sinking to the lake's depths. On the shore, Tang Hao coughed up blood, unsteadily approaching to retrieve the severed hand. Upon noticing the blue-silver grass still intact, he sighed with relief, picked it up, and limped away. Throughout the ordeal, the lake's surface remained undisturbed. After Tang Hao departed for several minutes, I cautiously emerged from the water, reverting to human form. Standing naked at the water's edge, I gaze at the blue-silver emperor in my hand, a wild smile spreading across my face, unable to contain my laughter. Am I considered to have been seen by Ain? However, in her current feeble state, she surely cannot have perished, for death would entail the explosion of soul rings. Regardless, I must hasten to find a suitable location to plant her. Clutching the blue-silver emperor, I dashed away in the opposite direction of Tang Hao. Meanwhile, at Nodding Academy, Tang San was still lost in daydreams, listening to the distant sounds of battle, envisioning himself as formidable in the future while contemplating ways to eliminate me and seize Xiao Wu. Ah, such naivety. I have arranged everything for your father with utmost clarity. In another desolate cave, Tang Hao opened a secret chamber, anxiously planting the fake blue-silver grass into the soil, calling out, "Ain, Ain." The wretched plant, of course, responded not at all. Tang Hao, insane Ferang Di, retrieved several bottles of precious herbal liquid from a box and poured them over the grass. After pouring 5 or 6 bottles, the ordinary blue-silver grass could not withstand such lavish treatment, quivering twice before succumbing. With a crack, a circle of white 10-year soul rings emerged from the grass. Tang Hao was instantly rendered speechless, tears streaming down his face, believing Ain had perished. Ain, he clutched the dead grass, weeping inconsolably, his face contorted in rage as he roared, "Spirit Hall, I demand blood for blood." A tidal wave of fury and sorrow surged within him, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood, convulsing violently. I tell you, the scene resembled a broken windbag, as though he were on the verge of collapse. Yet, you'll never guess what happened next. In his quest for vengeance, he lost his sanity. Murmuring about revenge, he retrieved a crystal-clear soul bone, shimmering blue, unmistakably extraordinary. This artifact was left by his wife, Ain, the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, originally intended as a coming-of-age gift for their son, Tang San. But now, with his son gone and his wife lost, he cared not for anything else. His mind was singularly focused. Annihilate the Spirit Hall. My companions, who can understand. The next scene left me utterly astounded. Tang Hao's eyes burned with fury, channeling his soul power as his hand struck down with a swift motion, severing his own right leg. Yes, you heard correctly. He chopped off his own leg. Then, from the stump, he extracted his original soul bone, carelessly discarding it. Subsequently, he reattached the severed leg and forcefully affixed Ain's blue-silver emperor soul bone onto it. At that moment, I thought, my goodness, what a sight of cybernetic modification. A normal person would have perished from such an act. But he was a titled Douluo, and with the blue-silver emperor soul bone's inherent revival effect, a flash of blue light ensued. Guess what happened? Lo and behold, his leg grew back, completely intact, with skin restored. Tang Hao stood tall, his eyes dark and unfathomable, uttering only 2 words, "Spirit Hall." While Tang Hao was enacting a gruesome scene of vengeance, our protagonist, Chao Kun, was enjoying a tranquil life. He donned new clothes, humming a cheerful tune while lovingly watering a plant. The flower pot contained, indeed, the genuine blue-silver emperor, the true essence of Ain. However, this fellow is rather miserly. A bottle of Baijiao Yi costs 8 gold soul coins, and he pours out half while concealing the rest. This leaves Ain in the basin anxious, her vines stretching out in an attempt to snatch it away, only to be slapped back by him. Don't cause a ruckus. It's expensive. The rest will be given to you in a couple of days. If you're to inquire about his source of funds, he is now a second-ring soul master, having registered at the Wuhuan Temple and received a subsidy of 10 gold soul coins. Indeed, it is the Wuhuan Temple that has provided it. Thus, Chao Kun couldn't help but exclaim, "The Wuhuan Temple is truly benevolent." If Tang Hao were to discover that the Wuhuan Temple, which he desperately wanted to destroy, was instead providing wages to sustain his adversary's wife, it would surely infuriate him to the point of vomiting blood. After tending to the flowers, Chao Kun began to ponder his next destination. Should he return to Nodding City? No, he couldn't risk encountering that madman Tang Hao again. He gazed at the night sky and suddenly thought of the delicate face of Dugu Yan. All right, I shall head to Tiando City. I can also find a favorable location for your pot of herbs. He patted the flower pot, and a yin's grass leaves twitched, likely responding instinctively as her soul remained dormant. What was the outcome? Remarkably, 3 days later, this fellow was squatting under a tree, cradling a flower pot and questioning the meaning of life. He had intended to take a carriage, but upon arriving at the post station, he found none available and was left to traverse on foot. Now, the map was nearly worn out, yet he had failed to locate the place, epitomizing a comical form of companionship in being lost. Just as he wallowed in his frustration, Aine prodded him with her vines, clearly indicating, "Where's my Bai Chao Yi?" Chao Kun, exasperated, swatted her away, declaring, "It's all gone. I finished it yesterday and even discarded the bottle." Upon hearing this, Aine wilted instantly, feigning death and remaining motionless. Chao Kun looked at the grass, both amused and exasperated, realizing he had foolishly stolen such a costly ancestor. However, the thought of Tang Hao weeping over a fake herb brought him joy, serves him right for pursuing him relentlessly. Just as he reveled in his misfortune, the sounds of a scuffle echoed nearby, accompanied by shouts. "We hit her! Pursue quickly!" Oh, this piqued his interest. Chao Kun immediately perked up, standing to peer in that direction. The voices suggested a group of men chasing after a woman. Just as he hesitated whether to join the fray, suddenly, a shadow crashed beneath the tree where he stood, spitting blood. It was a woman, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Her long hair cascaded down, obscuring her face, but the curves were unmistakable. She was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Chao Kun quickly embraced the flower pot and sought a more concealed corner to observe, wary that it might be the Wuhuan temple capturing an evil soul master. And rushing out to assist would be tantamount to courting death. The woman, attempting to flee, was ensnared by a large net that flew out from the bushes. She gasped, but her reflexes were sharp. She immediately activated her martial soul. 2 yellow soul rings emerged, cat ears sprouted from her head, and a tail unfurled behind her. With swift claws, she tore through the net effortlessly. My dear friends, can you comprehend? A living cat girl. Unfortunately, just as she escaped, 3 men in black robes surrounded her. 2 were soul sovereigns and 1 a soul ancestor. Their formation clearly indicated they meant to ensure her demise. The leading soul ancestor coldly stated, "Miss, come with us. You cannot escape." The cat girl tossed her head back, her hair flowing behind her, revealing a face that was both innocent and alluring. Return to meet such a fate? She scoffed. Chao Kun, witnessing this scene from the tree, felt his mind buzz. This appearance, this figure, this unfolding drama. Wasn't it Zhu Zhuqing? How'd she end up here? The timeline was all wrong. Before he could contemplate further, the fight erupted. Zhu Zhuqing, though formidable as a second-ring great soul master, was pushed to her limits. Panting heavily as sweat soaked her tight attire. Just as it seemed she would be overwhelmed, Chao Kun thought, "This is the perfect opportunity for a hero to rescue the damsel." With a swift motion, a water arrow shot from the tree, piercing the thigh of another soul sovereign with precision. Who? Both the remaining soul ancestor and Zhu Zhuqing turned their gaze to the tree. Chao Kun, clutching the flower pot, leaped gracefully into the fray, mentally awarding himself full marks for his entrance. The soul ancestor barked, "We are from the Zhu family of Xinglaw. I advise you not to meddle." Chao Kun dismissed him with indifference, tossing the flower pot into the air and unleashing a flurry of water arrows that left the soul ancestor scrambling in chaos. He then sprang forward, deftly maneuvering behind the soul ancestor and executing a fluid sequence of martial arts that disarmed him, sending him flying with a kick. The soul ancestor shrieked in agony, vowing, "You are doomed." Chao Kun caught the descending flower pot effortlessly, casting a disdainful look. In the Qiando Empire, is your Zhu family so arrogant? With a casual flick, he released another water arrow, incapacitating the soul ancestor's leg. The soul ancestor was taken aback. Qiando Empire? Are you from the Qiando Empire? At that moment, distant flames flickered, and footsteps grew louder. Reinforcements were arriving. Chao Kun ceased his banter, turning to the still-dazed Zhu Zhuqing. "There's too many of them. We must leave." With that, he leaped onto the tree. After jumping between two trees, he turned back to see Zhu Zhuqing still rooted in place. It turned out she was injured and unable to leap up, her face betraying panic and despair. Chao Kuin's heart softened, and he immediately reversed course, appearing at her side and whispering into her ear, "Your expression is not solely one of coldness." Zhu Zhuqing's ears flushed crimson. Without granting her time to react, he shoved the flower pot into her arms, firmly commanding, "Hold this." Zhu Zhuqing instinctively accepted it. In the next instant, Chao Kuin swept her up in a princess carry. Zhu Zhuqing gasped in surprise. Her voice? Oh, it was simply enchanting. Chao Kuin, cradling the beauty, hurled several fireballs at the pursuing enemies, creating a thunderous explosion that temporarily halted their advance. He then darted through the forest with Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. She remained in her catgirl form, her tail flailing in confusion as she nestled against him. And the sensation was, well, Chao Kuin promptly dismissed any impure thoughts from his mind. After a considerable distance, Zhu Zhuqing quietly asked, "Where are we going?" Chao Kuin countered, "Where do you wish to go?" "To the Tiando Empire, to find someone." Gao Kun Mu said, "Ah, looking for that scoundrel Dai Mubai, I see." He casually asked, "Aren't we already in the Tiando Empire?" The air grew suddenly still. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head from his chest, softly replying, "This is the border of the Xingluo Empire." Good heavens, what an awkward predicament. Chao Kuin chuckled nervously and quickly set Zhu Zhuqing down, pulling out that wretched map. "Haha, here, take a look. Which way should we go?" Zhu Zhuqing took the map and pointed in a direction. As she took a step forward, she inhaled sharply, having pulled at her wound. Without hesitation, Chao Kuin scooped her up once more. This time, Zhu Zhuqing did not resist. Her face flushed as she dared not meet his gaze. 2 days later, they returned to Aba City, one after the other. Chao Kuin felt a wave of mixed emotions. He had intended to go to Tiando City, but ended up circling through the Xingluo Empire. Nevertheless, he had acquired a magnificent catgirl. Quite the bargain. That evening, they booked 2 separate rooms. Initially, Chao Kuin intended to share a room, but reconsidering, he decided against it. Haste makes waste. After returning to his room, he promptly wrote a letter to Xiao Wu, informing her that Tang Hao was a titled Douluo and had pursued him, advising her to be cautious and to establish a good relationship with Tang San, thus making Tang Hao think twice before acting against them. Just as he finished writing, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Standing at the threshold was none other than Zhu Zhuqing. Freshly bathed and wrapped in a small hotel towel, her damp black hair cascading over her shoulders. The towel was so small that it scarcely concealed her alluring figure. Her long legs gleaming white. Feigning calmness, Chao Kuin inquired, "What brings you here?" A low rumble from Zhu Zhuqing's stomach answered for her. Her face turned instantly crimson as she murmured, "My clothes are being washed." Chao Kuin chuckled. This girl was simply adorable. He immediately rushed to the front desk to arrange for food to be sent to Zhu Zhuqing's room while he stepped outside. He understood that given Zhu Zhuqing's temperament, her wearing a bath towel to seek him out indicated that he had indeed entered her heart. The following day, at the station, the two parted ways. Chao Kuin informed Zhu Zhuqing that the answers she sought could be found in Soto City of the Bala Kingdom, specifically at the Rose Hotel. Zhu Zhuqing cast a deep glance at him before boarding the carriage to Soto City. As Chao Kuin watched the carriage disappear into the distance, he murmured softly, "If you do not come to find me in a month, I shall seek you out at Shrek. You are my little cat, and I shall claim you." With that, he embraced the flower pot and stepped onto the carriage heading back to Tiando City. Meanwhile, at the Nodding Academy, Xiao Wu received a letter from Chao Kuin. After reading it, she was left utterly stunned. Tang San's father was a titled Douluo. He even intended to kill a Kuin in an instant. She comprehended that Tang Hao wished for her to become Tang San's soul ring. All those years Tang San had treated her so well were merely part of a scheme. A chill ran through Xiao Wu's heart, but she quickly regained her composure. "You want me to willingly sacrifice myself? Very well." A bewitching smile spread across her face, and she coldly thought, "In that case, I shall interact with him properly." A week later, Chao Kuin finally arrived at Tiando City. Gazing at the magnificent city before him, he felt a surge of emotions. With nightfall approaching, he decided to find a place to stay. However, as he strolled down the street, a lavish royal carriage suddenly barreled around the corner, causing pedestrians to scatter. Fruning, kau kun stepped aside. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air. A little girl, unable to dodge in time, fell right in front of the carriage, which showed no signs of slowing down. Witnessing this scene, Chao Kuan's expression hardened. He tightly embraced the flower pot and, with a powerful push of his foot, shattered the cobblestones beneath him. In an instant, he was gone, reappearing on the other side of the street, one hand cradling the flower pot and the other holding the sobbing little girl. The girl's mother rushed over, showering Chao Kuan with gratitude. At that moment, the curtains of the halted carriage slowly parted, revealing a man adorned in opulent attire. I must tell you, this man had striking red hair and a rather ordinary appearance, yet the arrogance on his face was simply sky-high. He glanced at me through the curtain and then, with a swift motion, dropped the curtain back down. I was infuriated. I turned to the sister beside me, who was still expressing her thanks, and asked, "Who is this? Aren't royal carriages prohibited from racing in Tiando City? Why is he so arrogant?" The sister, startled, hurriedly pulled me aside, glancing around nervously, and whispered, "Shh, keep your voice down. Who else could it be? Besides our fourth prince, Shuebeng, who would dare be so audacious?" "Ah, so it is this illustrious figure." I instantly understood. It was the Shuebeng emperor from the original text, who had feigned being a foolish wastrel to save his own skin. I must say, his acting was truly impressive. He resembled a genuine incompetent. However, the cost of such a ruse was exorbitant, nearly landing me in a hellish joke. Had I not acted in time, that little girl would have met her end today. Observing the vendors around me, who seemed unperturbed by the incident, I realized that such occurrences were certainly not unprecedented. I cannot bring myself to like such individuals. I decided to put him out of my mind. I needed to find a place to stay. Clutching my precious flower pot, I slipped into a particularly grand hotel. I approached the front desk and inquired, "Beautiful lady, how much for one night?" The receptionist scrutinized my disheveled appearance with a professional yet insincere smile, her eyes clearly revealing disdain for the apparent pauper before her. Without uttering a word, she handed me a price list. Upon glancing at it, my eyes nearly bulged out. A first-class suite cost 5 gold soul coins. The second class, 10. The third, 50. My pupils trembled with shock. Who understands? This was not merely lodging, it was outright robbery. 1 gold soul coin could sustain an ordinary family for several months. Perhaps my astonished expression was too evident, for the receptionist finally spoke. Her smile as precise as an AI's. "Sir, our hotel is located next to the Tiando Great Soul Arena, and we typically accommodate soul masters attending the arena. Hence the elevated prices." A thought struck me. This was indeed an opportunity. I immediately asked her, "So, if I participate in the arena and win, can I stay for free?" "Indeed, sir. As long as you secure a victory on the same day, you can enjoy our first-class suite free of charge." That made things much simpler. I couldn't help but smile, clutching my flower pot and rushing toward the adjacent arena. In pursuit of saving on lodging, I was about to engage in underground fighting. Upon entering the grand arena, I was greeted by a dazzling spectacle, blindingly bright. A uniformed lady approached me immediately, her attitude exceedingly respectful. "Hello, how may I assist you?" "I wish to participate in the arena," I replied. Upon hearing this, her demeanor became even more cordial, and she led me to the front desk to fill out a form. Name, age, martial soul, and soul power level. I completed it swiftly, but upon closer inspection, I noticed the registration fee was 10 gold soul coins. I was instantly petrified. I had only 1 gold soul coin and some change on me. This was utterly embarrassing. I couldn't even afford to register. The young lady, sharp-eyed, noticed my soul power level was at the 24th rank, glanced at my youthful face, and likely mistook me for a talented soul master out training. She immediately smiled and said, "Soul master, you can actually pay the registration fee later. I will assist you with the paperwork first." Oh, I must tell you, that feeling was akin to receiving timely assistance. I quickly expressed my gratitude. "Thank you so much." She efficiently processed my registration and produced an Iron Soul badge, asking, "Shall I engrave your true name on the badge?" In a moment of whimsical inspiration, I blurted out, "Call me One Punch Man. That is my title." "Very well." She showed no hesitation and promptly engraved it onto the badge. As I stepped inside, I heard a faint clink behind me. She had indeed taken 10 gold soul coins from her pocket and placed them at the cashier's desk. Hey, this lady was amusing. She effectively provided me with angel investment. She quickly followed me, and the arena was abuzz with excitement, cheers and shouts resonating throughout. She approached me and said, "Your opponent has already been matched. It should be your turn soon." I nodded and asked for her name and why she was helping me. The young lady introduced herself as Yin Hong, smiling as she said, "I see you are so young and already a grand soul master with a bright future ahead. I wish to make a good impression on you. Once you become a copper soul master, you can choose me as your exclusive attendant." Oh, so she was involved in venture capital, not some underhanded scheme. Now I felt at ease. Before long, the matches were announced, and a host in a tailcoat leapt onto the stage, his voice booming with enthusiasm. "Next up, we will commence the next battle. Introducing a contestant who has won 4 consecutive matches, the Blood Tiger, and his opponent, the newly participating One Punch Man. His martial soul is his own right hand. Will he be able to shatter the Blood Tiger's winning streak? Let's await the outcome." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into a thunderous chant of "Blood Tiger. Blood Tiger." There were a few sparse calls for my name, but they were likely just for show. Yin Hong beside me was nervously sweating, while I brimmed with confidence. Fighting at the same level, I was invincible. I turned to her and declared, "Since you've backed me, you must have faith in me. Now, let us win back your 10 gold soul coins. Bet everything you have on my victory. This is a golden opportunity." As I spoke, I placed my flower pot and the last gold soul coin from my pocket in her hands. "Take care of Ain and help me place the bet." With that, I strode confidently toward the arena. Yin Hong gritted her teeth and committed her own money along with mine, betting it all on me. Upon stepping onto the stage, I noticed my opponent, the so-called Blood Tiger, who towered like a giant, his muscles larger than my head, glaring at me menacingly. The spectators, upon seeing my smaller stature, erupted in a chorus of boos. I am not angry. Instead, I smile and glance around, loudly inquiring, "Do you know what Ichuanchara means?" The arena falls silent for a brief moment before erupting into an even greater chorus of mockery. Blood Tiger roars at me, "Pretty boy, I will shatter you with a single punch." "Thank you." I respond gratefully. "Pretty boy, isn't that a compliment?" Begin. As soon as the referee's voice fades, Blood Tiger makes his move, but I have already vanished from my position. Bang! A dull thud resounds. He does not even have time to react before a sharp pain grips his abdomen, and he is sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against a pillar and losing consciousness on the spot. The arena is enveloped in a heavy silence. I slowly raise my head, meeting thousands of astonished gazes, and declare, "Ichuanchara is one who resolves his opponents with a single punch." Boom! After a fleeting silence, the entire battle arena erupts into a cacophony of cheers. "Ichuanchara! Ichuanchara!" The roars threatened to lift the roof off. I continued this triumphant streak for an entire week. I must tell you, it was exhilarating. From Iron Battle Spirit Master to Silver Battle Spirit Master, I achieved a remarkable 21 consecutive victories without a single defeat, all through one-punch KOs. I have become quite affluent, residing in a luxurious suite costing 50 gold soul coins per night, and regardless of the outcome, I earn a participation fee of 100 gold soul coins per match, with an additional 100 for each victory. Being a Battle Spirit Master is truly prestigious. Initially, I had intended to apply to Tiendo Royal Academy, but upon inquiry, I discovered that they had yet to begin their enrollment period and only accepted nobles. I contemplated seeking out Dugiyin to establish a connection, only to find that she was away competing with her team. Alas, I found myself unable to pursue that avenue. So I continued to serve as a money-making machine in the battle arena, earning from my companion Ain. One day, while in my exclusive box, I was feeding Ain a herbal tonic, eagerly watching 2 female battle spirit masters duel below. Yin Hong, now my dedicated attendant, stood beside me and softly said, "Mr. Cao, you have a match on the central stage shortly." I understood immediately. A notable figure must be attending today. Indeed, and your opponent is one they brought along? Reputed to be exceptionally strong. I chuckled. How strong? A Soul King? Please, my standards have risen. Even a Soul Zone is hardly a challenge for me. I could trade blows with a Soul King. Yin Hong laughed at my jest. That is impossible. The battle arena would not permit it. He, like you, is a second ring. At most a 30 level who has yet to acquire a third soul ring. And there is no issue. I smiled lightly. To me, there is no distinction. Soon, I was escorted to the resting area of the central stage. On the opposite side, in an extravagant box, a golden-haired youth rested his chin in his hands. Gazing down at the arena, he was Qianruan, now known as the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. An elderly man beside him was fawningly boasting, "Your Highness, this young man I brought to buy home defeated a Soul Zuan at the 29th level. He will undoubtedly impress you today." Xue Qinghe merely smiled faintly. The host soon commenced his fervent speech. In one corner, we have the formidable Yichuan Chaoran with 21 consecutive victories. In the other corner, hailing from Suatoa City, the Silver Battle Spirit Master, to buy home. Will Yichuan Chaoran once again assert dominance with a single punch, or will we witness an unprecedented soul skill? As I entered the arena, a wave of ecstatic cheers erupted once more. The youth named to buy home, with his shock of white hair, appeared to be a man in his 20s or 30s, though the records indicated he was merely 14 years old. He formally announced, "I am to buy home. My martial spirit is the top-tier beast martial spirit, the white armored earth dragon, a 30-level assault system grandmaster." With a smile, I replied, "Yichuan Chaoran, martial spirit right hand, 24-level assault system grandmaster." I couldn't even be bothered to share my true name, which visibly irked him. As the referee called begin, Tabai Hong instantly activated his martial spirit, summoning 2 defensive soul skills that enveloped him like an iron barrel. Clearly, he had studied my recordings, fearing an instant defeat. He assumed a combat stance, only to realize I remained utterly still, observing him with keen interest. I needed to gauge the appropriate force. If I killed him, it would be troublesome, yet if I failed to send him flying, it would tarnish my reputation. Unbeknownst to him, he mistook my curiosity for ridicule and charged at me in a fit of rage. He spun through the air at high speed, resembling a power drill. His ferocious beast-like claws aimed directly at my face. Indeed, quite impressive, I thought to myself, and then I focused my soul power into my eyes, activating bullet time. In the slow-motion trajectory of his attack, I pinpointed the weakest point in his defense, igniting my right fist with flames and meeting his assault head-on. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive sounds erupted. My fiery fist shattered his claws, broke through his rotating armor, and landed solidly against his chest. He flew off the stage like a kite with its string cut, crashing into a distant pillar and losing consciousness. Truly formidable, yet ultimately just that. I extinguished the flames enveloping my fist. The arena fell silent before erupting into a fervent uproar of cheers. The commentator, in a frenzy, shouted, "We have witnessed Yichuan Chaoran's soul skill. His fist can ignite with flames. Is this the Flame Fist? Flame Fist! Flame Fist!" The audience echoed in unison. I descended from the stage amidst the thunderous applause, returning to my box. Meanwhile, the elderly man in the prince's box was nearly petrified, stumbling over his words. However, Xue Qinghe interrupted him, gently stating, "Enough, while Tabai Hong is strong, Yichuan Chaoran is even more formidable. Come, let us go meet him." Once I returned to my box, I was about to tell Yin Hong, "No more fights today. My friend has become wealthy. You shall be my guide for a delightful outing," when a series of knocks sounded at the door. Yin Hong opened it, and the next moment, she gasped, "Your Highness." "The Crown Prince? Qianruan? What did you want with me?" As I pondered this, the door swung open, and Qianruan walked in. Inwardly marveling at her disguise skills. She even had an Adam's apple, perfectly embodying the essence of a gender transformation. The elderly man beside her, seeing my gaze, immediately reprimanded. "Impudent." Yet, Qianruan raised a hand to stop him, caressing her face, and asked with a smile, Hee hee, is there something on my face that warrants such scrutiny? Her question left me momentarily flustered, and I chuckled awkwardly. Nothing. I simply found the crown prince somewhat familiar, as though we were old acquaintances. Oh, is that so? Her eyes sparkled as she followed my lead. She inquired about my mentorship, and I replied that I came from a humble background, freshly graduated from a junior academy and at a loss for where to go next. Her interest piqued at the mention of a talented wild card. This was the perfect opportunity to recruit me. She swiftly asked which academy I desired to join, and I feigned reluctance, stating that the Tiando Royal Academy's entrance requirements were too high, only accepting nobles. She promptly assured me, in that case, I can assist you. I can facilitate your entry into the academy, and once you reach level 30, I will grant you a noble title. Thank you, Your Highness. I felt elated inside, quickly expressing my gratitude. Thus, it was settled. I would enroll that very afternoon. I instructed Yin Hong to escort Aend back to the hotel suite while I set off with Qianruan and the elderly man. In the city, she adhered to decorum, opting to walk. Upon exiting the city, a lavish carriage awaited us, extravagant beyond belief. She even invited me to share her compartment, leaving the elderly man to sit beside the coachman. As the carriage began to move, I leaned against the window, admiring the scenery, when Qianruan suddenly spoke. Her voice laced with curiosity. Cao Xiong, regarding what you mentioned about the Martial Soul Palace establishing an empire in a few years, could you elaborate? I replied, this matter is quite simple. The Martial Soul Palace is exceptionally powerful. Do your kin not understand? 70% of the soul masters on the continent belong to them. In the eyes of the common folk, Tiando and Xingluo cannot compare to the allure of the Martial Soul Palace. The influence has permeated even into our secluded little village, which clearly indicates that something is afoot. Particularly with the newly appointed Pope Bibidong, I have heard whispers of her grand ambitions, and her actions are nothing short of frequent. At that moment, I analyzed the situation with His Highness the Crown Prince, saying, do you believe that their next move will undoubtedly involve infiltrating the upper echelons of the two great empires with undercover agents? On the side of Xinghua, it resembles the cultivation of a poisonous insect, where infiltration is difficult. However, our Tiando Empire, well, is likely already riddled with spies. As soon as I uttered these words, I noticed the Crown Prince's expression darkening. She handed me a command token, her words faltering. Brother Chow, I have urgent matters and must return to the city. Take this token and report to the academy yourself. I will find you later. With that, her carriage turned around and sped away, leaving me standing there with a head full of questions. What's going on? Well, I suppose I must proceed on my own. Clutching the token, I trudged for over 2 hours until I finally reached the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy. To my surprise, who did I see? That unfortunate fellow, Prince Xuebeng, the same prince I encountered in Tiando City. He stood at the entrance with an expression of superiority, and upon seeing me approach, his infuriating grin reappeared. Hey, who are you? Do you not know that the Tiando Royal Academy prohibits entry for the uninvited? You look so shabby. You hardly resemble one of our students. I frowned slightly. Having no desire to engage with such a person, I simply walked past him. Yet he was displeased and grabbed my arm. Hey, do you not understand basic manners? Did you not hear me speaking to you? With a swift motion, I shook him off, causing him to stumble, nearly falling flat on his face. He regained his balance, hands on his hips, his face nearly pressed against mine. Hey, you recognize me? Then how dare you ignore me? Speak, what are you here for? You're not here to register, are you? In that moment, a realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. This fool is attempting to provoke me. He deliberately seeks to anger me into a fight. The moment I lay a hand on him, my admission would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Coupled with the fact that the Crown Prince had been summoned by Prince Xuesheng, it struck me. This was a carefully laid trap, set specifically for me. It seems that there truly is a traitor beside the Crown Prince, and the news travels far too swiftly. Realizing this, I could not help but smile, brandishing the command token in my hand with a sarcastic tone. Oh, is that not the illustrious Prince Xuebeng? Who wouldn't recognize you? I am indeed here to report. Do you have any business? This time, he was the one who grew anxious, seeing that I would not take the bait. He reached out to snatch the token from me. With his speed, I did not even need to activate my agility. I simply sidestepped to avoid him. What is Prince Xuebeng trying to accomplish? If he wishes to see the token, he could simply ask. I am not denying him that. I smiled with an even more irritating demeanor than his. He was infuriated, his teeth grinding, and it seemed he was prepared to resort to violence. Just then, a voice rang out, "Stop! What are you two doing?" I turned around, barely registering the person before a familiar voice called out, "Ah Cohen, what are you doing here?" As I focused my gaze, I realized it was none other than Teacher Qin Ming returning with the Tindo Royal Battle Team. How fortuitous! The girl, Yin, darted to my side like a little rabbit, her face filled with concern. "Ah Cohen, when did you arrive?" Yu Qianheng observed from the side, his expression complex beyond words. Prince Xuebeng, seeing his ally arrive, immediately pointed at me, complaining, "Teacher Qin Ming, this person is acting suspiciously." Yin erupted in response. "You are the one acting suspiciously. Her grandfather is a poisoned Douluo. She fears no one." I quickly offered my explanation, and upon hearing it, Teacher Qin Ming's expression turned stern as he glared at Prince Xuebeng, who appeared utterly embarrassed. Yin huffed, taking my hand and leading me into the academy. "Come on, Ah Cohen, sister will take you to register." Teacher Qin Ming followed suit, expressing his intent to accompany us. Thus, we marched toward the principal's office. Principal Meng Xinji happened to be present and inquired about a few details. He seemed satisfied with my age and rank, until he posed the final question, "What is your noble title?" I produced the Crown Prince's command token, stating that I currently held no title and would need to wait until reaching level 30. Principal Meng Xinji was willing to accept the Crown Prince's endorsement, only for the previously silent Prince Xuebeng to interject, repeating like a parrot that the rules could not be waived and that one must be of noble birth to enroll. A sharp crack. Yin could no longer contain herself and delivered a slap directly to Prince Xuebeng's face. In my heart, I felt immense respect. Having a title Douluo for a grandfather is truly impressive. Yin pointed at Prince Xuebeng, scolding, "What are you barking about? If the Crown Princess token is not valid, then my grandfather Douluo's recommendation should suffice." However, Prince Xuebeng stubbornly clutched his face, persisting with his claims about the rules, even invoking his uncle, Prince Xuesheng, to pressure the principal. Observing the situation, I realized that entering the academy today would be impossible. I held back Yin, who was ready to strike again, and suggested we let it go. Meanwhile, Prince Xuebeng shot me a disdainful look, his arrogance unabated. Yin, now fully furious, summoned her martial spirit, and a dark green serpent tail whipped out, sending Prince Xuebeng crashing into a pillar with a sound that echoed painfully. Inside, I couldn't help but chuckle. This fool, in trying to impede me, had offended me, Yin, and Teacher Qin Ming all at once. What a costly mistake. Exiting the principal's office, Yin appeared anxious, asking where I would go next. I replied that I had been at the Great Soul Arena, boasting a winning streak of 22 matches. Upon hearing this, Teacher Qin Ming was left speechless, exclaiming that the academy had let a monster slip through their fingers. He even recommended I attend Shrek Academy, but I declined, stating it was too far. At that moment, Yu Qianheng, who had remained silent, spoke up. He mentioned that his aunt was the principal of Lamba Academy, located in Tindo City, which specializes in accepting commoners, and he could recommend me. However, he proposed a condition. His gaze was fierce, as if it could ignite flames. "You must face me in a duel. Regardless of the outcome, I will recommend you." This is not only a repayment for saving my life, but also a matter of our personal grievances. Family matters, who understands? This is nothing but a classic case of a defeated dog barking. Observing Yin still holding onto my arm, it was clear he was not pleased. Yin seemed to want to speak, but I silenced her with a look and simply replied with 2 words, "Agreed." On our way to the duel arena, Yin whispered in my ear, "Why did you agree?" He is a soul master at level 35, with a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. Feeling the warmth of her breath, I teased her, "Isn't it all for you, sister?" Her face flushed instantly, though her words remained proud. I boldly entwined our fingers, telling her, "I do not regard you as just an ordinary friend." She huffed, but did not resist. Instead, she leaned closer, whispering, "Then be careful, little brother." If you win, there will be a reward. Upon reaching the arena, Yu Qianheng's eyes widened in surprise at our interlocked fingers. Teacher Qin Ming called for the duel to commence, and in an instant, Yu Qianheng erupted. Thunder rumbled as his arm transformed. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, illuminated around him, and he charged at me like a bolt of lightning, his aura indeed formidable. Yet he was swift, but I was swifter. As I watched him rush toward me, I couldn't help but laugh. With my hands outstretched, I let out a beastly roar. The next moment, I vanished, only to reappear as a towering fire ape king, over 3 meters tall. This display left those nearby utterly dumbfounded. Yu Qianheng was momentarily stunned, but with his arrow drawn, he pressed onward, determined to attack. As I transformed into the fiery Huiyuan Wang, flames blazed around me, with my right arm encased in a fist of fire. Suddenly, a crackle of electricity flashed, followed by a resounding boom. As the smoke cleared, one lay on the ground while the other stood. Yu Qianheng, supported by Qin Ming, looked at me with a face full of disappointment and uttered, "I am convinced." I reverted to my original form, shook my slightly numb right hand, and smiled. "You weren't too shabby yourself." Dugian hurried over, nervously touching my hand at Khan. "Are you all right? That must hurt." Suddenly, she activated her martial spirit and bit down on my neck. What the heck? I was taken aback, and the sharp pain in my arm vanished instantly. Noticing my astonished expression, she seemed quite pleased with herself. Impressive, right? This is the sole skill of an elder sister. We'll have to find Ling Ling later for a thorough healing. Regaining my composure, I curiously inquired, "Is this how you usually boost people's morale?" She laughed heartily, "Huh? Is my little brother feeling jealous? I can do it with my hands too. That was just a reward for your victory." "Reward my foot." I told her. "You say no, but your actions speak otherwise." When I finally escorted her back to the dormitory, she tried to sneak away, but I swiftly pulled her back and kissed her. This reward was far sweeter when claimed personally. The next day, Yu Qianheng's face wore a look of utter despair, as though someone had owed him 8 million, complete with dark circles under his eyes as he led me to Lamba Academy. The atmosphere was so awkward it could be cut with a knife. Dugu Yin had intended to join us, but I persuaded her to take a break, saying, "Sister, we can't flaunt our affection in front of the main character. It's not how one plays the game of hearts. We must leave our brothers some dignity." Before long, we arrived at the academy, which was resplendent with golden grandeur, clearly a significant investment. Yu Qianheng guided me straight to the office of his aunt, Lu Erlong. I wondered to myself, wasn't this legendary tyrant dragon, Dean, always sulking alone in the back mountains? Why was she in the office today? Yu Qianheng explained that aside from special circumstances, his aunt was usually here. Indeed, otherwise the academy would have closed long ago. As the door swung open, I was greeted by a stunning woman in her 30s. Her figure and beauty were simply breathtaking, as ripe as a peach. When she saw Yu Qianheng, her tone was tolerable, but upon noticing me, her brows furrowed immediately. "Aunt Erlong, I brought my friend to register," Yu Qianheng quickly stated. Lu Erlong crossed her legs, her long limbs making my head spin, while her words were as sharp as icicles. "I do not accept nobles here." Great. She thought I was just another worthless kid trying to take shortcuts. I thought to myself, "Sister, you have quite the judgment, but I am no worthless fool." Yu Tianheng hastily clarified, "Aunt, you're mistaken. Brother Chow is not a noble. He even saved my life." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's expression softened slightly as she finally took a proper look at me. "Oh, what is your strength like?" Opportunity knocked. I cleared my throat and, with an air of nonchalance, slowly stated, "It's nothing much, just 22 consecutive wins at the Tiando Great Spirit Arena. Let me tell you, the essence of showing off lies in such understated revelations. That subtle hint of superiority is the most refined form of boasting. 22 consecutive wins." Lu Erlong sat up straight. "What level are you?" 24. I maintained my aloof demeanor. The next moment, she instantaneously appeared before me, grabbing my wrist, startling me. I thought, is this girl for real? Can't even let me show off? Then she said, "Hold still. I need to check your bone age." "Oh, so we're checking the household registration now? Why didn't you say so?" After a thorough examination, her eyes sparkled, 11 years old, level 24. And you've achieved 22 consecutive wins. Kid, your strength is nearly on par with a soul sovereign. Tianheng, you brought me a treasure. She began enthusiastically planning for the future, suggesting we could reach the top 4 in competitions a few years down the line. I couldn't help but interject, actually, I believe my current strength surpasses that of a soul zone. Does anyone understand? In this day and age, pretending to be weak is no longer in vogue. For someone like me, lacking a background, it's crucial to flaunt my strength. Otherwise, who would take me seriously? Lu Erlong chuckled. Hey, confidence is good, but don't be arrogant. Meanwhile, the honest Yu Qianheng chimed in to support me. Aunt Brother Chow isn't lying. I fought him yesterday, and I lost. Lu Erlong was genuinely surprised, sitting back down with keen interest. So, how strong do you think you are now? I'm not sure. I replied honestly, in the spirit arena. It's just one punch per opponent. They even nicknamed me One Punch Man. I said this with a sense of pride, puffing out my chest. Lu Erlong burst into laughter, her mirth creating ripples of amusement. My face flushed red. It was strange. I had never found that nickname embarrassing before, but today was different. After a few chuckles, perhaps realizing she had lost her composure, she cleared her throat and said, Well, it's hard to gauge your strength this way. It might be difficult to teach you. How about we spar? I was taken aback. Sister, you, a soul sage, want to spar with me, a mere great soul master? Is this a new form of bullying? Noticing my change in expression, she quickly added, Don't worry. I'll suppress my strength. All right then. I was instantly invigorated. I too wanted to test my true combat abilities. However, as Yu Qianheng seemed to think the matter was settled, he prepared to leave. Before departing, he leaned in close and sighed, Take good care of Yanzi. With that, he left. Good heavens! Could his whisper go undetected by a soul sage's ears? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's smile vanished, and she swiftly delivered a slap to the back of my head. Kid, what is going on? Rubbing my head, I replied nonchalantly, In such matters, one does not flee. What is the point? I didn't realize my words struck a nerve, as she suddenly fell silent, then retaliated with another slap. Hey, would I allow you a second hit? I crouched to evade. Yet, her slap echoed loudly, slamming the office door shut with a bang. Now, I had truly provoked her. The tyrant dragon had turned into a raging dragon. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Let us go test your strength. With that, she stormed out. I hurriedly followed her to an outdoor arena. Upon seeing the crowd gathered, I quietly said, Dean Erlong, is there an indoor venue? My soul skill involves transformation, and it might get awkward without clothes in front of so many people. She chuckled lightly. What do I care? It's just a little kid. Inside, I scoffed, little kid. Wait until you witness what true strength looks like. She led me to a massive indoor arena, its opulence unmistakably reflecting her style. Upon entering, she cracked her knuckles, and I quickly said, Dean, we're just here to test strength. Please don't eliminate me in one go. Understood. I, the esteemed Dean. Wouldn't he stoop to squabbling with a little kid? She retorted, though her eyes were fixated on me with predatory intent. I wasted no time. Flames ignited around my fists as I charged forward. To my surprise, she seemed unperturbed by the heat, gripping my fiery fists with both hands, teasing, playing with fire in front of me? As I struggled against her strength, I retorted, Dean, your self-proclaimed title hardly reflects a lady. With that, I unleashed a barrage of water arrows from behind me. She was forced to retreat as the arrows struck the ground with explosive force, creating numerous craters. Her eyes lit up. Impressive, kid. I then transformed into an octopus, employing the grappling techniques I had honed for years to engage her in close combat. Let me tell you, the scene was chaotic, clinging to her, choking her, using every maneuver I had. She was exasperated, but every time she attempted to seize me, I repelled her with water arrows. After a while, she finally snapped, Are you done playing? Now it's my turn. As her voice faded, she transformed into a blazing fireball, charging towards me with a fiery fist aimed directly at my face. The ferocity of her assault was enough to reduce me to ashes. In that fleeting moment, my instincts kicked in, and I thought, there's no escaping this. As the world around me seemed to slow, I unleashed my soul skill, morphing into a colossal jellyfish. Her punch met the jellyfish's form, soft and yielding, passing through effortlessly. Seizing the split second of her bewilderment, I reverted to my human form, grasped her arm, and with a swift motion, clamped my legs around her torso, leveraging my strength to execute a flawless shoulder throw, sending her crashing down without a moment's notice. Quickly, I mounted her, one hand locking her throat while the other pinned her arm, effectively keeping her subdued beneath me. Can anyone comprehend this? Here I was, a mere level 24 Kalami, managing to pin down a soul sage. Unable to contain my laughter, I leaned closer to her ear and asked, Director Jia, does this mean I have one? She glared at me, her face flushed with indignation, and with a cold huff, unleashed a terrifying force that sent me flying. Rising to her feet, she gritted her teeth and remarked, So, this is the soul skill that alters your form? Quite impressive, I must admit. I rather like it. Though she spoke fondly, her expression clearly suggested she wished to tear me apart. As she clenched her fist, preparing to retaliate, her attention suddenly shifted, and she barked, Pull your pants up. Glancing down, I realized that in the haste of my transformation, I had only half donned my shorts. I hastily adjusted them, my survival instincts kicking in as I pleaded, Director, isn't the strength test nearly over? Not a chance. She cackled as she charged at me once more. Knowing I could not evade her onslaught, I transformed into the Fire Ape King, bracing myself for the impact. As her fist collided with my chest muscles, pain shot through me, causing me to grimace, yet I stubbornly declared, Director Jia, now you've witnessed my power, shall we call it a day? Nobody has ever dared to pin me down like this. This is merely a spar. How could you, the esteemed director, hold a grudge against a mere child? I will hold a grudge. What followed was a one-sided beating, and only when she had her fill did she help me to my feet. I promptly feigned a state of half-consciousness, leaning against her comfortably. You little rascal, where do you think you're leaning? She yelled, yet she still guided me to a nearby pool. Without a word, I transformed back into a jellyfish and dove into the water, emerging healed of all my injuries. Though drained of soul power, pull up your pants. Her voice rang out, filled with embarrassment and anger. Looking up, I noticed her cheeks tinged with a slight blush, and upon glancing down, I was taken aback by the size of my shorts. Hastily, I jumped back into the water to retrieve them. Once I had dressed, she finally spoke, Your strength is comparable to those soul kings in the academy. From now on, I shall personally train you. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but beam with joy and flatter her. What a privilege, Sister Lu Erlong. This casual address seemed to bridge the gap between us. She led me to my dormitory, and just as we reached the door, uproarious laughter erupted from the next room. Brothers, have you seen the Master's latest theory on how a soul master's physical conditioning affects the absorption of soul rings? It's laughable. Everyone knows this. Of course, you know how the Master is. I stood there dumbfounded, realizing that Yu Shaojiang had actually published the ramblings I had carelessly shared that day. He was indeed a walking academic tailor. Lu Erlong's expression darkened instantly, and without a word, she kicked open the door to their room, shouting, What are you all making noise about? If you continue discussing matters unrelated to cultivation, get out of the academy. The students inside froze like quail. Lu Erlong snatched the papers from their hands and stormed off without a backward glance. Just then, a towering figure descended from the upper floor, eyeing me curiously. New here? I'm Tai Long, the top dog of this academy. What did you do to make the director so furious? Ismailed em Seoukun. Tai Long scrutinized me from head to toe. Since you're new, you must understand the rules. I'm strongest here. Oh, I raise an eyebrow. The strongest is the leader, but I believe I'm stronger than you. Tai Long bristled at my words. You're quite bold. I'm level 34. What level are you? What does my level matter? Let us have a little contest of strength. I extended my hand, suggesting we shake hands as a test of power. Are you afraid? Tai Long didn't hesitate, grasping my hand with the intent to assert his dominance. Yet, to his surprise, his grip only tightened, his face reddening, while I remained utterly unfazed, even stifling a laugh. I raised an eyebrow. Is that all you've got? With a slight exertion, I heard a sharp gasp as Tai Long's complexion drained of color, as if he had seen a ghost, and he swiftly withdrew his hand. Are you convinced yet? I grinned at him. Not at all. Let us arm wrestle. Tai Long was clearly eager to prove himself. Fine, let us compete. That night was extraordinary, as we challenged each other from arm wrestling to squats and even weight running, exhausting every possible contest until the early hours of the morning. Finally, he collapsed on the ground, looking at me as if I were some prehistoric beast, gasping, "Brother, what level are you, really?" With an air of nonchalance, I replied, "Level 24, born with divine strength." He was momentarily speechless, springing to his feet. "You're only 24? I ignored his stunned expression, chuckling, "You should call me boss now." After a moment of hesitation, he muttered boss in a tone barely above a whisper, then found an excuse to leave. I understood that having to address someone much younger than him as boss was a blow to his pride. The following day, I made my way to the Tiendo Great Spirit Arena. What was my purpose? To bring my precious Ain home. I took the opportunity to inform my dedicated attendant, Miss Yin Hong, that I might not be around often anymore, as my financial situation was stable after entering the Lamba Academy. Of course, I had my own schemes brewing in my mind. My next objective was to devise a plan to have Douluo Yin introduce me to her grandfather, Douluo. If I could showcase my prowess before that old poison master and earn his approval as his grandson-in-law, wouldn't it be a natural progression to the Eye of Ice and Fire? At that point, I would possess the celestial herb, and Ain would ascend, achieving perfection. Yet, I pondered, what if Ain, upon regaining her human form, still held feelings for that scoundrel Tang Hao? Would I merely become a pawn, aiding someone else in their romantic endeavors? No, I needed to instill a strong moral foundation in her before she regained her memories, ensuring Tang Hao's reputation was thoroughly tarnished. Cradling the flower pot, I was deep in thought about how to discredit Tang Hao when I noticed a magnificent castle-like structure in the distance, adorned with the words Yuxian. I recall that this was the prestigious etiquette academy run by Tang Hao's sister, Tang Yuehua. It was said that Tang Xin had once found solace here. Without hesitation, I decided to investigate this legendary place for myself. Approaching the entrance, I was stopped by the security guard who said, "Sir, please present your invitation." Caught off guard, I quickly devised a plan. I pulled out my Silver Spirit Master badge and waved it in front of him, stating, "I'm a Silver Spirit Master from the Great Spirit Arena. I rushed here today and forgot my invitation. Would you kindly allow me entry?" To my surprise, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing the badge. He bowed deeply, saying, "Please come in." This badge proved far more effective than any VIP card. Upon entering, I was dazzled by the opulence surrounding me. The receptionist led me to a concert hall where I found a seat. Just as I settled in, a glamorous lady approached me. Her cheap house slit so high it nearly reached her armpit. The overpowering scent of her perfume left me slightly dazed as she leaned in closer. I could no longer hold myself together and quickly sought an excuse to visit the restroom, slipping away as if my feet were greased. Once inside, I merely intended to evade others, washing my hands to buy myself some time. At that moment, I noticed a young girl clad in maid attire, hurrying past the corridor in a state of panic. I found it peculiar. Aren't the individuals in the Yuxian known for their elegance and composure? This girl looked as if she had seen a ghost. However, I tend to adopt an attitude of indifference when it comes to others' affairs, so I decided to refrain from getting involved. When I meandered back to the concert hall, I discovered that the noblewoman had shifted her attention elsewhere, which brought me a sense of relief. Before long, the lights dimmed, and a beautiful woman in a silver palace gown ascended the stage. My goodness, it was Tang Yuehua. I must tell you, her aura was simply captivating. Although I couldn't comprehend the tinkling music being played, I certainly recognized refined beauty when I saw it. This woman was undoubtedly extraordinary. As the performance concluded, a gentle halo emanated from her, revealing her noble domain, which enveloped me in a cleansing sensation, erasing the chaotic thoughts swirling in my mind. Even more astonishingly, my soul power inexplicably surged to level 25. Where could I possibly voice my disbelief? After the performance, Tang Yuehua announced her intention to attend the ballroom in the main hall. I, however, had no inclination to participate in such festivities. Having seen her, I felt content and was ready to slip away. Just as I reached the entrance, she called out to me, "Dear guest, do you not intend to join the ballroom?" Her gaze was fixated on the blue-silver grass in my arms. Alarm bells rang in my head. Could she recognize it as Ain? This was a soul beast of 10,000 years. I feigned calmness and concocted an excuse, claiming I had urgent matters to attend to. Fortunately, she merely mentioned that the grass reminded her of her brother Tang Hao and did not inquire further, allowing me to depart. As I stepped out of the Yuxian, I felt a chill run down my spine. I was drenched in sweat from the fright. Unbeknownst to me, trouble was far from over. Just as I exited, I unexpectedly ran into a familiar face. Chao Xiong, what brings you here? Turning around, I was taken aback to see the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, also known as Qianren Xue. She retained her graceful demeanor, and after exchanging pleasantries, she even apologized regarding matters concerning the Tiando Royal Academy. I returned her token, but she insisted I keep it, suggesting I could visit the Crown Prince's residence if I needed anything in the future. I was acutely aware that she didn't regard me with much importance, likely viewing me merely as a talented little soul master. No matter, once I fully developed, she would certainly be astonished. After parting ways with her, I returned to the Lan Ba Academy, cradling the flower pot. Upon reaching my dormitory and settling in, I contemplated how to win over Lu Erlong. However, hunger struck, prompting me to visit the cafeteria. Just as I was halfway through my meal, a classmate rushed over in a flurry. Boss, Tai Long's father has arrived. He insists on meeting you after hearing that you defeated Tai Long in strength. My immediate reaction was to think, wow, calling the parents, are we? This little brother is quite something. However, my classmate quickly clarified that Tai Long could not stop him. It was his father who was adamant about coming. No sooner had he finished speaking than two burly men burst through the cafeteria doors, the leading man bellowing like a thunderclap. Who says I am unreasonable? I am merely curious which great soul master can overpower our Li Ji clan's soul master in strength. It was none other than Tai Long's father. Tai knew all, a muscular brute resembling an iron boulder. He wasn't there to cause trouble. He was simply curious, bombarding me with questions. I had no choice but to regurgitate the tale of my innate strength and my martial soul. Upon hearing this, he relaxed, realizing my martial soul was special and not a new power sect encroaching upon their territory, and he left with a favorable impression of me. Tai Long kept apologizing, claiming his father was quite embarrassing. I waved it off, assuring him it was quite all right. This could facilitate future relations with the Li Ji clan. After sending off the duo of iron-headed father and son, I walked back to the dormitory with Tai Long and a few newly acquainted friends, engaging in light-hearted banter. As we reached the ground floor, I spotted a familiar figure sitting by the flower bed. Duguyen. I hurriedly instructed Tai Long and the others to head upstairs while they playfully teased, calling out greetings to my sister-in-law. I swiftly approached Duguyen, and upon seeing me, she stood up. Initially filled with joy, I blurted out, "Why didn't you rest a few more days? Why are you here so soon?" Her expression fell, and I realized I had misspoken. I quickly took her hand, attempting to soothe her, and after some coaxing, I managed to lift her spirits. We then strolled around the academy, and the feeling was reminiscent of a young couple in college from a previous life. Previously, I had only observed others flaunting their affection. Now, it was my turn to spread the love, and it felt delightful. As we were engrossed in each other's company, I noticed her nails were green. When I inquired, she shyly admitted she dyed them herself. I then asked about her eyes, to which she replied they were natural. My heart sank. I needed to find a way to meet Douluo soon, as the toxin issue could not be delayed any further. With this thought in mind, I suddenly embraced her waist and leaned in to kiss her. However, at that moment, Duguyen stiffened in my arms, tightly clutching me, her jaw clenched, cold sweat beading on her forehead, and her expression contorted in agony. I was taken aback. Was the poison acting up? What was happening? This plot was developing too swiftly. Yen, what's wrong? I shouted in panic. She curled up in my embrace, weakly murmuring, "Akoin, my head hurts." Without a second thought, I swept her up in my arms and dashed towards the infirmary we had just passed. Bursting into the room, I called out to the attending teacher, "Sir, quickly. My girlfriend suddenly has a severe headache." An elderly soul master approached, glancing at her, and without hesitation, activated his martial soul, conjuring a small white mushroom that he handed to me, instructing, "Give this to her. It will alleviate the pain." I hastily fed the mushroom to Douluo. Shortly after swallowing it, the agony on her face faded, and she slipped into a deep slumber. The elderly master then began to examine her closely. Guess what? After a thorough examination, he frowned as if trying to crush a fly and finally informed me. There are no external injuries. She has been poisoned. Furthermore, this toxin isn't immediately lethal. It will gradually intensify, akin to nurturing a poisonous insect, until she can no longer endure it. Goodness, after such an extensive examination, he couldn't even identify the poison and advised I wait for her to awaken before questioning her further. I stood by, my mind racing. Suddenly, it dawned on me. When I first encountered Douluo, her eyes weren't this green. The color intensified only after absorbing that poisonous snake's soul ring. What does this indicate? It suggests that her grandfather, Douluo, was well aware that thereby Lin's snake martial soul harbored a hidden danger of self-inflicted toxicity. Hence, he had given her 2 supportive soul rings to mitigate the toxicity's escalation. Yet, Douluo, in her stubbornness, insisted on absorbing the highly toxic soul ring, resulting in a significant surge in toxicity that accelerated the onset of her symptoms. Having pieced together the puzzle, I remained by her side. Night fell, and the teacher in the infirmary employed a healing skill focused on companionship, yet Douluo remained unresponsive. I pondered that lingering there was not a solution. After bidding the teacher farewell, I took her back to my room. Holding her hand, I contemplated the urgency of the situation. Once she regained consciousness, we would need to venture into the sunset forest to seek her grandfather, Douluo. That old man was surely hiding in the eye of ice and fire to suppress the toxicity. However, that place was no leisurely destination. The core area was teeming with ancient soul beasts, posing a significant challenge to traverse. As I was deep in thought, I felt Douluo stir slightly in my arms. Her fingers twitching, I leaned closer, calling her name, and she groggily opened her eyes. Upon recognizing me, her first words were, "Akoin, what just happened?" I only recall our innocent conversations, where I became shy mid-sentence. Who among the family understands this contrast? It was utterly adorable. I held her and briefly recounted what had transpired, informing her that she had been poisoned. Her expression turned to one of disbelief. Impossible. I'm the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. How could I possibly be poisoned? I shook my head and bluntly stated, the issue lies within your martial soul. You believe it to be a divine boon, but in truth, it is a death warrant. Your Bai Lin Shi martial soul is indeed powerful, yet the toxins will backfire on you. Your grandfather provided you with auxiliary spirit rings to suppress it, but you absorbed the soul ring of a highly toxic serpent and have been practicing with poison beads daily. Isn't that a textbook example of self-destruction? This has accelerated the toxin's backlash, hence your sudden poisoning. Upon hearing my words, Douluo fell silent. After a considerable pause, she forced a bitter smile, tears streaming down her face as she began to sob. My words had made her realize how her father had passed away. Her grandfather had deceived her into believing he had died of illness. How could a formidable soul master simply succumb to disease? Now everything was clear. She wept in my arms, heartbroken. Akoin, what should I do? Am I also destined to die soon? My heart tightened. I quickly embraced her, offering comfort. It will be all right. I'm here for you. I have a plan. She lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears, gazing at me in disbelief. Really? Even my grandfather cannot handle this poison. I nodded with certainty. What you are experiencing is called an information gap. Do you understand? Your grandfather is undoubtedly hiding in a place known as the Bing Huoliang Yin to suppress the toxicity. While that location can mitigate poison, it is also infused with dual ice and fire toxins. Entering without sufficient strength would be akin to offering oneself as a sacrifice, which is why your father could not be saved back then. But that is not the crux of the matter. The key is that place harbors a miraculous herb known as Xian Chao. It is a treasure that can harness the essence of heaven and earth. And consuming it will not only resolve your toxic backlash, but also facilitate the evolution of your martial soul. Douluo's despair transformed into exhilaration. Really? Absolutely. I thought to myself, this knowledge was drawn from my notes on Douluo. It cannot be wrong. She then inquired why her grandfather was unaware of this. I could only half-heartedly deceive her. Such knowledge is recorded in ancient texts that have been lost to time. Currently, no more than 5 individuals in this world possess this knowledge. Therefore, you shall not perish. I still wish for you to bear my children. As I spoke, I lifted her and playfully pressed her down onto the bed. The following day, we set off towards the sunset forest. Throughout the journey, she blushed like a ripe peach. When I asked her what was on her mind, she playfully punched me, blaming me for everything. Goodness, did last night's encounter leave a lasting impression? After teasing her for a while, I shifted to the matter at hand. This sunset forest is home to 10,000-year-old soul beasts. How shall we enter to find your grandfather? Only then did she shake off my hand, retrieving a green pouch from her waist, from which she produced a small green serpent. This is a gift from my grandfather. If we release it into the forest, it will find him, and he will come to us shortly. Upon seeing it, I was astonished. Rui Bai Bao Nong? And in green? She explained with a smile that it was a soul-guided device capable of containing living beings, and her grandfather possessed a blue one as well. She tossed the small serpent into the forest, and as it touched the ground, it vanished in a flash. I handed her the blue silver emperor, Ain, from my backpack for safekeeping. When she asked what it was, I could only smile and say it was a treasure, for I could not reveal that it belonged to someone else. What would that make me in her eyes? Meanwhile, deep within the sunset forest, at the Binghuo Yang Yen, an elderly man with green hair sat cross-legged in meditation, drenched in sweat and wearing a grim expression. He was Douluo. Having just endured a poison outbreak, he was filled with despair when suddenly he sensed something. In an instant, he dashed out, seizing the small serpent, and hurried towards the forest's edge. The speed of a tidal Douluo is indeed remarkable, but he was unprepared for what awaited him. Upon arrival, he found his beloved granddaughter nearly kissing a wild lad. We were on the verge of recreating yesterday's romantic moment when a sudden cough interrupted us. I turned to see a tall, green-haired elder, his eyes as green as a traffic light, glaring intensely at me, his expression resembling that of someone who had just witnessed their prized cabbage patch being uprooted. Dugu Yin, upon seeing him, felt immensely awkward. "Grandfather, you arrived so quickly." Dugu Bo snorted dismissively, swiftly pulling Dugu Yin behind him, unleashing a tremendous pressure that bore down upon me like a mountain. The weight was suffocating, making my bones creak, compelling me to kneel. Fortunately, my physical constitution was robust, and my mental fortitude was strong. I managed to withstand it. Standing tall and taking a few steps forward, bowing respectfully, "Greetings, grandfather. I am Yin Zi's boyfriend. My name is Chao Cohen." A bold preemptive strike. Little did I know that this address rendered Dugu Bo speechless, likely pondering. I merely went into seclusion, and suddenly there's a son-in-law. He huffed, intensifying the pressure. Unable to bear it any longer, Dugu Yin tugged at his sleeve. Only then did Dugu Bo relent, releasing the pressure. I breathed a sigh of relief and called out, "Greetings, grandfather." His expression remained stiff, yet his tone softened. "You, young man, possess considerable strength. What is your rank?" Judging by my age, he probably assumed I must be at least a soul master. I replied with a slight smile, "I am currently at level 25. The old man's eyes conveyed disbelief, as if to say, "Is that all?" Just then, Dugu Yin interjected, "Akuin is still not yet 12 years old." I watched as the old man's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He exclaimed in surprise and turned to inquire what Dugu Yin sought him for. She recounted the events of her recent poisoning, causing Dugu Bo to erupt. What? So soon? Just as he prepared to disclose the secret of the martial soul's flaw. Dugu Yin interrupted, "Grandfather, I already know, and Akuin has a solution." Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo pivoted sharply, his aura radiating a terrifying intensity tenfold greater than before, locking onto me. I felt as if I'd stepped into the gates of the underworld. His voice turned icy as he asked, "Do you truly know the solution?" I steadied my heart and met his gaze. "Senior Dugu, how could I jest with Yin Zi's life?" Dugu Yin rushed to my side, grasping my hand and glaring at her grandfather. Dugu Bo finally softened his demeanor, managing a strained smile as he placed a hand on my shoulder. "Young man, if you truly resolve this flaw, I, Douluo, owe you a favor. I responded with a grin. From now on, we are family. No need to speak of favors. I laughed heartily. What assistance do you require? The old man's regard for me only grew warmer. I promptly shared the details regarding the Xian Chao, to which he stroked his beard, mentioning he had attempted to harvest herbs from there, only to find them either ineffective or exceedingly toxic. I explained with a smile. The harvesting and consumption of Xian Chao require precision. If the method is incorrect, even celestial herbs can become poison. I happen to know the way. With a flourish, he transformed into his martial soul, the Bai Lin Shi. Without hesitation, Douluo unleashed his power. A massive emerald serpent, stretching dozens of meters, materialized from thin air, exuding an aura of sheer magnificence. He instructed us to mount the serpent's back. It was exhilarating, akin to riding a roller coaster. With the speed of a tidal Dalu, we swiftly traversed through a toxic barrier, arriving at a secluded valley. Standing atop the serpent's head, I beheld the legendary Yin-Yang Spring, one side boiling hot and the other icy cold. Douluo guided us to his usual training ground, where a delicate pink flower, crystal clear and exuding a gentle fragrance, stood nearby. Yoshang Qilua Xinpin, the nemesis of all poisons. I recognized it instantly. I explained to them that while this herb could counteract toxins, it could not detoxify them. Yanzi appeared slightly disappointed, but I quickly reassured her that there were many treasures here. I instructed her to take out all the various gold, jade, and iron tools we had acquired along the way, and then I entered a mode of listing our inventory. With a golden shovel in hand, I dug up an 8-petal immortal orchid while proclaiming, "This is the 8-petal immortal orchid, a celestial treasure. Consuming it will enable even the most talentless individuals to become titled Dalu by the age of 30. Douluo was utterly astonished, his jaw dropping as if it could accommodate an egg. I chuckled heartily. Grandfather, do not be surprised. The celestial herbs that assist in cultivation generally possess such effects. The old man burst into laughter, patting my shoulder. No need to call me senior. Just address me as grandfather. Very well, grandfather, I exclaimed, the words flowing effortlessly from my lips. Subsequently, I guided the two of them through a thorough exploration of the entire valley. This is the Jiguan Fenghua Kuei. Consuming it will lead to immediate evolution of your fire attribute, martial soul. This here is the Shuexian Yujigu. Ingesting it will enhance your physique. And this is the Qi Ro Tong Tianjiu. It can aid in achieving an indestructible body. Upon hearing this, Douluo's eyes widened, exclaiming that the old man from the Wuhuan temple possessed this very martial soul. I casually remarked, if he were to consume this, he might just ascend to divinity. The mere mention of the word divinity left the old man astounded. After several hours, I had thoroughly reaped every possible benefit, and although I was fatigued, gazing at the treasure strewn across the ground filled me with a sense of exhilaration akin to having emptied my shopping cart on Double 11. Finally, I brought them before a herb as pure as a swan's neck, declaring to the old man, "Grandfather, this is the celestial herb I deem most suitable for you, the Shuesa Tianwakuan." Upon hearing its name, the old man hurried closer to observe, yet his hands remained obediently still, aware that he had just witnessed how I handled celestial herbs. One misstep could transform a precious item into poison. He swallowed hard and inquired, "What is its purpose?" I grinned and replied, "It is inherently non-toxic, yet can amplify the toxins within your body 1,000-fold. A minuscule amount of poison can be instantaneously catalyzed into lethal toxicity." As soon as the words left my mouth, Douluo's complexion drained of color. Moments ago, he had been brimming with excitement. Now, he resembled a ghost, leaping back 3 meters in shock, his wide eyes fixed on me. "What are you plotting?" he bellowed, anguish evident in his voice. "My martial soul has evolved, but the toxic backlash remains. I'm barely managing it with the Binghuo Liangyi Yen. Are you suggesting I amplify it 1,000-fold? If I receive any more, I might just ascend on the spot." He assumed I was oblivious to his situation, his anxiety palpable. I waved my hand dismissively, calmly stating, "Grandfather, I understand. Do not fret. To absorb this, we must first resolve the toxins within your body." Upon hearing this, the old man sighed with a bitter smile. shaking his head. Unlike Yinya, the toxins have seeped into my marrow over these 70 years. It isn't so easily resolved. I laughed heartily. Fear not. Whether it is Yinya's or yours, since I dare to speak of it, I possess the means. I have two plans for you to choose from. The first is straightforward yet ruthless. It would eradicate all your toxic powers. However, I suspect you would not be pleased with that. Douluo instinctively nodded. Of course, his entire prowess lay in those toxins. Without them, he would become an empty shell, akin to death itself. I continued, thus, within that tattered book, I discovered a second plan. Plan B. I snapped my fingers, explaining that this method would not only alleviate his toxic backlash, but also preserve his toxic powers intact. In that case, coupled with the Shuesa Taienwakuin, your strength will be, I assure you, vastly superior. What method? The old man's eyes instantly sparkled, resembling two incandescent bulbs. I leisurely elaborated. Your martial soul is a beast martial soul, and the toxins are intrinsically linked to you. Therefore, you merely need to force all the toxins into a soul bone, transforming it into an external toxic USB drive. Douluo, a master of toxins himself, quickly grasped the concept. Yet, concern washed over him. These toxins have been with me for over 70 years, intertwined with my being. Should I make a mistake, it could lead to my demise. I pointed to the nearby, celestial herb emanating an enchanting fragrance. I have already devised a solution. Do you see that aromatic Chilua Xianpin? It is the nemesis of all toxins. You will expel the toxins in its vicinity, and it shall serve as your safety line. There will be no mishap. Once you have forced the toxins into the soul bone, remain close to it while absorbing the Shuesa Taienwakuin for double assurance. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Splendid! Douluo exclaimed, smacking his thigh, enlightenment dawning upon him as he laughed joyfully. He then glanced at Yinya and said, if I can employ this method, Yinya should be able to as well. This Shuesa Taienwakuin should be given to her. My old bones have limited potential for advancement. I quickly grasped Yinya's hand, assuring, Grandfather, fear not. With so many treasures here, could I possibly neglect Yinya? Her share has long been prepared. Yinya nodded obediently. Yes, grandfather. It is better for you to use this one. The old man looked at us, a sense of contentment washing over his face before expressing doubt. But it seems none of the herbs we just picked are suitable for Yinya. I smiled mysteriously. Some celestial herbs possess sentience and will hide themselves. Now, I must trouble you, grandfather, to help draw them out. What do you need this old man for? Just say the word. The old man was now brimming with enthusiasm. The herb we were searching for was the Hualongcao. This herb typically concealed itself underground, making it exceedingly difficult to find. However, a method exists to lure it out. One must pour a basin of dragon's blood in its hiding place. Upon catching the scent, it will emerge eagerly to absorb it. I was well aware that the Binghuo Yangyi Yin was formed from the remains of the Water and Fire Dragon King, thus possessing a high probability of containing Hualongcao. This was a super enhancement I had specifically prepared for Yinya, capable of allowing her Bailan Shu martial soul to evolve directly, potentially enabling her transformation into a dragon. After all, there can only be one sovereign within a clan. Douluo was already the Bailan Shu emperor, and no matter how hard Yinya trained, her ceiling was predetermined. However, if she were to switch tracks and transform into a dragon, the possibilities would be entirely different. Hualongcao. The moment Douluo heard the name, he instantly comprehended my intentions. You wish for Yinya's martial soul to transform into a dragon. Precisely, I affirmed confidently. Await my return. Without a moment's hesitation, Douluo unleashed his martial soul's true form, the colossal Bailan Shu emperor soaring into the sky. Before departing, he tossed me a small blue pouch from his waist. This is the Rui Baibao Nong, a spatial soul guiding device. Place your celestial herbs inside. With that, he dashed through the poison barrier to hunt. I received the pouch, marveling at its uniqueness. I began to carefully store the celestial herbs, including that pot of iron. Finally, I approached the herb intertwined with a massive stone, the Shangxi Duanchang Hong, and gathered it along with the stone into the treasure pouch. What kind of celestial herb is this? Yinya inquired with curiosity. I shrugged nonchalantly. I am not entirely certain. It simply cannot be plucked. Let's keep it for now. Little do the family members understand, for in my heart, I was as clear as day. This herb is known as Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, which can only be harvested by those of profound affection, who, while thinking of their beloved, must let their blood drip upon it. I, however, am a scoundrel, coveting both what is in my bowl while gazing at the pot. I dare not attempt it. What if this flower were to issue me a red card warning proclaiming my scoundrel status? Would I hide my face? After securing the items, I wrapped my arm around Yinya's waist and whispered in her ear, "See, I did not deceive you. Resolving your toxins is not merely a matter of having hands." Yinya's eyes curved into crescent moons as she leaned in to kiss me softly, murmuring, "I have never doubted you." Oh, who could resist such sweetness? I seized the moment and kissed her back. After a while, she gasped for breath and asked, "I have my share, and what about yours?" I turned around, pointing to the plants flanking the Binghua Liangyi Yin mine. It has long been prepared. Those are the Bajiao Xuanbing Tsao and Liehua Xing Jiao Shu. Those two herbs? Dugu Yinyao was taken aback. Did not grandfather say that even a titled Douluo cannot withstand their frigid air and fiery poison? Indeed, consuming either of them alone is lethally toxic. I gazed intently at the two celestial herbs, my eyes ablaze with fervor. However, if I were to ingest them together and then plunge into the eye of ice and fire, utilizing the power of the spring water to neutralize their effects, I could achieve perfect absorption. In that moment, not only would I be impervious to both fire and water, but I would also become immune to all poisons. The ability to withstand fire and water is secondary. The key is to be free from poison. The mere thought of Tang San and his toxic prowess unsettled me, leaving me restless at night. I turned to Yin Yin and said, "Yin Yin, grandfather will not return for a while. I shall absorb these first, and later, I will protect you." I had yearned for these herbs for 4 or 5 years, and now that they were within reach, I could hardly wait a second longer. "Be careful." Yin Yin, knowing she could not dissuade me, leaned in and kissed me. I reciprocated, thinking to myself that this was not a matter of life and death. My current capability, while slightly inferior to Tang San's soul power in the original tale, was vastly superior in other aspects. Could I really perish from consuming celestial herbs? Without further ado, I sprang forth with a resounding crash, launching myself like a cannonball towards the Ba Jiao Xian Bing Chao, extracting a steel dagger and swiftly severing it from its roots. Instantly, an icy chill spread through the air. Next, I dashed over to the Lai Hua Xing Jiao Shu, switching to a jade dagger. This herb could not be touched by metal. Otherwise, its medicinal properties would diminish, leading to an imbalance of ice and fire, which would freeze me solid. I had rehearsed these steps in my mind hundreds of times. With the two celestial herbs in hand, I rushed to the center of the eye of ice and fire, feeling my body alternately engulfed in cold and heat, nearly distorting my face. Taking a deep breath, I transformed into my jellyfish form, extending my tentacles with lightning speed to ensnare both herbs and draw them back. Resuming my human form, I grasped the two celestial herbs tightly in each hand. A sharp intake of breath escaped me. The sensation was indescribable. The dual forces of ice and fire clashed in my palms, exhilarating to the core of my being. There was no time for contemplation, and I promptly stuffed both herbs into my mouth, swallowing them whole. In the next moment, my face turned a ghastly green, alternating between shades of blue and red, beads of sweat cascading down my forehead like rain. I must stress, it was not mere pain. It transcended the realm of pain, rendering me incapable of even a scream. Alkun, Yin Yin, beside me, was horrified, screaming as she rushed towards me. I gritted my teeth against the agonizing rending of my soul and mustered all my strength to shout, "Do not come over. Stay by the celestial herbs." If she approached, she would be swiftly incapacitated by the toxic gases of the spring. Only then did Yin Yin cease her advance, her anxiety palpable as she stomped her feet. I felt my body shift from blue to red, resembling a neon light. Resolutely, I discarded all extraneous items and, with a decisive plunge, leaped into the eye of ice and fire. Everything was in place. It was time to see if I could endure. Upon entering, I anticipated a surge of pain. Yet to my surprise, I felt nothing at all. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped me, and I fainted. I cannot say how long I was unconscious, but it felt as though I had slumbered for a century. When I finally opened my eyes, I found myself still submerged in the spring water. I raised my hands and shook them, a wild grin spreading across my face. I did it. With all my limbs working in unison, I crawled ashore like a swimmer. The eye of ice and fire had transformed into a warm spring pool for me, allowing me to traverse freely. "Kun, are you all right?" Yin Yan's voice rang out from the shore, filled with anticipation. I looked up to see her and Douluo gazing at me with eager eyes. I had been submerged for an entire day and night. "Is it successful?" Douluo's eyes widened as he approached me, astonished. "You managed to survive in this spring water." Laughing, I replied, "I did not leap in here to meet my demise. Would I have jumped without assurance?" I picked up my clothes and noted they were 2 sizes smaller. I felt as though I had grown nearly to 6 feet 3 inches. My physique sculpted like a statue, paired with my handsome face, I was practically a walking embodiment of vitality. My shorts, however, still fit snugly. After donning my shorts and stretching my limbs, my body cracked and popped as I moved. Throwing a few punches and kicks, I effortlessly harnessed the surging power within me, relishing the sound of my fists slicing through the air. "Kid, your strength now could probably rival that of an average Soul King," Douluo remarked, eyes wide with disbelief. I laughed heartily. Before the absorption, I was nearly at that level. "What level are you now?" the elder inquired, astonished. I assessed my abilities. The celestial herbs primarily enhanced my physique, while my soul power had not increased significantly. Perhaps I was now at level 26. Yet, my physical prowess felt capable of taking down a bull with a single punch. I joyfully rushed over to Yin, and lifted her into my arms. I was so worried," she exclaimed, clutching me tightly, her small fists gently pounding my back. I cradled her and kissed her softly, saying, "I have yet to bear a child with you. How could I possibly perish?" Douluo, still analyzing my strength, became increasingly astonished. At last, he cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem." Yin blushed and extricated herself from my embrace, staring at her grandfather in bewilderment. "Grandfather, how did you end up here? Have I not always been here? Have I aged to the point of forgetfulness?" After the commotion, it was time for the serious matters at hand. Douluo had hunted 2 dragon-type soul beasts and procured 2 large buckets of heart's blood. "Where shall we sprinkle it?" he asked. "Just circle around the eye of ice and fire," I replied. With a wave of his soul power, Douluo evenly scattered the dragon blood around the spring. The 3 of us held our breath, staring intently at the ground. After waiting for over 2 hours, suddenly, a patch of soil shifted. Douluo and I exchanged glances, both suppressing our excitement. Another half-hour passed, and, not far from the previous disturbance, a small creature, glowing green and resembling the Eastern divine dragon, emerged from the earth, heading straight for the dragon blood. "That's it," I immediately signaled to Douluo. Boom. A terrifying pressure descended instantly, and without a blink, Douluo had seized the small dragon before me. "Is this the one?" he asked, holding the creature which had transformed into a bare, delicate twig. I nodded emphatically. With a titled Dalu as our enforcer, the process was straightforward and efficient. I handed the Hua Long Chow to Yin, offering a few words of caution. She trusted me completely, taking it and chewing it without hesitation. Soon, a radiant green light emanated from her, her slender legs merging into a thicker and longer serpent tail. The tail coiled around her gently, and in a flash of green light, only a massive green egg remained, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. "Is this all right?" Google was zendered, perplexed. "It's a success. Yin is evolving within," I reassured him, breathing a sigh of relief. Now we can only wait. The elder began to reflect on life, lamenting that if I had appeared sooner, his son would not have perished. Then he began questioning his own existence, wondering why, as a poisoned Douluo, he had never come across knowledge of these celestial herbs in any literature. I could only fabricate a response. I read about them in a tattered book back home, but after finishing it, I used it for kindling. Fortunately, I have a photographic memory. As a result, the elder's gaze became even more peculiar, muttering about a chosen one, and speculating whether I would become a deity. He even whimsically asked if I wished to learn about poison, declaring himself as the future teacher and grandfather of a god. I hastily shook my head. That's enough, grandfather. Having you as the main character is sufficient. Besides, I am now immune to all poisons. What? The elder was taken aback. You two are immune to all poisons? Yes, after absorbing those 2 celestial herbs, I am impervious to fire and water, and resistant to all toxins. Douluo fell silent. I sensed that my revelation had inflicted a profound blow upon him. Having devoted his life to mastering poison, only to find me immune to it, he sighed, expressing his intent to cultivate poisons himself, and promptly sat cross-legged beside the celestial herbs, beginning his meditation. Beads of cold sweat soon appearing on his forehead. Everything seems to have settled. One is evolving within the egg, while another is concocting poison nearby, leaving me as the sole idle bystander. After a period of cultivation, hunger struck me. Over the past few days, I had focused solely on leveling up, without consuming a single morsel. Gazing at the 2 dragon beast corpses, charred and tainted by poison, I grimaced. Clearly, they were not fit for consumption. Thus, I resolved to venture to the edge of the toxic barrier in hopes of encountering some wild game. However, just as I was preparing to set out, a woman's voice, imbued with undeniable authority, suddenly echoed from the periphery of the toxic barrier beyond the ice-fire duality eye. Is this the domain of Douluo? I heard a man, who appeared to be a lackey, speak in a tone dripping with sarcasm. The moment he opened his mouth, it was evident he was no good. Beside him, a woman with an imposing aura chuckled lightly, her voice both captivating and magnetic as she remarked, "Well, it's acceptable, much weaker than that prick Shui." What an audacious attitude. I immediately discerned that the pair were undoubtedly affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple, and likely of the title Dalu rank. The man was most likely the Shimiao Dalu, and the woman was undoubtedly Qianren Xue. I can tell you, life among such powerful factions is utterly exhilarating. They hunt for soul rings while soul beasts are weakened beforehand, merely awaiting the young lady to deliver the final blow. This is not even a trial. It is a VIP service. As dawn approached, Qianren Xue finished absorbing the soul ring and prepared to depart. At that moment, an unexpected figure staggered out from the perilous toxic mist. Who could it be? Gao Kuwen. I was taken aback. This fellow truly had no fear of death, while even the soul sage would avoid that toxic mist. He emerged as if strolling through his own backyard, immune to all poisons. Qianren Xue and the Shimiao Dalu were equally astonished. Exchanging glances, they stealthily concealed themselves to observe. Qianren Xue was perplexed. Wasn't this the young man she had met just days prior? What was he doing here? What connection did he have with Douluo? How was he unaffected by the poison? A torrent of questions nearly overwhelmed her mind. The Shimiao quietly reminded her, "Miss, that's the one from a few days ago." Qianren Xue nodded, and the Shimiao made a gesture across his throat, implying whether they should eliminate him now. After all, Douluo was at odds with the Wuhuan Temple, so anyone who could emerge from his lair must have dubious ties. Yet Qianren Xue hesitated. She sensed that Chao Kuan was no ordinary individual. His previous insights had captivated her, and she had already begun to contemplate how to win him over. Meanwhile, our protagonist had just emerged from the toxic mist, pondering where to hunt for some wild game. His eyes darted around, but this cursed place, due to the poison, revealed not a single trace of a soul beast. Left with no choice, he crouched in a thicket, waiting patiently for an opportunity. Just then, from the shadows, the Shimiao whispered, "Miss, a soul beast approaches." Following their gaze, I beheld an injured blue wolf limping into view. Although it appeared pitiful, the glint of ferocity in its eyes remained undiminished. Hidden in the thicket, Chao Kuan felt a surge of excitement. He thought to himself, the core area of the setting sun forest truly is exceptional. This one has come right to me. It appears weak enough to serve as dinner. Yet he failed to consider that in such a treacherous place, only extraordinary beasts could survive. The Shimiao Dalu recognized it instantly, hastily informing Qianren Xue, "Miss, that is a Qingxia wolf. Look at the 2 stripes on its waist. It must be over 20,000 years old." What you see now is its non-combat form. When it engages, its size could rival that of a small car, and it can unleash lethal, venomous scorpion tails. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled, and she continued to watch intently. Meanwhile, Chao Kuan was already brimming with enthusiasm, fixated on the wolf, waiting for it to approach closer for a decisive strike. Then, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. As the wolf drew within 10 meters, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, and with a swift motion, a scorpion tail-like projectile shot forth, aimed directly at Chao Kuan's forehead. Good heavens! In that instant, I nearly shouted, "Buddy, you two are quite the character." Little did I know, the wolf was the true master of cunning. It had already detected him and harbored the intent to strike decisively. The concealed Shimiao Douluo chuckled. It seems we need not intervene. Qian Rinxue felt a twinge of regret, believing such talent would be a loss to eliminate. Just as the scorpion tail was about to strike, Chao Kuan reacted with remarkable speed, a flash of light transforming him into his jellyfish form. With a splat, the scorpion tail pierced through the jellyfish's body, yet failed to inflict any harm. The Qingxia wolf's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Chao Kuan was equally startled. This single attack had drained a third of his soul power. The physical immunity was far too taxing. He cursed internally. I thought I was clever. Turns out you are the real trickster. While cursing, he sought refuge within the toxic mist. This left Qian Rinxue and the Shimiao Douluo in utter shock. Qian Rinxue turned to inquire, "Uncle Shi, have you encountered such a soul skill before?" The Shimiao Douluo shook his head vigorously. Before they could process the situation, the Qingxia wolf let out a furious roar, its form rapidly expanding to resemble a small car, charging directly at Chao Kuan. Truly, what a crafty beast! Chao Kuan cursed again. There was no time to run. He could only confront it head-on. With another flash of light, he transformed from jellyfish to Fire Ape King. This time, the Fire Ape King was even larger, exuding higher temperatures, clearly enhanced by celestial herbs. With a thunderous crash, the two titans collided. Chao Kuan's fiery fist struck the wolf squarely on the head, while countless water arrows shot forth like lasers toward the Qingxia wolf. The wolf was pushed back, and as it attempted to conjure a green barrier to defend, the water arrows grew in strength, shattering the barrier with a series of cracks, embedding themselves into its body. It howled in pain. The area where Chao Kuan struck began to darken, revealing the fire poison unleashed by the fiery apricot. Seizing the advantage, Chao Kuan aimed to deliver the final blow. However, the wolf had a trick up its sleeve. Just moments ago, writhing in agony, it suddenly calmed, unleashing another scorpion tail directly at Chao Kuan's face. But our protagonist had learned from his previous misstep. He would not fall for the same trick twice. Instantly switching back to jellyfish form, the attack once again went wide. Several tentacles shot forth, ensnaring the Qingxia wolf before he exerted force, tearing it apart with a resounding rip. He was nothing short of a combat deity. His awareness and speed of transformation reached their zenith. After vanquishing the foe, Chao Kuan, too lazy to revert to his human form, used his tentacles to wrap a sizable chunk of wolf meat and stowed it within his body before swiftly retreating back into the toxic mist. While fleeing, he reflected on his previous bravado, realizing he nearly found himself in peril. Once he departed, a circle of black, 10,000-year soul rings slowly ascended from the Qingxia wolf's corpse. Qian Rinxue and the Shimiao Douluo remained utterly dumbfounded. Qian Rinxue stammered, "Did he only possess 2 soul rings just now?" The Shimiao Douluo nodded. "His second soul ring must be the purple 10,000-year one, correct?" The Shimiao Douluo continued to nod. "That wolf had a cultivation of 20,000 years, right?" The Shimiao Douluo nodded vigorously. "A great soul master. He has slain a 2,000-year soul beast." Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her worldview shattering. She herself, with innate full soul power at level 20, would not dare claim she could defeat a 10,000-year soul beast. A monster. The Shimiao Douluo spat out after a long pause. Then, with a fierce gaze, he suggested, "Miss, should we eliminate him now? He must not be allowed to remain." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Qian Rinxue immediately retorted. "You wish to kill such a genius? With his current relationship with Xue Qinghe, we must recruit him. He must be won over. As dawn began to break, Qian Rinxue gazed toward the direction where Chao Kuan had vanished, resolute in her determination. No matter the method, she was determined to claim this man for herself. On the evening of the following day, at the Binghuoyang Yi, I must tell you, the aroma of the roasted wolf meat, aged for 20,000 years, is simply divine. Chao Kuan, with his left hand expertly controlling the fire and his right hand wielding skewers of meat, indulged to the point of gluttony. Just yesterday, he discovered that he had single-handedly defeated a 10,000-year-soul beast, which granted him a newfound understanding of his own prowess, particularly with that jellyfish skill, which was nothing short of miraculous. Much like the natural fruit powers from One Piece, as long as one's soul power is sufficient, one becomes practically invincible. As he savored his meal, a sudden crisp snap echoed through the air. Chao Kuan's heart leapt with joy. He turned to see the enormous egg transformed by Dugu Yin beginning to crack. Dugu Bo, standing nearby, hastily ceased his efforts and gazed intently. With each crack, more fissures appeared until, with a resounding bang, the front half of the shell shattered, revealing Dugu Yin within. My goodness, she radiated a green glow, and as the light faded and her eyes fluttered open, it was clear this was not merely an evolution. She had been completely remade. Gao Kuwen, momentarily taken aback by Dugu Yan's unclothed state, quickly approached and retrieved a dress from the storage bracelet on her wrist, draping it over her. Dugu Yan, still in a daze, blushed fiercely and called out, "Grandpa, don't come over yet." Once she was properly dressed, he took a moment to truly observe her. Remarkably, her hair remained purple, her eyes had also turned violet, and she had grown to nearly 1.80 meters, her long legs simply stunning. Her face was exquisite, as if enhanced by the finest filter, and most strikingly, her figure was magnificent, the dress straining to contain her form. Chao Kuan, a man of straightforward nature, found himself entranced, his hand inadvertently brushing against her alabaster thigh. Dugu Yin blushed deeply, resembling a ripe apple, and softly murmured, "Grandpa is here." As Dugu Bo approached and beheld his granddaughter's transformation, excitement rendered him nearly speechless. "Yin Yin, have you succeeded?" "Indeed," Dugu Yin exclaimed joyfully. "My martial soul has evolved into the Bai Lin Jiao. My soul power has reached level 40, and my physical attributes have improved tremendously." As she spoke, she began to showcase her new skills, with her martial soul manifesting. A layer of bluish-green scales adorned her, accentuating her flawless figure, and a unique horn sprouted from her forehead, both beautiful and fierce. She explained to Chao Kuan that her first soul skill now grants her a 50 increase in attack speed, while reducing her enemies by 20. The second skill boosts her defense by 80, while debuffing her foe's defense by 30. The toxicity of her third skill had also significantly intensified. Dugu Bo, upon hearing this, felt a blend of joy and regret, realizing that the first two skills leaned toward support, which seemed a bit of a loss. However, Dugu Yin smiled and reassured him. "This is perfect. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have met a Koan." At that moment, Chao Kuan embraced her and posed a pivotal question. "Has your toxic backlash truly been resolved?" Dugu Yin rested her head against his chest and pointed to the horn atop her head. "Yes, now all the toxins are contained within here." Curious, Chao Kuan gently touched her little horn, causing her to shudder. With a playful grin, he touched it again. Dugu Bo, observing from the side, suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. "I understand. The reason our Bai Lin she suffered from backlash was due to the toxins permeating every inch of its body, without a designated storage point. Now that Yin Yin possesses this horn, the toxins have found a home, resolving the issue. I can also channel the toxins into the soul bone." Astonishingly, the old poison master, who had been stuck for years, found clarity through his granddaughter's evolution. Once Dugu Bo had finished his excitement, Chao Kuan declared his intention. "Grandpa, everything is settled with Yin Zi. I plan to explore beneath the Binghuoyang Yi. Is there anything down there?" Dugu Bo coited, perplexed. "Indeed," Chao Kuan replied, beginning to spin a tale. "A few days ago, while absorbing celestial herbs, I sensed something beneath. This treasure ground must have been formed by that very thing." He fabricated excuses without a second thought. Clearly, he was relying on his prior knowledge. Douluo, somewhat apprehensive, wished to counsel him to postpone his venture, but Chao Kun insisted on proceeding, claiming that the longer one waits, the more dreams are likely to arise. The old man, recognizing the young genius's resolve, could only admonish him to proceed with caution before granting his consent. After exchanging a few sweet words with Douluo, Chao Kun swiftly disrobed, placed his belongings on the shore, and leapt into the spring with a splash. I must tell you, the spring water, with its fiery and icy sides, enveloped him as he dove deeper. Feeling the immense pressure, he transformed into a jellyfish. Merging seamlessly with the water, the pressure was no longer a concern. With limited soul power, he had to propel himself at full speed. Time passed, and as his soul power dwindled, he finally sensed he had reached the bottom. Just as he pondered this, a radiant light caught his attention. Upon arriving below, he could finally feel the power of the water and fire dragon king. A surge of joy filled Chao Kun as he swam towards the light. Soon, a massive dome of red and blue light emerged before him. Without hesitation, he plunged through it. Upon entering, he was astonished to find that there was no water inside. Moreover, the space appeared far larger than it had from the outside. Gazing upward, he gasped in awe. Two colossal dragon skeletons, each hundreds of meters long, coiled within this miniature world. Though reduced to mere bones, the overwhelming aura they exuded made his legs tremble even from behind screen. The two fearsome dragon heads faced each other, seemingly still roaring. Suspended above the dragon heads were two orbs, one blue and one red, with dragon shadows flickering within. Dragon balls? Gaokun murmurith. Maintaining his jellyfish form, he slowly floated toward the orbs. Summoning his courage, he extended both tentacles, grasping one orb in each. As soon as he made contact, a thunderous roar erupted in his mind. In the next instant, his consciousness was drawn into a pure white space where two miniature dragons, half a meter long, lunged at him as if intending to devour him. Chao Kun, momentarily dazed, instinctively reached out and astonishingly caught one in each hand. Just as he intended to examine them closely, an overwhelming hunger surged within him, rendering him unable to resist as he devoured the two little dragons whole. Who can comprehend the immense fortune of consuming the remnants of the Dragon King's spirit in such a manner? As soon as he swallowed them, the two dragon orbs shot into his jellyfish form. Immediately, torrents of cataclysmic energy surged forth, overpowering him to the extent that he could no longer maintain his jellyfish shape. Reverting back to human form and plummeting from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the miniature world could no longer sustain itself and collapsed instantly. The terrifying spring water from the outside rushed in. With a loud bang, Chao Kun fell from the heights, breaking both legs and gasping in pain. Yet, that was not the end. The two dragon orbs within him radiated energy, instantly healing his legs. However, this was far from a blessing. The energy continued to flood in, and he felt as though he might burst. As the miniature world was utterly obliterated, Chao Kun found himself back at the deepest part of the Binghua Liangyi. The extreme water pressure instantaneously crushed him into a pulp. Bones, organs, and flesh were all shattered. The agony should have rendered him unconscious. But the energy from the water dragon orb kept him awake. He let out a distorted howl of suffering. Just when he thought he was doomed, the energy from the dragon orbs restored his body in an instant. Then he was crushed again, restored, crushed, restored. I must tell you, it was the most exquisite torture imaginable in hell. He endured this endless cycle of agony, clinging to a thread of will as he gradually swam upward. On the shore, Douluo and Douluo were nearing madness. It had been 2 hours since he descended. Suddenly, Douluo's expression shifted, and he pulled Douluo back, sensing a tremendous force about to burst forth from the spring. With a mighty roar, the surface of the water erupted. A completely naked man leapt from the spring. My goodness! The individual possessed a cascade of raven-black hair cascading down his back, his visage strikingly handsome, akin to a creation of artificial intelligence. With features that appeared meticulously sculpted, His physique was tall and upright, exuding a robust masculinity. Could this truly be Chao Kun? It was as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Du Yin was momentarily entranced, taking a while to recognize him, and trembled as she exclaimed, "Grandfather." "It's a Kun." Du Bo was equally astonished. The person before them, none other than Chao Kun, slowly turned his neck to face them, his pale, golden eyes radiating an unsettling calm. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding celestial herbs to bow under the pressure, as if they had encountered a revered ancestor. Du Bo's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, stammering, "Is this power?" Yet Chao Kun remained unfazed, exhaling deeply and nonchalantly gesturing, conjuring a radiant red and blue shield that enveloped him, addressing the bewildered grandfather and granddaughter outside. "Do not worry. I believe I have succeeded. I just need to digest it." Upon saying this, the shield emitted a low hum, completely concealing him. At that moment, I speculated that he was merely putting on a show, undoubtedly hiding something. My suspicion was validated. Inside the shield, Chao Kun suddenly dropped to one knee, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, sweat pouring from his brow. Relaxed? Hardly. The two dragon balls within him surged with uncontrollable energy, threatening to burst him apart. He mentally screamed in desperation, struggling to rein in the chaotic energy that rampaged within him. He quickly crossed his legs and resorted to meditation, treating it as a last-ditch effort to cultivate. Guess what? The energy indeed found an outlet, rapidly propelling him through levels 27, 28, and 29, culminating at level 30. Yet, even with this progression, the energy remained inexhaustible as the two Dragon Balls continued to generate power. Was this it? Was he truly on the brink of explosion? The thought crossed Chao Kun's mind, but he swiftly dismissed it, firmly suppressing the tempest of energy within him while his mind raced. Suddenly, inspiration struck as he gazed at the red-blue shield he had conjured. I must say, he is indeed a genius. He converged the two streams of energy in his palms, then forcefully brought his hands together, causing the two forces to clash violently, rotate, and compress, ultimately condensing into a singular point. This process was immensely taxing. As one side of his body cracked open, the power from the Dragon Balls instantaneously healed him, as if he were dancing on the precipice of death. Time became irrelevant, until a thunderous explosion echoed as the energy point vanished, along with the two Dragon Balls. Just as Chao Kun pondered this occurrence, he felt a connection to a distant place. With a mere thought, he vanished from his location. In the next moment, he found himself in an independent space the size of a basketball court, utterly astonished. Had he just created a miniature world? Those who understand, he had merely intended to replicate the small world beneath the ice and fire duality, to create something that would consume energy, and he had succeeded. The two Dragon Balls now resided at the center of this small world, slightly diminished in size, before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, breaking through. Following this, two beams of light erupted, birthing a miniature version of the ice and fire duality. Remarkable, a buy one get one free deal. Accompanied by complimentary ice and fire spring, perhaps? Just as Chao Kun reveled in his success, he suddenly groaned, clutching his abdomen, and knelt once more. To his dismay, another surge remained. It turned out that the miniature world had been established too swiftly, and the last wave of energy had yet to be consumed, lingering within his body. He hastily focused his thoughts, returning to the outside, seizing the Rui Bao bag filled with celestial herbs, and swiftly darted back into the small world. He then extracted the Blue-Silver Emperor, also known as Ayin, without hesitation, and fervently directed the lethal energy towards her. I refuse to believe that a 100,000-year-old beast could not be drained dry. As the energy surged into her, golden patterns began to emerge upon Ayin's form, seemingly restoring fragments of her memory. Yet, her primal instincts compelled her to cling desperately to Chao Kun, craving more, ever more. Chao Kun could not have wished for anything more, continuing to pour energy into her. Soon, the excess energy was depleted, and just as he sighed in relief, Ayin tightened her grip even further, refusing to relent. Even more astonishingly, The newly formed ice and fire spring within his dantian began to generate water attribute energy in an unending flow, automatically streaming into a yin's body. Chao Kun was momentarily stunned, finally realizing that this small world was interconnected with his dantian. Was this not the legendary Dongtian? As he grappled with the revelation, Yin, entwined around him, radiated a brilliant white light and transformed into human form. While she had lost her soul rings and bones, her humanity was restored. At that moment, a yin's legs tightly encircled Chao Kun's waist, while he remained entirely unclothed, and the sensation of their skin against each other sent his breath into disarray. He leaned closer to Yin, who was still fervently absorbing energy, and mischievously whispered in her ear, "Your memories have returned, haven't they? Do you now realize that I am the enemy of Tang Hao? Yet you are still so eager?" Upon hearing this, a yin's eyes widened in alarm as she realized her transformation into human form, and she immediately attempted to wriggle free. But Chao Kun would not grant her such an opportunity, tightening his embrace. "What do you intend to do?" A yin's face paled instantly. Her struggles only fueled the flames further. The madness in Chao Kun's pale, golden eyes intensified as he declared, "I am merely assisting you in absorbing energy more swiftly, while collecting a bit of interest." With that, he pressed himself against her. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Tang Hao stood amidst the ruins of the city, a grotesque smile creeping upon his face as he surveyed the remnants of the Spirit Hall's branch that he had reduced to rubble. This marked his third destruction. He intended for the Spirit Hall to repay blood with blood. The next day, within the Pope's Hall of Spirit City, an elderly cardinal clad in red trembled with rage as he stood at the center of the Grand Hall, vehemently condemning Tang Hao's recent rampage. "Your Holiness, Tang Hao has completely lost his mind. He has obliterated 2 main branch cities, leaving no survivors, whether they be bishops, clerics, or ordinary individuals awakening their martial spirits. After the massacre, he even set the place ablaze. We must." Ever since he believed Yin to be deceased, Tang Hao had succumbed entirely to darkness. The thrill of slaughter had consumed him, and he no longer sought restraint. He craved vengeance. Listening to the accusations below, Bibi Dong's expression darkened, brimming with malice. Initially, she had harbored a grudge against Tang Hao for injuring Qian Sunji, allowing her a chance for revenge, thus discreetly letting him off the hook. Yet this scoundrel had remained dormant for over a decade, only to emerge and unleash indiscriminate carnage? Is this what it means to be the Haotian twin stars? The youngest titled Douluo in history? He could not even control his own desires, rendering him utterly worthless. Back in the day, she had feigned submission before Qian Sunji for revenge. What did he understand of patience? "Your Holiness, we must dispatch more elders to apprehend him." The cardinal, nearly in tears, was the bishop of the second branch that Tang Hao had destroyed. Had he not fortuitously come to Spirit City to report on work that day, he would have been among the deceased. Just then, a messenger bird flew in, and upon Bibi Dong reading the letter, her pupils dilated in shock. The Fengye City branch had also been annihilated by Tang Hao. "Tang Hao!" Bibi Dong sprang to her feet, an icy, murderous intent radiating from her. She loathed the Qian family, yet she held no animosity towards the Spirit Hall. It was the Spirit Hall that had sheltered her. While her parents had perished at the hands of the fallen, Tang Hao had destroyed yet another branch. An unassuming yet authoritative voice resonated from behind Bibi Dong. As the voice sounded, her killing intent instantly receded, and she turned to acknowledge the modest man in his 30s or 40s. The newcomer was none other than Qian Dalu, one of the pillars of Douluo continent. Qian Dalu, expressionless, stated, "It appears we must mobilize the entire Elder Hall. Jean, he has already taken people to pursue him. You should join them as well. With my presence in Spirit City, nothing will go amiss." "Understood." Bibi Dong lowered her head, concealing the hatred in her eyes. In those bygone days, Qian Dalu was fully aware of the events that transpired, yet chose not to intervene. Meanwhile, deep within the very heart of the Xing Do de Sun Lin, the Silver Dragon King Guyuna, in the midst of her slumber and recuperation, suddenly stirred, her eyes fluttering open. With a furrowed brow and a visage laden with confusion, she pondered, "Water, Fire Dragon King? The aura that had just emanated across the continent left her mind swirling with questions. Had those two fools not perished in the divine war long ago? Even if remnants of their souls lingered, it was inconceivable that they could restore themselves so swiftly. And if they had indeed recovered, why would they expose their presence? Were they not aware that the denizens of the divine realm were watching? Such folly mirrored their past behavior, revealing a distinct lack of intellect. The Silver Dragon King found herself mentally berating their actions, yet she nonetheless dispatched a fragment of her divine consciousness, concealing it before soaring towards the source of the aura. She needed to ascertain how those two dimwits had regained their strength. It might prove advantageous for her as well. Her divine consciousness traveled swiftly, soon arriving at the Binghua Liangyin. As she circled the crimson and azure barrier, she was perplexed when Chao Kuan reappeared within. Is there a miniature world here? The Silver Dragon King surmised, yet her curiosity was piqued further by the presence of this human. How could a soul master enter a small world? After a moment's contemplation, she controlled her divine consciousness and swiftly penetrated Chao Kuan's body, reaching his sea of consciousness. On the outside, Chao Kuan, having just emerged from the small cave, suddenly froze in place. The Silver Dragon King's divine consciousness reached the sea of consciousness, where she beheld a miniature version of Chao Kuan, his true martial soul. In that instant, she discerned something profound and spoke with an undeniable authority. Human, open your eyes. Time rewound 3 hours earlier. Following an intense exchange of energy, Chao Kuan lay in the small world, cradling the soft and delicate Ain, exhaling a long sigh. Since descending into the Binghua Spring, his nerves had been taut, particularly due to the excruciating pain of being crushed and reformed by the water pressure. It was almost enough to drive him to despair. Fortunately, Yin's comforting presence had alleviated his fears of emerging from this ordeal only to suffer from PTSD. He shifted slightly, allowing Yin's head to rest against his chest. The vitality of the Blue-Silver Emperor, after 100,000 years, was indeed formidable. She had been dazed moments ago, but was now on the mend. Suddenly, she pushed Chao Kuan away, stood up, conjured a set of garments, and gazed at him, her mouth agape, but unable to articulate a single word. Her thoughts were a tumultuous mess. Logically, he was her enemy, yet why could she not summon any animosity? Was it merely because he had cared for her for half a month and used such precious energy to help her take form? As Chao Kuan observed her conflicted expression, he could not help but chuckle. Why are you staring at me? Let me out. Ain looked around, realizing there was no escape, and could only shout at Chao Kuan. He sat up, his smile fading as he regarded her with the bemusement usually reserved for fools. What are you thinking? You wish to escape to find Tang Hao and bring him here to kill me? Have you not recovered enough to utter such foolishness? Ain was taken aback, recognizing the absurdity of her own words. Seizing the moment, Chao Kuan pressed on. Moreover, do you truly believe that Tang Hao loves you? What do you mean? Brother Hao certainly loves me. Do not attempt to fabricate tales to tarnish his name. Ain retorted immediately. Gao Kun Unnutset. Launched into his subtle manipulation. I am not fabricating stories, merely posing a few inquiries. First, when you were about to give birth, why did he not seek a secluded place, insisting instead on parading you under the very gaze of the Martial Soul Hall? Second, how fortuitous was it that the Martial Soul Hall discovered you precisely during your weakest moment? Third, when being pursued, why did you not flee towards the Xingdou to Sunlin, instead circling around the Martial Soul Hall? Fourth, why did all of this coincidentally occur just as he ascended to the 90th level, when he most desperately required 100,000-year soul ring? Leaning closer to Yin's ear, his voice laced with temptation, he added, consider this carefully. Does Tang Hao genuinely love you, or is he merely coveting your soul ring? Ain wished to counter, but faltered. Even if all of the above were mere coincidences, Chao Kuan presented his trump card. Do you know who Tang Hao's grandfather is? Who? Ain was genuinely unaware. Dang Jian, the unparalleled Douluo of the 99th level. Had Tang Hao merely mentioned his grandfather's name, who would dare to lay a finger on you? Of course, this was a fabrication by Chao Kuan. Yet Ain was oblivious. In that moment, Ain fell into silence. Memories of her sacrifice surfaced, recalling how Tang Hao had left her in that dark, desolate cave. How he never brought their child to see her. How he had placed her near the martial Soul City in Holy Soul Village, rather than the Xing Do de Sun Lin, where she could have swiftly recovered. All these doubts took root in her heart. Keu Kun, observing her weaving the solve, pressed further. And do you know why he wishes to kill me? Because I have uncovered his secret. In Nuoding City, he conferred with the Hoshin sect about sending your son, Tang San, to pursue another 100,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu, and then replicate the same ploy to secure another 100,000-year soul ring. Does this plan not bear a striking resemblance to your own plight? Though this narrative was outlandish, its impact was remarkable. Ain bowed her head, utterly speechless. Chao Kun approached slowly, wrapping her in his embrace. Ain stiffened momentarily, contemplating resistance, but ultimately refraining from struggling. Chao Kun's heart soared, sensing his strategy had succeeded. He held her close, whispering softly in her ear, I am unlike him. I am genuinely interested in you as a person. Henceforth, you shall remain here with me, tending to these celestial herbs. Time will reveal all truths. With that, Chao Kun once more laid Ain down. This time, her struggles were significantly diminished. Eventually, countless blue-silver grasses erupted from the small world, weaving beneath them to form a soft, expansive bed. Indeed, to reach a woman's heart, one must traverse the swiftest route. After yet another fierce battle, Chao Kun arose from the bed of blue-silver grass, gazing at Ain, who feigned sleep, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He donned a pair of shorts, and from his Rui Baobao bag, extracted all the celestial herbs, planting them beside the diminutive Binghe spring. Having set everything in order, he ran his fingers through his unwittingly grown long hair and conjured a water mirror. However, he did not rush to examine his face. Instead, he summoned a ball of fire in his palm, molding it into shapes like a bird and then a wolf. His mastery over the elements had ascended to an entirely new level. He hurled the fireball skyward, which erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks. In a flash of white light, a golden-haired, 3-meter-tall monkey materialized. His new form, the dragon-ape transformation. He admired his reflection. His new appearance was dazzling. His fur glistened with magnificence, his eyes a pale gold, his arms adorned with fiery red armor. With a mere exertion of strength, his form surged to 5 meters. His attributes soaring by 200, and this was merely the beginning. Transforming back, he tested his second soul skill. Now, he could partially liquefy his body without the need for transformation. A dagger could pierce through his hands, allowing them to flow like water without inflicting any harm. Furthermore, any wound could be healed instantaneously by reverting from the liquid state. Invincible. Chao Kun could not contain his joy. His laughter stirred Ain from her pretense of sleep. He chuckled and leaned closer to the water mirror, finally scrutinizing his current visage. The reflection revealed someone who was at least tenfold more handsome than before. His long, dark hair framed a strikingly beautiful face, imbued with an innate air of nobility, truly the epitome of attractiveness. This transformation was nothing short of extraordinary. I am now a little dragon man, he remarked at his pale golden eyes, indulging in self-deprecating humor. After admiring his new visage, he dispersed the water mirror, settling beside the bed where Ain lay, feigning sleep. He scooped her up in his arms. At that moment, Ain's body stiffened, and she slowly opened her eyes, pushing against his chest with her tiny hands, her voice barely above a whisper. Don't. He seized both her wrists, immobilizing her, and commenced his performance. Rest assured, Ain, I genuinely like you. You are not merely a tool to me. The reason I cannot let you leave now is that I fear you might foolishly seek out Tang Hao the moment you step outside. Or would I go to lament then? Furthermore, who among the family truly comprehends this? What is it that Tang Hao has to offer you? Are you truly unaware of the reality? It is nothing more than your soul rings and soul bones. I must establish a clear distinction between myself and that grandson of Tang Hao. I continued, proclaiming, I am fundamentally different. My interest lies solely in you as an individual. Even if you were devoid of soul rings and soul bones, have I not continued to nurture you? Back in the day, I possessed merely 10 gold soul coins. Yet, I dare to spend 8 of them to procure Baichao liquid for you. The energy that helped you transform was something I had painstakingly awaited, and without a moment's hesitation, I bestowed it upon you. Trust me just this once. Time shall reveal the truth. To my astonishment, my blend of genuine and fabricated words produced remarkable results. The force with which Ain pushed me was evidently diminished. She is no fool. With my subtle prodding, she began to doubt Tang Hao's actions over the years. Sensing an opportunity, I swiftly seized the moment. Gently rubbing my chin against her head and directing her gaze toward that patch of celestial herbs. To demonstrate my sincerity, I pointed out, behold, this celestial herb garden. You shall be the CEO henceforth. You will oversee it. Among these, any single plant could potentially yield a title Douluo. Was that not enough incentive? I introduced each herb to her, such as the enchanting Chi Luo tulip and its myriad effects. As a blue-silver emperor, she is highly attuned to the essence of life, and upon hearing, she immediately recognized their immense value. Some even surpass the yield of 10,000-year-soul beasts. At this point, she ceased her struggles, her wide eyes fixed upon me. Recognizing the opportune moment, I leaned in and kissed her. When she reacted and attempted to push me away, her efforts felt as gentle as a mere tickle. My hands began to wander restlessly, creeping upwards. In response, she grasped my hand with all her might, pushing me away just slightly, reiterating her 2-word refusal. No. Very well. Having just completed the task, my words carry weight. I did not persist further, instead embracing her and saying, "All right, if you are unwilling, so be it. I shall never force you again." Observing her lack of response, I kissed her forehead and said, "You stay here and keep a good watch over the celestial herbs. I shall venture out for a brief moment and return to you shortly." Before departing, I discreetly commanded the 2 dragon orbs, instructing them to thwart any attempt by Ain to disturb my celestial herbs. Alas, I chided myself internally. Truly, what an ungrateful being I am. Nevertheless, in truth, I harbor no interest in her soul rings or soul bones. I simply cherish her as a person. Should she choose to accompany me in the future, I would certainly never treat her poorly. No sooner had I stepped out of the small celestial realm than I heard Ain emit a long sigh behind me. As I emerged, I had yet to catch my breath when, lo and behold, a sudden buzzing filled my head. It felt as though something were burrowing into my brain. Instantly, my consciousness sank into the sea of awareness. As I entered, a chilling female voice echoed, "Human, open your eyes. What in the world can it speak? What is happening?" This was never mentioned in the original text. Could it be the deities from the divine realm? Did the commotion caused by my consumption of the water and fire dragon king draw their attention? In that moment, countless possibilities flashed through my mind. Yet considering that they had sought me out, feigning ignorance would serve no purpose. I decided to simply open my eyes. Before me lay a silver divine dragon, larger than both the water and fire combined, coiled majestically. Its antlers resembled those of a deer, its head that of a camel, and its eyes reminiscent of a rabbit. Truly a quintessential divine dragon. At that moment, my first thought was, riding upon her would undoubtedly be a grand spectacle. How foolish of me. She spoke first, her voice frigid enough to chill the very air. "Human, how do you possess the power of the water and fire dragon king?" Following her gaze, I noticed, to my astonishment, a fiery and a watery emblem hovering beside me. Within the fiery emblem, my fire ape had evolved into a dragon ape, accompanied by a flickering red dragon silhouette. Within the watery emblem, the water mother had vanished, replaced by a blue pearl, also adorned with a shimmering blue dragon shape. Clearly, the energy had yet to be fully digested. Staring at these 2 phantoms and then at the silver dragon before me, my CPU nearly overheated. 2 seconds later, I assumed the demeanor of a masterful actor and innocently asked, "Are you referring to the predecessors of water and fire?" Predecessors? I had stumbled upon a term unfamiliar to her. She must have been thinking, what are these 2 fools doing? Choosing a human as an heir while bestowing all their power upon him? Have they lost their minds? She flew beside me, scrutinizing me from head to toe. likely concluding that at merely level 30, even if the Water and Fire Dragon King were at their weakest, they could easily crush me. Returning to my presence, she affirmed, "Indeed, it is they." An opportunity presented itself. I promptly began to weave a tale. A few days ago, while absorbing celestial herbs, I sensed something calling to me from below, so I descended. There, I encountered the predecessors of Water and Fire. Upon seeing me, they spoke a great deal, and then merged into my martial soul. I added, "I assure you, this is not a lie. They did indeed call out to me, and that counts as speaking, does it not?" Ultimately, they did merge with me. Upon hearing this, she appeared more convinced, likely cursing those two for being foolish enough to sacrifice themselves to a human without imparting their strength to her. Yet her face betrayed no emotion as she continued to inquire, "What did they say to you?" I feigned deep thought, then replied, "To be honest, I didn't quite grasp it all. They spoke of me as the child of destiny, claiming they had finally awaited my arrival, emphasizing that only I could alter the current state of affairs. Given your demeanor, you must be aligned with the two predecessors, correct? Do you know what they were referring to?" I shot a counter-question back at her. Child of destiny? I had never perceived such a thing. Her dragon visage was etched with confusion, yet she realized that my acquisition of the Water and Fire Dragon King's power was undoubtedly a significant matter. She began to conjure ideas. Perhaps the Douluo world was rebelling against the divine realm. Or perhaps the world consciousness had secretly nurtured two children of destiny, one in light and one in shadow, with me being the hidden thread evading the watchful gaze of the divine realm. Who among the family understands? She had unwittingly penned my narrative. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, why would those two foolish dragons willingly deliver their legacy to me? She gazed at me intently, causing a shiver to run down my spine, as I feared I might have revealed too much. My hand instinctively prepared to reach out, intending to capture her as I had before. Yet suddenly, she snapped back to reality, soaring onto my shoulder and declaring, "Now I understand what they were saying. Since that is the case, you may be considered their heir. I am their sovereign. Henceforth, I shall be the one to guide you." Goodness gracious! She intends to accompany me, this child of destiny, to gain experience and restore her strength to face the divine realm. My heart swelled with joy. Yet I maintained my facade. I immediately expressed my enthusiasm. "That is splendid. With your guidance, I shall surely unleash the power of the predecessors of Water and Fire. Indeed, the more knowledgeable one is, the more easily they can be deceived." She maintained her icy demeanor. "Very well. I shall remain here each night when you retire. I shall come to impart my teachings. How shall I address you?" I hastily inquired. She paused momentarily, likely intending for me to call her sovereign, but perhaps sensing the need for decorum with me. "The child of destiny," she replied. "You may call me Gyuna. Henceforth, you may address me by my name, Gyuna." I was taken aback. It truly was she, the Silver Dragon King, Gyuna. My heart raced, and I obediently responded, "Understood, Senior Gyuna." She cautioned me with a few words regarding the importance of keeping her existence concealed, to which I readily agreed. Then my consciousness slipped away. Upon returning to the outside world, I waved my hand to dispel the Water and Fire barrier, glancing at the nearby Douluo and Douluo. With a triumphant smile, "I have succeeded." Douluo dashed over, grasping my hands in concern. "Are you all right?" Fina, succeeded, issued that, explaining that I had absorbed too much energy too quickly, but it was all resolved now. She visibly relaxed, then curiously touched my long black hair, asking, "Is your appearance also a result of that?" "Yes," I nodded, leaning closer to inquire, "Am I still handsome now?" "Absolutely. I find you just as handsome." Her response was perfect. I immediately embraced her. Old Poison approached directly, cutting to the chase. "Your martial soul has evolved, hasn't it?" I pondered for a moment, then replied, "Not evolved, but there are changes. My strength has significantly increased, and my soul power has reached level 30. I feel that acquiring a soul ring will likely propel me to level 40. Moreover, my cultivation speed now resembles a cheat mode, and I can absorb another divine herb. I have long had my eyes set on that precious Wang Chuan Chiu Shui Lu. Upon hearing this, the old poison master calmly replied, "Just in time. Yin Yin has also reached level 40. In a couple of days, I will take you to the Luo Senlin to seek soul beasts." I quickly interjected, "I wish to find a wind attribute creature that can fly. It would be much more convenient for outings. Walking every day is such a waste of time." The old poison master stroked his chin and pondered. "I have it. To the west of the forest, there's a type of bird known for its incredible speed, and it indeed belongs to the wind attribute, perfectly fulfilling your request. With the title Douluo leading the way. Isn't this just a baby bus? My previous attempts to acquire soul rings were arduous. I immediately decided, excellent. We shall go tomorrow." As we were conversing, Guyuna's voice suddenly echoed in my mind. "The water and fire duo left something behind. Aren't you going to retrieve it?" "What is it?" I asked, utterly bewildered, for there was nothing but the dragon's corpse below. She promptly provided an explanation. "It seems they were concerned about the noise you might make and dared not inform you. But now that I am here, there is nothing to fear." "Well, if you say so, what more could I argue?" She instructed me to gather the energy of the water and fire dragon pearls in my hand and throw it above the ice and fire 2 instruments I. Then taught me a method to communicate with the dragon bones below. I informed Douluo and the others that there were more components yet to be retrieved, and asked them to wait for me as I commenced the operation. Before long, to my astonishment, 2 dragon bones, each over 100 meters long, began to rise gracefully from the spring. They shrank in midair, ultimately merging into the 2 energy orbs I had just cast. A smile of excitement spread across my face as I reclaimed the energy spheres containing the dragon bones. My goodness, this venture has yielded even the bones. This immense wealth has finally come my way. Holding the 2 energy spheres, I inquired of Guyuna, "What purpose do these serve?" She explained, "These dragon bones can transform into anything you desire, blades, staffs, garments, or ornaments, but the main body can only change once." Upon hearing this, I understood. It is akin to a customizable equipment treasure chest. Once opened, it can alter its appearance, yet the core equipment remains unchanged. Du Yin approached with curiosity. "Akan, what is this? Why are there 2 corpses?" The old poison master also looked over. "These bones resemble the blue lightning tyrant dragon of that old fellow Yuan Jun," I half-jokingly explained. "This place was formed precisely because these 2 true dragons were buried here. I successfully obtained their acknowledgement and the energy. Now I have summoned their remains, which will enhance my strength." I primarily stated this for Guyu Na's benefit, hoping to quell any suspicions. Du Yin became even more inquisitive. "What can they do? Can we throw them at enemies during battles?" I chuckled in disbelief. "That would be far too wasteful. They can transform into whatever I desire." As I spoke, I had already formulated my plan. I frequently burst out of my clothing during fights, which is rather embarrassing. I must first acquire a garment. I tossed the Water Dragon King's bone into the air and, with a thought, prompted the Dragon Pearl to release energy. A brilliant blue light flashed, and a treasure bonded with me. With another mental command, a hunter's outfit materialized upon me. Yet, the style seemed a bit odd with my long hair and face. Before I could ponder further, the Fire Dragon King's bone also completed its transformation, a flash of red light soaring toward me. I reached out, and a long sword, entirely crimson and adorned with dragon patterns, appeared in my grasp. I intended to wield it as a weapon. After all, I have trained in swordsmanship. Holding the sword, I summoned a water mirror to examine my appearance. It was quite unconventional. I chuckled softly as I focused my thoughts again, and instantly, both my attire and sword transformed. A grayish-white ancient sword robe enveloped me, enhancing my stature and elegance, while the sword became simple and unadorned, paired with my handsome face and flowing locks. I resembled a celestial being descended to earth. I elegantly twirled the sword, feigning indifference. This sword is a weapon of great renown, forged from the bones of the Fire Dragon King, capable of severing hair and cutting through the air with a blade 3 feet and 3 inches long, weighing precisely 6 pounds and 4 ounces. The following day, we arrived at the Luo Senlin. Yesterday, I named my new equipment. The sword is called the Fire Dragon Sword, simple and straightforward, with the ability to unleash fire and poison. The attire is dubbed the Ru Ibai Bao, allowing me to change its appearance at will. Today, the old poison master led us to procure soul rings. He, with his vast experience, quickly located a dragon attribute poison beast over 5,000 years old for Douluo Yin. Yin effortlessly absorbed it, having consumed the Hualong Chao. Her constitution was now different. The old poison master and I stood guard beside her. Before long, Douluo Yin let out a gentle sigh, opened her eyes, and declared, "I succeeded. My fourth soul skill is the soft tendon poison, and now my poison is colorless and odorless with heightened potency." She bounced over to my side, and I took her hand, smiling. "You are becoming increasingly formidable, Yin Yin. You must surely be the strongest in your team now." She clasped my hand in return, her tone teasing. "You should call me sister." "Ahem," I replied. "You both should be careful. I'm still here as the elder." Yin's poison is now colorless and odorless, making it even easier for her to execute ambushes. This matter is settled. Goodness. The old man finally remembered that he was still a third wheel. He raised his hand and summoned a 30-meter-long Bai Lin Shihuan. Without hesitation, Douluo Yin and I leaped onto its back. Let me tell you, traveling with a titled Dalu is utterly different. It was as if we were invincible, with no soul beasts daring to show themselves along our path. As we approached our destination, Douluo suddenly turned to me and said, "Chow, my lad, your physical condition is exceptional, but the 10,000-year soul beasts possess soul fluctuations, and without sufficient mental fortitude, you cannot withstand it. Why not play it safe and settle for an 8 or 9,000-year one?" To be honest, I was genuinely tempted at that moment. After all, life is precious. If things went south, whom would I turn to for justice? Just as I was about to nod in agreement, the formidable figure of Guyu Na resonated in my mind. She had recently undergone a significant transition, relocating her entire consciousness into my sea of consciousness, and was now brimming with vitality. Her voice exuded confidence. "Why hesitate? Your mental strength can easily suppress even a 20,000-year beast. Go ahead and absorb it. If the sky collapses, I will support you." My friends, who understands? Having a powerhouse backing you is a feeling like no other. I immediately reversed my stance, puffing out my chest before Douluo. "Grandfather, no worries. I possess unique mental defenses. I shall go for the 10,000-year beast." Upon hearing this, Douluo, rather than dissuading me, laughed. "Ha, good lad, you have guts. I will trust you this once. Ahead lies the lair of the Ju Feng Niao. Prepare for action." I must tell you, the Ju Feng Niao is a bird of extraordinary speed, capable of reducing air resistance to nearly zero, akin to a supersonic fighter jet in the realm of soul beasts. We moved stealthily, akin to special forces retracting our martial souls, hiding within a dense grove near a towering cliff. The wind was so fierce that it felt as though it could turn a person into dried meat. Douluo pointed below. "The nest lies just beneath us. We shall wait not for the prey to come, but for the bird to emerge for food, ready to strike." Thus we found a large tree, sprinkled some concealing powder over ourselves, and settled in a wait. I must say, the wait was excruciatingly dull. The strong wind howled, and Douluo Yin could hardly endure for long, leaning into my embrace. After over an hour, nearly dozing off, at last, a bird appeared. However, Douluo glanced at it and shook his head. "Not enough years. Let us keep waiting." I lost track of time, and, eventually, a larger bird soared up from the cliff. With a wingspan of 5 meters and a body adorned in a deep azure hue, its tail bore a fiery red feather, signaling it was no ordinary creature. Douluo lowered his voice. "Here it comes." Instantly, I was invigorated, holding both water and fire arrows, ready to unleash a dual assault. But guess what? Just as the Ju Feng Niao skimmed over our heads, Douluo activated his martial soul transformation, immediately employing his 8th soul skill, Time Freeze. The bird became suspended in midair, resembling a model. In an instant, the Bai Lin Shihuang opened its mouth, ensnaring it with a powerful grip, and with a crunch, the bone shattered. Family members, who understands? I had my ultimate skill ready, yet before I even logged in, the opposing crystal shattered. "Gao Xiazai, Hu Di, come over and finish the last hit." The voice of Douluo echoed. My lips twitched as I released the skills in my hands and leaped towards Douluo. Having a strong ally is delightful. It requires no effort at all. I drew the Yanlong sword and gently sliced the neck of the already feeble Juefeng bird, securing the kill. A soul ring, dark as ink, lazily floated out. I took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began the absorption. To my surprise, where was the promised soul shock? It felt as smooth as drinking a cool glass of water. I was momentarily stunned. I felt nothing as the soul ring enveloped me. When I opened my eyes, Douluo rushed over, asking how I was. I stood up and willed my spirit rings to shine. Yellow, purple, and black. 3 soul rings lit up immediately. Douluo was utterly astonished, pointing at me, struggling to articulate. The second ring of 1,000 years? The third ring of 10,000 years. You absorbed each soul ring beyond the limits. I merely nodded calmly. Enough, enough. We shouldn't linger here. The wind is picking up. Let's return to the Binghua Liangyi. The old man seemed stimulated and summoned the Bailan Snake Emperor once more. I grabbed Douluo and chuckled, "Grandfather, wait a moment. Let me test my new soul skill." Saying this, a flash of light enveloped me, and amidst the gasps, I transformed into a Juefeng bird with a wingspan of over 4 meters, looking exceptionally splendid. "Yen, hop on." I spoke human words, and Douluo's eyes nearly popped out. Douluo, however, was unfazed and excitedly climbed onto my back. With a powerful flap of my wings, I soared into the sky, flying alongside Douluo's Bailan Snake Emperor. "Let's go, grandfather. Let's see who is faster." "Ha ha, good. Let's see how fast your bird can fly." I must say, the sensation of flying in the sky was one of pure freedom. Douluo shouted excitedly on my back. With a slight increase in speed, I left the Bailan Snake Emperor far behind. The capabilities of this Juefeng bird were akin to that of a born combat aircraft. Upon returning to the Binghua Liangyi, I reverted to my human form, and Douluo was still marveling at the wonders of my martial soul. I sensed my spirit power had surged to level 37, and with another 3 months, I would likely reach level 40. This rate of advancement had even caused Douluo to feel anxious, insisting I refer to her as sister in the future. After some commotion, as night fell, Douluo fell asleep in my arms. I closed my eyes, and my consciousness plunged into the sea of knowledge. Upon entering, I was taken aback. A stunning silver-haired girl with purple eyes sat cross-legged before me. Her beauty and aura seemed to have emerged straight from an AI-generated masterpiece, embodying the essence of cyber fairy. "Senior, you are incredibly beautiful," I exclaimed in genuine admiration. Guyena merely replied with indifference, "It's just a vessel," before I hastily inquired about the matter at hand. "Senior, the soul shock from the soul ring this afternoon was orchestrated by you, right?" To my surprise, she shook her head, her gaze curious as she examined my martial soul. "It wasn't me. I initially intended for you to engage in a spiritual duel with that bird soul to hone your mental strength. Who would have known? Your martial soul disregarded the rules of combat and directly devoured the Juefeng bird soul, embedding it within that wind attribute emblem. I was left dumbfounded. So, my martial soul is essentially an automatic cleaning system? It consumes the souls of soul beasts as if it were a buffet? Guyena grew increasingly puzzled as she mentioned that the souls of the soul beasts within my first 2 soul rings were still intact, not only undispersed but seemingly nourished and strengthened. I fell into deep contemplation, pondering what exactly my martial soul was. Guyena, observing my state, advised, "Do not dwell on it. You will understand in due time when your strength increases. For now, I will teach you how to convert your spirit power into the strength of the Water and Fire Dragon King." Instantly, I became energized and began attempting the method she instructed. However, another issue arose. I managed to split my spirit power into 2 halves, but as soon as the 2 forces met, they reacted like sworn enemies, resulting in a cataclysmic reaction within me, causing both to dissipate. After several fruitless attempts, I was left utterly drained. Guyena, noticing my struggles, patiently revealed the subsequent steps. Essentially, she instructed me to first convert all my spirit power into a single form, store it in my little world, and then convert it into another form, ultimately establishing a balance system within my body using these two pure energies, akin to the Binghua Liangyi I outside. I comprehended her instructions and nodded. She then encouraged me to practice on my own and return to her once I succeeded. Just as I emerged from a sea of knowledge, it suddenly struck me that my sea of knowledge resembled hers. She had even set me up with a schedule. I'm a landlord, after all. For now, you can stay, but I will demand rent later. Chao Kun thought grimly. At this moment, Duguyen, nestled in Chao Kun's embrace, sleepily opened her eyes. She clung to his neck with both arms, her long legs wrapped around his waist, hanging on to him like a koala. Kun, why did you wake up so early? Hearing Duguyen's drowsy voice, Chao Kun's lips curled into a slight smile as he dismissed his earlier thoughts. Do you want to sleep a little longer? He gently inquired, cradling her. No. Let us hurry back and then spend some time in Tiando City before I return to the academy. You're going back to the academy today? Gao Kun replied, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Yes, teacher Qin Ming asked us to gather tomorrow. If she were fully awake, Duguyen might have teased him. However, still half asleep. She simply explained. All right then. Although slightly discontent, Chao Kun said nothing more, knowing that in time, what was meant to happen would eventually unfold. The city we were heading to was not far from Tiando City. We would arrive in a week or two, Duguyen replied, lifting her head to kiss Chao Kun before getting up and walking to the side to wash up. In fact, if they took a carriage, they could return in less than a week. However, as per the request of Qin Ming from Shrek Academy, they had to walk, allowing them to exercise along the way. Licking his lips, Chao Kun summoned a water orb to wash up simply. Once he finished, he looked at Douluo, who had been cultivating all night, and said, Grandfather, you not plan to head back. Upon hearing this, Douluo slowly ceased his poison expulsion and opened his eyes. All right, I will escort you out of the Sunset Forest. Chao Kun did not refuse, knowing that this was the core of the Sunset Forest, and encountering any trouble on the way out would be undesirable. This time, he did not transform into the Juefeng bird, but instead rode on the Bailan Snake Emperor with Duguyen as they exited the Sunset Forest. Upon reaching the exit, Douluo exchanged a few words with them before returning to the Binghua Liangyi Ai. Once he left, Chao Kun and Duguyen exchanged glances, and then Chao Kun transformed into the Juefeng bird, carrying Duguyen towards Tiando City. Upon arriving in Tiando City, under Duguyen's guidance, they spent a day filled with excitement, and Chao Kun encountered sights he had never seen before, broadening his horizons. As time passed, the sun began to set. Chapter 75, Changes in the Small Cave Heaven. In the evening, at the Tiando Royal Academy, exiting Duguyen's room, Chao Kun licked his lips, savoring the residual warmth in his palms, smiling softly. Duguyen was quite invested in the matters concerning the Huangdo battle team. Although she felt a profound reluctance towards Chao Kun, the thought of accompanying the team the next day ultimately compelled her to decline Chao Kun's request to rest outside for the night. While Chao Kun felt a twinge of regret in his heart, he chose not to press her, respecting her decision, for it was an inevitable outcome. And there was no rush. Seizing the opportunity, he feigned a look of grievance and playfully teased Duguyen, reflecting on her flushed cheeks, which brought a smile to his face. Are you a friend of Yanzi? Have you already entered the academy? Just as Chao Kun was about to leave the Tiando Royal Academy, a voice called out to him from behind. The voice was somewhat familiar, yet distinct from Gu Yuna's, leaving Chao Kun puzzled. I don't know anyone at Tiando Royal Academy, he thought, turning around to face the girl who had called him. She had short white hair, a slender figure, deep blue eyes, and a beauty that rivaled Duguyen's. Ye Lingling, we met last time, and you even helped me with the treatment, he recalled. No, I am currently at Lamba Academy, and I came today to escort Yanzi back, she replied, her surprise evident. I didn't expect Sister Lingling to recognize me. I should look a bit different now. Indeed, he had grown taller, his hair had transformed into long locks, his features had slightly altered, and he wore a swordsman's attire that was unlike anything found on Douluo continent. Chao Kun mused to himself, I shouldn't be so familiar with her. Yet she recognized me. I just saw you coming out of Yanzi's room. Though you've changed quite a bit, you still bear a striking resemblance to before, Yi Lingling remarked, her gaze fixed on Chao Kun. Haha, I'm surprised Sister Lingling remembers me. Chao Kun tiakled avivardly. sensing that Yi Lingling's expression suggested he had done something to offend her. It's getting late, so I shall take my leave. After exchanging a few more awkward pleasantries, Chao Kun bid her farewell and leaped into the air, transforming into a majestic Juefeng bird, soaring towards Tiando City. If he continued the conversation, he might have ended up constructing a 3-room apartment on the spot, although he wished to say more to Chao Kun. Upon witnessing him transform into an elegant Juefeng bird and ascend into the sky, Yi Lingling closed her slightly parted lips, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. So, Yinzi mentioned that he is called Chao Kun, right? Utilizing the swift speed of the Juefeng bird, Chao Kun reached his destination in a mere 10 minutes. A journey that would have taken half a day. To avoid potential attacks from soul masters in Tiando City, he descended just before reaching the city, reverting to his human form. In that instant, the Ru Yi Bai Bao Yi swiftly morphed into a swordsman's attire reminiscent of ancient martial arts from his past life. Not bad, he remarked with a smile as he admired his outfit. Upon entering Tiando City, Chao Kun did not linger for leisure. He quickly made his way back to Lamba Academy, heading straight to his room. After sharing dinner with Duge Yen, he felt no hunger and intended to return early to complete the conversion of his soul power. On his way, he encountered several students who gazed at him in astonishment. I've never seen anyone so handsome in the academy before. Due to their unfamiliarity, Chao Kun ignored their stares and proceeded directly to his room. Once inside, he tidied up the bed that had been untouched for days and sat down to meditate. Guyana, I plan to enter the small world for cultivation. Will I be discovered if I go in directly? After making his preparations, Chao Kun addressed Guyana again. Rest assured, I will shield you. Came her response without even opening her eyes. That's good to hear, Chao Kun nodded, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the room, entering the small world. Upon his arrival, ethereal silver light filled the room, making it seem to outsiders as though he had never left, continuing to meditate on the bed. Once inside the small world, Chao Kun sealed off his perception of the external world and reinforced it with the power of the water and fire dragon pearl. Observing this change, Guyana assumed it was the protection of the water and fire dragon king and continued to meditate without concern. Thankfully, Chao Kun sighed with relief. He did not want Guyana to discover that he was harboring a beautiful blue-silver emperor within the small world. Moreover, having someone watching him made it difficult for him to fully express himself. After completing all these tasks, Chao Kun took a moment to survey the small world he had not entered in several days. Wait, did I come to the wrong place? He exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Prior to his departure, aside from an ice and fire tuine eye and a dozen immortal herbs, there was nothing else here. Of course, if the blue-silver grass bed counted as one item, then there was an additional thing. Now, apart from the area where the immortal herbs were cultivated, the space was filled with blue-silver grass, which emitted a faint glow, creating an illusion of stepping into a dreamlike realm. Furthermore, where the original blue-silver grass bed once stood, there now appeared a house made of blue-silver grass, adorned in a whimsical manner. Did Ain create this? Have I managed to persuade her? Chao Kun thought joyfully, scanning the surroundings in search of Ain. The small world was not large, and he could easily see everything, yet Ain was nowhere to be found. Did she hide in the house upon sensing my arrival? Chao Kun pondered as he approached the house. As he passed by the area where the immortal herbs were planted, a pit caught his attention. Why is one missing? What was grown here before? He paused, gazing at the pit with a puzzled expression. The Moyu Shenju is gone. This was a type of immortal herb that had never appeared in Douluo, yet it was featured in subsequent Douluo series. It was incredibly beneficial for plant-type soul masters, significantly enhancing their resilience and vitality upon absorption. Did Ain take it? Why didn't the water and fire dragon pearl alert me? Chao Kun furrowed his brow in thought. He was not particularly concerned about Ain taking the immortal herb. After all, he had not planned to give it to anyone in the future, and it would not affect his overall plans. If Ain had taken it, so be it. She couldn't escape, and he could always collect some interest later. His frown arose from the fact that the water and fire dragon pearl had failed to notify him. What's going on? Is the water and fire dragon pearl too foolish to differentiate? Chapter 76. It lacks your value. After contemplating for a while, He still couldn't understand why the water and fire dragon pearl had failed to inform him. With no other options, Chao Kun resorted to issuing another command to the water and fire dragon pearl. Notify me immediately if anyone attempts to pick the immortal herb, regardless of whether they show any signs of destruction. After issuing his command, he thought for a moment and added, the notification should be discreet, so that others do not discover it. With that final adjustment, Chao Kun took a deep breath and stepped inside the house. It was time to check on Ayin. He wondered if she had absorbed the Mo Yushinju. However, he had only informed her of the specific effects of the immortal herbs, not the methods for harvesting or absorption. If she were to directly consume the Mo Yushinju, it would indeed be a waste of this precious celestial herb. Although Chao Kun pondered this thought, his pace did not quicken. Instead, he leisurely approached the door of the house. Several days had passed, and the absorption should have been completed long ago. There was no point in hurrying now. Moreover, in the beginning, he had expressed his sincerity by stating that all these celestial herbs were to be cared for by Ayin. If he were to rush in a frenzy to confront her over the absence of just one, what would that signify? Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a spacious living room, utterly devoid of furnishings, an empty void. Opposite the living area, a door stood firmly shut, suggesting that Ayin was likely within. Judging by the room's layout, it appeared to be the same spot where the previous bed had been placed. Ayin, are you inside? Chao Kun gently inquired at the door. A moment of silence ensued. I'm coming in. After waiting for a while without a response, Chao Kun softly pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the room, Ayin sat with her back against the bed, her long, slender legs casually draped over the edge. Upon feeling the door swing open, her body involuntarily shivered. As the blue-silver emperor, all blue-silver grasses were her eyes and ears. The moment Chao Kun entered the small cave, she had been aware of his presence. Swiftly, she had followed her plan, bringing a celestial herb into the room and controlling the blue-silver grass outside to carefully observe Chao Kun's reaction upon realizing the herb was missing. After Chao Kun departed from the small cave that day, Ayin sat in contemplation before moving to inspect the precious celestial herbs. While she could sense an immense vitality emanating from them, she was skeptical of the miraculous claims made by Chao Kun. How could there be such extraordinary properties, rendering one impervious to harm and indestructible? As the current ruler of the plant lineage, she had never heard of such wonders. If they truly possessed such greatness, how could he so readily entrust them to her, fearing she might ruin them? However, after utilizing her blue-silver domain to comprehend some of the herb's effects, Ayin discovered that Chao Kun had not deceived her. The efficacy of these herbs surpassed even his grand assertions. Do these things truly hold more significance than I do? Ayin pondered, realizing the herbs held far greater value than her 10,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. After a few inquiries from Chao Kun, doubts regarding Tang Hao's genuine affection for her began to surface. Yet, she did not believe that Chao Kun wished to take away her spirit ring and spirit bone. In the Douluo continent, who could resist the allure of a 10,000-year spirit ring or spirit bone, even if the spirit beast was unsuitable? Absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring could significantly augment a soul master's combat prowess. However, after witnessing Chao Kun's celestial herbs, she began to reconsider. For the value of these herbs indeed exceeded that of her spirit ring and spirit bone. Subsequently, she extended her hand and plucked one of the celestial herbs from the ground, discovering that nothing impeded her action. Gazing at the herb in her hand, which was immensely beneficial for plants, Ayin murmured, "Is this your sincerity?" The herbs offered no protection, and she had easily extracted one. After sitting idle for a day, she filled the area with blue-silver grass, constructed a house, and then, holding the Mo Yushinju, stepped inside to observe Chao Kun's reaction upon realizing a celestial herb was missing. Unbeknownst to her, Chao Kun was entirely unaware of her actions. Serendipitously, the unintelligent Shui Hualongzhu had inadvertently aided him. This place is far more beautiful than last time. Truly impressive. Sitting beside Ayin, Chao Kun wrapped his arm around her delicate waist. You don't resent me for taking that celestial herb, do you? Ayin remained unresponsive, allowing Chao Kun to embrace her. It's fine. Since I entrusted them to you, you may do as you please. Just remember to inform me before you take any next time. These herbs require a unique method of absorption. Consuming them directly will not yield their full potential. Chao Kuan remarked, his hands around Ayin. Your aura shows little change, indicating you haven't absorbed the essence of the herbs. While he spoke earnestly in truth, should Ayin pluck another celestial herb, he would undoubtedly confine her with the Shui Huolong Zhu until her strength had grown, ensuring the remaining herbs would not be squandered. As for the Mo Yushin Zhu, it was of little consequence. He would consider it compensation for the previous encounter. Upon hearing this, Ayin's previously tense body relaxed. What is wrong? Gao Kun inkurit, putzlet. Is it true what you said about overhearing Tang Hao's conversation with the Hao Yin sect? Ayin did not respond, but instead posed her question. Indeed, it is true. Despite some confusion within, Chao Kuan's tone remained resolute. Why would you entrust all the celestial herbs to me, unafraid that I might destroy them? Ayin continued to inquire. What is happening? Is Ayin coming to terms with this? As I stated, I truly care for you. This is my sincerity. Gao kun rit lid unbaverinle. Thank you. Ayin whispered softly before reclining into his embrace. Gazing at Ayin nestled in his arms, a fleeting sense of guilt washed over Chao Kuan. I truly am not a good person. This feeling vanished quickly as he lifted Ayin, intending to bestow a kiss upon her. At that moment, Ayin gently pressed a hand against him and extended the other to present a small black bamboo shoot to Chao Kuan. Is this the MOU, Shinju? You haven't absorbed it? Chao Kuan asked, perplexed upon receiving the bamboo. I believe its value is too great. I'll return it to you. Please give me some time, and I will gradually forget Tang Hao. While contemplating the MOU, Shunju in his hand, Chao Kuan was taken aback by Yin's soft words. Really? You have accepted me? Ignoring the bamboo, he exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, I believe in you. Ayin nodded in affirmation. Having received confirmation, Chao Kuan joyfully stood up, holding the MOU Shunju, declaring, You need not return this celestial herb to me. Absorb it yourself. Its value pales in comparison to you. I have a request. Ayin did not take the MOU Shinju, but continued. I wish to meet my child if the opportunity arises. At that moment, her tone was filled with a sense of guilt. After a moment's thought, Chao Kuan placed the MOU Shanju back into Yin's hands, his voice regaining its calm. All right, I will find a chance to take you to see Tang San. Before Ayin could rejoice, Chao Kuan added, However, I have a request of my own. What is it? Ayin asked softly. I hope you will bear a child for me as well. Lifting Yin's chin, Chao Kuan spoke matter-of-factly. All right. Chapter 77. Absorption and condensation. Very well, I agree. Perhaps she had truly made up her mind. Ayin readily acquiesced. Chao Kuan wasted no time, leaning in to kiss her before gently pushing her back onto the bed. The garments conjured by Ayin were once again torn asunder by Chao Kuan. This time, however, Ayin refrained from resisting and instead exhibited a degree of cooperation. This pleased Chao Kuan immensely, as he wished to explore some movements he had witnessed in his previous life. Yet, Ayin, feeling somewhat bashful, ceased her cooperation after a few movements. Chao Kuan did not press her further, for he knew that time was on their side. Thus, the night deepened gradually. After their exercise, Chao Kuan beckoned the Wur Sunju that had mysteriously fallen from beneath the bed. He meticulously channeled his soul energy to remove the outer shell of the Wur Sunju, revealing a glimmering green core. This was the method of absorption for Wur Sunju. One must remove the exterior before consuming the core energy within. Consuming it whole would hinder the soul master's ability to absorb the energy due to the obstructive shell. He then brought the green light close to Ayin, who lay with her eyes closed, breathing softly. You should absorb this celestial herb. It will aid in your recovery. Ayin opened her eyes, gazing at the luminous core of the Wur Sunju, initially inclined to refuse. To her surprise, Chao Kuan swiftly placed it into her mouth. Now, simply channel your soul energy to absorb it. This will not only benefit your recovery, but also be advantageous for our future children. The stronger we become, the greater the potential of our offspring. In this world, would you wish for them to be weak? Upon hearing this, Ayin swallowed the Wur Sunju. and with a graceful wave of her arm, a garment enveloped her once more. I believe a soul beast like me. Before she could finish, Chao Kun promptly silenced her, reassuringly stating, I do not concern myself with such things. All I know is that you are my woman now, and in the future, the mother of our children. Aine paused, her expression momentarily stunned, before she deeply regarded Chao Kun and then settled cross-legged on the bed to begin absorbing the medicinal essence of the Wu Sanju. Observing her, Chao Kun exhaled a breath of relief and took a seat on the opposite side of the room. It seemed he would need to treat her with more kindness in the future. Casting another glance at the seated Aine, Chao Kun mused to himself that she likely trusted Tang Hao's approach to her was for her soul rings and bones. After all, Tang Hao's actions were indeed somewhat dubious. Upon reflection, it was entirely plausible, as otherwise, Chao Kun would not have concocted such fabrications to deceive Aine. Once Aine began to believe that Tang Hao approached her with ulterior motives, she felt a sense of inferiority regarding her identity as a soul beast. Had she not been restrained by Chao Kun, she might have fled back to the Xing'asalin, vowing never to engage with humans again. Yet, Chao Kun had kept her here, demonstrating complete trust by exposing all celestial herbs to her, prompting her to consider accepting him. However, the memories of being a soul beast, having loved Tang Hao, and bearing a child made her feel inferior in front of Chao Kun. Thus, she was reluctant to absorb the Muyu Sanju. Keu Kun, sensing her hesitation, directly placed the Muyu Sanju in her mouth and encouraged her with thoughts of their child. In the future, should you wish to collect other celestial herbs, feel free to do so without needing my reminders. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Kun issued another command to the Self-WuhunSwordsman's. Even if Yin's previous actions were merely a ruse, and she were to destroy the celestial herbs, he would accept his misfortune and merely adjust his future plans. After all, if he did nothing, he would truly be a scoundrel. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his mind, he began to convert his soul energy. As night fell, Chao Kun entered the Xiaodongtian. Although he had trained with Aine several times, there was still ample time until dawn. He resolved to use the remaining time for cultivation, which was the very purpose of entering the Xiaodongtian. After some time, he opened his eyes and gazed out at the icy fire duality where the Fengdu resided, then moved closer to it. Here, the efficiency of his soul energy conversion should improve. First, let us condense a fire attribute soul energy ball, he murmured to himself. With that, he began to channel soul energy into his palm, and as he consumed over half of his internal energy, he initiated communication with the fire dragon Kingsju, extracting a thread of its energy. Gradually, he infused this energy into the soul energy ball forming in his palm. Simultaneously, he maintained a steady rate of energy transfer, ensuring that his own soul energy remained dominant. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed by the Fire Dragon King's energy, rendering it useless to him. Thanks to his martial soul, Chao Kun possessed remarkable control over his body, and the process of condensing the Fire Soul energy ball proceeded without incident. Soon, all of his internal soul energy was transferred into the fiery orb he held. Quite simple, he chuckled softly, tossing the fire attribute soul energy ball above the icy fire duality, allowing it to hover. He then settled cross-legged once more to practice meditation and began recovering his soul energy. This process, however, was considerably slower than the condensation of the fire soul energy ball. At this pace, it would take until the next evening to complete the condensation of both energy balls. The reason for this delay was that he needed to venture outside during the day, and it would be unwise to condense soul energy balls in public. Setting aside these thoughts, he concentrated on restoring his soul energy. This empty feeling within his body was quite unpleasant. During the course of cultivation, time seemed to accelerate, and before long, morning arrived. At this moment, Aine, who had been absorbing the celestial herb, opened her eyes, emanating a unique aura. Subsequently, some extraordinary insect sprouted within the room, their vines adorned with golden patterns, reminiscent of the Vengju among the Laninsa. With a swish, the newly emerged Nintho waved through the air, emitting a sound that pierced the silence. Their tips were now as sharp as spears. This was the result of absorbing the Wuyu Sanju transforming into the Lan Yinong. However, Ain paid little heed to this newfound power. After surveying the room, her expression fell to one of disappointment. Why do you appear discontented when your strength has increased? Chao Kun entered through the window and remarked with a smile. I am very happy, Ain replied, her face brightening with a smile, surprised by Chao Kun's entrance. Were you so worried about me? He seated himself beside her, his face aglow with joy. At this moment, Yin's cheeks flushed, and, after a few playful exchanges, Chao Kun said, Stay here well. I will return tonight to accompany you and take you out after some time. All right, I will listen to you, Ain softly replied. Seeing this, Chao Kun's smile broadened, and after giving Ain a gentle kiss, he focused his thoughts and departed from the Xiaodongtian. Chapter 78. The Vanished Lu Erlong. How far have you progressed in your cultivation? As Chao Kun emerged from the Xiaodongtian, Gu Yuna in his consciousness inquired. I have successfully condensed a soul energy ball of one attribute. Gao Kun, Digned Contusion. Did you not witness it, Senior Gu Yuna? Although he had sealed his perception of the outside world upon entering the Xiaodongtian and reinforced it with the power of the Solungdu, Gu Yuna was indeed a deity, and he could not claim to have concealed everything from her. Upon entering, I immediately lost awareness of the external world, likely obstructed by the energy set by the Shuihua Longwang. Gu Yuna did not harbor any doubts. She indeed sensed the power of Shuihua Longwang within the sealed consciousness sea, suggesting that there must be some restrictions for entering that small world. However, her interest lay elsewhere, as she wished to quietly absorb the mysterious substance emanating from Chao Kun's martial soul to restore her own spirit. So that is how it is. I am not entirely certain of the circumstances, Chao Kun thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief. It's fine. I have no interest in what occurs inside. He replied, At your current pace, you will be able to convert your soul power by tonight. At that time, the power of water and fire will condense within you, granting you an exceedingly rare and formidable ability. That is the domain. Gu Yuna did not dwell on the inability to perceive the small world and began explaining to Chao Kun what he needed to do after the conversion of his soul power. Domain? Chao Kun exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, it is the domain, the Shuihua domain. It can also be referred to as the Binghua domain. Do you understand what a domain is? Gu Yuna elaborated, observing Chao Kun's reaction with curiosity. I have heard others speak of it before, Chao Kun replied, stabilizing his mind, yet still puzzled. Is it really as simple as transforming the nature of soul power into the power of water and fire to obtain a domain? That seems rather effortless. Gu Yuna chuckled softly. That may be the case for you. After absorbing the Bajiao Zuanbinko and Lihuo Xingjiao Shu, your soul power has already undergone some transformation. Furthermore, the power of Shuihua Longwang has modified your body. Had your soul power not been attributeless at that time, you would have awakened the Shuihua domain long ago. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun nodded thoughtfully and inquired, what abilities does this Shuihua domain possess? Recalling the descriptions of the Killing God domain, Blue-Silver domain, and Angel domain from the original text, he felt a surge of envy. Gu Yuna responded, I am uncertain, and the abilities upon initial awakening will not be particularly strong. After all, this domain is cultivated by yourself rather than being bestowed upon you. Thus it will be relatively weaker. However, rest assured, the capabilities of the domain will enhance with your strength, and it will suit you far better than a directly granted domain. Chao Kun remained undeterred by the prospect, murmuring joyfully, that indeed sounds preferable. Self-cultivation is far more rewarding. Subsequently, Gu Yuna shared further knowledge about domains before retreating to cultivate and restore her energy. Knock, knock, knock. Boss, said that you back. At this moment, while Chao Kun was freshening up in his room, he heard a series of knocks accompanied by Tai Long's greeting from outside. Yes, one moment. Rubbing his face, Chao Kun approached the door and opened it. Boss, who are you? Tai Long's tone shifted as he beheld a strikingly handsome man with long black hair standing before him. Who is this? Why are you in the boss's room? What is the matter? Who else could I be but Chao Kun? He exclaimed, playfully slapping Tai Long on the shoulder. You are Chao, boss. What happened to your appearance? Tai Long exclaimed, astonished. Previously, Chao Kuan was slightly shorter than Tai Long. Now, they stood nearly the same height. Tai Long pushed Chao Kuan's hand aside and scrutinized him closely, realizing that this man indeed bore a resemblance to Chao Boss, albeit with notable changes. I recently visited Dugu Qianbei with Yin Zi and acquired some things, which resulted in these changes, Chao Kuan briefly explained, attributing his transformation to Dugu Bo. Even if someone were to inquire with Dugu Bo, he would likely cooperate. So, it's because of Douluo, Tai Long said, enlightenment dawning upon him, although he still did not grasp the specifics. Understanding that it was the work of a titled Da clarified matters for him. Thinking this over, Tai Long excitedly threw an arm around Chao Kuan's shoulders and curiously asked, "How did Douluo manage that? I want to know how you became so handsome." "I'm not sure. My strength is too weak to comprehend how Dugu Qianbei achieved this," Chao Kuan chuckled. "True, if it were easy, our clan would certainly be aware of it," Tai Long replied, somewhat disheartened. "By the way, has the situation in the academy affected you much these past few days?" Tai Long continued, soon regaining his spirits as he began recounting recent happenings at the academy. Although Chao Kuan was not particularly interested in such matters, he did not interrupt, listening quietly as Tai Long boasted. After confirming that Chao Kuan was unharmed, Tai Long took him to a discreet restaurant near Lanba Academy for a meal, insisting on treating him as a gesture following his father's visit to the school to apologize. Chao Kuan did not refuse, and after finishing their meal, he turned to Tai Long and asked, "By the way, have you seen the dean these past few days?" Tai Long paused, confused by the question, and shook his head. "I haven't seen her since she threw a fit in the dormitory last time." "Why do you ask?" Chao Kuan expressed a hint of exasperation. "The last time, the dean told me to follow her for training. I was concerned that she might have come looking for me while I was away, hence my inquiry." "You actually want to train with that fierce female Tyrannosaurus?" Tai Long exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Chao Kuan smiled slightly. "Though the dean does have a rather fiery temperament, as a soul sage, she should be more than capable of personally instructing me." Tai Long nodded, sitting beside Chao Kuan and whispering, "That is indeed true. Moreover, the dean is exceptionally beautiful and has a splendid figure." Observing Tai Long's lecherous expression, Chao Kuan promptly shoved him away. "You rascal. You were just disparaging others as a female Tyrannosaurus, and now you speak of this. If she hears you, do you wish to live? Enough of that. Has the dean sought me out these past few days or not?" Tai Long pondered for a moment before replying, "No. I haven't seen the dean in these past few days. She is likely in the back mountain." Now it was Chao Kuan's turn to feel perplexed. Did the entire academy know about Lu Erlong's emo situation? How do you know the dean is in the back mountain? According to the teacher, the dean, due to her immense strength, periodically retreats to the back mountain to train so as not to damage the academy's facilities, Tai Long responded. Chapter 79, The Water and Fire Taiji Diagram. That night, within the small cave, Chao Kuan sat cross-legged beside the ice and fire duality eye, his soul power gradually transforming into a cerulean hue, exhibiting a tendency to condense. Akin rested her hands on the windowsill, her eyes fixed on Chao Kuan, while the blue-silver grass nearby swayed, as if performing for their monarch. After parting ways with Tai Long earlier in the day and finding little amusement outside, Chao Kuan returned to his room to cultivate. Regular cultivation was challenging outside when it came to transforming soul power. Following the bodily modification from the Shueihua Dragon Pearl and acquiring the third spirit ring, Chao Kuan's soul power had reached level 37, and he was no longer at the initial stage of that level. Based on his own estimations, he would reach level 38 with another week or two of cultivation. At that moment, Chao Kuan suddenly exhaled softly beside the ice and fire duality eye and opened his eyes. It appears that the water attribute soul power has coalesced into a soul sphere within the body. Turning his gaze to the fire attribute soul sphere suspended above the Binghua Liangyi Yin, Chao Kuan extended his right hand, summoning it into his palm. Subsequently, he established a connection with the Fire Dragon King's orb, allowing the fire attribute soul sphere to directly enter his body through its power. It is worth noting that the small cave sky connects to Chao Kuan's Dantian. Upon the entrance of the fire attribute soul sphere, the recently formed water attribute soul sphere instinctively gravitated towards it, as if seeking mutual destruction. This sudden shift immediately put Chao Kun on high alert, compelling him to exert his formidable control over soul power to stabilize the two spheres and prevent them from merging. He maneuvered the two soul spheres to opposite sides of his dantian and spoke in a serious tone. Ain, throw over the Wangchuan Xiushui Lu. Huh? All right. Ain responded, slightly taken aback before promptly agreeing. A blue-silver vine materialized in her hand, soaring towards an unassuming herb. The herb was entirely emerald green, with 3 snow-white leaves at its center adorned with droplets of water, reminiscent of morning dew. This was the Wangchuan Xiushui Lu, the third celestial herb Chao Kun had prepared for himself. After positioning the 2 soul spheres in their designated spots within the dantian, all that remained was to absorb soul power, allowing it to transform according to the positions of the 2 disparate soul spheres, thus stabilizing them. Consequently, the soul power cultivated thereafter would autonomously convert into water and fire attributes without requiring Chao Kun's deliberate intervention. He was uncertain of the underlying principle behind this phenomenon, and Guyana had not elaborated on it further. This step marked the final hurdle in the transformation of soul power, demanding continuous control over the water and fire soul spheres to prevent their convergence while simultaneously absorbing soul power. Furthermore, the absorption rate was sluggish, which caused Chao Kun considerable discomfort. Thus, he devised a strategy to concurrently absorb a celestial herb, leveraging its immense energy to facilitate the soul power absorption. The Wangchuan Xiushui Lu, guided by Ain, descended before Chao Kun. He extended his right hand to receive it and then poured the dew from the 3 white leaves into his mouth. As the dew departed, the herb withered rapidly, turning to ash. Is there anything else? Ain inquired, barefoot and approaching Chao Kun with a gentle tone. No, you could just observe from the side now. Chao Kun replied with a smile, baring his teeth at Ain before closing his eyes to absorb the herb's energy. The term child's mother slipped from his lips, causing Ain to blush deeply, momentarily flustered. After mumbling a few words, she gazed warmly at Chao Kun and settled beside him. After speaking, Chao Kun felt a refreshing energy surge into his eyes, with a small portion also flowing into his dantian. This influx of energy significantly accelerated the absorption of soul power, allowing a substantial amount to swiftly enter his dantian, subsequently transforming into water and fire soul power under the influence of the 2 spheres. Before long, his dantian brimmed with soul power, half of which turned to cerulean blue and the other half a fiery red, akin to the external Binghua Liang Yin. However, unlike the distinctly separated energies outside, the soul power within Chao Kun's dantian felt on the verge of merging. Noticing this, Chao Kun immediately applied the method outlined by Gu Yuna, along with his own understanding, to control the soul power. He commanded the fire attribute soul sphere and the water attribute soul sphere to exchange positions while guiding the remaining soul power to circulate slowly within his dantian. Gradually, a blue and red taiji diagram emerged in his dantian, distinct yet intermingling. This was not achieved through Gu Yuna's prescribed method. Feeling the rotating taiji diagram within his dantian, Chao Kun's lips curled into a smile as he withdrew his control over it. Instantly, the rotation slowed slightly, yet it continued, while external soul power was gradually absorbed into the dantian. Success. Witnessing this transformation, he felt an urge to leap in joy, had it not been for the substantial cool energy still residing in his eyes. Henceforth, as long as he remained alive, this taiji diagram would perpetually rotate, continuously absorbing soul power. Furthermore, when he focused on the taiji diagram during his cultivation, his training speed would increase even further, expelling a breath of stale air. Chao Kun steadied his mind and began to control his eyes to absorb the energy of the Wangchuan Xiushui Lu. Throughout this process, he sensed an invigorating clarity, likely a result of enhanced mental strength. Subsequently, his eyes seemed to undergo some transformation, acquiring new abilities. Although curiosity peaked within him, he restrained it, fully absorbing the energy of the Wangchuan Xiushui Lu. What new abilities have I gained? He murmured as he opened his eyes and slowly rose. Kuan, have you succeeded? Aine, sitting nearby, softly inquired. Her long, delicate legs were crossed, and a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. In response, Chao Kuan playfully traced his fingers along her legs, embracing her waist and asking, "What did you just call me?" "Kuan, is that all right?" Aine did not resist, resting her legs on him and speaking softly. "Kuan." This seems to be a habit of addressing Tang Hao. It appears she is beginning to accept me, though I prefer not to be called that. After pondering for a moment, Chao Kuan replied with a smile, "That's fine, but I would prefer you to call me Qingxiang." "Qingxiang?" Aine questioned, perplexed, as the title of Prime Minister did not exist in Douluo Dalu. "Well, consider another name of mine, for freedom." Gao Kun explained it. "All right, Qingxiang," Aine replied, her pearly teeth slightly parted. Upon hearing this address, Gao Kun is it. He grasped Yin's calf and leaned closer, whispering something inaudibly. Aine did not respond but blushed, nodding gently. Seeing this, Chao Kuan gradually pressed down upon Aine. "Furthermore, I would like you to call me child's father." Chapter 8. The Domain of Water and Fire and X-ray Vision. After their training, Chao Kuan and Aine found themselves lying on the bed, unaware of how they had arrived there. "What level of strength have you restored now?" After resting a while, Chao Kuan inquired of Aine, who nestled in his embrace. Aine lifted her head, carefully assessing her state before responding. "I should possess the strength of a Soul King now. Having absorbed the Mo Yushinju, my offensive capability surpasses that of a typical Soul King. Is there anything you need me to do?" She assumed Chao Kuan's inquiry about her strength was related to confronting someone. "No need, I merely wanted to understand." Chao Kuan replied softly, "I have told you, just take good care of the celestial herbs outside." Upon hearing this, Aine closed her eyes once more, nestling her head against Chao Kuan's chest. She preferred this tranquil existence over engaging in battle. For a long time, she had envisioned such a life, and although she was now with a different man, it was not vastly different. Perhaps in the future, another individual would join them. Contemplating this, Aine gently caressed her flat abdomen. Upon witnessing the scene, Chao Kuan smiled as he grasped Yin's hand, planting a gentle kiss upon her cheek. After lounging for a while, fearing he might lose control again, Chao Kuan exited the dwelling and ventured outside to experiment with his newly acquired abilities, the realm of ice and fire, along with the newfound power of his eyes. He sought a desolate area, and with a mere thought, an ethereal image of a blue-red Tai Chi diagram materialized around him. The fiery red section emanated a sensation of searing heat, while the azure blue part invoked a chilling coldness. Perhaps due to his absorption of the Ba Jiao Xianbing Chao and Lai Huaxing Jiao Shu, these two segments could also release corresponding fire and ice toxins, with the intensity of the toxins increasing the longer one remained within. Moreover, both the scorching and frigid aspects could be altered at will, according to Chao Kuan's thoughts. Indeed, he murmured softly, carefully sensing the dual temperatures. The sensations of heat and cold were quite remarkable. After sustaining the realm for a while, the surrounding blue-silver grass withered and transformed into shattered ice sculptures. Observing this, Chao Kuan chuckled as he dispelled the realm. During his recent experiment, he discovered that the realm could expand to the size of a basketball court, roughly equivalent to this small pocket of heaven. However, within such a vast domain, the potency of the heat and cold would be diminished. To maximize their power, it was best to maintain the realm within a radius of 10 meters around him. Naturally, this was not the limit of the realm. It would strengthen as Chao Kuan's prowess increased. Having completed the experimentation with the ice and fire realm, Chao Kuan focused his soul power within his eyes to explore the newly attained capabilities. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized, it bore little difference from his previous ability of bullet time, albeit significantly enhanced. This left him perplexed, as he distinctly felt the presence of new abilities during the absorption of the Wang Chuan Qiushui Lu. Turning around in confusion, he gazed at Aine, who was tidying up the room. Clad in a garment made of blue-silver grass and barefoot on the ground, she stood there, seemingly unaware. Aine, unleash a soul technique. Gao Kun instructed. All right, she replied, albeit slightly bewildered. With a wave of her hand, several unique strands of blue-silver grass burst forth from the ground, soaring into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being sliced apart rang out as the blue-silver grass shot upwards like a series of long spears, strikingly fierce. As Ain executed her move, Chao Kun observed the meridians within her body illuminating sequentially. Indeed, it is the meridians. Just now, it must have been the path of soul power during the execution of her soul technique, Chao Kun pondered thoughtfully. But what purpose does this serve? Could it be that by learning the soft fist, I might disrupt an opponent's soul power flow while they're casting a technique, thereby interrupting their skill? While that may hold some utility, it is not particularly significant, he mused with a furrowed brow. Perhaps I should attempt another soul technique. Ain suggested after noticing Chao Kun's frown, fearing she had erred. There's no need. I have discerned what the new ability entails. Chao Kun reassured her with a smile. That is a relief. Ain sighed in relief. Approaching her, he observed the blue-silver grass that had appeared during her soul technique and curiously inquired, I almost forgot. In your current state, can you still utilize soul techniques? Realizing that a yin's soul rings and bones remained with Tang Hao, he was taken aback by how she could perform a soul technique. In the past, I knew the route of soul power flow when using techniques, and now I simply follow that route to channel my soul power and execute the technique, Ain explained. Moreover, since I am essentially blue-silver grass, it is quite effortless for me to circulate my own soul power. Then the technique you just used qualifies as a self-created soul technique? Gaokun Kvith. Yes, it can be considered a self-created technique, Ain confirmed with a nod. Being able to effortlessly navigate the meridians and understanding the flow of soul techniques allows for their execution. Wouldn't that mean? As he contemplated, Chao Kun attempted to channel his soul power along the route Ain had utilized for her technique. Puff! To his dismay, nothing materialized, and instead, the collision of soul power caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. What happened? Ain exclaimed, startled by the sudden turn of events, rushing to support him. It's nothing. Chao Kun quickly employed his second soul technique, water transformation, to heal his injuries and comforted Ain. I almost forgot. To execute a soul technique, one requires the corresponding martial soul. Without the blue-silver grass martial soul, how could I possibly wield a yin soul techniques? The corners of Chao Kun's mouth twitched at his own impulsiveness. At that moment, a yin's hand emanated a green light, which she pressed against Chao Kun's chest. Recovery, she declared. As the green glow faded, she looked at him quizzically. Why are there no injuries? Seeing her expression, Chao Kun smiled and embraced her. It's nothing. I was merely conducting an experiment. This beautiful maiden now truly belonged to him. Subsequently, Chao Kun ceased further experimentation, lifting Ain as they leapt onto the roof of the house. Surveying the small sanctuary adorned by Ain, he wrapped his arms around her and declared, From now on, this shall be our home. In due time, I shall take you out. All right. Ain smiled gently, resting her head against his shoulder. Though she could not articulate an overwhelming love for Chao Kun, he was undoubtedly the best choice for her. Moreover, with each demonstration of sincerity from him, she found herself increasingly drawn to him. Once Chao Kun provided her with a child, Ain believed that as long as he did not cast her aside, she would remain by his side. The two shared tender moments together until dawn broke outside. After exchanging a kiss, Chao Kun focused his thoughts and departed from the small sanctuary. Chapter 81. The Ambush. As noon approached, Chao Kun found himself seated in the outdoor battle arena of Lanba Academy. The venue, though modest in size, was constructed from a unique material, surrounded by several imposing stone pillars, seemingly designed for flying soul masters. This special material could withstand battles involving soul masters below the rank of soul sovereign. As for those above the rank, most would choose to graduate and acquire a noble title, with only a few soul sovereigns engaging in deadly duels here. This location attracted a considerable crowd, with students frequently sparring to gain experience. Second soul technique, embûche. At that moment, a soul master wielding a leopard martial soul, adorned with 2 yellow soul rings, activated his second soul technique, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind several afterimages as he appeared behind his opponent. Bang! Subsequently, a dark light enveloped the feet of the opposing Soul Master, delivering a heavy kick to his back. Cough, cough. The Soul Master who was kicked flew backward, landing on the ground and coughing a couple of times. Are you all right? The leopard martial Soul Master, witnessing this, rushed over to assist the fallen Soul Master. Cough. Goof. I'm Fine. By goo, I didn't expect your second soul skill to be so powerful, remarked the kicked Soul Master. Haha, it's just good luck, came the reply. As they exchanged words, the two supported each other toward the Academy's infirmary, indicating a strong camaraderie. Wow, that person is incredible. I didn't even see his figure earlier, and he just appeared behind that tall Soul Master, exclaimed a bystander. Indeed, truly impressive, others remarked as they observed the departing duo. This was one of the advantages of outdoor battles, allowing one to easily gain fame within the Academy. When Liu Erlong initially brought him here for competition, he had similar intentions, showcasing his abilities in front of the students to help him integrate into the Academy, especially since he had joined midway. A rare occurrence for the commoner Soul Masters of Lanba Academy. Listening to the discussions around him, Chao Kuan's gaze was fixed intently on the back of the leopard martial Soul Master. It was not that he wished to challenge that Soul Master, but rather to memorize the route of soul power circulation he had just witnessed during the demonstration of the soul skill. Fortunately, his memory was quite good. He did not need to provoke anyone for a rematch to observe it again. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Chao Kuan smiled and left the arena. After spending the entire morning here, he had finally seen a beast martial Soul Master, and the soul skill was something he could imitate. Having remembered the operational route of his soul skill, he could now test his hypothesis. If his conjecture proved correct, then understanding the operational path of a soul skill would allow him to create his own through imitation, rendering his future soul skills inexhaustible. With this thought, Chao Kuan made his way to the rear mountain of the Academy. Here, he could experiment with soul skills without worrying about damaging the Academy structures. As he recalled the operational route of the soul skill, he focused his thoughts, directing his soul power into the meridians of his legs, ensuring that the right leg received a bit more energy. Surge! As the soul power circulated, Chao Kuan's speed increased, and he left behind several afterimages, arriving beside a large tree 100 meters away. At that moment, his right leg radiated a fiery red glow as he delivered a powerful kick against the tree. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the tree was shattered, with sparks flying from the broken trunk. This was somewhat different from the soul skill demonstrated by the leopard martial Soul Master. Watching the tree catch fire, Chao Kuan summoned a stream of water to extinguish the flames and began contemplating the soul skill he had just performed. It differed slightly from that of the other Soul Master, likely due to the attributes of his soul power. After pondering for a moment, he murmured to himself. With that, he activated his soul power once more to execute the soul skill. Surge! His body vanished from its original position, leaving behind an afterimage. This time, however, his right leg emitted a chilling blue light. Boom! He kicked heavily against another tree, which was instantly broken, the fracture emanating a chill as frost began to form on the surface. Indeed, the attributes of soul power do impart different variations to soul skills. Chao Kuan remarked upon witnessing the results. Following this, he continued to experiment with the soul skill. In a short span, he felled over 10 trees in the rear mountain, surrounded by sparks and frost. Ultimately, after extensive experimentation, he grasped the capabilities of the soul skill. The skill was named Surge, possessing two components, Surge and Strike. The Surge component involved the body disappearing and leaving behind an afterimage, which served to confuse opponents, while the Strike component focused on condensing soul power in the leg to deliver a forceful blow. This soul skill is remarkably powerful. A smile spread across Chao Kuan's face, pleasantly surprised by how effective his first imitation of a soul skill turned out to be. He chuckled as he tidied up the remnants, ensuring no embers remained before planning to return to the Academy for a meal. As he walked, he gazed back at the rear mountain, pondering. Liu Erlong should be somewhere in this mountain, shouldn't she? It had been nearly a week, Perhaps this was a good excuse to seek her out. With this thought, Chao Kun leaped into the air, transforming into the Juefeng bird as he soared upward. The dense trees of the rear mountain would make searching from the ground tedious, so flying above would be more efficient. After all, within Tiando City, the mountain was not vast, and upon rising into the air, he quickly spotted a small wooden house nestled among the trees. Flapping his wings, he flew towards it, then descended to the ground, reverting to his human form just before landing. He feared that if he approached as the Juefeng bird, Lu Erlong might unleash her full power against him. Following the direction he had seen from above, he soon noticed a sign hanging from a massive tree, which read, Academy Restricted Area, Entry Forbidden without permission. Without a glance, he bypassed the sign and entered. As Chao Kun stepped inside, a serene lake appeared before him, accompanied by a wooden cabin surrounded by a fence, with a variety of colorful flowers planted in the yard. After circling the area without spotting Lu Erlong outside, he surmised she must be indoors. Approaching the door, he was about to knock when he heard a song emanating from within, filled with a melancholic resonance. To his surprise, Lu Erlong was singing such a song, and surprisingly, it was quite beautiful. After listening for a moment, Chao Kun assessed the performance and then knocked on the wooden door. Who is it? The singing ceased abruptly, followed by a voice laced with irritation. If Chao Kun had not been aware that Lu Erlong was alone inside, he would not have recognized that the two distinct tones belonged to the same person. It's me, Erlong Jia. I came to find you for training. Chao Kun responded. Chapter 82, Don't Die. Creaking, the wooden door swung open to reveal a face filled with rage. Who the hell are you? How did you find this place? Didn't you see the sign outside, saying entry forbidden without permission? Upon seeing Chao Kun's transformed appearance, Lu Erlong failed to recognize him and immediately erupted in anger. Her ire stemmed not only from being interrupted, but also from the embarrassment of being discovered in an emotional state by a fellow student. After all, the students in the academy believed she was training in the rear mountain. If word got out that Lu Erlong was here in a state of melancholy, how could she continue as the academy's dean? Noticing Lu Erlong's clenched fists, ready to unleash her wrath, Chao Kun quickly interjected, Erlong Jia, it's me, Chao Kun. Just a few days ago, you asked me to train with you. Since you haven't come to find me, I inquired with Tai Long and the others about your whereabouts. And here I am. Lu Erlong's anger dissipated, replaced by confusion. Gao Kuwen. Upon closer inspection, he did bear a resemblance. What happened to you? Chao Kun breathed a sigh of relief and explained the carefully prepared words he had for Lu Erlong. I didn't expect you to have connected with Du Guyan, such a high-profile figure. Lu Erlong laughed after hearing Chao Kun's explanation. It's as if you think I'm living off others. She retorted playfully. My own talents are not to be underestimated. As Lu Erlong appeared somewhat irate, Chao Kun attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Indeed, there is no denying your remarkable talent. However, before Chao Kun could bask in his own amusement, flames erupted from Lu Erlong's fist, which she hurled towards his face. Angry? As a lethal member of the Golden Iron Triangle, how could she possibly calm down so easily? Now realizing that the one who had interrupted her moment of melancholy was Chao Kun, she perceived that, bolstered by his strength and the enhancements from the poison Douluo, this young man had significantly increased his power. Therefore, she unleashed her full might with that punch. If she did not adequately discipline this insolent brat today, she would have her name written backward. What the hell? No martialesics. Attacking me, a soul master, and attempting a sneak attack. Chao Kun silently grumbled as he faced the approaching fist. Fortunately, after absorbing the Forgetting River's autumn water due the previous night, his mental acuity had greatly improved, allowing him to sense Lu Erlong's fiery punch. With a splash, Chao Kun instantly transformed into water, and Lu Erlong's fist passed directly through his head, scattering part of the water that constituted his form, which took a moment to restore. This was intentional on Chao Kun's part. If he restored himself immediately, what if Lu Erlong threw another punch? However, upon seeing that half of Chao Kun's face was missing, Lu Erlong's anger dissipated instantly, even though his water-formed head appeared less menacing. With a hint of anxiety, she inquired, Brat, are you all right? She genuinely wished to teach Chao Kun a lesson, for she held a deep appreciation for this talented and eloquent student. Speak up. Are you okay? Lu Erlong pressed, gently resting her hand on Chao Kun's shoulder and leaning in closer. Chao Kun longed to respond, yet half of his face was still absent, and he needed to restore that before he could speak. Observing Lu Erlong's anxious demeanor, he resolved to restore himself. If she discovered he had intentionally frightened her, he would surely face another round of reprimands. Before he could take action, Lu Erlong shook him gently and urged, "Don't just lie there. What is this soul skill of yours? Why did it not transform into a jellyfish and just become water? And why did you even transform into water? Do you think my punch could actually kill you? It would hurt, though," Chao Kun muttered in his mind. And gradually the water that was missing from his face began to restore. At that moment, an epiphany struck Lu Erlong. She scooped Chao Kun up and leaped into the small lake beside the wooden house. Water. He needed water. The last time he restored himself, he had to be submerged. During this time, she did not spare him a glance, or she would have realized he was already restored. With a splash, they plunged into the lake. "Are you all right now?" Lu Erlong asked as she held onto Chao Kun's shoulder while submerged. "I'm fine, thank you." "Erlong Jia," Chao Kun replied, hoping to ease her embarrassment. If she were to discover the misunderstanding from earlier, who knows what she might do. "What was wrong with you? You scare me to death," Lu Erlong exclaimed, her breath hitching. Hearing this, she sighed in relief and then raised her voice. "Next time you fight, be cautious with that soul skill. If someone else were to pierce your vital points, and there was no water nearby, you would be dead." Recognizing the concern in Lu Erlong's tone, Chao Kun nodded obediently. Now that everything was fine, Lu Erlong suggested, "Let's head back." Having experienced the earlier scare, she was left with no lingering emotions aside from a momentary fright. As she released her grip on Chao Kun and swam toward the shore, he followed closely behind. Once ashore, Lu Erlong shook her head, letting her damp hair cascade down her back. The azure fabric of her dress clung to her skin, accentuating her voluptuous form. Water dripped from the hem, rendering her irresistibly alluring and drawing Chao Kun's gaze. "Brat, what are you staring at?" Lu Erlong shouted, sensing his attention. Little did she realize that her stance only served to further highlight her ample bosom. Although she had shouted, the irritation in her voice was minimal. Perhaps due to Chao Kun's newfound charm, or because Lu Erlong regarded him merely as a mischievous child. "What brings you here?" Lu Erlong asked as she entered the wooden house, gesturing for Chao Kun to follow her. "So you were just thinking about punching me without listening to anything?" Chao Kun silently scoffed before responding earnestly. "Did you not tell me to train with you from now on? Erlong Jia? I waited in the dormitory for several days without seeing you, so I can't find you. I thought you might want a few more days of rest before accepting your training. My training is quite rigorous." Lu Erlong remarked as she turned to face Chao Kun inside the wooden house. Since he consistently referred to her as Erlong Jia, she too began to address herself as sister in their conversation. Following her closely into the house, just as he was about to speak, Lu Erlong continued, "Please wait here for a moment while I change my clothes. By the way, do you have a storage soul guide? If not, you can borrow one of my outfits." Observing Chao Kun's long hair and handsome visage, she proposed, "Wouldn't it be amusing for you to wear a dress?" "Absolutely not. I refuse to wear women's clothing." Chao Kun shook his head in rejection. "I have a storage soul guide, and it contains clothing." "Then it's settled. Stay down here. If you dare to come upstairs, you will regret it." Lu Erlong initially expressed some disappointment, then spoke sternly before ascending the stairs. After she departed, Chao Kun focused his thoughts, and his outfit transformed into a new, dry set of clothes. With a wishful garment, why would he need anything else? Once attired, he casually surveyed the first floor of the wooden house, which was adorned with an array of peculiar objects that seemed rather out of character for Lu Erlong. After a while, when Lu Erlong had not yet returned, Chao Kun exited the hall and wandered into what appeared to be a study. Upon entering, he noticed a massive bookshelf against the wall. Despite its size, the shelf contained only a few books, their titles rather unusual. Works such as The Core of Martial Souls, The Essence of Soul Masters, and The Influence of Parents' Martial Souls on Offspring Grace the Spines, all attributed to the esteemed title of Master. On a nearby desk, lay a tome titled The Top 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls. Upon hearing no sounds of Lu Erlong coming downstairs, Chao Kuen's eyes lit up as he took a seat at the desk. Flipping through the pages of the top 10 core competencies of martial souls, something was tucked within. He retrieved the volume and turned to the page containing the hidden item, revealing a trimmed manuscript. It was printed on paper bearing the name of Yu Xiaojiang's recent research. The remaining content had been excised by Lu Erlong, leaving only the title on the influence of a soul master's physical fitness on the absorption of soul rings. Does Lu Erlong still harbor such deep feelings for Yu Xiaojiang? Chao Kuen pondered, furrowing his brow as he murmured to himself. After all these years, if Lu Erlong's affections for Yu Xiaojiang remained so steadfast, how could he ever hope to win her over? Such unwavering emotions, spanning over a decade, were beyond his reach. Contemplating this, Chao Kuen closed the 10 core competencies of martial souls, furrowing his brow as he stood up, resting his hands on the table, his fingers grazing the underside. Confused, Chao Kuen lifted his supporting hand, as if he had touched something. It was dust. He paused momentarily, then immediately walked over to the nearby bookshelf, retrieving several books and gazing at the shelf before him. Ultimately, he discovered that these books were covered in dust, and the shelf itself had accumulated grime. It seemed that the memories were not so vivid after all. Recalling the creaky sound of the door when Lu Erlong had entered, along with the dust on the books, a smile crept onto Chao Kuen's lips. These signs indicated that Lu Erlong must not have visited this place for quite some time. Even if she had come, she did not linger. Moreover, she had not properly organized the items belonging to Yu Xiaojiang. Otherwise, if Lu Erlong had stayed here for several days, how could everything except the surface of the 10 core competencies of martial souls and the table be dust-free? It was understandable, as Yu Xiaojiang had already departed for over a decade, leaving in such a cowardly manner. Given Lu Erlong's nature, it was already remarkable that she still held feelings for him. The fantasy of being hopelessly in love was surely impossible now. In the original narrative, when the two had just reunited, Lu Erlong's demeanor could be attributed to Flender's meddling. This was evident from Flender's words. Yet it was also a pity for Flender, this lovesick fool, who, instead of trying to deepen his relationship with Lu Erlong over the years, had ventured to Suotuwa City to establish an academy, all the while attempting to matchmake Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang. It seemed that as long as the goddess was pleased, it mattered not whether it was him or not. Placing the books back, Chao Kuen returned to the desk, awaiting Lu Erlong's descent. Now that he understood, Lu Erlong's feelings for Yu Xiaojiang were not as profound. It was time for him to intervene, just as he had previously advised Lu Erlong. Isn't it better to take action rather than wait idly for opportunities to fall from the sky? Top, 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 where have you been, you little rascal? The sound of high heels striking the wooden floor echoed, followed by Lu Erlong's voice resonating in the hall. Sister Erlong, I'm in the study. How did you get over there? Lu Erlong slowly approached the study, looking at Chao Kuen seated at the desk. I was afraid you'd come downstairs suddenly while changing, and I would be caught off guard. Chao Kuen stood up, smiling at Lu Erlong, who had changed into a new outfit. She wore a top that accentuated her figure and a pair of leather pants that showcased her long, toned thighs. Little brat. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen anything. Lu Erlong muttered as she walked toward Chao Kuen, then sat in the chair he had just vacated, crossing her legs. Then I would be at a disadvantage, Chao Kuen exclaimed, glancing around and asking, Sister Erlong, who is this master, and why are all these books his? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's previously cheerful expression darkened, and she raised her leg, seemingly to kick Chao Kuen. Why ask so many questions? Lu Erlong exerted a gentle force, but Chao Kuen swiftly caught her leg and pushed it away. Seeing this, Lu Erlong refrained from further attempts, merely crossing her legs and expressing her impatience. A book written by a good friend, whose knowledge is quite impressive. Truly, we are well matched, both adept at spinning tall tales. Gao Kun diaklet invardly, maintaining a composed expression as he inquired, what knowledge does he possess? This left Lu Erlong momentarily speechless, having served as the principal of Lamba Academy for over a decade. She was no longer as naive as in her youth, yet she struggled to articulate Yu Xiaojiang's knowledge. If she were to mention something common in the Soul Master realm and attribute it to Xiaojiang, wouldn't that be embarrassing in front of the students? Lu Erlong, being the illegitimate daughter of Yu Lumian, had never received his attention before her martial soul awakening, leading her to disapprove of him from a young age. After discovering her considerable talent, Yu Lumian sought to nurture her, but by then, Lu Erlong had already rebelled, as evidenced by her taking her mother's surname. Following several admonishments, Lu Erlong remained defiant, prompting Yu Lumian to abandon her. Consequently, Lu Erlong had to cultivate independently from a young age, and given her character, she disliked reading, leaving her unfamiliar with many common practices within the Soul Master realm. During her adventures, as she grew older, she encountered Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang. At that time, Yu Xiaojiang had just been expelled by Qianshu and Ji, exuding a melancholic aura, and he possessed knowledge that Lu Erlong was unaware of, which captivated her. The similarities between Lu Erlong's character and strength and those of Bibi Dong made Yu Xiaojiang see a reflection of his past in her, leading to a mutual attraction. They had planned to marry, but then Yu Lumian revealed Lu Erlong's lineage, devastating Yu Xiaojiang, who feared ridicule for marrying his cousin, prompting him to flee. This upheaval left the young Lu Erlong infuriated, and unable to confront Yu Lumian, she sought solace in the Sunset Forest, slaying soul beasts to vent her frustrations. After some time, Flinder convinced her to return, only for her father, Yu Lumian, to inexplicably open an academy in Tiando City. During her tenure as principal over the past decade, she had acquired much knowledge and realized that the things Yu Xiaojiang had previously mentioned were widely accepted in the Soul Master community and were quite foundational. However, recalling those experiences, she still harbored feelings for Yu Xiaojiang, albeit not as intensely as before. Over time, her emotions had grown complex. Simply put, she found it difficult to let go. "Why are you so chatty? Can't you read to find out?" Lu Erlong retorted, now too embarrassed to act out. Chao Kuan put away his smile, his expression turning serious as he asked, "Sister Erlong, is this master your beloved? How do you know that?" Lu Erlong's expression changed, demanding an answer. "Tianheng told me," Chao Kuan replied, silently apologizing to Yu Tianheng in his heart. "He wanted me to help you." Lu Erlong's expression remained sullen as she mumbled, "How did he mention this to you? I'll have to speak to him next time I see him. And you, little brat, what do you know about my feelings, thinking you can help me? Tianheng, your uncle will compensate you in the future." After another internal apology to Yu Tianheng, Chao Kuan smiled and said, "That may be uncertain. Those embroiled in the situation are often blinded, while outsiders can see clearly. Perhaps you will find clarity." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong pondered for a moment and remarked, "Those embroiled are often blind, while outsiders see clearly. There is some truth to that." This phrase was not common in Douluo Dalu, and Chao Kuan's casual remark caused Lu Erlong to regard him with newfound respect. Without dwelling on the phrase, Chao Kuan continued, "Sister Erlong, I heard that the master is also from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and has some familial ties with you." Lu Erlong frowned. "What of it? Do you think I should not be with him because of that? If you believe so, then I want to listen." "How could that be?" "Erlong, yeah. Please listen to me. There are numerous families on the continent, and what binds these families together? Is it not the same martial soul? To maintain the purity of the martial soul, intermarriage within families is not uncommon on the continent. Indeed, why should that old fellow Yu Luomi prevent us?" In response to Chao Kuan's remarks, Lu Erlong concurred. "He is merely feudal. In truth, it is not that Yu Luomi is feudal. If Lu Erlong were to marry someone from the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect, he might not interfere. However, marrying that waste Yu Xiaojiang, what would happen to his grandson's inheritance? Considering Lu Erlong's talent, she could undoubtedly reach the status of a titled Douluo. Why would she choose to marry Yu Xiaojiang instead of someone with greater potential?" Nevertheless, at this moment, Chao Kuan was merely trying to persuade Lu Erlong and followed her lead in conversation. He continued, "As long as you do not care, the voices from the outside world will not affect you in the slightest. Few would dare to comment on your relationship with that Master-S knowledge. You should be well aware of these circumstances, shouldn't he?" Lu Erlong remained silent, her brow furrowed in contemplation. If he fled your wedding, it could only mean one thing. He is too traditional. Upon realizing your relationship, he began to see you as a cousin. At that moment, the bond they once shared transformed into familial ties, rendering him unable to accept marrying his cousin. Thus he fled. Uncertain of Lu Erlong's thoughts, Chao Kun hesitated to directly say that Yu Xiao Gang was too concerned with reputation. In reality, given the circumstances on Dalu, it would not significantly tarnish his reputation. Yet even so, he could not accept it. Cousin? Familial ties? Liu l'on murmure. Sensing an opportunity, Chao Kun pressed on. As for other reasons, I cannot think of any. With your impending marriage, your feelings must be profound. He cannot possibly flee simply due to a minor doubt. After this statement, Chao Kun fell silent. For a moment, the wooden cabin was enveloped in stillness. Chapter 84. Letting Go. Time passed quietly in this atmosphere for an hour or two. During this period, neither spoke. Lu Erlong merely crossed her legs, swaying them gently, her brow knitted in thought. Meanwhile, Chao Kun stood motionless, watching her swaying legs. At this moment, Lu Erlong recalled her first encounter with Yu Xiao Gang, his expression akin to heartbreak, and how he reacted when she approached him. She thought of their shared experiences, the subtleties of his actions toward her, and finally, the resolute steps he took when he abandoned her. Reflecting on these memories, she let out a soft chuckle. Indeed, he is just a child, claiming to prioritize tradition. It is merely that his love is not deep enough. I am unworthy of allowing even a trace of blemish to appear on Yu Xiao Gang, a blemish that few would even bother to consider. Perhaps I have been someone else's substitute from a very beginning. Before Chao Kun's persuasion, Lu Erlong had entertained such thoughts. After all, over a decade had passed, and it was not strange to have feelings about it. Yet, she ultimately regarded this relationship as a barrier to their connection. After Chao Kun's words, Liu n'ont soudainement understood. With so many families on a continent, are they not all linked by their martial souls? For the sake of martial soul purity, intermarriage within families is indeed common. Such obstacles could not hinder two people who genuinely loved each other. With this realization, Lu Erlong felt a weight lift. Yet she pondered why her heart felt so hollow all of a sudden. Am I unable to deceive myself any longer? Indeed, he must be too traditional. Ultimately, we are merely cousins. If that is the case, I must let go. After an hour or two of silence, Lu Erlong finally spoke, her tone markedly different, tinged with a raspy quality. You little rascal, not bad. Truly, those embroiled in a situation are often blind to it, while the onlookers see clearly. As if sensing something, she rose from her chair and, feigning nonchalance, declared, Enough. I'm already aware of your purpose in seeking me. The day is growing late. You should return now. Tomorrow, I will come to find you and teach you about cultivation. After pushing Chao Kun out of the wooden cabin, she promptly shut the door and shouted, Hurry back, or believe that I will beat you up. Chao Kun remained indifferent. Leaving now would waste the words he had shared earlier. He thought for a moment and replied, Very well, Erlong Jie, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and departed the wooden cabin. 5 minutes later, Lu Erlong opened the door, glancing outside to find it empty, and let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, her eyes were slightly reddened. With a bang, she slammed the door shut and re-entered the room. Just then, a Zhefeng Miao appeared on the roof of the wooden cabin, cautiously making its way inside through the second-floor window. This was the returning Chao Kun. He knew that Lu Erlong was likely experiencing a surge of emotions at this moment, and he could not leave now. Upon entering the second floor, Chao Kun found a storage room. Just as he was about to head downstairs to find Lu Erlong, he heard muffled sobs from a neighboring room. He paused for a moment before approaching that room. The door was unlocked, and with a gentle push, it opened. He then beheld Lu Erlong, her hair disheveled, her head buried in her pillow, emitting soft sobs. Erlong, yeah. Chao Kun did not linger, immediately speaking up. The sobs ceased momentarily, and Lu Erlong sat up, turning to face Chao Kun. Did I not tell you to go back? Why are you here again? Do you truly believe I would not lay a hand on you? While her words suggested anger, her tone lacked conviction. However, Chao Kun maintained a serious demeanor, stating, If beating me would ease your discomfort, then please, Erlong Jie, do so. After all, I can always heal through water transformation afterwards. Come here. Lu Erlong commanded loudly, attempting to mask her sobs. Surely, she would not truly strike me. Let her vent her frustrations, and I can always make her pay it back later. With this in mind, Chao Kun approached Lu Erlong's side. You little rascal. Do you truly think I would not strike you? You just entered the academy and already disregarded the principal's words. What do you plan to do in the future? She exclaimed, delivering a punch to Chao Kun's shoulder, though it lacked any fiery power, indicating she was holding back. Bang! Her fist made contact with his shoulder, but Chao Kun felt no pain. Bang! Another punch followed, still without any discomfort. After these two punches, Lu Erlong looked at Chao Kun and asked, Will you still ignore the principal's words? Yes, I will heed everything the principal says from now on, Chao Kun replied, feigning agony. Now do not move. Lu Erlong instructed. Just as Chao Kun was puzzled, a fragrance entirely different from a yin's wafted into his nostrils. Then a jolt struck his chest, and upon lowering his head, he found Lu Erlong's head nestled in Chao Kun's embrace. The sound of her sobs resonated in the air. Fortunately, after the transformation brought about by the water and fire dragon pearl's energy, Chao Kun had grown to a height of nearly 9 meters. Otherwise, he would not have been able to accommodate Lu Erlong, who, standing at 183 meters and wearing high heels, leaned against him, gazing at the beauty in his arms. Chao Kun's lips curled into a smile, and he wrapped his arms around Lu Erlong's slender waist, drawing them even closer together. Lu Erlong remained unresponsive, which emboldened Chao Kun. He raised one hand, gently pressing it against her head, and softly urged, Do not hold back. Let it out. It's all right to cry. No one else will come here. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's cries intensified, and she clung to Chao Kun's waist, lamenting, Why? What is wrong with me, Lu Erlong? How could you Xiaojing do this? Chao Kun immediately reassured her. He is blind to your beauty. How could he forsake someone as stunning as you? As the atmosphere deepened, night gradually enveloped the surroundings. The creaking of the wooden door signaled Chao Kun's exit as he stepped out, turning to Lu Erlong at the entrance. Sister Erlong, I must take my leave. I will return to find you tomorrow morning. Lu Erlong did not respond, but merely nodded within the confines of the cabin. Observing this, Chao Kun leaped into the air, transforming into the gale bird as he soared towards the dormitory building. This kid has already reached Soul Master, Lu Erlong exclaimed in astonishment. She remembered that only a few days prior, Chao Kun had been at level 23. It seemed that the items provided by Douluo had significantly aided his advancement. She wondered if they had depleted his potential. She would have to check tomorrow. Closing the door, Lu Erlong returned to her room and lay down on her bed. After this afternoon's events, she had finally let go of Yu Xiaojiang. Such a person was utterly unworthy of her affection. This kid is truly grown up. She chuckled to herself while lying on the bed. Chapter 85. The initial thoughts on strength training upon returning to his own room. Chao Kun stepped into the bathroom and took a cold shower to calm himself. After spending an entire afternoon with the voluptuous Lu Erlong, it was impossible not to feel heated. He still needed to enter the small cave for training, where the cultivation speed surpassed that of the outside world. However, Ain was still inside. If she saw him in his current state, she might not hesitate to take immediate action. If this desire was born from Ain, it would be one thing, but this urge originated from Lu Erlong. To enter now would be utterly uncharacteristic of him. He could not be so despicable. After refreshing himself with a cold shower, he sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate for a while before his mind shifted, allowing him to enter the small cave. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna in the sea of consciousness conjured an illusion before resuming her meditation to recover. She had no interest in Chao Kun's personal life. A man, you're back. Ain greeted him with surprise as he entered. Staying in this transparent small cave had grown rather dull for her. I will come in every day to keep you company, Chao Kun replied, taking her hand with a smile. After exchanging a few sweet words, he settled beside the ice and fire duality I to cultivate. The environment here enabled him to accelerate the absorption of the remaining medicinal properties of the 8-pointed profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms, thereby hastening his cultivation speed. During the day, beside Lu Erlong's wooden cabin, you little rascal, you arrived quite swiftly. Chao Kun, transformed into the gale bird, swooped down from the sky and, just before reaching the ground, reverted to his human form, landing beside Lu Erlong. What happened? He asked, puzzled by the sight of the wooden cabin engulfed in flames. I no longer want it. I plan to rebuild, Lu Erlong replied with a smile. Chao Kun remained silent, standing beside her as they watched the fire consume the cabin, leaving behind only a charred remnant. Clearly, Lu Erlong's flames were no ordinary flames. Let us go. Once the fire subsided, Lu Erlong turned and walked towards the exit. Chao Kun hurriedly followed, asking, "Where are you going, Sister Erlong? Aren't you eager for me to take you to train? Let's go now. By the way, what level are you at now?" Level 37. 37. It seems the items given by the poison Douluo are quite valuable, Lu Erlong exclaimed in surprise. Going from level 23 to 37 in less than a week was remarkable. Zut's lucky, Gao Kun Chukka. Lu Erlong did not respond, leading the way with a smile. Cool me. Let's go inside. Upon reaching the indoor battle arena where Lu Erlong had first brought Chao Kun, she addressed him, "What brings you here? You aren't planning to fight again, are you?" Following Lu Erlong into the arena, Chao Kun smiled wryly. "What? Are you afraid?" Turning around, Lu Erlong looked at him with a playful grin. "Of course not." Chao Kun feigned bravery in response. "Haha, since you were so obedient yesterday, I want to discipline you today. First, we need to gather some items to aid your training." With that, she opened a side room within the arena and gestured for Chao Kun to enter. Inside the room were numerous sandbags and iron weights, along with some items Chao Kun did not recognize. Although your physical fitness currently far surpasses that of other soul masters of the same rank, you must continue to refine your body. Bind these to your limbs. Lu Erlong tossed 4 sandbags toward Chao Kun. "They are quite heavy," he exclaimed as he caught them, surprised by their weight. Despite their size being only that of a fist, they weighed 300 to 400 pounds. Noticing the astonishment in Chao Kun's eyes, Lu Erlong explained, "Inside is black sand, an incredibly heavy substance. Each bag weighs 100 pounds. Hearing this, Chao Kun hesitated to bind the sandbags to his limbs. He approached a small iron piece and inquired, "This iron piece is not ordinary iron, is it?" "Indeed, it's black iron, equally astonishingly heavy. Just this small piece weighs 500 pounds. You can wear the sandbags on your limbs without issue. They can be removed whenever necessary. While training, use this to carry some iron weights, then run 10 laps around the back mountain." As she spoke, she brought over a basket-like item, which appeared to be made of some special material. Accepting the basket, Chao Kun bound the 4 sandbags to his limbs, moving them slightly to find they did not hinder him too much, then added 4 more. This should be sufficient. After a brief movement of his arms and legs, he remarked softly, although he was still growing, standing at nearly 1.9 meters, he was no longer concerned about his height. Moreover, this weighted training indeed had its benefits. He would embrace it. What comes after 10 laps? With the sandbag secured, Chao Kun asked Lu Erlong, "After running, you will meditate and cultivate. Training followed by cultivation can enhance the speed of your soul power absorption." This statement caused Chao Kun to furrow his brow in confusion as he questioned, "Is that all? Is physical refinement solely about weighted running? What else could it be?" This time, it was Lu Erlong who appeared puzzled. Typically, physical refinement consisted of weighted training, did it not? While weight training indeed offers benefits, it fails to engage the entirety of the body's musculature. With these iron weights, one could easily construct a complete training facility. Isn't it somewhat wasteful to merely use them for weight training? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong furrowed her brow and murmured thoughtfully, "Muscles? A training facility? Surely, the Douluo continent is not so primitive now." Chao Kun expressed surprise and extended his hand towards Lu Erlong, explaining, "Muscles are those areas of our bodies that generate power. Our training is essential." Drawing from knowledge acquired in his previous life, Chao Kun elaborated while demonstrating various muscle-building exercises he had observed in some hardcore fitness videos. He had at one point been quite passionate about weightlifting in his past life, making him familiar with these concepts. During his youth, he had relied on such knowledge to enhance his physical fitness. A training facility is a place to refine the body and augment strength. For instance, we could thread these iron weights onto a rod, and by lifting it, we could effectively engage those muscles. Furthermore, if we assemble these weights in this manner, we can target those muscles even more effectively. The more Chao Kun spoke, the more animated he became, and Lu Erlong, listening from the side, found her eyes sparkling with interest. Exactly, Erlong Jia. If we construct such a training facility, it will undoubtedly enhance the physical prowess of the students. This is certainly far more beneficial than mere weight training. Upon finishing, Lu Erlong gazed at him as though perceiving an extraordinary revelation. Xiao Kun, how did you come by this knowledge? Chapter 86. Lu Erlong's training, huh? Gao Kun momentaru frotze. How do you know all this? Lu Erlong asked again, believing he had not heard her clearly. According to your earlier thoughts, building a training facility would be immensely beneficial for the senior soul masters and soul kings in the academy. This is far superior to conventional weight training. Though Lu Erlong could be somewhat reckless, she was not foolish. Chao Kun's insights were profound, and coupled with his enthusiastic gestures, she grasped the concept. While such training equipment might not serve her as a high-level soul master, it would certainly benefit other senior soul masters, soul kings, and even some soul sects. During Lu Erlong's repeated inquiries, Chao Kun had already prepared his response. I encountered these concepts in a book, along with my own interpretations. Your own interpretations? Lu Erlong queried. Yes, my physical prowess is partly attributable to my martial spirit, but it is also a result of my own training. Indeed, the majority is due to the martial spirit, while a fraction is the outcome of training. This was not due to Chao Kun's lack of effort, but rather the extraordinary nature of his martial spirit. So those positions you just demonstrated in your notion of a training facility are also your interpretations? Lu Erlong asked, astonished. Although he longed to impress, Chao Kun answered honestly. Some positions are from that book, while others I devised based on the knowledge therein. The concept of the training facility is entirely documented in the book. I have yet to see it on the continent. Chao Kun possessed remarkable control over his body, allowing him to discern how to exercise most effectively to refine his physique, leading to his creation of various workout poses. In that book, Lu Erlong finally posed a question that weighed heavily on Chao Kun's mind. Yet, he remained composed as he replied, I do not know. I saw that book in the library. I intended to purchase it, but at that time, I lacked the funds. And by the time I could afford it, someone else had already bought it. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong frowned in disappointment and asked, Have you seen this book elsewhere? No. Chao Kun shook his head. Do you remember the general content, especially regarding the equipment in the training facility? Chao Kun hesitated, but eventually nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly write it down. With a change in tone, Lu Erlong's face brightened as she approached and patted Chao Kun on the shoulder. No, Erlong Jia. You believe me so readily? While those positions for body refinement are accurate, I have not tested the items in that training facility. What if we construct it and it proves ineffective? Chao Kun poured cold water on her enthusiasm, realizing that without a book, he would have to fabricate the content himself. Writing a 10,000-word thesis in his previous life had been exhausting. Now, he was expected to author an entire book. And what are the illustrations for the equipment? He had no artistic skills. What is this? Were you not just excitedly discussing it moments ago? Now you speak otherwise. Lu Erlong insisted, pressing him. From Chao Kun's earlier tone, she discerned his reluctance to write. Sensing his hesitation, Lu Erlong smiled and said, If you write it down, I will reward you. What reward? Chao Kun immediately inquired. Write it first, and then we shall see. Lu Erlong replied with a smile, refusing to divulge anything further. Very well, but it will take a few days. I need to carefully recall the contents of the book. After some contemplation, Chao Kun steeled himself and agreed. His motivation stemmed from consideration for other soul masters rather than any personal interest in Lu Erlong's promised reward. Ah, splendid. Now, let us go for a run in the mountains. Lu Erlong chuckled, kicking the backpack she had thrown to the ground towards Chao Kun. More running? Gao Kun grimaced. Of course, this is your training. Moreover, you have advanced several levels in less than a week. It is crucial to consolidate your newfound strength and learn to wield it effectively in combat. Lu Erlong asserted, and I am unsure of your current strength. Gauge your own weight accordingly. Remember, your training is for yourself. Understood. I won't cut corners, Chao Kuan nodded, fully grasping this principle. He knew that if he was to train, he must do so thoroughly. Otherwise, the time spent would be in vain. Estimating the weight, he filled the specially designed backpack with a dozen iron weights, in addition to the 800 pounds of sandbags on his limbs. This burden should amount to approximately 7,000 pounds. It was not that he could not bear it, but he still had to run with the weight. And exhausting himself completely would yield no training benefit and could even be detrimental to his health. However, during the process of packing, he tested his current strength, which seemed to exceed 10,000 pounds, sufficient to lift a tenth of the sea goddess trident. After your run, remember to return here, Lu Erlong called out as Chao Kuan dashed towards the door. Chao Kuan did not respond, simply raising his hand to signal that he understood. Once his figure vanished from sight, Lu Erlong also departed from the training room, preparing the necessary items for her upcoming training session. Did you truly see what you just described in a book? Gu Yuna inquired during their run in the mountains. Indeed, Chao Kuan replied with a nod. Gu Yuna remained silent, contemplating for a moment before closing her eyes to resume her meditative state. Chao Kuan paid him no mind as he struggled to carry a burden of 7,000 pounds up the mountain, a task that proved to be quite challenging. With a thud, he returned indoors to the battlefield, placing the basket on the ground. The sound reverberated throughout the area, prompting Lu Erlong to exclaim, "Be gentle." You startled me. Ignoring her, Chao Kuan plopped down onto the ground. He had anticipated some difficulty, but it turned out to be exceedingly arduous. How could this back mountain be so vast? Wasn't it said that every inch of land in Tiando City was worth its weight in gold? How could there be such a large mountain? Was Alan Dianba Wang Longzong truly so affluent? By afternoon, he felt he could not endure much longer. Fortunately, the water and fire dragon pearl from the little cave heaven, under the influence of the water and fire Taiji diagram, would infuse him with a surge of integrated energy just as he approached his limits. This enabled him to persist, and the energy also augmented his physical strength, though modest. It was substantial in quantity. Furthermore, during his ascent, he gained insight into his current capabilities. It can be said that Lu Erlong's training was indeed effective. Have you been slacking off? Your clothes aren't even damp. Lu Erlong emerged from the room filled with sandbags and iron weights, observing that only Chao Kuan's hair was soaked with sweat. This outfit is a treasure, Chao Kuan briefly explained, and with a thought, he changed his attire. How marvelous! Is there more? Lu Erlong gazed in wonder at Chao Kuan, genuinely enamored with the garment. Alas, there is but this one in existence, Chao Kuan replied, rising with a smile. Then let us proceed inside to continue our training. Exhaling a breath of fatigue, Chao Kuan followed her in. Upon entering the room, he noticed that the previously haphazardly piled sandbags and iron weights were now neatly arranged in a corner, and in the center stood a steaming furnace containing various medicinal herbs. It seemed he was to enjoy a medicinal bath next. Chao Kuan sighed in relief, having feared there was something more demanding awaiting him. Before Lu Erlong could speak, he leaped into the furnace, and with a thought, his clothing vanished. Focus your soul energy during your training. These herbs are quite valuable, so absorb them well. Lu Erlong cautioned. If Lu Erlong deemed them expensive, they must indeed be so. Gaokong Rishlichtet, rotating the water and fire Taiji diagram in his dantian to hasten his absorption of the herbal essence. His training method had evolved beyond simple meditation. As time passed, 2 hours later, Chao Kuan opened his eyes within the furnace, a smile gracing his face. He had reached level 38. Chapter 87. Are you out of your mind? Well, it appears you have had quite a fruitful experience, Chao Kuan exclaimed as he emerged from the furnace, his voice rousing Lu Erlong, who had been meditating nearby. Yes, I have broken through to level 38, he said happily, moving closer to Lu Erlong. This training was indeed effective. Had he continued with the conventional methods, it would have taken him several more days to reach level 30. Come, let me treat you to a meal. Lu Erlong's suggestion made Chao Kuan realize he was quite hungry, having had only breakfast that day. Director, You have arrived. Liu Erlong led Chao Kun to the cafeteria of Lanba Academy and into a secret private room. A sign hung above the entrance, declaring it the exclusive domain of the director. Upon entering, a man dressed as a chef approached. Prepare some food and make it plentiful and swift. Liu Erlong commanded with a nod of her head. Please wait a moment. The chef replied respectfully before exiting. Who knew that Erlong had such a cool demeanor? After the chef departed, Chao Kun chuckled at Liu Erlong. I am, after all, a director, she retorted with a hint of annoyance. Their banter continued until the dishes were promptly served. As Chao Kun beheld the array of delectable dishes, he swallowed hard and eagerly began to eat. Previously, he had thought the delicacies of Dalu were merely average, but now he realized his previous narrow perspective. Most exquisite flavors were reserved for the upper echelons of society. As he savored the meal, he mused in his heart. Chao Kun, where is your home? Liu Erlong inquired during their meal. Shenghun Village, a small hamlet located at the convergence of the two great empires. Chao Kun replied between bites. Shenghun Village? Liu Erlong echoed, her brow furrowed in confusion as if pondering its location. It's just a small village. No one has awakened their soul power there for over a decade. Gao Kun Claudius. Liu Erlong nodded thoughtfully and remarked, so you are the hope of the entire village. By the way, are your parents still in the village? Have you considered bringing them here? The activities of the two empires have intensified in recent years. Something could happen at their border. Chao Kun paused at her words, then nonchalantly replied, no need. My parents left when I was 3. As he spoke of this, he felt little sorrow, only a profound sense of solitude that arose from those early memories. My apologies. I was unaware of your circumstances, Liu Erlong said, her usual boldness replaced with a hint of fluster. It's fine. Chao Kun smiled gently at her reaction before returning his focus to the meal. He was genuinely famished. Meanwhile, Liu Erlong had set her utensils aside, contemplating Chao Kun's situation. He had lost his parents at such a young age. She wondered how he had grown up. His current strength suggested he had endured considerable hardship. Erlong, why are you staring at me? After a moment, feeling her gaze, Chao Kun looked at her with curiosity. Chao Kun, you are truly pitiable. How about I be your mother from now on? Chao Kun responded, Erlong, what are you talking about? I was merely running. Have you lost your mind? He jested with annoyance. To suggest he would have to do such things in that scenario was absurd. You little rascal. With a bang, Liu Erlong slammed her hand on the table, causing it to crack. Fortunately, they had nearly finished eating. Chao Kun twitched his mouth and immediately dropped his head. Suddenly, Liu Erlong had darted to his side, seemingly intent on giving him a playful smack on the head. Erlong, why you cannot be my mother? You could take on another role, he quickly suggested, grabbing her leg as she kicked at him. What? Liu Erlong frowned, taken aback by his audacity to insult her intelligence after a meal. How about you be the mother of my child? Chao Kun said, feigning a cheeky grin. With a swift motion, he was sent flying across the room. What nonsense are you spouting? It seems your brain is the one malfunctioning today. Come early tomorrow and run 20 laps. With that, she swiftly exited the private room. The force was not severe. There was still hope. Chao Kun chuckled as he rose from the ground, brushing off his clothes. The force of the kick just now was significantly less than when I first fought him. Subsequently, he departed from the private room and hurried towards the dormitory building. As for this place, there is no need to worry. Undoubtedly, someone will come to tidy it up soon. Meanwhile, Liu Erlong, who had just left, was lost in thought. What does this young man mean? Is he interested in me? However, I am already in my 30s. Would that be inappropriate? Besides, he has already met Dugu Yan's family. Is it too late for him to flirt with me now? I wonder if I should have considered this sooner. What am I even thinking? Throughout, she never entertained the notion that Chao Kun's intentions could be to have her be a godmother to his child, although he did not mean that either. After returning to his room, Chao Kun took a comfortable bath before entering the small realm. He intended to begin writing the Soul Master Physical Training Manual, a title he had just conceived. While he could write outside, he had promised Aine he would accompany her every evening, so it would be inappropriate not to do so today. Moreover, even if he did not actively cultivate within, the absorption of soul power by the water and fire taiji diagram would still accelerate. "A man, you have arrived." As soon as he entered the small realm, Ain greeted him just as she had the day before. "Ain, could you create a writing desk?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chao Kun inquired. Upon hearing this, Ain waved her hand, conjuring a desk made of blue silver grass, complete with a chair. "Is this satisfactory?" "Very good." After touching the desk, Chao Kun affectionately ruffled Yin's hair. "A man, are you not cultivating today?" Ain asked, showing no reaction to Chao Kun's gesture, even seeming to enjoy it. "I need to write some things, so I will not be cultivating tonight." Chao Kun nodded, placing the manuscript on the desk. Ain remained silent, moving to create another chair beside him before sitting down and gazing at him gently. Seeing her like this, Chao Kun could not help but lean in for a kiss. After a passionate kiss, he suppressed the urge to take things further and immersed himself in writing. "No rush. The night is still young. Let me sketch those equipment designs." Holding the pen, Chao Kun pondered for a moment before murmuring to himself. He began to draw. What is this nonsense? After crumpling yet another failed draft into a ball and burning it, Chao Kun expressed his frustration. "A man, is this how it should look?" At that moment, Ain pushed over a sheet of paper, and Chao Kun turned to look. The paper featured a vivid depiction of equipment. "You can draw as well?" Chao Kun exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the draft. "I learned a bit when I first became human in that small town," Ain replied. "Gao gunes spirit soret." And the subsequent equipment designs appeared on the manuscript through his descriptions and Yin's artistry. Chapter 88. Farewell, Qian Ren Shui. In the following 2 days, Chao Kun engaged in weight training during the day and wrote the Soul Master Physical Training Manual at night, dedicating 3 hours daily to meditation for rest. This seemed even more arduous than the senior year of high school in his previous life. Nevertheless, 3 hours of meditation was sufficient for him to regain his energy, and Ain often provided him with buffs, making it more manageable than high school. "Ere long, I have finished that book." One morning, Chao Kun retrieved the Bound Soul Master Physical Training Manual from the small realm and tossed it to Lu Erlong. After spending 3 nights on it, he finally completed the work. The content was not extensive. He had forgotten much of the specialized knowledge and merely provided a rough introduction to the relationship between human strength and muscle. The rest included descriptions of exercises for various muscle groups and the introduction and usage of equipment in the strength room, all accompanied by illustrations drawn by Ain for clarity. "Oh, so fast. You can even draw?" Lu Erlong remarked with mild surprise after glancing through the pages. The day after their last encounter, their meeting was as usual, as if they both treated the previous conversation lightly. However, Chao Kun, being observant, noticed something unusual. After training, Lu Erlong often gazed at him intently during his medicinal baths. Why did Chao Kun notice? "If you do not look at me, how would you know I am looking at you?" This realization delighted him, prompting him to tease Lu Erlong playfully after training, gradually bringing them closer. A little understanding, Chao Kun said with a humble smile. "I wonder where my reward is, Erlong." This statement momentarily stunned Lu Erlong, who awkwardly replied, "In a few days, I will give it to you." "You wrote this too quickly. I am not prepared." "That will not do. I haven't slept these past few days for your reward. How about some interest?" Chao Kun replied with a mischievous grin. "What interest? You want me to be a mother to your child?" Lu Erlong retorted, kicking at Chao Kun with her long leg encased in tight pants, resembling a playful young girl. Chao Kun caught her foot and playfully touched her thigh, considering it his interest. "You little rascal," Lu Erlong exclaimed, shaking off his hand softly. Boss, the Crown Prince is looking for you at the Academy's entrance." Just as Chao Kun was about to respond, Talon's voice rang from outside. Chao Kun had encountered him during a mountain run and informed him about his training here. Upon hearing this, the expressions on their faces turned solemn. "Understood. I will be out shortly," Chao Kun shouted towards the outside, then looked at the iron weights in his backpack. "You know the Crown Prince?" Lu Erlong asked, puzzled, though her tone suggested she did not regard the prince highly. After all, in a world where martial prowess is revered, such attitudes are commonplace. "I met him when I first arrived in Tiando City. He even recommended I attend the Tiando Royal Academy," Chao Kun explained. "That wretched academy. What kind of people are there? Go ahead, take the day off, but do not remove the weights from your limbs." After expressing her disdain for the Tiando Royal Academy, Lu Erlong commanded. "All right, thank you, Erlong." Chao Kuan set down the backpack, and as he stood up, he embraced Lu Erlong's waist. "See you tomorrow, Erlong." After the embrace, Chao Kuan smiled and dashed out. The sudden hug left Lu Erlong momentarily stunned. By the time she regained her senses, Chao Kuan had already run far away. "This rascal," Lu Erlong muttered through clenched teeth, suddenly recalling something. "You little rascal. Can I show this book to others?" Chao Kuan paused at the door, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Do as you wish, Erlong. Consider it a betrothal gift for being a mother to my child." With that, Chao Kuan ran out without looking back. This rascal already has a girlfriend. This time, Lu Erlong did not feel angry. Instead, she stared thoughtfully at the Soul Master physical training manual in her hands. "Boss, what did you just discuss with the principal?" Talon asked, gazing at Chao Kuan with incredulity as he emerged from within, as if he had stumbled upon a significant secret. "There's nothing to worry about." "Did you hear something?" Chao Kuan smiled at Tai Long, placing a hand gently on his shoulder. "It is not yet successful, so it is unwise to let too many people know." "No, I must have misheard something. I didn't hear anything at all." Seeing this, Tai Long quickly shook his head. "That's good." Releasing his grip on Tai Long, Chao Kuan nodded and then inquired with some curiosity, "By the way, what does the Crown Prince wish to see me about?" Tai Long sighed in relief and shook his head, saying, "I don't know. He said he would inform you when he arrived." Chao Kuan nodded thoughtfully and followed Tai Long as they ran toward the academy gates. "What could Qianrenshua want from me? I don't believe I have done anything noteworthy recently." While pondering these thoughts, the two arrived at the academy gates, where many students were gathered around Qianrenshua, who bore a striking resemblance to Xue Qinghe, elegantly speaking to them. Judging by the expressions on the students' faces, many had already resolved to support this wise crown prince after graduation. Make way," Tai Long called out as he approached the front of the crowd. And soon a path opened. Tai Long held a considerable reputation at Lanba Academy. Who is this? How did he end up behind Tai Long? It seems the crown prince has come to find him. Who is this? Didn't they say our academy does not accept nobility? Don't you know? He is the new leader who surpasses Tai Long in strength. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, some having seen Chao Kuan before, but not knowing him well since he had recently arrived at Lanba Academy. Those who had never seen him before mistook his appearance and demeanor for that of a nobleman. Chao Kuan paid them no mind and walked directly toward Qianrenshua. "May I ask what the crown prince wishes to see me about?" "Are you Brother Chao? What a remarkable transformation!" Qianrenshua exclaimed in surprise as she looked at Chao Kuan. He was now vastly different from before. The former sunny and handsome boy had evolved into a figure radiating the elegance of a nobleman, undoubtedly a type favored by Qianrenshua. Chao Kuan smiled gently and recounted the words he had prepared for her. "I see then. Let us depart. I will take you to a certain place." Qianrenshua nodded thoughtfully, exchanged a few words with the other students, and motioned for Chao Kuan to follow her. Chao Kuan bid farewell to Tai Long, feeling puzzled as he trailed behind Qianrenshua. What did I become so familiar with her? Chapter 89. Tiando Auction House. Brother Chao, keep up. Noticing that Chao Kuan was merely following behind her, Qianrenshua paused, allowing him to walk alongside her. Gao Kun Eptroifeth, feeling somewhat uneasy as he looked at the soldiers surrounding them. "Do not mind them," Qianrenshua remarked with a smile, sensing his discomfort. "This is how it should be. Even if a farmer's son has transformed into a noble figure, certain aspects cannot change overnight. As for these matters, she would take it upon herself to guide Chao Kuan, for as her foremost guardian, he would represent her image." Clearly, after recognizing Chao Kuan's talent and strength, Qianrenshua had resolved to recruit him at any cost. Furthermore, she had gathered information about his humble background through her connections over the past few days. Upon hearing her words, Chao Kuan felt more at ease. "Your Highness, where are we headed?" Qianrenshua paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "To the Tiando Auction House. I have heard that there is a treasure being auctioned, and I happen to be quite interested. As we passed by Lanba Academy, I remember what you mentioned about being here, so I thought to invite you along. This would also serve as a way for me to make amends with you." As she spoke, Chao Kuan grew curious. "Make amends for what?" Qianrenshua sighed, saying, "Last time, due to my royal brother. You were unable to enter the Tian-Do Royal Academy. I felt quite regretful and somewhat guilty that you suffered an insult because of my circumstances. Therefore, I thought I would make it up to you. Anything you wish for at the auction, I shall give to you." Qian Rinxue indeed felt regretful. Had Chao Kun entered the Tian-Do Royal Academy, it would have been much easier for her to recruit him. As she contemplated this, a cold smile crept onto her lips. It seemed that Xue Beng truly needed a lesson. He should not assume that just because he had gained favor with Xue Xing, she would not take action against him. "How can I accept this? It was not your fault." Upon hearing this, Chao Kun quickly shook his head in refusal. "If I hadn't promised to help you enter the academy, you wouldn't have faced the insult from Xue Beng. I bear some responsibility in this matter. No need for further discussion. It is merely a gift." Qian Rinxue looked up at Chao Kun, asserting with confidence, "Then thank you, Your Highness." Chao Kun pondered for a moment and realized that he had not incurred any grievances with Qian Rinxue recently. Thus, he should not turn down this opportunity for a gift. Hearing this, Qian Rinxue smiled and nodded, and the two continued walking and conversing. Most of the topics were initiated by Qian Rinxue, who possessed ample experience in making others feel at ease. Otherwise, the nobility of Tian-Do would not have so many supporters. After a light exchange, Qian Rinxue inquired, "Brother Chao, after taking the pill from poison Dalu, your appearance has changed so significantly. Your soul power must have increased as well." Chao Kun nodded and replied with a smile, "Indeed, my soul power has now reached level 38. Level 38? Qian Rinxue, maintaining her graceful demeanor, widened her eyes in astonishment. "I recall that the last time I saw you, you were only at level 23. To have increased by 15 levels in just a week. Could it be that the pill drained your potential?" If Chao Kun's potential had indeed been depleted by Douluo's pill, she would need to adjust her plans for recruiting him. Chao Kun shook his head with a smile. "No, Elder Douluo would not harm me. Moreover, our academy head has checked on me and confirmed that my potential remains intact." Hearing this, Qian Rinxue calmed down, her expression shifting to one of concern. "That's good to hear. However, just to be safe, may I check you as well?" Qian Rinxue is capable of bone examination. She is quite knowledgeable. Chao Kun, slightly surprised, nodded and extended his hand. Strong and robust, devoid of any signs of weakness. "It appears your potential has indeed not been depleted. The pill from poison Douluo is surprisingly effective. I must find an opportunity to request one myself." After examining his bones, Qian Rinxue resumed her elegant demeanor, speaking with a hint of astonishment. As the saintess of the Spirit Hall and granddaughter of the legendary 99th level Douluo Qian Dalu, she had encountered countless rare treasures. However, she had never seen, nor even heard of, a pill that could elevate soul power by 15 levels without consuming one's potential. Upon hearing that Qian Rinxue intended to ask Douluo for a pill, Chao Kun was taken aback and quickly interjected, "The pill from poison Douluo is indeed remarkable." But even he admitted that he had never witnessed such a transformation. "This might be related to my martial soul. After consuming that pill, I felt as though my martial soul had undergone a form of evolution. It is significantly stronger now. Indeed, it has become considerably stronger. Both my first and second soul skills have been enhanced due to the influence of the Water and Fire Dragon King." What was it like originally? Qian Rinxue nodded in realization. As for whether she would seek out Douluo again afterwards, only she knew. It seemed necessary to communicate with Douluo, requesting him to concoct some solidifying medicinal pills, which could be sold at exorbitant prices to anyone who desires them. If the results did not meet expectations, that would simply be a matter of misfortune and a failure of one's martial soul to evolve. Chao Kun mused, considering that he could transform into the Juefeng bird, allowing him to traverse between the ice and fire yin-yang eyes and Tian-Do City within half a day, expending minimal effort. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they arrived at the Tian-Do auction house. How extravagant! Gazing upon the magnificent entrance adorned with opulent decorations, Chao Kun marveled. Even the entrance is lavishly decorated. Under Qian Rinxue's guidance, they entered, only to be approached by a group of scantily clad receptionists. However, upon noticing Qian Rinxue, they retreated, clearly aware of her disinclination towards such attire. This only made Chao Kun lament the missed opportunity, for it was evident that in Tiando City's largest marketplace, even the ordinary receptionists possessed striking beauty. If Chao Xiong wishes, he may take them inside, Qian Ringshu remarked to Chao Kun. No need, they are merely superficial, let us proceed inside. I have yet to see an auction house. Chao Kun replied with a serious expression. Very well, I have a private booth here, Qian Ringshu chuckled. It appears that Chao Kun has a penchant for beauty. However, it remains to be seen whether he values wealth and power. Further observation is warranted to win him to my side. Although the scantily clad receptionist had retreated, upon entering the auction house, a woman in uniform approached. Her heels clicking against the floor. Your Highness, she bowed respectfully. Please lead the way, Qian Ringshu replied calmly. This way, please. Under the guidance of the receptionist, they arrived at a booth, and before entering, Chao Kun noticed the number above. This is booth number 3. This is my designated receptionist at the Tiando auction house. If you desire anything, simply convey your wishes to her, and she will assist you in acquiring it. Upon entering the booth, Qian Ringshu settled onto the central sofa and gestured for Chao Kun to sit beside her. Greetings, sir. My name is Yinji. The attendant standing behind her smiled at Chao Kun, her tone exceedingly respectful. A person who could elicit such words from your Highness must possess an extraordinary identity. Hello, Chao Kun responded with a gentle smile. Upon thinking of a designated attendant, he recalled Yin Hong, whom he had not seen in a week, and pondered how she was faring. Gao Xiong. There remains some time before the next auction item. Would you care for something to eat? Qian Ringshu inquired, sitting straight on the sofa, observing Chao Kun with a sense of ease. It was curious how there were sofas in Douluo continent. No, I just had a meal at the academy. Due to the rigorous training, I often cannot eat lunch, so I make it a point to have breakfast every day. Though, with his current strength, he could maintain his energy for days without food. Why not indulge when there is an opportunity? Qian Ringshu nodded and instructed Yinji. Please prepare some fruits. Certainly. I will be right back. Yinji bowed her head and exited. Once Yinji departed, Qian Ringshu smiled at Chao Kun. How is it? Have you taken a liking to anyone? Why is Qian Ringshu so eager to offer me a woman? Chao Kun chuckled, feeling somewhat helpless. What are you saying, Your Highness? Am I the type to fall for every woman I see? I hardly even stared at her. Upon hearing this, Qian Ringshu laughed heartily, somewhat embarrassed. Ha, my apologies, my apologies. It was merely a jest. Do not take offense, Chao Xiong. Her demeanor left Chao Kun shaking his head in resignation, and seizing the moment when they were alone. He asked earnestly, Your Highness, what is the purpose of today's visit? I believe there is no such thing as a free gift. Your Highness would not bestow such a grand gesture without reason, leaving me quite anxious. This statement wiped the smile from Qian Ringshu's face, and she sighed, her expression revealing genuine emotion. Chao Xiong, from the first time we met, I noticed you bear a striking resemblance to my second brother, who was once the most attached to me. It was because I did not accompany him that he met with misfortune. Thus, when I saw you, I was reminded of him and wished to make amends. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun lowered his head, concealing his face from Qian Ringshu. It was not out of being moved, but rather out of embarrassment. He felt as if he was being scrutinized. He recalled that Qian Ringshu's brothers were all eliminated by her. Why was she now feigning sentimentality? Moreover, he had completely transformed. What did her brother even look like? It was evident that there was indeed a matter at hand. After regaining his composure, Chao Kun raised his head with a hint of regret. I did not anticipate this. It is not your fault, Your Highness. Do not be too saddened. After a moment, Qian Ringshu appeared to have gathered her emotions and said, Thank you, Kun. May I call you that? Chao Kun intended to nod, but, after a moment's thought, replied, You may call me a man. That is my nickname. Just as Qian Ringshu was about to speak, a voice resonated from below. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to auction a highly valuable item, especially for soul masters. Please pay attention. It seemed the next auction item was about to commence. Very well, a man. I shall refer to you as a man from now on. Let's first observe the auction, Qian Ringshu stated. During their conversation, the staff below had already brought the item up, although it was currently covered by a cloth, preventing Chao Kun from seeing what it was. Click! The door to the booth swung open, and Yinji entered with the attendants, instructing them to place the fruit platter on the table. "Your Highness, the fruits have arrived." Once everything was prepared, Yinji addressed Qian Ringshu and then positioned herself behind the sofa. Observing the fruits on the table, Chao Kuan blinked in astonishment. It was not that he had not seen the world, but luminous fruits? A man! These are fruits harvested from the depths of the Stardow forest, which are highly beneficial for cultivation. Would you like to try some? Picking a piece of glowing fruit, Chao Kuan inquired. This must be quite expensive, right? Saying this, he took a bite. Indeed, it was even more delicious than he had imagined. Chao Kuan felt as if he might swallow his own tongue. Just a few tens of thousands of gold soul coins each. It is reasonable, Qian Ringshu replied nonchalantly. Chao Kuan picked another piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Tens of thousands of gold soul coins each. Truly, poverty limits my imagination. It turns out to be a soul bone. A man, are you interested? As Chao Kuan savored the fruit, the auction had already commenced below. When the host unveiled the black cloth, the crowd erupted in excitement. It was indeed a soul bone. According to the host's introduction, it was a right leg bone from a 3,000-year-old soul beast, suitable for agility-based soul masters. The age is rather low. Chao Kuan refused to acknowledge the suggestion that he could not absorb the soul bone, as that would undoubtedly lead to countless inquiries from Qian Ringshu. Indeed, with merely 3,000 years of experience, Man's second soul ring had already surpassed a millennium, which certainly matched Man's capabilities. Upon hearing this remark, he paused while indulging in fruits, but quickly regained his composure, savoring the exquisite delicacies. Although he remained outwardly indifferent, a sense of perplexity brewed within him. How did she know that his second soul ring was a millennium? He distinctly remembered not having shown it to her. Due to the unique nature of Chao Kuan's martial spirit, the manifestation of his soul rings was inconsequential when he unleashed soul abilities. Thus, he rarely displayed them during combat, which also served to enhance his aura of superiority. Who would have thought that such a formidable individual was merely a soul sovereign? This left him puzzled as to how Qian Ringshu was aware of the color of his second soul ring. However, after some contemplation, he realized that only Qian Ringshu could have known about his second soul ring being a millennium, rendering today's events quite logical. It dawned on him that her sudden kindness stemmed from her discovery of his talent, prompting her to recruit him. Consequently, there was no need for trepidation. According to his plan, he was already supposed to seek her support, and now she was approaching him, simplifying matters considerably. If he did not intend to seek her influence, why had he uttered those extravagant words upon their first meeting? It was simply to capture her attention. With this realization, he felt a sense of relief and continued to enjoy the fruits. The flavors were truly delightful. 3 million gold soul coins for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the right leg bone of a 3,000-year-old soul beast. Soon, this soul bone was auctioned off at a price that Chao Kuan could scarcely fathom. Subsequently, several other items were auctioned, none of which piqued Chao Kuan's interest. However, feeling more at ease, he engaged in animated conversation with Qian Ringshu, who was keen on recruiting him. His knowledge further satisfied her, proving he was truly a talent worth pursuing at any cost. Your Highness, I shall step out to the restroom. After this auction concluded, Chao Kuan informed Qian Ringshu. The Tindo auction house operated continuously for 24 hours, yet sessions were segmented with 30-minute intervals. The current auction had just wrapped up. Yinji, please step out and prepare some more fruits, Qian Ringshu suddenly directed Yinji. Certainly, just a moment, Yinji replied as she exited the private room. Miss, that young man was smiling while looking down, clearly skeptical of your words. A voice unexpectedly emerged from within Qian Ringshu's private chamber. Chapter 91. Are you trying to flirt with me? Not a concern, I noticed that too. As long as he understands, we harbor no ill intentions. That will suffice. Qian Ringshu replied nonchalantly. Her seemingly casual revelation of her knowledge about Chao Kuan's second soul ring was, in fact, deliberate, aimed at letting him know she was interested in recruiting him. After all, how could a spy who had remained hidden for over a decade be so careless? Fortunately, Chao Kuan was astute, and their ensuing delightful conversation only increased her satisfaction with him. To serve as a personal guard, Mere strength is insufficient. Young man, there's a title Douluo concealed within that room. Your little antics have likely been observed, and to add, that prince is a female, on his way to the restroom. Gu Yuna reminded Chao Kun within his sea of consciousness. I thought it felt strange. It turns out there was someone hidden inside. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his recruitment. He was already aware that Xue Qinghe was female. Chao Kun paused momentarily, realizing this late. Having a powerful ally nearby is indeed advantageous, as they can provide guidance based on your circumstances and alert you to any developments around you. However, he felt somewhat uncomfortable with Gu Yuna's choice of address. If her tone had been more akin to that of an elder, it would have felt more appropriate. Yet her serene voice calling him young man struck him as odd. Gu Yuna, perhaps it would be better if you addressed me by my name. What's wrong? Is it inappropriate for someone of my status to call you young man? Gu Yuna countered. Of course not, but your youthful voice makes it feel slightly awkward when you call me that, Chao Kun explained. Huh. At this, Gu Yuna chuckled softly, a sound that evoked an indescribable sensation within Chao Kun. How about I call you by your nickname instead? Aman, Gu Yuna said with a hint of amusement. The way she uttered Aman nearly caused Chao Kun to lose his composure entirely, and he joyously replied, That would be splendid. Oomph. Before Chao Kun could finish his statement, Gu Yuna interjected with a huff, cutting him off. Don't think I'm unaware of what you are pondering. I have lived for many years. I understand a great deal. Are you trying to flirt with me? This direct inquiry left Chao Kun utterly bewildered. Is it really that straightforward? How could he respond? Gu Yuna, what are you implying? Chao Kun stammered awkwardly. Fortunately, their conversation took place within his consciousness, sparing him the embarrassment of onlookers who might wonder why he suddenly halted. Is it not true? Gu Yuna's tone held a teasing quality. What could he say? To deny it would be disingenuous, yet to affirm it felt too brazen. Given your talent and status, provided you fulfill one of my conditions, it may not be entirely impossible. What condition? Chao Kun asked reflexively. Ha! Gu Yuna laughed a couple more times, seemingly mocking Chao Kun's prior pretensions, deepening his embarrassment. As her laughter faded, a silver mirror materialized before Chao Kun's eyes, revealing a celestial herb within. It appeared to be an ordinary white flower, the size of a palm, resembling a peony, devoid of leaves, its roots connected to a large stone. This is the Xiangshi Duanchang. Chao Kun murmured to himself, recalling that a single specimen lay within the small cave realm. This is the Xiangshi Duanchang. If you can assist me in plucking it from the giant stone, the matters you desire are not beyond reach. The method of its extraction is... Chao Kun sighed internally, but resolutely declared, I shall make every effort. Gu Yuna remained non-committal, smiling briefly before reverting to a calm demeanor. I will be entering seclusion for the next few days. Unless it is urgent, do not disturb me. I will instruct you on cultivation once I emerge. For these few days, if you wish to enter the small world, simply proceed. I have already concealed your presence. With that, she disregarded Chao Kun, entering the final phase of her recovery. The substances released by Chao Kun's martial spirit were gradually losing their effect on her. She anticipated that further absorption would soon be futile. Fortunately, it was not entirely without merit, as Chao Kun's soul power increased. The materials emitted by his martial spirit would improve, thereby augmenting their mutual benefits. This was something Gu Yuna had discerned when Chao Kun reached level 38. Thus, she intends to absorb the last remnants of usefulness over the next few days, after which she will await a further elevation in Chao Kun's soul force level before proceeding. As for her earlier words to Chao Kun, they were indeed sincere. However, Gu Yuna harbors no hopes for him. Through her observations over the past few days, Gu Yuna has discerned his true nature, a profoundly fickle individual. The prospect of him plucking the Xiangxi Duanchang for her is utterly impossible. Should he manage to accomplish such a feat, with his status as the fated child of destiny and his innate talents, Gu Yuna would certainly consider marrying him. Otherwise, it is out of the question. The thought of Xiangxi Duanchang being within reach is indeed far-fetched. As Gu Yuna fell silent, Chao Kun gazed at the scene before him and muttered to himself. Setting aside future considerations, his heart is already occupied by the figures of Xiao Wu, Liu Yin, A Yin, and Lu Erlong, making it implausible for him to focus solely on Guyu Na and her request for the flower. Such an idea is simply unattainable. With these thoughts in mind, Chao Kun proceeded toward the restroom. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him, exclaiming, "Hey, are you blind? How do you navigate?" Before Chao Kun could take a step, someone collided into him. Given Chao Kun's physical prowess, he remained unscathed, but the person who crashed into him was sent sprawling backward, landing squarely on the ground. Now, she was accusing him, slowly rising to her feet while pointing an accusing finger at Chao Kun. Snapping out of his reverie, Chao Kun turned his attention to the girl before him. She was strikingly beautiful, clad in a simple azure gown that exuded an air of cleanliness. Her flaxen hair cascaded down to her waist, her skin appeared dewy, and her features were exquisitely refined. Standing at approximately 165 meters, her figure was harmoniously proportioned, giving her an ethereal presence, albeit lacking in pronounced curves. "Hey, are you mute? You can't even say sorry after crashing into me," she exclaimed, her demeanor shifting from ethereal to brazen. Chao Kun, having observed her spoiled behavior, replied coolly, "My apologies." It was evident that she was a pampered noblewoman. Engaging in logic with her would likely lead to further complications. It was better to avoid trouble, and a mere apology wouldn't cost him anything. With that thought, he attempted to bypass her. "Hey, are you just going to walk away?" She blocked his path. Chao Kun frowned, feeling increasingly irritated. It was she who had collided with him, yet he had apologized, so why was she being so unreasonable? Was this not a form of bullying the honest? He halted his steps and spoke in a low tone. "Did I not just apologize? What more do you want?" The girl's eyes darted, and she dramatically pointed to the fruit platter that had fallen to the ground, saying, "Look, because you bumped into me, my fruit has spilled. You owe me compensation." Chao Kun turned to see the scattered fruit on the ground, identical to what he had just eaten. This revelation unsettled him. Initially, he thought a simple apology would suffice, but now she was demanding compensation amounting to thousands of gold soul coins. His total assets barely exceeded 10,000 gold soul coins. "Wait, I was standing still. It was you who wasn't paying attention and crashed into me. So, you spilled the fruit yourself. Why should I pay?" She countered, "If you hadn't been standing there, I wouldn't have bumped into you." This time, Chao Kun found himself amused, almost laughing at the absurdity. The path was wide, and he had been standing against the wall. How could she blame him for her own lack of awareness? Compensation? Absolutely not. He had done nothing wrong and would not become a scapegoat. Perhaps sensing his determination, the girl blinked and her previously haughty demeanor shifted to one of feigned vulnerability. "What's this? Now you're playing the victim? It was clearly your fault. Yet you're acting as if I'm the one bullying you," Chao Kun remarked, astonished by her sudden change. With her head bowed in supposed contrition, she murmured, "I'm sorry, it was indeed my fault." Chao Kun was taken aback. Her change of heart was too rapid. This was not the behavior she had exhibited moments ago. "If you recognize your mistake, then let us leave it at that. I do not require your apology," he stated hastily, intending to move past her. Eager to distance himself from this peculiar girl. "You cannot leave." She unexpectedly seized his arm, preventing his departure. "What now? Keu kun faunu, questioning his sanity. Could we perhaps split the cost? My savings over the years are not sufficient to cover this fruit platter," she suggested, her tone shifting to one of desperation. "Isn't that fruit yours? Why should I pay?" He probed, bewildered. "It belongs to my lady. If she finds out I spilled it, I will surely be in trouble. I merely wish to gather some funds to replace it." She paused, observing the conflict on Chao Kun's face before continuing. "Think about it. Would a noble ever come out to fetch their own items? Please, if my lady finds out, I will surely be dismissed. If you assist me, I shall be indebted to you in the future." As she pleaded, she shook his arm, adopting a coquettish demeanor. Indeed, a person wealthy enough to afford a platter of fruit would hardly retrieve it themselves. They would typically have a servant do so. Furthermore, it was common for nobles to adorn themselves with exquisite jewelry, yet she wore none, indicating she was indeed a maidservant. A maid would certainly be unable to afford fruit worth thousands of gold soul coins. Chao Kun pondered this, furrowing his brow. "Please, I beg you." The girl's voice grew increasingly urgent. Sighing inwardly, Chao Kun relented. "Fine, I will consider it a good deed. He feigned reaching into his pocket, as if to retrieve something. In truth, he intended to pull out the gold card he had received from the Grand Soul Arena. As he lowered his gaze, he noticed her hand gripping his arm. Due to her playful demeanor, her sleeve had slipped slightly, revealing a bracelet adorned with peculiar patterns. This is a storage soul guide, he recognized, recalling Douluo Yan's similar bracelet. Is she attempting to deceive me? A storage soul guide would cost at least 100,000 gold soul coins and requires soul power to operate. How could she possibly be a maidservant? Chao Kun halted his hand's movement, gripping her wrist instead. Her skin was remarkably smooth, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a spoiled aristocrat. He recalled the lessons he had learned from Shuebong. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I pay half? How about you offer me some form of compensation? So I might be more inclined to part with my money? The girl stiffened at his grasp, feigning anxiety. Wait a moment. I've only just stepped out, and if my lady suspects anything, I will be in trouble. Just give me the money for now, and I will return with the fruit later. Gaokun diaklit invardi. Pretending to contemplate. Seizing the opportunity, she attempted to wriggle free, but her strength was no match for him. That could work, but I will require some interest first, he replied, wearing a thoughtful expression before breaking into a sly smile, inching closer to her. I refuse. I do not wish for you to be compensated. Release me at once. Do you know who I am? If you dare to kiss me, oh no. The girl cried out in fear, struggling wildly. Finding herself unable to break free, she attempted to threaten Chao Kun, but upon seeing his increasingly menacing face, her terror intensified, and her threats remained unspoken. Even a handsome face cannot compel respect. Ha ha ha! Chao Kun burst into laughter, momentarily stunning the frightened girl. You may insult my character, but you cannot belittle my taste. With a disdainful glance at her figure, he continued, This sister, remember to remove your soul guiding device next time you attempt to deceive. You! How dare you look down on me? The girl, who had previously been terrified, was suddenly filled with anger, for no one had ever treated her in such a manner. First, they frightened her, and then they insulted her physique. It's not as if she wouldn't grow up. She was merely young. You scoundrel. After mocking her, Chao Kun ceased his grip. The free girl raised her delicate fist to strike at Chao Kun's arm. What do you have in there? She cried out in pain, retracting her hand and crouching on the ground, blowing on her injured fist. She had struck the heavy sandbag that Chao Kun had tied to his arm. TCH, if you stand in my way, be careful of what I might do to you. Ignoring her, Chao Kun turned and walked away, for he had come out to use the restroom, and the faucet could not be left running for much longer. The girl behind him, wishing to stop him yet too intimidated to do so, could only shout at his retreating figure, You wait, and soon you will learn the consequences of offending this young lady. Chao Kun did not respond. In the Tiando Empire, with Qian Rinxue's current identity, protecting him was quite simple, especially since he had done nothing wrong. When he emerged from the restroom, the girl had already vanished. Chao Kun thought nothing of it, assuming she had returned to report him, and proceeded straight back to box number 3. Just you wait. A head peered from behind, speaking fiercely. Chapter 93. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. A man, why did you take so long? Upon returning to the room, Qian Rinxue inquired as she observed Chao Kun taking a seat. I encountered a bit of trouble along the way, but it's all resolved now, Chao Kun replied, unaware that the girl had already discovered which box he was in and was on her way back with reinforcements. What trouble? Thinking of the girl who would soon confront them, and knowing they would rely on Qian Rinxue to handle the situation, Chao Kun briefly recounted the events that had transpired. The girl? What did she look like? After hearing Chao Kun's account, Qian Rinxue seemed to recall something, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. Well, she looked decent, dressed in a long azure dress with flaxen hair, and stood approximately 165 centimeters tall. Her figure was rather average, Chao Kun described, reminiscing about the girl's appearance. Haha, based on your description, I can think of someone. Given her temperament, it is indeed likely she would act that way. Who? Chao Kun asked disinterestedly, as he held little fascination for that willful girl, even if she were strikingly beautiful. Without keeping him in suspense, Qian Rinxue stated directly, Ning Rongrong, the jewel of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Currently, Ning Fengji is her teacher, so she has some understanding of Ning Rongrong, a little devil spoiled by others. She is headstrong and willful, yet her nature is not malevolent. Ning Fengji has mentioned that he intends to tame her in a few years. Remembering Ning Rongrong, a tinge of envy arose within her. What girl wouldn't he want to be spoiled? Shaking off those thoughts, Qian Rinxue continued with a smile. Given her personality, she will not let this matter rest easily. She will likely return soon with help. So it is Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Chao Kuan murmured, recalling information about Ning Rongrong. She is a member of the original protagonist group, initially spoiled and headstrong, but she undergoes a transformation after certain events, ultimately becoming an exemplary wife in the later stages. Thus, Chao Kuan's influence on her is moderately significant. It is peculiar, for in the original work, the women surrounding the protagonist have little remarkable performance in the latter stages, often reduced to the role of dutiful wives. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Open the door. I saw you going just now. Don't hide in there. You will learn the prowess of this young lady. As if summoned by her words. A loud knocking and Ning Rongrong's shouts echoed at the door. Rongrong is that person inside trying to take advantage of you. Beside Ning Rongrong stood an elderly man clad in a pristine white robe, his hair and beard completely white, his gaze directed at box 3 with a fierce intensity. Precisely, Grandpa Jian. Not only did he frighten me, but he also attempted to kiss me and insulted me upon leaving. You must teach him a lesson. Ning Rongrong halted her knocking and clung to the hand of Jian Douluo Qinshin, pouting. Upon hearing this, Qinshin's gaze grew even fiercer, as if he were ready to break down the door at any moment. How dare he bully my Rongrong? He must be tired of living. Jian Douluo was no fool. He understood that Ning Rongrong's words were exaggerated. If she had truly been bullied, she would not be wearing such an expression. Yet, who could blame the young man inside for upsetting Rongrong? Perhaps a light lesson would suffice. Uncle Jian, don't be impulsive. This box belongs to the Crown Prince. The voice of Ning Fengji, who had followed behind, quickly interjected, attempting to prevent Qinshin from acting rashly. The Crown Prince? What the Crown Prince? Does that mean he can take advantage of Rongrong? Qinshin scoffed, yet the thought of breaking down the door dissipated. It wasn't he that he feared the Crown Prince's status. He simply recognized that Ning Rongrong was being unreasonable, and it would be inappropriate to confront the Crown Prince at this moment. Even so, he maintained a facade of support for Ning Rongrong. With 2 titled Douluo accompanying her in her antics, how could she not be willful? It wasn't he the Crown Prince who took advantage of me, but someone else. Ning Rongrong clarified. Sai Ning Fengji could only sigh internally at this. He had hoped to educate Ning Rongrong over the years, but with these 2 titled Douluo indulging her. How could he do so? It seemed it was time to find a way to send Rongrong out for some training. He wondered where he should send her. Contemplating this, he lightly knocked on the door of the box. A man going to open it. With me here, nothing will go wrong. Besides, Rongrong's nature is not bad. There is no need for concern. Inside the box, Qian Rinxue stated. Chao Kuan walked heavily to open the door, knowing from the original text that he might soon receive a beating from Jian Douluo. I can't believe I've encountered Ning Rongrong. Once Chao Kuan turned his back to Qian Rinxue, she casually glanced aside, finding nothing amiss. Creak, you finally came out. I thought you would stay hidden inside forever. As the door opened, Ning Rongrong pushed her way in front of Ning Fengji, wearing a somewhat arrogant smile. Did you learn of this young lady's prowess? Do you still dare to frighten me? How infuriating. Chao Kuan silently scoffed at her audacity and then bowed respectfully to Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo. The junior indeed frightened Miss Ning just now, but there was absolutely no intention of being frivolous. You lie. You just made light of me with your words. How dare you express disdain? Ning Rongrong jumped out to refute, but by the end, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Should she publicly declare that Chao Kuan disdains her physique? That would be the most hurtful. She is still young and will grow in the future. What kind of remark is that from Chao Kuan? One may question his character, but his taste must not be doubted. How could one be so blind? Am I truly so inferior? What I said just now was all unintentional. Gao Kun explaineth. Teacher, I didn't expect to see you here today. At this moment, Qian Rinxue spoke up, for had she remained silent, Chao Kuan would have been a loss for words. Salutations to His Royal Highness. Ning Fengji performed a bow, adhering closely to noble etiquette as the prince's teacher. After returning the bow, Qian Rinxue welcomed them with a smile. Come on in. I will introduce you. As for Rong, I will have Brother Chao apologize to you later. Let's discuss this matter afterwards, shall we? However, Ning Rong was about to say something when Ning Fengji interrupted her and said to Qian Rinxue, Very well. I must meet this young brother who frightened our Rong. To be summoned here privately by the prince, and given his attire that does not resemble that of a noble. He must possess some extraordinary qualities. Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan turned to look at Ning Fengji, who responded with a gentle smile. Seeing this, Chao Kuan immediately returned the smile. This young lad appeared somewhat foolish. What could possibly be unique about him? Ning Fengji pondered as he strode in with a grand demeanor. On the other side, Chao Kuan, feeling relieved that the situation seemed to be resolved, followed suit. Yet, one person was not pleased. Ning Rong pouted and tugged at the sleeve of Jian, murmuring softly, Grandpa Jian. Chen Xian felt somewhat troubled. Having accompanied Ning Fengji for decades, he noticed the latter's interest in Chao Kuan. It would not bode well to strike this lad now. However, thinking of Rong, he could only flick his fingers, sending a sharp sword energy toward Chao Kuan. This would not harm Chao Kuan, but would cause him some discomfort, thus providing an explanation to Rong. Nevertheless, upon contact, the sword energy was absorbed by the Taiji diagram of water and fire at Chao Kuan's dantian, causing no harm whatsoever. This turn of events left Jian wide-eyed in disbelief. His sword energy was so easily neutralized. Sensing the commotion, Chao Kuan turned his head, eyes wide, staring at Jian Douluo, creating an amusing scene of mutual astonishment. A word of gratitude for the readers. After 46 days, we are finally going to be published. As a newcomer, I have certainly had my reflections during this period, but considering that many may not be interested, I will save those thoughts for the final remarks. Rest assured, the story will be completed. I have a rough outline of the plot already conceived. Let me clarify that this book follows a harem style, but I will not be collecting them all. Some more peripheral characters will not be included as they might not necessarily interact with the main character. It would be inappropriate to seek them out with the sole intent of forming a harem. Regarding the frequent inquiries about why the protagonist's martial soul has transformation abilities instead of following the path of being immortal from toxins. First, I believe I have mentioned previously that I have only seen a little of the second part and am aware of the existence of the original sect, but I am not familiar with the concept of being immortal from toxins. When I watched the second part, something felt off, although the main character is Hui Yuhao. It seemed more like Tang San's dog training diary, and thus I could not immerse myself in it. Secondly, some might argue that this presents a flaw. My response is that it does not, as the protagonist's martial soul was designed to be distinct from those in Dalu. This can be observed in earlier chapters, thus not requiring reference to the immortality aspect. As for transformation, we are still in the early stages. There will soon be some changes, such as the emergence of wings for the third soul skill. This will require Gu Yuna to teach the protagonist. As for why the protagonist does not practice on his own, I wanted Gu Yuna to have a sense of involvement. Otherwise, I genuinely do not know what teachings are necessary in Dalu. After the protagonist's martial soul undergoes a second awakening, there will be significant changes. But that is still a way off. Some have also remarked that the protagonist's martial soul skills do not enhance physical attributes. This is a misunderstanding. Prior to absorbing the celestial herbs, the protagonist's physical prowess already rivaled that of a soul king. Why not follow the extreme path? While the early stages of the extreme path may be stronger, without a system, resources rely solely on the Douluo world itself. In the later stages, aside from inheriting divine positions, there is no other way to ascend to godhood. Of course, one could rely on faith, but that takes too long. I intend to ultimately alter the cultivation rules of the Douluo world, as it will inevitably clash with the divine realm, as indicated by Gu Yuna's appearance. Without her, I would not know how to write the protagonist's confrontation with the divine realm. Given his high potential, why would they not consider handing over their positions to him? Lastly, I would like to address your interest in updates. Currently, The data shows over 700 collections, with about 500 or 600 active readers. At peak times, there were over 800, suggesting that some readers are nurturing the book. On the day of publication, which is October 1st at midnight, I will release 5 chapters, with a minimum of 4. The first subscription, meaning the first chapter subscription, if it reaches 500, will result in 3 updates daily for the 7 days of the National Day holiday. We will not take a break, as we still have numerous experimental classes. I will do my best. This counts as an additional 7 chapters. After that, for every 100 subscriptions, there will be an extra update. For every 100 monthly votes, 1 additional update. And for every 10,000 coins and rewards, another update, whether accumulated or one time. Finally, I request your support for the first subscription. Thank you. In Chapter 94, I have seen many like you. You, young man, are quite extraordinary. After observing Chao Cohen for a while, Dalu spoke in a deep voice. He was well aware of the power of the sword energy he had just released. Although it would not harm Chao Cohen, neutralizing it was no simple feat. Otherwise, how could he give Rong an explanation? Who would have thought that the moment the sword energy touched this lad, it would vanish completely? Indeed, it is rather peculiar. Rong, cease your antics. If you continue this way, I will have Grandpa Jian send you home. Hearing the noise, Ning Fengji turned around, somewhat helplessly. Ning Rong Kufshet, hiding behind Dalu and casting a regretful glance at Chao Cohen. He had neutralized Grandpa Jian's sword energy. She could not let him embarrass himself. Young brother, are you all right? Noticing the situation, Ning Fengji shook his head, looking apologetically at Chao Cohen. I'm fine, really. Chao Cohen snapped back to reality, shaking his head casually. It seemed that Dalu intended to teach him a lesson, yet the attack was unexpectedly absorbed by the Taiji diagram of water and fire. This was something he had not anticipated. Aside from aiding in cultivation, it could also neutralize such attacks. It appears he must research this further after returning home. With these thoughts in mind, Chao Cohen awkwardly smiled at Dalu, indeed feeling quite embarrassed as the two exchanged glances. Well, Dalu was the first to shatter the silence, addressing Chao Cohen. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Chao Cohen replied with a smile and a bow. Dalu nodded gently and walked over to stand beside Ning Rong. As they passed by Chao Cohen, Ning Rong, hiding behind Dalu, made a face at him reminiscent of a child. Chao Cohen couldn't help but shake his head in amusement as he closed the door to the private room. In this chamber, his status was the lowest. No, that honor belonged to Yinji, though no one paid her much mind. On the other side, Qian Renshua looked at Ning Rong's playful expression and remarked, Rong, it has been months since we last met, and you remain unchanged. Qinghegij, isn't Rong still as adorable as ever? Ning Rong cheerfully responded, seemingly oblivious to the undertone in Qian Renshua's words. Haha, indeed, Qian Renshua chuckled. Ning Fengji, who sat nearby, observed Ning Rong's demeanor and shook his head helplessly. As the group settled onto the sofas around the central table, the dynamics within the room shifted. Before Ning Fengji's arrival, Chao Cohen and Qian Renshua had faced each other. After they came in, it changed to Ning Fengji facing Qian Renshua, with Ning Rong and Chao Cohen seated beside them, while Dalu stood behind Ning Fengji. Once everyone was seated, Qian Renshua introduced Chao Cohen, saying, on. This is my teacher, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. Greetings, Sect Master Ning, Chao Cohen said, performing a respectful greeting. Ning Fengji nodded with a smile. This is Rong. You must have seen her outside. Hello, Miss Ning, Chao Cohen greeted with a smile. Ning Rong Kufet, turning her head away. This is Dalu, known as the continent's foremost sword soul master, Senior Chun Xian. Gao kun gegnet excitement, climbing. It is an honor to meet you. Perhaps due to Ning Rong's earlier comment, Dalu merely nodded indifferently. After introducing the 3 from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Qian Renshua turned to introduce Chao Cohen. Teacher, this is my friend, Chao Cohen. He is currently a student at the Lamba Academy in Tiando City. Though only 12 years old, he is already a soul master of level 38. Moreover, He boasts an impressive record of 22 consecutive victories in the Tiando Great Soul Arena, making him an extraordinary talent. Qian Rinxue spoke with great admiration, clearly valuing Chao Kun highly. 12 years old, level 38. This must break the record for the youngest soul master in the Douluo continent. Ning Fengji's eyes widened in surprise, and even he, with his cultivated demeanor, showed signs of losing composure. It was no wonder that the prince would meet this young man alone. It was due to this remarkable talent. Furthermore, the 22 consecutive victories in the arena indicated high combat prowess, indeed marking him as a prodigy. Actually, I am not yet 12, Chao Kun humbly smiled. He indeed had a few months remaining until his birthday. Ning grong, laking ning feng hits composure, et climate, yo. You are already a soul master. Her astonishment was palpable as she gazed at Chao Kun, who was nearly her age but already at level 38, while she herself was merely at level 23. Didn't Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu say I had great talent? Why is there such a disparity? She looked at Chao Kun with wide eyes. Astonishment etched upon her face. Observing Ning Rongrong's incredulous expression, Chao Kun chuckled inwardly, yet maintained a facade of humility. It is merely a slight talent. Miss Ning need not be so surprised. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression shifted, and she haughtily retorted, I am not surprised at all. I have seen many like you. Perhaps your mind is a bit slow. Just moments ago, your father mentioned I had broken a record. Who are you trying to challenge with that remark? Chao Kun smiled at her changing expressions. Rongrong, Brother Chao reached level 38 before turning 12, breaking the record for the youngest soul master in the continent. Ning Fengji interjected, his tone heavy with irony. Of course I know that. Ning Rongrong's face flushed at the revelation, though she continued to stubbornly deny it. She glared at Chao Kun, feeling as though his smile was mocking her. Douluo, standing behind, also glanced at Chao Kun with surprise. Although he had known the young man's strength was formidable, he had not anticipated that he was still shy of 12 years old. In Douluo continent, age is often difficult to discern by appearance. Seeing the astonishment on their faces, Qian Rinxue's smile grew more vibrant. She regarded Chao Kun as her own retainer. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I did not expect such talent from this young brother. Ning Feng Timusit. This time, Chao Kun refrained from further modesty, simply offering a courteous smile. Having been humble several times, to continue would be impolite. Where do you hail from, young brother? Ning Feng Ti inquired. Shanghan village, a humble little village. It has not produced a soul master in over a decade, Chao Kun replied. Oh, Ning Fengji's surprise deepened, and various thoughts began to form in his mind. A youth of exceptional talent with no background. This would be a perfect fit for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for Chao Kun's connection to the prince, there was no conflict in having him as a son-in-law while being the prince's mentor. It was time to observe this young man closely. The ensuing conversation was predominantly led by Ning Fengji and Qian Rinxue, two seasoned officials, as they gracefully drew closer to Chao Kun. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong appeared indifferent to the atmosphere, her eyes darting towards Chao Kun, seemingly lost in thought. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. The third auction is about to commence. Interested parties, please take note. Let us pause our conversation for now. The auction is about to begin. Let's take a look, Qian Rinxue declared. Though a flicker of displeasure crossed her mind. During their previous conversation, she had sensed Ning Fengji's intention to recruit Chao Kun. If she were truly Shueqing, it would not be a problem for Ning Fengji to recruit Chao Kun. However, she was Qian Rinxue. She intended to bring Chao Kun back to the Wuhuan temple to form her foundation after becoming the pope, and she could not allow Ning Fengji to recruit him. Regrettably, she realized she should not have revealed Chao Kun's talents earlier. She had been so eager to impress Ning Fengji that she had neglected his current state of seeking talented individuals. Fortunately, she had not disclosed the matter of Chao Kun possessing a 1,000-year second spirit ring. Otherwise, Ning Fengji would likely have become even more fervent. However, it was unlikely to remain hidden for long. Seeing Ning Rongrong, who appeared somewhat bored beside Ning Fengji, her worry deepened. Given Ning Fengji's character, if he deemed Chao Kun worthy after his assessment, he would surely employ any means necessary to recruit him. With Chao Kuan's somewhat boisterous personality, if Ning Fengji offered to betroth Ning Rongrong to him, he might find it difficult to resist. It is important to acknowledge that although Ning Rongrong's physique is rather ordinary, her beauty and grace are truly exceptional. While it would not be out of the question for someone of Chao Kuan's talent and appearance to attract attention, he is accompanied by other women. During the past few days of gathering information about Chao Kuan, she has uncovered the relationship between him and Douluo astonishingly. Chao Kuan is in a romantic relationship with Douluo's granddaughter. How could Qian Rinxue possibly share a partner with another woman? Her gaze inevitably sharpened as she contemplated this. It is said that this auction will feature a wondrous soul beast. Ning Fengji nodded and smiled. In the course of their conversation, he discovered that Chao Kuan possesses remarkable insights into various matters, along with a boundless imagination. Furthermore, while he spoke with respect, he did not diminish his own worth, exuding an aura of confidence that seemed intrinsic rather than derived from his exceptional talent. Such demeanor is rarely seen in Douluo, which only heightened Ning Fengji's admiration for him. After the auction concludes, I shall send someone to investigate him. If he proves to be without issues, then it is certain he is the one. Handsome, gifted, and possessing a commendable character, he would indeed make an excellent son-in-law, Ning Fengji pondered. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong sat nearby, bored and completely unaware that her father was contemplating selling her off. Equally oblivious was Chao Kuan, who curiously inquired, does this auction house also sell soul beasts? Soul beasts are powerful and wild creatures. Those that can be captured are typically around 100 years old. However, for a few hundred gold soul coins, one could hire a team of soul sovereigns to hunt them down. Why auction them? Not all soul beasts are fiercely aggressive. Some possess gentle temperaments and are quite adorable, making them favorites among noble young ladies. Thus, the auction house occasionally features one or two of them, Ning Fengji explained. You country bumpkin. Just as Chao Kuan was marveling at the situation, it seemed as though an opportunity arose as Ning Rongrong mocked him. Upon hearing this, he merely chuckled and replied, Indeed, I am quite the country bumpkin, having not had the privilege of the vast knowledge possessed by Miss Ning. After conversing with Ning Fengji for a while, Chao Kuan relaxed and began playfully teasing Ning Rongrong. In an instant, the previously haughty Ning Rongrong pointed an accusing finger at Chao Kuan, her mouth opening to unleash a tirade. Rongrong. However, she was promptly intercepted by Ning Fengji. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing her anger. In her upbringing, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo typically played the strict roles, while Ning Fengji assumed the more lenient one, albeit not too lenient. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong held a certain fear of Ning Fengji. With him present, she felt it inappropriate to call upon the sword Douluo for assistance, her face betraying her frustration as she turned away. The young lady has been somewhat spoiled. Please do not take offense, young sir, Ning Fengji apologized to Chao Kuan. This is precisely why Ning Fengji could attract two powerful titled Douluo with his level 79 soul power. It is a testament to his gentle demeanor and unpretentious nature, which provides a refreshing sense of comfort in conversation. Otherwise, would mere wealth suffice to win the allegiance of titled Douluo? Why then are the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire unable to do so? No worries, I quite appreciate Miss Ning's character, Chao Kuan replied, though he knew such a sentiment was implausible. However, recognizing Ning Fengji's attempt to ease the tension, he was perceptive enough to understand. Who asked for your approval? The mischievous Ning Rongrong retorted. With a smile, Chao Kuan regarded her without further provocation. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the auction for our first item, which I believe most of the ladies present have come for today. Please take note, as the host's voice echoed. Four robust staff members carried forth an object cloaked in black cloth. Though it appeared diminutive, the strength required to handle it suggested otherwise. With a dramatic flourish, the black cloth was removed, revealing a cage approximately half a meter in height, adorned with intricate carvings and surrounded by a shimmering aura of soul power. Inside was a soul beast resembling Pikachu, undeniably adorable. Chao Kuan murmured to himself, "This is a variant of the golden mouse. Aside from its color being yellow, it possesses a unique ability. Our appraiser has aptly named it the Void Mouse, the host explained, demonstrating the creature's capabilities by striking the cage with a stick. With each tap, the little yellow mouse seemed startled, vanishing from one side and reappearing on the other, only to disappear again. Is this teleportation or instantaneous movement? Chao Kuan pondered aloud, observing the Void Mouse's transformations. It is a soul beast with spatial attributes. However, it is rather weak. Capable of traversing space for less than half a meter and can only do so a limited number of times within a short span, Ning Fengji elucidated. Listening attentively, Chao Kuan continued to watch as the Void Mouse visibly tired. Indeed, it was quite feeble. Yet, a stronger creature would be hard to capture in the auction house. He mused. The starting bid is 100,000 gold soul coins, with each increment no less than 10,000, the host announced, initiating the auction. 110,000. A woman's voice rang out from the crowd below. 12,000, 13,000. Though the bids were being placed, the frequency was low, as the creature would merely serve as a pet. After observing for a while, Chao Kuan recalled a Een from the little cave heaven. I should purchase it. It truly appears endearing and could keep a Een company in the little cave heaven. Just as he was about to ask Yin Ji for assistance, he noticed Ning Rongrong in front of him and decided to eliminate any distractions first. Miss Ning, are you not interested in bidding for such a charming soul beast? Ning Rongrong's expression soured as she retorted, I am no longer a child. Unexpectedly, Ning Fengji interjected, Rongrong has already acquired many such creatures, which are now being raised on the mountains of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Father. Ning Rongrong glared at Ning Fengji in annoyance before turning her gaze back to Chao Kuan, expecting him to mock her. However, Chao Kuan lacked such childish tendencies. Aware that Ning Rongrong would not interfere any further, he addressed Yinji. Sister Yinji, please assist me in acquiring it. As for the favor owed to Qianren Xue, if it must be incurred, so be it. He had already intended to seek her support. After all, such favors are built through mutual exchanges. Chapter 96, indeed. That night, outside the Tindo auction house, Chao Kuan, you must visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School when you have the chance. Rongrong can take you to sample the local delicacies. Ning Kinti Rima Tostai Gokoin. Within the Tindo auction house, he had discerned Chao Kuan's genuine love for food. Certainly, Uncle Ning, Chao Kuan replied, lifting the cage containing the Void Mouse with a smile. After a brief exchange between Ning Fengji and Chao Kuan, they departed alongside the sword de law, followed closely by a woman with a foxtail, whom Ning Fengji had taken under his wing. According to him, her soul had yet to submit, and he harbored intentions of rescuing her. As for Qian Rinxue and Ning Rongrong, they had left earlier. One had to consider that Qian Rinxue's current status as the crown prince, a position of significant authority, made it commendable for her to spare half a day to accompany Chao Kuan before departing the auction house that afternoon. As for Ning Rongrong, she found her time in the private box exceedingly dull and had ventured out by noon. Ning Fengji and the others were quite at ease with her decision to leave, likely due to the presence of guards discreetly monitoring the situation. Finally, they are gone. After parting ways with Ning Fengji and his group, Chao Kuan exhaled a sigh of relief, fatigue evident in his voice. Initially, the auction house had showcased an array of intriguing items, which kept Chao Kuan entertained. However, as he became accustomed to the spectacle, it soon felt rather mundane. The bidding, often reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions of gold soul coins, seemed surreal to him. Had his previous life been a mere illusion? In days gone by, a single gold soul coin could sustain him and Xiao Wu for an entire month. It was indeed true that once wealth accumulates to a certain extent, it merely becomes a string of numbers. It appears there is much to learn yet, Chao Kuan remarked with a hint of wistfulness. Meanwhile, after parting from Chao Kuan, the sword owl lowered his voice to address Ning Fengji. Fengji, it seems you intend to betroth Rongrong to that young lad, do you not? Ning Fengji replied with calm deliberation, not necessarily. We must first investigate his background. And what of Chao Kuan? His talents are exceptional, he possesses a commendable appearance, and his character is decent. I fear Rongrong may not be worthy of him. The sword owl became anxious, looking intently at Ning Fengji, I mean to say, Rongrong is still quite young. Is it not premature? Although that lad's talent is indeed remarkable. There is no need to rush. Ha ha. Uncle Jian, I never suggested it must happen now. Merely entertaining the thought. Ning Fengji chuckled. Rongrong is my daughter. Should she be unwilling, I would never force her. The matter is still in its infancy. Moreover, it seems the Crown Prince is somewhat displeased with my efforts to recruit Xiao Kuan, Ning Fengji added. The sword Douluo, puzzled, inquired, why would he be displeased? Ning Fengji shook his head with a smile. Regardless of the Crown Prince's feelings, if they were to uncover Xiao Kuan's impeccable lineage, he would surely take action. They were growing old, and if Rongrong were to lack a titled Douluo by her side in the future, the seven-treasure glazed tile school would cease to exist. On the other side, unaware of these developments, Xiao Kuan strolled down a bustling street, carrying a cage. While he recognized both Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue sought to cultivate a relationship with him, he remained oblivious to Ning Fengji's intention of marrying Ning Rongrong to him. After all, this was merely their first encounter. Indeed, it was true that the nights in vibrant locales never darkened, observing the surroundings filled with lights and revelry. Xiao Kuan could not help but reflect on the scene. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind him, delivering a punch to his arm. As Xiao Kuan instinctively prepared to block, he paused upon recognizing the intruder. Hey, you mischievous scoundrel. It was Ning Rongrong, having appeared from nowhere, striking the area of his arm bound with sandbags. Watching the girl squat down and blow on her fist, Xiao Kuan helplessly inquired, what are you doing here? Ning, uncle, and the sword Douluo have returned. Why are you not going back? Ning Rongrong did not provide an answer. Rising from her position, she rubbed her fist and asked, what is bound to your arm? It feels so hard. Xiao Kuan, though somewhat exasperated, replied, a sandbag filled with black sand. Stop diverting the topic. Why are you here? Ning Rongrong huffed, rubbing her fist. Humph, why do you care? Xiao Kuan found her retort amusing yet irritating. All right, I shall not concern myself with you, but please do not follow me. Not a chance. Seemingly unfazed by her previous discomfort, Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Unless you give it to me. She pointed at the void mouse in Xiao Kuan's cage. The little creature, resembling Pikachu, was undeniably adorable. Weren't you just saying you're no longer a child? Gao Kun disit. I do not care. If you do not give it to me, I shall follow you endlessly. I will tell Sword Grandpa that you are bullying me. Ning Rongrong declared, shaking Xiao Kuan's hand, her expression one of utter defiance. Not a chance. Give up that thought, Xiao Kuan countered firmly. I intend to give it away. Unwilling to relent, he pulled his hand away with force, leaving Ning Rongrong unable to hold on and nearly stumbling. Unexpectedly, she did not give up and continued to hound him. This situation frustrated Xiao Kuan immensely, especially with so many onlookers casting curious glances in their direction. Your persistence is truly irksome. When Ning Rongrong grasped his hand once more, Xiao Kuan did not immediately shake her off. Instead, he spoke with a grim expression, his voice low, as though stating a fact. This was far more effective than shouting at her, causing her to momentarily stop in her tracks. I did not want it anyway. It was not you who bought it. Was it not given to you by Gij Qinghe? You cannot even produce tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Poor wretch. After her moment of astonishment, Ning Rongrong retaliated, releasing Xiao Kuan's hand in disdain. You cannot even afford a plate of fruit, yet you wish to tag along with Gij Qinghe for free food and drink. How about I offer you 200,000 gold soul coins to sell it to me? Then you could buy several plates of fruit. You bumpkin. Xiao Kuan found her insults rather amusing, reminiscent of a quarrelsome shrew. Thankfully, having lived 18 years in his past life, he had heard far worse remarks and remained unperturbed. Indeed, he replied sarcastically. My dear Ning miss, why did you venture out alone for lunch and find yourself wandering the streets now? This remark seemed to strike a nerve with Ning Rongrong, who retorted angrily, is it not permissible for me to want some solitude? Xiao Kuan continued his teasing demeanor. Indeed, I assumed, given your disposition, that you might lack friends. So it turns out you merely desired to be alone. His mocking tone pierced through her defenses, as she indeed had few friends in Tiando City. After all, why would a young girl be wandering the streets alone? Bah, you bum. As she pointed an accusatory finger at him, Chao Kun seized her hand and pinched it lightly, eliciting a yelp of pain from her, prompting her to retract her hand. Raising her gaze, she intended to continue her verbal assault on Chao Kun, convinced he would not dare retaliate against her. Boom! Upon raising her head, she found herself staring into a pair of pale golden eyes, causing her to momentarily lose her words. Chapter 96. Indeed. Free reading Chapter 97. It's all right. If it weren't for Uncle Ning, I would have been able to give you a good beating. Look at you. You resemble a shrew. If it weren't for Uncle Ning, I wouldn't even want to cast a glance at you for fear of tainting my eyes. Chao Kun leaned closer to Ning Rongrong, his tone dark and menacing. Aside from your identity as the young lady of the Qibao Liuli clan, what do you have? We are of the same age. Yet you remain the young lady of the Qibao Liuli clan, while I have reached level 38. And you? In my eyes, you are nothing but a waste. Chao Kun spoke these words in a low voice, his pale golden eyes fixed intently on Ning Rongrong. Noticing her lowered head and slight tremble, Chao Kun felt a twinge of confusion. This shouldn't be so easy to intimidate her. Unbeknownst to him, the aura he exuded weighed heavily upon Ning Rongrong's heart, rendering her breathless. This was the dragon's might obtained from absorbing the remnants of the Water and Fire Dragon King's spirit. Yet Chao Kun remained oblivious to it. TCH. Chao Kun scoffed disdainfully, turning to leave. After walking a few steps, he heard Ning Rongrong's sobs behind him. Assuming she was merely attempting to put on a show, he disregarded her and continued towards Lamba Academy. To his surprise, Ning Rongrong's cries grew louder, drawing the attention of passers-by, some of whom called out to Chao Kun. This prompted him to awkwardly glance back to see what kind of ruse she was attempting. It seems she is truly crying? No way. Is she really that fragile? No. Given her personality, she must have offended many. It's impossible she hasn't been scolded before. Why is she crying now? Gao Kun muttered. She had been insulted by others, but none had frightened her to the point of breathlessness. Feeling embarrassed as people pointed at him, he returned to Ning Rongrong's side. No way, no way, is Lady Ning really this delicate? He still believed it was an act, hence his tone remained sarcastic. Wu and Ning Rongrong did not refute him, her sobs growing increasingly pronounced. This left Chao Kun somewhat at a loss. After a moment, he glanced at the empty cage holding the Kong mouse, then shook his head. Impossible, this is for Ain. He then surveyed his surroundings and spotted a small stall selling jewelry. Observing Ning Rongrong adorned with no accessories, he hurried over to purchase a headband. It was the most expensive item at the stall, priced at 5 gold soul coins. Truly, this is the city of Tiando, where even trinkets command such a price. Chao Kun scoffed, then returned to Ning Rongrong's side. Hey, Lady Ning, could you please stop crying? This is for you, Chao Kun said, tapping her hand gently. Hey, you were the one who insulted me first, so why are you the one crying? There are so many people here. Aren't you embarrassed? Chao Kun consoled helplessly. What kind of situation is this? After a while, Ning Rongrong lifted her head, revealing a tear-streaked face, and sobbed while looking at Chao Kun. You actually wanted to kill me. This statement startled Chao Kun. Could one speak so recklessly? What if the sword Douluo or bone Douluo found out? They would turn me to ashes. He replied anxiously, don't say such things. When did I ever want to kill you? Wu, just now, you glared at me, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. I truly thought I was going to die. You wicked scoundrel. Wu Ning Rongrong sobet intermittently. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun furrowed his brow, pondering. Could it be that I possess some ability of which I am unaware? After ruminating, he could not deduce the cause, and resolved to inquire with Guyuna later. I don't know what is happening. I only meant to insult you. I never intended to kill you. Gao Kun explained, bewildered. If his unclear abilities had terrified Ning Rongrong to the point of tears, he indeed felt he had gone too far. From Ning Rongrong's description, it seemed he had nearly suffocated her. Chao Kun set down the cage holding the Kong mouse and retrieved the headband he had just bought. Please stop crying, my lady. I genuinely don't know what transpired. May I apologize to you? Here, this is my token of regret. Please do not cry. He waved the headband in front of her. Perhaps due to recovering from her distress, Ning Rongrong's sobs softened, and she glanced at the headband, then pointed at the Kong mouse, saying, I want that. This put Chao Kun in a predicament. After contemplating, he replied, that won't do. It was purchased by His Highness, not by me. It cannot express my apology. This was bought with my own money, costing me 5 gold soul coins, enough for me to live as a country bumpkin for 3 years. This better conveys my regret. Indeed, it had sustained him for 3 years, as he had relied on the 5 gold soul coins left by his parents. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong fell silent, and seizing the opportunity, Chao Kun placed the headband on her head. It looks lovely, this is yours now. Ning Rongrong touched the headband, her tears turning to smiles as she said, it's hideous. Nevertheless, she did not remove it. She then stared at Chao Kun for a moment before softly saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have insulted you. This confession made Chao Kun chuckle, and he responded with a smile, it's fine. I've heard far worse insults. In his previous life, when playing games as long as one was scammed, the family tree would be berated multiple times. Ning Rongrong's insults seemed rather civilized. I don't care, whether you've heard worse is irrelevant to me. You must tell me it's all right. Ning Rongrong began her playful antics once more. However, this time it made Chao Kun laugh. All right, it's fine. Is that sufficient? Oomph. Ning Rongrong huffed lightly. Her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Then she touched the headband atop her head and said, then I will accept your apologetic gift. Does this mean she has implicitly accepted my apology? Chao Kun thought, feeling a sense of relief. Then we both accept each other's apologies. But you must not tell Sword Douluo and the others about this. If they learn that I nearly killed Ning Rongrong, I would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong paused, then playfully slapped Chao Kun's arm. The outcome was predictable. She hit the sandbag Chao Kun had tied to his arm. Hey, you struck yourself. It's not my fault. Chao Kun stepped back, distancing himself from matter. Fool! Ning Rongrong glared at Chao Kun before running off. Chao Kun watched her retreating figure and mumbled, so strange. As he spoke, he picked up the cage containing the sky rat at his feet and departed. The Divine Lawn Rua CI offers the latest updates for Douluo. The martial soul is myself. To ensure you can access the fastest updates for this book next time, please be sure to save your bookmark. Chapter 97, No Problem. Free reading. Chapter 98, It is Late. Ignoring Ning Rongrong. Chao Kun intended to return to Lanba Academy with the cage in hand. Ning Fengzheng and the Sword Douluo were not concerned about her running off to play. Why should he worry? Walking along the bustling street, Chao Kun gazed at the colorful signs beside him, feeling as if he had returned to Earth. How luxurious! It's entirely different from Notting City, he murmured. Suddenly, a shoe store caught his attention, adorned with golden decorations, with a sign in the center showcasing a high-heeled shoe. After observing for a while and recalling how Ain often went barefoot, he glanced around and entered a small alley. Then, with a thought, he entered the small cave. In the alley, a stationary figure of Chao Kun appeared. This was an illusion created by Gu Yuna. A man, you're here. Ain greeted him as she entered the small cave, as usual. Upon seeing the cage in Chao Kun's hand, she inquired with some confusion, a man, what is this? A gift for you, a particularly adorable soul beast, he replied, lifting the cage with a smile. A soul beast? Ain leaned down to look into the cage, where the sky rat blinked its eyes back at her. So cute, Ain exclaimed, taking the cage and marveling at the Pikachu-like sky rat before breaking into a joyous laugh. Do you like it? Chao Kun asked, wrapping his arms around a yin's waist with a grin. I do. A yin's eyes sparkled as she leaned forward to kiss Chao Kun, instantly bringing a broad smile to his face. Then, Ain conjured some lawn Yin grass, preparing to open the cage and release the sky rat. Seeing this, Chao Kun grasped her hand, and in response to her puzzled gaze, he said, wait a moment before letting it out. I'll take you out first. Ow. Ain widened her eyes in surprise, not expecting Chao Kun to take her out so soon. Indeed, I trust you, Chao Kun assured Ain, and with a thought, the two vanished from a small cave. As for the sky rat, it squeaked as the cage tumbled to the ground. Boom! They emerged into the outside world, and a yin's presence transformed the previously dim alley into a vibrant scene. All in, Gao Kun spoke softly. Ain did not respond but buried her head against Chao Kun's chest, wrapping her arms around his waist to express her feelings. Let us go. I'll take you for a walk. Embracing Ain, Chao Kun exhaled deeply, looking down at her. Ain gently nodded. Noticing Yin's bare feet, Chao Kun crouched down and lifted her onto his back. Let me take you to buy a few pairs of shoes. Okay. Yin's voice rang in Chao Kun's ear, her breath warming his earlobe. Haha, he chuckled twice, carrying Ain out of the alley and arriving at the high-heeled shoe store he had seen earlier. Sir, madam, how may I assist you? A receptionist quickly approached them upon entering the store. Chao Kun, unsure of how to respond, merely looked at Ain on his back, who also shook her head. Unable to help it, he told the receptionist, I intend to buy a few pairs of shoes for my wife. Please help her choose some. Upon hearing him refer to Ain as his wife, her smile grew even brighter. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. The receptionist's smile brightened further at Chao Kun's words. Madam, could you please step down and walk a few steps so I can observe your foot shape? Following this request, Ain stepped down from Chao Kun's back, striding gracefully across the floor with her long, slender legs. That will do, madam. After walking a few steps, the receptionist stated, moving aside to select shoes. Soon, she returned with several pairs of high heels, which Ain tried on, asking Chao Kun for his opinion on how they looked. After seeing Ain the heels before him, all Chao Kun could say was that they were undeniably alluring, if not for his restraint. He would have been utterly captivated. These four will do. Chao Kun pointed to 3 pairs beside Yin's feet and instructed the receptionist. Among the 4 pairs, 2 would likely provide comfort for Ain, while the other 2 would be more for Chao Kun's enjoyment. Very well, sir. That will be 5,000 gold soul coins. The receptionist smiled, swiftly packaging the 3 pairs of high heels. The last pair remained on Yin's feet. Truly expensive, Chao Kun thought to himself. Yet he resolutely retrieved his gold card and handed it to the receptionist. After completing the payment, Ain linked her arm with Chao Kun's, stepping out of the store in her newly purchased heels. They looked like a loving couple in that moment. A man, Ain tiptoed and whispered in Chao Kun's ear. What is it? He asked, intrigued. Thank you, she replied. Chao Kun chuckled softly, about to respond when Yin's melodic voice echoed in his ear. A man, I want to meet our child. Chao Kun paused, then suddenly understood and lifted Ain into his arms. Ain gasped, startled by the sudden embrace. Then, let us return to meet her. Ain shyly nodded, wrapping her arms around Chao Kun's neck. Boom! With that, Chao Kun dashed at top speed back to Lanba Academy's room. No one could perceive his figure as he raced through, and in an instant, he returned to their room with Ain in his arms. They collapsed onto the bed together. This was their first time engaging in such activities outside, and as their movements intensified, Ain found it hard to contain her sounds. A man, let us go to the small cave, she managed to say, feeling constrained by the presence of other students nearby. Chao Kun smiled faintly, and with a thought, they entered the small cave. Here, Ain felt free to express herself without restraint. Observing the items on his shoulders, he realized they had become his catalyst for speed. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, a man in a gray robe gasped for breath, coughing up blood and sporting numerous wounds. I never expected all the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall would be dispatched. Thankfully, I possess flight ability, or I would have been caught, he said with difficulty. From his words, it was evident that he was Tang Hao, currently being pursued by the Spirit Hall. As he contemplated the destruction of the Spirit Hall in the adjacent city, he was unexpectedly discovered by 2 titled Douluos. Fortunately, neither was particularly formidable, allowing him to escape. In truth, he could have prevailed in a direct confrontation. However, the 2 titled Douluos signaled for reinforcements, leaving him with no option but to flee. I shall execute a grand scheme and then seek refuge in the city of slaughter, he mused. A green light emanated from Tang Hao, gradually healing his wounds as he gazed toward Tiando City. His objective was to obliterate the largest spirit hall aside from Wuhuan City. In the late hours of the night, at the entrance of the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect, Lu Erlong clutched the Soul Master physical training manual and cast a furtive glance toward a certain area within the sect, muttering under her breath in ire. After Chao Kun and Qian Rinxu had departed that morning, She had experimented with some concept from the manual and hurried to the Lan Dianba Wanglong sect. She had been intrigued by the methods of refining the body that Chao Kun had expounded upon, for if his claims held true, the difficulty for soul masters to break through to the soul emperor rank would significantly diminish, while their cultivation speed during the soul emperor phase would also increase. It is common knowledge among soul masters that prior to reaching the soul emperor level, there are virtually no bottlenecks in cultivation. As long as one possesses soul power and diligently trains, a breakthrough to great soul master is merely a matter of time. The primary challenge that many soul masters face in breaking through to the soul emperor rank is the sluggish pace of cultivation at the great soul master stage. By the time they reach level 29, their age often hampers further progress. This can also be attributed to innate talent, as those lacking in talent will naturally progress more slowly. Apart from consuming medicinal herbs, the only other means to accelerate cultivation speed is through physical training, which enhances the rate of soul power absorption. A robust physique not only prolongs the duration that a soul master can absorb soul rings, but also accelerates their training speed. However, the methods available on Douluo continent for refining one's physique are rather rudimentary. Without the aid of medicinal baths, these methods can actually hinder the body's potential, and the improvements they offer are quite limited. In contrast, the techniques described by Chao Kun are not only efficient, but also cause no harm to the body if executed correctly. Even if performed incorrectly, the negative impact is minimal. Nonetheless, Liu Erlong remained uncertain about their actual efficacy. After acquiring the Soul Master Physical Training Manual from Chao Kun, she attempted several exercises depicted within. Remarkably, she found the illustrations to be vividly representative. While these postures seemed futile for her as a soul sage, she was astonished to discover that, upon removing her soul power, certain areas of her body began to warm while executing them. These sensations must be what Chao Kun referred to as muscle activation. She was utterly astonished. Being a soul sage, she pondered how much greater the effects would be for great soul masters and soul emperors. With this in mind, she returned to the Lan Dian Ba Wanglong sect, intent on using this knowledge to procure a precious item for Chao Kun, a left leg bone of a 7,000-year-old thunder wing armor dragon. This was the reward she had promised him. In her estimation, not only would this enhance Chao Kun's strength, but it would also be immensely beneficial to the Lan Dian Ba Wanglong sect. After all, not all members of the sect are geniuses. Many soul masters become stagnated at the soul emperor stage, and even the talented would benefit from an accelerated cultivation method. Such a proposition would undoubtedly prove profitable for the sect. However, upon presenting her idea, the entrenched elders surprisingly opposed her, claiming that a 7,000-year-old soul bone was far too precious to be exchanged for anything less than 10 million gold soul coins. Liu Erlong was left both furious and incredulous, wondering if they believed she was unaware of the value of soul bones. It was not a 10,000-year soul bone. What made it so precious to the Lan Dian Ba Wanglong sect? Were it not for the fact that the soul bone skill would be advantageous to Chao Kun, she would not have bothered with the exchange. To demand 10 million gold soul coins was outright insulting. After a heated argument, she stormed out, fuming. Gugu, Erlong Gugu. Just as Liu Erlong was stewing in anger, a young man rushed out from the Lan Dian Ba Wanglong sect, calling out to her. What is it? Liu Erlong turned to face the young man, her tone sharp with irritation. Erlong Gugu, what troubles you? The young man inquired, noticing her displeased expression. Spare me the pleasantries. Liu Erlong retorted, her voice tinged with frustration. Ha ha, this is from Tianheng, who instructed me to give it to someone named Chao Kun. It is a token of gratitude for saving his life. Without further ado, Yu Tianxin produced a blue wristband, a storage soul guiding device that Yu Tianheng had prepared for Chao Kun, but had hesitated to present earlier due to his own circumstances. Is that all? Liu Erlong asked as she accepted the wristband. Indeed, that's all, Erlong Gugu. I must take my leave now, Yu Tianxin replied hastily, retreating into the sect to avoid incurring her wrath. He was perplexed by the sudden rage of this formidable woman. Meanwhile, within the small realm, the pair had inadvertently found themselves on the bed. Amon, shall I release it now? Ain whispered, gazing at the void mouse confined in its cage on the floor. Naturally, Chao Kuan consented, as it was intended for Ayin. Moreover, the mouse's ability to traverse space was still quite feeble. Even if released, it could not escape. Chao Kuan nodded, explaining the mouse's abilities before allowing Ayin to free it. "Do not worry, it will not escape," Ayin assured gently as the blue-silver grass surrounding the cage began to quiver and entwine around it. With a resounding bang, the cage swung open. Startled by the sudden change, the void mouse vanished, only to reappear half a meter away. Ayin merely smiled, emanating a unique aura that calmed the formerly agitated mouse, prompting it to approach her willingly. Cradling the creature, reminiscent of Pikachu, a yin smile widened. Indeed, adorable beings are universally cherished. "The dawn has arrived. I shall take my leave now," Chao Kuan announced after spending some time with the Ayin in the small realm, leaning down to plant a kiss on her soft lips. Jin Lila, Jiradan Shrujian, Ayin's heart has undergone a transformation. With her eyes closed, she surrendered to Cao Kuan's kiss. After that brief moment, Cao Kuan's thoughts stirred as he departed from the small realm. At the same time, within the city of Fengye, Bibi Dong gazed at the shattered streets and the ruins of the Wuhuan temple. Her expression darkened as she murmured, "Your Holiness." After Tong Hao unleashed his explosive soul ring and injured us, he fled in that direction. At that moment, two titled Douluos who had been entangled with Tong Hao approached, saluting Bibi Dong before reporting. They bore numerous wounds, appearing quite pitiful. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, about to speak when a sound of rushing air reached her ears. Several titled Douluos, radiating powerful auras, rushed toward her. Observing the scene before them, the eldest among them, appearing somewhat aged, inquired, "Where is Tong Hao?" The titled Douluos who had just reported to Bibi Dong hurried over. "We pay our respects, second elder. Tong Hao just used his explosive soul ring to send us flying before he escaped." "In which direction did he flee?" Upon hearing this, the elderly titled Dalu furrowed his brows. He was the second elder of the Wuhuan Temple, a formidable 98-level assault-type soul master. Had it not been for Qian Daoliu sending him to pursue Tong Hao, he would still be in seclusion. Such occurrences had never happened before. The Wuhuan Temple had to dispatch a large number of titled Douluos to hunt down a fallen one. This was also due to the fact that the Wuhuan Temple had never promoted a fallen one to title Dalu. Jin A. Dalu furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he signaled the healing soul sage behind him to attend to the injuries of the two titled Douluos. He then turned to Bibi Dong and asked, "Bibi Dong, could you not stop him? When did the remnants of Hao Tianzong become so formidable?" His words were laced with sarcasm, suggesting he was among those privy to the past events. Had it not been for Qian Daoliu's intervention, he would have already taken action against her. "I arrived after Tong Hao had departed," Bibi Dong replied, seemingly unaffected. However, as she turned away, her gaze became filled with resentment. Jin A was loyal to the Qian family, making him an enemy in Bibi Dong's quest to annihilate them. After a brief explanation, Bibi Dong channeled her soul power and pursued the direction Tong Hao had fled. "Oof," Jin A scoffed, signaling the following titled Douluos to accompany him. He wondered why his elder brother chose to keep this woman around. After emerging from the small realm, Cao Kuan refreshed himself, stretching languidly as he sighed contentedly. He was unsure what had brought him such comfort. After warming up, he secured the weighted sandbags he had removed the previous night to his limbs before stepping out of his room. He intended to have breakfast before embarking on his mountain training, although he sensed that this regimen would not last much longer. This training was not significantly enhancing his physical prowess. Rather, it aimed to acclimate him to the sudden surge of strength. For someone like Cao Kuan, who possessed strong self-control, he felt he was nearly ready to dispense with it after a few more days. Nevertheless, he recognized the value of the added weight, though it was ineffective when merely bound to his limbs. "It seems I must seek a soil-type soul beast capable of manipulating gravity for my fourth soul ring, preferably one that can also burrow underground." In the original story, Zhao Wuji had such a soul skill. I wonder what kind of soul beast granted it? As he enjoyed his breakfast, Cao Kuan mused. Although he had sought literature on soul beasts, the library in Noding City was woefully inadequate, lacking substantial records on them. Most available texts only covered the most common varieties. Such knowledge must have been suppressed. I wonder why Yu Xiaojiang insisted on writing about the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Such content is not only devoid of substance, but also riddled with logical fallacies. It would be far more beneficial to transcribe a few volumes on soul beasts that would indeed establish him as a master in the eyes of the common folk. Cao Kuan muttered under his breath. After finishing his breakfast, he stretched once more, planning to stroll through the academy while contemplating what soul beast he should seek for his 4th soul ring. After much deliberation, he found his limited knowledge insufficient and ultimately resolved to consult Liu alone. Even if she lacked the answer, she would have the means to find it, which would be more efficient than his solitary search. Such is the advantage of belonging to a powerful faction. Thinking of Liu alone, Cao Kuan turned several times before returning to the battleground indoors. To his dismay, he found no sign of her, leaving him puzzled. Nevertheless, he shouldered his pack and proceeded to train on the mountain. It had been nearly a week, and he had no idea if Yanzi had returned. As for Zhu Zhuqing, a month had passed. Why had she not arrived in Tiando City? Had something gone awry? Perhaps this world's Dai Mubai was different? It seemed he would need to visit Suotawa City soon to ensure that the little cat had not encountered any mishaps. And what of Xiaowu? He worried whether Tong Hao had taken out his frustrations on her. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Should he pen her a letter to inquire? After some contemplation, Cao Kuan decided against it. The drawbacks of writing were too great. If Tong Hao discovered it, both he and Xiao would be in peril. However, given his current circumstances, as long as he could reach Qianru and Shua, he would have a chance to survive, but Xiao would undoubtedly be at risk. He needed to devise a method to ascertain her situation. As he ran, Cao Kuan's mind raced with thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Tong Hao was currently being pursued by the Wuhuan Temple. Moreover, with his newfound wealth, he had neglected to claim his benefits from the Wuhuan Temple. Otherwise, he would have been informed of Tong Hao's recent actions. Meanwhile, Liu alone sat in her office, gazing despondently at the wrist guard in her hand. She had yet to decide what gift to bestow upon Cao Kuan. It was not that she lacked valuable items. Rather, she had too many, leaving her uncertain about what to present. Whatever she considered seemed unworthy, especially since Cao Kuan had entrusted her with the book. Although she would not carelessly dispose of it, Cao Kuan had shown such sincerity that she felt compelled to find something equally deserving. This is the plight of a woman who tends to overthink. Perhaps I should give him that under armor after all, Liu alone pondered, yet still nothing came to mind. What exactly should I give him? Maybe I should just give him myself. Ugh. Frustrated, Liu alone exclaimed a few words before letting out a sound of disbelief at her own thoughts. As time passed and daylight waned, in a remote small town far from Tiando City, a man clad in tattered gray robes leaned against a large tree, quietly observing the distant town as he murmured to himself, "Based on the traces I left behind, they should be arriving here soon. Given the distance to Tiando City, even a tidal Douluo would require 2 to 3 days to arrive. By the time they receive the news, I will already be in the city of slaughter. Jia, Wuhundian, you shall pay a price." After uttering these words, Tang Hao turned and soared towards a certain direction. There lay a hidden path, discovered during his travels with Tang Xiao, which could swiftly lead him to a city not far from Tiando City. This was one of the reasons he chose to lure the people of Wuhundian here. After traversing the path for quite some time, Tang Hao arrived at the mouth of the cave. He paused for a moment, and just as he was about to take off, a thought struck him. He returned and inscribed a line of words above the cave entrance. Subsequently, he hastened his flight towards Tiando City. 2 days later, in the afternoon at Lanba Academy, Cao Kuan was returning indoors, carrying a burden on his back. Almost there, from now on it was to be about carrying weight, he murmured softly, slightly out of breath. After a few days of weight training, his rapidly increasing strength had begun to stabilize, giving him a different sensation. Most of his time should now be devoted to meditation and cultivation, striving to reach level 40 as soon as possible. Additionally, during the day, he intended to utilize his X-ray vision to simulate soul techniques in the outdoor battle arena. Since the last time he simulated that ambush soul technique, he had not encountered any suitable soul techniques at Lanba Academy. This was likely due to the fact that he usually visited the battle arena close to evening, After all, he had to carry over 7,000 pounds while running 10 laps around the back mountain each day. The back mountain was vast, requiring him to run from morning until dusk, and after resting and eating dinner, there was little time left. Fortunately, after sharing a meal at the cafeteria with Lu Erlong, she had spoken to the chef there, allowing him to enter freely. Therefore, in the past few days, after completing his mountain runs, he would head directly to the dean's exclusive dining room to order food, which made the chefs regard him with some curiosity. Chao Kuan had been dining alone these past 2 days, as he had not seen Lu Erlong, which made him miss her. Speaking of which, Yanzi should be returning in a few days. He planned to tease her a bit, especially since she had run off just after they confirmed their relationship. As for Xiao Wu, yesterday, Chao Kuan had entrusted a passing merchant caravan heading to Notting City to check on her condition at the Notting City Primary Soulmaster Academy. This caravan was mostly composed of ordinary people, with only one great soul master among them. Chao Kuan had instructed them to be discreet and to send an ordinary person to take a look. Given Xiao Wu's prominence at the academy, she would be easy to spot. He hoped she was all right. If anything were to happen to her, he could only seek vengeance afterward. He wondered if he could resurrect her after achieving divinity. Chao Kuan had grand aspirations and had never considered the possibility of failing to ascend to divinity. With his current capabilities, if he lacked even this modicum of confidence, what was the point of cultivating? However, even if he could seek revenge and ultimately revive Xiao Wu, the thought filled him with dissatisfaction. He did not wish for such circumstances to arise. He felt somewhat inadequate, and the cultivation system in this world seemed rather distorted. Suddenly, a cacophony interrupted Chao Kuan's thoughts, and he realized he was nearing the indoor battle arena. What on earth is that noise? It sounds like instruction. He pondered, quickening his pace towards the arena. Upon reaching the water pool outside the arena, he cast a glance at the ruins of the battle arena. Along with the heavy sandbags and iron blocks placed outside, his mouth agape in astonishment. What happened here? It was perfectly fine this morning. This is remarkably efficient demolition. Before he could gather his thoughts, a loud crash echoed from behind a still-standing wall, and soon the last wall collapsed as well. A thick cloud of dust billowed out, revealing several figures surrounded by soul rings, soul masters. As the dust settled, before Chao Kuan could discern the faces within, a tall figure called out to him, "Boss, you're back." Among the soul masters who had just demolished the wall was Tai Long, who rushed out from the lingering smoke upon spotting Chao Kuan. "Tai Long, what on earth are you doing?" "Gao Kun Kvestsen Bootslith. We don't know either. It was the dean who ordered us to tear it down." Tai Long scratched his head in confusion. "Have you seen the dean?" Chao Kuan seized upon a key phrase and immediately inquired. "Yes. We were training over there when the dean summoned us." Tai Long nodded. "Then where is she now?" Chao Kuan pressed further. "She should be in the dean's office." Tai Long replied uncertainly, adding with a hint of frustration, "I was just trying to train, and now I've been dragged here to do manual labor. Not only have we been working here all afternoon, but we also have to move those heavy weights elsewhere. There are so many of them, and they are so heavy. The dean could have brought a few more people. It looks like we'll be here until nightfall." Chao Kuan had initially planned to find Lu Erlong after hearing she was in the office, but upon seeing the sandbags and iron blocks, he ultimately patted Tai Long on the shoulder and said, "I'll help you move them. It's better to finish early." "That would be great. With your strength, the speed will definitely increase." Tai Long exclaimed excitedly. "Let us get moving," Chao Kuan replied, shouldering his burden and heading towards the area where the weights were stored. The indoor battle arena had been dismantled, and now it was just a matter of moving the weights to another location. Are they planning to remodel the strength training room? Chao Kuan mused as he surveyed the wreckage. With Chao Kuan's assistance, the pace of the moving certainly quickened, as he could carry more and move faster. During the process, he engaged in conversation with the other students, who looked on in admiration at Chao Kuan carrying nearly 10,000 pounds, willingly calling him boss. Chao Kuan placed the last few items in the backpack and let out a sigh of relief. He then glanced at the panting Tai Long beside him and said, somewhat amused, "Tai Long, you really need to work on your fitness." Tai Long replied, still catching his breath, "Indeed, I can't compare to you, boss. Your strength seems to surpass even my father's now." Speaking of Tai Long's father, Chao Kun pondered for a moment and asked, "Where is your family located? In Tiando City?" Tai Long nodded, "Yes, to the west of Tiando City." Chao Kun contemplated this, intending to visit the Li family in a few days. Although the Li family was currently loyal to Tang Hao, other single attribute families might not be as steadfast. He planned to win over a few sects to bolster his own influence when he joined the Wuhuan Palace. As for the conflict between the single attribute families and the Wuhuan Palace, that would depend on Chao Kun's own strategies. However, for now, he needed to rely on the Li family as a stepping stone. Otherwise, it would be difficult to gather support. While Chao Kun was deep in thought, Tai Long seemed to recall something and said, "Boss, a strange person visited my home last night. He was dressed in a tattered gray robe and looked like a beggar. However, my grandfather treated him with great respect, so he must be an eccentric powerhouse." Chapter 102. Acting, you said this strange person was dressed in a tattered gray robe? Upon hearing Tai Long's words, Chao Kun suddenly had a revelation and hurriedly asked. "Yes," Tai Long affirmed. "And your grandfather respected that person?" Tai Long nodded again, puzzled. "Is there a problem? Is there a problem?" This was a significant issue. From Tai Long's description, Chao Kun had an 80% certainty that this person was Tang Hao. What was the situation with the Li family? At this stage, given their character, besides the people from Haotian sect, who else would they respect? And currently, if he was not at the Haotian sect and dressed like that, it was most likely Tang Hao. Yet it didn't make sense. Why would Tang Hao return to seek out the Li family at this time? This was not mentioned in the original story. "Boss, is something wrong?" "Noticing Gokunes silence." Tai Long asked again, growing increasingly curious about why his boss seemed so affected. Did he know that person? Chao Kun snapped back to reality, observing Tai Long's expression. His previously tense demeanor relaxed instantly. "It's nothing. Your description reminded me of someone the senior Duga mentioned during my last visit with Yanzi. He bears a striking resemblance to the person you described. I was just wondering if it could be him, regardless of whether it was Tang Hao or not." It was best not to let Tai Long know, for the current relationship between the Li family and Tang Hao meant that if Tai Long mentioned anything, it would spell disaster for Chao Kun. Thus, he had to fabricate a story to deceive Tai Long. "Oh, I see." Tai Long accepted this explanation without hesitation and, intrigued, asked, "Who is that powerful person? I had never seen my grandfather treat anyone with such respect." "Such respect?" Indeed, this increased the likelihood that it was Tang Hao. Chao Kun silently contemplated this, while outwardly feigning indifference. "I was just thinking about that person's name. I didn't pay much attention when Senior Duga mentioned it." As he reached the end of his statement, he allowed a hint of regret to appear on his face. Tai Long nodded, somewhat disappointed, but not questioning Chao Kun's words, as he often let his father's words go in one ear and out the other. The two continued to chat casually for a while. Once they placed the last of the heavy tools down, Chao Kun, pretending to be casual, asked, "Is that person still at your home?" Gasping for breath, Tai Long replied, "That person? This morning my grandfather and father took him out. I don't know what for." Chao Kun nodded thoughtfully and then shifted the topic, engaging in light-hearted banter with Tai Long and a few other students. The group, exhausted, rested for a moment before parting ways. Tai Long initially wanted to gather everyone for a meal, but Chao Kun politely declined. With the possibility of Tang Hao being in Tiando City, he had no appetite for food. After seeing off his companions, Chao Kun glanced towards the direction of the dean's office and then turned to dash towards the academy gate. While he could afford to pursue Lu ere long at any time, not knowing Tang Hao's purpose for coming to Tiando City was causing him immense discomfort, akin to a swarm of ants crawling over him. What if something happened that implicated him? What if he encountered him on the streets? Therefore, Chao Kun resolved to distract Tang Hao, ideally forcing him out of Tiando City, or even better, eliminating him entirely. It was not surprising that he felt this way, considering he had nearly been killed by Tang Hao. Moreover, since Tang San was no longer in Nodding City, did that not imply that Xiao Wu might be in danger? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He quickened his pace and swiftly reached the most bustling street in Tiando City, heading towards an imposing structure. That was the Wuhuan Palace's branch established in Tiando City, the largest and most splendid Wuhuan Palace aside from the Wuhuan City. It was said that most of the funds for establishing this Wuhuan Palace came from donations by the Tiando royal family, aiming for a semblance of dignity. At that time, the Wuhuan Palace had no intention of dominating the continent. It was merely a religious institution, a sect dedicated to hunting down evil spirit masters worldwide. As for whether the Tiando royal family regretted this decision now, it remained unclear. After casting a casual glance, Chao Kuan entered the Wuhuan Palace of Tiando City. He looked around, intending to find the bishop to report Tang Hao, only to be struck by a massive wanted poster prominently displayed, featuring the very visage of Tang Hao. Beneath the wanted poster, there were reasons listed for his pursuit. Why was there suddenly more text? Chao Kuan wondered, glancing at it with curiosity. Just as he was about to read further, several figures blocked his view. Back in Aba City, he had seen Tang Hao's wanted poster, but at that time, it contained only a single line. Severely injured the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace, resulting in his untimely demise. Now it seemed to have several additional lines of description. Chao Kuan, puzzled, moved closer to investigate what Tang Hao had been up to lately. Wow, just a couple of days ago, Tang Hao destroyed another branch of the Wuhuan Palace, killing everyone inside, just like before. I never expected that the esteemed Hao Douluo would become a fallen one. I used to admire him. Admire him for what? As he stepped in, the whispers of the nearby people reached his ears before he could even take a closer look. Destroying the Wuhuan Palace and killing everyone inside, Chao Kuan was taken aback, then quickly turned his attention back to the wanted poster. 5 branches of the Wuhuan Palace. Everyone inside, regardless of whether they were affiliated with the Wuhuan Palace, was killed. Staring at the wanted poster, Chao Kuan found it hard to believe. Although he had anticipated that Tang Hao might go mad upon discovering that Ain had been swapped, he never imagined he would go to such extremes. This shouldn't be the case. After realizing Ain was swapped, shouldn't he be searching for her? Why was he only focused on destroying the Wuhuan Palace? Chao Kuan found himself somewhat perplexed by Tang Hao's line of reasoning. What purpose did he have in coming to Tiando City? After contemplating for a moment with his head bowed, he lifted his gaze toward the resplendent spirit hall. Could it be? An epiphany struck him, prompting an exclamation that drew curious glances from those nearby. Ignoring their stares, Chao Kuan hurriedly approached a soul master clad in the uniform of the spirit hall. Just as he was about to inquire about the whereabouts of their bishop, he sensed something and turned his gaze back toward the location where the bounty notice had been posted. There stood an elderly man, slender and tall, with snow-white hair, yet a remarkably ruddy complexion, who seemed to be observing him with intent. This made Chao Kuan feel as though he were being scrutinized. "Sir, is there something you need?" The Spirit Hall's soul master, blocked by Chao Kuan, asked with a hint of confusion as he noticed Chao Kuan's silence. In response, Chao Kuan quickly composed himself, adopting a visage of joy. "I believe I just discovered a breakthrough in my soul power and wanted to test it out. The testing area for soul power is over there. Allow me to escort you." The soul master gestured toward a designated spot and led him there. Chao Kuan followed closely, avoiding any further glance at the white-haired elder, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the head of the Min family. After completing the soul power test, Chao Kuan politely declined the soul master's invitation to join their ranks and exited the spirit hall, feigning the demeanor of a wealthy scion. As he passed through the central hall, he casually glanced in the direction of the elder and found him meticulously examining the structure of the spirit hall. After taking note of this, Chao Kuan paid him no further mind and left the spirit hall, adopting an air of a frivolous young man as he departed the street. Unbeknownst to him, a group of robust figures lingered in the shadows, led by one clad in a gray robe, whose gaze was fixed intently upon the spirit hall. If that elder truly was the head of the Min family, then Tang Hao's intentions became clear. He aimed to obliterate the spirit hall in Tiando City. Given the circumstances, he likely intended to involve the 4 major single-attribute families as well. After leaving the bustling streets of Tiando City, Chao Kuan let out a subtle sigh of relief, though he did not fully relax. With his head bowed and brows furrowed, he muttered to himself, "What now?" If that white-haired elder was indeed the head of the Min family, Tang Hao and his companions were probably surveilling the vicinity of the spirit hall. Their plan likely involved gathering intelligence on the current situation of the spirit hall in order to facilitate its swift destruction. The spirit hall in Tiando City, being the most magnificent branch and situated in the capital of the Tiando Empire, certainly differed significantly from other branches. It housed not only 5 soul saints, but also 2 formidable soul Douluos, along with a couple of hundred soul masters. Furthermore, should a conflict arise at the Spirit Hall, it would undoubtedly attract other powerful individuals in Tiando City. Notably, the soul Douluos within the imperial family would be compelled to lend their support, even if they might revel in the Spirit Hall's plight or feign neutrality, as they would need to justify their inaction when the Spirit Hall sought accountability. The Spirit Hall had not yet fallen out of favor with the 2 empires, and the Tiando Empire still relied on the Spirit Hall to disrupt the Luo Empire and prevent a major conflict. If Tang Hao were to charge in recklessly, while he might succeed in destroying the Spirit Hall, he would inevitably be captured by the members of the Tiando imperial family. This was precisely why Tang Hao sought assistance from the 4 single attribute sections. However, Chao Kun pondered how Tang Hao managed to persuade them so easily. How could Yang Wudi have been convinced so readily? Not wishing to dwell on this further, a look of distress crossed Chao Kun's face. What should he do now? The Spirit Hall was likely under watch by Tang Hao and his group, making it inadvisable to report anything. What if they discovered his movements and launched a direct attack? He needed to devise a plan. As he wandered aimlessly, a lavish building caught his eye. Looking up, he realized he had inadvertently arrived at the Tiando auction house. Tiando auction house. Of course, he had nearly forgotten. There was someone who could assist him. With a sudden realization, he slapped his forehead, recalling Qian Renshua. In a moment of panic, he almost overlooked her. Seeking her out might prove more effective than approaching the bishop of the Spirit Hall directly. With this thought in mind, Chao Kun swiftly turned and made his way to Qian Renshua's residence. Now that she had assumed the identity of Xue Qinghe, she was of age and had long since moved out of the palace. Racing along, Chao Kun arrived at the prince's mansion, a sprawling estate that exuded a subtle opulence, befitting the persona of Xue Qinghe. Halt! No entry for unauthorized personnel. Upon reaching the entrance, 2 soldiers clad in the royal armor of Tiando barred Chao Kun's way. Seeing this, he wasted no time and produced the token Qian Renshua had given him from his spatial ring. Please notify her that I am in urgent need of an audience. Noticing the urgency etched on Chao Kun's face, one of the soldiers took the token and hurried inside. Thanks to Qian Renshua's training, these soldiers had shed any habits of accepting bribes. As he watched the soldier dash away, Chao Kun let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, outside Qian Renshua's chamber, a voice emerged from an area where no one had previously been. Miss, Chao Kun has come to see you. He seems to be in a hurry. In response, a voice from within expressed curiosity. What urgent matter could arise at such a late hour? Has he gotten into trouble with another young lady again, requiring my intervention? Silence followed, as the soldier had already made his way back. Your Highness, there is a person outside bearing your token requesting an audience. He claims to be a man. Ha, man. Qian Renshua chuckled lightly, opening the door and accepting the token from the soldier. Very well, bring him in. Understood. The soldier saluted and swiftly departed. Once the soldier was out of sight, Qian Renshua whispered, a promising sign. Just then, the earlier voice reappeared. With the young lady's capabilities, winning a person over is a simple task. Qian Renshua smiled without replying. After a brief moment, Chao Kun was escorted in by the soldier. Upon seeing him, Qian Renshua displayed her signature smile. A man, what brings you here so late? Have you once again found yourself in trouble with a young lady? Listening to her words, Chao Kun felt a flicker of confusion. However, remembering the matter concerning Tang Hao, he appropriately donned a look of urgency. This piqued Qian Renshua's interest, prompting her to ask seriously, what has happened? Chao Kun glanced around cautiously, and Qian Renshua understood, signaling for the nearby soldiers to leave. Once all the soldiers had departed, Chao Kun immediately spoke. Qinghe, I just spotted Tang Hao near the Wuhun Temple. This title was requested by Qian Renshua during their last encounter at the auction house. Tang Hao? Qian Renshua exclaimed in surprise. As a member of the Wuhun Temple, she was well aware of the recent actions of Tang Hao. However, just a few days ago, the news suggested that he was far from here. Are you certain? Chao Kun promptly nodded, articulating the words he had prepared along the way. While conversing with a friend from Lamba Academy, I learned that Tang Hao is likely in Tiando City. After parting ways with them, I decided to check the Wuhan temple and indeed caught sight of him. Moreover, he was accompanied by others. Upon seeing him, I recalled Tang Hao's recent endeavors and speculated that he might intend to destroy the Wuhan temple in Tiando City. If that were to occur, chaos would surely ensue, prompting me to inform you. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue frowned, contemplating the implications. Based on previously gathered intelligence, it was evident that Chao Kuan recognized Tang Hao, having reported him once before. Therefore, he could not have been mistaken. That individual was indeed Tang Hao. This implied that Tang Hao had not ventured far to another city, but had arrived here with the intention of annihilating the Wuhan temple in Tiando City. Realizing this, she quickly inquired, "Do you know who the individuals accompanying Tang Hao are?" After a moment of thought, Chao Kuan gritted his teeth and divulged the information regarding the Li and Min clans, though he had not observed the other two individuals. Meanwhile, having gathered the necessary intelligence, he arrived at the location where Tang Hao and his companions were concealed. Aside from Tang Hao, there were 3 others present, 2 of whom bore distinct facial scars. Chapter 104, confirming the time old by Niao. How is the situation inside? As soon as Bai He arrived, the impatient Titan urgently inquired. In response, Bai He cast a glance at him, then turned to Tang Hao, stating, due to Tang Hao's presence, the 2 original soul Douluos from Tiando City, accompanied by 3 soul saints, have departed with the second elder of the Wuhan temple. Currently, only 2 strong attack-type soul saints remain, along with a few hundred soul masters. As for the structure inside, I believe everyone is already familiar, so I need not elaborate. After Bai He finished speaking, Tang Hao subtly nodded, while Titan excitedly exclaimed, "That's splendid. With just those soul masters remaining, our small group can swiftly annihilate this place. Moreover, with our strength, even if the soul Douluos from the Tiando royal family come to assist later, we shall have nothing to fear." As he spoke, Titan glanced at the 2 soul masters nearby, who bore noticeable injuries. These were Niu Gao and Yang Wudi. When Titan had initially brought Tang Hao to seek their assistance, they had declined, still harboring grievances over the swift abandonment by the Haotian sect. Furthermore, with Tang Hao showing signs of becoming a fallen, they were reluctant to involve themselves in such matters. However, upon witnessing Tang Hao's display of power and realizing that he might kill them if they refused, they reluctantly acquiesced. Time waits for no one. We shall act tomorrow night. Without paying heed to their demeanor, Tang Hao crossed his arms, his tone icy and indifferent. "Understood, master." Titan responded eagerly, almost servilely. Observing this, Yang Wudi sighed and remarked coolly, "I will participate, but I will not allow members of the Paji clan to join." Niu Gao glanced at Yang Wudi, then nodded in agreement. "I feel the same way." At this moment, Tang Hao, who was preparing to leave, turned around, fixing his gaze intently on Yang Wudi. Initially taken aback, Yang Wudi then returned the gaze with a piercing intensity. "Very well." After a brief pause, Tang Hao turned back, muttering softly before leaping into the air and soaring away. "Oh dear, old Pachong, old gorilla, are you all foolish?" Titan exclaimed, now that the Haotian king has returned. With his unparalleled Douluo strength, what do we have to fear from the Wuhan temple? With the protection of the Haotian king, our sect will surely thrive. This is our chance to return to the Haotian sect. After Tang Hao departed, Titan lamented, expressing frustration. The Haotian king he referred to was Tang Chun, Tang Hao's grandfather. Tang Hao did not rely solely on brute force to compel them to assist. He had informed several individuals from the single attribute sects about his grandfather's return. And upon learning of the Haotian sect's plight over the past few years, Tang Chun intended to confront the Wuhan temple. The destruction of the Wuhan temples was not instigated by Tang Hao. It was merely a prelude to the Haotian sect's assault on the Wuhan temple. Now, Tang Chun had dispatched him to obliterate the largest branch of the Wuhan temple, officially commencing hostilities. This was indeed the most opportune moment for their return to the Haotian sect. Given their understanding of Tang Chun, this was not an impossibility. Upon hearing Titan's words, Yang Wudi remained silent, casting a cold glance at him. Were it not for Titan's guidance, Tang Hao would not have located them so swiftly, should any issues arise thereafter. May the Paji clan still endure. Yang Wudi mused internally before transforming into a streak of crimson light and darting away, with Niugao closely following. How ungrateful! Titan muttered under his breath. In the end, only he remained in this place, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance. I hope it will be swift. Before arriving here, he had dispatched a clan member, a sole emperor, to the Haotian sect to confirm the situation. Given his speed, he should arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Qinghe, what shall we do next? In the prince's residence, after Chao Kun had conveyed the situation, he asked, "Let me think for a moment." Qian Shue did not respond immediately, deep in thought. Now that it was confirmed that Tang Hao had indeed come to Tiando City and had summoned 2 members from the single attribute sects, it was likely that the other 2 had also been recruited. Based on his recent actions, his intentions were clear: to obliterate the Wuhun Temple in Tiando City. After a while, Qian Rinshue's furrowed brow relaxed as she addressed Chao Kun. "Since this is a matter concerning the Wuhun Temple, we shall leave it to them." Chao Kun was taken aback, incredulously responding, "But Tang Hao and his group are surely monitoring the Wuhun Temple situation closely, making it difficult to send any warnings. Moreover, if a battle breaks out, it will affect many innocent civilians in the nearby Tiando Empire." He added silently to himself, "Furthermore, the Wuhun Temple currently belongs to your family. Why do you appear so unconcerned?" In truth, Chao Kun was mistaken. Qian Rinshue was currently unaware that he was privy to her identity. Although she was indeed somewhat anxious, she could not display it. Otherwise, as a prince of the Tiando Empire, she would be reveling in the misfortune of the Wuhun Temple instead of showing concern. "Huh." Qian Rinshue revealed a graceful smile, addressing Chao Kun with warmth. "That is indeed a concern. However, if we evacuate the civilians, it will also draw Tang Hao's attention. As for how to report to the Wuhun Temple, that is far simpler. In addition to the main priest responsible for the Wuhun Temple in Tiando City, there is also a saintess who can take charge of this matter. We can simply approach her then." "Saintess? Who is the other saintess in the Wuhuan Hall?" Chao Kun pondered, curious, as he recalled that the original story only featured Hulaina and Qian Rinshue. "Who is that saintess?" "I haven't heard of any current saintess in the Wuhuan Hall. Where does she reside? Should I go and explain the situation to her?" Faced with Chao Kun's barrage of questions, Qian Rinshue maintained her serene smile and explained coolly, "Her identity has indeed not been publicly announced by the Wuhuan Hall. However, it is genuine. As for explaining the situation, there is no need for a man to concern himself. I shall handle it personally. After all, this pertains to the diplomacy between 2 factions, and I believe you understand." She did not wish for me to get involved, yet it was reasonable, given my current strength. My participation would be of little use. After contemplating for a moment, Chao Kun nodded slightly and said, "Since Qinghe already has a solution, I shall take my leave." With no further business to attend to, remaining here would only hinder Qian Rinshue's discussions with the title Dalu in secrecy and her communication with the Wuhuan Hall. Then it shall be as such. I must seek the saintess of the Wuhuan Hall shortly, so I will not see you off, a man," Qian Rinshue said without any desire to retain him. Chao Kun nodded lightly and, after bidding farewell to Qian Rinshue, returned to Lanba Academy. Once he departed, the previously composed expression of Qian Rinshue had darkened instantly. "Miss, we must swiftly inform the grand offering." A voice emerged from nearby. It was Shi Miao Da, who had been by Qian Rinshue's side. "Yes, I will send a message to grandfather right away," Qian Rinshue replied, nodding. "However, given Tang Hao's current state, even if we notify grandfather now, it may be too late." Qian Rinshue took a piece of paper from the desk, tore off a small note, and wrote upon it, "Tang Hao is in Tiando City, conspiring with the 4 major single-attribute sects to destroy the Wuhuan Hall in Tiando City." She then took the specially trained message bird from Shi Miao Da and released it into the night sky. The bird's plumage began to shift and meld with the darkness as it ascended. After releasing the message bird, Qian Rinshue furrowed her brow and remarked, "Based on Tang Hao's previous behavior, he has likely already become a fallen one. As a member of the Angel Clan, no one understands the fallen better than us. Given Tang Hao's current condition, he would undoubtedly take action within a day or 2. Alas," Shi Miao sighed, "there's nothing we can do, miss. Aside from myself and C.I. Shui, The other title Douluos are pursuing Tang Hao. Recent news indicated they discovered Tang Hao in a small town far from here. And it is surprising that he has secretly arrived in Tiando City. Even if the Grand Offering receives the news and promptly informs them, they cannot arrive in time. Moreover, Tang Hao has now rallied the 4 major single-attribute sects. With only CI, Shui, and myself, we cannot contend with them. Although Qian Renshue was accompanied by 2 titled Douluos. They were only by her side during the initial stages of their infiltration. At other times, they would alternate due to their need for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue's expression darkened further, and she gritted her teeth, declaring fiercely, "The 4 major, single-attribute sects shall wait." Xi Miao shook his head helplessly, saying, "There is no choice. We must abandon the Wuhuan Hall here." Qian Renshue, filled with indignation, retorted angrily, "This is the largest Wuhuan Hall aside from Wuhuan City. There are still hundreds of soul masters loyal to the Wuhuan Hall inside. Are we truly just going to give it up?" Xi Miao lowered his head, stating, "For your safety, they—" Suddenly, a figure appeared, interrupting his words and causing both of them to turn their gaze toward the newcomer. The arrival was CI, Shui Douluo, who was supposed to be in seclusion. The unexpected appearance of CI, Shui astonished them, and Xi Miao immediately inquired, "CI Shui, what brings you here? It is not yet time for the shift." CI Shui glanced at him and then pulled out a slip of paper from his pocket. "I just received a letter from the Grand Offering. He mentioned that His Holiness the Pope is currently en route to Tiando City with Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. They are expected to arrive tomorrow evening, and we are to provide assistance. As for why only Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo accompanied him, Bibi Dong could only command those 2 at present. Other soul saints and soul Douluos could join, but she preferred not to take them along." Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue looked at the slip of paper in CI Shui's hand with surprise, and then glanced in the direction where she had released the message bird. So soon? She then felt a surge of joy. With 3 titled Douluos joining the fray, Tang Hao would surely find it impossible to escape. After sharing the news with them, CI Shui observed their expressions with curiosity, asking, "What is the matter?" Time rewinds to the previous evening. "Your Holiness' second offering, judging by the traces here." Tang Hao has headed in that direction. In a remote mountainous area, Gue Douluo employed his ghost shadow to scour the surroundings and then addressed Bibi Dong and Jean E. Jean E glanced at Bibi Dong beside him and led the majority of the soul masters towards that direction. "Your Holiness, shall we not pursue?" Zhu Douluo queried Bibi Dong, who was frowning and had not followed. Gue Douluo was naturally trailing behind Zhu Douluo. Bibi Dong shook her head and replied coldly, "It is too strange. We have been hunting him for so long and have seldom found his traces, yet in the past few days we have come across so many. Moreover, they were all discovered just as we were about to lose track of Tang Hao. What a coincidence!" At that moment, Gue Douluo spoke up, "Surely, these traces took us several titled Douluos a long time to uncover. They cannot have been deliberately left by Tang Hao." "Foolish." Bibi Dong shot him a glance and chastised. "But Tang Hao is not as foolish as you." Zhu Douluo, standing nearby, seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed in astonishment, "So, Your Holiness, are you suggesting that Tang Hao intentionally left these traces to lead us elsewhere?" Bibi Dong nodded, then shook her head, stating calmly, "Perhaps. However, that remains merely my conjecture." The reason for her suspicion stemmed not only from the sporadic traces of Tang Hao, but also from the fact that none of the locations indicated by these traces included the City of Slaughter. Both she and Tang Hao had traversed the City of Slaughter, and as beings of the God of Slaughter, they could freely enter and exit, even employing soul techniques within its confines. If he were to hide there, only Bibi Dong would be able to confront him, offering him a glimmer of hope. Yet, Tang Hao had not done so, and given the current pursuit by the entire Wuhuan Hall, he would not be able to escape for long. It is rather incongruous for him to flee to the City of Slaughter and then arrive at such a small town. Has he journeyed this far merely to obliterate the Wuhuan Hall here? What purpose does that serve? Unless he is attempting to conceal something. After pondering for a moment, Bai Dong seemed to have an epiphany, and she immediately addressed Zhu and Gue Douluo, stating, "Tang Hao may not be here. Let us proceed to Tiando City to investigate. He may have gone there. Indeed, Zhu Douluo and Gue Doa promptly acquiesced. Just as they were about to set off, Gue Douluo inquired, should we not notify the second offering? Bai Dong reflected briefly before replying, there is no need. My intuition merely suggests that Tang Hao has gone to Tiando City. He may not have intended to divert our attention. The traces left behind were likely accidental. Let the second offering continue the pursuit here. Upon finishing her statement, she soared into the distance. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo exchanged glances and promptly followed her. However, on the way, Zhu Douluo penned a letter to inform Dalu of their itinerary. Bai Dong did not hinder him, coldly observing him as he sent the message. Thus, Qianren had just written to inform Dalu that Tang Hao was in Tiando City, and shortly thereafter, the information reached her that Bai Dong, along with Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo, was headed to Tiando City. Returning to the present, after departing from Qianren side, Chao Kuan returned to Lanba Academy and glanced back at the direction of the Wuhuan Hall. I'm still too weak to engage in such battles. I wonder how Qianren and the others plan to deal with Tang Hao. Perhaps I should refrain from going out for the next few days to avoid being recognized by Tang Hao. Chao Kuan muttered to himself, but soon fell silent. For at that moment, a figure stood at the entrance of Lanba Academy, a woman of exquisite beauty and captivating physique. Lu Erlong, judging by her demeanor. She had likely been waiting there for quite some time. Sister Erlong, what are you doing here so late? Upon seeing Lu Erlong, Chao Kuan suppressed his thoughts and approached her with a nonchalant smile. Unexpectedly, he was met with Lu Erlong's voice, brimming with resentment. I should be asking you the same. Where have you been at this hour? It was no wonder she was upset. For days, she had been avoiding Chao Kuan while trying to figure out what to gift him. After much contemplation, she felt a bit embarrassed to simply call him over. Thus, she decided to wait until Chao Kuan was training, gathering Tai Long and the others to dismantle the indoor battle arena, so that she could conveniently relay to him where she was. At that time, she could also present the wristband given by Yu Tianheng along with her prepared reward for Chao Kuan, which would alleviate her embarrassment. This was why Lu Erlong had not summoned more people. If too many were called and the arena was dismantled before Chao Kuan returned, it would pose a problem, forcing her to inconvenience Tai Long and the others. Otherwise, given Lu Erlong's current financial situation, she wouldn't need to enlist students for such a task. However, after waiting in vain for Chao Kuan, she eventually went outside to check. The battle arena had been dismantled, the items relocated, and the students had returned. Yet there was no sign of Chao Kuan. Subsequently, Lu Erlong searched the dormitory for him, but he was still absent. Upon inquiring, she discovered that he had indeed gone out, and for such a long duration, leaving her waiting here for ages. What a nuisance. Chao Kuan scratched his head in confusion, glancing at Lu Erlong, and then at the bustling Tiando City. It is not too late. It is barely 9 o'clock. For Notting City, it might indeed be a bit late, but for Tiando City, the night had only just begun. He had merely spoken casually, but did not anticipate Lu Erlong's strong reaction. Could it be that she had been waiting for me all this time? Observing the increasingly displeased expression on Lu Erlong's face, Chao Kuan suddenly had a realization and quickly smiled to explain, I initially planned to help Tai Long and the others finish moving the weighted equipment before seeking you out. Then why didn't you come find me? Lu Erlong interjected. Chao Kuan silently cursed in his heart for her expectation that he would seek her out. And then, with a troubled expression, he said, I planned to. However, an unexpected situation arose, and I went to find His Highness the Crown Prince first. But I hurried back afterward. I was worried you would disappear again, just like in the past few days. Upon hearing his explanation, Lu Erlong's anger gradually dissipated. Sensing this, Chao Kuan breathed a sigh of relief, and, to prevent Lu Erlong from inquiring about the urgent matter, he took the initiative to ask, by the way, Sister Erlong, where have you been these past few days? As expected, upon hearing Chao Kuan's question, Lu Erlong no longer focused on his dealings with the Crown Prince. After a moment of thought, she replied, I returned to the Londianba, Wang Long sect for a few days. In truth, she had returned long ago, but she could not confess to Chao Kuan that she had been avoiding him for 2 days. Chao Kuan not in contemplation. Refraining from questioning Lu Erlong about her reasons for returning to the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect. After all, Lan Ba Academy bore the influence of the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect, and as the headmaster, it was normal for Lu Erlong to return for matters. Chao Kuan did not inquire further, and naturally, Lu Erlong would not reveal that she had intended to change the reward for Chao Kuan at the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long sect. This left her, a typically carefree woman, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thus, the two engaged in light conversation. Observing this situation, Lu Erlong grew anxious. This was not right. Why was this fellow not asking about his reward? According to her expectations, upon seeing her, Chao Kuan would eagerly inquire about the reward, allowing her to feign impatience as she presented the items she had prepared for him. This way, she would neither break her word nor lose face. To her surprise, Chao Kuan remained silent on the matter of rewards, even giving the impression that he wished to part ways quickly. This left Lu Erlong, who had prepared for so long, feeling anxious. Does he expect me to present the items to him myself? Chao Kuan, of course, had no such intention. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Tang Hao, rendering him indifferent to the matter of rewards. After chatting for a while, Chao Kuan glanced at the moonlight, preparing to find an excuse to take his leave from Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong seemed to sense this, and her expression shifted. She then pulled out a blue wristband from her waist and handed it to Chao Kuan, speaking in a somewhat displeased tone. Here, this is a token from Tianheng, a gesture of gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Chao Kuan accepted it, somewhat astonished, and remarked, I didn't expect Brother Tianheng to remember. I had almost forgotten. In truth, he had forgotten, as the best reward from that incident had been the acquisition of Dugu Yan. Moreover, after their last battle, he had not anticipated that Yu Tianheng would offer him a gift. To his surprise, Yu Tianheng was such a principled person, which made Chao Kuan feel somewhat embarrassed. However, despite feeling a bit embarrassed, Chao Kuan swiftly strapped the wristband onto his left arm and pretended to rummage through his clothes, retrieving the token he had taken out earlier from a small cave and placing it within the wristband. The token was returned to him by Qian Rinxue after he encountered her. Not bad, Chao Kuan remarked with a smile after fiddling with it for a moment. He then turned to Lu Erlong, noticing a peculiar expression on her face, and asked curiously, Sister Erlong, what's wrong? You don't look well. Has something happened? Hearing the concern in his voice, Lu Erlong's expression softened slightly. With a sigh, she pulled a fiery red inner armor from her storage soul guide and handed it to Chao Kuan. Here, this is the reward I promised you. Seeing the somewhat awkward expression on Lu Erlong's face, Chao Kuan immediately understood. No wonder Lu Erlong seemed strange today. She was embarrassed. He dismissed the thoughts in his mind and set aside the storage soul guide he had just gained. He accepted the inner armor with both hands, surprised to find it still warm. This revelation made him gaze at Lu Erlong in astonishment. Could it have just been removed from her? Don't misunderstand. This inner armor is made from the hide of a fire attribute soul beast, which is why it feels warm. Lu Erlong quickly clarified, perhaps sensing Chao Kuan's thoughts. This revelation disappointed him slightly, making the inner armor seem less appealing. Although it wasn't just taken off me, it did belong to me in the past. It's simply that I no longer have a use for it. So I thought to give it to you, Lu Erlong added, her face slightly flushed. The armor was indeed not freshly discarded, but it had only been removed less than 2 days ago. Fortunately, the darkness had fallen, and the gates of Lamba Academy were unlit, preventing Chao Kuan from noticing. Thank you, Sister Erlong. I will wear it always. Chao Kuan's appreciation for the inner armor surged once more. You can do as you wish. Lu Erlong responded quietly, turning her head away. Observing her demeanor, Chao Kuan chuckled and placed the inner armor into the recently acquired wristband's storage soul guide. He then moved closer to Lu Erlong. Sister Erlong, you must have spent quite some time selecting this reward for me, haven't you? His tone held a hint of amusement. He finally grasped why Lu Erlong had appeared so irritable upon seeing him earlier. Moreover, he had been unable to find her these past few days. It seemed she had been preoccupied with choosing a gift for him and had been waiting here to present it. The oddity in their earlier conversation now made sense. She was likely contemplating how to present it. With these thoughts in mind, Chao Kun placed his hands on Lu Erlong's shoulders, causing her to instinctively step back. "What are you trying to do, you little rascal?" she exclaimed sharply. Ignoring her, Chao Kun took a step closer, testing the boundaries of Lu Erlong's comfort. He had completely set aside his concerns about Tang Hao, focusing instead on seizing the opportunity to deepen his relationship with Lu Erlong. It wasn't recklessness. He believed it was an opportune moment, and he was confident that Lu Erlong harbored feelings for him beyond mere mentorship. After all, if she had so many options for gifts, why choose something so personal? Nevertheless, he was uncertain about the extent of her feelings, prompting him to gauge her reactions further before deciding how close to get. As Chao Kun advanced, Lu Erlong surprisingly did not push him away, but instead nervously retreated a few steps, leaning against the gate of Lamba Academy. This scenario almost made him laugh. Indeed, the wisdom of the online community from his past life held true. When a woman undergoes emotional upheaval, simply being present can foster affection. However, the nature of this affection could vary. It might not necessarily be romantic, but could encompass other forms of attachment. Yet, the playful confessions Chao Kun had made over the past few days served as a clarion call, transforming this fondness into something more intimate. Otherwise, Lu Erlong's feelings for him would likely remain strictly those of a mentor to a student. Seeing Lu Erlong with nowhere left to retreat, Chao Kun swiftly followed, propping his hands against the wall behind her, effectively cornering her. "What are you trying to do, you little rascal?" she questioned, raising her right leg to kick at him. From his experiences teasing her over the past few days, he knew she exerted little force, almost as if playfully. Chao Kun smirked, catching her kicking leg with one hand, refusing to let go. Instead, he positioned her leg behind him and took another step closer, narrowing the distance between them, towering over her. Although Lu Erlong stood at nearly 1.8 tall, Chao Kun, at 9 meters, felt entirely confident. "Let go." Lu Erlong's tone indicated she was genuinely upset as she scolded him. Their faces were now quite close, and her breath warmed his cheek. "I'm not using much force. It's not so easy for you to break free," Chao Kun thought to himself, though he feigned innocence, stating, "I merely wish to collect some interest. You promised me a reward once I finished writing, and it has been 3 days since. Shouldn't I collect some interest after waiting all this time?" At this, Lu Erlong did not release her leg. Instead, she scolded him. "Do you even know what you're doing right now? Let me go. I'll find something else for you shortly. Otherwise, I'll expel you from the academy." In truth, Chao Kun felt a twinge of fear. Things were progressing rather quickly. However, he did not sense any resistance from Lu Erlong, which would have prompted him to release her. Gazing in her eyes, he smiled and said, "Sister Erlong, you must understand my feelings. And what if I do? You are already involved with that member of the Douluo family. How could you abandon her? Moreover, I am in my 40s. We are not suited for one another." With a sudden burst of strength, Lu Erlong broke free from Chao Kun's grasp, delivering a kick that sent him stumbling back a few steps. The blow caused a slight ache in his abdomen, but he paid it no mind, lost in thought. Indeed, how could someone like Lu Erlong, fully aware of his connection to Douluo Yin, consider becoming involved with him? Furthermore, he could never abandon Douluo Yin, not even in jest. Otherwise, in Lu Erlong's eyes, he would be no different from Yu Shaojiang. As Chao Kun stood in a daze, Lu Erlong cast him a glance before turning to leave. This snapped Chao Kun back to reality. He could not allow her to depart, for their relationship might deteriorate even further than before. This was the downside of confessing. If successful, all was well, but if not, they might struggle to remain friends. He immediately pursued her, grasping her arm. "Let go of me." Lu Erlong was not one to submit easily and struggled free. Fortunately, there was still a chance. Sensing the force of her struggle, Chao Kun breathed a sigh of relief, albeit briefly regretting his earlier reckless attempt. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. "Are you really willing to give up on the one from the Douluo family? Aren't you afraid that the poisoned Douluo will come after you?" Lu Erlong began to mock him. Chao Kun lowered his head and softly asked, "If I were to give up on Yanzi, would you then consider being with me?" A flicker of disappointment flashed in Lu Erlong's eyes, yet she replied, "Why not give it a try?" With a firm tug, she attempted to break free. However, Chao Kun was quicker, wrapping his arms around her waist, and with unwavering resolve declared, "I wish to propose a better idea. I want to all. Is that possible?" This statement left Lu Erlong momentarily stunned. Upon regaining her composure, she realized that she was entirely enveloped in Chao Kun's embrace. With a tone laced with sarcasm, she retorted, "Impossible. Who do you think you are? I, Lu Erlong, will never be a mistress." Seeing Lu Erlong not escaping his hold, Chao Kun chuckled, "Haha, Erlong, do you remember what I said when we first met?" Lu Erlong's expression turned contemplative. Chao Kun did not keep her in suspense, affirming, "No matter how difficult it may be, I wish to give it a shot. In matters like this, one does not retreat. Should we run away?" This time, it was Lu Erlong's turn to laugh. Before she could utter another word, Chao Kun silenced her with a kiss. Compared to that inner armor, he deemed this moment to be his true reward. In the depths of the night, a figure of roughly 1 meter in height soared rapidly through the air. Suddenly, another figure emerged from behind, swiftly closing in on the diminutive figure. The disparity in their strengths was vast, and soon the pursuing figure caught up. "Your Highness Hao Yin, what brings you here?" The petite individual, halted by the other, trembled as they spoke, revealing 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. The approaching figure in gray robes chuckled, seemingly mocking the other's audacity. "Stop!" The 1-meter-tall soul master activated their 6 soul rings and shot off into the distance. Bang! This time, the gray-robed figure did not pursue, but conjured a hammer entwined in red lightning, hurling it at the fleeing soul master. And then there was silence. Chao Kun let out a scream as Lu Erlong forcefully pushed him away. "Ha!" She spat to the side, a mix of blood staining the ground. "You bit me." Chao Kun covered his mouth, gazing at Lu Erlong, wanting to say something, but was caught off guard as she approached with a dark expression after spitting out the blood. "Erlong," he laughed nervously. Before he could finish, a long leg encased in leather appeared before him, the accompanying gust of wind revealing Lu Erlong's full strength. Instinctively, he raised his hands to catch her strike, but upon seeing her grim visage, he lowered them instead. "Kick away, it's no loss." Bang! With gritted teeth, Lu Erlong struck, sending Chao Kun flying. Bang! Crack! He collided with the gate of Lamba Academy, leaving cracks in the wall that met his back. Fortunately, the materials of the gate were sturdy. Otherwise, students might discover the gate collapsed by morning. Yet, it was still in a precarious state. Cough, cough, cough. Chao Kun struggled to rise from the ground, appearing quite forlorn. Cough, cough. Erlong, what should we do about the gate? What will we say if someone sees it tomorrow? After a couple of coughs, he wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled. His pathetic state caused Lu Erlong's brows to unfurl slightly, though her expression remained dark. "Erlong?" Seeing her unresponsive, Chao Kun shamelessly called out again. "Shut up." Lu Erlong glared at him, taking a deep breath that made her chest rise and fall. "From now on, focus on your own training and do not come looking for me. If I see you again, it will be a beating every time." With that, she shot him another glare before turning on her heel and leaving with a loud clatter. "All right, Erlong." Chao Kun immediately responded cheerfully. This made Lu Erlong glance back at him once more, making a fist before hastening her departure. "Ha! Go kun diaklid sutli." Not being expelled from the academy was a significant victory. Cough, cough. Ha! Overwhelmed by joy, Chao Kun coughed again, this time spitting out blood. Lu Erlong's furious strike had indeed left him with some internal injuries. Yet, he remained unperturbed, channeling his soul power to produce a sound like flowing water. And with the consumption of his soul power, his injuries rapidly healed. Dusting himself off, he glanced back at the wobbling gate, contemplating before applying some force to the cracked area. Boom! Crash! The already unstable gate collapsed entirely. This way, it would not suddenly fall and injure anyone tomorrow. Clapping his hands, Chao Kun looked in the direction Lu Erlong had departed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It seemed he would not be able to seek her out for a while. Moreover, Lu Erlong's words had given him some insight. He was currently Duge Yan's boyfriend and had met Duge Bo. Given Lu Erlong's background, it was unlikely she could accept him at this moment. Of course, acceptance was not impossible, but he needed to alleviate her concerns first. No need to fret over future worries. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong, after returning to her office, slumped into her chair, her heart racing tumultuously. She touched her chest and murmured softly, "That brat." An incongruous flush crept on her face. Sigh after a moment. A sigh echoed from the room. Not to misinterpret, she lamented not encountering Chao Kun sooner. The next day, in the evening, "Your Highness, what brings us to Tiando City today?" In the third private room of the Tiando auction house, Meng Xinji took a sip of tea and, with a smile, posed a question. Opposite him sat Qian Rinxue, flanked by two other esteemed educators. The trio comprised Meng Xinji at level 86, Ji Lin at level 83, and by Baoshan at level 85, all formidable soul Douluos, representing the mightiest force in the Tiando Empire outside of the title Douluos. Early this morning, Qian Rinxue had summoned the three from the Tiando Royal Academy, anticipating that if Tang Hao launched an assault on the Spirit Hall before Bibi Dong arrived, they could lend their assistance. Today Qian Rinxue glanced sideways and smiled. The Tiando auction house was not far from the Spirit Hall. Should Tang Hao initiate an attack, the resulting commotion would surely reach their ears, allowing these educators to respond swiftly. If they chose to hold back, Qian Rinxue could rally the commoners of the Tiando Empire to press them forward. For now, conversing with the three educators was sufficient to buy time, a task that was child's play for Qian Rinxue, who had been the crown prince for over a decade. Even if Tang Hao did not show up today, it would not have any significant repercussions. As the group engaged in conversation, an unusual number of pedestrians filled the streets near the Spirit Hall. Many were tall, while others appeared quite diminutive. They observed the magnificent structure of the Spirit Hall with a mix of intention and curiosity. In the shadows, a group of soul masters clad in gray robes quietly monitored the Spirit Hall. Among them, an elderly man with white hair gazed at the tall figure in the forefront and spoke in hushed tones. "Ahao, shall we wait a bit longer and launch our attack tomorrow?" "What is the matter, old Bai Niao? Are you afraid?" A burly man beside him grumbled. Judging by their voices and dialogue, one was likely a Titan and the other a White Crane. White Crane cast a sidelong glance at Titan, but chose to remain silent. Fixated on Tang Hao, awaiting his cue, a sense of unease gripped him, for the Soul Emperor he had dispatched yesterday had yet to return. This was unusual. With the speed of the Minji clan, he should have been back by this afternoon. Yet darkness was now descending without any sign of his return, stirring White Crane's anxiety. In response, Tang Hao turned his head, revealing his pitch-black eyes, and spoke with gravity. "No, tomorrow presents too many uncertainties. If the Spirit Hall becomes aware of our intentions, we may find it too late to strike." After voicing this, he regarded White Crane in silence, and an entirely different atmosphere enveloped them. "Very well then." White Crane eventually conceded, nodding after a moment. However, once Tang Hao turned his attention away, he furrowed his brow, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. "Ahao seems to have truly embraced the path of a fallen one," he thought, glancing at Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, whose faces reflected similar wariness. Only the carefree Titan remained by Tang Hao's side, as loyal as a dog. Today, he had even brought Talon along, eager to impress Tang Hao. Back at the Tiando auction house, Qian Rinxue, who had been explaining something to the educators, paused momentarily. Then, with a smile tinged with slight apology, she said, "Director Meng, please hold on a moment. I need to visit the restroom." Naturally, Meng Xinji had no objections. Upon exiting the private room, a voice from the side piped up, "Miss, there are many soul masters gathering around the Spirit Hall. It seems Tang Hao truly intends to strike tonight." Maintaining her smile, Qian Rinxue nodded slightly. Within the room, Meng Xinji's smile faded, and he remarked coolly, "It appears that His Highness the Crown Prince harbors some secrets, with a powerful ally lurking in the shadows." Nearby, atop the tallest structure near the Spirit Hall, a small bird with its head bowed like a quail scrutinized the Spirit Hall intently. It was as though it were an audience member before a screen, patiently awaiting the grand performance to unfold. Under the title of Douluo, "My Spirit is Myself," the narrative continues with the promise of swift updates for readers, urging them to bookmark for the latest developments. As dusk approached, Chao Kun maintained his form as the Gale Bird, perched atop a towering edifice, gazing at the spirit hall in the distance. He had arrived close to evening, and as darkness enveloped the sky, he noted that Tang Hao and his companions had yet to make a move. It seems today is not the day, he murmured to himself. Initially, he had not intended to come, given the likelihood of a conflict involving titled Douluos. Based on the catastrophic battle he had witnessed previously, the ensuing turmoil could very well endanger him. However, upon attempting to seek out Talon for further information, he discovered that Talon was inexplicably absent from the academy. After inquiring with a fellow student residing next door to Talon, he learned that Talon had been summoned by Titan the night before during Chao Kuen's visit to Lu Erlong. This revelation stirred a sense of foreboding within Chao Kuen. Could it be? He whispered in disbelief. As the heir of the Li clan, Talon should not be involved in such affairs. After all, even a Soul King would likely perish amidst the chaos of a titled Douluo battle, and surely, as an 86th level Soul Douluo, he was aware of the risks. This was tantamount to a death sentence for Talon. Contemplating the implications for the future, Chao Kuen clenched his teeth and transformed into the gale bird, soaring forward. Even if an attack does not occur today, delaying serves Qian Rinchua's interests. Then, we shall encircle Tang Hao and strike. As he surveyed the still calm spirit hall, Chao Kuen continued to reflect inwardly. Yet he did not depart immediately. Instead, he resolved to wait a while longer. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted. A colossal Haotian hammer, entwined in red lightning, descended from the sky, crashing down upon the spear hall. The majority of the building crumbled in an instant, and massive debris plummeted towards those still inside. As the Haotian hammer struck the earth, the shockwave surged through the entire street. The cacophony of shattering glass, anguished cries, and desperate pleas filled the air, transforming the once pristine avenue into a scene of pandemonium. Most fled in terror, while a few, surveying their surroundings, chose not to escape but instead fixed their gaze upon the spirit hall. In the skies above, Tang Hao surveyed the chaotic scene with a slight smirk, raising his massive hammer to deliver another blow to the partially collapsed spirit hall, exclaiming, "Onward! Eliminate all within and around the spirit hall." His form was surrounded by 9 soul rings. A crimson ring radiating a terrifying aura that seemed to stain the sky a shade of red. Apart from the formidable aura emanating from the 100,000-year soul ring, Tang Hao himself exuded a palpable killing intent. This malevolent force rendered the previously chaotic streets eerily silent, as the majority of bystanders succumbed to its overwhelming presence, some even meeting their demise from sheer terror. This was the domain of the god of death. With a thunderous crash, the immense Haotian hammer descended, poised to obliterate the remnants of the Wuhuan temple structure when a shimmering silver barrier abruptly manifested, intercepting the hammer's fall. "Run!" shouted one of the soul saints stationed at the Wuhuan temple, raising his hands. The 6th soul ring, colored in hues of yellow, purple, and black, ignited, empowering him to withstand Tang Hao's assault. His eyes wide with fury and sweat cascading down his brow, he bellowed to the remaining soul masters and civilians within the temple. "Flee! Soul masters, take the civilians and escape." A few soul masters, glancing at the beleaguered soul saint, swiftly lifted several unconscious civilians who had fainted under the oppressive aura and began to retreat. "Oomph!" With a mocking snicker, Tang Hao tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer, shattering the barrier in an instant, and the hammer continued its descent. Bang! Before the soul masters could escape, they were engulfed as the Wuhuan temple was reduced to ruins. The soul saint, tragically, did not even have the chance to unleash his martial soul's true form. "Tang Hao, I curse you!" At that moment, a somewhat portly elder soared from a distance, surrounded by 7 soul rings, with a pair of fiery wings unfurling from his back. He was the other soul saint guarding the Wuhuan temple. Fire Crane true form. With eyes ablaze, the elder shouted, summoning a massive fire crane, the size of a passenger aircraft, which spewed forth searing flames towards Tang Hao. "Oomph!" Tang Hao scoffed, addressing the patriarchs of the 4 single attribute families behind him. "Act quickly and eliminate the living below." Wielding the Haotian hammer, he struck at the fire crane. "Understood, master." His command momentarily caused even the Titan, who was usually obedient, to hesitate. But he soon complied, charging toward the soul masters who had not yet fainted. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and Bai He exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and rushed downwards. Tang Hao had truly succumbed to darkness, showing no mercy even to the innocent. Bai He thought, observing the fallen civilians under the god of death's domain. Great Sumera hammer. Rumble. In box number 3 of the Tiando auction house, the previously jovial atmosphere among the 4 individuals abruptly shifted as they heard the commotion. Ji Lin rushed to the window, peering out toward the source of the noise. He beheld a figure clad in a gray robe, encircled by 9 soul rings. The 9th being a centennial soul master, suspended in midair, wielding a colossal hammer entwined with crimson lightning. It was Tang Hao. Tang Hao was attacking the WuHuan temple in Tiando City. Ji Lin instantly recognized him and discerned his intentions. He turned sharply, conveying a succinct summary to the others. Tang Hao is assaulting the WuHuan temple. He has unleashed the god of death's domain, causing many around him to faint. Upon hearing this, Meng Shunji furrowed his brows, his expression growing grave as he looked at Qian Renxue. Your Highness, shall we go quickly? We must at least save some civilians. Qian Renxue interjected urgently. Very well. We shall proceed. Your Highness, please be cautious. Meng Shunji nodded before glancing at the 2 others, then leaped from the window, hastening toward the WuHuan temple. Once they departed, the anxious expression on Qian Renxue's face dissipated, returning to a state of calm. You should also assist. Try to delay them. The Pope should be arriving soon. Yes, miss, came the responses from the shadows. After a while, Qian Renxue approached the window again, peering out. The fire crane soul saint was now bleeding profusely from all 7 orifices. His fiery wings extinguished as he plummeted from the sky. Before he could hit the ground, the giant hammer swung down, reducing him to a puddle of blood and flesh. For you, the Divine Lanruo Temple presents the swiftest updates of Douluo. My martial soul is myself. To ensure you can check the latest updates of this book next time, please bookmark it. Chapter 109, The Prelude. Free reading, Chapter 110, The Entrance. 4,500. 2 and 1, Tang Hao. Maintaining the guise of Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue gazed upon the slain fire crane soul saint, gritting her teeth as she murmured. Simultaneously, her hands gripped the windowsill tightly, turning her already pale fingers a ghastly white. Crack! The windowsill, made of an unknown material, shattered under Qian Renxue's grip, revealing the depths of her fury. Kill every fleeing soul master of the WuHuan temple. A bellow resonated from the battlefield, instantly drawing the attention of the brawny men surrounding the WuHuan temple, who then surged forward alongside the Titan to pursue the fleeing soul masters. However, one burly man stood out. Upon witnessing the scene, he momentarily froze, but was quickly pulled back into action by another. It was Tai Long and Tai Nuo. From a distance, Chao Kuan recognized them, murmuring in disbelief how the Titans truly lost their minds, bringing their son and grandson into such chaos. If anything goes awry, the Li family will be finished. I wonder what Tang Hao has fed them. Chao Kuan muttered as he flapped his wings, gradually approaching the combat zone. This area was still too far from the WuHuan temple, hindering his subsequent maneuvers. Bang! Puffed. Returning to the battlefield, Tai Long watched as Tai Nuo sent a soul master, who was not from the WuHuan temple, flying with a punch, crashing into the ruins. The struck soul master clutched his chest, spewing blood before losing consciousness. Dad, that one doesn't seem to be from the WuHuan temple, Tai Long remarked, somewhat bewildered. I know, hence I did not kill him. Kicking another soul master aside, Tai Nuo whispered to Tai Long, find an opportunity to slip away. Tang Hao does not intend to engage in a fair fight with the WuHuan temple. His sole objective is slaughter. He has completely descended into depravity. Furthermore, once we leave here, we must take these soul guiding devices and escape Tiando City as far as possible. After this, the WuHuan temple will certainly not spare our 4 single attribute families. You must ensure the Li family's legacy endures. As Tai Nuo pretended to strike down escaping soul masters, he urged Tai Long while discreetly handing him several rings. What about you? What will happen to Grandpa? Hearing this, Tai Long, who had been pulled along by Tai Nuo, paused, accepting the rings with concern. He had been brought back from the academy without understanding why, and now, upon learning of his grandfather's plan, he felt a mix of panic but complied with his grandfather's directives. To think that the battle had only just begun, and now his father was declaring the end for the Leaf family. Do not worry, with the strength of your grandfather and me, we will find another chance to escape. You must find a way to leave immediately. Tai Nuo once again pulled Tai Long to the front of several individuals. Just as he was about to strike, he realized they were mere civilians. Spare us, O esteemed soul master. Spare us. The individuals, upon seeing Tai Nuo and Tai Long before them, immediately fell to their knees. Dad, Tai Long, to get a Taino. Bang, bang, bang. Ignoring Tai Long, Tai Nuo delivered a kick to each of the civilians, sending them flying. However, this time he did not send them crashing into the ruins, but rather expelled them from the battlefield. Unfortunately, even this caused them to lose consciousness. This is where it ends. Be cautious and leave quietly, Tai Nuo said to Tai Long after the kicks, pulling him closer. With a deft maneuver, they had already reached the edge of the battlefield. Dad, hurry and go. Tai Nuo kitskit Tai Long ave. He then turned to gaze at the center of the battlefield, where Tang Hao soared high above, the lifeless body of the soul, saint with the fire crane, martial spirit lying below. Observing Tang Hao's darkened eyes, radiating an aura of menace, Tai Nuo felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had initially thought this would be an opportunity for the Leaf family to regain their former glory, but he never anticipated that this operation would lead to their demise. They had packed everything from their family, waiting to return home after the battle with the Haotian sect, only to face such a dire outcome. Tang Hao had unexpectedly turned into a fallen one. One of the Haotian twins, the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, had become a fallen one. Realizing that Tang Hao had truly embraced this fate, Tai Nuo understood that they could no longer wait for the Haotian sect. He immediately pulled Tai Long away. As Tai Nuo glanced around, intending to continue feigning nonchalance, Tang Hao suddenly turned his gaze in his direction. Boom! This sudden movement sent a jolt of fear through Tai Nuo, prompting him to rush towards the nearby soul masters. Huh! Tang Hao smirked slightly, observing the direction in which Tai Long fled. He swung the Haotian hammer, delivering a crushing blow to a nearby building, causing it to collapse instantly. With countless boulders raining down upon Tai Long and the civilians, Tai Long, be careful! The sudden change left Tai Nuo aghast, and he shouted urgently. Hearing the voice, Tai Long looked up and, upon seeing the impending rocks, immediately activated his martial spirit. Rock Guardian, Demon Ape Golden Body, he bellowed, attempting to shield them. Naturally, he could not withstand it, but just as the building was about to crush them, several water ropes suddenly wrapped around their feet, swiftly pulling them aside. Thankfully, due to the building's collapse, dust and debris filled the air, preventing Tang Hao from noticing. Tai Long, they nodded, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Tang Hao. This cry reached Titan's ears, and he incredulously lowered his weapon, which had already severely injured a Spirit Hall Soul King, shouting at Tang Hao, Master, that is my grandson. Why? Tang Hao turned to him, his voice calm as he replied, Unless I kill every person from the Spirit Hall, no one shall leave today. Tang Hao, you may target the Spirit Hall, but please do not harm those who are not affiliated with it. They are citizens of the Tiando Empire. As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, Meng Shinji, who had rushed over from the Tiando auction house, shouted loudly. His voice immediately drew out some individuals who had been hiding. Chief, save me. I am nobility. My father is a duke. Save me. Tang Hao turned to regard the 3 committee members who had completed their martial spirit transformations, calmly stating, Then let it be a massacre of everyone in the vicinity. Otherwise, no one shall leave. He then glanced towards Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and Bai He, who were idly standing by. What do you say? The 3 exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain of what to do. And Titan, what is your opinion? Tang Hao continued. At this moment, Titan was utterly stunned. His grandson had just been considered slain by the master he revered. I will have you dead, Tang Hao. They know Belomet. Baring his teeth as he glared at Tang Hao, his body swelling in size, black-furred hands sprouting from his waist. He then leaped from the ground, charging toward Tang Hao in the air. "Ha! You overestimate yourself." Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer, sending Tai Nuo flying. Bang! Tai Nuo was hurled away, his body covered in bloodstains, appearing gravely injured. Fortunately, the three committee members did not allow Tai Nuo to crash to the ground. Jilin controlled the heavenly green vine to pull him back. Meanwhile, at the moment of impact, two figures suddenly materialized behind Tang Hao. One wielded a spear, its back accompanied by a colossal two-headed serpent, while the other stood with arms crossed. Behind him, a massive pufferfish. They were the serpent spear Douluo and the blood-stabbing Douluo. Thunderclap, explosive kill. The two launched their attack the moment they appeared. The serpent spear Douluo's spear emitted golden lightning, swiftly piercing toward Tang Hao. The two-headed serpent followed closely behind, its gaping maw ready to bite him. Stab! The spear pierced through, and the two-headed serpent lunged, inflicting severe injuries upon the seemingly unguarded Tang Hao. Blood gushed from his wounds like a fountain. Immediately afterward, the blood-stabbing Douluo mounted his martial spirit, the red pufferfish, and swallowed Tang Hao whole. Chief, seeing this turn of events, the three committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy froze momentarily. Jilin then looked at Meng Xinji and said, "First, evacuate the non-spirit hall personnel. Do not interfere with their battle." Meng Xinji contemplated briefly before responding, then glanced at the dozens of burly men standing in the arena, bewildered. "Then treat the member of the Li family." "Understood." Jilin nodded, and several hundred heavenly green vines flew out, swiftly capturing the unconscious and injured soul masters and civilians, pulling them to safety. Subsequently, he emitted green light, employing a healing soul skill on the unconscious Tai Nuo. "Dad, do not worry. Jilin, as a plant system, Soul Douluo has considerable healing abilities. Stay silent and be cautious not to be discovered." A voice emerged from behind the place where Tai Long had almost been crushed. It was the slowly approaching Chao Kun, who had first transformed into the Galebird. Flying nearby, then transformed into a puddle of water, stealthily making his way over. He had pulled Tai Long aside, just as the latter was about to be crushed. With Chao Kun covering his mouth, Tai Long nodded, indicating his understanding. "Boss, how did you end up here?" After confirming that his father was temporarily safe, Tai Long steadied himself and whispered to Chao Kun beside him. "I came as soon as I heard the commotion," Chao Kun explained. "Aren't you afraid?" Tai Long inquired. Chao Kun shook his head, signaling him to remain silent, and continued to observe the situation on the battlefield. In the arena, after the blood-stabbing martial spirit devoured Tang Hao, the previously chaotic battlefield suddenly fell silent. Only the sounds of Jilin manipulating the heavenly green vines to rescue others could be heard. However, the people present did not relax. They remained tense, their gazes fixed on the blood-stabbing martial spirit. In the distance, Qian Renxue, observing the three committee members' intention to rescue non-spirit hall personnel from the Tiando auction house, furrowed her brow. She stroked her chin, golden light emanating from her body as her form rapidly transformed. In an instant, a woman in her 20s appeared in her place. She donned an exquisitely tailored sheer gown that perfectly accentuated her remarkable figure. Her straight nose and subtly slender phoenix eyes formed a strikingly delicate visage, while the ethereal aura that seemed to envelop her added a touch of allure. It had been quite a while since she had seen such a version of herself. Qian Rengshu sighed, sprouting a pair of wings from her back as she soared swiftly toward the battle. She intended to exert pressure on the three committee members in her capacity as the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple, compelling them to join forces against Tang Hao. Meanwhile, Shimiao observed the distressed figure of Cixue beside him, his brows furrowed. "What is the situation?" he inquired anxiously. "I'm ready, but I can barely hold on." Cixue grit his teeth, responding with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Shimiao cast a grave glance at the crimson pufferfish in the sky, gripping his spear tightly. Fortunately, the four major single attribute families seemed oblivious to the situation, refraining from attacking them. Otherwise, it would have been perilous. "Chief, all surviving personnel from the Wuhuan Temple have been moved to safety," Jilin reported to Meng Xinji. Several hundred Tianqing vines were in motion. Had he not needed to rescue those trapped beneath the ruins, his speed would have been even greater. What the people from the Lizi clan? Meng Xinji inquired. Their external injuries are nearly healed. They should awaken shortly, Zhiling replied. Meng Xinji nodded, preparing to speak when Qian Rengshu arrived. Boss, another person is coming, Tai Long remarked, glancing at the approaching Qian Rengshu and whispering to Chao Kuan beside him. I see, Chao Kuan replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixated on Qian Rengshu. Although he had never seen her before, he believed this must be her. She was indeed beautiful, rivaling Gu Yuna. But why was she arriving now? Was she unaware of the danger? Or had she come with reinforcements? Chao Kuan pondered, continuing to watch intently. Meng Xinji, are you not going to rescue our people from the Wuhuan temple? Qian Rengshu spoke, meeting Meng Xinji's confused gaze. Now that Tang Hao has become a fallen, according to the continent's agreement, any faction encountering a fallen must unite to eliminate them. Your current actions violate the regulations. Meng Xinji asked, who are you? Without answering, Qian Rengshu produced a token emblazoned with the image of an angel. Indeed, it is as you say. Zhiling, rescue the injured from the Wuhuan temple as well, Meng Xinji instructed, having assessed the situation. Since a member of the angel clan had arrived, it appeared Tang Hao would not escape. They might as well rescue their people to avoid further complications. Seeing this, Qian Rengshu smiled and glanced toward Shimiao and the others. Miss, we must leave quickly, Sishue urged through gritted teeth. Tang Hao was about to emerge. He then hurriedly turned to Shimiao. Get the miss out of here. Meanwhile, Tai Long tugged at Chao Kuan, pointing in a certain direction. Boss, there's someone over there. Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan immediately looked over and spotted a man with a spear stealthily approaching Qian Rengshu from the crowd's blind spot. However, not everyone was oblivious. Shimiao and Yang Wudi had noticed. Yang Qian, what are you doing here? Miss, be careful. Yet, before he could act, the pufferfish in the sky exploded. The deafening blast and the toxic spray rendered those nearby unable to react. This left Shimiao in a state of anxiety and despair. However, upon hearing Shimiao's voice, Qian Rengshu swiftly turned and saw the man wielding the spear. Haha, chief, you engage in battle without calling me. He raised his spear, 7 soul rings swirling around him, transforming into a dark light that lunged toward Qian Rengshu. In that instant, she was caught off guard, a flicker of despair creeping into her heart. Ultimately, her lack of practical experience had led to this moment. This is the end, this madman. Anyone addressed as Miss by a title Douluo from the Wuhuan temple is certainly no ordinary opponent. The Lizi clan is doomed. Yang Wudi felt a sense of hopelessness as well. What the hell? Who is this? Simultaneously, prompted by Tai Long, Chao Kuan had also detected the man early, mentally cursing. However, upon realizing the man's intent to ambush Qian Rengshu, he transformed into the Juefeng bird and dashed toward her. A storm suddenly erupted, enhancing the Juefeng bird's initial speed, allowing it to reach her in the blink of an eye. This was the Juefeng bird's ability. Had it not been for the sneak attack by Dugu Bo, it might not have been caught. I won't die. I can take it. Assessing the spear's potential attack power against his own defensive and recovery capabilities, Chao Kuan thought. Upon reaching Qian Rengshu's side, he transformed back into human form in front of the astonished onlookers, shielding her. With a piercing sound, the spear wielded by the soul master known as Yang Qian plunged into Chao Kuan's body, the force propelling him into Qian Rengshu's embrace. The spear was then withdrawn, taking with it a significant amount of blood and some internal fragments. Amun, perfect entrance. The sound of the pufferfish explosion and the toxic spray not only stunned those nearby, but resonated throughout the entirety of Tiando City, drawing the attention of countless citizens. What could have caused such a massive explosion? Lu Erlong murmured, emerging from his office and gazing in the direction of the Wuhuan temple, contemplating whether to investigate. Ultimately, he suppressed this thought and leapt toward the academy's entrance. Observing the collapsed gate, Lu Erlong's lips twitched as he reflected. That brat really meant it when he said not to come looking for him. Why is he being so obedient, making me wait all day in the office? He then turned to a group of students who foolishly sought to witness the commotion and bellowed. What are you all doing out at this hour? Do you think you can provoke trouble in Tiando City? Are you worthy of being the cause of a disturbance? You are all forbidden from leaving today. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the academy. Get back inside. As Lu Erlong reprimanded the students, not far from Tiando City on the main road, three figures approached with a ghostly swiftness. The sound of the pufferfish explosion may have not reached them due to the distance, but the blood-red poison enveloping the skies above Tiando City was an undeniable sight. One of the three, a flamboyant individual, exclaimed, "Your Holiness." That seems to be the manifestation of Sishue Douluo's martial spirit. It appears Tang Hao's group has chosen today to assault the Wuhuan Temple in Tiando City. The message from Qian Rengshu to Qian Dalu had already been relayed, confirming Bibi Dong's premonition that Tang Hao was indeed attempting to lure them away. Maintaining their swift pace, Bibi Dong instructed the ghostly Douluo beside her, "Increase your speed and provide assistance." "Yes." Douluo bowed his head, transforming his entire being into a swirling mass of black mist, accompanied by anguished cries, swiftly soaring towards Tiando City. A man. The perspective shifted back to the vicinity of the Wuhuan Temple in Tiando City. After Chao Kuan blocked Yang Qian's spear for Qian Renshue, he was propelled into her embrace by the inertia of the force, his head resting against her snowy white bosom. The pain was excruciating, as fragments of his internal organs had been torn loose. However, the softness was undeniably comforting, and the fragrance was truly enchanting. Fortunately, having experienced the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he managed to retain consciousness despite the agony. Chao Kuan thought to himself with relief. "A man, are you all right?" From beside him, Qian Renshue's voice resonated, her hands firmly pressing against the wound on Chao Kuan's abdomen, her expression a mix of urgency and astonishment. She truly did not expect Chao Kuan to appear here so suddenly and save her life. Moreover, he had done so at the cost of his own life. This was unexpected. He had never encountered her before. How could he rush to her aid and block the attack? Thoughts raced through her mind as she pressed firmly on Chao Kuan's wound and turned to look at the nearby Jilin. "Director Jilin, please treat him immediately." Regardless of the cost, she was determined to keep this loyal guard, no matter the sacrifice required. The black light emanating from Yang Qian's spear had instilled a deep sense of despair within her. She realized that she had taken her previous safety for granted, recklessly stepping into danger without understanding the situation. Upon hearing her words, Jilin cast a glance at Meng Xinji. Thunderous, explosive kill. Before Meng Xinji could react, the serpent spear Douluo unleashed his soul skill, sending the spear, enveloped in golden lightning, hurtling towards Yang Qian. Meanwhile, Ci Shui, having spat out several mouthfuls of blood, clutched his chest, gazing gravely at the battered Tang Hao in the sky. He was covered in wounds, his body tainted by crimson toxins, his head bowed, emanating only a faint trace of life, as if defeated by the combination of the serpent spear and Ci Shui's attack. Yet even in this state, those around him dared not act recklessly. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the only sounds in the arena were those of the serpent spear and Yang Qian clashing. Ultimately, as a soul saint of the Paji clan, even when faced with the wrath of the serpent spear Douluo, he was not instantly vanquished. Bang! After exchanging several blows, the serpent spear struck Yang Qian, sending him flying before leaping to Qian Renshue's side. "Miss, we must leave. There is something strange about Tang Hao. Clan leader, why aren't you helping me?" On the other side, Yang Qian, having been knocked away, shouted at Yang Wudi. "You lunatic, come here quickly." Yang Wudi roared in response, thoroughly exasperated by this madman. Following him stealthily was one thing, but to act without understanding the situation was another. "Wait." Qian Renshue pressed firmly against Chao Kuan's wound, looking towards Meng Xinji. Suddenly, Chao Kuan coughed up blood mixed with indistinguishable fragments. Finally, he was regaining his composure. "A man, hang in there. President Meng Xinji. He is an important figure for our Wuhuan. You must consider this carefully." Qian Renshue implored Meng Xinji, her gaze intense. "Cough, cough, how could you cough?" Chao Kuan coughed several times, wishing to seize the moment to reveal to Qian Renshue that he was Shueqinghe, but his injuries were too severe to articulate. He could no longer feign helplessness. If he continued to act pitiful, he would bleed out entirely. Yang Qian's attacks had a bleeding characteristic. Chao Kuan thought helplessly. initially intending to garner sympathy to enhance his standing. But why had he chosen to block the attack instead of simply whisking Qian Rinxue away? He then transformed into a watery figure, and as his soul power waned, the sound of flowing water drew the attention of everyone around, especially Qian Rinxue, who stared in astonishment at the watery form in her arms, her eyes wide with disbelief. Gudu, perhaps due to the severity of his injuries. His recovery took slightly longer this time, but it was merely a matter of 2 or 3 seconds. It's all right, I can heal myself. Afterward, Chao Kuan continued to lie in Qian Rinxue's embrace, smiling at her. Such remarkable skill. I have never witnessed such a miraculous healing soul technique. At this moment, Ji Lin, who had hurried over, exclaimed in astonishment, "Miss, we must go." Although the serpent spear was also astonished by Chao Kuan's soul technique, he did not forget the current circumstances and immediately approached to pull Qian Rinxue away. A man with such abilities, why not put them to good use? Qian Rinxue, perhaps still in shock, continued to call Chao Kuan by his nickname, gazing at the blood staining her hands and the golden gown she wore. I was in too much pain to utilize my soul techniques earlier. Chao Kuan offered a half-truth, half-lie explanation, then feigned confusion, asking, "How do you know my nickname?" "I." "Ha ha 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 kikik." Before he could finish, a boisterous, domineering, and maniacal laughter echoed from above. It was Tang Hao, radiating an aura brimming with formidable vitality, green light emanating from him, gradually erasing his grievous wounds. Today, no one shall escape. Chapter 112, Showdown. Go. Upon witnessing this, the serpent spear swiftly seized Qian Rinxue and propelled them forward. Xi Shui, hold them off. Boom. As for Chao Kuan, he naturally transformed into the Juefeng bird to follow, controlling the whirlwind to hasten their escape. Puchi cough. Xi Shui, upon hearing, activated his soul power to attempt to block Tang Hao. But having had his martial spirit's true form obliterated, he was severely injured and now affected by Tang Hao's current killing domain, rendering him powerless. Hee. Bang. Tang Hao glanced at him, and with a sudden sonic boom, he raised the Haotian hammer, launching it towards the fleeing figures. This illustrates the stark contrast between those with flight capabilities and those without. Kid, take my lady and flee swiftly. Seeing this, the serpent spear could only toss Qian Rinxue onto Chao Kuan's back, who had transformed into the Juefeng bird. Then, the two-headed serpent appeared, coiling around him, before morphing into a streak of golden lightning, shooting towards the pursuing Tang Hao. Where's the support? Catching Qian Rinxue, Chao Kuan immediately inquired, uncertain of their flight path. I don't know, but it should arrive soon. The news said it would be tonight. Qian Rinxue replied, momentarily taken aback, yet responding confidently. You don't know? Then why did you suddenly come here? The battle isn't even over. What were you thinking? Gao Kun exclaimed in disbelief, having assumed Qian Rinxue ventured here due to having support, only to realize she was simply bold. Who could have anticipated that Tang Hao possessed such a powerful recovery skill? Qian Rinxue murmured softly. That is indeed true. Had it not been for that recovery skill, with the combination of the serpent spear and Xi Shui's abilities, Tang Hao would likely be on the verge of death. As for the remaining 4 major single attribute families, with the assistance of the 3 directors, they could indeed be overwhelmed. Thus, Qian Rinxue dared to come forth as the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple to exert pressure on them. Yet, she had not anticipated that an unexpected Yang Qian would nearly inflict severe injury upon her. Given the items she bore, although she would not perish, she would undoubtedly suffer grave harm, and at that moment, her identity as Xue Qinghe would need to be cast aside, jeopardizing the plan she had meticulously crafted for over a decade, which filled her with despair. Unexpectedly, what followed astonished her even further. Tang Hao managed to recover from his injuries in an instant, just like the young man beneath her. Where was the direction of the reinforcements? As Qian Rinxue felt frustrated, Chao Kuan calmly inquired. Although in this situation, if Tang Hao were to chase after him and recognize him, his fate would undoubtedly be worse than that of Qian Rinxue. He remained utterly composed. He still had an escape route, which led to the Shao Dong Tian. No matter how formidable Tang Hao was, he could not possibly enter the Shaodong Tian. Without the safety net provided by the Shaodong Tian, Chao Kun would never have dared to approach. The risks were far too great. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Rinxue, recalling previous information, pointed to the left and spoke. This way, they should be coming from that direction. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun flapped his wings to change direction, and a fierce wind surged forth, accelerating his flight. Clinging to Chao Kun's back, Qian Rinxue, filled with curiosity, asked, "Aren't you afraid? If Tang Hao pursues us, we will both be doomed." Sensing the flicker of fear in her heart, Chao Kun chuckled, responding in a manner that seemed unrelated. "Fear not. I will ensure your survival. Do not be afraid. By the way, what is your name?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue appeared to relax momentarily, but soon adopted a serious demeanor. "I am not afraid. You must call me Qian Rinxue." Perhaps because Chao Kun had shielded her from attack, coupled with her intention to win him over, Qian Rinxue did not conceal her name. Qian Rinxue, Gao Kun Ripath, flapping his wings and murmuring to himself. Still, there was no sign of Tang Hao appearing. After all, Shi Jiao was also a title Dalu, and it should not be a problem for him to hold off Tang Hao for a while. Given Chao Kun's speed, even if they did not encounter reinforcements, they should be able to escape. However, it seemed that Shi Jiao and Ci Shui might have to make sacrifices. "You still haven't answered me. How do you know my nickname?" I recall telling only Qin He about it. Chao Kun feigned nonchalance as he questioned. "I." Qian Rinxue was taken aback, the suddenness of it causing her to blurt out, "Amon." How was she to explain this now? "You must not tell me that Qin He informed you. Even if you share my information, you have never seen me. How could you possibly know my nickname?" Chao Kun interrupted any explanation Qian Rinxue intended to offer. "Since we have never met, why did you help me block the attack?" Qian Rinxue countered, pushing for clarification. "Ha! While observing from behind, I noticed that your demeanor and movements closely resembled someone I know. So when I saw you being ambushed, I instinctively intervened. Upon hearing your name, I confirmed my suspicion. Am I not correct, Brother Qingyi?" Listening to his explanation, Qian Rinxue's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and realization. When she heard Chao Kun address her as Brother Qingyi, her hands, which had been resting on Chao Kun's shoulders, suddenly gripped his neck tightly. "You should not have said that. With your intellect, you must understand the consequences of revealing that the crown prince of the Tiando Empire is the holy maiden of the Wuhuan Temple." Her face turned pale with terror, her grip tightening as she attempted to choke Chao Kun. Chao Kun remained unperturbed. It was evident what she intended by employing such a method to harm him. "Why are you not afraid at all?" After a moment of choking him, Qian Rinxue released her grip, exclaiming helplessly. Chao Kun immediately pretended to be terrified. "I am frightened. My heart nearly stopped beating a moment ago. Please, do not kill me, Your Highness the Holy Maiden." "Umph." Qian Rinxue scoffed, giving him a firm slap. As she was about to say something, a swirl of black mist appeared ahead. "Your Highness, what are you doing here? What is the situation in the city?" It was the arriving Douluo. Upon hearing the voice, the smiles on their faces vanished instantly, replaced by solemnity. Especially Qian Rinxue, whose expression grew serious once more. "The situation in the city is dire. Ci Shui has sustained severe injuries. Shi Jiao is currently battling Tang Hao alone. What about the Pope and Zhu Douluo? Why are you the only one here?" Qian Rinxue quickly briefed Douluo on the current state of Tiando City. "They are still on their way and will arrive shortly." "Very well. You should assist Shi Jiao Douluo." "Understood." Douluo, accompanied by the wailing of ghosts, soared away. "Your Highness, we should return as well." Once Douluo had departed, Chao Kun suggested. With the presence of Douluo and Shi Jiao Douluo, along with the assistance of the three major sects, they should be able to delay Tang Hao. Moreover, considering the situation with the four major single attribute families, now was the opportune moment to win them over. Just now, aside from that old fellow Titan, the others had refrained from attacking the people of the Wuhuan Temple. After pondering for a moment, Qian Rinxue declared solemnly, "Then let us return. Furthermore, I grant you permission to call me by my name when we are alone." Chapter 112, The Showdown. Chapter 113, Tang Hao's sister haha. "Then I shall obey, Xiao Shui." Chao Kun chuckled, flapping his wings to alter their course back to Tiando City. Upon hearing Chao Kun refer to her as Xiao Shui, Qian Rinchue's cheeks flushed slightly. However, she did not protest, as she had been calling Chao Kun by his nickname. Amun. So Xiao Shui it was, as long as he only called her that when they were alone. Charge. Return to Tiando City. A li nit dang hao. Sitting atop Chao Kun's back, Qian Rinchue straightened her upper body, one hand resting on the neck of the Juefeng bird, while a slender, sharp sword appeared in her other hand. She pointed forward, resembling a commanding general. Xiao Shui, I am not your steed. Maintaining an incredibly swift flight speed, Chao Kun remarked, somewhat irritated, as he observed Qian Rinchue's stance. I know, Qian Rinchue replied, without altering her posture. Seeing this, Chao Kun's mouth twitched, but he did not dwell on it, instead controlling the wind to hasten their speed. One day, I shall make you realize that I am not a mount, but a knight. As the tempest raged, Chao Kun swiftly returned to the vicinity of the battlefield. The two did not approach recklessly, but observed the current situation from a distance. S'exusti la quête combat capability, having moved away from the central conflict to employ toxic attacks from afar. Additionally, Yang Wudi, Bai He, and Niu Gao were also distanced from the battlefield. It remained unclear why they had not departed. Titan appeared to be in a state of collapse, slumped close to the center of the battlefield. In contrast, Taino, having been revived by Ji Lin, led the other members of the Li Ji clan to hide at a distance, while Tai Long had joined him. Meanwhile, the location where Shi Jiaodaluo had confronted Tang Hao was the site of the fiercest battle on the entire battlefield. Little brat, I never expected you to dare to return. As Guidaluo and Chao Kun arrived in succession, they observed from a distance while Guidaluo charged ahead. Inexorable as it may be, the serpent spear was on the brink of destruction. The moment Guidaluo entered the fray, Tang Hao immediately abandoned the battered serpent spear. His eyes ablaze with fury directed toward Guidaluo. He recalled that had it not been for Guidaluo, Juteluo, and Imo Xiongduo capturing Yin, she would not have met her tragic fate. Thus, his animosity toward Fei vastly surpassed that felt for the saintess Qian Rinchue. Cough, cough, old ghost. Where are the others? Have you seen the young lady? The entrance of Guidaluo granted the serpent spear Dalu a brief respite. While fending off Tang Hao's periodically enlarged hammer, he inquired, the Pope and Dalu are on their way. Hold him off. Guidaluo transformed into a wisp of ghostly fog, evading Tang Hao's hammer while continuing to respond. The saintess is unharmed. I have seen them. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao remained unfazed, wildly swinging the Haotian hammer in tandem with the techniques of the chaotic cloak hammer and the Haotian 9 absolutes, suppressing the two tidal Douluo as if they were mere hounds. Suddenly, Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, and the first 3 soul rings among his 9 erupted, unleashing a torrent of energy into his being, causing the Haotian hammer in his grasp to swell dramatically and strike both adversaries simultaneously. Before reinforcements arrive, I can eliminate you first. With a single blow, both adversaries were sent hurtling backward into the surrounding ruins. Subsequently, Tang Hao brandished his hammer, exuding an aura of dominance. This is untenable, a man. They are no match for Tang Hao, and they may not even manage to delay the Pope and the others. Observing from a nearby structure, Qian Rinchue, who had returned to the battlefield, remarked to Chao Kun, it's all right. The 3 major ecclesiastical committees have yet to make their move. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchue prepared to rise, only to be immediately pulled back down by Chao Kun. What are you doing? Qian Rinchue exclaimed. I intend to summon the 3 major committees for assistance. Chao Kun, exasperated, replied, if you appear now, Tang Hao will simply pursue and attack you. Let us wait until they are engaged in battle. Qian Rinchue understood and nodded, then focused on the ongoing changes in the arena. The 3 major committees were not idly spectating. They utilized the chaos created by the serpent spear and Tang Hao to evacuate all injured parties, regardless of their affiliation with the spear hall. After reminding Qian Rinchue, Chao Kun scanned the surroundings, hoping to spot the reinforcements. Suddenly, he caught sight of an opulent building in the distance. Yu Xian. Inside resides Tang Hao's sister, Tang Yuehua. Perhaps she could be summoned to soothe Tang Hao's troubled spirit. With this thought, Chao Kuan nudged Qian Renshue. Little Snow, do you know of you, Qian? Qian Renshue paused, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, You want me to bring Tang Hao's sister and use her to threaten him? That could work. But what if Tang Hao disregards her and his rage escalates? Chao Kuan nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head, stating, We should invite her over. But let us not threaten Tang Hao just yet. After all, he has already fallen into darkness and may act unpredictably. We must first have Tang Yuehua quell his murderous intent. Then we can use her as leverage. Qian Renshue nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, you will retrieve Tang Yuehua, while I seek assistance from the 3 major committees to confront Tang Hao. As she observed the 3 title re-engaging in combat, Qian Renshue flapped her wings, intending to move forward. Wait, Chao Kuan pulled her back once more. How can I convince Tang Yuehua to use the noble ring? She will surely realize the danger once Tang Hao regains his senses. How could she possibly heed my words? What shall we do then? Qian Renshue asked in concern. After pondering, Chao Kuan suggested, You should persuade Tang Yuehua. Transform back into your prince form and pressure her with the safety of the citizens of Tiando City. Meanwhile, I will secure the assistance of the 3 major committees. All right, be careful. Qian Renshue contemplated for a moment before soaring towards Yuxian. Meanwhile, Chao Kuan kept a vigilant eye on the battlefield, where the serpent spear and Gui Daw were already spitting blood from Tang Hao's relentless hammering. The serpent spear, previously engaged in combat with Tang Hao, had just taken a brutal hit, leaving his chest caved in and bloodied. Fortunately, Tang Hao's primary target remained Gui Dalu. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago, despite sustaining considerable injuries due to the nature of his martial spirit. Gui Dalu was still able to hold his ground for a while longer. Observing this, Chao Kuan swiftly transformed into a stream of water, gliding towards the 3 major committees while casting his gaze toward Yang Wudi, Bai He, and Yo Gao. He sent Qian Renshue to persuade Tang Yuehua, as he found it difficult to convince her himself and wished to personally rally the single attribute families. Chapter 113, Tang Hao's Sister. Chapter 114, The Siege Director Meng Xinji, Committee Member Ji Lin, Committee Member by Bao Shan. I am a guard of the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. I now implore you to assist us in stalling Tang Hao, as our Pope will soon arrive with another elder for reinforcement. Chao Kuan, transforming into a stream of water, stealthily approached the battleground where Tang Hao contended with the other 2. Not that there were 3 adversaries anymore. The serpent spear had gradually retreated from the battlefield, leaving Gui Dalu to fight alone. It was not that he wished to abandon Gui Dalu. He was genuinely unable to withstand further punishment. His chest caved in from blows. Gui Dalu, too, was nearing his limit. If he could not sway the 3 major committees and the single attribute families, the Spirit Hall would suffer the loss of 3 Douluo. Noticing the hesitation among the 3 major committees, Chao Kuan continued, Tang Hao has already succumbed to darkness. You are well aware of the threat posed by a fallen individual to the continent. He will not confine his wrath solely to the Spirit Hall. If we do not eliminate him now and allow him to escape, the future carnage he unleashes will be far greater. Meng Xinji chuckled. According to the Continent-S agreement, we are certainly obliged to assist. However, Bai Baoshan must remain here. Otherwise, the tumult of battle will endanger these injured souls. In response, Chao Kuan glanced toward the rear, noticing a massive illusion of a furnace looming over the wounded. No need for that. I have a way to shield against the tumult. You must hurry to assist. Gui Dalu cannot hold on much longer. With that, Chao Kuan waved his hand, summoning the forces of water and fire to create a protective barrier for the injured. This skill had been utilized by Chao Kuan during the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Perhaps not wishing to truly become enemies with the Spirit Hall, Meng Xinji gestured to Ji Lin and Bai Baoshan behind him, urging them to support Gui Dalu. Then, turning to Chao Kuan, he inquired, My young friend, have we met before? Chao Kuan felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that this disguise had been recognized by Meng Xinji? Fearing recognition from Tang Hao, Chao Kuan had donned a white, ancient costume reminiscent of his previous life, with his hair casually draped, presenting an entirely different demeanor compared to his former self. Unexpectedly, Even Meng Xinji found him familiar. Although startled internally, he maintained a calm demeanor and said, "I have never seen Director Meng." Meng Xinji smiled, and a colossal black demon materialized beside him, emitting a fierce howl. The sound caused Tang Hao, who was swinging his hammer not far away, to momentarily freeze, granting the evasive Gei Hua a brief respite. Meanwhile, Jilin and Bai Baoshan, who had just arrived, instantly activated their martial spirits. One manipulated a massive Tianqing vine to ensnare Tang Hao, while the other summoned the Tianqing furnace above Tang Hao's head, pressing down forcefully. The Tianqing furnace served not merely for defense. Crack! A black soul ring on Tang Hao's body illuminated, causing him to grow larger. With a powerful shout, he shattered the Tianqing vine that bound him. He then raised the Haotian hammer, forcefully colliding it with the descending Tianqing furnace. The clash of their energies caused the surrounding ruins to explode, sending debris flying in all directions. Despite enduring the blow, Tang Hao spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Truly impressive, Chao Kun marveled, reinforcing the water and fire barrier. The earlier upheaval caused the barrier to tremble, eliciting terrified screams from within. He then cast a glance at Yang Wudi and his companions, or rather 4 individuals, including Yang Qian. "What? Do you intend to capture us all?" Sensing Gao Kunus Myatse. Yang Qian shot back defiantly, his spear emanating a faint black light, seemingly ready to strike. "Stay put." Yang Wudi immediately intervened. Ignoring Yang Qian, Chao Kun turned to Bai He with a calm smile and said, "You should understand the price you will pay after this matter concludes. Why not flee now? Perhaps you could save 1 or 2 of your kin, ensuring your family line does not perish." Why did he address Bai He? Because in his mind, Bai He was astute. What arrogance! Do you believe I cannot end your life right now? Although Yang Wudi held him back, Yang Qian's tongue was not silenced. Chao Kun continued to disregard him, smiling at Bai He. "The influence of the spirit hall pervades the entire continent. Where can your family escape?" Bai He responded with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun's heart leaped with joy. The fact that they did not flee amidst chaos indicated a potential opportunity to recruit them. "I noticed that you 3 did not eliminate any members of my spear hall earlier. How about I offer you a chance now?" Bai He immediately bent down and inquired, "What opportunity?" They had refrained from leaving precisely for this chance. The spirit hall's presence was felt across the continent, even reaching villages like Shenghun Village. While the population may be sparse, it underscored the spirit hall's might. Where could they escape to? As Chao Kun had stated, under the pursuit of the spear hall, at most only 1 or 2 family members would remain. Wouldn't that render their single attribute family extinct? "Indeed, you are smarter than that old titan," Chao Kun chuckled softly, then retrieved a medallion adorned with an angelic motif from his waist, solemnly declaring, "In my capacity as the holy maiden of the spirit hall, I promise that if you assist us in eliminating Tang Hao and subsequently join our spirit hall, we shall overlook your prior actions." What do you think? The medallion was a token given to him by Qianren Xue on her return journey and could be deemed as his prize. Gazing at the medallion, Bai He contemplated before lowering his head. "As you command." His stature diminished to around 1 meter, and before Chao Kun could react, he soared towards the battlefield. "What about you 2? Chao Kun continued to smile at Yang Wudi and Niu Gao. "Sigh." Yang Wudi looked at the medallion and finally sighed. "As you command." "Me too." Niu Gao quickly followed, charging into battle behind Yang Wudi. Bai He's true form. Giant rhinoceros true form. Break soul true form. Several voices rang out, and Chao Kun turned to behold the martial spirit manifestations of the 3 major committees and Bai He, encircling Tang Hao. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Tang Hao, seeing this, laughed in fury, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent. In that case, let us all perish." Bai He retorted, "Tang Hao, you have never considered our 4 single attribute families. Do not hold us accountable." This statement bore the mark of wisdom, confirming Bai He's reputation. "Now, we shall see how you escape." "Not far off," Chao Kun murmured with a smile, unaware that behind him, Yang Qian was fixated on him. Chapter 114. The Siege. Chapter 115. The Transformation. Standing still, Chao Kun channeled his soul power into his eyes, utilizing bullet time and X-ray vision to observe the battlefield. Bullet time was employed due to the difficulty in discerning their movements, particularly those of Bai He and Ge Da, who appeared to him as mere shadows. X-ray vision was sought to discern if he could learn a few techniques, watching Tang Hao execute the Hao Yin 9 absolutes, taking on 7 opponents simultaneously, which was indeed tantalizing. Regrettably, after a few glances, Chao Kuan had to concede defeat. The essence of the Hao Yin 9 absolutes revolved around the Hao Yin hammer. Without it, even if he learned the soul power flow, it would only amount to specialized force techniques. Nevertheless, he meticulously noted the soul power circulation of the Hao Yin 9 absolutes. After all, why not seize knowledge when it is available? Though its current utility was limited, it may prove advantageous in the future, even if it ultimately bore no use. Studying it would facilitate dealing with the Hao Yin sect in the future. Ling Tian strike. In the distance, while Tang Hao contended with Yang Wudi and Gue Douluo, Niu Gao activated his martial spirit, transforming into a massive armored rhinoceros, charging rapidly towards Tang Hao. Observing this, Tang Hao struck Gue Douluo with his hammer, sending him flying, and allowed Yang Wudi to wound him once more, causing him to spit blood. After kicking Yang Wudi away, he enlarged his Hao Yin hammer, roaring as he brought it crashing down upon Niu Gao, the force overwhelming enough to topple the armored rhinoceros. This was the strike of the Hao Yin 9 absolutes. Thud! After sending Niu Gao flying, Tang Hao coughed up another mouthful of blood. Enduring Yang Wudi's strike was no trivial matter, but being struck away by Niu Gao was far worse. However, the battlefield was not solely occupied by Yang Wudi and Niu Gao. During this interval, Jilin and Meng Xinji promptly unleashed their soul skills, swiftly restraining Tang Hao. Hao Yin Guardian. Seeing this, Tang Hao unleashed another roar, the red lightning coiling around his Hao Yin hammer, swelling in size, enveloping his entire being. This rendered Jilin's Tianqing vines ineffective, and moreover, the impact of Meng Xinji's black demon's howl diminished. Consequently, Bai Baoshan's Tianqing furnace failed to strike Tang Hao once more. This was the protective aspect of the Hao Yin 9 absolutes. Swipe. Bai He seized the opportunity to claw at him a few times, but the impact? Better left unmentioned. It is well known that the Min clan requires speed for offense and defense alike. Moments ago, those claws were unleashed only after Tang Hao was ensnared by the sinister call of Meng Xinji. Otherwise, he could never have approached Tang Hao. Why did he have to shout? Not far away, Cao Kun, upon hearing Tang Hao utter his own name, felt a flicker of confusion. He scoffed. A mere swarm of ants. Despite being struck by a projectile, blood gushing from his body did not deter Tang Hao. Rather, it ignited a fierce rage within him. The aura around him intensified, imbued with the lethal essence of the god of Death's domain. As he spoke, a green luminescence enveloped him, and his more grievous wounds began to mend, a manifestation of the ancient power of the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, restoration. Bang, 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 clash, clash, clash. What followed was a cacophony of violent collisions, the sounds of combat, and thunderous roars. During this tumult, Tang Hao unleashed his formidable techniques, harnessing the might of the great Xuan Tian hammer, invoking the explosive force of the Xuan Tian burst, and executing the soul lock of the hammer, along with the sweeping might of Xuan Tian Ba Mia and other formidable moves from the Xuan Tian 9 absolutes. Each time he executed a technique, he would roar its name, allowing Cao Kun to easily memorize and comprehend that he had gathered the Xuan Tian 9 absolutes. After several minutes of fierce battle, Tang Hao's once soaring momentum began to wane, for even he could not slay foes in a 1-against-7 scenario, especially with Jilin, the supportive soul master, and Meng Xinji, the control-type soul master. As he attempted to target one adversary, Meng Xinji would disrupt him, allowing Jilin to pull that individual back. It was truly vexing. Furthermore, Jilin possessed healing soul techniques, and the serpent spear was about to make its entrance. Although Tang Hao was confident he could take down a few adversaries before making his escape, the arrival of the ghost Douluo signaled that the spirit hall's reinforcements were imminent. Continuing the fight would place him in peril. Thus, as he fought, He redirected his soul power, causing his soul rings to tremble. Intending to detonate several soul rings to unleash the great Shuanmi hammer and subsequently blast the remaining ones to retreat. However, his intentions were swiftly observed by Cao Kun, who had been maintaining his foresight. He immediately warned, "Be cautious. Tong Hao plans to detonate his soul rings to escape." This warning caused the expressions of those engaged with Tong Hao to shift dramatically, and Tong Hao himself was taken aback. Unable to fathom how a low-tier soul master from afar could discern his actions. "Mengshoshi, I implore you to intercept Tong Hao, and, subsequently, our three singular attribute families shall express our profound gratitude." Bai He, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, fearing for their family's fate should Tong Hao evade capture. Hearing this, Meng Shunji quietly signaled to Bai Baoshan, the true form of the Tianqing stove, the eighth soul technique, Qin Kuan in the stove. Bai Baoshan immediately grasped the plan and activated the soul technique, causing the Tianqing stove, originally poised to strike, to invert and emit a tremendous pulling force as it soared towards Tong Hao's position, enveloping him entirely. "Why wasn't this done sooner?" the serpent spear remarked, perplexed at Tong Hao being ensnared within the Tianqing stove. Bai Baoshan offered no reply, his expression grave as he focused on the stove. The great Shuanmi hammer. Sounds emanated from within, though they were intermittent, suggesting the Tianqing stove possessed some sound-dampening properties. This noise deepened Bai Baoshan's concern. Zong, a colossal sound reverberated. Fortunately, due to the enclosure of the Tianqing stove, the impact was somewhat contained. Gu, gong, go. Following the resonance, Bai Baoshan unexpectedly coughed up blood, prompting Jilin to hastily rush to his side and employ healing soul techniques. Crack! Simultaneously, cracks appeared on the surface of the Tianqing stove, and, as they widened, the stove disintegrated into motes of light. Bai Baoshan's martial soul manifested as if it had been pierced, leaving him gravely injured and unable to recover in the near term. Ha 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 kikik. Upon bursting forth from the shattered stove, Tong Hao remained stationary, erupting into laughter. Quite the defensive mechanism. He lifted his head, revealing a face bloodied from the recoil, enunciating each word deliberately. At this moment, only 2 soul rings remained on him, one black and one red. The previous great Shuanmi hammer had resulted in the detonation of 4 soul rings. "Thank you." Bai He, hovering in midair, expressed gratitude to Bai Baoshan. Subsequently, the remaining adversaries charged toward Tong Hao. "Ha!" Tong Hao coldly chuckled, lightly brandishing the Xuan Tian hammer, sending a bolt of crimson lightning hurtling towards Cao Kun, who had just made a sound. He then regarded the approaching assailants with a smirk. "Come forth, let us see how you intend to slay me." Tong Hao. In that instant, his aura surged once more. However, Cao Kun could not witness the spectacle, swiftly transforming into a stream of water to evade the incoming lightning. Bang! Even having successfully dodged the frontal assault, the impact from the lightning striking the ground still unleashed a shockwave that assailed Cao Kun. Thankfully, I'm immune to such attacks now. After evading, Cao Kun gazed at the spot where he had just stood, which was now a deep crater several meters wide, astonished at the immense damage from what seemed like a casual strike. "Be cautious." Before he could relax, the voice of Tai Nu resonated from behind. 2. Chapter 116. Plea for Mercy. Be cautious. Upon hearing Tai Nu's warning, Cao Kun immediately heightened his vigilance, reverting to his water form once more. What is happening? What is the matter? Cao Kun turned to see Yang Qian charging towards him, wielding the dark glowing broken soul spear. At the same time, Tai Nu appeared before him, having seemingly materialized out of nowhere. After warning him, Tai's stature grew significantly, radiating golden light as 2 robust arms sprouted from his waist, covered in dark fur. This was his soul technique, Golden Titan and Titan's Grasp. One bestowed a soft golden glow, augmenting strength and defense, while the other manifested arms from his waist. 2. Because Tai Nu stood in front of Cao Kun, Yang Qian's attack naturally landed upon him, and in an instant, the broken soul spear pierced through Tai Nu's body. He then collapsed on it Cao Kun. TCH. Observing this, Yang Qian let out a cold snort and extracted the broken soul spear from Tai Nuo's body. Duh. This action further exacerbated Tai Nuo's injuries. Cao Kuan immediately rushed to staunch the wound. "Uncle, are you all right?" "Yang Qian, what are you doing?" The latter exclamation was uttered by Yang Wudi, his voice brimming with fury and despair. After finally finding a way to resolve the crisis threatening their family's existence. What madness would this lunatic unleash now? Yang Qian offered no reply, instead grinning slyly as he raised the broken soul spear, advancing toward Cao Kuan. "Do not be so arrogant." Just as Cao Kuan intended to act, two burly figures sprang forth beside him, evidently members of the Li family. As the two hulking figures materialized, they instantly activated their martial souls, their physiques swelling as their fur bristled, encircled by 5 soul rings, 2 white, 2 purple, and 1 black. Like Tai Nuo, they were both soul kings. Once they had manifested, they coordinated to assault Yang Qian, obstructing his advance toward Cao Kuan and Tai Nuo. Cough, cough. Witnessing these sudden developments, Cao Kuan was momentarily stunned, but Tai Nuo's cough jolted him back to reality. "Are you all right, uncle?" Coming to his senses, Cao Kuan inquired, applying pressure to the wound. Additionally, he transformed the water in his hands into ice, sealing Tai Nuo's injury. "Iem me fine, gulf, gulf, Tai Nuo zipli." His complexion pale, then expressed regret, confusion, and despair as he uttered, "Akuan, is that you? I learned of your identity from that fellow Tyrone. I never expected you to be associated with the Wuhuan Temple." Cough, cough, cough. Tai Nuo spat a mouthful of blood again, his complexion growing even paler. "Uncle, please refrain from speaking for now." After sealing Tai Nuo's wound, Cao Kuan carefully carried him away from this place to avoid further harm from the madman Yang Qian. Naturally, Tai Nuo ignored his advice. After spitting out a few more mouthfuls of blood, he continued, "Cough, cough. Uncle, I implore you for a favor. In light of Tyrone's regard, could you plead for the Li Ji clan?" Hearing this, Cao Kuan sighed helplessly. "I am merely a guard to Her Highness the Holy Maiden. My words carry little weight. Just moments ago, that old Kagir Titan killed several soul masters from the Wuhuan Temple. If the Li Ji clan is not dealt with, the Wuhuan Temple cannot account for their loyal soul masters." Cough, cough, cough. Tai Nuo spat more blood, his face now resembling a ghostly pallor. "Rest assured, I am fully aware that my father's actions are unforgivable. However, please convey to Her Highness the Holy Maiden that our Li Ji clan is willing to offer everything to atone. Do not allow our clan to be exterminated. Today, any soul master present may perish. Those within the family may also meet their end, but please spare those clan members without soul power. I beg you." Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, he continued to cough up blood. Cao Kuan furrowed his brows in resignation and said after a moment, "Do not worry, uncle. The dead are of no worth. I will plead with Her Highness the Holy Maiden." Tai Nuo hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. As long as we survive, there remains a chance to pass on the Li Ji clan's legacy, even if it means becoming slaves to the Wuhuan Temple." This was also Tai Nuo's reason for stepping forward to shield them. Otherwise, he could have warned Cao Kuan earlier about Yang Qian's intentions. After all, it was too coincidental, and the Li Ji clan's speed was not swift enough to catch up with Yang Qian, who had already stood before Cao Kuan. "Boss." Upon arriving at the hiding place of the Li Ji clan, Tyrone immediately jumped out. Seeing this, Cao Kuan entrusted Tai Nuo to him and said, "Take care of your father. I will advocate for you." "Thank you, master." This exclamation escaped Tyrone's lips, and the 20 or so burly men behind him knelt down as well. Observing the scene, Cao Kuan calmly stated, "There is no need to address me as master. Your true master is Her Highness the Holy Maiden." Without waiting for the response, he turned to gaze at the battlefield where Yang Qian and the 2 Soul Kings were engaged. The 2 Soul Kings from the Li Ji clan were evidently no match for Yang Qian. However, they were fiercely blocking his advance, preventing him from moving an inch. Consequently, they were already covered in numerous wounds, on the verge of death at Yang Qian's hands. "Boss, let's leave this place," Tyrone urged. "The 2 uncles cannot hold off that madman Yang Qian for long." Tyrone approached, displaying even more deference than usual. Cao Kuan sensed this change, but showed no reaction. calmly replying, "You all retreat a bit. I wish to test my strength." Boss, Yang Qian is a soul sage. Moreover, he is from the Paji clan. His attacking power cannot be underestimated, Tyrone immediately cautioned. Chao Kun responded, "Rest assured, my abilities extend beyond mere strength." Noting Tyrone's desire to dissuade him, Chao Kun added, "I am still young. There is no need to court death. Do you understand?" Tyrone paused, then nodded. "Take them back." Chao Kun instructed. And with a flick of his right hand, a sword-shaped emblem flashed, and a plain sword materialized in his grasp. Since returning from the Icefire 2 instrument's eye, he had yet to unleash his full power. Moreover, the newly acquired Yanlong sword had never tasted blood. Most importantly, if trouble arose, he could swiftly enter the small cave heaven. With a spring of his legs, Chao Kun's figure vanished. Clang! He then appeared before Yang Qian, using the Yanlong sword to deflect a strike aimed at a Soul King. Boom! After parrying, Chao Kun's right leg glowed red, delivering a kick that sent Yang Qian stumbling back a few steps, causing an explosion at the point of impact. However, the force was minimal and inflicted no significant damage on Yang Qian. This was his first replicated soul skill, surprise attack. "You all should leave," Chao Kun declared calmly. "Yes, Master." The two Soul Kings nodded and immediately retreated. Chao Kun's earlier strike had made it clear to them that this young man's strength surpassed theirs. Hee. Yang Qian, having been pushed back a few steps, chuckled derisively as he cast a disdainful glance at the two Soul Kings. He then turned his gaze to Chao Kun, speaking crazily. "I never expected your strength to be quite commendable. This makes killing you all the more entertaining." Noticing that Yang Qian did not immediately attack, Chao Kun frowned and inquired, "Why are you doing this?" "Huh, me?" Yang Qian paused, then continued in his madcap manner, "Of course I want to kill you. Your soul skills intrigue me." "What a lunatic," Chao Kun murmured inwardly, initially suspecting that Yang Qian aimed to retaliate for his earlier attack on Qian Renxue. He never anticipated it was merely a desire to kill him. A madman. Chao Kun raised the Yanlong sword before him, maintaining a calm demeanor as he gazed at Yang Qian. "Hee. Thank you for the compliment." Yang Qian laughed, the tip of his pistol gun once again radiating ominous black light. Boom! The floor, composed of an unknown material, shattered underfoot as Yang Qian's figure flickered, appearing before Chao Kun. Clang! Regrettably, this strike was already anticipated by Chao Kun, who had been utilizing both perspective and bullet time. With a shake of the Yanlong sword, he firmly blocked Yang Qian's assault. Their strengths proved remarkably even. Just how much soul power do you possess?" Yang Qian inquired madly, licking his lips. "You will find out before you perish," Chao Kun replied blandly. With his eyes narrowing, dozens of ice arrows and fire arrows materialized behind him and swiftly shot toward their positions. These attacks, enhanced significantly since his experience in the Icefire 2 instrument's eye, would surely inflict considerable damage upon Yang Qian, given the Paji clan's focus solely on offensive techniques. Yang Qian, a madman who had undoubtedly fought countless battles and taken many lives, understood this well. He swung his pistol gun to strike Chao Kun, attempting to knock him away. Boom! Weapons clashed once more, yet the anticipated outcome did not transpire. Instead, something peculiar unfolded. The previously slender Yanlong sword expanded dramatically, resembling a shield as it absorbed Yang Qian's blow. Subsequently, the ice arrows and fire arrows shot toward Chao Kun's back. He remained unperturbed, transforming into a watery form and channeling his soul power, allowing these attacks to pass through him and strike Yang Qian directly. Simultaneously, numerous ice arrows and fire arrows rained down upon them from above. Clang, clang, clang. It was uncertain what this madman was thinking. After being blocked by Chao Kun's strike, Yang Qian did not immediately retreat, but instead engaged in further combat with Chao Kun. The icy arrow pierced through the now liquefied form of Chao Kun and struck Yang Qian, embedding itself in his body. Before blood could flow, the arrow vanished, leaving behind a frost that formed around the wound, allowing some of the icy poison to infiltrate his system. This blow elicited a muffled groan from him, causing a slight delay in his movements. The subsequent attacks followed relentlessly, and Yang Qian's gaze sharpened. Should he fail to defend himself, he would undoubtedly lose his combat capabilities from this wave alone. With a fierce cry, Yang Qian unleashed his Bahuan spear, the originally minimal black light at its tip swiftly expanding to envelop the entire weapon. He then thrust it forward, manifesting 3 afterimages that darted towards Cao Kun. Realizing that his current aqueous form would not allow for evasion or defense, Cao Kun seized the opportunity to charge at Yang Qian. Clang! To his astonishment, all 3 afterimages of Yang Qian's attack were tangible. 2 intercepted Cao Kun's advancing sword, while the remaining spear shadow penetrated his body. During this exchange, numerous icy arrows and fire arrows continued to rain down upon Yang Qian. The icy arrows would encase their targets in frost, hindering movement, while the fire arrows would explode, inflicting significant damage. These relentless assaults caused beads of sweat to form on his brow, his complexion pale, and the air he exhaled carried a chill, evidence of the icy and fiery toxins within. As the Pahuan spear pierced Cao Kun, he initially believed himself unharmed due to his watery state. However, the sudden, excruciating pain made it clear that he was indeed in peril. Alarmed, Cao Kun hastily retreated, withdrawing the spear from his body, and immediately conjured an array of icy and fiery arrows to launch at Yang Qian. Lowering his gaze to the site of the wound, he noted a swirling mass of black light obstructing its healing. Fortunately, Yang Qian was preoccupied with the impending barrage, where he would be in grave danger. As Cao Kun assessed his condition, Yang Qian glanced at the incoming icy and fiery arrows, a smirk forming on his lips as he bellowed, "Scorpion shield." A dark light emanated from his back, and a colossal shadow of a scorpion enveloped him. This was a piece of soul bone. Yang Qian possessed a soul bone. Boom! 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 The formidable shield defended against countless icy and fiery arrows, creating a mist that obscured the area. Witnessing this, Cao Kun retreated further. At this moment, the wound on his chest had shrunk significantly, and the black light was gradually dissipating, yet he remained furrowed in thought. Previously, even greater injuries had healed instantaneously. What was happening now? Grandfather, what is going on? Why hasn't the master's wound healed instantly? In the distance, Tai Long, observing the battle, looked curiously at Taina. Additionally, 3 burly men were vigilantly monitoring the confrontation between Cao Kun and Yang Qian, ready to intervene should the situation demand. They should refer to him as master and not boss. Given his relationship with that saintess, if we all call him master, our chances of being assigned to him as slaves will be significantly higher. This would be far better than being allocated to someone unfamiliar. Taina, supported by Tai Long, had already bandaged his wounds. Though his complexion remained pale, it had improved considerably. He understood that even if Taytans spare their clan's lives, servitude was inevitable. As for Taytan's current whereabouts, he had been too close to the fierce battle between Tong Hao and the others and had been buried under the upheaved boulders. Nevertheless, with his spirit master strength, he would surely survive. For now, it was best to leave him be. All right, father, I shall remember that. Tai Long nodded in response. Taina continued to observe the ongoing battle, stating, Yang Qian was able to injure our master in his aqueous state due to the application of momentum. Momentum? Tai Long inquired, puzzled. Indeed, this is another ability possessed by a soul sage beyond their martial soul's true form. There are 2 methods of application. The first, as Yang Qian demonstrated, involves attaching it to the martial soul, allowing one to harm an intangible enemy. Although much of the attack may be mitigated, it can still land a hit. At that moment, Tai Long interjected, just like Tong Hao striking the ghost law, his Hao Ian hammer was also imbued with momentum, enabling him to injure the ghostly state. Taina nodded in agreement, elaborating, exactly. The second method is less effective. It enhances one's own aura, causing pressure on lower tier and mentally unstable soul masters, thus preventing them from fully utilizing their strength. This ability is rather lackluster against those with strong mental fortitude, and it may even awaken their latent potential. Moreover, this is not exclusive to soul sages. Some prodigies can cultivate their own momentum through combat and slaughter. As Tai Long listened to Taina's explanations, he pondered thoughtfully. Taina then quietly asked, "Is our master truly just a soul master?" Tai Long intended to nod affirmatively, but recalling the earlier encounter between Cao Kun and Yang Qian, he hesitated and replied, "I am uncertain. However, the last time, our master mentioned he was only at level 24. After returning from the encounter with the poisoned Douluo, I inquired about his current soul power level. He claimed to have just reached the rank of soul master." Upon hearing this, Taina murmured, "If he truly is merely a soul master, then following him would offer greater prospects than aligning ourselves with the Haotian sect." Returning to the skirmish between Cao Kun and Yang Qian, a veil of mist shrouded Yang Qian, obscuring his form from view, while his boisterous, maniacal laughter resonated through the air. Cao Kun furrowed his brow, intently scrutinizing the mist, possessing the power of perception. He could distinctly see Yang Qian's silhouette and constantly monitored the flow of his soul power, anticipating when he would deploy his abilities or launch an attack. This skill, apart from allowing him to learn others' techniques, was a divine asset in battle. How remarkable! My desire to eliminate you grows ever stronger. Yang Qian's maniacal voice echoed through the mist once more, but Cao Kun remained focused as he had not observed any movement of soul power from him. As the mist dissipated, revealing Yang Qian, the cold sweat on his brow had vanished, and the air he exhaled bore no chill. Despite numerous wounds, their impact on him appeared minimal. His earlier outburst was a tactic to divert Cao Kun's attention and dispel the toxins within his body. However, Cao Kun noted the absence of any visible movement of soul power and surmised it was likely due to the effect of his soul bone ability, Scorpion Shield. Observing this, Cao Kun scoffed, "You are not nearly as deranged as I had imagined." "Huh!" Yang Qian remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon him, as his soul power surged through his limbs, with the majority concentrated in the veins of his abdomen. Realizing this, Cao Kun did not allow himself to relax and immediately adopted a defensive stance. He now understood that his aqueous form was not invincible. With this in mind, a blue-red Taiji diagram materialized around him, and in an instant, heat and coldness enveloped the battlefield. The ice and fire domain. Initially, I had not intended to resort to this tactic, yet given the circumstances, it became necessary to employ it, even if it merely weakens the adversary slightly. The domain. Upon witnessing Cao Kun unleash the ice and fire domain, Tai Nua gasped in astonishment, blood oozing from his wounds, indicating that they had reopened. This clearly showcased his excitement. "Was a domain?" asked Tai Long. Cao Nua did not respond, an involuntary glimmer of joy appearing in his eyes. If he could indeed acknowledge Cao Kun as his master, this would serve as an opportune moment for the rise of the Leaf family. A domain. It truly is a domain. This exclamation came from the distance, voiced by Ji Lin, whose martial soul, the Tianqing vine, had a peculiar sensitivity to the ice and fire domain. As a support-type soul master, he typically operated from the periphery. Upon sensing the intentions of the Tianqing vine, he glanced towards Cao Kun, only to be taken aback by the sight of the domain. His declaration momentarily halted the skirmish among the others, drawing their attention before they resumed their fierce confrontation. Now was not the time for curiosity or surprise. However, that fleeting glance still imparted a measure of pressure to Cao Kun, as they were engaged in a life-and-death struggle, particularly the look from Tang Hao, which almost led Cao Kun to believe he had been exposed. "A domain?" exclaimed Yang Qian, redirecting Cao Kun's focus back to the immediate threat. I truly wish to know your level." As he spoke, the energy within him surged, culminating in a fierce eruption of black light as he lunged towards Cao Kun. 7th Soul Skill, Soul Shattering Body. 6th Soul Skill, Soul Break. With his roar, a phantom of the soul-shattering spear expanded, significantly augmenting its attack power. Simultaneously, a massive scorpion phantom materialized behind him, with the spear's tip resembling the scorpion's tail. This was the soul break ability he had acquired from slaying a nearly 20,000-year-old poisonous scorpion, which had also granted him a core bone. Cao Kun, as customary, noted the trajectory of his soul power, then bellowed, his form instantly enlarging. Dragon Ape Transformation. As light enveloped him, a majestic dragon ape, towering over 5 meters and radiating intense flames, materialized. The Ru E100 treasure garment transformed into armor upon the dragon ape, enhancing its imposing presence. Yang Qian roared in fury, the black light and his oncoming momentum fracturing the ground beneath him. As he advanced, shattered boulders and soil surged forward in his wake. Quickly, assist the master in blocking. Tai Nuo, taken aback by Chao Kuen's soul skill, shouted urgently. Roar! Chao Kuen unleashed a beastly roar, distinct from before, infused with a hint of dragon might. This momentarily stymied Yang Qian's advance, but only for a heartbeat. He soon surged forward with renewed vigor. Chao Kuen, however, did not despair. His roar was not meant to attack Yang Qian, but rather to deter the approaching Li family members eager to shield him from a spear. Bang! Simultaneously, he thrust the enormous flame dragon sword before him, the size of his form now preventing any evasion. Clang! The soul-shattering spear collided fiercely with the flame dragon sword, producing a resonant sound, and Chao Kuen was pushed back slightly by the overwhelming force, leaving 3 massive imprints on the ground, 2 from his legs and 1 from the sword. Yang Qian continued to bellow, exerting his strength, the martial soul's true form and the scorpion phantom intensifying their assault. Once more, Chao Kuen was pushed back, yet he roared defiantly, managing to withstand the onslaught. He was now utilizing the flame dragon sword as a shield. Soul break, second phase. Just as Chao Kuen believed he had successfully defended against the attack, Yang Qian roared again, retracting the scorpion phantom's tail before thrusting forward once more. Quickly block that madman. Tai Nuo shouted from afar, but the distance rendered it impossible to intervene in time. Just as despair washed over him, and he feared the demise of the Li family, Chao Kuen, who had been struggling to hold his ground, suddenly vanished from sight, entering the little cave heaven. Coward, don't run. Come back so I can kill you. Yang Qian was momentarily stunned before erupting in furious shouts, his voice dripping with indignation over Chao Kuen's apparent mockery. Meanwhile, within the little cave heaven, the commotion caused by Chao Kuen caught the attention of Yin, who was toying with the Kong Kong mouse. Upon seeing Chao Kuen in his 5-meter-tall dragon ape form, Yin's voice held a note of confusion. A man? Chao Kuen had never transformed before Yin, so witnessing his current state left her perplexed. Chao Kuen nodded, and with a flash of light, reverted to his human form. Recognizing him, Yin visibly relaxed, approaching with the Kong Kong mouse in her arms, her expression laced with concern. What was that all about? Did something happen? Chao Kuen shook his head, explaining. That was a soul skill of mine. Currently, an evil title Douluo is attacking our martial soul, and I was drawn into the fray. Yin's worry deepened as she placed a hand on Chao Kuen's arm, asking, Are you all right? As she spoke, a green glow emanated from her palm, seeking to aid in his recovery. I'm fine, but I cannot linger here. I must return, Chao Kuen replied. Although he was unscathed, Yin's soul skill provided a soothing relief from his earlier fatigue. Please be careful, Yin cautioned. Observing her expression, Chao Kuen suddenly thought of Tang outside and, smiling, leaned down to peck Yin on the lips. Do not worry. If anything goes awry, I shall return immediately. With that kiss, he offered her reassurance before focusing his thoughts and departing the little cave heaven. Yang Qian, now devoid of his soul power, must have exhausted considerable energy using his martial soul's true form, making this the perfect opportunity to confront him. Come out. Come out. You get out here. Let me kill you. Upon exiting the little cave, Chao Kuen immediately heard Yang Qian's furious shouts. He was frantically swinging the soul-shattering spear at the ground, causing debris to fly around him, resembling a man possessed. Suddenly, he paused, turning with a grin directed at Chao Kuen. You finally emerged. He must have sensed the ice and fire domain surrounding Chao Kuen's arrival. After all, the contrasting temperatures were impossible to ignore. Yang Qian, now fixated on Chao Kuen, cloaked the soul-shattering spear in black light once more and lunged towards him. Perish. Who shall die remains uncertain. Chao Kuen replied, coldly, vanishing from sight. leaving behind 3 afterimages in Yang Qian's path. Fleeting insect technique. Yang Qian laughed as he continued his charge, aiming the soul-shattering spear towards one of the afterimages. Clang! Chao Kuan effortlessly blocked the strike, engaging Yang Qian in a clash of basic sword techniques. Although Chao Kuan's foundational swordsmanship had been honed for 3 years and paled in comparison to the Li family's spear techniques, it was sufficient to withstand the onslaught. Particularly since both he and Yang Qian initially possessed similar physical capabilities, Yang Qian's earlier use of the martial soul's true form had drained his energy, leading to a surprisingly balanced confrontation between the two. Clang! The sound of weapon clashes grew increasingly frequent, and their speed intensified. Soon, even the figures of the combatants, including Tai Nuo, became difficult to discern. This chapter concludes here. Please click the next page to continue. One of them employed a technique of ambush, utilizing only the element of surprise to accelerate their speed. The other wielded a soul skill, but since both were intensely focused on their exchange, Yang Qian did not call out the name of the soul skill. Incredible! Tai Long exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he watched the indistinct figures. He could hardly believe that Chao Kuan was merely a soul master. Typically, only those of a higher rank than the soul saint of the Paji clan could engage in such fierce competition. How could a mere soul master achieve this? Isn't the master not yet 12? Tai Long questioned incredulously. Have you misremembered? He then playfully struck Tai Nuo on the head. Despite his denial, Tai Long shook his head at the spectacle before him. Regardless of the soul rank, given Chao Kuan's current display of strength, they could hardly believe he was not yet 12. As the battle raged on, Yang Qian noticed that every time he attempted to employ techniques to enhance his attack power, Chao Kuan would preemptively respond and counterattack, often landing several strikes during the exchange. The intensity of his body felt ignited, the fiery poison within him significantly more potent than before. Additionally, Chao Kuan would intermittently summon ice arrows that struck with precision, further aggravating Yang Qian, as they were often timed perfectly, allowing Chao Kuan to land additional blows. Thus, Yang Qian found himself overwhelmed by the increasing potency of the fire and ice toxins within him, the effects of the ice-fire domain amplifying their impact. In light of this, he sought to launch Chao Kuan away and regain control of the situation. Yet it felt as though Chao Kuan possessed an uncanny ability to evade his attacks, only to reappear in close quarters again, leaving Yang Qian feeling increasingly frustrated. If Chao Kuan were to discern his current thoughts, he would surely mock him, declaring that he indeed possessed a clairvoyant insight. Yang Qian once more channeled his soul power in an attempt to strike Chao Kuan, but once again, Chao Kuan evaded with ease, prompting Yang Qian to shout. 6 Soul Skill Pasha. Dark energy radiated from Yang Qian as the icy and fiery toxins within him diminished slightly, and a shadowy scorpion appeared behind him. As Yang Qian lunged forward, the scorpion's tail merged with the Pahun spear in his grasp. Don't get too worked up. Chao Kuan observed intently as the flow of Yang Qian's soul power shifted, taunting him. He realized that Yang Qian's soul skill was not primarily reliant on the spear, but rather drew upon the energy contained within his spine and the meridians in his arms. Intrigued, he contemplated attempting to replicate this technique. The soul skill was indeed impressive, especially with the manifestation of a shadowy figure. Roar! With a clash, Chao Kuan quickly transformed into the dragon ape, enhancing his strength, and employed the enlarged fire dragon as a shield. The bones of the fire dragon were remarkably resilient and could withstand significant damage. Appa, second stage, Yang Qian shouted, retracting the scorpion's tail. Familiar with the technique, Chao Kuan didn't merely endure. Although he could withstand a second attack without the boost from his martial soul's true form, he saw no need to take it head-on. As the power of the scorpion's tail diminished, Chao Kuan retracted the fire dragon and allowed Yang Qian to strike. In response, he swung the fire dragon's sword horizontally towards Yang Qian's incoming thrust. While he knew he would be struck, his recovery ability would mitigate most of the damage, ensuring his survival. However, Yang Qian was not as fortunate. With his own strength combined with the sharpness of the fire dragon sword, he would undoubtedly be severed in two. Yang Qian, understanding the peril he faced, refrained from continuing his thrust, and instead positioned the Pahun spear defensively before him. It seems I still lack the necessary ferocity. With a resounding impact, although he managed to defend, Chao Kuen's current strength sent Yang Qian crashing backward into the debris. The rage of impotence. As Yang Qian lay amidst the rubble, the violent collision caused him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. He immediately sprang to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he roared at Chao Kuen. "How dare you be so arrogant with such feeble strength?" Returning to his human form, Chao Kuen refrained from pursuing the advantage immediately. Instead, he twirled his sword mockingly. Yang Qian, perhaps fueled by anger, coughed up more blood, his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. Scorpion's guard. He did not charge again, but summoned the shadow of the scorpion once more. As the toxins of fire and ice began to restore some color to his pallid face. With renewed vigor, he lunged at Chao Kuen once more, who responded with basic sword techniques. Throughout this exchange, Chao Kuen dispelled the ice-fire domain and refrained from summoning any further ice or fire arrows, relying solely on his fundamental sword skills. Unfortunately for Yang Qian, the excessive consumption of his energy left him gradually overwhelmed by Chao Kuen's prowess. Despite utilizing numerous high-cost soul skills and repeatedly recovering through his water transformation ability, Chao Kuen appeared to suffer little depletion of energy. This was due to the 2 Dragon Balls replenishing his soul power. After several exchanges, Yang Qian's attention was caught by a strike from Chao Kuen that bore a striking resemblance to a technique from the Paji clan. "Are you learning from me?" He seethed. "You insult me." Chao Kuen, having executed a move eerily similar to Yang Qian's, retorted, "Indeed, this is all you are worth." His tone dripped with derision, as he recalled from his past experiences in gaming that making an opponent angry often signaled impending victory. Foolish. Without an understanding of the flow of soul power, it is merely an empty facade. In response, Yang Qian did not express anger, but instead, with a seemingly friendly demeanor, remarked, "How do you know I am unaware of the flow of soul power?" Gao Kun Diaklet. And the once ordinary tip of the fire dragon sword began to radiate a vibrant red glow, mirroring the Pahun spear in Yang Qian's grasp. "You!" Yang Qian was momentarily taken aback by this transformation, speechless. "Take a look," Chao Kuen continued with a smile, as the fire dragon sword blazed with crimson light, surging forward with unstoppable force aimed at Yang Qian. Yang Qian's eyes widened further, yet his extensive combat experience allowed him to react, forcefully raising the Pahun spear in defense. Even so, the impact merely diverted the direction of the fire dragon's sword slightly. With a piercing sound, the sword struck his left shoulder, and the residual force surged forth, piercing through flesh and revealing stark white bone. Yang Qian stepped back in astonishment, disregarding the scorching and venomous wound on his left shoulder caused by the inherent heat of the Yanlong Jian. He gazed at Chao Kuen, incredulously exclaiming, "This is my Pasha." And as a second stage, he was intimately familiar with his soul skill and could not have mistaken it. "What do you think?" Chao Kuen replied nonchalantly, though internally he mused, a Pasha without the enhancement of soul bone is rather feeble, indeed not very potent. When Yang Qian unleashed Pasha, the bone from his back would radiate energy to bolster him, significantly amplifying his attack power, accompanied by a striking illusion of a venomous scorpion. However, the version that Chao Kuen replicated lacked such enhancements, rendering it a diminished variant. Initially hopeful of acquiring a formidable technique, Chao Kuen felt a pang of regret, but suddenly recalled, "I may lack a soul bone, but I possess a dragon pearl. Perhaps it is worth a try." Chao Kuen thought excitedly, maintaining an impassive facade as he observed Yang Qian. "Is this all you can muster? It seems I am not the one destined to perish." He activated his soul power in accordance with the operational route of Pasha, connecting with the Fire Dragon King Dragon Pearl within his small realm. You wish to slay me. It will not be so simple." Yang Qian let out an evil laugh, his aura rising, indicating he was prepared to gamble everything. "Seventh Soul School, Bohawen Jin Shen. Sixth Soul School, Bosha." Once again, black light radiated from him, even more potent than before. However, The cost was the blood that began to seep from the corners of his mouth. In an instant, Yang Qian seemed to vanish, transforming into a venomous scorpion the size of a truck. The scorpion's tail morphed into the Pahun spear. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of Pasha. As his words fell, the scorpion lunged toward Chao Kuan. Without a response, the red glow of the Yamlong Jian intensified, reverting to its original form. A sword entirely crimson, adorned with dragon patterns, claws, and scales. With a roar, the blade trembled, unleashing a dragon's cry as a fiery red Jiao dragon manifested behind Chao Kuan. The Jiao dragon emitted another roar directed at the oncoming scorpion, though it had little effect on the determined Yang Qian. Perishing under one's own soul skill is not a bad fate. Feeling an unparalleled force coursing through his body, Chao Kuan uttered a word, raising the Yamlong Jian to strike. The Jiao dragon roared fiercely, rising with Chao Kuan's movement. Just as it was about to pierce Yang Qian, it dove back, positioning its head next to the tip of the Yamlong Jian. The collision between the scorpion and the Jiao dragon produced a tremendous impact, drawing the attention of several combatants engaged in a nearby brawl. Second stage. Both Yang Qian and Chao Kuan bellowed in unison. On Yang Qian's side, the scorpion retracted its tail, diminishing its strength. Meanwhile, the Jiao dragon roared, its power surging, effortlessly breaking through Yang Qian's attack. Venomous scorpion shield. Realizing the situation, Yang Qian activated the scorpion's armor in an instant. The Jiao dragon continued its furious roar, unyieldingly shattering the protective barrier and crashing into Yang Qian. With a brief cry of agony, the black light and Jiao dragon vanished, along with Yang Qian's figure. In the place where the clash occurred, only a slowly dissipating Pahun spear and a deep green bone remained. That strike had utterly evaporated Yang Qian. Truly impressive. Chao Kuan murmured in astonishment, surprised that he had just slain a formidable soul saint. The master is incredible, Tai Long exclaimed, his eyes widening at the scene. Indeed, master, Tai Nuo murmured, his eyes gleaming. Although Chao Kuan was not 12, he was certainly younger than Tai Long. To have defeated a soul saint from the clan at such a young age foretold an extraordinary future. This young man is a treasure the young lady has found, remarked the recovering Shi Miao, who initially intended to kill him. Fortunately, the young lady foresaw his potential and drew him into the spirit hall. Be cautious. Tang Hao intends to flee. As a control-type soul master, Meng Xinji constantly monitored the battlefield and immediately alerted when he saw Tang Hao attempting to escape. Tang Hao was covered in numerous wounds, and the healing green light surrounding him was growing increasingly faint. He cannot be allowed to get away. Why, he insisted. Looking at the approaching adversaries, Tang Hao's eyes turned black, and his remaining 2 soul rings began to tremble. Stop, second brother. Noble round. Cease this, second brother. As the gentle voice resonated, a soothing melody from a nearby zither floated through the air, possessing an enchanting quality that caused Tang Hao, who was prepared to fight to the death, to fall silent. The others encircling Tang Hao also hesitated, not attacking immediately, yet their gazes remained fixed on him. Compared to Tang Hao's resilience against the noble round, they seemed to exhibit a slight advantage. Logically, it should have been Tang Hao's noble round that offered greater resistance. So they suspected that his apparent calmness was merely an act, which led them to refrain from an immediate assault. Second brother, Su Li, Tang Hao, who had just regained his composure, spoke, his voice hoarse and distant, as if he had not uttered a word in ages. It was not the power of the noble round that soothed him, but rather the call of second brother. Meanwhile, Chao Kuan, wielding the Yamlong Jian, observed Tang Hao's lips quiver. With his enhanced hearing following the battle against Yang Qian, he could distinctly hear Tang Hao's murmured words. After a moment of reflection, Chao Kuan shook his head, redirecting his attention to the Yamlong Jian, which had begun to transform since the moment he vanquished Yang Qian. Having previously experienced the noble domain and, after absorbing the powers of the Ice-Fire 2 element, along with the ethereal essence of the Wangchuan Qiusha, Chao Kuan found himself less affected by the noble round than the others nearby, who had their eyes half closed, enraptured by the melody. He raised the Yamlong Jian before him. noticing it emanated a faint red glow that extended toward the slowly dissipating Pathto spear. The light particles emitted by the spear were gradually drawn into the Yanlong Jian. What changes await? Chao Kun pondered, hastening to the side of the Pathto spear to expedite the absorption process. Presently, if one were to disregard the gradually approaching Tianqing Tung and Meng Xinji, whose black demon form had dissipated at some unknown time, the battlefield had seemingly quieted. In this tranquil atmosphere, Chao Kun directed the tip of the Yanlong Jian toward the spear, causing it to be swiftly absorbed. Boom! Upon completing the absorption of the Pathto spear, the Yanlong Jian erupted in brilliant red light. Fortunately, the distance ensured that the events on the other side remained unaffected. Suddenly, a surge of information flooded Chao Kun's mind, and in an instant, a smile appeared on his previously serene face, his lips curving upward. Raising the Yanlong Jian, Chao Kun felt a shift in the sensation of the weapon in his grasp. The red light flashed, and a polearm resembling the Pathto spear materialized in his hand. "See, has it truly transformed into a Rui?" he murmured, wielding the long spear with a sense of restrained excitement. Such transformations evoked memories of animated shows from his childhood. Suddenly, he noticed a small pouch at his waist and exclaimed with excitement, "This is the Rui Baibao Gang." He then felt his clothing, declaring, "This is the Rui Baibao E." His gaze shifted to the Yansong Jian in his hand, which had transformed back, and he joyfully proclaimed, "This is the Rui Baibao Jian. Truly, I am adorned with Rui all over." After this burst of enthusiasm, Chao Kun picked up the green glowing scorpion tailbone that lay beside him. This bone must have been acquired alongside the sixth spirit ring when he obtained Qian. This meant that the soul bone had existed for 10,000 years. Chao Kun recalled Yang Qian's black sixth soul and, with a hint of regret, mused, "What a pity. I cannot absorb it." Upon the thought of absorbing the bone, an uncomfortable sensation coursed through his body, indicating that he truly could not accept the soul bone, not due to the previous one's weakness. With a tinge of regret, Chao Kun observed as the Yansong Jian emitted a crimson light once more. Suddenly, a small fire-red dragon emerged from the dragon patterns on the sword's body, swiftly devouring the soul bone in his other hand before wriggling back into the Yansong Jian. After this consumption, a stream of information flooded his mind. "Indeed, it is Rui," he thought. "From now on, I shall call you Rui." Chao Kun was momentarily astonished, whispering to himself as he whimsically renamed the sword. After absorbing the soul bone, Rui's power surged, and he even acquired a soul reminiscent of the scorpion's body, fiery dragon protection. The specifics of its form and prowess eluded Chao Kun, but he presumed it resembled Yang Qian's manifestation of the scorpion's protection. He was eager to experiment with it, but the timing did not seem opportune. He quelled his curiosity and glanced at the ground where he had just clashed with Yang Qian, chuckling inwardly, "Thank you, kind soul." As Chao Kun sheathed Rui, Tang Yuehua's melodic notes gradually approached their conclusion. With the music's end, Tang Hao's previously obsidian eyes regained a hint of white, and the final flickering ring quieted. Concurrently, a loud shout from Meng Xinji caused the Tianqing vine, which had swum beneath Tang's feet, to thicken and ensnare him like a mummy. Before Tang Hao could react, the previously vanished black entity of Meng Xinji reappeared before him. A piercing scream startled Tang, and as the black entity melded into his being, it rendered him momentarily still. The black demon possessed him. Meng Xinji's soul skill was an absolute soul control technique. During this interval, Yang Wudi, who had been closest, rushed in and pierced Tang Hao's body with a spear. The strike did not elicit a response from Tang Hao. Instead, it caused Meng Xinji, who was controlling Tang, to emit a muffled groan and spit blood. This prompted the ensnared Tang Hao to attempt to break free from Meng Xinji's grip. "Do not advance. Our chief is now connected to Tang Hao. We must not interrupt the chief's control," Jilin quickly cautioned as he noticed the others preparing to attack. The remaining individuals halted their assault, but continued to vigilantly observe Tang Hao, now ensnared like a mummy by Jilin's vine. Should anything seem amiss, they would launch their lethal strikes immediately. Particularly, The snake spear and ghost Daluo's eyes gleamed with fierce intent. Previously, before the 3 teaching committees and the single attribute families arrived to assist, they had suffered greatly. Without Ji Lin's healing, the snake spear would not have been able to re-enter the fray, akin to a bloodied weapon shattering the martial spirit's true form, and he was still recuperating. What shall we do now? Yang Wudi inquired solemnly. In response, the 3 teaching committees remained silent, diligently attending to their tasks, while Niu Gao stood quietly beside Yang Wudi. The flying crane, observing from the side, glanced at the snake spear and Ghost Daluo. Ghost Douluo remained unchanged, while the snake spear involuntarily shifted his gaze toward the source of the earlier melody. There stood a graceful lady, accompanied by an unremarkable yet refined gentleman. It was Tang Yuehua and the current crown prince, Xue Qinghe. Are you using the master of Yuxian to threaten Tang Hao? Bai He speculated, his tone peculiar as he followed the snake spear's line of sight. He was acquainted with Tang Yuehua and shared a close bond with her, as his sister was Tang Yuehua and Tang Hao's mother. Bai He was Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua's uncle. Thus, he initially referred to Tang Hao as a Hao, highlighting their connection. However, once Tang Hao descended into depravity and committed deeds that would lead to the ruin of the Min family, he simply called him by his name. As the head of the Min clan, he had to consider the entire family. The reason for addressing Tang Yuehua as master of Yuxian was due to the misconception that the snake spear intended to use Tang Yuehua to coerce Tang Hao, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to do. Little did he know, the snake spear was merely gazing at Xue Qinghe, who stood beside Tang Yuehua. After Chao Kuan separated, Qian Rinxue quickly flew to a secluded area, transformed into Xue Qinghe, and then proceeded to Yuxian to find Tang Yuehua. Yes, indeed. The snake spear was momentarily stunned by his query before affirmatively nodding. That was close. I almost revealed the young lady's identity. The snake spear silently rejoiced, reflecting on how he had nearly asked what to do about Xue Qinghe. As everyone's gaze fixated on Tang Yuehua, Qian Rinxue stole a glance at Chao Kuan, prompting him to immediately comprehend the situation. He withdrew the command token given by Qian Rinxue from his wrist, flicked it, and arrived beside the chaotic melee. Following the order of the Holy Maiden, he was to eliminate Tang Hao immediately. This differed somewhat from their earlier plan. Initially, they intended to control Tang Hao with Tang Yuehua and then slay him. However, now that Tang Hao was already under control, there was no better time to strike. No, Your Highness, you promised me that as long as I awaken my second brother, you would spare his life. Upon hearing Chao Kuan's command, Tang Yuehua urgently interjected, her gaze fixed intently on Qian Rinxue. Although Tang Yuehua had not intended to intervene, witnessing several soldats and titled surrounding Tang Hao, she recognized the urgency. Moreover, she had received news from Qian Rinxue about the imminent reinforcement from the Spirit Hall, which prompted her to act decisively. She had received a promise from Qian Rinxue, under the identity of Xue Qinghe, that once Tang Hao regained consciousness, she could exert pressure on the Spirit Hall in her capacity as the Tiando Crown Princess to ensure Tang Hao's survival. Otherwise, even if Qian Rinxue were to kill her, she would not have emerged to awaken Tang Hao. It is widely acknowledged that a tarnished reputation diminishes strength, while a darkened one amplifies it threefold. Upon awakening Tang Hao, his potential may significantly diminish, as he lacks that frenzied vigor. This is the capital of my Tiando Empire, and Tang Hao has wreaked havoc upon the numerous edifices of my empire. Moreover, he has slain countless innocent civilians of the Tiando Empire. Tang Hao is now firmly under the control of the Tiando Royal Academy. Might the esteemed members of the Wuhuan Temple consider entrusting him to us for resolution? After Tang Yuehua's declaration, Qian Rinxue spoke with righteous indignation, adding a final remark. Of course, if the esteemed members of the Wuhuan Temple fear that Tang may escape, you may incapacitate him immediately, as long as his life remains unharmed. Her voice was both earnest and well-reasoned, truly resembling a demand for Tang Hao from the Wuhuan Temple. Listening to her words, Qian Rin turned her gaze, filled with confusion, towards Chao Kuan. Tang Yuehua seemed to have found hope, gazing at Tang Hao, bound like a rice dumpling. The prospect of his incapacitation had crossed her mind, and she was not the least surprised. Even if Tang were not incapacitated here, he would face the same fate upon returning to the Haotian sect. He had truly become a fallen being. Surviving the grasp of the Wuhuan temple was already a stroke of fortune. Subsequently, the Haotian sect would shelter him. Proceed. Chao Kuan, indifferent to these musings, gazed at Shimiao, Ghost Douluo, and the leaders of the three singular attribute clans, and spoke coolly. Regardless of Qian Rinxue's current assertions, the final step of his earlier plan was to eliminate Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, the weapons of Shimiao and Yang Wudi gleamed as they unleashed their most formidable attacks towards Tang Hao's head. At that moment, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Qian Rinxue's eyes. A man understands me. Stop. Tang Yuehua let out a loud cry, turning to Qian Rinxue, hoping to compel her to intervene. Alas, Qian Rinxue feigned a sigh, striking Tang Yuehua on the neck, subsequently catching her as she succumbed to unconsciousness. She had attempted to intervene, but alas, it was in vain. The blame could only fall upon the one who issued the command, Chao Kuan. Retrieve. Just as the two were about to pierce Tang Hao's head, Meng Xinji swiftly retracted the Black Demon Avatar. It was not that he wished to save Tang Hao. Had he maintained the Black Demon Avatar within Tang Hao, he would soon suffer grievous harm, perhaps even meet his demise. Boom! At the moment Meng Xinji withdrew the Black Demon Avatar, a deep crimson light enveloped Tang Hao's head, momentarily blocking the assaults of Shimiao and Yang Wudi. This was his head's soul bone ability. Tang Hao was, after all, adorned with soul bones throughout his entire being. Beware, he is about to detonate his spirit ring. In the instant of Tang Hao's counterattack, Chao Li, who had been observing with his piercing vision, discerned his movement and called out loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. This detonation was swifter than the previous ones. Perhaps Tang Hao understood that if he did not act quickly, he would perish here. The spear in the hands of the spear Douluo and the weapon in Yang Wudi's grasp were momentarily halted by Tang Hao's head's soul bone ability. But after a fleeting moment, they shattered the barrier. Boom! As they were about to pierce Tang Hao's skull, a tremendous explosion erupted beside him. The energy released by the detonation was intended to surge into the user, dramatically enhancing their attacking power. However, this time, Tang Hao detonated the energy externally, resulting in an even swifter and more violent explosion. Particularly, the spirit ring Tang Hao unleashed was composed of an 80,000 year and a 100,000 year spirit beast rings, bestowing an abundance of energy and an immensely potent explosion. This explosion sent Yang Wudi and Shimiao flying, causing their attacks to miss, and soon, Ghost Douluo and Yogao, and Bai He also followed suit, being hurled by the blast. Even the more distant Jilin and Meng Xinji could not escape, and Chao Kuan, who had just arrived to issue commands, suffered as well. Fortunately, even in his water form, he sustained minimal damage. In an instant, a cloud of dust rose, enveloping the entire battlefield. Chapter 121, A Life or Death Struggle. Chapter 122, Tang Hao, it's you? Bang! Boom! Within the dust, a colossal sound erupted, and suddenly, a battered figure emerged from the haze. His gray robe was tattered, revealing wounds and stark white bones beneath. Particularly a gaping wound through his chest, presenting a pitiful sight, were it not for the green light emanating from his right leg, gradually healing his wounds. He would have been immobile. Emerging from the thick smoke, Tang Hao coldly regarded the injured individuals flung by the explosion, then emitted a muffled groan. Blood tinged with fragments escaping his lips. These were remnants of his internal organs. Boom! Suddenly, a tempest descended, dispersing the explosive smoke and revealing the others who had been thrown aside. The closest, Shimiao and Yang Wudi, had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while the most severely injured were Ghost Douluo and Bai He. Ghost Douluo suffered from proximity, while Bai He, being inherently fragile, endured significant harm despite the distance. Both were clad in tattered garments, half kneeling and clutching their chests, their faces wary as they scrutinized Tang Hao. Additionally, the three leading figures at the periphery, Bai Baoshan was still recovering from the injuries sustained from his spirit form being shattered, while Meng Xinji and Ji Lin shared a state akin to Bai He and Ghost Law, both gravely wounded. Presently, the least injured was Niu Gao. Yet he looked upon Tang Hao with a glimmer of fear, hesitating to advance. This tempest was summoned by Chao Kun, who, upon witnessing such a scene, felt a tightening in his chest. Could he not be slain? Bang! Tang Hao disregarded Chao Kun, for he had not yet recognized him due to his deliberate disguise. He cast a glance at Tang Yuehua, who lay in Qian Rinchue's embrace, a gentle glimmer in his now normal eyes. Then, with a tremor of the air beneath his feet, he unleashed a sonic boom and soared into the distance. During this interval, he utilized the restorative soul technique of his 100,000-year blue-silver emperor's right leg bone to mend some of his injuries, enabling his escape. This was the power of a 100,000-year soul bone, deserving of its title as the premier treasure of Douluo continent. Regrettably, after an extended battle, the capabilities of the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone had reached their limits. As Tang Hao's soul power had nearly been depleted, not everyone possesses a Dragon Ball to replenish their soul power. Naturally, this was perceived by Chao Kun, who had maintained his piercing vision, contemplating the strength he had exhibited while battling Yang Qian, as well as the minor cave. Gritting his teeth, he focused his mind, and his body shimmered with light, transforming into the absolute winged bird in pursuit. Now was the optimal moment to eliminate Tang Hao. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. The tempest surged once more, propelling Chao Kun to peak speed as he swiftly approached Tang Hao's figure. "Master, be cautious." Tyner, who had just extricated himself from Tang Yuehua's music, shouted from behind, expressing his loyalty. His words drew Qian Rinchue's attention. But upon recalling that Chao Kun was merely a soul master, concern marred her countenance. "Oh man, do not pursue." Qian Rinchue called out to Chao Kun's retreating figure. Wishing to elaborate further, but recognizing her current status, she fell silent. Although Chao Kun heard her, he did not halt. He observed Tang Hao's wounds and meager soul power, and his resolve intensified. After being attacked by Tang Hao, he has been holding on with a single breath. Upon witnessing this, Qian Rinchue clenched her teeth and gently placed Tang Yuehua on the ground. Subsequently, a pair of white swan wings emerged from her back. This little brat has stopped listening to her, she thought. I must discipline him well in the future. Qian Rinchue flapped her wings and pursued, her heart filled with fierce determination. She needed to maintain the wuhuan and power of Xue Qinghe, but her flying speed was significantly slower than that of Tang Hao and Cao Kun. "Your Highness, be cautious." Although Tang Hao was gravely injured, he was not an easy opponent to deal with. "Toof." Meng Xinji immediately cautioned, but the loud voice aggravated his internal injuries, causing him to spit out blood. "Rest assured, I have it." Chapter 122. Tang Hao. "Is it you?" Qian Rinchue replied, and continued chasing after Cao Kun. Once she flew out of sight, a flash of light enveloped her, and she transformed back to her original appearance, her white wings morphing into 3 pairs of golden wings, instantly increasing her speed. This was the transformation of a swan into an angel, yet she was still somewhat slower than Cao Kun and Tang Hao, which caused a look of anxiety to appear on Qian Rinchue's face. She had not witnessed Cao Kun slay Yang Qian and was unaware of his strength. Xiao, ghoul. Perhaps due to his injuries or insufficient soul power, Tang Hao's speed gradually decreased, allowing Cao Kun to catch up. Observing this, Cao Kun immediately summoned ice arrows and fire arrows, shooting them towards Tang Hao ahead. Although Tang Hao lacked soul power, he still possessed some strength, dodging the ice and fire arrows in midair while swinging the Hao Tian hammer to shatter some of them. This was rather amusing. Shattering ice arrows was manageable, but the explosion from the fire arrows further diminished Tang Hao's already reduced speed. Tang Hao quickly realized this and ceased shattering the fire arrows. However, this shift in strategy alerted Cao Kun, who unleashed dozens of ice and fire arrows towards Tang Hao. As these arrows neared Tang Hao, he manipulated the energy within them, causing the ice and fire arrows to explode. Bang! Cough, cough. The frost and flames from the explosion struck Tong Hao, exacerbating his already severe injuries and prompting him to cough violently. Seizing this opportunity, Self-Wuhun accelerated, flying beside Tong Hao and preparing to deliver a claw strike. Oomph! Lin Tianyi Ji. Suddenly, Tong Hao's harsh coughing ceased, his swaying body stabilized in an instant, and he swung the Hao Tian hammer towards Self-Wuhun. Is that all? Self-Wuhun chuckled inwardly, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a stream of water, evading Tong Hao's Lin Tianyi Ji along the trajectory of the hammer. Brother, are you using X-ray vision? You think your little tricks could deceive me? Then, without waiting for Tong Hao to retract the Hao Tian hammer, Self-Wuhun shimmered again, and a 5-meter-tall dragon ape appeared above him. Roar! Self-Wuhun bellowed, his fists wrapped in flames, as he clasped his hands together and hammered down towards Tong Hao's head. Of course, Tong Hao could not sit idly by. Although due to his injuries and depleted soul power, he could not raise the Hao Tian hammer to defend his head. He bent his body to evade Self-Wuhun's powerful blow. Bang! But that was all he could manage. Self-Wuhun's fists landed heavily, striking Tong Hao's waist. Two! Bang! Tong Hao let out a wretched cry, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground. Boom! Self-Wuhun summoned a hurricane, dispersing the dust raised by Tong Hao's fall. Soon, Tong Hao was seen lying pitifully on the ground, coughing up more blood. Propping himself up, he gazed at Self-Wuhun, who had transformed into the Fire Ape King, suddenly realizing something. Is it you? Chapter 122. Tong Hao. Is it you? Chapter 123. Tong Hao fallen. It's you. You're still alive. The shock in Tong Hao's eyes was palpable. The ability to transform into a soul beast, particularly a golden ape that could also become water, was none other than that little brat he thought he had defeated. Not only was he alive, but how had he become so powerful in Tiando City? Suddenly, Tong Hao recalled Self-Wuhun's words. According to the command of the Holy Maiden, he was to kill Tong Hao immediately. This brat had actually joined the Wuhun Temple and was one of the Holy Maiden's subordinates. This was inconceivable. He had attacked this brat less than a month ago. And how could he possibly know the Holy Maiden of the Wuhun Temple while remaining in Norrington City? Moreover, it appeared he had become a personal guard for that Holy Maiden, which was utterly impossible. Unless, with this thought, Tong Hao's eyes turned crimson. His previously clear gaze now clouded. Unless he made a significant attack. He reported my information to the Wuhun Temple. He was the one who caused Ain's demise. You brought the Wuhun Temple here. You caused Ain's death, didn't you? Although the reasoning was flawed, the conclusion was correct, except for Ain still being alive. Tong Hao seemed to feel no pain in his body as he stood up. He glared at Self-Wuhun, who had reverted to human form, letting out a furious roar. He meticulously recalled Self-Wuhun's previous appearance and found that the figure before him bore a 7/10 resemblance to that former brat. It was indeed him. Why did you do this? Tong Hao roared again, seemingly forgetting that he had struck Self-Wuhun first. Ha! In response, Self-Wuhun merely let out a cold laugh. Remaining silent, he discerned through his X-ray vision that Tong Hao, the old coin, was striving to restore his soul power. It was not that he was foolish and had forgotten that he had attacked Self-Wuhun first. Rather, he sought to bait Self-Wuhun into responding with such foolish words, hoping to buy himself a little time. Breaking kill. In an instant, a fiery red spear appeared in Self-Wuhun's hand as he communicated with the Dragon Pearl of the Fire Dragon King in his little cave heaven, unleashing his most powerful attack. Why use a spear instead of sword, you ask? Of course, because the breaking kill is best executed with a spear. Roar! A fiery red dragon appeared behind Self-Wuhun, intertwining with the spear and soaring into the sky, charging towards Tong Hao. Roar! The dragon's roar carried a hint of dragon might, causing the weakened Tong Hao to momentarily stiffen, though he quickly regained his composure. Hao Din Hu De. Seeing this, Tong Hao immediately expended the last of his soul power to activate the Hao Tian Jiu Jua as protection. Simultaneously, a red light emanated from his head, augmenting the red shield created by Hao Tian Hu Ti, thereby enhancing his defense. Not only that, but the hand gripping the Hao Tian hammer also suddenly grew larger, slightly increasing his strength. "Huh!" he roared, blood gushing from his wounds, his eyes wide open, veins popping as he sought to withstand Cao Kuen's breaking kill and escape. He desperately desired to live, to recover, and to kill this brat. Roar! Cao Kuen firmly gripped the spear, thrusting it into the protective light shield Tong Hao had conjured, causing a crack to appear in the barrier with a single strike. "Hold off!" "Toof!" Tong Hao yelled, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the Hao Tian hammer, his complexion paling further, stabilizing the barrier somewhat. Just when he thought he had blocked the attack, Cao Kuen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he calmly uttered, "Second stage. He now resembles a devil, adept at manipulating the heart and mind." The roar of the furious flood dragon reverberated, and Cao Kuen's power surged, shattering Tang Hao's protective light shield. The spear then pierced through his body as the fire dragon opened its maw wide and consumed Tang Hao, burning him with its internal flames. Thus, Yang Qian was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 123. Tang Hao's Demise. Cao Kuen had not even laid eyes on this. Alas, Tang Hao displayed a flicker of strength. Despite his anguished cries, he did not turn to ash. Yet, it seemed that even if Cao Kuen refrained from delivering the final blow, Tang Hao was not far from death. The Rui spear penetrated his form, shattering the hand that wielded the Hao Yin hammer, which was cast aside. The fire dragon's searing flames charred his body, emitting a wave of heat and a whiff of roasted flesh. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender, struggling to rise. His hatred was profound. He yearned to slay Cao Kuen. With a swift pivot, Cao Kuen drove the spear into Tang Hao's heart, pinning him to the ground. Tang Hao coughed violently, blood erupting from his mouth, accompanied by fragments of his internal organs. Utilizing his clairvoyance, Cao Kuen noted Tang Hao's cessation of soul power and sighed in relief. He had not anticipated that the Hao Yin Dalu would remember such a minor character as himself. It was quite unexpected. He had thought that vengeance would take a long time, yet it arrived so swiftly. Regrettably, it felt somewhat unjust given Tang Hao's grievous state. Tang Hao lifted his head. His visage twisted in agony as he glared at Cao Kuen, but his severe injuries forced him into an involuntary fit of coughs. As Cao Kuen extracted the Rui spear, he aimed to deliver the final strike. "If you kill me, you will never see that little rabbit again." Suddenly, Tang Hao's voice broke through, imbued with a resolute tone. He had not yet given up. He sought to deceive Cao Kuen, wagering that he was unaware of Xiao Wu's fate. Hearing this, Cao Kuen's heart clenched, and he halted. "I have captured that rabbit, intending to allow Xiao San to absorb her essence once his physical prowess is sufficient. If you kill me, you will forever lose the chance to find that rabbit. In due time, she will perish." Tang Hao pressed on, striving to convince Cao Kuen of his words. This left Cao Kuen in a quandary. Should Tang Hao harm Xiao Wu, he could easily avenge her by slaying Tang Hao now. Yet the current situation left him utterly bewildered. "Release me, and I shall reveal her hiding place," Tang Hao threatened, sensing the shift. Cao Kuen observed his demeanor, gritting his teeth, ultimately transforming the Rui spear back into the Rui sword, and he swung it toward Tang Hao's neck. He resolved to eliminate Tang Hao first. Should he allow him to escape now, the repercussions would be dire. But what of Xiao Wu? The thought caused Cao Kuen's sword to linger at Tang Hao's throat. He was still reluctant to part with Xiao Wu. Let me go. Otherwise, Tang Hao's voice suddenly faltered as a water mirror appeared before him, revealing a Yin within the small realm. She was seated, cradling the sky, crossing mouse, her expression one of concern as she gazed at the place where Cao Kuen had vanished. "Yin?" Tang Hao exclaimed, eyes gleaming with madness. Wishing to say something more, "Kill him, and I can extract the memories within his mind." Suddenly, a voice resonated in Cao Kuen's mind. It was Gu Yuna. She had awakened. With a swift motion, Cao Kuen wielded the Rui sword, severing Tang Hao's body from his head. Thus, the youngest title Duo record holder in Douluo, one of the Hao Yin twins, fell. Chapter 123. Tang Hao's Demise. Chapter 124. The Fake. The head of Tang Hao rolled away, expressing surprise and confusion even in death. He was elated to see Een still alive, yet perplexed why Chao Kun had acted so swiftly, seemingly unconcerned for the rabbit's fate. Chao Kun, suppressing his discomfort at witnessing a lifeless body after committing murder, inquired of Gu Yuna. Senior Gu Yuna, how do I extract his memories? Surely she would not deceive him regarding such matters. His earlier revelation of Een to Tang Hao was a ploy to exchange information regarding Xiao Wu, though it also stemmed from a desire to humiliate Tang Hao. He threatened me with Xiao Wu. Thus, I shall use Een to humiliate him. Look, your beloved is now mine. These matters were not to be disclosed to Een, for it would surely grieve her, not out of sorrow for Tang Hao's death, but rather at the thought of Chao Kun's humiliation of him. This, too, served as an affront to Een. Therefore, Chao Kun intended merely to show Tang Hao that Een was alive, facilitating their exchange of information. Although it sounded simple, the impending arrival of the Spirit Hall's forces rendered the operation exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, Gu Yuna had awakened at this crucial juncture, sparing them from further tribulations. A roar echoed within Chao Kun's consciousness, and a silver light shot forth from his forehead, striking Tang Hao's head. A wretched scream emanated from the severed head, as the silver light transformed into a small dragon that consumed the black smoke emerging from within. Subsequently, the silver dragon opened its mouth, seemingly savoring the essence, and returned to Chao Kun's mind. Observing this, Chao Kun immediately inquired, Senior Gu Yuna, where has Xiao Wu been hidden? Gu Yuna did not respond immediately. After a moment, she spoke leisurely. You have been deceived. He never captured that rabbit. After he incinerated a blue-silver grass to ashes, his mind faltered, succumbing to the influence of the killing god realm, and became a fallen one, consumed solely by vengeance against the Spirit Hall, neglecting the rabbit. Gu Yuna elucidated, and then recalled the individual within the water mirror and the memories extracted from Tang Hao, her tone taking on an odd quality. Is that Een within the small world? This query caused Chao Kun, who had just breathed a sigh of relief upon learning Xiao Wu was safe, to feel his heart race once more. He hesitantly replied, Een is inside. Gu Yuna chuckled, leaving Chao Kun feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet before long, he turned his gaze to Tang Hao's head and the scattered soul bones that lay upon the ground due to Tang Hao's demise. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up the blue-silver emperor right leg bone that had emerged from Tang Hao's right leg, and after weighing his options, he chose not to absorb it with the Rui, but instead placed it into the Rui treasure pouch. With this, a Yin strength should recover more swiftly. Though he pondered how to present it to her, Chao Kun contemplated, and he did not take any of the other soul bones. As this was not a deed committed solely by him, it was anticipated that individuals from the Wuhuan temple would soon arrive. At that juncture, lacking a single soul bone would render the situation rather awkward. Furthermore, having acquired this century-old soul bone, it was highly probable that others would dissent, leading to protracted disputes. Chao Kun felt increasingly troubled when the scornful laughter of Gu Yuna echoed in his mind, interrupting him. Gu Yuna, is Tang Hao truly in a state of despair? Upon recalling the earlier scene, Chao Kun emphasized the term despair with fervor. Gu Yui, no. His soul remains with me. I have merely extracted a portion of his memories. I cannot consume such things, as they would taint my divine essence. Gao Kun nodded, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, what shall become of his soul? Just as Gu Yuna was about to respond, she suddenly sensed a presence and warned, the prince from last time is approaching. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun turned to see a dark figure soaring towards them, gradually becoming clearer. It was Qian Rinchu, who had caught up. Oh, she's quite beautiful. It seems she cannot escape your grasp, Gu Yuna teased, her demeanor noticeably more animated than before. However, much of her banter left Chao Kun feeling rather awkward. As Qian Rinchu approached, Chao Kun raised his hand in greeting, ignoring Gu Yuna's jesting. Observing this, Gu Yuna fell silent. Having lived for so long, she had encountered all manner of fated individuals, and Chao Kun's situation was rather trivial in comparison. Yet, it appeared that Chao Kun was unlikely to procure the coveted red flower of unrequited love for her. Oh man, are you unharmed? Did Tang Hao flee? She asked with concern from a distance. No, Tang Hao is already deceased, Chao Kun replied calmly, raising his gaze. Qian Renshue gasped, her voice rising in pitch. What? Tang Hao is dead. As she hovered above Chao Kun, she beheld Tang Hao's lifeless form, emanating a spectrum of colors from the multitude of soul bones he possessed, each reflecting the essence of various soul beasts. Chao Kun looked up and caught sight of a small white garment, exclaiming internally, "Goodness! How can such things exist in another realm?" He quickly averted his gaze, suppressing his thoughts. Naturally, Qian Renshue noticed his reaction, but aside from giving him a disapproving glare, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she refrained from further comment. What could one say in such circumstances? As she glided beside him, Qian Renshue retracted her wings, gazing at Tang Hao's lifeless body in disbelief. Did you kill him? Gao Kun nodded in affirmation. Yes, he was already at the end of his tether. It was relatively easy to eliminate him. Qian Renshue regarded him as though he were a monster. But you are only at level 38. Even a spent title Douluo cannot be slain by a mere soul master. You know my strength. I am not an ordinary soul master, Chao Kun countered, feeling that her reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Indeed, had a man truly possessed the strength of a soul master, I would not have sought him out. With this realization, Qian Renshue ceased to be astonished, her gaze returning to Tang Hao's body. I never imagined the Hotian Douluo would meet his end like this. At the hands of a soul master, she remarked, stepping closer to examine the soul bones protruding from him. Gather these up and take his body back. Chao Kun advanced to collect the soul bones into the wristband given to him by Yu Qianheng, then removed the black wristband soul guide from Tang Hao's right hand. After confirming it was devoid of contents, he waved his arm, summoning a gust of wind that blew the head over to him. Subsequently, he emitted a chilling aura that encased the body in ice. Chapter 125. The initial encounter with BB Dong. Afterward, Chao Kun waved his hand, and a gentle breeze lifted the ice block. Completing these tasks, he held Tang Hao's storage soul guide and smiled at Qian Renshue. Entrusting him with such valuable items indicated that Qian Renshue truly regarded him as one of her own, and not just any ordinary ally. Let's depart, Qian Renshue replied with a smile. Observing her, Chao Kun chuckled, realizing the implications, and, with a hint of exasperation, said, There is no rush now. Cannot you fly on your own? Qian Renshue seemed intent on continuing her role as a knight. No, we must hasten back. Reinforcements from the Wuhuan Temple must have arrived by now. Moreover, I have expended much of my soul power during our flight. Chao Kun smirked inwardly, thinking, had I not seen the radiant golden glow emanating from your being, I might have believed you. Yet, recalling the century-old blue-silver Emperor-S leg bone he had acquired, the brilliance transformed into the form of the Juefeng bird. Thank you, old man. Qian Renshue expressed her gratitude as she leaped onto Chao Kun's back. Fortunately, I am not at a loss. Feeling the softness against his back, Chao Kun reassured himself. With a sudden gust, Chao Kun soared towards the direction of Tiando City, controlling the whirlwind that carried Tang Hao, now encased in ice. Let's set forth. Qian Renshue adjusted her position on Chao Kun's back, her slender sword reappearing in her hand. After flying for a while and nearing Tiando City, Chao Kun organized his thoughts and said, Xiao Shui, I absorbed Tang Hao's century-old soul bone. Upon hearing this, the previously jubilant Qian Renshue paused momentarily, her expression growing cold as she positioned her slender sword against the neck of the Juefeng bird. That is a century-old soul bone. You simply absorb it? Provide me with an explanation. Although the sword was directed at his throat, Chao Kun remained composed, summoning the Rui sword to appear beside him. It was not intentional. My weapon struck Tang Hao's right leg and inadvertently consumed the soul bone. This was the excuse Chao Kun devised. Otherwise, claiming the century-old soul bone outright would undoubtedly lead to complications. By framing it as being devoured by the sword, he could avoid being killed, though many might still harbor thoughts of retribution. Yet, it seemed Qian Renshue would protect him. If not, he would have to flee. As Qian Renshue reached for the suddenly appearing Rui sword, she felt a searing heat upon contact, causing her to draw in a sharp breath. Why is this sword so hot? She exclaimed, retracting the blade aimed at Chao Kun's neck. That should not be the case. When I held it, I only felt a slight warmth. Chao Kun remarked, perplexed. Qian Rinxue shot him an incredulous glance. Channeling her soul power into her hand and attempting to grasp the Rui's sword again. Though she was prepared this time, the heat radiating from the sword was even more intense, prompting her to gasp once more. Observing this, Chao Kun hastily continued. This weapon was obtained in the Sunset Forest. It seems only I can wield it. You could have mentioned that earlier. Qian Rinxue scolded as she playfully struck him several times. Gao Kun internale grumblet. I had no idea it was off limits to you. And with a thought, he transformed the Rui sword into a Rui gun, and then into a Rui hammer. This new form, acquired by Rui after it devoured Tang Hao, emerged following his demise. As the transformation occurred, Chao Kun elucidated the wondrous capabilities of Rui to Qian Rinxue, explaining why it consumed a soul bone aged over 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue gazed at Rui, her eyes gleaming with newfound brilliance. This weapon might very well be a divine artifact. Being a member of the Angel Clan, she recalled how Qian Dalu had often spoken of her as the heir to the angel god, imparting a wealth of knowledge regarding the divine. Thus, she understood the implications of this moment. A man has caught the attention of the divine. It is likely that he may ascend to godhood in the near future. Little Shui, what should we do? The soul bone has already been absorbed and cannot be regurgitated. This statement jolted Qian Rinxue back to reality. She looked down at Chao Kun and sighed. What incredible luck. What? Her exclamation left Chao Kun momentarily bewildered, as he pondered how their conversation had shifted to luck. Qian Rinxue reassured him, it's nothing, do not worry. The absorption is fine, it's not a problem. Although 100,000-year soul bone is indeed precious. She believed that as long as she explained the circumstances to her grandfather, there would be no repercussions. Even if there were, her protection would ensure his safety. No matter how formidable the Spear Hall may be, it is still her family's domain. That is reassuring. Chao Kun exhaled a sigh of relief, his worries dissipating. Qian Rinxue, perched upon Chao Kun's back, cast her gaze about. How will you express your gratitude to me? The 100,000-year soul bone is so rare. Even I find it difficult to manage. From the tender age of 11 or 12, she had assumed the identity of Xue Qinghe. Over the years, aside from her snake spear and blood dagger, she had been compelled to suppress her true self. Given the disparity between her identity and her age, she felt unable to communicate openly. Thus, in meeting Chao Kun, she felt liberated. Chao Kun contemplated and, with a flourish of his wings, accelerated upwards before smiling. What is it that you desire? Startled by the sudden speed, Qian Rinxue clung tightly to his neck. After a moment of feigned contemplation, she declared, from now on, you shall remain by my side, forever at my side. No matter what I do, support me and assist me. Chao Kun replied, certainly. Where is Tang Hao? At that moment, in the city of Tiando, a tardy Bibi Dong surveyed the scene before her. He ran off in that direction. The ghost Dalu struggled to rise, gesturing towards a particular direction. Bibi Dong's face darkened, her tone unyielding. You let him escape with so many of you present? Here. She had witnessed 3 titled Douluos and 6 soul Douluos. Yet they were all seated in meditation, healing, seemingly engaged in combating Tang Hao, and still allowed him to flee? The ghost Dalu quickly lowered his head. One of the Holy Maiden subordinates has pursued him. They should be able to catch up. Having witnessed Chao Kun slay Yang Qian, he held confidence that Chao Kun could also defeat the nearly exhausted Tang Hao. Of course, if Chao Kun failed to catch him, that would be his concern. He presumed the Holy Maiden would protect him from any blame. The Holy Maiden? Bibi Dong murmured, a thought crossing her mind, then inquired, what is that individual's strength? Unclear. They should possess the strength of a soul Douluo. The ghost Dalu was indeed uncertain, as he had not observed how many soul rings Chao Kun had. However, the ability to slay a soul saint of the clan suggested he possessed the strength of a soul Douluo. Thank you for your acknowledgement, Elder Ghost. Just then, a voice resonated from a distance. They turned to see Chao Kun suddenly appear above them. With Qian Rinxue and a block of ice containing Tang Hao's remains descending behind him. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow. casting a scrutinizing glance at Qian Renshua and the nearby Chao Kuan. Meanwhile, Chao Kuan appraised her with a casual demeanor. This woman exuded an undeniable allure. Chapter 126. Aftermath. Bibi Dong, a character in the original narrative characterized by her obsession with romance, is portrayed as fervent, foolish, and pitiable. Yet it must be said, she is indeed beautiful, possessing a unique charm. Chao Kuan silently admired her beauty, but dared not linger his gaze. Instead, manipulating the wind to push the ice encasing Tang Hao's body towards Bibi Dong, stepping back a couple of paces. This situation should be left to Qian Renshua. After all, my current role is merely that of her bodyguard. With this thought, Chao Kuan retrieved Tang Hao's remaining soul bones from his wrist storage soul guide and from his waist. He extracted Tang Hao's storage soul guide, placing the soul bones within it before handing it over to Qian Renshua. With a smile, Qian Renshua accepted the offering, tossing the black wrist guard into the air like a toy, and cheerfully addressed Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, you seem to have arrived a tad late. Tang Hao has already been slain by my bodyguard. Bibi Dong did not respond, her expression darkening as she regarded the body of Tang Hao that Chao Kuan had pushed forward. After a moment, hearing Qian Renshua's slightly mocking tone, she lifted her gaze to meet Qian Renshua's, her demeanor cold as she replied, Having said that, she glanced at Chao Kuan, who trailed behind Qian Renshua, then turned expressionlessly to the Juthuo behind her and instructed, take Tang Hao's body back to the Spirit City. We shall use his remains to commemorate the fallen members of the Spear Hall. Upon witnessing this, Qian Renshua's expression soured instantly. Her taunts felt like a punch against cotton, leaving her genuinely distressed. After a moment of thought, she remarked, Your Holiness, my bodyguard has slain the Spirit Hall's #1 criminal. Do you not wish to acknowledge this? Bibi Dong turned to face her, calmly responding, Of course there will be an acknowledgement. However, this is not the matter to discuss at present. Let us resolve the remaining issues first. After addressing Qian Renshua, she looked towards Chao Kuan, who stood with his head bowed behind her. What is your opinion on this? Is this still my concern? Chao Kuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, replying nonchalantly, Indeed, it is not the time for such discussions. The main branch of the Spirit Hall has been destroyed, many followers have perished, and there are still the wounded who require attention. Having spoken, he felt Qian Renshua's gaze upon him, and with a steely resolve, he continued, As for my reward, it shall be entrusted to the Holy Maiden. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a slight smile, nodding in appreciation before instructing the Douluo and Ghost Douluo to oversee the situation. Observing this, Chao Kuan retreated. He discerned that Qian Renshua was intent on provoking Bibi Dong. Their rift seemed quite considerable. Yet, it appeared that Qian Renshua's intentions would come to naught, as Bibi Dong clearly did not regard her with much esteem. However, would this not cause Qian Renshua further sorrow? With this thought, he discreetly cast a glance at Qian Renshua, only to be met with her fierce glare. She then turned away, heading towards the snake spear and blood dagger, who were currently meditating to recover. After all, they had been her loyal guardians for over a decade, and she was genuinely concerned for their well-being. As Chao Kuan prepared to follow, Meng Xinji approached, clutching his chest. Cough, my young brother. Just now the crown prince chased after him. Why did I not see him return with you? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Qian Renshua ahead. However, he held no suspicion, for it was understandable that she followed Chao Kuan back after he had previously aided her escape, especially since Tang Hao was already deceased. The crown prince indeed pursued us, but he sought to prevent me from slaying Tang Hao, to which I did not acquiesce. After eliminating Tang Hao, I returned with his body to meet the Holy Maiden. My swiftness allowed me to return first. The crown prince should still be behind, Chao Kuan stated with a calm demeanor, as though he spoke with conviction. This prompted Qian Renshua, who had not strayed far, to glance back at him. One intriguing character. The first 126th chapter, Aftermath. Do not subscribe yet. A master of deception. Just moments ago, he refused to assist me in confronting that woman. Unbeknownst to Chao Kuan, he was oblivious to Qian Renshua's ridicule. Had he been aware, he would surely have protested, asserting that his deception was merely to shield your identity. Moreover, Bibi Dong clearly stated that addressing the aftermath was paramount. How could he possibly assist in confrontation? After Chao Kun finished explaining to Meng Shinji, the latter nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiry. Observing this, Chao Kun breathed a sigh of relief. When he turned to seek out Qian Renshue, he discovered the Li clan, under the leadership of Tai Nuo, had encircled them. Noticing the commotion by He, Niu Gao, and Yang Wudi approached as well. Niu Gao supported by He with his left hand while his right hand steadied Yang Wudi, indicating they were gravely injured. Master, Tai Nuo, with Tai Long's assistance, approached and called out to Chao Kun, prompting the Li clan behind him to echo, Master. Dozens of burly men simultaneously proclaimed their allegiance, their collective voice compelling those who could still move to turn their attention to Chao Kun, while the others regarded him with curiosity. Bibi Dong and Qian Renshue were also drawn by the commotion, which left Chao Kun feeling quite embarrassed. After all, his words within the spirit hall held little weight. The ultimate fate of the four major single-attribute families rested upon the judgment of these two women. Upon hearing the Li clan address Chao Kun as Master, by He, Niu Gao, and Yang Wudi exchanged glances before bowing their heads in unison. Cough, cough. Tai Nuo, clutching his bleeding abdomen, coughed twice, pulling Chao Kun back from his moment of discomfort. He looked up at them and softly reassured, Rest assured, I shall advocate for you. I will not burn the bridge after crossing it. Upon hearing this, hope visibly flickered across their faces. Chao Kun swiftly approached Qian Renshue's side. Upon his arrival, she smiled and inquired, What transpired? Why does the Li clan refer to you as Master? In response to her smile, Chao Kun leaned closer and recounted the negotiations he had just held with the four major single-attribute families. During their conversation, as she felt the warmth of his breath, Qian Renshue's cheeks flushed slightly, though she remained silent. So we propose we do with them. After explaining, Chao Kun asked. Although he had made promises to the families, the final course of action was still contingent upon Qian Renshue's decision. The Pa clan, the Min clan, and the Yu clan shall abide by your wishes. They did not harm any members of the Spirit Hall during the recent battle, and once they submit to us, all will be well. However, regarding the Li clan, she paused, gazing at Chao Kun with a smile. What do you think? Chao Kun pondered momentarily before replying. The Titan cannot be spared for having taken lives. As for the rest of the Li clan, although he longed to plead on behalf of Tai Long and the others, reflecting on his own identity, he hesitated before saying, We shall follow your lead. Qian Renshue beamed, looking at Chao Kun. Since you have already reached an agreement with them, let it be as you say. As for that old fellow Titan, a full-fledged soul Dalu, his demise holds no value. Someone will take him to atone for his sins. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun fixed his gaze upon Qian Renshue, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you. Qian Renshue turned away, not allowing him to linger on her. It is good to know. Kakun diakled lightly. Then exchanged a few words with Qian Renshue before stepping forward to address Tai Nuo and the others with a serious tone. All matters are settled. Await the orders of the Holy Maiden. Afterward, observing their sighs of relief, Chao Kun turned to Tai Nuo, instructing, You may proceed to excavate the Titan. The Holy Maiden has assured that he will not be killed, but certain actions must be taken thereafter. Upon hearing this, Tai Nuo's expression brightened, and he dispatched several strong men to unearth the Titan. Then, he respectfully addressed Chao Kun. We understand. Thank you, Master. What do you understand? Chao Kun wondered momentarily, but refrained from questioning further. Meanwhile, Qian Renshue approached after examining the injuries of Shemu and Sishue. Her demeanor was composed, markedly different from her interaction with Chao Kun as she scanned the four major single-attribute families, compelling them to lower their heads involuntarily. You are no longer children. You should comprehend the gravity of your actions and the price you must pay, since you harbor intentions of submitting to our spirit hall. Then, listening to her words, Chao Kun instinctively took a step back. Nearby, Bibi Dong, expressing gratitude to the three major teaching committees of the Tiando Royal Academy, also glanced over, though her gaze lingered for only a moment without change. Elsewhere, within the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, Tang San, seated cross-legged on his bed in meditation, suddenly sensed something amiss and ceased his practice. He furrowed his brow, gazing intently in the direction of Tiando City. Of course, he was unaware that this direction pointed towards Tiando City. He merely felt an unsettling sensation emanating from that way, as if he had lost something of great importance. What is happening? Why do I feel such a heavy heart? He descended from his bed, staring into the distance, pondering. This period had been the happiest time for him. That rascal Chao Kun had yet to return from the Stardo Forest. Based on his teacher's speculations, it was highly likely that he had perished there. This thought filled Tang San, who had long harbored a deep-seated grudge against Chao Kun, with immense joy. Although he felt a tinge of regret that his iron claw strategy had gone unused. After all, he had financed most of the medicinal baths required for Chao Kun's training over the years. He quickly forgot this regret, buoyed by the recent changes in Xiao Wu's demeanor towards him. Indeed, without that orphan, Xiao Wu's attitude towards me has improved significantly. Chao Kun, you truly deserve your fate. Tang San relished in his schadenfreude. It must be a mere illusion. After gazing in that direction for a long while, he thought to himself, perhaps my recent training has encountered some issues. I ought to check. With that thought, he settled back into his cross-legged position on the bed. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, not far away, quietly observed him, contemplating, what trouble has Tang San gotten himself into again? How annoying. Casting a fierce glare at Tang San, she buried her head into her blanket. Chapter 126. Aftermath. Do not subscribe yet. Chapter 127. Love. The previous chapter is fine. Upon returning to the academy, the entrance of Lamba Academy appeared remarkably tidy, devoid of even a gate. Gazing at the scene before him and recalling the sensation of forcefully kissing Lu Erlong the previous night, Chao Kun licked his lips and chuckled softly. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the sky had darkened and the distant sounds of battle had ceased, leaving the academy enveloped in an eerie silence, void of any presence. You are being watched by a soul saint. A voice from Guyu Na echoed within his consciousness. Startled at first, Chao Kun quickly turned to the direction she indicated. Indeed, a graceful figure stood there, silently observing him, seemingly having been there for quite some time. A smile crept onto Chao Kun's lips as he intended to approach her. However, upon noticing his movement, the figure swiftly turned and vanished without a trace. Ah, still shy, are we? Chao Kun murmured with a grin, deciding against pursuing her. After enduring 2 fierce battles, he felt quite fatigued. And given his bold actions with Lu Erlong the night prior, he would undoubtedly face her ire if he approached her now. He had questions to ask regarding Tang Hao's soul with Guyu Na, so he resolved to seek out Lu Erlong the following day. After Qianren Xue had dealt with her pressing matters, with this thought in mind, Chao Kun hastened back to his dormitory. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong, after running for a while and sensing no movement behind her, gradually came to a stop, waiting in the shadows for a time. She still saw no sign of Chao Kun. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "This brat, I worried for nothing. Just wait." Upon entering his room, Chao Kun remained oblivious to Lu Erlong's internal turmoil. He shut the door and was about to inquire with Guyu Na regarding Tang Hao's soul when a dazzling silver light suddenly filled his vision. Before him appeared an exquisite woman, gracefully seated upon his bed. Chao Kun was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected occurrence, instinctively turning his gaze towards her. She wore a form-fitting silver outfit that concealed every inch of her skin. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, with a slightly frosty demeanor. Flowing silver hair cascaded down her back, pooling onto the bed. It was Guyu Na, and she had finally emerged, recognizing her instantly from their previous encounters within his consciousness. Chao Kun was relieved that he had encountered many beautiful women in this life, allowing him to regain his composure rather quickly. After a brief moment of admiration, he steadied himself and asked, "Guyu Na, have you emerged from my consciousness?" Guyu Na turned to him and gently nodded, "More or less, though my main soul remains within your consciousness." After clarifying, she stood barefoot on his bed, her silken hair cascading down to her waist. She then swayed slightly, seemingly inspecting her own form in this world, having not appeared like this for quite some time. After absorbing the beneficial, mysterious energy emitted by Chao Kun's martial soul during this stage, Guyu Na's injuries had significantly healed. Now, she could detach a portion of her soul without detection from the divine realm. "When necessary, I can assist you," she stated, resuming her seat and crossing her legs. Her tone calm and measured. Chao Kun, while listening, found his gaze inadvertently drawn to Gu Yuna's delicate feet. He pondered why soul beasts appeared clothed upon transforming but lacked footwear. Ein, too, had manifested clothing after absorbing a significant amount of Dragon Ball energy, though it had been quickly torn away by Chao Kun. Yet afterward, she would still conjure another outfit, but neither Ein nor Gu Yuna had shoes. Chuckling at this conundrum, Chao Kun's eyes remained fixed, provoking a cold chuckle from Gu Yuna. Clearing his throat, he snapped back to reality and awkwardly explained, "I was merely contemplating a question." Whether Gu Yuna believed him was uncertain, as her icy demeanor suggested skepticism. She continued to cross her legs, speaking in a cool tone. "Regardless of your thoughts, should you wish to engage in such activities, remember to fulfill my conditions. However, judging by your demeanor, you likely will not succeed." Chao Kun felt even more embarrassed, fully aware of the implications behind her words. She was referring to Ein, whom he was nurturing in the small cave heaven. Thankfully, with his thick skin, he brushed off the awkwardness and turned to Gu Yuna, asking, "Gu Yuna, does Tang Hao's soul still possess any consciousness?" Wishing to shift the topic, Gu Yuna raised an eyebrow and waved her hand, causing Tang Hao's figure to materialize within the room. He appeared in a state of soul, his corporeal form faint, hovering midair with his eyes tightly shut. Gu Yuna stated, "Though I extracted his memories, being a title daw, his soul's strength remains considerable, and a fragment of his consciousness still lingers. What do you intend to do?" Chao Kun gazed curiously at Tang Hao's soul and, upon hearing Gu Yuna's words, replied, "I wish to ask a few questions." "Could you awaken him?" Without inquiring about the nature of Chao Kun's questions, Gu Yuna's finger emitted silver light and shot into Tang Hao's brow. With the silver light's entry, the effect was immediate. Tang Hao groaned softly, his eyelids gradually lifting. I'm not dead," he uttered in confusion. Then, upon seeing Chao Kun, exclaimed, "It's you? Ein, where is she?" In an instant, his eyes widened, and he reached out as if to summon the Haotian hammer, demanding answers from Chao Kun. However, in his current soul state, he could not summon the hammer, nor could he even move. "What is happening? Where am I? Why can't I move?" Tang Hao shouted incredulously, his voice echoing loudly. Would others hear him? There were still other students residing nearby. Realizing this, Chao Kun turned to Gu Yuna. Before he could speak, she seemed to anticipate his question, stating calmly, "Before I emerged, I concealed this place. Others cannot hear or see what transpires here. How well you understand me." Chao Kun thought with frustration, turning back to Tang Hao. "Be quiet, you are dead. If you wish to know a yin's condition, answer my questions." His words immediately calmed Tang Hao, who sneered. "It seems you do not want that rabbit to live." Tang Hao believed he could leverage Chao Kun's concern to threaten him. In response, Chao Kun offered a cold smile. "In your current state, do you think I wouldn't be aware of your deceit? Answer my questions, and I might inform you of Ein's situation before your soul dissipates." Who was Tang Hao, that he could be intimidated by Chao Kun? Just as he was about to speak, Gu Yuna shot forth another beam of silver light. "Proceed with your inquiries." Chao Kun cast a glance at her before shifting his gaze towards Tang Hao, only to find that the clarity in Tang Hao's eyes had become clouded, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Was this the advantage of having an elder companion? Chao Kun sighed and inquired of Tang Hao, "Why did you choose to attack me at that particular moment?" It was not that he could not fathom the reasons behind Tang Hao's assault, such as the motivations stemming from Xiao Wu or Tang San. Rather, he was perplexed as to why it occurred then. Logically, if it were due to Xiao Wu, Tang Hao should have eliminated him long ago, considering the passage of years. Although Chao Kun consciously portrayed a brotherly bond with Tang San to instill some hesitation in Tang Hao, in previous years, Tang Hao had refrained from taking any action. Chao Kun had assumed this was due to Ein, believing Tang Hao regarded Xiao Wu as an ordinary person, thus allowing her the freedom to make her own choices. The sudden attack left him not only furious, but genuinely bewildered. Why had he chosen that moment to stir trouble? Was it perhaps because Tang San had ceased to feign indifference? "Treasure belongs to the virtuous," Tang Hao replied. "If that is the case, why did you not intervene earlier?" Chao Kun pressed further. I was unaware that there was a 100,000-year-soul beast beside Xiao San, Tang Hao explained. Xiao Kun, taken aback, asked, "You were not aware?" He continued to pose several questions. After handing Xiao San over to Yu Xiao Jiang, I merely checked on him intermittently, ensuring he was unharmed before departing. When I visited Xiao San, that rabbit was not by his side, so I had no knowledge of her being a 100,000-year-soul beast, Tang Hao clarified. Now it makes sense why you attacked me so suddenly. However, Tang San's fate is rather tragic. It appears Tang Hao does not regard him as a son at all. Had it not been for the awakening of his twin martial souls and innate full soul power, Tang Hao might have abandoned him once he became self-sufficient. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, it is astonishing that a titled Douluo like Tang Hao allowed Tang San to go hungry each day. Were it not for old Jack's occasional assistance, he might have perished from starvation. Of course, that remains speculative. Without Xin Tiangong, Tang San could have ended up like the master. After the inquiries, Xiao Kun fell silent for a moment before softly asking, "Have you ever considered exploiting Yin?" Perhaps due to his controlled state, Tang Hao replied without hesitation, "Yes. When I first met her, my brother, and I suspected she might be a soul beast. Subsequently, we confirmed this with the elders in our sect, and my brother and I were overjoyed. After much contemplation, we decided to compete fairly, and ultimately, I emerged victorious. After Ayin became pregnant with Xiao San, I found myself developing feelings for her. However, under the elders' urging, I intentionally led her near the spirit hall. At that time, I firmly believed that a soul beast was merely a soul beast, never anticipating that Ayin would willingly offer herself. I regretted it immensely upon realizing my own feelings. I unleashed my 9 rings to severely injure Qian Sunji, but I was also wounded. At that moment, an elder lurking in the shadows intervened and took Xiao San and me away. Later, upon discovering the remnants of a yin seed, they sought to exploit her, prompting me to flee with Ayin and Xiao San. Subsequently, I was bewildered when the originally injured Qian Sun Ji suddenly perished. To evade the pursuit of the spirit hall and the sect, I hid with Xiao San and Ayin in Shenghun village. In the ensuing time, I reflected on my memories with Ayin and realized I had truly fallen for her, which only deepened my regret. Xiao Kun continued his inquiries to clarify the situation. "I initially intended to shadow you," he murmured, with the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. He began to understand the peculiarities of Tang Hao's actions in the original narrative. There was love, yet there was also exploitation. He turned to Gu Yuna, signaling her. And indeed, Gu Yuna comprehended, waving her hand to restore clarity to Tang Hao's once clouded eyes. You. Upon regaining his senses, Tang Hao's eyes widened in shock as he looked toward Xiao Kun and Gu Yuna. Despite the effects of Gu Yuna's power rendering him dazed, he was acutely aware of what he had just revealed. He refrained from threatening Xiao Kun, now cognizant that Xiao Kun genuinely knew Xiao Wu was unharmed. Bowing his head, Tang Hao prepared for his demise, but then recollected something and raised his head to ask, "What about Ayin? How is she?" A sphere of flames appeared in Xiao Kun's hand, infused with the energy of the Fire Dragon King's orb, capable of injuring the soul. This was information Gu Yuna had imparted to him during Tang Hao's responses. "She is well and has learned of your true nature," Xiao Kun declared, hurling the flames, which instantaneously consumed Tang Hao's soul in a blaze. "Aside from that blue-silver emperor, you had hidden a 100,000-year soul beast." After the flames subsided, Gu Yuna chuckled softly from behind. "Haha, Gaokun of early lonehead. Gu Yuna, I shall retreat to the small world for cultivation." After a moment, sensing the awkward atmosphere in the room, Xiao Kun spoke. Following Gu Yuna's nod, he focused his mind and entered the small cave of heaven. The small cave was a name he had given himself. He referred to the small world when speaking to Gu Yuna. Once inside the small cave, Gu Yuna smiled and reclined on Xiao Kun's bed. Given Xiao Kun's current entanglements with soul beasts, alongside the blue-silver emperor and that rabbit named Xiao Wu, it seemed he was indeed the destined child capable of aiding the fate of the soul beast clan. However, he was quite the flirt otherwise. With such thoughts, Guyuna closed her eyes. Once Chao Kuan entered the small cave, she could no longer access his sea of consciousness, though she could still communicate. Directly intruding into the small world was not an option for her, especially with the blue-silver emperor present. "A man, are you all right?" Upon entering the small cave, Ain immediately stood up, cradling the void mouse, and approached Chao Kuan with concern. "I am fine. That fallen one did not harm me." Chao Kuan took the void mouse from Yin's arms, gazing at its Pikachu-like features, playfully pinching its cheeks before settling into the chair where Yin had been seated. "That is a relief," Yin said gently, walking alongside Chao Kuan, intending to sit in the adjacent chair. Observing this, Chao Kuan placed the void mouse on the table, took Yin's hand, and drew her into his embrace, inviting her to sit upon his lap. Yin did not resist. Her cheeks flushed as she buried her face in Chao Kuan's embrace. Gazing upon Yin's exquisite visage, Chao Kuan felt an irresistible urge, raising a hand to tilt her chin and pressing his lips against hers. After a fervent kiss, Yin's cheeks flushed with warmth, her eyes gazing dreamily at Chao Kuan, her attire slightly disheveled from his actions. "A man," her soft, melodic voice echoed from within Chao Kuan's embrace, igniting an impulse within him to claim her right then and there. Naturally, Chao Kuan acted upon this instinct, for it was in alignment with his true desires. He lowered his head, leaning close to Yin's ear, whispering a few sweet words. Upon hearing this, Yin's ears turned a deeper shade of red. However, she offered no objections, bashfully nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Chao Kuan was overjoyed, swiftly clearing the table of the void mouse and placing Yin atop it. Thus began Chapter 128, the mental cultivation technique. The following day, before the ice and fire yin-yang eyes in the small cave, Chao Kuan, fully attired, opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. After a fierce battle with Yin yesterday, she succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Although Chao Kuan also felt fatigued, he ultimately resolved to alleviate his weariness through cultivation. Previously, cultivating required him to meditate on his martial soul, which meant exerting mental energy to enhance his soul power. However, the circumstances had changed. Now he merely needed a fraction of his thoughts to activate the Tai Chi diagram of water and fire within his dantian, allowing the remainder of his consciousness to embrace tranquility and restore his spirit. Having cultivated through the latter half of the night, Chao Kuan noticed, possibly due to his recent battles with Yang Qian and Tang Hao, that the residual potency of the Bajiao Xianbing Chao and Li Hua Xing Jiaoshu within him had been absorbed to some extent. He now felt a vague sense of impending breakthrough to level 39, a progress much swifter than he had anticipated, considering he had only reached level 38 less than a week ago. With a sigh of relief, Chao Kuan stood up, his attire transforming into casual wear. Glancing at the ice and fire duality eye before him, and at the celestial herb beside it, he exhaled a breath of stale air. Not lingering too long, he stretched his body and returned to the dwelling Yin had fashioned from blue silvergrass. Observing Yin peacefully slumbering on the bed, he pondered briefly before retrieving the blue silver emperor's right leg bone he had brought back from Tang Hao from his Rui Bao Bao bag. He placed the soul bone on the table beside the bed, also crafted from blue silvergrass. He had intended to discuss this with Yin yesterday, but circumstances had dictated otherwise, so he decided to present it to her now. After completing this task, Chao Kuan concentrated and conjured a wisp of water mist to accompany the soul bone. This water mist, upon contact, would transform into a water mirror, replaying Tang Hao's words from the previous day. However, Chao Kuan edited it to include only the initial segment. He wished for Yin to completely let go of Tang Hao. Once finished, Chao Kuan settled beside the bed, gently caressing Yin's face before stepping out of the room. As he prepared to exit, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a creature resembling Pikachu, trapped within a cage made of blue silvergrass. This was a Duquang mouse, which had attempted to approach him after he had parted ways with it the previous night, only to be confined by Yin. It noticed Chao Kuan and called out twice, eager for him to set it free. Chuckling softly, Chao Kuan shook his head and, with a flicker of thought, departed from the small cave heaven. After his exit, Yin, who had previously kept her eyes shut, opened them, and tilted her head toward the soul bone on the table, letting out a soft sigh. This soul bone was hers and held great significance to her. She awakened as soon as Chao Kuan retrieved it from his Rui Baobao bag. However, uncertain of how to confront the situation, she feigned sleep. Gazing at the soul bone, Ain sat up in bed, extending her hand to retrieve it, inadvertently brushing against the nearby water mist. Before she could express her surprise, the mist transformed into a water mirror and began to display Tang Hao's words from the previous day. Meanwhile, Chao Kuan was blissfully unaware that Ain had awakened. Nevertheless, he could easily imagine her emotions upon seeing the soul bone and the content of the water mirror. Originally, he had intended to convey this message personally, but considering Yin's disposition, he ultimately decided it would be better for her to view it herself, planning to comfort her later that evening. At that moment, Chao Kuan's attention was drawn to a captivating sight before him. Gu Na was asleep on his bed, her exquisite features and flawless curves compelling him to steal a few more glances. Particularly, her once frigid eyes now appeared somewhat endearing. Although he wished to gaze a moment longer, he refrained as Gu Na had awakened. With a smirk, she looked at Chao Kuan, propping herself up with her hands, and, after a couple of cold chuckles, transformed into a silvery light that entered Chao Kuan's consciousness. Remember the conditions. Gu Na's voice echoed within his mind. While lying on the bed, she had unexpectedly drifted off. Had it not been for Chao Kuan's intense gaze, she might have continued to sleep a while longer. Chao Kuan, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, "I was merely pondering a question." Typically, his character would not allow for embarrassment, but Gu Na's forthrightness was disarming. She responded, her meaning unclear. He decided to take it as acceptance. After gathering his thoughts, he exited the dormitory, transforming into the Juefeng bird as he soared into the sky. He was on a quest to find Qianrenxue. At that moment, Gu Na, having witnessed him use his soul skill, interjected, "There's no rush. Why do you need to transform completely? What else would I do?" Chao Kuan pondered, inwardly questioning. "My soul skill is transformation into a soul beast." I thought you were quite clever for having devised so many unique soul skills. Gu Yuna teased. Regardless of the soul skill, it requires the circulation of soul power through the meridians to be executed. Given your control over soul power, you should be able to discern the necessary pathways to transform specific parts. Right now, you only need to manifest wings. After all, transforming entirely into a soul beast draws considerable attention. Listening to Gu Na's explanation, Chao Kuan suddenly grasped the essence of her words. Indeed, he had previously fallen into the misconception that only self-created soul skills could be modified and that those within soul rings were immutable. Hence, he had only altered the ambush skill, forgetting the transformation skills could also be adapted. Reflecting on this, he found a narrow space and reverted to his original form. Subsequently, he transformed back into the Juefeng bird, eager to sense the flow of soul power. However, at the instant of transformation, he realized the soul power coursed through his entire being instantaneously, enabling a swift metamorphosis. After several attempts, he discovered the speed of soul power circulation was too rapid for him to perceive. "What is the matter?" Gu Yuna inquired. Having observed Chao Kuan transform multiple times without successfully producing just wings, Chao Kuan paused, articulating the issue he faced. Upon hearing this, Gu Na remained silent for a moment before calmly stating, "It is likely that your current perception ability is too weak to sense the process of soul power circulation. Once your mental acuity improves, you should be able to perceive it." Chao Kuan nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Gu Na, do you possess any techniques for cultivating mental strength?" Having absorbed the Wang Chuan Qiushui Du, his mental prowess was still lacking, and the subsequent enhancement would be sluggish, leaving him to wonder when he might be able to perceive the flow of soul power. This inquiry caused Gu Na to fall into contemplation for a brief period. "I need to think. There should be some, but my memories are a bit hazy after such a long time." After a while, Gu Na finally spoke again before lapsing into silence, presumably to recall the techniques. Chao Kuan chose not to disturb her and once more transformed into the Juefeng bird, soaring toward the prince's mansion. Even without her assistance, he held no disappointment. After all, Guyuna could extract memories. Once he dealt with Tang San, he could ask her to retrieve the cultivation techniques for him. Among them, the Ziji Demon Child technique was specifically used for cultivating mental strength. He had not forgotten about Tang San. Setting aside the fact that he had just killed Tang Hao, the animosity in their previous encounters was unmistakable. Chao Kun could not afford to let a potential threat to his life slip away, especially one with such promise. Chapter 129. The Self-Strategy of Qian Rinxue. As he raced along, Chao Kun intentionally evaded the crowd, quickly arriving at a nearby building adjacent to the Taizi Fu. With a graceful leap, he descended into the alley below. Although a few onlookers noticed, none approached him, owing to Chao Kun's esteemed identity as a soul master. Upon landing in the alley, he did not linger and proceeded directly to the Taizi Fu. Upon encountering the two guards clad in the ceremonial armor of the Tiando royal family, Chao Kun retrieved the Taizi Ling given to him by Qian Rinxue from his wrist guard. He examined it carefully beforehand to avoid the embarrassment of presenting a token belonging to the angel clan of the Spirit Hall. To his relief, the guards, upon seeing him, did not inspect the token, but instead bowed their heads respectfully and informed him, "His Highness, the Taizi has instructed that you may enter directly." After they paid their respects, they returned to their posts. Chao Kun nodded and entered, following the familiar path to Qian Rinxue's chamber. "Oh man, you have finally arrived." Qian Rinxue smiled from her stone chair outside the room, greeting Chao Kun as he approached. "I thought you would be eager to find me, yet here we are, well into the day." She rose to her feet, gazing at him with a hint of melancholy in her voice. However, because she was currently adorned in the visage and tone of Xue Qinghe, Chao Kun found it somewhat peculiar. "It is only a little past 8. I flew over as soon as I awoke. Given the tumultuous events of yesterday, I assumed I might not see you today." Chao Kun explained with a smile as he entered the room alongside Qian Rinxue. "Regardless of the magnitude of the events, they are matters of the Spirit Hall. They concern me not as a prince of the Tiando Empire. Shui Yi has advised me to rest for a few days, entrusting the matter to Xue Xing. Thus, I find myself unoccupied," Qian Rinxue stated as she closed the door, her demeanor becoming bolder. Outside, she would not dare speak so freely of Shui Yi. Indeed, Shui Yi had originally intended for Qian Rinxue to take charge of the situation, given her involvement, but the prospect of conversing with that woman led her to decline. Qian Rinxue feared that during a discussion with Bibi Dong, her emotions might betray her, posing a risk of exposure. After closing the door, Qian Rinxue seated herself beside a chair, and in a flash of golden light, she transformed back into her female form. Once transformed, she propped her chin on her hand and smiled at Chao Kun, saying, "Though you claim otherwise, I cannot help but feel deeply saddened that you did not rush to find me sooner. I have gone to great lengths to conceal the matter of that 10,000-year-old bone for you." In truth, her efforts had not been extensive. She had merely penned a letter to Qian Dalu. Chao Kun, feeling a bit embarrassed, immediately apologized while internally lamenting the disparity between Qian Rinxue's current demeanor and her portrayal in the original narrative. Was she pouting just now? It certainly seemed so. Yet, he had hardly flirted with her. Could it be that, like in the original story, she was indeed pursuing him? After Chao Kun's apologies, Qian Rinxue nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for him to sit beside her. "Xiao Shui, what transpired after I departed yesterday?" In the privacy of their conversation, Chao Kun addressed her more casually. "Nothing much. Uncle Shimiao directed the forces of the Li Ji clan and Yang Wudi to clean up the scene. Subsequently, he reported to the Pope regarding the situation involving the 4 major single attribute families. After returning as Xue Qinghe, I provided a brief explanation to Meng Xinji and requested compensation from the Spirit Hall. They now seem even more amenable to my suggestions. Additionally, they have established a rapport with the 4 major single attribute families, and we should be able to effectively align with them moving forward." After some time, once the sound of battle subsided, Shui Yi and Xue Xing arrived with their people. Then, the Pope engaged in discourse with them. They expressed their sorrow over the plight of the Spirit Hall branch in Tiando City, claiming financial constraints as the reason for their absence, asserting that this branch must recuperate independently. Qian Rinxue recounted the events that unfolded in great detail. Towards the end, she added with a hint of wistfulness, "You only arrived after sleeping, while I have been awake the entire night." Initially, Chao Kun had been nodding thoughtfully at her earlier remarks, but upon hearing this, he immediately recognized her subtle complaint about his delayed arrival. Consequently, he offered several more apologies. After exchanging a few kind words, Qian Rinxue finally nodded in approval. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, looking at Chao Kun with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "Oh man, are you truly only at level 38? After Chao Kun's departure yesterday, she had learned from Shimiao that he had defeated a fully powered Yang Qian, a soul sage of the Paji clan. Given Qian Rinxue's current strength, while she might have managed to defeat Yang Qian, she would have undoubtedly been exhausted afterward. It was inconceivable that she could have slain Tang Hao in a state of complete depletion as he had. This meant that this level 38 soul master might surpass her. A soul emperor endowed with a divine martial soul, the angel. Chao Kun nodded, confirming, "Indeed, I am currently at level 38. Qian Rinxue then requested, "Show me your soul rings." It is peculiar. When others utilize soul techniques, their soul rings manifest, yet yours remain concealed. Standing up, Chao Kun chuckled. "Do you doubt my words?" After all the compliments exchanged, he hoped Qian Rinxue would reciprocate with a few kind words of her own. As for her query regarding the soul rings, he opted not to respond, as he too was uncertain of the reason. As expected, Qian Rinxue promptly offered him a few more compliments, the details of which I shall refrain from disclosing due to their overly sweet nature. Listening to her words that dripped with affection and observing her expression, Chao Kun realized that Qian Rinxue genuinely seemed to harbor feelings for him. This revelation perplexed him. As in the original narrative, her self-advocacy only emerged after Tang San had bested her. Originally, Chao Kun had intended to grow close to Qian Rinxue and then find an opportunity to defeat her in her area of expertise, allowing their relationship to blossom gradually. Yet, somehow, the situation had taken a different turn. Chao Kun himself had forgotten that although he had not defeated her in her familiar territory, he had indeed shielded her from Yang Qian's attack. Although he had been unconcerned, knowing he would not perish, Qian Rinxue had been unaware of this at the time. Indeed, the trope of a hero rescuing a maiden, though age-old, remains effective. Of course, this was also attributed to Chao Kun's prowess, talent, and appearance. Otherwise, he would merely be akin to a knight in a Western fantasy tale, unworthy of princely status. One need only observe that in martial arts dramas, it is the handsome who are often showered with affection. "I merely wish to take a glance." Although Qian Rinxue did not approach him like a young girl seeking to grasp his hand, her tone dripped with a playful charm. Gao Kuwen, not wishing to maintain an air of aloofness, after receiving a few delightful words, summoned his soul rings to the fore. As he did so, a smile graced Qian Rinxue's face, which soon transformed into astonishment. "A black one? The third soul ring of 10,000 years." Chapter 130. The young Chao Kun stood before Qian Rinxue, enveloped by 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. These soul rings varied in size and emitted distinct auras. Most notably, the 10,000-year soul ring exuded a terrifying presence. However, this did not deter either of them. With a resounding crash, the aura of the 10,000-year third soul ring manifested. Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in astonishment as she slammed her hand against the nearby table, shattering it into pieces. The 10,000-year third soul ring was entirely different from the 1,000-year second soul ring, although no one besides Chao Kun possessed such a ring at present. The limit for the second soul ring was merely 800 years, with the 1,000-year second soul ring only extending that by a couple of centuries. It was conceivable for someone to refrain from upgrading and train diligently for a few years to achieve it. Naturally, no one would squander their precious cultivation time for a 1,000-year soul skill, especially since the benefits were minimal. After all, attaining level 30 would naturally grant one a 1,000-year soul skill. Yet, there were those with lesser talents who wished to attempt it. But could they truly endure the 1,000-year second soul ring? The 10,000-year third soul ring, however, could not be attained through mere effort. The limit for the third soul ring was merely 1,000 years, leaving a staggering gap of 8 or 9,000 years to reach 10,000. It was no wonder Qianren was so astonished. Even she herself only possessed 2 10,000-year soul rings. It is worth noting that she was a soul emperor, and the aura emanating from Chao Kuen's 10,000-year soul ring was stronger than her first 10,000-year soul ring. This indicated that the 10,000-year soul beast Chao Kuen absorbed was not just newly arrived at 10,000 years. Calm down, calm down. Observing Qianren's reaction, which mirrored his thoughts, Chao Kuen smiled and spoke. How did you absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Wait, how dare you absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at level 30? Aren't you afraid of failure leading to your demise? After the initial shock, a trace of concern appeared on Qianren's face. Upon seeing this, Chao Kuen felt even more delighted and confidently replied, I was certain I could do it. Moreover, I consulted with Senior Duga beforehand. He examined my bones and deemed my physical aptitude sufficient before granting his approval. Qianren remained unconvinced, redirecting her frustration towards Dugabo. What is that title, Douluo? The Guardian? No. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring requires not only physical fitness, but also mental fortitude. In the future, if you wish to obtain a soul ring, just come to me. Listening to Qianren's complaints, Chao Kuen could only nod helplessly. Once her grievances subsided, she gazed intently at the soul rings encircling Chao Kuen and, after a moment of contemplation, curiously inquired, Is your transformation into the absolute wind bird tied to this third soul ring? Chao Kuen returned to his chair and nodded in affirmation. What about the previous 2 soul skills? Qianren pressed on. While she had previously witnessed Chao Kuen transforming into other soul beasts, she was unaware of which soul ring corresponded to which beast. Chao Kuen did not conceal the truth and shared details about the other 2 soul beasts with her. When he mentioned the second soul skill, Qianren turned. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, Is that the soul skill that allowed you to recover after blocking that attack from someone named Yang Qian for me? In other words, you were confident you wouldn't be harmed when you shielded me? Despite the lack of an ideal response, Qianren felt elated. If Chao Kuen had knowingly risked his life to protect her, she would have found it hard to believe. Observing her expression, Chao Kuen remained silent for a moment before turning away and saying, There are many reasons behind my actions. This statement caused Qianren's ears to redden, and after thinking for a while, she sought to give Chao Kuen an excuse. Did you realize I was Shueqinghe at that moment? Is that why you wanted to save me? Even she found her own question hard to believe. However, Chao Kuen immediately nodded in affirmation, his expression confirming her thoughts. Indeed, Xiao Shui is truly clever. Oomph. Qianren huffed, turning away to conceal her expression from Chao Kuen. At that moment, Guillenau's voice reached Chao Kuen's ears, laced with a hint of mockery. Oh really? Chao Kuen felt an immediate wave of embarrassment wash over him, though his outward demeanor remained unchanged. After a while, the 2 regained their composure and resumed their seats, seemingly having forgotten their earlier conversation as they chatted amiably. Ah man, do you wish to transfer to the Tiando Royal Academy? I could arrange for you to accompany me there. Qianren proposed. I could have before, but now it's no longer feasible, Chao Kuen thought to himself, though he couldn't reject her outright. After some contemplation, he replied, Perhaps it's best to leave it for now. I'm quite content at Lanba Academy. Besides, my constant presence beside you would surely arouse the curiosity of Shui Bong and Shui Xing, complicating matters. Additionally, I have encountered Dream God Machine before. Although he did not recognize me last night, if I appear before him a few more times, he is bound to remember me. My identity as a personal guard to a saintess of the Spirit Hall, accompanying the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, could lead to unwarranted complications. Chao Kuen articulated his reasoning with heartfelt sincerity. Unfortunately, even this did not alleviate the discontent evident on Qianren's face. You promised you would always stay by my side, she muttered. Chao Kuen immediately apologized, continuing, There will be plenty of time ahead. It isn't worth fretting over this moment. It isn't that I don't wish to accompany you, but the current circumstances do not permit it. Qianren seemed swayed by Chao Kuen's words, nodding in agreement. Then let it be. Hearing this, Chao Kun sighed in relief. They continued to converse for a considerable time, sharing a meal together. As dusk descended, Chao Kun glanced at the sky, preparing to bid farewell to Qian Rinxue. At that moment, she retrieved a black wristband from her side and tossed it to him, saying, "The 6 soul bones have been extracted. You can take this storage soul guide from Tang Hao. It contains quite a few items." Chao Kun accepted the wristband, examining it briefly before exchanging a few words with Qian Rinxue and then departing. Once Chao Kun left, Qian Rinxue reverted to her identity as Xue Qinghe and returned to her seat. She picked up a teacup and contemplated. Her conversation with Chao Kun had brought her immense joy, as many of his viewpoints offered her refreshing insights. However, his refusal to join the Tiando Royal Academy left her feeling discontented. Although Chao Kun provided numerous reasons, all of which were quite reasonable, she was oblivious to the fact that his entrance into the Tiando Royal Academy might very well expose her true identity. She understood that she was merely probing into the relationship between Chao Kun and Duge Yin. Chao Kun had never disclosed the nature of his relationship with Duge Yin to her, but from the information she had gathered, it seemed to be of a romantic nature, the kind that involved meeting each other's parents. With a sudden crash, the teacup was crushed in Qian Rinxue's grip, and she softly commanded, "Bring it to me." It wasn't the information that incited her anger, but rather Chao Kun's demeanor. Qian Rinxue had indeed developed a fondness for Chao Kun. It could only be said that Chao Kun was still somewhat youthful. In the face of such matters, he ought to retreat with grace rather than advance boldly. Chapter 131. Regained and lost. The young Chao Kun remained blissfully unaware of Qian Rinxue's current sentiments. Upon exiting the Crown Prince's residence, he glanced around and, seeing no one nearby, exerted his legs forcefully, leaping into the air and transforming into the Juefeng bird, soaring towards the Lamba Academy. "Senior Guyu, is anyone secretly observing me today?" he inquired mid-flight. "No," Guyu replied. "The titled Douluo who accompanied that woman disguised as a man is also absent this time." Chao Kun nodded in understanding, relieved. Guyu's perceptive abilities reassured him. As for the absence of a titled Douluo near Qian Rinxue, it was likely due to the injuries sustained by Shi Mao and C.I. Xue. However, that wasn't the primary concern for Chao Kun. Suddenly, he realized that his current identity posed a significant threat. His handsome visage had been seen by many soul masters before the 3 major teaching committees, and he had openly acknowledged his role as the personal guard of the Holy Maiden of the Spear Hall. If someone with ulterior motives were to witness the close rapport he shared with the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, the risk of exposing Qian Rinxue would undoubtedly escalate. After all, the Holy Maiden's personal guard was not akin to an ordinary member of the Spirit Hall. It was a lapse in judgment. He should have worn a mask upon entering last night. It seemed he needed to exercise more caution in the future. He could no longer casually seek out Qian Rinxue. Chao Kun mused to himself, then flapped his wings, swiftly making his way to the Lamba Academy. Guyu, after answering his question, fell silent, likely lost in contemplation regarding her mental cultivation techniques. Though Chao Kun yearned to cultivate a good relationship with her, he refrained from disturbing her, as conversations outside of official matters often turned quite blunt and occasionally involved conditions that left him feeling embarrassed. As he flew past the gates of the Lamba Academy, he noticed that the previously collapsed entrance had been restored, appearing as it once did. On the other side, the indoor battle arena that had been dismantled by Talon and his companions was being cleared, with construction for a new building underway. As Chao Kun gazed in that direction, he noticed that work was still ongoing. After circling for a while in the air and not spotting anyone he wished to see, he returned to the dormitory building. Just before reaching the dormitory, he executed a dive, transforming back into his human form just before touching down, performing a front flip to land gracefully. A few scattered onlookers were astonished by his acrobatics, but Chao Kun paid them no mind as he swiftly retreated to his room. After securing the doors and windows, he retrieved Tang Hao's storage soul guide given to him by Qian Rinxue when they parted. It was a black wristband, similar to the storage soul guide gifted to him by Yu Tianheng, albeit in blue. He had already adorned it on his right hand. The space within this black wristband seemed to be considerably larger. It is indeed more spacious than the one given by Tianheng's nephew. Chao Kun remarked softly as he compared them. Inside, He discovered several gold cards that likely contained a substantial amount of money, but unfortunately, he could not utilize them. Spending the money within would surely draw the attention of the Haotian clan. He resolved to later entrust it to Qian Rinxue for her to extract the funds. He pondered how much he might receive in return. Additionally, there were several weapons, knives, guns, and swords, some good, some mediocre. Based on his previous experiences at the Tiantou auction house, the valuable ones could be worth tens of millions of gold soul coins. As for the lesser ones, they were quite ordinary, akin to his first weapon. However, now that he possessed the Rui, he had no need for these. Nevertheless, he could sell them at the Tiantou auction house, which would be quite advantageous. Besides that, there were a few garments and several gray robes, likely of the same style as those worn by Tang Hao. Did he truly only take out those 6 soul bones beforehand? Chao Kuan remarked with a smirk as he examined the clothing. He then took out all the garments and burned them entirely. He had no desire to keep such items. They were unlucky. After incinerating the clothing, Chao Kuan turned his attention to the last item within the wristband, a massive box. Focusing his soul power, he summoned the box and opened it. Wow, so much Baichao liquid. The box was filled to the brim with Baichao liquid, presumably prepared for Ain, but regrettably, Ain could no longer make use of it. After glancing at it briefly, he prepared to close the box when a flash of blue light caught his attention. Recalling something, he pushed aside the Baichao liquid, and, indeed, it was his soul bone. Gazing at the torso bone that radiated a blue glow, Chao Kuan exclaimed in surprise. This soul bone was obtained after he defeated the magic serpent fish, and it had led to an encounter with a peculiar duo. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Sea Mother, he might have perished. Later, on the way back to Nodding City, Tang Hao had attacked him, and in the ensuing escape, he had lost this soul bone, only for it to be retrieved by Tang Hao. Now, it had returned to Chao Kuan's possession. Grasping the soul bone, he closed the box and returned it to the black wristband. Regained at last. However, its age is somewhat low, still originating from the magic serpent fish. Contemplating the soul bone, Chao Kuan reflected. After careful consideration, he realized that aside from allowing Rui to absorb it, this soul bone held little utility. However, since it originated from the magic serpent fish, its provided soul skill was likely akin to water spouting, which did not align with Rui's style. Moreover, he could already shoot water arrows himself. Forget it. Perhaps I can auction it off in a few days. After mulling it over, Chao Kuan ultimately decided to place the soul bone within his blue wristband. As for Tang Hao's black wristband, although it possessed a larger capacity, he dared not use it openly, as it bore the conspicuous character Hao. Having completed these tasks, Chao Kuan tossed the black wristband onto his bed and, with a thought, entered the little cave heaven. At Lamba Academy, apart from Lu Erlong, no one would dare intrude upon his room. Upon returning to the spot from which he exited the little cave heaven, Chao Kuan glanced around, noticing that Ain was not outside. He then turned his gaze toward the room and approached it. Suddenly, a faint sound drew his attention. Turning, he saw the Duquang mouse anxiously shaking its paws against the cage made of blue silver grass, chirping as if pleading for Chao Kuan to release it. "You little rascal," Chao Kuan remarked, initially intending to tease it. However, upon reconsideration, he realized that the Duquang mouse had not emerged, which implied that Ain had not left the room all day. His smile faded, and he immediately stood up, striding toward the room. The sky mouse continued to shake its cage. As for why it did not utilize its ability to traverse space to escape, it was because the Lan Yinchao was no ordinary plant. Chao Kuan did not enter through the front door, but rather climbed in through the window, as it was a quicker route. Upon entering the room, the scene he had envisioned was no longer present. Ain sat cross-legged on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, rhythmically cultivating. From her demeanor, it appeared she was in the process of absorbing a soul bone and was nearing completion. Seeing this, Chao Kuan let out a sigh of relief. It was possible that she sensed someone had entered, for Yin's eyelids fluttered slightly, before slowly opening to gaze at Chao Kuan, who stood in the center of the room. "A man," she spoke softly, her tone still gentle, as she attempted to rise to greet him. Observing this, Chao Kuan hurried over, casually glancing at the nearby table, where he noticed the water mist he had placed had vanished. This indicated that Ain had indeed touched it. Now aware of Tang Hao's demise and the fact that he had exploited her, Chao Kun sat beside Ain and, with a smile, asked, "What is it?" Ain did not respond but buried her head in Chao Kun's embrace. Noticing this, he remained silent, refraining from any playful gestures, and quietly held her close. After a long moment, Ain lifted her head to meet Chao Kun's gaze and softly uttered, "Thank you." This gratitude was not for Chao Kun having killed Tang Hao and retrieved her soul bone, for the time was too short for her to have fully let go. Rather, she was thankful that Chao Kun had never looked down upon her identity as a soul beast and had trusted her immensely after their first encounter, allowing her to care for the precious fairy herb. The cause for Yin's resurgence of such emotions stemmed from Tang Hao's words, as he had truly acted for her soul ring and soul bone. Despite her previous doubts due to Tang Hao's behavior and Chao Kun's words, she now had a definitive understanding. Of course, the young Chao Kun was unaware of the true meaning behind her words, but he was not foolish either, and thus remained silent, tightening his embrace around her slender waist. "Thank you," Ain repeated, lifting her head once more to plant a kiss upon Chao Kun's lips. This was her first proactive gesture. Although she had previously tempted him with words, it had always been in response to his initiative. Chao Kun felt Yin's tenderness, and, rather than rushing in as he had before, began to reciprocate with a hint of practiced finesse. Afterward, gazing at Ain, who lay languidly on the bed, Chao Kun's lips curled into a slight smile. He approached and gently caressed her face, whispering, "Ain, I'll go train outside." Ain weakly nodded, turning over to reveal her long, slender legs adorned in high heels, suggesting she had not yet fully recovered. Observing this, Chao Kun turned and walked towards the ice and fire two elemental eye. After absorbing the soul bone, Yin's strength had indeed recovered significantly. She had not been able to endure this long before. As he contemplated, he waved his hand to summon a water mirror. While entangled with Ain earlier, he had suddenly conceived an excellent method to observe the flow of his soul power while executing soul techniques. By standing before the mirror and employing his perspective skill, he could view his meridians, and by utilizing bullet time when executing his soul techniques, he should be able to clearly discern the pathway of his soul power. At that moment, he could achieve a partial transformation. As for how he conceived this method, that need not be elaborated. First soul technique, Dragon Yuan transformation. Upon summoning the water mirror, Chao Kun immediately activated his perspective and bullet time. Then, with a thought, transformed into the Dragon Yuan. He scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, observing that as he executed the soul technique, the soul power from his dantian surged into his entire body as meridians, enveloping him in an instant and enabling his transformation into the Dragon Yuan. It was astonishingly swift. However, with careful observation, he discerned a few details, indicating he would need to watch several more times. After transforming into the Fire Yuan King, Chao Kun's voice took on a slightly rougher quality. His current form towered over 3 meters, featuring a majestic gorilla face, which would undoubtedly be considered handsome among the gorilla clan. With that, he shifted back to his human form and meticulously focused on the water mirror to execute the soul technique once more. Dragon Yuan transformation. Dragon Yuan transformation. After executing the technique dozens of times, he reverted to his human form, chuckling as he delivered a powerful punch forward. Boom! Instantly, flames erupted from Chao Kun's entire right hand, which then transformed into a massive appendage covered in golden fur. The sheer force of his punch ruptured the air, producing a crisp sound. Laughing, Chao Kun retracted his fist, only for it to revert to its original state in an instant. Subsequently, he performed a set of boxing techniques he had learned at the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy. After all, Soul Masters were combatants, and the Academy certainly taught some offensive maneuvers. Each time he prepared a strike with a fist or a kick, he would channel his soul power to transform the striking limb into the Dragon Yuan, thereby augmenting his attack. Once more, the small cave resonated with the sounds of punches landing. This noise naturally caught Yin's attention within the room. The few strands of lawn, Yin Chao, surrounding Chao Kun raised their heads only to lower them again. This was Ain utilizing her Lan In domain to observe the sudden noise. Upon realizing it was produced by Chao Kun, she chose to disregard it, as she felt fatigued and wished to rest. After completing a set of boxing techniques, a look of delight spread across Chao Kun's face. For each strike could enhance his attack power by at least double. While it lacked a bit compared to a full transformation, it was still quite remarkable. Rest, rest, rest. Chao Kun's eyes narrowed as several ice arrows and fire arrows suddenly appeared and swiftly shot toward him. Then, with a flick of his mind, his Ru E Bao Bao, he transformed into a pair of shorts. Huh! He shouted exuberantly, his skin transitioning from fair to dark and tough, with a previously imperceptible fuzz growing slightly and radiating a golden glow. Bang, bang, bang. The ice and fire arrows struck his body, creating explosive and crystallizing sounds. Yet this assault that could have severely harmed Yang Qian, a soul sage, failed to penetrate Chao Kun's current defenses. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the opposing clan primarily practiced offensive techniques. After being struck by several arrows, Chao Kun glanced at the continuing barrage of ice and fire arrows and waved his hand, making them vanish in succession. Excellent. His defense had increased by over double. He brushed off the ice shards that had accumulated on his body from the ice arrows, and the Ru E Bao Bao reverted to its original brown attire. Although the ice and fire arrows contained potent ice and fire toxins that posed no threat to him, their sharpness was still considerable, and they did not pierce his skin. Even in his Dragon Yuan form, this clearly indicated that the partial transformation had been quite successful. After repeatedly observing the transformation dozens of times, he had only needed to execute the Dragon Yuan transformation 10 times to grasp it completely. The remaining challenge was to transform the entire skin without undergoing a full transformation, which required a degree of control that proved somewhat difficult. After successfully experimenting with the first soul technique, Chao Kun felt immensely satisfied and summoned the water mirror once more. He intended to observe the flow of soul power for his third soul technique, the Ju Feng Niao. As for the second soul technique, due to the influence of the Shui Long Zhu, it had undergone significant changes, and he had long been able to control the water transformation of various body parts freely. Third soul technique, Ju Feng Niao transformation. With the experience gained from the Dragon Yuan transformation, the number of attempts required for this transformation was significantly reduced. Moments latte. A pair of exquisite wings resembling those of the Juefeng Niao materialized on Chao Kun's back. With a graceful motion, he ascended into the air within this small realm. Unfortunately, the confined space hindered his flight somewhat. Yet after a brief period of experimentation, he discerned the differences between his current state and that of the Juefeng Niao. Perhaps due to his physical form, his speed in human shape was slightly less than in the avian form, though not by a significant margin. After all, the swiftness of the Juefeng Niao stemmed from its mastery over the winds. After soaring for some time, Chao Kun reached the apex of the small realm. Gazing ahead, while murmuring softly, "I wonder how this space can expand." Not contemplating for long, he descended to the ground and stretched lazily. This was his first experience flying in his original form, and the exhilaration compelled him to linger in the air a bit longer. Moreover, thanks to Yin's enhanced strength, the duration of their recent battle had extended considerably. Given the previous experiments, it was likely dawn outside, and the time had come for him to venture forth. He mused that he must continue to amplify his prowess. With a smile and a sigh, Chao Kun returned indoors to inform Ain of his departure, only to find her still resting in bed with her eyes closed. It appeared that even after absorbing the soul bone, her recovery had taken longer than anticipated. At this hour, she would typically be perched on the windowsill, observing Chao Kun's training. Amused, he approached her side, gently caressed her face, and said, "Ain, I'm heading out. I shall return by night." Ain nodded before lifting her head, silently requesting a kiss. Naturally, Chao Kun obliged, leaning down to meet her lips, parting just before desire could fully ignite. He was in a state ready for battle, but Yin's condition suggested otherwise. Being a compassionate individual, he ensured she remained comfortable before stepping out. Although he could have exited from within the confines of the small realm, it was his habit to make his departure from the outside. Upon reaching the exterior, a thought crossed his mind, and he left the small realm. The nearby Duquang mouse, appearing resigned, gazed mournfully at the spot where Chao Kun had departed, letting out a few feeble squeaks. As he exited the small realm, Chao Kun suddenly recalled something. Tapping his forehead, he wasn't thinking of the Duquang mouse, but rather contemplating his plans moving forward. Ian already occupied a portion of his time, and with the potential addition of Lu Erlong, Du Guiyin, Qian Rinxue, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, he wondered how he would manage. Shrugging off the concerns for now, he continued with his morning routine, mulling over Zhu Zhuqing. It had been nearly a month since they last parted, and given the distance between Suatoa City and Tiando City, she should have arrived by now. He hoped no unforeseen circumstances had arisen. He resolved to visit Suatoa City tomorrow, and then return to Notting City to check on Xiao Wu, planning to offer her a precious herb to mask her soul beast's aura. As he contemplated this, he paused. His intention was to bring Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing back to Lamba Academy, but he realized this could have significant repercussions. Firstly, it would affect Lu Erlong, and due to Du Guiyin, he was uncertain how to progress with her. Furthermore, when Du Guiyin returned to find two beautiful women by his side, it was certain to incite her ire. Similarly, Xiao would likely become upset upon seeing Du Guiyin, leading to a tumultuous situation for Chao Kun. He also considered Qian Rinxue, and knowing her character, she would not take kindly to the sudden increase in company. Lost in thought, Chao Kun suddenly remembered Qian Rinxue's inquiry about attending the Tiando Royal Academy. With her years of experience, she surely could not have overlooked the implications of his previous explanations. It was evident that she had been testing him. Realizing he had responded incorrectly, Chao Kun smacked his forehead, clarity dawning upon him. He then made his way towards the door, intent on finding Qian Rinxue. Arriving at the entrance, however, his expression faltered and his movement slowed. He had anticipated this outcome. Aspiring to a harem would inevitably lead to such trials. He had never intended to hide the truth, so Qian Rinxue must have gathered information about him already. What could he even say to her? Could he claim he had no ties to Du Guiyin? That would only serve to diminish his own self-worth. With a decisive motion, Chao Kun opened the door and slapped his forehead again, feeling a headache brewing. He quickly ascended to the rooftop of the dormitory and transformed into the Juefeng Niao, flying towards the prince's manor. Although he could merely manifest wings, flying in his original form posed a risk of exposure, so he opted for a complete transformation. His intention in visiting the prince's manor was not to explain anything. Rather, he wished to seek out Qian Rinxue and strengthen their bond. Before long, he landed in a narrow alley adjacent to the prince's manor, briefly shimmering before reverting to his original appearance. His attire transformed into traditional garb, lending him a rugged charm, serving as his disguise. Just as he was about to exit the alley, a deep voice pierced the silence. "Young man." Shui is currently inside conversing with the young lady. Chao Kun paused, then turned toward the source of the voice. Although no one was visible, he remained composed, quietly inquiring, "Is that you, Elder Shimao?" He recognized the voice from the recent battle, and it seemed to belong to Elder Shimao. A figure emerged, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed. Chao Kun contemplated for a moment before asking with curiosity, "Elder Shimao, can you easily see through my disguise?" Elder Shimao regarded him for a moment before responding. "I couldn't discern it. However, I was beside you while you were disguised." Chao Kun felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that Gu Yuna had not warned him. Perhaps she was still preoccupied with her mental training. After a brief pause, he addressed Elder Shimao. "Please inform the princess that I must leave Tiando City tomorrow." Elder Shimao scrutinized him for a moment, and just as Chao Kun feared he had misspoken, the elder nodded in agreement. "Understood." Chao Kun returned the gesture before leaping into the air, heading back to Lamba Academy. What's going on here? He muttered in astonishment as he soared through the skies. Unbeknownst to him, Elder Shimao below was equally astonished. He had intended to exert his authority as a title de law to impress Chao Kun, only to find that the latter had shown no reaction. Truly impressive, capable of defeating a soul saint. But is his soul power truly only at level 38? Elder Shimao mused, his figure disappearing once more. Although he learned from Qian Rinxue that Cao Kun was indeed only at level 38, A trace of disbelief lingered within him. Upon returning to his chamber, Cao Kun seated himself at the desk, retrieving a sheet of stationery to compose a letter. He was to visit Self-WuhunSwordsman's City the following day to assess the situation. However, as per Du Guyin's previous message, she was expected to return in a few days. Thus, he felt compelled to pen a note to her. In the letter, Cao Kun began by succinctly documenting his recent endeavors. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the details of the recent battle, deeming it inappropriate. Moreover, he chose not to include anything regarding Liu Erlong and Qianren Xue, as that would be even more unsuitable, given Cao Kun's current abilities. It was prudent to delay any encounters in the Shura field. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would find himself in a precarious position. For now, it was best to keep certain matters under wraps. Beyond these considerations, there was little else to report from the past few days, as he had been solely engaged in weight training. However, Cao Kun understood that when writing to a girl, aside from sharing his surroundings, it was paramount to convey his feelings of longing. Consequently, he drew inspiration from a love poem he had encountered in his previous life. Perfect. After completing the letter, he held the draft in his hands and chuckled softly. He then fabricated a reason, stating that he would be leaving Tiando City for a while, but would return shortly. This part was rather brief. Upon finishing, he recalled the last letter he had sent to Xiao Wu and added a final line. I will return soon. Your Kun Ge. After securing the letter within his blue wristband, Cao Kun planned to venture out to the post office shortly, intending to expedite its delivery with a little extra payment. As for why he did not simply deliver it personally to Tiando Royal Academy, Cao Kun feared an inadvertent encounter with Ming Shinji and others, which would certainly expose him. All right, now it was time for breakfast before sending off the letter. Rising from his chair, Cao Kun murmured to himself and made his way to the balcony, gracefully leaping down. His room was situated on the 4th floor, approximately 20 meters above the ground. However, for him at present, jumping from that height posed no difficulty, even without employing his soul skills. Moreover, he had indeed utilized them. As he neared the ground, a gust of wind materialized beneath his feet, gently lowering him to the earth without a sound. He chuckled lightly, disregarding the astonished expressions of nearby students, and hastened away. Upon arriving at the dining hall, seeing the throngs of people within, Cao Kun deliberated and decided it would be best to send off the letter before returning. After that, he would enter the small cave realm to continue his training. He had a premonition that he would likely break through to level 39 today. With this thought, Cao Kun swiftly departed from Lanba Academy. After delivering the letter, Cao Kun returned to the dining hall of Lanba Academy, preparing to indulge in some delectable fare when he noticed that the director's exclusive door was ajar. After a moment's contemplation, he promptly turned and approached the entrance. Just then, a chef emerged, casting a glance his way and grinning. Cao Xiaozi, back for another free meal, are we? Following a rigorous session of weight training a few days prior, Cao Kun had frequently returned to dine here, and the staff had become quite familiar with him. Nodding in acknowledgement, he was about to enter when he recalled a question for the chef. Is the director here alone? Indeed, the chef replied, noting that the director appeared rather displeased. Have you gotten into trouble with her again? As Liu Erlong's personal chef, he was no ordinary individual devoid of soul power. Thus he conversed with Cao Kun without any reservations. How could that be? By the way, everything should be in order now, right? Cao Kun inquired. To which the chef responded, well, with you included, it might not be enough to satisfy everyone. So what would you like to eat? I'm not hungry, Cao Kun replied, exchanging a few words with the chef before stepping inside, casually shutting the door behind him. Not hungry? Then why are you in the dining hall? The chef muttered in confusion before departing. As for Cao Kun's action of closing the door, he thought nothing of it. If Cao Kun were not present, he would have closed it himself upon exiting, as was customary with Liu Erlong. Once inside, Cao Kun cautiously approached the door of the exclusive booth where Liu Erlong was currently seated. Even in a dining establishment, Liu Erlong had arranged several booths, including single, double, and larger ones. Quite extravagant. Cao Kun gingerly peeked in, observing Liu Erlong with her back to him, nonchalantly wielding her chopsticks to pick at the sumptuous dishes before her, seemingly lacking in appetite. Noticing this, Cao Kun stealthily approached. gazing at Liu Erlong's slender waist. He suppressed his impulse. Initially contemplating a surprise attack, he quickly realized that would surely provoke her ire, leading to his immediate expulsion or her hasty retreat. Such outcomes would be detrimental to his efforts to deepen their bond. Erlong Jia, Cao Kuan declared, plopping down beside her. What a lavish spread you have. Liu Erlong offered no response, merely turning her head to cast a cold glance in his direction. She then exerted slight pressure with her legs, pushing her chair back to reveal her long legs encased in leather pants. Have you forgotten what I told you? Each time I see you, I will discipline you, she exclaimed, lifting a leg and kicking towards Cao Kuan. Observing the extended leg, Cao Kuan, drawing from his experience of intercepting kicks, recognized immediately that she was not exerting her full strength, perhaps half at most. Delighted, he deftly caught her leg, feigning an accidental kick that landed squarely on the leg she was balancing on, then gently tugging the leg she had aimed at him. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed. Consequently, Liu Erlong found herself seated upon Cao Kuan's lap. Cao Kuan could only marvel at the serendipity. Instantly, Liu Erlong's eyes widened, fury radiating from her as she glared at him, raising a fist to strike. I was wrong. Please don't hit me. It will be a shame to ruin this feast. Bang! Cao Kuan endured a punch, muttering, You little rascal, let me go. After delivering a single blow, Liu Erlong astonishingly refrained from continuing her assault, merely shouting with indignation. Is that all? I expected to endure a few more hits. Cao Kuan mused, maintaining his grip around her slender waist. I was wrong. Erlong Jia, please let me go. You apologize in this manner? What if someone else sees? Liu Erlong pushed against him with considerable force, her gaze fixed intently on him. Yet, being seated on his lap, she found it difficult to exert enough strength to break free. Cao Kuan, however, did not relinquish his hold. Had she rejected him with such force previously, he would have acquiesced. Yet tomorrow, he intended to seek out Xiao Mao and Xiao Wu, and it was imperative to bring her along. After all, a runaway daughter of the Zhu family and a solitary 10,000-year soul beast posed considerable danger if left unaccompanied. Therefore, failing to clarify matters with Liu Erlong now would only complicate things further down the line. Erlong Jia, have you forgotten that we are within your exclusive booth? No one will intrude. If you forgive me first, I will release you. Liu Erlong, feeling exasperated by his words, conjured flames in her hands. Intent on burning Cao Kuan, she was well aware of his remarkable regenerative abilities. Let go quickly, or you will regret it, she declared, pushing Cao Kuan with one hand while brandishing the flames with the other. Yet Cao Kuan did not relent. With a series of thuds, Liu Erlong unleashed a barrage of fiery punches upon him, each strike heavier than the last. After several blows, noticing the imprints forming on Cao Kuan's chest and the cold sweat beading on his face, she finally paused. Release me. Liu Erlong's tone grew icy. It's fine. Erlong Jia can take a few punches. Cao Kuan feigned endurance through the pain. You're impervious to reason. Liu Erlong scoffed, ceasing her assault. Cao Kuan internally grumbled. You should focus on recovering first. Take a deep breath, Liu Erlong advised. Cao Kuan inhaled deeply, pretending to be in agony, shaking his head. You must forgive me while I recover. Huh? Liu Erlong laughed coldly, realizing that Cao Kuan had no intention of letting her go. She leaned against his shoulder, attempting to distance her upper body from him, while her lower half remained firmly seated on his lap due to his tight embrace. This position eerily resembled a scene from the previous night between Cao Kuan and Ayin. What do you expect me to forgive? Your forceful kiss or your outrageous remarks? Do you want me to be your mistress? Her voice dripped with sarcasm. Remarks? Naturally, I meant all the things I desire. Cao Kuan retorted. How could I ever let Erlong Jia become a mistress? Liu Erlong's expression remained grim as she shot him a scornful glance. So you intend to make the Douluo family member the mistress? Or will you simply abandon her? Cao Kuan was rendered speechless. Huh? Seeing his silence, Liu Erlong chuckled lightly, attempting to use the moment to push him away. Yet, her efforts were in vain. You little brat, let go. If you don't, you can leave the academy. Cao Kuan refused to release her. He knew that once he let go, it would be difficult to embrace her again. He pondered for a moment, lowering his head and murmuring, "Actually, your Long Jie likes me, doesn't she? You're just angry because of Yanzi, right?" Slap. At his words, Liu Erlong gave Cao Kun a sharp smack on the head, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Let go of me." The warm breath he exhaled brushed against her skin, causing a faint blush to rise on her cheeks. "I won't let go. You won't answer my question, so I refuse to release you today. Furthermore, your voice is rather loud. Although the private room is soundproof, someone outside might still hear." Liu Erlong cast a helpless glance at Cao Kun, thinking that if he were an ordinary student, her temper would have led to his demise. "Why did you have to force a kiss last time? Wasn't our relationship just fine as it was? Why did you have to clarify everything? Even after clarifying, you already have someone, yet you still pursue a woman in her 40s. If you were single, I might have considered it." After a moment, noticing Liu Erlong was about to continue speaking, Cao Kun looked up at her in confusion. Liu Erlong ceased her struggle and softly said, "Xiao Kun, let me go. Let's pretend nothing ever happened." Cao Kun gazed at her with unwavering determination, remaining silent. "Even if I have some feelings for you, what does it matter? Do you expect me to willingly be a mistress? I'm already over 40, and you are still young." Liu Erlong glared at him in frustration. As a child born out of wedlock, she felt insecure about her future with Cao Kun after learning of his connection to Du Guyan. Moreover, having experienced abandonment before, she feared that if Cao Kun were to forsake Du Guyan for her, it would evoke painful memories. However, after that afternoon, her feelings for him had intensified significantly. Thus, she found herself in a profound conflict, longing for Cao Kun's affection while simultaneously wishing he would not pursue her. Cao Kun sensed this turmoil within her, which prompted him to rush over after seeing her in the cafeteria, hoping to win over the temperamental woman. The key to winning Liu Erlong's heart lay in providing her with a sense of security. Erlong, the way he addressed her momentarily stunned her, and during that brief pause, Cao Kun tightened his grip, pulling their already close bodies even closer. Taking both of her hands in his, he implored, "Erlong, trust me. I understand your experiences." Cao Kun expressed the words he had contemplated over the past few days, his voice imbued with emotion, causing Liu Erlong to relent and cease her struggles. "Huh." She chuckled softly, withdrawing her hands from his grasp. Cao Kun did not resist, but continued to embrace her waist, preventing her from standing. Noticing this, Liu Erlong refrained from resisting. Her face flushed with a hint of mockery. "You speak so beautifully, expecting me to believe you without any evidence? Your well-rehearsed sweet words have made me a bit bashful. Who says I'm without proof?" Cao Kun replied with a smile, his hand sliding away from her slender waist. Liu Erlong did not seize the opportunity to escape, but instead glanced curiously at his hand. Cao Kun, sensing her interest, felt a surge of joy. With a flick of his thoughts, he retrieved a prized herb from his small realm. Instantly, a vibrant plant resembling a coxcomb emerged in his hand, its veins gleaming in deep gold, while the rest of the fiery red herb radiated a mystical aura. This was a rare spiritual herb known as Ji Guan Huang Huo Kue, which, once absorbed, could significantly amplify one's soul power. Moreover, consuming this herb would enhance the fire abilities governed by one's martial soul. It even had the potential to evolve one's martial soul, increasing one's potential and accelerating the journey to become a title Douluo. Liu Erlong appeared skeptical, retorting, "This? It can truly evolve my martial soul? Is it really that powerful?" Cao Kun smiled, explaining, "Erlong, do you genuinely think I would deceive you in this matter? If it were false, you would discover my lie upon absorption." Liu Erlong paused, realizing that given his character, he had no reason to fabricate such a tale. "Is this herb truly that miraculous?" Cao Kun nodded, placing the Ji Guan Huang Hua Kue into her hands and explaining the absorption method. "In that case, you should absorb it yourself. And you don't think this will convince me, do you?" Liu Erlong glanced at it before returning the herb, exclaiming in exasperation, "I've absorbed other spiritual herbs before. This one is for you. Moreover, this is merely a token of my sincerity." Cao Kun naturally did not accept it. "So you're saying there's a pill that can elevate your level by dozens?" So is due to this. Liu Erlong pondered, replying, if it's that useful, then you should absorb it. At my age, it would do me no good. Hearing her words, Cao Kuan chuckled, causing Liu Erlong to feel somewhat embarrassed. What do you mean by at my age? You're provoking me. Just accept it. Xian Xiao, this substance, if absorbed excessively, can prove detrimental. Gao Kun remarketh, fixing his gaze upon Liu Erlong. Very well, I shall safeguard it for now, Liu Erlong responded after a brief contemplation. Observing this, Cao Kuan excitedly embraced Liu Erlong, drawing them even closer together. Liu Erlong, bracing herself against the proximity, hastily interjected, I'm merely, as she spoke. The delight in Cao Kuan's eyes intensified, and he inquired, do you remember the inner armor you gifted me last time? Liu Erlong was momentarily taken aback by the question. What is it? It is quite fragrant. Cao Kuan replied with a smile, leaning in to kiss Liu Erlong's rosy lips. Liu Erlong attempted to push him away, but her grasp on the Ji Guofeng Huang Kue made her cautious against damaging the precious herb. One hand could not withstand Cao Kuan's advance. She contemplated biting him, yet felt reluctant. After a brief kiss, Liu Erlong ceased her struggles, gradually beginning to relish the moment. It is not my fault. It is entirely this wretched boy's doing. In the private room, the delicacies on the table had grown cold, yet the two engrossed in each other paid it no mind. Their positions remained largely unchanged, save for Cao Kuan's arm, which had shifted from Liu Erlong's waist to other locations, no longer fearing her sudden departure. Liu Erlong, whose hand had also altered its position, now clutched tightly onto Cao Kuan's head. Now, she was the one fearful of his potential escape. The Ji Guofeng Huang Kue had mysteriously fallen to the ground. Fortunately, this herb bore no taboos, otherwise it would have been ruined. Were the instructors and students outside to witness this scene, they would scarcely believe their eyes, suspecting they had fallen under an illusion. How could that fierce mother dragon transform into this? At that moment, Liu Erlong's eyes were half closed. Her cheeks flushed from Cao Kuan's actions, her lips slightly parted, occasionally releasing warm breaths accompanied by soft, enticing sounds. Looking down, one could discern several red marks adorning her fair neck, presumably from mosquitoes in the private room. Further down was Cao Kuan's head, diligently employing his second soul skill's water element to cleanse the area. Cao Kuan had initially thought a mere kiss would suffice, but he had forgotten the adage, 30 is like a wolf, 40 like a tiger. Not to mention that Liu Erlong was a dragon, a fire dragon at that. The heat was considerable. However, this was merely one of Cao Kuan's hands cooperating with him. What the other hand? That remains a mystery. After a while, Liu Erlong released Cao Kuan, her body glistening with fragrant sweat as she lay in his embrace. Is this your first time sweating? Cao Kuan inquired with a smile. Liu Erlong shot him a glance, remaining silent. Is it not? I feel a twinge of jealousy. Keu consist Ginsli Shikingha. Liu Erlong, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement, her eyes expressing mild annoyance at his playful teasing. After receiving the answer he sought, Cao Kuan smiled, then furrowed his brow, leaning down to whisper something in Liu Erlong's ear. Upon hearing this, Liu Erlong immediately frowned, shaking her head in refusal, stating, no, since you want all, you must first inform that little one from the Douluo family about my situation. Currently, I am the only one aware of her existence. She remains oblivious to mine. It is not fair. Cao Kuan, somewhat helpless, contemplated for a moment before leaning down to murmur again. Liu Erlong frowned, prompting Cao Kuan to sway slightly, allowing her to sense the presence of his little martial soul. Truly. Afterward, he continued his cleaning efforts. After a while, he ceased his actions, raising his gaze to Liu Erlong. Very well. Liu Erlong acquiesced with a nod. It is not my fault. It is this boy's doing. Moreover, since we have not reached the final step, it matters little. Cao Kuan then lifted Liu Erlong, standing up. With a thought, a breeze swirled through the private room, sending the cold food on the table tumbling, before another gentle gust ensured the utensils landed softly, making no sound. Having completed this, he kissed Liu Erlong, gradually easing her onto the table. As for the Ji Guofeng Huang Kue, it went unnoticed. Thankfully, no one had entered, Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. This wretched boy seems unaware of boundaries. As evening approached, Lu Erlong requested Chao Kun to turn around so she could change her attire. As for Chao Kun, with the Ru Yi by Bao Yi, he could don and doff clothing at will. He initially obliged, but soon turned back. Rest assured, I locked the door before entering. Chao Kun assured her, moving over to assist Lu Erlong in dressing. Despite being a formidable soul sage, her steps appeared somewhat unsteady. Go away, do not come near me. Although Lu Erlong protested, she made no effort to stop him. After all, aside from the final step, they had seen and done much already, with Chao Kun's assistance. Half an hour later, Lu Erlong finally donned a new outfit. However, she then pushed Chao Kun away, preventing him from indulging further. How bothersome. It has been a whole day. Lu Erlong expressed her disdain. Never will I tire of this. Chao Kun replied, embracing her. You only know how to speak sweetly. Lu Erlong pushed his hand away, feigning annoyance, yet her expression revealed a greater degree of joy. Afterward, a flame flickered to life in Lu Erlong's hand, intending to incinerate the attire she had just changed out of. Observing her, Chao Kun understood her desire to burn it, while the upper garment bore some holes. It remained largely intact. The leather pants, however, were utterly unrecognizable, resembling something a toddler might wear. Chao Kun did not intervene. After all, they had not reached the final step. Regardless of what he said, she insisted on waiting until he disclosed her situation to Douluo before granting him anything. Thus, Chao Kun could only bide his time until he could fully win Lu Erlong over. While Lu Erlong burned her clothing, Chao Kun collected the scattered food from the ground. Let's burn it all together, Lu Erlong suggested. Chao Kun nodded, manipulating the wind to send the food into the flames. After completing this task, he retrieved the Ji Guofeng Huang Kuei and approached Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong, if those who understand herbs were to witness our treatment of this precious plant, they would surely be astounded. Lu Erlong shot him a glance, but remained silent. Gaogun Unatsev reiterated the absorption method for the Ji Guofeng Huang Kuei before handing it to her. Lu Erlong, I must depart from Tiando City for a matter tomorrow. During this time, focus on absorbing this herb. Lu Erlong accepted the herb, recalling Chao Kun's words that one should absorb only one herb at a time, as excessive absorption could be harmful. Thus, she did not hesitate to comply. Moreover, Douluo would undoubtedly have absorbed her herb. She desired the same. Most importantly, absorbing the herb would significantly enhance her talent, propelling her swiftly to the rank of title Daw, allowing her to cast aside concerns of aging beauty. She is significantly older than Chao Kun and wishes to conceal her aging appearance from him. After noting down the absorption method for the Jiguang Fengwang Kuei, Lu Erlong stored it in her soul tool. Why record such a simple method again after it was mentioned earlier? Because throughout the day, Lu Erlong had experienced numerous moments of blankness and had forgotten some details. After securing the celestial herb, Lu Erlong turned to Chao Kun and inquired, "Where are you off to?" Chao Kun replied nonchalantly, "I'm heading back to the village to fetch some items. Would you care to accompany me?" Having been tested by Qian Rinshua once, the youthful Chao Kun had gained some experience. "Forget it, I'll just wait for you at the academy." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong immediately lost interest, as she still had matters to oversee at the academy. Chao Kun secretly sighed in relief and casually asked Erlong, "What business do you have at the academy?" Lu Erlong chuckled, extinguishing the flames before responding, "What, are you so eager for my company?" Chao Kun's heart raced, and he internally chided himself. Fortunately, Lu Erlong didn't look at him and continued, "I've dismantled the indoor battle arena and plan to rebuild the strength room you mentioned in the coming days. It will be beneficial for the students' training. What do you think?" Listening to her, Chao Kun embraced her from behind. Lu Erlong leaned back into his embrace and looked up, asking, "I'll follow your lead." Chao Kun replied, "All right then, return swiftly," Lu Erlong said, breaking free from his arms and gesturing for him to follow her out. With a firm bang, she locked the door to this private room and led Chao Kun to another one. After pressing a button beside her, she commanded, "Go, open the outer door." This must have been a signal for the chef. Why not remain in the original room? Those who understand, understand. Chao Kun comprehended and quickly unlocked, the previously secured door. A moment later, the chef arrived, looking at Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong, asking, "How was today's breakfast?" "I prepared a new dish. It was quite good." They responded in unison. After Lu Erlong ordered a few dishes, the chef exited. Once he was gone, Chao Kuan smiled at Lu Erlong and said, "I really enjoyed today's breakfast." As Lu Erlong displayed a puzzled expression, he continued, "The upper portion of it was sweet, while the bottom was savory." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong instantly understood, her face turning crimson as she shot a fierce glare at Chao Kuan. Unfazed, he continued, "Sigh, I just wonder when I can treat Erlong to my special breakfast." "You're incorrigible." Lu Erlong blushed and pinched Chao Kuan. After a moment of playful chaos, the chef soon prepared the meal. Eyeing the delicious spread, Chao Kuan felt a pang of hunger and quickly began to eat. Fortunately, Lu Erlong had ordered plenty, allowing them both to satiate their appetites. Subsequently, they left the dining hall, as lingering there was not advisable. As the moon ascended into the night sky, Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong wandered around the academy for quite some time. Noticing they were alone, Chao Kuan suddenly embraced Lu Erlong. After a kiss, he gazed in her eyes and suggested, "How about today?" "Absolutely not." Lu Erlong promptly interrupted him. Although Chao Kuan felt a tinge of disappointment, he refrained from pursuing the matter further and continued to hold Lu Erlong close. Eventually, Lu Erlong pushed him away, revealing numerous red marks on her neck. It seemed that there were more mosquitoes outside. Chao Kuan felt a wave of despair, but saw that Lu Erlong had already run off. With no choice left, he silently recited the first 2 lines of the Bingxin Ju and returned to his dormitory. Today had yielded tremendous gains. As he took a cold shower, he reflected on the day's events, and after resting for a while, he entered the small cave world. Upon entering, a cold snort echoed in the room, sounding reminiscent of Guyu Na. As Chao Kuan entered the small cave world, he smiled at the approaching Ayin. Thankfully, he was strong and healthy. The next day, Chao Kuan emerged in his room, his eyes brimming with joy. He had no fear of Ayin or Lu Erlong. After training with Ayin, he even found time to cultivate. Now having reached level 39, after a quick freshening up, he transformed into the Juefeng bird and soared towards Suatuwa City. Traveling in full transformation was undoubtedly the best option. As for why he chose Suatuwa City first, it was simply because it was nearby. "Little kitty, I'm coming." Chapter 136, The Butterfly Effect. Suatuwa City, located in the Baloch Kingdom of the Tiando Empire's southwest, borders the Fazinu province and is not far from Notting City. This means that the Baloch Kingdom lies at the intersection of the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire. However, Baloch is under the jurisdiction of the Tiando Empire, boasting formidable military strength and serving as a gateway for the Tiando Empire. Nevertheless, these matters held no interest for Chao Kuan. After transforming into the Juefeng bird, he pressed onwards day and night, finally arriving at Suatuwa City on the evening of the 2nd day after leaving Tiando City. If he were to head to Notting City now, it would take him nearly another night of flying. In the sky, as Chao Kuan gazed at the 3 large characters of Suatuwa City's gate, he let out a sigh of relief. He was acutely aware of his poor sense of direction. Had it not been for the cities along the way matching the map, he would have considered taking a carriage. Of course, he initially intended to call out to Guyu Na when he encountered a fork in the road, but for some inexplicable reason, she had not responded to him these past few days. Could it be that she has fallen into a trance while practicing her mental cultivation? After several fruitless calls to her, Chao Kuan inwardly grumbled. Fortunately, he did not lose his way this time and successfully reached Suatuwa City. Flapping his wings, Chao Kuan flew into Suatuwa City and then found a small alley to slip into, transforming back into human form. Observing his casual attire, he contemplated before focusing his mind, causing his clothes to instantly morph into the uniform of the Blue Tyrant Academy, making it apparent that he was a soul master, and a rather powerful one at that. This would facilitate his inquiries about the locations of the Rose Hotel and the Shrek Academy. Exiting the alley, Chao Kuan glanced around. Suatuwa City, while less grand and bustling than Tiando City, was still significantly better than Notting City. The night had fallen, and though the streets were not as brightly lit as those in Tiando City, they were still lively with many pedestrians. The Rose Hotel seemed to be near the city gate. He should search for it there, Chao Kun thought to himself, glancing in the direction of the city gate before turning to walk along the main road. Indeed, after a short while, just as he was about to ask a passerby for directions, a lavishly decorated hotel resembling a blooming rose appeared before him. Chao Kun looked up at the name of the establishment, Rose Hotel. Precisely. Having found it, he promptly entered and approached the front desk. Upon seeing him, the receptionist immediately broke into a respectful smile. "Sir, are you looking to book a room?" Chao Kun pondered for a moment, nodded, and retrieved a gold card from his blue wristband, saying, "Yes, please help me book a room." The front desk respectfully accepted the gold card and quickly completed the transaction before handing it back. With a curious glance over Chao Kun's shoulder, he inquired, "Are you alone?" His expression suggested a tacit understanding. After receiving the card, Chao Kun solemnly replied, "Not necessary." Following his refusal, he casually leaned on the counter and asked, "Has anything unusual occurred in this vicinity this month?" The front desk hesitated slightly, but, upon noticing Chao Kun's attire, lowered his head and whispered, "There has indeed been an anomaly." His gaze darted towards Chao Kun intermittently. Chao Kun met his eyes, his own shimmering with a faint golden light, urging him to continue. "It was probably last week. I was on duty that day, right in front of our hotel. A soul master was besieged by a group of soul masters and was ultimately captured." Upon hearing this, Chao Kun furrowed his brow, a wave of concern washing over him. Could it be Zhu Zhuqing? Was the captured individual male or female? The front desk, seemingly emboldened by Chao Kun's imposing aura, replied without hesitation, "It was a male." After a brief pause, he added softly, "I know him. He is a VIP at our hotel. Refer to by our manager as Dai Xiao." With this, the front desk lowered his gaze once more. "Dai Xiao? It must be Dai Mu Bai. How did he get captured? And what about Zhu Zhuqing?" Chao Kun pondered for a moment before looking at the trembling front desk attendant and asking, "Did you see a female soul master among that group?" "And no, I didn't T. It was a soul master battle, and I didn't dare to look closely." Chao Kun nodded, his imposing presence dissipating, allowing the front desk to breathe a sigh of relief. With a swift motion, he placed several gold soul coins on the counter, startling the attendant who nearly jumped out of his skin. "One last question," Chao Kun said, his tone unwavering. "Do you know where Shirlai Academy is?" The front desk, astonished, glanced at the gold coins before vigorously nodding after being prompted to repeat himself. "I know, it's just." After 2 repetitions from the front desk, Chao Kun furrowed his brow and departed from the Rose Hotel. "That scared me to death." Once Chao Kun had left, the front desk exhaled a sigh of relief and slumped into his chair. Meanwhile, after exiting the Rose Hotel, Chao Kun swiftly entered a narrow alley, a flash of light enveloping him as he transformed into a Juefeng bird, soaring towards Shirlai Academy. Dai Mu Bai was not alone. He had a group of teachers, and now that he had been captured, Shirlai Academy would undoubtedly take action. Thus, Chao Kun resolved to first gather information from Shirlai Academy. Shirlai Academy is located on the outskirts of Suatuwa City, nestled within a small village, yet still in close proximity to the city. Upon learning the direction, Chao Kun exerted his strength, and in less than an hour, he descended rapidly towards a scattering of houses below. "Who are you?" Performing a front flip, Chao Kun landed confidently behind a man. The man, alert, quickly turned his head and asked sharply at the unexpected appearance of Chao Kun. His legs bent, seemingly preparing to flee. However, he abandoned the thought almost instantly, as Chao Kun had already placed his sword against the man's neck. The man, breathing heavily, gazed at the blade pressed against his throat, but remained composed. "This is Shirlai Academy, established by the Soul Saint, Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flender. I'm a student here. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding?" Chao Kun chuckled softly, assessing the speaker. Despite the dim surroundings, his keen sight rendered the scene as clear as day. The man had short hair, and while he was handsome, he paled slightly in comparison to the previously short-haired Chao Kun. Clad in coarse gray garments, he likely, like the former Chao Kun, relied on the meager support of the spirit hall for sustenance. Yet, His large, charming eyes gave him an air of nobility. This must be Oscar, Chao Kun thought, applying a slight pressure with the sword, sensing Oscar's impending movement. Don't move. Oscar immediately raised his hands and nodded vigorously. You have a student named Dalu Bai, correct? Yes, yes. But he was captured a few days ago. Oscar stammered, trembling as he inadvertently revealed the strength of Shirlai Ku Academy. Chao Kun scrutinized him, contemplating. However, from Oscar's perspective, his admission showcased the Academy's might. Do you know where they went to rescue Dalu Bai? Chao Kun inquired, increasing the pressure of the sword slightly, eliciting a wince from Oscar. Oscar, not daring to hesitate, nodded frantically. I know. I was present when they discussed it. I know where they went. Chao Kun chuckled lightly, retracting his sword as wings sprouted from his back. Grabbing Oscar by his collar, he soared into the sky. Lead the way. If we fail to catch up to them, your life is forfeit. Rest assured. Oscar, startled by the sudden ascent, hurriedly assured him. That way. He was genuinely aware of their destination to rescue Dalu Bai. As the whirlwind of air rushed past, Chao Kun grasped Oscar and sped toward the direction indicated. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that his arrival had altered the course of events. The people from the Luo Empire had unexpectedly arrived. I hope the little cat is safe. Otherwise, with that thought, Chao Kun accelerated his pace. The next afternoon, above a boss city, Chao Kun held Oscar by the collar, his wings gently flapping, allowing them to hover in midair. A boss city was not large, comparable to Nuo Ding City, and from his elevated position, Chao Kun could view the entire cityscape. After surveying the area, his brow furrowed with concern. There were no signs of a soul master battle. This meant that by the time Flender and the others arrived, Zhu Zhuqing and Dalu Bai had already been taken from this place, having crossed into the territory of the Luo Empire. Furthermore, Chao Kun had departed 2 days later than Flender and his group. Even though he was faster, there would still be at least a day's travel gap. Of course, this day's travel gap was calculated based on Flender's speed. Though Flender could also fly, he was not alone in the rescue of Dalu Bai. There were also Long Wengun Li Yusong and the immovable king Zhao Wujin. As for Xiao Xian, the Sugar Bean Soul Master, and Lu Qi Bean with the Luo Chess Soul, they remained at Shirlai Ku Academy. Notably, Shirlai Ku Academy's faculty was indeed impressive, far superior to Lamba Academy. And how did Chao Kun know this so clearly? Naturally, it was thanks to Oscar, who, in a bid to save his own life, had exaggerated the strength of all the Academy's teachers as soul saints. Meanwhile, Chao Kun, focused on his journey, refrained from further debate. Flender and the others only received the news when Zhu Zhuqing and Dalu Bai were brought here, indicating that they were most likely already captured by the Luo Empire. It is to be hoped that Flender and his companions can catch up. Meanwhile, Chao Kun, with a sullen expression and furrowed brows, murmured to himself. At the same time, having gripped Oscar's collar for an extended period, Chao Kun slightly adjusted his hand. Seeing this, Oscar mistakenly thought that Chao Kun had realized they were alone and believed he had deceived him, fearing that Chao Kun would abandon him. In a panic, he exclaimed, Brother, I didn't deceive you. The dean truly said that Dalu was captured in ABA City. Don't let go. At their speed, they can't be far. They're nearby. Please don't kill me. Listening to Oscar's desperate cries, Chao Kun felt a surge of irritation and released his grip, letting Oscar fall. With a slight upturn of his lips, Chao Kun flapped his wings and dove down. He held no malice towards Oscar. Why would he want to kill him? Even Tang San, despite his unfavorable perceptions stemming from their past lives, had not been targeted by him initially. The enmity between them began when Chao Kun refused to accept Yu Xiaojiang as his master, marking the point at which he and Tang San parted ways. Quickly catching Oscar again, he yanked his collar and soared back into the sky, attracting the attention of the people in ABA City. As they ascended once more, Oscar continued to scream. Chao Kun, noticing this, sternly warned, Stop screaming. If you keep it up, I will really drop you. Oscar promptly covered his mouth and nodded fervently. All right. Chao Kun ignored him and called out to Gu Yuna in his mind. Senior Gu Yuna, I have urgent matters to discuss. Please set aside your mental cultivation for now. After a few calls, Guyuna, who had been silent for several days, finally responded, "What is it?" Her tone carried a hint of resentment. A fleeting thought crossed Chao Kuen's mind regarding her demeanor, but he dismissed it. This was not the time for such reflections. He inquired, "Senior Guyuna, can you sense the presence of any soul saints nearby? Or can you discern if any soul saints have recently traversed the path ahead?" There were 3 routes from Aba City to the Xingluo Empire, and Chao Kuen was uncertain which to take. Oscar only knew that Flander and the others had arrived in Aba City. He had no idea which route to follow next. Otherwise, Chao Kuen would have caught up by now. Guyuna remained silent for a moment before curtly replying, "I don't sense any soul saints nearby. As for discerning which path has been traveled by a soul saint, that is currently beyond my capabilities." With that, she ceased communicating with Chao Kuen. Chao Kuen pondered her response, slightly perplexed, before continuing to fly towards the city gates of Aba City, holding Oscar aloft. Upon seeing the guard stationed at the gates, Chao Kuen's originally light golden eyes brightened, and an imposing aura emanated from him. One of the guards rushed over, bowing respectfully, "Soul Master, may I inquire what brings you here?" He kept his head lowered. Oscar, experiencing Chao Kuen's overwhelming presence for the first time, widened his eyes in shock before quickly averting his gaze. Was this power? He had encountered Zhao Wujia before, so he had some understanding. This was a capability exclusive to soul saints. This seemingly youthful man was actually a soul saint. Did my earlier words hold any weight now? Oscar pondered, keeping his head down in astonishment. Chao Kuen disregarded him, coldly asking the soldier, "Have you seen a group of soul masters leaving here recently? Which path did they take?" The soldier promptly pointed to a small road on the right, stating, "Yes, they went that way. Moreover, yesterday afternoon, several soul masters also came by to inquire." Chao Kuen nodded thoughtfully and immediately soared in the direction indicated, stating coolly before departing, "I hope you haven't deceived me." As he distanced himself, the soldier looked up, watching Chao Kuen's retreating figure with envy. Once Chao Kuen vanished, he returned to his post, and the nearby guards quickly gathered around him, speaking excitedly about the encounter, entirely unaware of Chao Kuen's departure. As Chao Kuen flew, he suddenly recognized the path below as somewhat familiar. This was the very route he had once traversed with Zhu Zhuqing. He recalled how he had mistakenly entered the territory of the Xingluo Empire due to a misreading of the map, only to be guided out by Zhu Zhuqing's newfound navigational skills. To find himself back here again felt like a twist of fate. Despite his musings, the sounds of battle ahead prompted him to approach with caution. He lifted Oscar slightly and cast a cold glance at him, understanding the gravity of the situation. Oscar nodded vigorously, covering his mouth. Though he was excited at the prospect of catching up with the dean, he was acutely aware that if Chao Kuen wished to harm him, even standing before the dean would not guarantee his safety. As Chao Kuen edged closer, the sounds of combat suddenly ceased, leaving him momentarily taken aback. What had happened? He thought, disregarding any potential danger, and dashed forward. After all, he could instantly retreat to the small cave world if needed, so there was little to fear. Hovering above the scene of the battle, he quickly recognized the identities of those involved through their martial spirits. The first figure that caught his eye was Flander, enveloped by an ethereal feline eagle spirit, the size of a carriage, surrounded by 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. At this moment, Flander also noticed Chao Kuen and turned his gaze in that direction. Beneath him stood Zhao Wuji, who had similarly unleashed his martial soul's true form, adorned with the same 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Beside Zhao Wuji was an elderly man wielding a staff. His soul ring configuration was slightly inferior, comprising 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, totaling 6 soul rings. This was likely Li Yusong, and the staff he held must be the Longwen gun, which indeed bore the intricate design of a dragon, reminiscent of Chao Kuen's Rui. In front of them stood 4 individuals. Among them, 2 appeared to be in their 50s or 60s, one of whom, like Flander and Zhao Wuji, had activated his martial soul's true form, revealing him to be a soul sage with a martial spirit resembling a tiger. Though not a white tiger, his soul ring configuration was exceptionally standard. The other, slightly less powerful, was merely a soul emperor, yet his soul ring configuration was equally standard. Chao Kun did not scrutinize further. He was unsure of the latter's martial spirit, although it likely belonged to the beast category, as he bore no weapon. The two were presumably members of the Xingluo royal family. However, irrespective of their strength, both clutched their chests and slightly bent over, with blood staining their lips and bodies, indicating substantial injuries. Behind the two elders were a man and a woman, both equally wounded, with the man appearing slightly less affected and cautiously moving backward. His golden hair, despite being somewhat tattered, still hinted at his noble attire and the appearance of his martial spirit, suggesting he was Davis, the elder brother of Dai Mu Bai. The woman, however, bore more severe injuries, seated on the ground and lacking the strength to retreat any further. At that moment, she gazed at Davis, possessing an exquisite figure and clad in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her curves, surpassing Zhu Zhuqing in maturity, complete with a swaying cattail behind her. She was likely Zhu Zhuqing's elder sister, Zhu Zhuyun, indeed a grandcat. Adjacent to them were a man and a woman bound together, confined within a wooden cage, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. Furthermore, scattered across the ground were several soul masters, their fates unknown, likely casualties from the recent battle. Although much was described, time had not elapsed significantly, as Chao Kun merely cast a glance. Upon Chao Kun's arrival, all eyes on the battlefield turned towards him. Particularly, Flander, who was also airborne, immediately recognized Oscar, whom Chao Kun held in his grasp, and his expression sharpened. "Are you a member of the Xingluo Empire?" Flander inquired. Upon hearing this, Davis and the others felt a surge of hope and shouted, "Come save us. Use your hand." In response, Chao Kun looked over. With a sudden roar, Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong unleashed their soul abilities and leaped forward, attempting to rescue Oscar. Zhao Wuji's thunderous shout instilled a sense of pressure in Chao Kun, causing his agile body to momentarily feel heavier, while Li Yusong's Longwen gun emitted a faint glow as it swung towards Chao Kun. Unperturbed, Chao Kun maintained his grip on Oscar, positioning him in the path of Li Yusong's attack, compelling Li Yusong to abandon his strike. Simultaneously, he summoned Rui, transforming it into Rui Hammer. Then, channeling his soul power, he executed the Hao Qian absolutes he had learned from Tang Hao, culminating in the Ling Tian strike, which he forcefully directed at Zhao Wuji. The impact of their clash sent shockwaves through the air, causing Oscar to tightly shut his eyes. Ultimately, both Chao Kun and Zhao Wuji staggered back a few steps. As they landed, Zhao Wuji, having retreated a few paces, cast a solemn glance at Chao Kun and, extending his slightly reddened and swollen hand, whispered, "Be cautious. He is formidable." In contrast, after repelling Zhao Wuji, Chao Kun smiled, unfurling his wings and swiftly descending upon the cage, imprisoning Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mu Bai. Seeing them rush forward once more, Chao Kun raised Oscar high and declared, "Do not move." The sight compelled Flander and the others to halt, their expressions grave as they regarded Chao Kun. Flander fixated intently on the Rui hammer in Chao Kun's hand, his brow furrowed. That previous maneuver seemed familiar. Indeed, it was. "Quickly, let them go. Otherwise, I shall slay the boy in your grasp." Davis's voice rang out as he ignored Zhu Zhuyan and slowly approached Chao Kun, mistakenly believing him to be one of their own. Throughout this interaction, Davis's expression darkened as he scrutinized Flander and the others. After Chao Kun had rescued Zhu Zhuqing, those injured by him quickly relayed the news to Davis. They presumed Chao Kun was sent by Dai Mu Bai to rescue Zhu Zhuqing, prompting Davis to seek him out. However, inexperienced Zhu Zhuqing was soon discovered, leading to her capture in Soto City. They initially seized Zhu Zhuqing, then lay in ambush for several days until Dai Mu Bai and the twins arrived at the Rose Hotel, at which point they apprehended Dai Mu Bai. Subsequently, Davis recalled Chao Kun, believing Dai Mu Bai had acquired a support team, thus plotting to draw them out and eradicate Dai Mu Bai's base, leaving him in despair. However, they never anticipated that the bait would yield 2 soul sages and a soul emperor. This was completely unexpected, a runaway prince possessing such a formidable entourage. Davis's party comprised merely one soul sage and one soul emperor, along with a few soul kings and soul zongs. After the fierce battle, only the four of them remained. And due to the martial spirit fusion technique employed by Davis and Zhu Zhuyun being shattered by Zhao Wuji, they were left severely injured. Davis advanced toward Chao Kuan, accompanied by the two soul sages and the soul emperor, seemingly disregarding Zhu Zhuyun entirely. Zhu Zhuyun cast a disappointed glance at Davis, her expression laden with unspoken emotions. "Hurry, take me back to the city," Davis commanded Chao Kuan. Observing his confident and audacious demeanor, Chao Kuan chuckled. "Ha ha, who told you I am from Xinglu Empire?" With a mocking tone, he added. This revelation left Davis momentarily stunned. Chao Kuan waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind that sent the already injured Davis tumbling beside Zhu Zhuyun. This brought a glimmer of satisfaction to Zhu Zhuyun's face. Though she concealed it from all, Chao Kuan's words altered the expressions of the soul sages and the soul emperor who had approached Davis. Their vigilance heightened. Meanwhile, Flander and the others seemed to exhale in relief. Ignoring them, Chao Kuan exerted force in his legs, and the wooden cage exploded, leaving Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing astonished at the spectacle. Chao Kuan grinned at Zhu Zhuqing, tightening his grip on Oscar and tossing him into the air towards Flander, who caught him, casting a puzzled glance at Chao Kuan. In the midst of Zhu Zhuqing's bewildered gaze, the Rui hammer transformed into the Rui sword, which he waved gently. With a swift motion, the ropes binding them severed. This action caused Zhu Zhuqing to initially shut her eyes in fright before opening them wide in astonishment and curiosity. Chao Kuan had changed significantly. She barely recognized him. "Who are you?" Her face displayed a contemplative expression as she sensed that this individual was likely here for her. Chao Kuan approached with a smile, bending down to lift her chin and saying, "Have you forgotten? I have been exceedingly worried about you. The last time I rescued, you was also in this vicinity." His words sparked a look of surprise on Zhu Zhuqing's face. Meanwhile, Dai Mu Bai, who had initially been elated at being saved, saw Chao Kuan's actions, and his expression swiftly turned sour. Flinder caught Oscar and brought him down to the ground, looking at him with a puzzled expression. "What happened? How did you get captured? Who is he?" His voice was low, yet the others present, all formidable in their own right, could certainly hear him. Upon touching the ground, Oscar relished the solid feeling beneath his feet, then collapsed onto the ground, gazing at Flinder with an overwhelming urge to weep. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Oscar truly felt despondent. He had merely stepped out for a stroll after dinner, only to be captured by an exceedingly powerful individual. Subsequently, he had been hoisted by the collar and flown through the air by Chao Kuan. How could a humble soul master endure such a fate? The journey had been fraught with fear, terrified that Chao Kuan might drop him. The height was daunting. A fall would surely render him nothing but pulp. Fortunately, the mysterious figure did not seem intent on killing him. After regaining his composure, Oscar was helped to his feet by Flinder, who reassured him, "Do not panic. Everything is fine now." Upon hearing Flinder's comforting words, Oscar could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. An orphan raised by Flinder since childhood, he felt a surge of pent-up emotion upon seeing him after what he had endured. Flinder could only continue to console him as Zhao Wujia and Li Yusong approached. As for Dai Mu Bai, while he held some significance in the eyes of the teachers at Shrek Academy, he was not as crucial as Oscar. Their pursuit to rescue him was simply a matter of convenience, as the Academy could function anywhere. Once Dai Mu Bai was saved, they could easily relocate. It was no wonder they had only pursued him 3 days after his capture. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing recalled Chao Kuan's earlier demeanor and compared it to the man before her, her eyes brightening. You are Chao Dage." As she spoke, she struggled to free herself from the ropes binding her and managed to rise. Tears of joy glimmered in her eyes as she gazed at Chao Kuan. A month prior, after parting ways with him, she had arrived alone in Suatawa City. Following his advice, she had taken a room at the Rose Hotel, waiting for Dai Mu Bai. To her dismay, the next day, she encountered Dai Mu Bai with a pair of twins, which left her feeling disheartened. "You run away without considering a return, and this is what you think." Zhu Zhuqing observed Dai Mu Bai for several days, realizing he had no intention of resisting. instead living in a haze of indulgence. In just over a week, he had barely practiced for half a day, spending the rest of his time either pursuing other women or on the way to do so. This left Zhu Zhuqing profoundly disappointed. Had she not encountered Chao Kun, she might have sought out Dai Mubai, attempting to rekindle his fighting spirit. However, remembering her agreement with Chao Kun, she decided to head to Tiando City in search of him. Unexpectedly, on the eve of her departure, her sister, who had once treated her so kindly, appeared before her. After a fierce confrontation, she was captured. Days later, Dai Mubai was also seized by Davis, and they found themselves bound together, destined to be taken back and executed according to the rules. During their journey toward the Star-Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing felt increasingly desolate, regretting the time spent trying to understand someone who had abandoned her. If only she had acted sooner. No, if she had, it might have endangered Chao Kun. So be it. Just as she resigned herself to her fate, Flinder and the others arrived, igniting a flicker of hope within her, followed by Chao Kun's dramatic entrance, which left her feeling disillusioned. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing mistakenly believed Chao Kun was in league with Davis. To her astonishment, the mysterious figure not only freed her, but also lifted her chin. Gazing upon the somewhat familiar face and hearing his words, a wave of joy surged within Zhu Zhuqing. It was him once again. He had come to her rescue. Though she was puzzled by the transformation in his appearance and the significant increase in his power, which allowed him to repel a soul sage, she found herself overwhelmed with gratitude. After being confined in a cage for several days, her condition was far from ideal. She wobbled as she attempted to stand. Chao Kun, however, would not let her fall, swiftly taking her into his embrace. Zhu Zhuqing naturally leaned into Chao Kun's arms, her cheeks flushing as she gazed at his face so close to her own, yet she clung tightly to him. A flicker of joy blossomed in Chao Kun's heart, but a sudden voice echoed in his mind, causing him to feel a twinge of embarrassment. What was happening? Guyana would not typically speak out in such situations. What had transpired in the past few days? Yet, consumed by the warmth of the embrace, he cast aside his doubts. This was not the time for such thoughts. Observing the embrace between Zhu Zhuqing and Chao Kun, Dai Mubai's expression darkened further. His hands clenched into fists behind his back. What was happening? Who was this man? Why was Zhu Qing so close to him? She was supposed to be my fiancée. Dai Mubai lowered his head, suppressing the fury in his eyes. He dared not display his feelings before Chao Kun, having witnessed the latter's confrontation with Zhao Wujia. Anyone capable of standing toe-to-toe with Zhao Wujia was not someone he could provoke. Yet, even with his head bowed, Chao Kun could sense Dai Mubai's turmoil. It was evident to him, for they were both men, and such emotions were universally understood. Nevertheless, Chao Kun chose to focus on comforting Zhu Zhuqing rather than concern himself with Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, Oscar soon gathered himself, sporadically explaining how he had come to be in this predicament. Upon hearing his account, Flinder and the others exchanged concerned glances directed at Chao Kun. Finally, Flinder spoke. "My lord, I apologize for our earlier actions. We mistook you for an agent of the Star-Luo Empire, and in our eagerness to rescue my student, we acted impulsively." During Flinder's explanation, Dai Mubai hurried to join Flinder's side, seeking solace in their presence. Here, he felt a semblance of safety. Hearing Flinder's words, Chao Kun was momentarily taken aback. He had expected them to hold him accountable for capturing Oscar, but never anticipated this response. Though filled with confusion, Chao Kun refrained from striking a smiling face. Embracing Zhu Zhuqing gently, he spoke, "It is of no concern. I can comprehend your actions. After all, my own desperate measures stemmed from worry for Zhuqing, hence my decision to abduct a student from your esteemed academy." Chao Kun's words lightened the mood of Flander, yet deepened the discontent of Dai Mubai. Flander replied, "In that case, let us resolve the remaining matters before proceeding further." With that, he turned his gaze towards Davis and the others. At that moment, the two Soul Saints and the Soul Emperor had regained a semblance of composure, no longer clutching their chests. Meanwhile, Davis and Zhu Jian had also recovered slightly, trembling as they stood. "What do you intend to do? I am the Grand Prince of the Xingluo Empire. Should you dare to kill me, Prepare for the relentless vengeance of the Empire, Davis exclaimed, his voice firm as he met Flanders' gaze. His words were not mere folly. They indeed held the power to intimidate Flanders and his companions. Despite being so thoroughly beaten, Davis understood that even if they spared his life, he would still face the Empire's manhunt. However, it was merely a manhunt, not an exhaustive pursuit. After all, Flanders and his companions possessed formidable strength, which was precisely why they had come to rescue Daimú Bai. Yet, the murder of Davis would yield a different consequence. Such an act would undoubtedly incite the ire of the Xinglua Empire, leading not only its forces to pursue them, but potentially those of the Wuhuan Temple and the Tiando Empire as well. Rest assured, we shall not take your life, Flanders stated coldly, casting a brief glance at them. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Chao Kuan and inquired, "My lord, what do you propose we do?" The strength Chao Kuan displayed, particularly his earlier formidable strike, had left Flanders somewhat apprehensive. Otherwise, given the Shrek Academy's motto of avoiding trouble, they would not be treating Chao Kuan with such deference. Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan lowered his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. "What do you wish to do?" His question momentarily stunned Flanders and Davis, while Zhu Zhuyan looked at Chao Kuan with curiosity. Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, glancing at Zhu Zhuyan and Davis before burying her face back into Chao Kuan's embrace, her heart brimming with joy. "I shall follow your lead," Chao Kuan declared with a smile. "Then we shall defer to the decisions of Director Flanders." Given the current state of Davis and Zhu Zhuyan, and with Zhu Zhuqing expressing no objections, Chao Kuan naturally had no further thoughts on the matter. "Very well," Flanders nodded, ready to address Davis and the others. At that moment, Daimú Bai, observing Zhu Zhuqing in the embrace of Chao Kuan, felt a surge of anger and, gritting his teeth, suddenly spoke up. "Director." His voice rang out loud, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Davis widened his eyes, suddenly realizing something, and looked at Daimú Bai in terror. "What is it?" Flanders asked, turning to him. Taking a deep breath, Daimú Bai resolutely stated, "Director, you are aware of the selection process of the Xinglua Empire's royal family. Are you not? Only one of Davis and I can survive. Even if you save me today, I will still meet my end when the true selection begins." Flanders' brow furrowed as he questioned, "What are you trying to say?" Daimú Bai fixed his gaze on Davis and declared with conviction, "Director, I hope to seize this opportunity to eliminate Davis. Currently, only Davis and I remain as princes of the Xinglua royal family. If Davis were to perish, I would undoubtedly ascend to the throne." Upon hearing this, Davis's expression shifted to one of sheer anxiety and terror. "You're talking nonsense. How can you?" Yet Daimú Bai ignored him, continuing to address Flanders, whose hesitation was evident. "I implore you, Director, for the sake of our years of connection, please assist me. Otherwise, I shall surely perish. Moreover, we can easily attribute their deaths to the fallen. My continued existence would be a testament to your intervention. By then, I would be the sole heir of the Xinglua Empire, and they would have no choice but to believe my narrative. Once I ascend as the emperor, I shall ensure that Shrek Academy becomes the finest institution in the Xinglua Empire." As he spoke, Daimú Bai earnestly bowed his head in supplication. In truth, he had resigned himself to a fate of complacency, ready to embrace death in a few years. However, Chao Kuan's arrival had ignited a spark within him, especially seeing Chao Kuan holding Zhu Zhuqing so intimately, driving him to the brink of madness. Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancé. He, Daimú Bai, was a prince of the Xinglua Empire, a wielder of the supreme beast martial soul, the White Tiger. How could he endure such humiliation? While Daimú Bai had wronged many in the past, he could not bear to be wronged himself. Similarly, if Duge Yan were to suddenly pair with Yu Tianheng, Chao Kuan would also be driven to madness. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Daimú Bai resolved to gamble everything. If he could eliminate Davis, he would become the emperor of the Xinglua Empire, and then he could rightfully punish the man who dared to steal his fiancée. Daimú Bai, fervently bowing, pondered these thoughts while outwardly appearing increasingly earnest and pitiable. Meanwhile, Davis, witnessing this scene, raged uncontrollably. "Daimú Bai, what are you plotting? Do you wish to disrupt the rules? You shall not succeed. Even if I capture you, I have no intention of killing you now. After berating him, he turned to Flander, pleading, esteemed soul saint. Do you believe such a man can rightfully inherit the throne of the Xinghua Empire? Do you think someone who defies ancestral teachings will uphold their promises? You cannot take my life. Should you kill me, you would be left at the mercy of this villain and his adherence to promises. If he fails to assist you, you will find yourselves hunted by the Xinghua Empire. Davis completely abandoned his princely demeanor, groveling before Flander in desperation. Immediately, Dai Mubai interjected, Director, you know me. Over the years, aside from matters of the heart, have I not conducted myself well? I beseech you, Director, grant me my life. If Davis lives, I shall surely perish. Flander furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons. Initially, he had only intended to compel Davis and the others to relinquish their valuables before allowing them to depart. He was aware of the Xinghua Empire selection process, but had not intended to intervene, nor could he. Yet, he had not anticipated Dai Mubai's assertions would hold such merit, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. As for Chao Kuan, he remained contentedly cradling Zhu Zhuqing, observing the unfolding drama. Zhu Zhuyun, witnessing the frantic Davis, felt a tinge of disappointment, though she understood his plight. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes were solely on Chao Kuan, oblivious to the surrounding chaos. At that moment, the frenzied Davis recalled something. Haha, you cannot succeed, Dai Mubai. Inheriting the throne of the Xinghua Empire requires you to perform a martial soul fusion technique with a member of the Zhu family. But look at you now. Can you execute a martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Zhuqing? His words struck Dai Mubai's heart like a hammer. Davis's words drew the attention of everyone present towards Chao Kuan and Zhu Zhuqing. Elder brother Chao, I will follow your lead, Zhu Zhuqing whispered in his ear. This tactic of diverting the disaster is quite effective. Chao Kuan patted Zhu Zhuqing on the back, signaling that all was well, and after casting a glance at Davis, he turned his gaze towards Dai Mubai and Flander. Dai Mubai's eyes were filled with rage and resentment, while Flander's gaze was one of scrutiny. Galkun understood. It seemed Flander had been persuaded and was now contemplating the feasibility of action. With a chuckle, Chao Kuan pulled Zhu Zhuqing behind him and said, No need to look. Zhuqing is no longer connected to you. I am referring to you, Dai Mubai. Your eyes are nearly ablaze. Facing the moving for glay, Galkun smai. Let me inform you, I am only at level 39. If you believe you can reclaim Zhuqing, then come at me. As he spoke, 3 soul rings emerged around him, though he deliberately made the second and third rings appear slowly. He intended to bait them. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing his demeanor, tugged at his hand in concern. Chao Kuan grasped her hand back, indicating that all was well. Seeing only 3 soul rings, Dai Mubai rejoiced and immediately shouted, Dean, Teacher Zhao, Teacher Li, assist me in eliminating him. Before he could finish his sentence, a long spear, entirely crimson and adorned with dragon patterns, materialized in Chao Kuan's hand. Break and kill. A fiery true dragon emerged, and in an instant, Chao Kuan dashed through Dai Mubai's body like a shooting rainbow. With a roar, a dragon's chant echoed, and before anyone could react, Dai Mubai was reduced to ashes. Chao Kuan returned to his original position, shook his spear, and revealed his 3 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, astonishing everyone. The woods fell into a brief silence. I did not deceive you. My soul power is indeed only level 39. Holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand, Chao Kuan chuckled. As his words echoed, the forest sank into silence once more. All eyes gradually shifted from the spot where Dai Mubai had stood to Chao Kuan. They gazed in disbelief at the 3 soul rings encircling him. Davis's eyes widened the most. Besides shock, he was enveloped in a wave of delight. Moments ago, he had seen Flander's expression and realized he might be facing imminent death. At that critical moment, he suddenly thought of Chao Kuan, who had been watching from the sidelines and sought to involve him. His original plan was to leverage the bond between Chao Kuan and Zhu Zhuqing to turn him into an ally. Although Chao Kuan had previously struck him, an old adage states that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If Chao Kuan joined his ranks, he could devise an escape plan, for Chao Kuan could fly. The city of the Xinghua Empire was not far from here, and with Chao Kuen's help, he could exact revenge on the despicable Dai Mu Bai. However, he had not anticipated Chao Kuen's overwhelming power, which had directly annihilated Dai Mu Bai. This realization struck Davis. Nonetheless, it mattered little. At least his life was secure. As Davis reveled in surprise, Zhu Zhuqing's brother, Zhu Zhuyun, cast a glance of envy at Zhu Zhuqing, who was shielded by Chao Kuen. Did Dai Mu Bai perish? After a moment of silence, Oscar hesitantly voiced the question, drawing everyone's gaze towards him, which caused him to instinctively hide behind Zhao Wujie. Chao Kuen, reacting reflexively, turned to look. Aren't you astonished by my second soul ring being a millennium old and my third a myriad? Yet you lead with the news of a corpse? He internally scoffed as his gaze met Flanders. As the soul rings rotated, Chao Kuen's pale, golden eyes shone brighter amidst the darkness, emanating an aura of nobility and dominance that left the onlookers in awe. Director Flander, why do you gaze upon me so? Do you wish to fulfill the wishes of that worthless prince of the Xinglua Empire, or are you merely seeking revenge for him? Facing the dangerous stares from Flander, Zhao Wujie, and Li Yusong, Chao Kuen remained unperturbed, chuckling softly. During Chao Kuen's discourse, Davis discreetly signaled Zhu Zhuyun and the two soul saints, and they cautiously moved closer to Chao Kuen's side. Chao Kuen glanced at them briefly, but paid them no further heed, redirecting his focus back to Flander and the others, remaining silent. After a significant pause, Flander inhaled deeply and forced a smile. How can I not be surprised? It is rare to encounter someone whose second soul ring is a millennium old and whose third is a myriad. As for Mu Bai, he brought this upon himself. Did he not recognize the strength of others before speaking? Did he not consider why someone would suddenly claim to be level 39? Was he not fishing for trouble? Zhao Wujie, upon hearing this, changed expression and stepped forward, stating, Flander, you. Flander turned back, halting Zhao Wujie's words. That is quite all right. Chao Kuen nodded in agreement. Why had he unleashed a killing blow to eliminate Dai Mu Bai? Was it not to instill fear in Flander and his companions? Although he was not intimidated by a 1 against 3, Zhu Zhuqing was still present. Engaging in such a battle might distract him from her safety, and any unforeseen incident would lead to regret. This situation was most favorable. Let us depart. With that, Flander turned to Zhao Wujie and Li Yusong, and upon finishing his words, he soared into the air. At this point, he had even abandoned the thought of extorting a sum from Davis and his group, indicating his foul mood. Li Yusong followed closely behind. Lastly, Zhao Wujie, along with Oscar, followed suit. Zhao Wujie, while hoisting Oscar, cast a cold glance at Chao Kuen before departing. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhao Wujie could no longer contain himself and boomed, Flander, why'd you let them go just like that? He killed Mu Bai right before our eyes. Even if he was formidable, we have 2 soul saints and 1 soul emperor here. Are we afraid of him? Flander replied, this was Mu Bai's own folly. He was too foolish to recognize others' capabilities before speaking out, never considering why someone would suddenly declare themselves merely level 39. Was that not a baiting tactic? Zhao Wujie fumed. That fellow spoke with the intention of killing Mu Bai. If that is the case, why do we not teach him a lesson? Even if we cannot kill him, we cannot simply let him be. He is merely a soul master, and he just exchanged blows with me before instantly vanquishing Mu Bai. I cannot fathom how much soul power he possesses. At that moment, Oscar, who was on Zhao Wujie's back, suddenly interjected. That individual likely possesses an immense amount of soul power. He flew with me from Soto City to here without pausing. The words of Oscar left Zhao Wujie momentarily stunned. And at that moment, Flander spoke up. Indeed, it was his complete lack of signs of fatigue that led me to this decision. Zhao Wujie, feeling indignant, exclaimed, even so, even if we cannot kill him, can we not teach him a lesson? Before Flanders could explain, Li Yusong interjected. What good would it do to teach him a lesson? On the contrary, it would only offend him. With his apparent strength akin to a soul sage at level 39, if he were to escape, what would become of us? We must remember, he knows who we are. Flanders nodded in agreement with Li Yusong's statement. Although Zhao Wujie remained somewhat unconvinced, he fell silent. Flanders, hovering in the air, glanced back and contemplated. Moreover, the techniques that Boy initially employed must be one of the Hao Ian Sec's Hao Ian 9 absolutes, the Ling Tian strike. While his martial soul was indiscernible, the ability to execute the Hao Ian 9 absolutes indicates a significant connection to the Hao Ian sect. Since we cannot kill him, it would be unwise to provoke him. Upon this realization, Flanders's expression darkened. This venture has been a loss. Not only did we fail to rescue Dai Mubai, but we also offended the Xingluo Empire. What a misfortune. What do you intend to do? Once Flanders and the others had departed, Chao Kun turned to Davis, who was watching him intently from behind. The look Davis had cast upon him was exceedingly unsettling. And no, it is nothing. The imposing aura surrounding Chao Kun compelled Davis to lower his gaze, trembling as he spoke. Alongside him, 2 soul sages and a soul emperor, as well as Zhu Zhuyan, were also forced to bow their heads. Frowning, Chao Kun scrutinized the bowed figures before him, pondering how to deal with them. Previously, it was of no concern to him, hence he had no objections regarding how to handle Davis and the others. However, the situation had changed. He had killed Dai Mubai and harbored no fondness for Davis. Moreover, if he simply allowed them to leave, he was uncertain of the repercussions it may have on Zhu Zhuqing. He needed to carefully contemplate how to address them. Time passed, and seeing that Chao Kun merely stared at them without uttering a word, Davis raised his head and inquired, "My lord, may we leave?" Hearing this, Chao Kun furrowed his brow and directed his gaze at him. Davis quickly added, "Rest assured, my lord, we will not disclose that you were the one who killed Dai Mubai. Upon my return, I will attribute Dai Mubai's death to that group of people, and inform the Zhu family that Zhu Zhuqing perished alongside Dai Mubai. This way, the Zhu family will not send anyone to capture Zhu Zhuqing." As he spoke, Davis cast a glance at Zhu Zhuyan beside him. Upon noticing this, Zhu Zhuyan eagerly nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes. As long as we inform our family that Zhuqing and Dai Mubai died together, they will not send anyone to pursue Zhuqing," Davis continued to assure. Furthermore, listening to Davis's assurances, Chao Kun's brow remained tightly knit as he turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, tightly gripping Chao Kun's arm, signaling her willingness to heed his decisions. In light of this, Chao Kun swiftly moved, appearing behind the soul sage, his legs suddenly expanding like a dragon's limbs, delivering a powerful kick. Roar! Despite being gravely injured, the soul sage was still far superior to Dai Mubai. Sensing Chao Kun's attack, he immediately summoned his martial soul and bellowed, crossing his arms in an attempt to defend. Bang! The impact was tremendous. Alas, ultimately, he could not withstand Chao Kun's full-force kick, being sent flying and crashing into a large tree, which splintered upon impact. With wide eyes, he glanced at Chao Kun before losing consciousness. After incapacitating the soul sage, Chao Kun swiftly channeled his soul power, emitting a faint golden light, to deflect the assault of another soul emperor. The Rui Bao Bao already possessed defensive capabilities, and with Chao Kun's enhanced defenses post-transformation, the soul emperor's attack failed to inflict any harm. Of course, this was also due to the soul emperor being severely injured and lacking sufficient soul power. After parrying several strikes, Chao Kun concentrated, summoning a flurry of ice arrows in midair, aimed at the fleeing Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. It was not that he could not conjure more, but he feared that an excess would lead to the demise of Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. "No, my lord." The ice arrows swiftly struck the two, inflicting numerous wounds upon them. The frost slowed their movements, and the ice poison exacerbated their internal injuries, causing both to succumb to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, Chao Kun's hands intermittently transformed into fiery simian limbs, amplifying his assault to the extent that the Soul Emperor could barely withstand a few blows. After 3 strikes, a resounding bang echoed as the Soul Emperor, like the previous Soul Sage, was sent flying and collapsed against a tree, falling unconscious. This battle, initiated by Chao Kun's sudden eruption of power, concluded with the 4 combatants incapacitated in less than 10 breaths. Zhu Zhuqing, still in a daze, found Chao Kun returning to her side. prompting her to widen her eyes in astonishment and speak with a hint of disappointment. "Brother Chow, you have become so strong." Of course. Her tone also conveyed joy at Chow Kuen's newfound strength. Her disappointment stemmed from her own perceived weakness, feeling helpless in the face of such circumstances, fearing she might become a burden to him. This was disheartening for someone as proud as Zhu Zhuqing. Sensing her thoughts, Chow Kuen reached out and gently patted her head without uttering a word, intending to comfort her later with a celestial herb. After all, she was his woman, and he could not be partial. Subsequently, Chow Kuen focused his mind, and a pair of wings emerged from his back. "We must leave this place." Chow Kuen swiftly scooped Zhu Zhuqing into his arms, whispering. Naturally, Zhu Zhuqing had no objections, burying her head against his chest and nodding. Witnessing this, Chow Kuen's lips curled into a faint smile, and a gust of wind arose as the bodies of Davis, Zhu Zhuyun, and the two Soul Sages and Soul Emperor floated into the air, following Chow Kuen as he ascended. Although Zhu Zhuqing harbored some confusion, she remained silent. Chow Kuen did not trust Davis's assurances and had no intention of doing so, without any oath binding them. Who could know whether Davis and the others would uphold their promise? Should they break their word and report him upon returning to the Xingluo Empire? He was presently ill-equipped to deal with them. Moreover, having inquired with Guyu Na, she had also been unable to control them. Thus, Chow Kuen had no choice but to incapacitate them and remove them from this location. As for how to handle them afterward, it would depend on the changes Zhu Zhuqing underwent after absorbing the celestial herb. Regardless of what transformations Zhu Zhuqing might experience, Chow Kuen harbored a desire to eliminate Davis. With Dai Mubai now deceased, Davis would undoubtedly ascend to the throne of the Xingluo Empire, and at that point, he could become a source of endless trouble for Chow Kuen. While he might not be able to harm Chow Kuen, he would undoubtedly cause him great annoyance. Hence, Chow Kuen resolved to take precautionary measures and eliminate Davis now. However, he decided to wait for a moment. As for Zhu Zhuyun, it would depend on Zhu Zhuqing's sentiments. After flying for a while, Chow Kuen inquired, "Zhuqing, what are the requirements to inherit the throne of the Xingluo Empire?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, puzzled as to why Chow Kuen would pose such a question. After contemplating for a moment, she spoke. "To inherit the throne, one must." Just then, Chow Kuen interjected. "So, if one can summon the Yuming Baihu and defeat the other heirs, they can ascend to the throne?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded in affirmation. Chow Kuen continued. "What if someone possesses the Yuming Baihu as their martial soul? Can they inherit the throne directly?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, she replied, "Certainly. Hundreds of years ago, there was an emperor of Xingluo whose martial soul was indeed the Yuming Baihu. At that time, both the Zhu and Dai families were part of the royal lineage, but since that emperor belonged to the Dai family, it eventually became the case that only members of the Dai family could ascend to the throne. That emperor was extraordinarily powerful. Had the emperor of Tiando not been a titled Douluo with the support of the martial soul hall, the continent might have been unified. However, Brother Chow, why do you ask this?" Chow Kuen did not answer her, but pressed on with another question. "Zhuqing, if your martial soul were the Yuming Baihu, would the Zhu family assist you in becoming the empress of the Xingluo Empire? Would you desire to be the queen?" This was Chow Kuen's cunning plan. If he were to eliminate Davis directly and then whisk Zhu Zhuqing away to a distant place, the Xingluo Empire would surely go into a frenzy. With all heirs perished, the throne would have to be relinquished. Such a scenario would be intolerable for the royal family, and they would undoubtedly seek revenge. Even if Chow Kuen remained hidden, the Shirlai Ku Academy would not escape scrutiny, and under the gaze of an empire, Flander and the others would be discovered sooner or later, exposing Chow Kuen as well. Yet, releasing Davis was not an option for Chow Kuen. Thus, he resolved to facilitate the evolution of Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul into the Yuming Baihu, enabling her ascent as the empress of the Xingluo Empire. This would require the use of celestial herbs. Although Zhu Zhuqing might not necessarily evolve after absorbing them, she would have Guyu Na's assistance. However, he needed to inquire about Zhu Zhuqing's willingness first. In the sky, after asking his question, Chao Kuan noticed that Zhu Zhuqing remained silent for a long time. He gazed down at her, a figure of youthful beauty and ample form, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to respond. This exclamation snapped her from her thoughts, and she stammered, "Ah? The Empress of the Xingluo Empire?" Observing her bewilderment, Chao Kuan chuckled softly and nodded, "Yes. The first Empress of the Xingluo Empire. Do you wish for this? If your martial soul were the Yuming Baihu, would the Zhu family support you?" Upon hearing Chao Kuan's question again, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily struck dumb. She had never contemplated such a possibility. She had previously been focused solely on escaping her family and seeking clarity from Dai Mubai. But after encountering Chao Kuan, his presence lingered in her heart. He was the one who had pulled her from the abyss. Now, having been rescued once more by Chao Kuan, she had resolved to follow him henceforth. As long as he did not cast her aside, she would remain steadfast. Her nature was such, despite her sultry physique and cool demeanor, her heart was unexpectedly pure. She had been entirely devoted to Dai Mubai previously. Yet, when Chao Kuan asked her if she wished to be the empress of the Xingluo Empire, her heart stirred like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of contemplation. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, reflecting on Chao Kuan's displayed prowess and her own inability to react when he had defeated Davis and the others. Her fists clenched slightly. "With my talents, no matter how hard I strive, I could never catch up to Brother Chao. After all, whatever he encounters, I shall not be able to assist him," Zhu Zhuqing thought. Lifting her gaze to Chao Kuan and nodding, "I am willing, primarily to support Brother Chao. As long as my martial soul is the Yuming Baihu, the Zhu family will undoubtedly assist me." Though her disposition had a hint of femininity, she did not wish to be a mere ornament. After speaking, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to realize something. "But my martial soul is merely the Yuming Ling Mao. Moreover, my talent is lacking. My innate soul power is only at level 7. Chao Kuan chuckled and reassured her, "Fear not. Since I have said it, there is indeed a way to facilitate the evolution of your martial soul. All you need is to wish for it." With that, Chao Kuan unfurled his wings and dove down, hovering before a desolate cave. As for the unconscious Davis and his companions, they were effortlessly manipulated by Chao Kuan's wind, floating behind him. The cave was located halfway up the mountain, featuring a flat area the size of a balcony, surrounded by ubiquitous blue-silver grass and some withered vines. Had it not been for Chao Kuan's ability to see through the night, as if it were day, he might not have discovered it. He casually deposited Davis and his companions onto the flat ground before the cave, and then descended with Zhu Zhuqing. She looked at Chao Kuan and said, "In that case, I shall heed Brother Chao's guidance." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, and she leaned forward, attempting to kiss Chao Kuan's cheek. Chao Kuan noticed her intent and remained still until she was nearly upon him, at which point he suddenly turned his head. "Is that all there is to it?" The little cat now stood at a height of over 1.7 meters, but compared to Chao Kuan's towering stature of nearly 1.9 meters, she still felt diminutive, needing to rise on her toes to reach him. However, when Chao Kuan captured her lips with his own, Zhu Zhuqing did not resist. The kiss rendered her body weak, nearly causing her to falter. Observing this, Chao Kuan instinctively wrapped one arm around her slender waist to prevent her from leaning too far forward, while supporting her slightly with his other hand to alleviate the strain on her neck. Although she had merely intended to kiss his cheek, now caught in his embrace, Zhu Zhuqing felt shy yet willingly complied, albeit with little experience, resulting in a passive acceptance of the moment. Yet, under Chao Kuan's adept guidance, Zhu Zhuqing's body grew increasingly pliant. Noticing this, Chao Kuan suppressed his desire to advance further, chuckling at the sight of her flushed face. "Is it really just this?" Zhu Zhuqing gasped for breath, her hands resting on Chao Kuan's shoulders, her legs tightly clinging to his waist in fear of losing her balance. Chao Kuan had to support her rear as he stepped into the cave. This was not the soul-hunting forest. They were at the border of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, thus devoid of soul beasts. During their kiss, Chao Kuan summoned a gentle breeze to cleanse the cave, expelling the stagnant air within. He intended for Zhu Zhuqing to absorb the celestial herbs here. As for why they did not return to Aba City, It was because Davis and the others had not yet returned to the Xinghua Empire. They would likely report to their families before departing. Their prolonged absence would surely raise suspicions among the Xinghua Empire, prompting a search that would inevitably pass through Aba City. To avoid exposure, they would refrain from returning. Moreover, after Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the celestial herbs, she would need to return, so venturing too far would not be ideal. As for the possibility of the Xinghua Empire discovering this cave, Chao Kun could only say that Gu Yuna's concealment was remarkably effective. This cave appeared to have been inhabited previously, retaining traces of human presence, though it seemed long abandoned. As Chao Kun carried Zhu Zhuqing into the cave, he pondered these thoughts, originally intending to have Zhu Zhuqing descend while Chao Kun tidied the cave. Chao Kun, upon observing Zhu Zhuqing still panting in his embrace, could only smile helplessly. With a flicker of his thoughts, flames and a gentle breeze enveloped the surroundings. In no time, the cave had undergone a complete transformation, radiating a soothing warmth due to Chao Kun's manipulation of fire. He gently laid Zhu Zhuqing on the soft mattress he had prepared and, noticing her flushed cheeks, summoned a celestial herb from a small realm. This herb was a pristine white flower, resembling an immaculate Qinglian Baiyu, embodying purity. It was the celestial herb, Shui Xian Yu Ji Gu, absorbed within the original narrative by Zhu Zhuqing. Naturally, a single herb could not catalyze the evolution of her martial soul. Even with Gu Yuna's assistance, that would be a formidable challenge. However, it could enhance Zhu Zhuqing's innate talent, elevating her to the pinnacle of innate soul power. After retrieving the celestial herb, Chao Kun conjured another one before Zhu Zhuqing's bewildered gaze. This time, it was an elegant 8-petaled orchid, resplendent in pure white, exuding an ethereal quality. This was the celestial herb absorbed by Oscar in the original tale. Its properties were mild and rich, easily assimilated, capable of solidifying the foundation and expelling impurities from a body, with the potential to evolve the martial soul. In the original narrative, Oscar's martial soul did not evolve, not solely due to his extraordinary talent, but also because of the herb's unique trait. While it was easy to absorb, the process was slow. Chao Kun contemplated that he would first allow Zhu Zhuqing to absorb Shui Xian Yu Ji Gu to fully realize her talent, and then proceed with the 8-petaled orchid. With Gu Yuna's help, he would instantaneously unleash the herb's potency to facilitate the evolution of her martial soul into the Yuming Baihu. Holding the celestial herb, Chao Kun explained to the still puzzled Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing gazed in astonishment at the two herbs and then turned to Chao Kun, saying, "Since they are so powerful, perhaps you should absorb them instead." Delighted by Zhu Zhuqing's refusal, Chao Kun chuckled. "I've already absorbed celestial herbs, otherwise. Do you think my strength would have manifested so?" He further elaborated, "Moreover, consuming more herbs does not necessarily yield better results." After a few explanations, Zhu Zhuqing accepted the celestial herb and, under Chao Kun's guidance, consumed the petals of Shui Xian Yu Ji Gu, subsequently channeling her soul power to absorb its essence. After a brief period, as Zhu Zhuqing began to find her rhythm, Chao Kun addressed Gu Yuna in his sea of consciousness, requesting her assistance. This plan could only be executed with her consent. Although Gu Yuna had expressed some discontent towards him in recent days, after a few earnest pleas, she acquiesced. With a huff, Gu Yuna emitted a silver light from Chao Kun's forehead, which surged towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was in the midst of absorbing the celestial herb. "Steady your mind," Gao Kun reminded. He had previously informed Zhu Zhuqing that he would aid her in rapid absorption while she consumed Shui Xian Yu Ji Gu. Thus prepared, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly stabilized her mind after a soft groan, quickly absorbing the herb's potency with the assistance of the silver light. Moments later, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, her expression filled with joy as she felt the surge of soul power within her. "Chalaga, I've reached level 30. With just one more soul ring, I will become a soul master." Chao Kun nodded with a smile. Thanks to Gu Yuna's assistance, Zhu Zhuqing had absorbed a considerable amount of potency, propelling her directly to level 30. However, much of the potency remained within her, slowly transforming her body and enhancing her talent and potential. After offering words of encouragement, Chao Kun prompted Zhu Zhuqing to continue with the 8-petaled orchid. Excited, she looked at him, took a deep breath, and consumed the orchid. Observing this, Chao Kun immediately called upon Gu Yuna for aid. Without her assistance, Zhu Zhuqing's attempt to absorb both celestial herbs could lead to catastrophic consequences due to the immense potency they contained. This time, Gu Yuna did not hesitate or offer words. She materialized in her humanoid form beside the stone bed. She directed her attention to the silver soul power emanating from Zhu Zhuqing's hands, flowing into her body. Absorbing the 8-petaled orchid was distinct from the previous herb. It required fully extracting its potency while ensuring it did not overwhelm Zhu Zhuqing, facilitating only the evolution of her martial soul. Furthermore, the evolution of her Yuming Ling Mao martial soul would not necessarily culminate in the Yuming Baihu. It required Gu Yuna's guidance. Thus, she did not merely project a beam of silver light, but actively assisted. "Thank you, Gu Yuna," Chao Kun silently expressed in his mind. Even with Gu Yuna's presence, he could still communicate with her in his sea of consciousness, as her primary strength resided there. Gu Yuna remained focused on aiding Zhu Zhuqing in her martial soul evolution. Pleasingly, Chao Kun observed for a while, and seeing no unforeseen complications, he turned to exit the cave, aware that he still needed to address Davis and the others. Now, with the potency of the 2 celestial herbs and Gu Yuna's support, Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly evolve her martial soul into the Yuming Baihu. Thus, Davis would no longer be necessary. Leaving such a person alive left Chao Kun feeling uneasy. Upon stepping outside the cave, Chao Kun was taken aback. He found Zhu Zhuyin, having awakened unbeknownst to him, brandishing an ornate dagger against Davis's throat. The 2 soul saints and the soul emperor beside her lay lifeless, their throats punctured, blood staining the ground beneath them. As for Davis, he remained unconscious, oblivious to the unfolding events. Feeling Chao Kun's presence, Zhu Zhuyin turned to him, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. "Do not kill me. I can assist Zhuqing in becoming the queen of the Xingluo Empire. You must understand, with her character, even with her family's backing, it would be challenging for her to ascend to the throne." As she spoke, she thrust the dagger into Davis's throat several times. Davis seemed to sense something, twitching momentarily before falling still. Thus, both princes of the Xingluo Empire met their demise. "This is my sincerity. I will not betray you. The Dai family will not spare me once they learn I have slain their last heir." Unlike the others, Davis had been stabbed multiple times, blood gushing forth, splattering Zhu Zhuyin. At this sight, Chao Kun retracted the flames he had summoned earlier to confront Davis. Approaching Zhu Zhuyin, he looked down at her with a calm demeanor and asked, "How did you awaken so quickly?" Zhu Zhuyin hastily explained, "I possess a soul bone from an 800-year-old cheetah soul beast. Although its age is somewhat low, its speed is unparalleled, making it perfect for me, so I absorbed it. To my surprise, its soul skill turned out to be a healing type. When you shot us with ice arrows, I utilized the soul skill. Though I fainted for a bit afterward, I soon regained consciousness." As she spoke, Zhu Zhuyin discarded the dagger and crawled to the feet of Chao Kun, her teary eyes pleading, "Please do not kill me. I will assist Zhuqing in becoming the queen of the Xingluo Empire." Gao Kun Dao Jet Dao, lifting her chin with his hand, and remarked coolly, "So, you have overheard my plan?" Zhu Zhuyin was taken aback, nodding as she continued to beseech him. This made sense. She had awakened when Chao Kun mentioned making Zhuqing the queen of the Xingluo Empire. Upon learning of Chao Kun's intentions, she understood that Davis was doomed. Otherwise, even with Zhuqing's martial soul being the Yuming White Tiger, she could not ascend to the throne. After all, the royal family was currently the Dai clan. And no matter how amicable the Dai and Zhu families were, the Dai clan would never relinquish the throne willingly. Thus, in order to avoid being silenced, Zhu Zhuyin had preemptively dealt with Davis and the others, seeking to ally herself with Chao Kun. Realizing this, Chao Kun released her chin, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the 3 corpses surrounding them. "You and Davis should be able to perform a martial soul fusion technique, correct? In that case, you could have killed him without hesitation. It is difficult for me to place my trust in you." her heavy yet taut bosom brushing against his shins. Although the martial soul fusion required mutual understanding, it did not necessitate complete alignment. She and Davis had practiced for a long time before they could barely execute it. Because of this, the power of the Yuming white tiger they summoned together was not particularly strong. Had they not been interrupted by other soul masters, they could have escaped. I share no feelings for Davis. After explaining, Zhu Zhuyun continued to implore, "Do not kill me. I can truly help Zhu Qing. I will pledge my loyalty to you and serve you forever." Looking down at Zhu Zhuyun's tear-filled eyes, Chao Kuan stood up, just as Zhu Zhuyun felt despair. Believing Chao Kuan was still intent on killing her, a water mirror suddenly appeared beside her. It displayed the scene of her previously stabbing Davis and her words to Chao Kuan. At the same time, Chao Kuan's voice echoed, "Since this is the case, I will trust you once. Should you betray me, not only will I hunt you down, but the Xingluo Empire will not spare you either. However, if you sincerely assist Zhu Qing in becoming the queen of the Xingluo Empire, you shall not be without your rewards." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuyun was initially stunned. Then filled with joy, "I will never betray you." She clung to him, her bosom brushing against his legs, igniting the fiery emotions Chao Kuan had just felt after passionately kissing Zhu Qing. However, seeing Zhu Zhuyun, Chao Kuan felt conflicted and was about to break free when Zhu Zhuyun seemed to have an epiphany. She bit her lip and suddenly activated her martial soul, sprouting cat ears atop her head and a cat tail behind her. She then swiftly launched an attack on Chao Kuan, seizing his vulnerabilities. Chao Kuan invalid sharply, momentarily caught off guard. Although she had captured his attention, Zhu Zhuyun dared not proceed recklessly. She bit her lip, adopting a seductive expression. Master Zhu Zhuyun's demeanor, combined with her voice and the swaying of her cat tail, prompted Chao Kuan, who had initially intended to push her away, to instead place his hand on her head. This gesture allowed Zhu Zhuyun to relax. Having sensed Chao Kuan's earlier agitation, she had deemed it necessary to take such a bold action to gain his trust. Fortunately, Chao Kuan did not punish her. Zhu Zhuyun began to move her hands, closing her eyes in feline delight as Chao Kuan stroked her head. After a moment, the attire on Chao Kuan transformed into a different appearance. Zhu Zhuyun knelt before him, looking up at him with an eager expression. With the bodies of Davis and the others lying nearby, the round moon hung high in the night sky, accompanied by a myriad of stars that provided a glimmer of light in the pitch-black darkness. Yet, Zhu Zhuyun and Chao Kuan required no such illumination beside them. A bonfire cast enough glow to illuminate their forms and project their shadows onto the mountainside behind them. As time passed, the flames of the bonfire dwindled, indicating that the fuel was nearly exhausted. Crackling sounds filled the air as the divine presence of sleep spoke to this world. "As you operate thus, you shall find your suitable places, and you will evolve over the course of 100,000 years. For the longest duration of a single night's rest, the divine being allowed the earth and stars to function autonomously, deeming it good. Will the Shema sect encounter issues? Will they be overrun by other forces?" The holy son of the demon palace inquired. Ling Yong raised his gaze toward the direction of the voice, where he saw Magneto descending slowly from the air, a broad smile on his face, accompanied by several subordinates closely following him. At this moment, they were fixated on Ling Yong and his companions. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" Jessica snapped at Wang Tian, who appeared lost in thought, her expression filled with confusion. Brother Weo never anticipated that Chaos's Arcut is also a Zanpakuto, and a special one that maintains its Shurkai state. The earlier abilities involve striking the physical body through armor. Now, just hearing the name of the Bankai indicated that its effects would surely target the soul. In a place shrouded in black mist, a massive black serpent lay coiled like a dragon, its scales tightly packed, each over a meter long, shimmering with a metallic sheen, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. It was clear that it was not a mere adversary. Based on its aura, it was at least at the pinnacle of the celestial immortal level. Such a battle of this caliber could not be handled with ordinary means, and one of Magneto's subordinates could no longer contain himself. However, he knew that he must not allow anyone else to fight this battle. As he entered the office, he found Lin Junjie pacing within, while Jin He and Jin Ping wore expressions of discontent. Subsequently, the 9 divine dragons formed an incredibly ethereal shell, a luminous sphere that severed all ties with the black dots and the previous aberrations. Luo Shan finally understood. In the end, Lin Yin and Yang Ran's relationship was not genuine, but rather a mutually beneficial arrangement. Whether wearing a loose collar that revealed a fair expanse of chest, or donning exquisitely tailored clothing that accentuated her slender waist, or simply and bluntly thrusting her face before Yi Qingli's eyes, she made her intentions clear. Moreover, she had mentioned that although these individuals were injured, their condition was far from life-threatening. Now, amidst the clamor for Xia Chu to fetch water, how many truly suffered severe pain? And how many sought merely to seize the opportunity for a drink? Cixi returned to the Duke of Guo's residence only to find that not only did he not meet the Duke, but he was also ridiculed by those around the Duchess, provoking a surge of irritation. He soon learned that the second young lady's marriage had undergone changes, and with a change in expression, he hurried back to the Wang residence. Ever since I returned, Lu Xianxian had been secretly observing my every move, especially after I mentioned our significant gains. Fearing I might flee, she kept a close watch on me. The man dropped this remark and exited the Genshin project team, not expecting them to be so ruthless. On a summer night, they gathered around delectable dishes, reveling in the dual satisfaction brought by exquisite food and fine wine. I explained once more, saying that when I discovered her, she was gasping for air and her body was chillingly cold. It was only through this method that I managed to warm her up. Otherwise, she would have perished by now. After facing numerous life-threatening encounters, I found myself nearly submerged in a realm of despair from which I could not escape. In Chapter 145, Separation, upon completing her transformation, Zhu Zhuqing joyfully called out to Chao Kuan, fluttering her wings as she flew toward him. The bluish-purple tail of her tiger swayed adorably. Having encountered Ayin, Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuyun, and Chao Kuan, her experiences had significantly broadened her horizons, and her resistance to beautiful women had notably increased. As Zhu Zhuqing approached, although Chao Kuan was captivated by her beauty, he remained composed. He smiled and extended his hand, intending to catch her as she flew toward him. However, as soon as Zhu Zhuqing made contact with Chao Kuan, she suddenly recalled something. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she released his hand and flew backward, covering herself with her hands. "Chowdage, could you please turn around for a moment?" she softly requested, her face blushing. During her time in the light cocoon, her clothing had been disassembled. Although the situation appeared quite provocative, it was surprisingly innocent. Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan smiled slightly and, thinking to himself, turned to face Zhu Zhuyun. Zhu Zhuyun, however, did not turn away, maintaining her gaze on Chao Kuan. She smiled gently, her lips moving silently, producing barely audible sounds, perhaps even inaudible. Given how close Chao Kuan was, he could not discern her words. Nevertheless, based on the experiences of the past few days, it was likely that she was saying master. Chao Kuan glanced at her, but remained silent. Understanding his cue, Zhu Zhuyun ceased her teasing, lowering her head and standing with earnestness. For some unknown reason, Zhu Zhuyun's demeanor over the past 2 days had altered from their first encounter. Although she remained obedient to Chao Kuan, she appeared much more relaxed, unlike the first time when she acted like a puppet trying to please him. Despite this, Chao Kuan found joy in her transformation, as he had initially decided to take Zhu Zhuyun in to assist Zhu Zhuqing, not for his own trivial matters. Furthermore, given Chao Kuan's current strength and status, he could hardly seek out a puppet-like companion. Zhu Zhuyun's current demeanor only served to ignite Chao Kuan's interest further. "That'll be all, Chowdage." After the rustling sound of clothing ceased behind her, Zhu Zhuqing spoke. Chao Kuan turned around, his eyes brightening at the sight of the newly attired Zhu Zhuqing. Her outfit, presumably pre-prepared, was still a form-fitting leather suit, though it appeared slightly snug due to her sudden growth after the evolution of her martial spirit. After a brief glance, Chao Kuan inquired of the flying Zhu Zhuqing, "Has your martial spirit successfully evolved into the Yuming White Tiger?" Although he could see some evidence of it, he still asked. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing nodded excitedly yes. The Yuming spirit cat has successfully evolved into the Yuming white tiger. Although I have not yet acquired my third spirit ring, and my soul power remains at level 30. I can feel that my soul power is nearly at level 40. After the evolution of my martial spirit, my 2 soul skills have also undergone significant enhancements. My first soul skill, Yuming Thrust, which originally doubled my speed, now, with the addition of wings, has increased my speed to 3 times and additionally augmented my strength. During attacks, Yuming white tiger claws manifest on my hands and feet, significantly boosting my attack power. My second soul skill, Yuming 100 Claws, has transformed into Yuming 100 Strikes, with increased penetration, speed, and strength. After piercing the enemy, the Yuming white tiger's bluish-purple flames invade their bodies, wreaking havoc upon them. I also feel that my physical attributes have greatly improved, considerably stronger than before. Zhu Zhuqing spoke with excitement, her tone light and joyful, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. Once Zhu Zhuqing finished her explanation, Chao Kuan smiled and remarked, indeed, the Yuming white tiger is worthy of being more powerful than a top-tier beast martial spirit. Your current strength should be comparable to that of an average soul king. The only thing lacking are a couple of soul skills. Upon hearing Chao Kuan's praise, Zhu Zhuqing smiled and then lowered her head, saying, "Thank you, Chao Dage." She then lifted her gaze to Chao Kuan, wanting to express her gratitude and feelings, but her cool demeanor prevented her from articulating those words, leaving her to shyly move beside him. Noticing her bashful disposition, Chao Kuan swept her into his embrace. "There is no need for such formalities between us." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in acknowledgement within his arms and softly said, "Chao Dage, I will surely become the queen of the Xingluo Empire, and then I will be able to assist you." Chao Kuan replied, affectionately stroking her head. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuyun, positioned behind Chao Kuan, kept her head lowered, her expression unchanged. After a moment of warmth, recalling the presence of another person, Chao Kuan said, "Zhuqing, Davis, and Dai Mubai are already dead, and there is no suitable heir left in the Dai family to inherit the throne. Therefore, upon your return, the Zhu family will undoubtedly have ambitions regarding your evolution into the Yuming white tiger. However, they are likely to treat you merely as a pawn in the struggle for the throne, rather than allowing you to become the queen of the Xingluo Empire. After all, among the current power brokers on the continent, aside from the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, there are no other women. Thus, to become the queen of the Xingluo Empire, you will need to persuade them and engage in some intrigue, which may prove challenging alone. Your sister, whom I have left behind, can assist you in becoming the queen of the Xingluo Empire." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, stepping out of Chao Kuan's embrace. "Sister, as long as Chao Dage believes it is feasible, I am on board." She then glanced at Zhu Zhuyun, who also raised her head to meet her gaze, smiling just as they did in their childhood. In their younger days, her sister had always taken good care of her, and she wished for Zhu Zhuyun's safety. Now, with her sister's support, her path to becoming the queen of the Xingluo Empire would be much smoother. Zhu Zhuyun was now an adult, unlike Zhu Zhuqing, who had only recently begun to navigate the world of power. Zhu Zhuyun approached Zhu Zhuqing and smiled, saying, "Sister, we." Observing the sisters' exchange, Chao Kuan felt a sense of déjà vu, as if they had arrived at a fortuitous moment. Yet, he refrained from acting on it, despite Zhu Zhuqing's nature. Even with Chao Kuan smiling and embracing both her and her sister, she would likely not object. However, Chao Kuan believed maintaining a respectful distance was preferable, especially since he had just met Zhu Zhuqing and was now embracing her sister. As Chao Kuan pondered these thoughts, the sisters concluded their conversation, with Zhu Zhuyin doing most of the talking while Zhu Zhuqing responded. As dawn broke, after sharing a meal with the provisions from Zhu Zhuyun's storage soul guide, Chao Kuan addressed the now amicable sisters, saying, "Now, shall we venture into the Stardow Forest to help Zhuqing obtain her third or even fourth spirit ring?" Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before responding, "Sister and the others have been out searching for me and Dai Mubai for half a month now. They must be quite anxious due to the lack of communication. It is indeed prudent for my sister and me to return at this moment. Upon our return, based on the knowledge of the Xingluo Empire regarding the Yuming Baihu, we may procure a more suitable soul ring. Although I yearn to spend a few more days with Chao Kun, the thought of his formidable strength ignites within me an urgent desire to elevate my own prowess and status, so that I might assist him more effectively. Zhu Zhuqing nods in agreement, her determination evident. Hearing this, Chao Kun acquiesces to Zhu Zhuqing's decision, albeit with a tinge of regret at the impending separation from the once little kitten, now a grand tiger. Yet, time is abundant, and there is no need for haste. After gathering their belongings, the group departs from the cave where they had spent the last few days. This shall suffice. It won't be long before I come to see you again, Chao Kun remarks as he gazes towards the small town ahead. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing enthusiastically nods beside him, while Zhu Zhiyun, unable to fly due to Zhu Zhuqing's insufficient soul power, is escorted by Chao Kun. Next time we meet, I will be able to assist you. Gao Zage, Zhu Jing Decolet. After exchanging a few parting words, the group lands on the ground. Zhu Zhuqing glances back at Chao Kun before proceeding towards the small town of the Xinghua Empire, followed closely by Zhu Zhiyun, who also casts a lingering look at him, biting her lip and offering a captivating glance before trailing after her sister. As they reach the entrance of the town, Chao Kun smiles, transforming into the Juefeng bird, soaring into the sky with a sudden gust of wind. Sister Yu and Chao De Ge. Zhu Zhuqing begins to address Zhu Zhiyun. During the evolution of my martial soul, I did not lose consciousness. In the air, Chao Kun fully transforms into the Juefeng bird, deftly controlling the winds as he swiftly heads toward Nodding City. Just then, a cold chuckle from Guyu Na resonates within his consciousness, catching him off guard. He had momentarily overlooked her presence. Guyu Na, I haven't heard your voice these past few days. Did guiding Zhuqing through her martial soul evolution exhaust much of your energy? Have you recovered now? He shifts the topic without seeking to explain himself. After a brief silence, Guyu Na responds, I have indeed recovered. The substance emitted by your martial soul is quite beneficial to my spiritual essence. Olhat, Gaokun Ak No Wet. During his journey into the sea of consciousness at the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he had encountered his martial soul, during which Guyu Na had previously informed him that her martial soul could continuously emit a certain substance. This substance not only strengthens the souls of the soul beasts surrounding his martial soul, but also aids Guyu Na's own spiritual essence. This is also the reason why he can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring without experiencing spiritual turmoil. Although Chao Kun is unaware of the exact nature of this substance, its benefits to spiritual beings suggest its rarity. However, as he currently has no need for it, he is at peace letting Guyu Na absorb it, knowing that even if he were to refuse, she would likely proceed regardless. It is better to be generous. After her absorption, she would owe him a favor, which is often why Guyu Na agrees to assist him. After a moment of silence, Guyu Na speaks again regarding the spiritual cultivation technique you inquired about. I have pondered it for a few days and have some vague recollections. However, it has been too long since I practiced it, and I have forgotten much. Furthermore, spiritual cultivation techniques can be perilous. A single misstep may lead to significant spiritual harm, which is difficult to recover from. Chao Kun, growing increasingly puzzled, interjects, So what does that imply? Guyu Na pauses momentarily before continuing in her calm demeanor. In essence, while I have thought of it, my recollections are not comprehensive. For your safety, it would be unwise to pursue that spiritual cultivation technique. Do you understand? Chao Kun nods, fully comprehending her warning. Understood. It is not the time for frivolous discourse, as it may provoke the ire of the Silver Dragon King. Moreover, acquiring a spiritual cultivation technique is not overly complicated. Now that Tang Hao is deceased, dealing with Yu Shaojiang and Tang San at their current strength would be as easy as slicing vegetables for him. Chao Kun contemplates these matters silently, while Guyu Na seems to await his response. Thus, the air grows heavy with silence once more. As Chao Kun, now fully transformed into the Juefeng bird, accelerates toward Nodding City, he realizes it will take considerable time to reach their destination, likely until evening. After a considerable pause, Guyu Na speaks again, her tone somewhat hesitant. Have you not considered the conditions I mentioned? This question jolts Chao Kun from his reverie, leaving him momentarily speechless. Why has she suddenly brought this up? He believes he has not exhibited any such intentions in recent days. Caught off guard, Chao Kun stumbles over his words, feigning ignorance as he replies, "What conditions?" Oof. Gu Yuna snorts, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing this, Chao Kun breathes a sigh of relief. While Gu Yuna is undeniably beautiful and intriguing, he understands that conventional methods may not work on her, considering her extensive lifespan as the Silver Dragon King. Furthermore, she had earlier requested his assistance in obtaining the rare flower, Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, which he knew was beyond his capabilities, leading him to quell any romantic notions. Chao Kun recognizes that a being like Gu Yuna, despite her capacity for emotion, would find it challenging to form a genuine connection. Moreover, expecting her to reciprocate feelings while he simultaneously forgoes other relationships is simply untenable. Thus, despite harboring some worldly desires for her, his thoughts have gradually cooled as he acknowledges her repeated assistance. Such a dynamic is acceptable. A friendship does not necessitate romantic entanglements. Yet, the suddenness of Gu Yuna's inquiry leaves him perplexed. Could she possibly have developed feelings for him? He quickly dismisses this notion, redirecting his focus on the journey ahead. Within the sea of consciousness, Gu Yuna manifests in her human form, seated beside Chao Kun's martial soul, her eyes fixated on the substance he emits, which the souls of the soul beasts within the insignia eagerly absorb. At present, the material emanating from Chao Kun's soul power holds little significance for her, apart from serving as a supplementary source after excessive consumption. Consequently, Gu Yuna refrained from competing with these soul beasts for their essence. Observing the substances, she felt a wave of displeasure as she thought, absorbing these materials has side effects. With this in mind, she cast a disdainful glance at the martial spirit that bore an uncanny resemblance to Chao Kun. The notion that absorbing these materials would gradually foster a fondness for this boy was utterly vexing. Were it not for this, she would have never entertained any conditions with Chao Kun, having absorbed too much in her previous endeavor to heal. The sight of this boy engaging in such antics with other girls now irked her greatly. The memory of Chao Kun's absurd afternoon with Lu Erlong, though they did not reach the final act, was enough to leave Gu Yuna with eyes averted. Furthermore, observing Chao Kun's current demeanor only intensified her irritation. How dare he not show interest? Ugh! The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and Gu Yuna spat disdainfully at the martial spirit of Chao Kun, eliciting a puzzled expression from him as he journeyed onward. As dusk approached, Chao Kun soared toward Nodding City, a smile creeping upon his face as he beheld the familiar streets below. He flapped his wings and swiftly descended into a deserted alley. "I, Chao Kun, have returned," he proclaimed, before hastening toward the location of the Wuhan Academy. First, he sought out Xiao Wu. As for Tang San, he remained unaware that Chao Kun harbored intentions of vengeance and would not flee. It was highly likely that Tang San was nearby Xiao Wu. Outside the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, the gatekeeper regarded Chao Kun with keen interest. With years of experience guarding the entrance, he surmised that the newcomer must be a noble, perhaps even a formidable soul master. The aura and presence emanating from Chao Kun inspired a sense of reverence in the gatekeeper. Chao Kun met his gaze and replied coolly, "Xiao Wang, do you not remember me?" This gatekeeper had previously spoken ill of them, and due to his connections with the academy's director, he was assigned to guard the entrance. After his derogatory remarks, he soon learned that Tang San had been taken as a disciple by the master, and at that time, Chao Kun had already begun to demonstrate remarkable strength and potential. Fearing the loss of his position, the gatekeeper sought out Chao Kun and offered an apology. Gao Wen, not one to hold grudges, accepted 10 gold soul coins to move on, of which he still owed a share to Tang San. As Chao Kun's power grew, he subtly acquired the title of the strongest in Nodding City, prompting the gatekeeper to frequently seek to curry favor with him, and they had become somewhat familiar over time. Upon hearing Chao Kun's words, the gatekeeper raised his head and scrutinized them closely. Chao Kun made no attempt to hide from his gaze. "You are young Master Kun." After a prolonged examination, the gatekeeper suddenly exclaimed, "You are young Master Kun. How have you changed so much?" Recognizing him, Chao Kun smiled and nodded, interrupting the gatekeeper's rambling with a query. Do you know where Xiao Wu is? Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper quickly composed himself, saying, Sister Xiao Wu should be in dormitory 7 during your absence. Before the gatekeeper could finish, Qiao Kuan cut him off, thanking him before entering the academy. Xiao Wu typically did not attend classes, and neither did Qiao Kuan, except for a few specific sessions. Tang San, on the other hand, did not attend at all, choosing instead to study solely with Yu Xiaojiang. Having spent several years at the Notting City Junior Soulmaster Academy, Qiao Kuan's absence had not been long, and upon entering the academy, he swiftly made his way to dormitory 7. On his journey, Qiao Kuan's speed rendered him invisible to anyone passing by. In less than half a minute, he arrived at the somewhat dilapidated dormitory building, smiling as he entered. Those exiting after class caught sight of Qiao Kuan and regarded him with curiosity, wondering why such a person of remarkable presence had appeared in the academy. Qiao Kuan paid them no mind, due to the disparity in strength and experience. Aside from a few, like Wang, who had befriended him, others could not integrate with them. Wang Hu and the others had graduated years prior. Pushing open the door to dormitory 7, the students inside turned to look at him. Upon realizing he was a stranger, most turned back to their activities. Who are you? Several inquired, instinctively adopting a respectful demeanor in his presence. Residents of dormitory 7 were typically those who had faced hardships, and with Qiao Kuan's aura transformed after absorbing the spirit of the Water and Fire Dragon King. It was no wonder they reacted thus. Qiao Kuan smiled at them without responding, then turned his gaze to a familiar spot. Xiao Wu sat there, and upon noticing him, her expression brightened, while Tang San was absent from dormitory 7, likely at the blacksmith shop. Who are you? What brings you to dormitory 7? Xiao Wu exclaimed, descending from her bed to approach Qiao Kuan, although her pace slowed as she drew nearer. Oh dear, how disheartened I am. Sister Xiao Wu does not recognize me. Qiao Kuan feigned sadness as he spoke. Listening to his words and gazing at his increasingly familiar face, Xiao Wu paused for a moment before joyously leaping toward him. Kun, you have returned. With her remarkable agility, she landed directly in front of Qiao Kuan. In response, he smiled and opened his arms, successfully catching her. Kun, how'd you return so quickly? Did you not say? Upon hearing her, Qiao Kuan swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. There are too many people here. This is not the place for such discussions. Xiao Wu instantly understood and nodded, yet she did not release her hold on his waist, tightening her embrace. Her body was remarkably supple, a testament to the skills she had imparted to him. Qiao Kuan said nothing further. With a powerful leap, he swiftly exited dormitory 7. Kuan, your strength has grown so formidable, she exclaimed, still clinging to him atop the dormitory roof, recalling how he had effortlessly leaped from the first floor to the rooftop. Indeed, and call me Brother Kuan, Qiao Kuan replied with a smile. Xiao Wu did not dwell on this, her expression turning anxious as she looked at him, saying, Did you not write to say that a titled Dalu was nearby? Has he attacked you? Are you safe now? Moreover, your ability to write to me indicates that you are aware of my identity as a soul beast. With that, Xiao Wu lowered her head. Noticing this, Qiao Kuan gently applied pressure to her waist, lifting her slightly to comfort her. I do not care what you are. Do you think I would be concerned about that? If I were, I would not have written to you. What matters to me is you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, and she bashfully responded, Who knows if you are not like Tang San? Before she could finish her sentence, Qiao Kuan's brow furrowed, and he released his hold on her waist. What do you mean by that? Do you suspect my intentions are for your soul rings and bones? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu quickly tightened her grip around Qiao Kuan's waist, desperate to prevent herself from falling, and exclaimed, No, I find myself grappling with doubt regarding you. I was mistaken. Xiao Wu planted several kisses on Qiao Kuan's face, but upon noticing his lingering displeasure, she blushed and pecked his lips. Kuan, I was wrong. Seeing that Qiao Kuan remained unresponsive, she kissed him once more, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, Gij Kuan, I was wrong. At that moment, Qiao Kuan was amused by her enticing words, and he lifted Xiao Wu's petite form once more. Feeling reassured, Xiao Wu nestled into his embrace. Exhaling a sigh of relief, holding Xiao Wu, Qiao Kuan sat at the edge of the rooftop and explained, The titled Douluo behind Tang San is a wanted individual from the Wuhuan Hall. Over the past few days, I dealt with him and eliminated him. After resolving that matter, I returned to find you, and you still doubt me? Xiao Wu listened intently, her focus sharper than during lectures. Upon hearing Chao Kuen's slightly resentful words, she immediately smiled and kissed him again, pleading I was wrong. Gij Kuen, please forgive me. In the past, Chao Kuen might have let it slide. But after his encounters with Ain, Lu Erlong, and Zhu Zhuqing, he glanced away from Xiao Wu's rosy lips towards other directions. Who would have imagined that the once innocent Chao Kuen, just a month ago, had now become quite seasoned? However, he refrained from overstepping. His kisses with Xiao Wu were merely fleeting, as he still maintained his innocence in her presence. Kuen, how have you changed so much? Once Xiao Wu realized that there were no more titled Douluo in the vicinity, she completely relaxed and began to ponder Chao Kuen's transformation. After a moment's reflection, Chao Kuen replied, this month, besides collaborating with the Wuhuan Hall to eliminate that titled Douluo, I also ventured to Tianhou City, where I acquired a soul ring in the sunset forest nearby and encountered another titled Douluo. From him, I obtained some celestial herbs, and after absorbing them, I changed significantly, with my strength having increased tremendously. I am now at level 39. Xiao Wu tilted her head, murmuring, another titled Douluo? Celestial herbs? Indeed, celestial herbs are. After hearing Chao Kuen's explanation, Xiao Wu was astonished. So incredible. Chao Kuen chuckled. Yes, I even prepared one for you. How about it? Gij Kuen treats you well, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu gazed at Chao Kuen and kissed him once more. Yes, Gij Kuen is truly wonderful. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu felt her body and mind relax even further. After learning about the value of celestial herbs from Chao Kuen, Xiao Wu understood that they rivaled the allure of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. If a Kuen truly prepared one for her, it signified that he had no interest in her soul ring and soul bone. Though Xiao Wu's previous words were spoken without much thought, her heart had been quite worried. After all, being a 100,000-year soul beast, what soul master on Douluo continent could resist the temptation of a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone? Now, with Chao Kuen presenting her an equally precious item, she felt considerably relieved. Moreover, if escape became impossible, giving it to a Kuen would not be out of the question. With such thoughts, Xiao Wu buried her head in Chao Kuen's embrace. Since Chao Kuen was seated, there was no fear of Xiao Wu falling from him, and thus he no longer supported her hips. However, Chao Kuen's hands were not idle. They traced along Xiao Wu's long, fair legs. Her legs were long, constituting 60% of her height, yet they appeared exceptionally harmonious and not at all awkward. Nevertheless, those strikingly beautiful legs drew Chao Kuen's attention, compelling him to touch them unconsciously. After a while, Xiao Wu, her cheeks flushed, inquired, Kuen, what about Tang San now? Chao Kuen halted his movements and looked at Xiao Wu, asking, what do you think? Xiao Wu contemplated before stating, kill him, eliminate the future threat. A person with a titled Douluo backing him is certainly not simple. Chao Kuen gazed at the setting sun and stood up. Sister Xiao Wu, is there something you need? That night, upon returning from the blacksmith's, Tang San, noticing Xiao Wu who had summoned him, felt a twinge of curiosity. Just moments before, he had not reached the 7th dormitory when Xiao Wu had called for him. Nodding City was indeed small, even at the primary Soul Master Academy. Most areas were shrouded in darkness at night, with few students around. The library at the academy was especially dark, devoid of any presence. Yet, why was there a puddle on the stone platform nearby when it hadn't rained today? Tang San pondered briefly before dismissing it, for it was unusual for Xiao Wu to take the initiative to invite him. Xiao Wu led him to this location. Surely, she wouldn't want to discuss anything serious? Reflecting on the past few days of Xiao Wu initiating conversations with him, Tang San felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Indeed, without that orphan, everything had improved. Xiao Wu glanced back at Tang San without uttering a word. Before Tang San could finish his sentence, a figure emerged from the puddle on the stone platform. And before he could comprehend, a fiery red spear lunged at him. Bang! Tang San had no time to react, as the spear pierced through his body, striking directly through his heart. Gasping, he fell to the ground, blood spilling forth as he coughed violently. Miraculously, he was not dead. His Xiantian Kung Fu allowed him to linger a little longer, yet he could not heal. His demise was imminent. In despair, Tang Xin beheld the shadow that had appeared and the figure of Xiao Wu behind it. Xiao Wu, why? Who are you? He coughed. Xiao Kuan did not respond. He advanced to strike Tang San once more. Just then, blue-silver grass entwined around Tang San, pulling him back a few steps. Alas! Even if Xiao Kuan did not deal the final blow, Tang San would not survive. Tang San's eyes widened, his pupils glowing with purple light. It's you, the orphan. How did your strength increase so dramatically? Why do you wish to kill me? Listening to Tang San's words, Xiao Kuan let out a chuckle. I never anticipated that you would recognize me so quickly. Only you could prompt Xiao Wu to cooperate so thoroughly. Tang San's body erupted with blood once again. With a thought, Xiao Kuan summoned flames to incinerate the blue-silver grass that attempted to hinder him or save Tang San. He raised his Rui spear coldly and declared, Since you have recognized me, why ask such foolish questions? It seems as if you have no desire to survive. Before Tang San could respond, Xiao Kuan thrust the spear downward. As the weapon approached his face, Tang San's eyes widened, his pupils radiating purple light, and he unexpectedly exuded a glimmer of brilliance. Unfortunately, it proved futile. Xiao Kuan did not relent, delivering a fatal blow. After the strike, Xiao Kuan called out to Gu Yuna within his consciousness. Now is the time. Senior Gu Yuna, extract his memories. Yet, after his call, nothing transpired, leaving Xiao Kuan puzzled. Senior Gu Yuna? Meanwhile, from Tang San's lifeless body, his soul emerged, filled with resentment and fury as he glared at Xiao Kuan, yet dared not approach him. His gaze still shimmered with purple light, and after casting a resentful glance at Xiao Kuan, he turned his attention to Xiao Wu. To his astonishment, she had allied herself with a beast. Tang San inwardly cursed Xiao Kuan and Xiao Wu, glancing about anxiously. The fact that he could manifest in a spiritual state was entirely due to his recent breakthrough to the third realm of the Ziji demon child, Jie, just at the last moment. In the original narrative, his cultivation had not progressed this swiftly. This advancement to the Jie realm was, in truth, a debt of gratitude owed to Xiao Kuan. When Xiao Kuan was merely 3 years old, he had exchanged a piece of purple mineral for a breathing technique, which surprisingly harbored a wealth of spiritual energy. It was this very mineral that expedited the cultivation of his Ziji demon child. Otherwise, even amidst the throes of life and death, the instinct for survival could not have surged his spiritual power so dramatically. Regrettably, though he could now appear in a spiritual form, his essence was gradually dissipating with the passage of time, compelling him to possess a living being and take over their body. However, apart from Xiao Kuan and Xiao Wu, there was no one else present, which intensified his urgency. Unbeknownst to Xiao Kuan, who had called out to Gu Yuna several times without receiving a response, he furrowed his brow in confusion. This was unusual. He had informed her ahead of time. What could have occurred? Just as he pondered this, a voice echoed from a distance. Luo Sanpao, be on guard. It was Yu Xiao Gang, who had sensed a disturbance from the library and was now cautiously approaching. Having summoned Luo Sanpao upon detecting the scent of blood. Hearing this, Xiao Kuan frowned and, with a worried expression, scooped up Xiao Wu, retreating into the shadows. At that moment, Tang San's face lit up with delight as he beheld Yu Xiao Gang approaching. In his heart, he thought, I'm sorry, master. I believe you will understand. Yet, despite this thought, the speed of his advance was unrelenting. Why did it suddenly feel so cold? Yu Xiao Gang mused, his brow furrowed. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, Luo Sanpao leaped before Yu Xiao Gang. Sanpao, what is it? Yu Xiao Gang inquired, his brow furrowing as he looked on. Luo Sanpao barked anxiously, and as Yu Xiao Gang began to comprehend the situation, Tang San's spirit was on the verge of entering his body. Woof! Luo Sanpao leapt up, positioning itself in front of Yu Xiao Gang. No! Tang San exclaimed in horror, not wishing to usurp the body of a dog, nor anyone else's martial spirit. He attempted to halt his momentum, but it was too swift, and he surged into Luo Sanpao's body. As Tang San's soul entered Luo Sanpao. The latter let out a bark and collapsed to the ground. Sanpao, Sanpao, what has happened? The heavy scent of blood filled Yu Xiao Gang's nostrils as he warily surveyed the pitch-black surroundings. Alas, with his strength, he could discern nothing, relying solely on his experience to identify that the blood was human. Someone has died here. A casualty at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Yu Xiao Gang thought, lifting the unconscious Luo Sanpao, gradually retreating. His hand materialized a magnificent and sharp sword, held defensively before him. The assailant must still be nearby, and it was fortunate that Sanpao had sensed the danger and deflected the attack. With his wealth of experience, Yu Xiao Gang quickly deduced the nature of the assailant's attack. It was peculiar. He could not perceive the strike, yet Sanpao had succumbed. Eventually, as Yu Xiao Gang retreated to a well-lit area, he cast a glance back at where Luo Sanpao had fainted and hastened away. The assailant must have been wounded, as they did not pursue him. As he fled, Yu Xiao Gang surmised that the murderer must be a severely injured fallen one. Only they would exhibit such strange attacks. A fallen one had infiltrated the academy and had already taken a life. Concealed in the shadows, Chao Kuan was oblivious to Yu Xiao Gang's thoughts. Despite his puzzlement over Luo Sanpao's sudden collapse, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Guyuna, Guyuna, he called out. What should I do next? Just then, Xiao Wu tugged at his sleeve, her gaze fixed on Tong San's body, her expression unchanging, as if viewing something quite ordinary. As a soul beast, she had encountered corpses many times before. Moreover, this particular body had once scrutinized her 100,000-year soul, ring, and spirit bone. Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Chao Kuan grew anxious. What was amiss with Guyuna? Hadn't they agreed on a plan beforehand? Due to Guyuna's previous indifference towards him, Chao Kuan, wary of any missteps, had conspired with Xiao Wu, ensuring Guyuna would extract Tong San's memories after he dispatched him, retrieving the techniques from the Xian Tian Bao Lu. However, now, no matter how he called for Guyuna, she remained unresponsive. It appears I must rely on myself. Chao Kuan thought, sweeping his hand to encase Tong San's body in ice, much like Tang Hao had been, sealing it within an ice coffin. Soon, the blood on the ground ignited spontaneously, erasing all traces of the scene. Sighing as he glanced at Tong San, encased in the ice coffin, Chao Kuan retrieved Tang Hao's storage soul guide, placing the coffin within. He wondered if this would still allow him to extract Tong San's memories. Suan Tian Bao Lu. Why the sigh? Wasn't everything proceeding smoothly? Xiao Wu stood beside Chao Kuan, observing his efficient actions, and after a moment's reflection, she too sighed and curiously inquired. Suddenly recalling something, Chao Kuan replied, "It's nothing." He then lifted Xiao Wu, soaring away from the nodding city Junior Soul Master Academy, cradled in Chao Kuan's embrace. Xiao Wu regarded his troubled expression, assuming his sorrow stemmed from having killed Tong San. In her eyes, apart from the conflict a few years prior, the two had always appeared as brothers. Moreover, over the years, the majority of Tong San's earnings from forging had been given to Chao Kuan, assisting him in procuring the materials needed for his cultivation of the iron cloth bath. Thus, after some contemplation, Xiao Wu comforted him, saying, "This world is inherently like this. If you do not kill him, he will eventually kill you. His background is undoubtedly complex. He must have ulterior motives in approaching us." Xiao Wu's words startled Chao Kuan from his thoughts. What was she implying? Why the sudden shift in conversation? What are you talking about? He asked. Do not be troubled over Tong San, she replied, further surprising Chao Kuan. Well, had he ever felt sorrow for Tong San? How did you perceive that I was upset over Tong San? He almost chuckled at the notion. Xiao Wu paused, looking at him. Did you not just express great regret upon seeing Tong San's corpse? Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan chuckled lightly, choosing not to dwell on the Xian Tian Bao Lu any longer. Instead, he gazed at the small figure in his arms and asked, "Are you truly 100,000-year soul beast?" Xiao Wu, taken aback, wondered at the sudden question. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she playfully nudged Chao Kuan's chest with her head, saying, "What is it? Do I, as a soul beast, lack understanding of human emotions? Had I known, I wouldn't have consoled you, you silly Chao Kuan." Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan chuckled lightly, flapping his wings and hovering in midair. He gently lifted Xiao Wu's chin and remarked, "How could that be? I am merely curious as to why you believe my relationship with Tang San is so profound. Do you truly possess 10,000 years?" His words further incensed Xiao Wu, who raised her fists and began to pound furiously on Chao Kun. "Zuetjet Gao Kun, who are you calling 10,000 years old? I am a 100,000-year-soul beast, not a 10,000-year-soul beast. Moreover, you and Tang San previously behaved like true brothers. Who would have guessed your relationship was not as it seemed?" After receiving several playful punches, Chao Kun seized Xiao Wu's hands and laughed. All right, it is my fault. We merely portrayed our camaraderie too convincingly." Amidst their playful banter, Chao Kun flew with Xiao Wu to a secluded forest outside Notting City. As Chao Kun sought out their destination, they arrived in front of a wooden cabin. This was the place where Chao Kun had been brought after being attacked by Tang Hao and subsequently losing consciousness. Usually devoid of visitors, it only saw inhabitants from the Wuhuan Temple during the annual Wuhuan Awakening period. Since that time had long passed, the area remained deserted. Upon entering the cabin, Chao Kun waved his hand, and flames ignited in the stove, while several candles were lit, illuminating the interior. Subsequently, he retrieved an ice coffin from Tang Hao's storage soul guide. Xiao Wu, standing beside him, inquired, "Ah Kun, what are you planning to do?" Chao Kun gazed at Tang San within the ice coffin and shook his head, about to respond when he heard the voice of Guyu Na, who had been silent for some time in his consciousness. "I apologize," she said, her tone tinged with awkwardness. Taking a deep breath, Chao Kun turned to Xiao Wu and reassured her, "It's nothing. I am merely observing." In his consciousness, Guyu Na continued, "This Tang San possesses great fortune, albeit not as much as yours. Furthermore, when you are with him, you tend to absorb some of his luck. Yet he is still one of the destined children of Douluo Dalu. Additionally, he bears a mark of divinity. Should I intervene, that deity would undoubtedly take notice. As I am not in a state of absolute victory, it is unwise to provoke the divine realm." Listening intently, Chao Kun placed the ice coffin near the stove. "Then why can you speak now?" "Ask Yuna," she replied, "because the soul of this body is no longer present." As Chao Kun led Xiao Wu toward the wooden cabin in the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, Yu Xiaojiang, accompanied by a dozen teachers and the principal, arrived at the back of the library. They carried lanterns, meticulously searching for the corpse and the infiltrator that Yu Xiaojiang had mentioned. Unfortunately, they were a bit late. Chao Kun had already eradicated all traces. After searching several times, they found nothing at all. Not only had they failed to locate the infiltrator, but they had not even discovered a single drop of blood. This left the academy's teachers, who had rushed out anxiously upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's news, with lingering doubts. Could it be that the master was merely toying with them? Several teachers exchanged glances with Yu Xiaojiang, their eyes reflecting skepticism. Yu Xiaojiang, however, remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Had he not faced scrutiny and mockery over the years? Let's search a bit more. Xiao Gang would not jest about such matters. At this moment, the principal interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Regrettably, after further searching, they still found nothing. "Principal, we have searched several times already with no evidence at all. I have never heard of an infiltrator capable of erasing traces. Surely the master has made a mistake." A male teacher spoke up, emphasizing his disdain for Yu Xiaojiang. The principal found himself in a difficult position, caught between a competent teacher and a close friend. "Perhaps I was mistaken," Yu Xiaojiang said, cradling the unconscious Luo San Pao. This caused the other teachers to regard him with altered expressions. Moments ago, he had been so adamant, yet now he was admitting to an error. Observing this, the principal rushed to mediate, soothing the other teachers as they departed. Before leaving, they cast one last derisive glance at Yu Xiaojiang, their eyes filled with contempt, as if mocking him. "Humph." Once everyone had left, Yu Xiaojiang scoffed softly. He had not misheard. The unconscious Luo San Pao in his arms served as evidence. Yet in this situation, there was no need to argue with such foolish individuals. With this thought, he returned to his quarters, cradling the still unconscious Luo San Pao. Meanwhile, within Luo San Pao's consciousness, a fierce battle was unfolding between a human and a dog, or perhaps between two dogs. This realm of consciousness radiated a golden brilliance, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. Luo Sanpao, too, emanated a golden glow, yet still resembled a dog, albeit a rather adorable one. Wang Wu. At this moment, Luo Sanpao, with all four legs propelling him, glared furiously at the shadowy figure enveloped in black mist before him. Tang San, filled with hatred, lamented that being killed by that orphan Chao Kuan was one thing, but to have the opportunity to seize another body only to become a dog was utterly unacceptable. This intense loathing coalesced into black mist, emanating a violent and vengeful aura. Let it be a dog, Tang San thought, as he executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps to charge at Luo Sanpao. Should he consume Luo Sanpao's soul, he would successfully seize the body and continue to live. As long as he lived, there was hope. Wang. Luo Sanpao, unperturbed, released a flatulent retort towards Tang San. Unlike the previous emissions, this one bore the sacred golden light of his consciousness, enveloping Tang San. To his shock, this golden light inflicted actual harm upon Tang San, causing him to yelp in pain. Simultaneously, Luo Sanpao lunged forward, mouth agape, intent on biting Tang San. He remembered that this very entity had attempted to attack Yu Shaojing moments ago. Thus commenced the scene of a dog biting Tang San. Tang San, grimacing in pain, kicked Luo Sanpao away and engaged in a fierce struggle using the ghost shadow perplexing steps and a Xinyu hand. Believing he would swiftly devour Luo Sanpao, Tang San was astonished to find that the aura emanating from this space was suppressing him, causing his strength to wane, rendering him incapable of overcoming Luo Sanpao. How could Tang San, a formidable figure, be outmatched by a mere dog? After the initial rage came fear. As time passed and the suppression in his consciousness intensified, he began to falter against Luo Sanpao. Tang San, once a powerful entity, was now being outdone by a dog. After receiving several bites and enduring multiple flatulent assaults, Tang San's soul grew increasingly insubstantial, while Luo Sanpao remained energetic, gazing at Tang San as if he were his most cherished carrot. Wang. Luo Sanpao barked, baring his teeth and lunging forward. Tang San stared at him in terror. Feeling a mix of humiliation and fury, he realized he was afraid of a dog. This cannot be. I will not be slain by a dog. Tang San's eyes widened as a sudden realization struck him. Instantly, the dark mist enveloping him dissipated, revealing his true form. Woof! Indeed, upon seeing Tang San, Luo Sanpao halted, circling around him a few times without continuing its attack. Sanpao! A smile broke across Tang San's face as he crouched down, extending his hand in an attempt to play with Luo Sanpao, just as before. Woof! However, Luo Sanpao did not approach immediately, barking curiously as it circled Tang San. It was perplexed as to why this enemy had suddenly transformed into Tang San, the disciple of its master. Sanpao, come here. Tang San maintained his smile, extending his hand further. Woof! Whimper. Still, Luo Sanpao did not advance, which only heightened Tang San's anxiety, for his soul was on the brink of dissolution. Sanpao, come here. I will take you to eat carrots. After a moment, Luo Sanpao gazed at Tang San and, wagging its tail, approached. Although Luo Sanpao possessed a degree of intelligence, it was not particularly high. Embracing Luo Sanpao, Tang San's smile grew even broader. Sanpao, I must apologize. Whimper. Once again, a dark mist enveloped Tang San, and before Luo Sanpao could react, it was swiftly engulfed as well. After a while, the dark mist shrank, leaving only Tang San's silhouette in the sea of consciousness. Ha ha! Tang San laughed heartily, a tear escaping from the corner of his eye. He was not sorrowful for Luo Sanpao, but rather for himself. Transforming into a dog was one thing, but to have to resort to deception to eliminate a mere dog was another. After completely devouring Luo Sanpao's soul, Tang San's form instantaneously transformed, becoming akin to Luo Sanpao, albeit in a different hue. Simultaneously, The once radiant sea of consciousness dimmed significantly. Woof, woof, woof. Amidst the laughter, Tang San's voice morphed into barking, prompting him to halt. He gazed at his furry little paws, closing his eyes. At the same moment, Yu Xiaogang, back in the room, stared in astonishment at the black-purple Luo San Pao in his arms. What has happened? Is San Pao poisoned? San Pao, San Pao. At this juncture, Tang San Pao opened its eyes, looking at Yu Xiaogang, and barked. Woof. Chapter 150, Imitation. So, does that mean Tang San's soul has entered Luo San Pao's body? He has seized control of Luo San Pao. Upon hearing Gu Yu Na's explanation, even Chao Kun, who had witnessed many bizarre occurrences in his previous life, could not help but feel astonished, his movements slightly exaggerated, causing a hint of confusion in Xiao Wu beside him. I wondered why Luo San Pao suddenly collapsed. So that is how it is. However, judging by Luo San Pao's demeanor, it appeared to be an accident. Tang San had likely intended to seize Yu Xiaogang instead. It was certainly within the realm of his capabilities. Realizing this, Chao Kun subtly nodded, glancing over at Tang San encased in the ice coffin. Meanwhile, after surveying their surroundings, Xiao Wu turned to him and asked, Kun, where shall we go next? A title Douluo stands behind Tang San, and his background is undoubtedly significant. If we were to eliminate him, it would surely attract attention, and we cannot remain in Nodding City. The voice of Gu Yu Na ceased within the sea of consciousness. And Chao Kun smiled at Xiao Wu, saying, I didn't expect you, Sister Xiao Wu, to think of these matters. You silly Kun, I'm not foolish. Xia ovu playfulu kunshid gokoen. Chao Kun allowed the punch to land lightly, continuing, Xiao Wu, after your transformation, your training should take place in populous areas to absorb human energy and fully become human, right? This was also the reason for her gradual level increase despite her daily indulgences. Xiao Wu nodded, then quickly shook her head. What human energy should I absorb? I need to imitate. After transformation, we soul beasts need to mimic a human and interact with them. The more contact we have, the stronger we become. Of course, it doesn't mean we have to completely become another person. It's merely imitation and learning. Chao Kun was momentarily taken aback and asked, so, who have you been imitating these past few years? Although he had an answer in mind, he felt it would be better to hear it directly from Xiao Wu. Her cheeks flushed slightly from the fire's glow as she gazed at Chao Kun with her round eyes. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. Ha ha ha. Gao Kun diakled softly. Pondering, I had wondered why Xiao Wu's behavior over the past few years felt somewhat familiar, and why our synergy was quite good, though it differed from her original character. Though she remained playful and disinterested in training, she had not exhibited any lewd rabbit behavior. It turns out she had been imitating me all these years. No, then she would have picked up my bad traits. But wait, during the years we spent together, I hadn't acted in any such manner, aside from daily training. I had only spent time with her, appearing particularly innocent. However, that might change. I must prevent Xiao Wu from imitating that aspect. As Chao Kun contemplated, he affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's head, which she had lowered in shyness, and said, Then let us head to Tiando City next. I will be staying there this month. Having joined a prestigious Soul Master Academy, after sharing his plans for the month in Tiando City, Chao Kun turned to Xiao Wu and noticed she was looking down. Hesitating to speak, Chao Kun, puzzled, sat back in his chair and asked, What is it? Are you reluctant to go to Tiando City, or do you wish to return to the Stardow Forest? Xiao Wu lifted her head and replied, I want to be with the Kun and go to Tiando City together. But Tiando City is the capital of the Tiando Empire, filled with powerful individuals. We might encounter a title Douluo. Moreover, a Kun knows a title Douluo there, if he comes to see you and sees me. Even if a Kun has no designs on my spirit rings and bones, others may not feel the same. As she spoke, her expression fell into despondency. Observing this, Chao Kun pulled her closer, gently caressing her face, and said, Do not worry, since I promised to take you to Tiando City and am aware of your identity. How could I fail to make preparations? I am equally concerned about what would happen if my sister Xiao Wu were to be captured. Xiao Wu raised her head, her face lighting up with surprise. Really? Who is your Xiao Wu? Feeling a bit shy, Xiao Wu attempted to pull away, but Chao Kuan held her hand firmly. Watching her demeanor, Chao Kuan chuckled, suddenly struck by a thought. This must be the reason for the imitation, continuously imitating one person, learning from them. As the two individuals grow increasingly similar, their collaboration becomes seamless. If it were the same gender, they would likely become bosom friends. With the opposite gender, it would manifest in this manner. But what about Ain? She bears no resemblance to Tang Hao at all. But his hands did not cease their movements. With a swift gesture, he retrieved a celestial herb from the small cave he had prepared for Xiao Wu. The herb, a pale purple, had a cap resembling an umbrella, its entire body of vibrant purple, with a jade-like stem and 9 leaves. This was the celestial herb described in the original work that Yu Xiaogang absorbed, the 9-tiered purple bamboo. The description in the original text stated that it could barely be considered a celestial herb, as its efficacy paled compared to others. Nevertheless, it was indeed a genuine celestial herb. Although lacking extravagant effects, its medicinal power was immense and conducive to breakthroughs. In the eyes of Chao Kuan, this was an exceptionally suitable fairy herb for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu herself did not require cultivation, and the corresponding power of a 100,000-year soul beast equates to the formidable rank of a titled Douluo among humans. The extent of this power, however, depends on the specific soul beast in question. This implies that once Xiao Wu matures, she will possess the strength of a titled Douluo, and the immense medicinal potency of the Jiupin Ziji will facilitate this transformation. Furthermore, after absorbing the Jiupin Ziji, Xiao Wu's body will harbor a significant portion of its medicinal energy, which, with the assistance of Guyuna, can help her conceal her identity as a soul beast. In truth, the Xiangxi Duan Changhong possesses similar efficacy, and even surpasses it, but this is the Jiupin Ziji, the fairy herb I have prepared for you. Once absorbed, not only will your strength greatly increase, but your identity will remain undetected as well. After detailing its effects and methods of absorption, Chao Kuan handed the Jiupin Ziji to Xiao Wu. Upon receiving it, she gazed in astonishment at the Jiupin Ziji. Although she had heard of various miraculous herbs, she had never seen one in person. After a moment, she returned the Jiupin Ziji, saying, "If it can enhance strength so rapidly, then Chao Kuan should absorb it himself. This way, your power will increase, and you can protect me." To date, Chao Kuan had given away 5 fairy herbs, 1 to Ain, 1 to Lu Erlong, 2 to Zhu Zhuqing, and 1 to Xiao Wu. Their reactions upon receiving the fairy herbs had been consistent. All wished for Chao Kuan to absorb them himself. Chao Kuan, however, did not accept their offers, smiling as he explained that more absorption of the fairy herbs does not necessarily yield better results. After having absorbed the fairy herb himself, Xiao Wu then entered her room, sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed that Chao Kuan had prepared, and consumed the Jiupin Ziji. Observing Xiao Wu getting into the right mindset, Chao Kuan left the room. Looking at the soulless Tang San, he waved his hand, and the corpse instantly ignited, transforming into black ash in no time. Having completed these actions, Chao Kuan returned to the room, taking a seat with air, sure, si, Xiaoming Yuyi. Quietly watching Xiao Wu absorb the Jiupin Ziji, at which point Guyuna's voice echoed once more. Shoptudetendo femtien, yu xiogong. Single-handedly suppressed Tang San Wang. San Pao, are you alright? In the room of Yu Xiaogang in Nodding City, Luo San Pao, now transformed into Tang San Pao, opened his eyes and called out upon seeing Yu Xiaogang nearby. In truth, he had reflexively wanted to call out Master. This canine light called deepened Tang San's gloom, completely disregarding the surprise of Yu Xiaogang. San Pao, Yu Xiaogang called out several times. But Tang San did not respond. He no longer wished to make any more canine sounds. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang assumed he was injured and began to examine him. During the examination, he inevitably touched some sensitive areas, which previously would have elicited no reaction from Luo San Pao. However, now that Luo San Pao had become Tang San Pao, when Yu Xiaogang touched his limits, Tang San opened his mouth to bark, almost biting Yu Xiaogang. Wang, what are you doing? Yu Xiaogang, employing his usual soothing methods, continued to check his body. Discovering that apart from a change in color to a dark purple, everything seemed fine. Wong, wong, wong. Anger. Tang Sen kept barking, feeling inexplicably comfortable due to Yu Xiao Gang's actions, which nearly drove him to darkness. Tang San, am not a dog. What is happening? There are no injuries. So why has San Pao changed color? It doesn't seem like he is poisoned. And why does San Pao appear so much more menacing? It's entirely different from before. Could it be the attack from that fallen one? Yu Xiao Gang furrowed his brows, muttering softly. Meanwhile, Tang San, suppressed by Yu Xiao Gang, had begun to recover from his canine predicament. He gazed at Yu Xiao Gang, who was petting his dog head, and a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he silently bit at Yu Xiao Gang's hand. Yu Xiao Gang, taken aback by the pain, released Tang San. Staring in shock at Luo San Pao, his martial spirit had actually attacked him. San Pao, what is wrong with you? Tang San did not respond. Instead, he glanced at Yu Xiao Gang and leaped to a nearby table, then turned toward the window, intending to jump out and escape. Although he was currently Yu Xiao Gang's martial spirit, he had no intention of staying with him. He sought a way to revert to his human form. San Pao, where are you going? Hearing this, Tang San, who had already jumped onto the windowsill, looked at Yu Xiao Gang, remembering how Yu Xiao Gang had crossed his boundary. His gaze turned icy, and he slightly raised his rear, preparing to attack Yu Xiao Gang. After this incident, Tang San's character, which had been a mix of righteousness and darkness, completely tipped toward the latter. This must be related to the dark mist enveloping his soul. Having been with his martial spirit for decades, Yu Xiao Gang recognized Tang San's intent to attack. This was certainly a prelude to Luo San Pao's aggression. How could he resist this? With no time to ponder why San Pao had transformed this way, Yu Xiao Gang immediately channeled his soul power and shouted, Luo San Pao, come back. As soon as he spoke, Tang San's previously poised rear stopped, and he felt an overwhelming urge to fall asleep. Wong. No. Unfortunately, the body Tang San occupied was Yu Xiao Gang's martial spirit, making it impossible for him to resist the summoning and instantly meld into Yu Xiao Gang's body. Unbeknownst to them, as Tang San merged into Yu Xiao Gang's being, a fragment of the dark mist enveloping Tang San's soul also integrated into Yu Xiao Gang's body. Not much, and it did not cause any noticeable changes. How could this happen? Yu Xiao Gang, leaning against the table, pondered in horror. After a moment, he hurriedly tidied up the room and rushed out. Arriving at the dormitory building of the academy, Yu Xiao Gang directly approached the dormitory manager and inquired, Teacher Zhao, are there any students not in their dormitories today? The person referred to as Teacher Zhao paused for a moment before replying, Oh, there are two from the 7th dormitory. One is your student, and the other is Xiao Wu. Has he been called away by you? Upon hearing that someone from the 7th dormitory was absent, Yu Xiao Gang's heart sank, and confirming that Tang San had not returned. His expression turned ashen as he took a few steps back. Master, what is wrong with you? Teacher Zhao immediately approached, wanting to support Yu Xiao Gang. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiao Gang pushed him away, saying it's nothing, just suddenly remembered something. Yu Xiao Gang explained briefly and then disregarded Teacher Zhao, running off. Unbeknownst to him, Teacher Zhao continued, Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Could it be that his disciple is going to find Xiao Wu? What a lovesick person. What a pity that prodigy has returned. Yu Xiao Gang anxiously departed the academy, heading to the place where Tang San usually forged, only to learn that he had left long ago, intensifying his anxiety. What to do? The person who died in the academy must have been Xiao San. But why? Why was it Xiao San? Yu Xiao Gang furrowed his brows tightly, his voice lowered as he screamed, Tang San is dead. Losing his chance to make a name for himself across the continent is a minor issue. But the major concern is that Tang Hao will not let him off the hook. Tang Hao entrusted Tang San to him, and now that Tang San is gone, even if it is not his responsibility, he will undoubtedly be held accountable. Given that Yu Xiao Gang is often ridiculed at the Spirit Hall, he avoids going there unless absolutely necessary. Without venturing into the Wuhuan Temple, no one in the small town of Noting would discuss Tang Hao, the fallen one. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang remained oblivious to Tang Hao's recent actions and his demise. He lingered outside the blacksmith shop for a while before gathering his belongings and heading to the post station and boarding a carriage bound for Swatoa City. He sought his close companion to devise a plan. Within a wooden cabin outside noting, an apologetic voice echoed in Chao Kuen's mind. Gu Yuna, under ordinary circumstances, would not have offered an apology had she failed to assist him. However, this was no ordinary situation. Chao Kuen had previously offended her and had pleaded earnestly for her assistance, showering her with compliments. Now, having been unable to provide help, Gu Yuna felt a tinge of embarrassment, concerned about how it might tarnish her image in Chao Kuen's eyes. Gao Kuen, who had been toying with the item known as Shizi Chao Mingwei, paused and chuckled, saying, "It's all right. We were unaware of the divine attention surrounding Tang San. So it is not your fault. By the way, am I being watched by the divine as well?" Gui No. Logically speaking, given your close proximity to Tang San and your stronger fortune, you should have attracted attention. This led to the conclusion that Tang San must possess something that garnered the deity's interest, rather than simply being recognized for his talent and fortune by the gods. Chao Kuen nodded in understanding. After a moment, Gu Yuna inquired, "Do you wish to be observed by the divine?" Chao Kuen, not one to be uninformed, grasped her intent and acknowledged her ties to the divine realm. He pondered for a moment before responding with a grin. "Isn't Gu Yuna herself a goddess? My deity." This last remark plunged the room into silence, and Chao Kuen refrained from further engaging with Shizi Chao Mingwei. Just when he thought their conversation had reached an impasse, a silver light emanated from his forehead. Gu Yuna emerged. Chapter 152. Prelude, do not overthink. This is merely compensation. Also, remember the conditions. Gu Yuna's voice lingered in his mind, accompanied by a pleasant fragrance swirling around him. Holding Shizi Chao Mingwei, Chao Kuen remained impassive as he observed Xiao Wu, who was seated cross-legged on the bed, absorbing the Jiupin Ziji, feeling the fleeting moisture that had just graced her face. Since when has my charm become so profound? Or is this merely a reward for choosing sides? He thought, feeling quite pleased. After a prolonged moment, Chao Kuen exhaled deeply and began inspecting the items within Shizi Chao Mingwei. It was a belt adorned with 24 jade stones, each possessing a cubic storage space. Inside lay various objects, clothing, hidden weapons, poisons, and materials for blacksmithing. Nothing of great value. The money is scant. He mused, frustrated that Tang San had neglected to transcribe the Xiantian treasure record, seemingly unconcerned about forgetting it. After his inspection, Chao Kuen casually tossed Shizi Chao Mingwei aside, lamenting that the most valuable items were the hidden weapons. Yet his current strength was akin to a formidable soul sage. What use are these hidden weapons to me? As for Shizi Chao Mingwei, though it was visually appealing and practical, Chao Kuen had no intention of donning it, as it had been taken from a corpse, which was somewhat unsettling. Furthermore, he considered himself unencumbered by a lack of storage soul tools. Is it that the small cave is insufficiently spacious or the wrist guards lack style? Xiao Wu, on the other hand, had yet to acquire any storage tools, but he resolved to prepare one for her upon reaching Tiando City. With these thoughts, Chao Kuen tidied up and began his meditation. As he had often stated, his training had become exceedingly effortless. Not long after, sensing an energy fluctuation ahead, Chao Kuen opened his eyes. It had only been 2 hours since Xiao Wu began absorbing the Jiupin Ziji, but it appeared she was nearing completion. This was to be expected, as Dugi Yin and Zhu Zhuqing had taken longer due to the evolution of their martial souls, while Xiao Wu was merely absorbing medicinal essence. Chao Kuen observed as a pink radiance enveloped Xiao Wu, obscuring his view. Focusing his soul power in his eyes, he peered through the light. At that moment, Xiao Wu activated her martial soul, sprouting a pair of adorable, fluffy rabbit ears atop her head. Moreover, her appearance had undergone a transformation, maturing considerably in both visage and form. She resembled the Xiao Wu of 5 or 6 years later, indicating that this Jiupin Ziji was indeed well suited for her. Chao Kuen thought joyfully. With a soft sigh, Xiao Wu manifested 2 yellow soul rings, and the pink luminescence surrounding her swiftly coalesced into a 3rd soul ring. completing the circle with a purple soul ring. Subsequently, the remaining pink radiance surged into her body, suggesting she had not yet reached level 40. Akun, eat. After a few breaths, Xiaowu opened her eyes and leapt off the wooden bed. Before she could revel in her success, her now mature form strained against her ill-fitting clothing, producing a lamenting sound. Xiaowu quickly crossed her arms to prevent her garments from slipping away. But the exposed skin was enough for Chao Kuan to feast his eyes upon. Xiaowu had indeed matured significantly, resembling the transformation of a character from an anime set 5 years in the future. This medicinal herb had proven to be the right choice. Gao Kuan, smiling, retrieved a piece of his old clothing from his wrist guard and approached her. Although he typically did not change attire thanks to his Rui Bai Bao, the battle experiences that had led to his clothes being torn prompted him to keep spare garments in his storage soul tool. It was no trouble at all. Xiaowu, what level are you now? He inquired, draping the clothing over her shoulders. 35. I was only level 26 before absorbing it, and now I've jumped 9 levels without feeling any instability. This herb is truly remarkable, she exclaimed, turning her back to adjust the clothing. As she did, her previous pink attire fell away, and Chao Kuan instinctively caught it. Akun, what are you doing? Xiaowu blushed as she hurriedly donned the clothing he had given her, snatching her former outfit from him. Haha, just a reflex. At the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, in a room adorned with a distinctly feminine touch, a seemingly youthful girl sat before a bronze mirror. Clad in loose-fitting attire, her flaxen hair slightly damp, beads of water clung to her exposed skin, suggesting she had just bathed. As she hummed a popular tune from the Tiando Empire, she channeled her soul power to dry her hair. Gazing at her own reflection in the mirror, which appeared somewhat juvenile yet undeniably beautiful, the girl playfully patted her face and muttered, "How dare you not come seek me? But I've already learned from my father where you are. How dare you bully me?" With that, she changed her loose clothing for a lovely green gown, projecting an air of delicate charm. After adjusting her hair, she retrieved a headband from a box in the cabinet and placed it upon her head. The hairband is, in fact, rather unappealing, and when adorned upon the head of a young maiden, it appears somewhat cheap. Nevertheless, judging by her expression, it seems she quite fancies it. After tidying herself up, she inspected the contents of her bracelet before stealthily slipping out of the room, twisting and turning her way out of the Qibao Liuli zone. Upon exiting the sect, she cast a proud glance over her shoulder, believing herself to be unobserved. Unbeknownst to her, 3 figures were concealed among the trees behind her, silently watching. At a gesture from a refined gentleman in their midst, shadows emerged from the trees, pursuing the young girl. Fengji, are you truly allowing Rong to seek out that young lad? The gentleman inquired with a smile. Indeed, it was not I who sent Rong to find Xiao Kuan. She inquired of me about his whereabouts and set off on her own, he replied. Douluo, somewhat perplexed, remarked, did they not merely meet once? Moreover, last time, Rong seemed quite disdainful of that young fellow. Why is she now so eager to seek him out? Ningfeng Ji merely smiled in silence. In the city of Hanya, near the Great Soul Arena, within a hotel, a group clad in the uniforms of the Tiando Royal Academy gathered, seemingly celebrating a recent triumph. Everyone has performed admirably these past few days, especially you. Yanzi, your strength has improved remarkably, Qin Ming proclaimed, rising to address the now more mature and alluring Duguyen, whose spirit had evolved. Upon Duguyen's return, her transformed appearance startled everyone. She later explained that such changes were due to her grandfather, which, despite their confusion, seemed plausible to the others, considering that Douluo was a titled Douluo. However, they were unprepared for the revelation that not only had Duguyen changed in appearance, but her power had also significantly increased, allowing her to single-handedly dominate in recent competitions. After the celebration concluded, the group dispersed. Yu Qianheng cast a forlorn glance at Duguyen, who was returning to her room with Yi Longlong, before retrieving a bottle of wine from the front desk and retreating to his own room. Inside, Duguyen and Yi Longlong engaged in conversation, though her thoughts had already begun to drift back to Tiando City. The following day, at noon, Chao Kun accompanied Xiao Wu to the relay station, preparing to take a carriage to Tiando City. While Chao Kun could have flown there more swiftly, Xiao Wu preferred the carriage, and he thought it inconsequential. So they proceeded as she wished. Earlier that morning, Chao Kun had made a brief return to Notting City, intending to locate Yu Xiaojiang and eliminate the threat. He could not rest easy with Tang San at large. Yet, upon his arrival, Yu Xiaojiang had vanished, likely fleeing in the night. According to Gu Yuna, it seemed he had been compelled by the attention of the deity watching over Tang San, though he felt uneasy about allowing Tang San to escape. The thought of his current capabilities reassured Chao Kun. If he were pursued by Tang San, so be it. Thus, he returned to the wooden cabin, bringing Xiao Wu along to travel to Tiando City together. Little did he know what awaited him upon his return. In the sacred land of Soul Masters, Soul City, the inhabitants were all Soul Masters, staunch supporters of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, several fully armed Soul Masters stood guard at the city gate, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Above, a few Soul Masters soared through the air, maintaining a watchful eye for any suspicious individuals. All this vigilance was directed at the corpse of Tang Hao, now somewhat desiccated, impaled by a sword symbolizing the angel clan of the Spirit Hall. Beside him hung a placard detailing his transgressions, while several bold characters were etched into the city wall. Fallen kill. These words radiated a chilling aura, inciting dread among the surrounding Soul Masters. Despite this, a multitude of Soul Masters congregated at the city gate, discussing the body of Tang Hao. Who would have thought that the Haoyan sect would produce a fallen one? And one of the Haoyan twin stars at that, remarked an elder Soul Master. The majority echoed, "Well done. The fallen deserve death." The Spirit Hall, established by the Angel Clan, bore the primary responsibility of hunting down fallen ones, illuminating the continent, and aiding the angel deity in gathering faith. Thus, apart from awakening the souls of children across the continent, the Spirit Hall devoted its time to tracking fallen ones. Yet, these fallen beings progressed swiftly and employed cunning methods, making them difficult to eradicate, with numerous Spirit Hall personnel perishing at their hands each year. The families and companions of these Soul Masters resided in Soul City, their hatred for the fallen palpable. Among the throng of accusers stood a few who remained silent, gazing at the hanging body of Tang Hao with closed eyes. A noble lady wept quietly, her tears flowing freely. Strangely, the nearby Soul Masters remained oblivious to her unusual display of grief. In the realm of the god of slaughter, Bibi Dong, a man stood before the inscribed characters, speaking solemnly. "Elder brother, second brother." The weeping woman collapsed against him, her sorrow evident. Their titles indicated they were members of the Haoyan sect. Apart from Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua, there were two older individuals present. One radiated a faint glow, likely the reason they had not been detected despite their unusual demeanor. "Master, should we not retrieve the body?" one elder inquired after a moment of contemplation. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua, still sobbing in Tang Xiao's embrace, looked up at him. Tang Xiao, filled with grief, lowered his gaze, unable to continue looking at the body of Tang Hao hanging on the wall. It was not that he did not wish to act, but that he could not. Should they attempt such a thing, even with 3 titled Douluo among them, escape would be impossible. Qian Dalu resided in Soul City. The thought of contending with Qian Dalu, who had once clashed with his grandfather, filled Tang Xiao with trepidation. He surmised that had it not been for Qian Daolu's respect for his grandfather's agreement, the Haoyan sect would have been annihilated. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted, accompanied by the sounds of conflict. Tang Xiao and the others immediately became alert, fearing they had been discovered. To their astonishment, for Soul Masters emanating dark and bloody auras charged toward Tang Hao's corpse, all of them being Soul Saints. Meanwhile, several others, including Soul Saints and Soul Emperors, rushed toward the vigilant Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall, intent on seizing Tang Hao's body. What manner of individuals are these? Friends of a Hao? The glowing elder from the Haoyan sect questioned in astonishment. Tang Xiao shook his head. Based on their soul power, they appear to be fallen ones. The elder of the Haoyan sect scoffed, "Fools seeking death." Suddenly, a colossal hand composed of golden light materialized in the sky, and with a cold snort, it descended, obliterating the fallen ones attempting to seize Tang Hao's corpse, while the surrounding soul masters remained unscathed. Simultaneously, some of the fallen who had just refrained from attacking also erupted. It was the Great Offering. Indeed, the Great Offering had made its move. Once the Great Offering intervened, the fallen were doomed. How audacious of this group of fallen to dare venture into Wuhuan City. Cheers erupted from the crowd. It was Dalu. It was indeed Dalu. Gulme. Let us depart. Upon recalling the icy gaze that had swept over him moments earlier, Tang Xiao felt a chill pierce through his bones. He could no longer remain. He swiftly picked up Tang Yuehua and, with a glance signaling the two elders beside him, made his immediate exit. A subtle, watchful gaze followed them until they were out of sight. A week later, standing before the grand gates of Tiando City, Chao Kun grasped Xiao Wu's hand as they descended from the carriage and entered the city. At this moment, Xiao Wu had already donned a suitable outfit, one chosen by Chao Kun based on the attire of Xiao Wu from 5 years later in the animated series of his previous life. Although not identical, the resemblance was striking. Particularly, the crystal high-heeled shoes were a perfect one-to-one replication. Within the city, Xiao Wu held onto Chao Kun's hand, marveling at the stalls lining the streets and the shops around them. Naturally, with Xiao Wu's spirited nature, she was eager to explore. Keo Kun indultitea, accompanying Xiao Wu in her revelries about the city for a while. During their escapade, while Chao Kun feigned laughter alongside Xiao Wu, a sense of urgency gnawed at him internally. Xiao Wu's arrival in Tiando City and her accompanying him to Lamba Academy meant that Lu Erlong would soon discover that Chao Kun had yet another woman by his side. The fragile progress between them could easily face new tribulations. Next was Du Guiyan, who should have returned by now. Given Xiao Wu's personality, she would undoubtedly cling to him, especially after the intimacy they had shared during their journey. Thus, it would not be long before Du Guiyan realized his infidelity, and at that moment, Xiao would undoubtedly find out as well. A headache. The thought of this scenario alone was enough to cause him distress. However, the path he had chosen must be traversed, even if it meant enduring hardship. Fortunately, with his current strength, the feelings they held for him should not shatter immediately. Douluo was not like his previous life. There were still opportunities. Nonetheless, he would have to endure a prolonged headache. In fact, Chao Kun had overlooked one individual. If not handled delicately, it could lead to bloodshed, though not in the manner one might expect. After a leisurely stroll, Chao Kun brought Xiao Wu to Lamba Academy. Ultimately, he intended for Xiao Wu to enter Lamba Academy. Fortunately, with his current strength and status, he could facilitate her entry without going through Lu Erlong. Otherwise, disaster would ensue. As for the inevitable confrontation with Lu Erlong, he was prepared for that, was he not? There was no need to immediately confess to Xiao Wu. For now, he could keep her in the dark, allowing him a moment to devise a strategy and clarify his thoughts. Is this truly Lamba Academy? It is magnificent, Xiao Wu exclaimed, tugging at Chao Kun's hand as she excitedly dashed into the academy. The guards at the entrance did not impede their passage upon recognizing Chao Kun. Gulme, let us first report to the teacher, and afterwards, I will take you to the dormitory, Chao Kun said, attempting to reassure her. Aren't we supposed to live together? Xiao Wu replied, somewhat discontented. Chao Kun comforted her. Yes, each student has an individual room. However, we can certainly spend the night together. It will not be an issue. Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction. Chao Kun was already well acquainted with Lamba Academy. He swiftly registered Xiao Wu, and just as he was preparing to guide her to the dormitory to settle in, a burly man rushed towards them from the front. It was Tai Long. He had actually returned to Lamba Academy. Before Chao Kun could express his confusion, Tai Long spotted him and immediately exclaimed, Boss, boss. What is it? Gao Kun Inkarit. While Xiao Wu looked on with curiosity, Tai Long glanced at Xiao Wu, contemplating before responding, Boss, I have something to discuss with you. Is this a convenient time? He began to gesture animatedly. Chao Kun, assuming it was Qian Rinxue seeking him, exchanged a few words with Xiao Wu before stepping aside with Tai Long. At that moment, Tai Long leaned in closer and whispered, Boss, your sister-in-law is currently in the dormitory building. What sister-in-law? Du Guiyan. Chapter 154. The power room at noon. Outside the teaching building of Lamba Academy, Xiao Wu gazed with great interest at the splendid architecture and the students clad in Lamba Academy uniforms. However, her fascination waned after a short while, as she grew increasingly curious about Chao Kun and Tai Long's conversation. "You say Yin Zi is in the dormitory building?" Hearing Tai Long's news, Chao Kun was taken aback, yet he quickly composed himself and quietly inquired. Tai Long nodded affirmatively, "Yes. It seems she returned to Tiando City 3 days ago, and she has been coming to the academy daily to look for you. Just earlier, while I was in the power room, I overheard a student mention that you brought back a particularly beautiful girl." So, Chao Kun's eyes narrowed. Upon noticing his reaction, Tai Long continued, "I've already spoken to that student, advising him against spreading rumors." "Well done." Chao Kun clapped Tai Long on the shoulder. "Presently, Yin Zi should be unaware of my return. However, it would not remain concealed for long. Besides, Yin Zi had been waiting for 3 days, so it would be remiss not to pay her a visit. Perhaps tonight I shall seek her out, but it is imperative that they do not meet at this juncture." Chao Kun furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before asking, "Tai Long, has Yin Zi been waiting for me beneath the dormitory building these past few days? Has she not ventured elsewhere?" Tai Long reflected briefly before responding. "On the first day, your sister-in-law explored the academy, visiting the power room, as I believe she heard it was organized by you." "Indeed, it was my doing. Please continue." "Oh, and for the following 2 days, your sister-in-law came to the academy and went directly to your room." After relaying this information, Tai Long's thoughts turned to the power room, and he gazed at Chao Kun with excitement and admiration, stating, "Boss, that power room you created is genuinely effective. I've been training there for over a week, and after each session, I utilize my soul power to alleviate the soreness the dean mentioned. Now, I feel that my physical condition has improved considerably. The Academy's instructors have mandated that each student must train in the power room for a certain duration each month. It is always crowded. If I were not the second strongest student in the Academy, I might not even secure a spot. Moreover, a few days ago, someone from the Wuhuan Temple came to the Academy, inquiring if we could assist them in establishing a similar facility at the Wuhuan Temple. The dean said we would discuss it further upon your return." At this point, Tai Long's voice dropped significantly. Chao Kun listened attentively, his brow furrowed. He hardly paid attention to the details. When Tai Long mentioned Lu Erlong, he suddenly asked, "By the way, has the dean approached Yin Zi in the past few days?" Tai Long was taken aback, swallowing the words he had intended to share about the titled Douluo who had visited him alongside the Holy Maiden, looking somewhat perplexed as he shook his head. "Surely not. That domineering dean is to become my sister-in-law as well?" Seeing this, Chao Kun sighed in relief, grateful that no significant issues had arisen. After contemplating for a moment, he instructed Tai Long, "Wait for me downstairs at our dormitory. If Yin Zi emerges, inform me immediately. For now, I will take Xiao Wu to the girls' dormitory and then to the power room." "Understood. I guarantee I will complete the task. Thank you for handling that." At last, Chao Kun patted Tai Long on the shoulder before making his way toward Xiao Wu. "Have you finished chatting?" she inquired, her large eyes gazing at him. Chao Kun nodded with a smile, offering a brief explanation as he led Xiao Wu towards the girls' dormitory. Just before departing, he cast a knowing glance at Tai Long, who responded with an affirmative gesture. "That elder sister must be Xiao Wu. Indeed, strikingly beautiful. The dean truly lives up to his reputation," Tai Long mused, watching the pair depart, before he made his way downstairs to fulfill the task assigned to him by Chao Kun, which was also the reason for his return to the academy. Speaking of returning, he realized he had forgotten to inform Chao Kun that Shimao Douluo had instructed him to seek out the saintess immediately upon his return. Tai Long glanced back at the retreating figures of Chao Kun and Xiao Wu, ultimately deciding to relay the message later. Meanwhile, Chao Kun swiftly guided Xiao Wu to the girls' dormitory, where he helped her organize a room. He then cheerfully invited her to witness a physical training program he had established at Lanba Academy. Intrigued by his words, Xiao Wu followed him to the original indoor battle arena, now transformed into the strength training room. This location, distant from the boys' dormitory, served as a perfect refuge from Du Guyan. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered a teacher accompanied by a dozen senior soul masters lined up outside. The teacher instructed the students to wait outside while he entered the strength room alone. Chao Kun, however, took Xiao Wu's hand and slipped inside. What are they doing? Xiao Wu asked curiously. I'm not sure. Let us go in, Chao Kun replied. As they entered, a student nearby attempted to voice a protest, but was swiftly hushed by a companion. Why are you holding me back? They just walked in, and we're still waiting in line. You don't even know who they are? They are the top figures in our academy. The dean mentioned that this strength room was entirely his creation. Remarkable. How come I've never seen them before? Chao Kun and Xiao Wu overheard their discussion, and sensing unease about any mention of Du Guyan, he quickly pulled Xiao Wu further into the strength room. Upon entering, Chao Kun was immediately enveloped by the intense atmosphere within. According to the indicators on the walls, the strength room was divided into 3 sections. The central section was designated for senior soul masters, fully equipped with apparatus described in the Soul Master Physical Training Manual crafted by Lu Erlong. At that moment, several senior soul masters were diligently training under the guidance of an instructor. Meanwhile, the teacher who had entered earlier was conversing with the instructor, revealing that the current class had finished, yet they remained, preventing the next group from entering. The 2 instructors were engaged in a dispute over the situation. To the left of the strength room was a section specifically for male soul masters and instructors above the soul master rank, featuring similar arrangements but with sturdier materials. Conversely, the right side was reserved for female soul masters and instructors of the same rank. Chao Kun lingered a moment longer on the right side, noting the beauty of the women, possibly enhanced by their soul power. Though he only glanced, Xiao Wu noticed and playfully blocked his view, striking a pose that showcased her matured figure after absorbing the Jiupin Ziji. Kun, what are you looking at? Look at me, she exclaimed. Gao Kun Diaklet, pulling the blushing Xiao Wu towards a room that had previously served as a storage area. After a rather chaotic afternoon with Lu Erlong, Chao Kun didn't need rest, but Lu Erlong did. During a break, Lu Erlong had mentioned that a special room would be reserved for the dean within the strength room, a standard feature for him. Now, this room was designated for the dean's exclusive training. The door was unlocked, allowing Chao Kun to enter with Xiao Wu without any interference from the surrounding instructors. As typically no one dared to provoke Lu Erlong at the academy. What is your relationship with the dean? Can we really just walk in? One of the onlookers asked. Of course, my relationship with the dean is exceptionally good. After securing the door, Xiao Wu's curiosity piqued as she surveyed the unique training equipment. For the sake of his plans, Chao Kun spent the afternoon training with Xiao Wu. As evening approached, he treated her to a lavish dinner at the cafeteria before escorting her back to her room. Kun, I'm tired, she yawned. I'll come find you tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye, moi. The evening breeze wafted through as it turned to around 7 o'clock, still early. After completing these tasks, he took a deep breath and headed toward the boys' dormitory. Chapter 155 has been discovered. Boss, you're here. Tai Long approached as he spotted Chao Kun walking alone. Chao Kun nodded and inquired, Is Yanzi still here? Not yet. Usually, she doesn't leave until around 10 o'clock, Tai Long replied. Go, Kun Konderith. Feeling a surge of regret towards Du Guyan, this situation couldn't continue. He needed to find an opportunity to explain everything to her. Douluo continent tends to be quite tolerant of such matters, so it should be fine. All right, thanks. I'll head up now, Chao Kun said, eager to enter the dormitory. Tai Long quickly stopped him. Wait, boss, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. He lowered his voice and leaned closer. A few days ago, Shimao Douluo came looking for you, saying you should find the saintess after you return. Chao Kun paused, contemplating before nodding. He had nearly forgotten about Qian Rin Shui. He needed to handle that situation delicately. However, with so many matters at hand, he resolved to see her the day after tomorrow. If she were in a hurry, she would likely send Shimao or Ci Shui to find him. Otherwise, he would wait until the day after tomorrow. With that decision made, he hurried back to his room. Unlocking the door, he was met with an unexpected sight. Du Guyan was lying on his bed with her eyes closed, fast asleep. Gao Kun Diakled Sogli, observing the purple-haired beauty resting in his room. Perhaps due to being in his quarters, Du Guyan had removed her outer garments, draping them over the nearby cabinet. now clad only in a green undergarment and a somewhat short skirt. The sight of her exposed collarbones stirred feelings within Chao Kun. But what captivated him most were her long, intertwined legs. After a moment of appraisal, he stealthily approached Du Guyan. Leaning closer, he gently placed his hand on her fair back, lightly blowing air towards her. Yin-zi, Yin-zi, he called softly. After a few attempts, Du Guyan began to stir, her eyelids fluttering open, her delicate nose twitching slightly as a smile graced her lips. Subsequently, she fell silent, burying her head in Chao Kuan's embrace. Observing this, Chao Kuan ceased to speak and lifted Du Guyan, allowing her to sit atop him. Du Guyan lightly struck Chao Kun, yet remained passive, permitting him to manipulate her. After a while, it seemed Du Guyan had emerged from her slumber, leaning closer to Chao Kuan's ear and whispering softly, "Do you have anything to say to me?" Chao Kun froze, halting his actions. "Ha!" Du Guyan laughed a few times, raising her head from Chao Kuan's shoulder, then positioned herself astride him. "On the day I returned, I sought you at Lanba Academy, and there I encountered your dean. Upon seeing me, she divulged the details of your relationship." Now, Du Guyan perched above him, her slightly longer hair obscuring her face, preventing Chao Kun from discerning her expression. Tyrone's information was erroneous. Chao Kun pondered, reaching out to brush her hair aside. However, Du Guyan resisted, swatting his hand away. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chao Kun rested his hand on Du Guyan's thigh. "I'm speaking to you very seriously about this." "What are you doing?" Du Guyan exclaimed. Chao Kun continued to caress her jade-like leg, remaining silent. "Humph." She pushed his hand away. Yet Chao Kun seized her hand, their fingers interlocking. "You truly are." Du Guyan smiled dryly, her initial intent to reprimand Chao Kun diminishing considerably. After all, they were on the Douluo continent. Nonetheless, her tone turned sorrowful. "I did consider that you might pursue other women. A talent like yours, handsome and charming, is bound to attract other girls. Just look at you. You hardly seem the type to resist temptation. But this is all too swift. I've only been gone for a week or two, and you're already involved with your dean. I remember you two had only known each other for less than a month." Listening to Du Guyan's words, Chao Kun brushed her hair aside. "Tell me, have you ever loved me?" Du Guyan disregarded Chao Kun's actions, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Chao Kun embraced Du Guyan's waist, then shifted. Now positioned atop her, leaning closer to her face, he responded, "Love, I have always loved. That has not changed. The moment I first saw you, I had already envisioned the name of our child." Approaching her lips, a warm breath escaped Chao Kun's mouth. "And what about your dean?" Chao Kun hesitated bushil, pulling back slightly, then whispered, "I love her too." Slap. Zubudan's ma Chao Kun's gam fought fine. Chao Kun did not deny it, leaning in once more toward Du Guyan's lips. "Keep your distance." Du Guyan pushed at him, though he remained unyielding. "You scoundrel." Chao Kun kissed her. Initially, Du Guyan struggled fiercely, but gradually her resistance weakened considerably. However, even her initial struggle was far less intense than when Chao Kun had first kissed her, which emboldened him to kiss her again. After a long moment, their lips parted. "You truly are a rogue." Du Guyan glared at Chao Kun, speaking softly. Her cheeks flushed from their recent kiss. "Ha!" Now it was Chao Kun's turn to laugh, and he leaned down for another kiss. This time, Du Guyan acquiesced much more willingly. "Will you love me forever?" Once they separated again, Du Guyan's eyes shimmered with emotion. "Yes, I will always love you," Chao Kun affirmed, then leaned down again, this time not merely kissing her lips, albeit without going too far. "Then what shall we name our child?" After a prolonged gaze into each other's eyes, Du Guyan, now fully engaged, still clung to her defenses and posed this question. This stemmed from Chao Kun's earlier statement about having already thought of their child's name upon first seeing her. "Gao Jing, do you wish for us to have a girl?" "Regardless of gender, the name shall be Chao Ying." What a dreadful name. This time, Du Guyan did not resist, allowing Chao Kun to reveal her entire form. At this moment, neither of them thought of Lu ere long. Perhaps Du Guyan understood that someone like Chao Kun would never relinquish Lu ere long, as long as he could continue to love her. Chao Kun spoke within his mind. Following this, a accompanied by a cold snort from within his consciousness. A silvery light enveloped the room, muffling all sound. Without hesitation, Chao Kun launched his advance. After a considerable time, Du Guyan's body suddenly tensed. Yanzi, aside from Adine, I have another woman. Huh? What? She gasped. How despicable. Chapter 156. Confession the following day, at dawn. Chao Kun opened his eyes, first gazing at the ceiling for a moment, then turning to look at the curled-up figure of Du Guyan in his arms. At that moment, she was covered by a thin blanket, obscuring her body and revealing only a hint of her alabaster skin. Looking up, he noticed a jade-green horn protruding from her forehead, a sudden request of his, with some scales still adorning her body, adding a touch of exoticism. Suddenly, Du Guyan stirred, shifting closer into Chao Kun's embrace. Though they were already quite close, merely adjusting her position, she rested upon Chao Kun's arm, her lips mumbling something incomprehensible. Observing this, Chao Kun smiled, then turned his gaze to the window. The sun had yet to rise. Outside, it remained pitch black, but based on a sense of time, it was likely around 4 in the morning. Given the current weather, daylight would break in just over an hour. As he contemplated this, Du Guyan suddenly opened her arms, embracing Chao Kun. No more, she murmured. At this, Chao Kun felt somewhat embarrassed. Yesterday, in an effort to confess about Xiao Wu to Du Guyan without upsetting her, he had made extra efforts. Moreover, it was Du Guyan's first experience, naturally leaving her fatigued. He was not someone devoid of understanding and compassion, and at present, he had no thoughts of such matters. Yet he could not entirely control himself. One could only say that Chao Kun was robust and vigorous, possessing ample stamina. Regarding the situation with Xiao Wu, although Du Guyan had initially been somewhat upset upon hearing it, she soon lacked the energy to remain angry. It appeared that she had accepted it. Reflecting on this, Chao Kun shifted slightly, creating some distance between them. TSK, scoundrel. Just then, Guyan's voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Having grown accustomed to her taunts, Chao Kun no longer felt much about it, yet he still replied within his consciousness. Guyana, did you see me with Zhu Yun and Yanzi? Who want to see you? So you did see it then? Does that mean I've suffered a loss, being watched while engaged in such activities? It's one thing for me, but for Yanzi and Zhu Yun to be seen too, what a disgrace. Thankfully, Guyana was a woman. Had she been a man, Chao Kun would never have dared to engage in such acts without precautions. What did you just say? Lost in thought, Chao Kun failed to hear Guyana's next words, only catching the word condition. Was she still expecting him to pluck the Xiang, Si Duan, Changhong? He himself could hardly believe it. It is not that he cannot possibly love Guyana, but rather that he cannot exclusively love her alone. Do not speak of the future. Even now, his affection is divided into many portions, shared among Xiao Wu, Du Guyan, Ain, Liu Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing, Qianren Xue, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuyun. Regardless of the distribution, it is impossible for him to feel nothing at all. If he were to truly pick the Xiangxi Duan Changhong flower, he would cease to be himself. Nothing at all. Guyana fell silent for a moment, casting aside this remark before ignoring Cao Kun. Cao Kun, unfazed, embraced Du Guyan while contemplating various matters. Du Guyan is now aware of Liu Erlong and Xiao Wu, while Liu Erlong is aware of Du Guyan, but not yet of Xiao Wu, though she will likely learn soon. After all, Xiao Wu was brought into the academy by him, although she had not been introduced by her. He had spoken to the teacher, who would undoubtedly inform Liu Erlong. This leaves only Xiao Wu completely in the dark. Reflecting on the little rabbit that has been by his side for years, Cao Kun felt a twinge of headache. In his consciousness, Guyana gazed at the mysterious martial spirit of Cao Kun, who lay with closed eyes, surrounded by symbols of fire, water, and wind, her expression tinged with melancholy. Had she known, she would not have absorbed such substances. She had only ingested a minuscule fraction, and now she was nearly enamored with this young man. Otherwise, what conditions could possibly exist? It was unimaginable that he would still be reluctant and presently indecisive. Once Cao Kun awoke, he did not return to slumber, instead lying in bed with Du Guyan for an hour. As the light gradually crept in through the window and the sounds of students outside grew louder, he felt the pressure of Du Guyin's hand begin to shift. It was not that his hand had grown sore. Even after hours of being pinned, with his current strength, he could endure being pressed for days without issue. As he moved, Du Guyin's eyelids fluttered, eventually opening. Wu Cao Kun leaned in for a kiss, the fervent embrace awakening Du Guyin from her slumber. Truly a bull-headed woman. After the kiss, Du Guyin playfully nudged Cao Kun's chest with her head, the blanket rustling slightly. Cao Kun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Woman, you are playing with fire. Du Guyin loosened her grip and carelessly remarked, if you truly have the heart, then come at me. Cao Kun understood her implication, and in an effort to divert Du Guyin's energy from anger, he made a concerted effort. The result was Du Guyin, aware of his shortcomings. Cao Kun quietly held her close. After a tender moment, he leaned in and, after gently biting her ear, inquired, Yanzi, shall we pay a visit to Xiaowu today? The expression on Du Guyin's face turned icy. Cao Kun pretended not to notice and continued to kiss her. As Du Guyin's countenance flushed red, she forcefully pushed Cao Kun away. You could go find her yourself. I do not wish to move right now. Cao Kun, upon hearing this, did not rise but remained close to Du Guyin, continuing his affectionate gestures. After a short while, when Du Guyin let out a muffled sound, Cao Kun finally stood up and exited the room. The door closed gently behind him, revealing a hint of melancholy on Du Guyin's once rosy and radiant face. Although she had prepared for this yesterday, her heart still felt a pang of sadness. Once outside, Cao Kun took a deep breath, tidied up briefly, and headed towards the dormitory where Xiaowu resided. Truly a fool, he chided himself, giving his face a light slap. Although the sun was now high in the sky, based on his understanding of Xiaowu, she likely had yet to rise. Thus, he took out the extra key he had acquired yesterday and unlocked Xiaowu's door. As expected, there she lay, dressed lightly and peacefully asleep. Cao Kun smiled, gently closed the door behind him, and drew the curtains to shield her from the intrusive sunlight. He then sat on the bed, observing Xiaowu as she slumbered, and playfully wiggled his finger in front of her nose. After a time, Xiaowu partially opened her eyes, saw Cao Kun, and then promptly closed them again, extending her arms. This was a silent plea for an embrace. Cao Kun, naturally, would not deny her, and soon Xiao was draped over him. Suddenly, her nose twitched, reminiscent of a rabbit, and her drowsy demeanor vanished as she opened her eyes wide. Akun, why do you smell of another woman's perfume? And it is quite strong. Where did you go last night? You cannot go to such places, even if I do not permit you, especially since I helped you. Xiaowu exclaimed incredulously, her voice laced with anger as she detected the scent of Du Guyin, which was unmistakably pervasive on Cao Kun. This was, of course, a deliberate act on his part. He would never make such a blunder. What are you talking about? How could I possibly go to such a place? And what about the fragrance on you? Do not deceive me by claiming it was an accident. I can tell. Xiaowu's demeanor shifted, and she no longer clung to Cao Kun like a koala, her gaze filled with skepticism. Cao Kun, recognizing the change, grasped her hand tightly, fearing she might flee. Listen to me. That time, when I went to the Xingdou Das and leaned to obtain my second soul ring. He briefly recounted the incident involving Du Guyin and Xiaowu. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's expression transformed, her previous anger morphing into a different kind of ire. You, how could you do such a thing? Xiaowu's round, expressive eyes widened with disbelief and slight anger, yet the hand Cao Kun held did not struggle against his grip. I'm sorry. Cao Kun's heart stirred as he subtly dispersed the lingering fragrance of Du Guyin from his body. Do you like that woman? Cao Kun nodded. And what about me? I love you. Xiaowu lowered her head, her long, dark hair obscuring her face, preventing Cao Kun from discerning her expression. Before he could brush her hair aside, she asked, if one day many powerful individuals sought to kill me, what would you do? This was a question Xiaowu had posed years ago, to which Cao Kun had replied he did not know. Since then, she had not brought it up again. I will not allow such a situation to arise. I'm asking what you would do. Xiaowu emphasized loudly, her gaze fixed on Cao Kun as it had years ago. Then they must first tread over my corpse. What he had anticipated would be an embarrassing statement felt rather sincere upon utterance. Perhaps this was merely an expression of emotion. In truth, if such a scenario were to occur, the adversary would certainly not be a title Dalu, but a deity beyond that realm. When faced with a title Dalu, he could still lead Xiao Wu into a small sanctuary, thereby circumventing such a predicament. However, when confronted by God, the sanctuary may not guarantee safety. Should a deity wish to harm Xiao Wu, Cao Kuan could not escape and would not simply watch idly as she was attacked. He would undoubtedly engage in battle. Afterward, he would not expect that pleading for mercy would spare him. Thus, when Cao Kuan uttered those words, he spoke with genuine conviction. After a long pause, Xiao Wu lifted her head, her expression one of distress, and gently but forcefully nudged Cao Kuan's chest with her forehead. "You passed this time. Now let go of my hand. It hurts." Upon hearing this, Cao Kuan exhibited a moment of confusion, releasing his grip on Xiao Wu's hand, only to then embrace her waist tightly. Naturally adept in Raosu, Xiao Wu possessed a supple waist. Noticing that the fragrance of Duguyan had dissipated from Cao Kuan, she refrained from pushing him away, feeling a sense of grievance as she nestled into his embrace. Gazing at her, Cao Kuan pondered briefly before inquiring, "Can you discern whether I am speaking the truth?" "Indeed, for my model of imitation is you. I can sense the emotions in your words," she replied. "You passed the test just now." Her tone still bore a hint of grievance as she playfully bit into the flesh beneath Cao Kuan's neck, leaving a crimson mark akin to a strawberry. After the bite, a wave of tenderness washed over her, prompting a gentle kiss upon the same spot. Cao Kuan paid no heed, choosing not to employ the technique of water transformation, holding Xiao Wu without any further movement. He had initially anticipated that Xiao Wu would harbor resentment for an extended period, perhaps even flee, yet to his surprise, she proved to be far easier to appease than Duguyan. This realization deepened Cao Kuan's sense of remorse as he murmured, "Xiao Wu, I am truly sorry." Xiao Wu, who was currently tending to Cao Kuan's wound with her tongue, paused momentarily before softly asserting, "You must never abandon me. You must love me eternally. You are all I have." Upon hearing this, Cao Kuan exhaled a sigh of relief, lifting Xiao Wu's chin with both hands. "I will love you forever," he declared, sealing his promise with a kiss. Feeling the sincerity of Cao Kuan's affection, Xiao Wu recognized that he spoke the truth, her resolve unwavering as they shared a passionate kiss. "You have a scent. Do not touch me," she exclaimed after a while, grasping Cao Kuan's hand. "What scent?" Cao Kuan questioned, bemused, as he thought the fragrance of Duguyan should have been dispersed by now. He chose not to press further, offering a sheepish smile instead. Observing this, Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, extending her long leg to kick him away. "Turn around. I need a change," she insisted. She had merely intended to tease Cao Kuan, unaware that their actions had escalated to that extent, which left her feeling displeased. Aware of his own fault, Cao Kuan obediently turned away and did not look back. After a brief wait, Xiao Wu finished changing her clothes and requested Cao Kuan to accompany her to find Duguyan. She wished to confront the woman who had taken her man. After some contemplation, Cao Kuan nodded, leading Xiao Wu away from the girl's dormitory and into his room. Upon witnessing Cao Kuan open the door, Xiao Wu remarked irritably, "I told you yesterday that you should have let me into your room." Cao Kuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, but maintained his composure as he opened the door. Upon entering the room, Xiao Wu's brows knitted tightly as she detected a familiar scent. It was the same fragrance she had sensed while aiding Cao Kuan. She then turned her gaze towards Duguyan, who sat upon the bed devoid of sheets, her expression softening into a smile. "Sister, you must be Duguyan, right?" Duguyan shot a glare at Cao Kuan before mirroring Xiao Wu's smile. "Indeed, you must be Xiao Wu, am I correct?" Xiao Wu felt a slight jolt at the abruptness of calling her sister. She discreetly pinched Cao Kuan, maintaining her composure as she settled beside Duguyan. Despite their initial lack of fondness for one another, they refrained from conflict, appearing surprisingly amicable. Cao Kuan, having been pinched, displayed no outward reaction as he took a seat on a nearby chair. It seemed that the bedding had been tidied away by Duguyan, revealing a lovely arrangement of red roses atop the bed. Watching the two women engage in light conversation, Cao Kun chose to remain silent, observing quietly. Drawing from his experiences with anime in his past life, he surmised that speaking at this moment might provoke an onslaught from the two. However, to his astonishment, the conversation between Xiao Wu and Du Guyan grew increasingly animated, leaving him to wonder if they were feigning their enthusiasm. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Chapter 157. The Arrival of the Young Lady Boss. Are you in there? The voice belonged to Tai Long, whose tone shrank upon noticing the two women seated on the bed behind Cao Kun. Sensing the sensitive nature of the matter, Cao Kun prepared to exit the room. Wait, is there something that cannot be discussed in front of us? Xiao Wu interjected, having sensed the underlying tension. It was the same burly man who had sought Cao Kun the previous day, leading him to decline her invitation to this room. This indicated that he had come to relay some confidential information. Curious, she desired to uncover what secrets Cao Kun harbored. In response, Du Guyan also chimed in, indeed. Is there something that cannot be said in our presence? Does Cao Kun have another dean? Dean? What dean? Xiao gasped, taken aback. Cao Kun, sensing the escalating situation, quickly interjected, it's nothing at all. I will explain later. Unfazed, Xiao Wu's eyes darted towards Du Guyan. Sister, what was that about a dean? Cao Kun felt a surge of anxiety as Tai Long, recognizing the inopportune moment, sought to remain silent, lowering his head to play the part of an inanimate object. Du Guyan was elated at being addressed as sister by Xiao Wu. Oh, so you were unaware? She mused, reveling in the moment. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded as Cao Kun swiftly led Tai Long out of the room, shutting the door behind them. The soundproofing of the room proved effective, as the women's voices faded, sparing Cao Kun from further embarrassment. Though Tai Long was aware of the nature of Cao Kun's relationship with the two women, he understood the importance of discretion. What is the matter? Cao Kun inquired quietly once they reached the end of the corridor. Tai Long scratched the back of his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. Cao Kun, however, was unconcerned, urging him to speak swiftly. Clearing his throat, Tai Long elaborated, earlier a girl arrived at the teaching building. She was quite striking. He paused, struggling to find the right words. Although he understood how to describe her, the thought of her connection to Cao Kun rendered him hesitant. Cao Kun chuckled. She is beautiful, isn't she? Yes, very beautiful, Tai Long affirmed, nodding vigorously. After she arrived at the teaching building, she inquired if the teachers were aware of you, and she asked them to summon you to her. I was there, so I thought it best to inform you right away. As he spoke, Tai Long remained vigilant, wary that the door might suddenly swing open. Cao Kun found amusement in his demeanor, yet a sense of curiosity began to take root within him. Logically, he believed no striking woman should be seeking him out. With Xiao Wu and Du Guyan in the room, he considered the possibilities. Given the circumstances, it was unlikely that Xianru and Xue would require his assistance. Nor could Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun, who were currently in the Xinghua Digua, or Ayin, who remained in the small cave, or Guyuana, who was in the sea of consciousness. Perhaps it was Yin Hong? Was there an issue at the great fighting soul arena that necessitated his intervention? Yet, judging by Tai Long's tone, the woman seeking him out seemed quite audacious, making it improbable that it was Yin Hong. Cao Kun pondered deeply, but could not ascertain who it might be. The description of a beautiful woman was far too vague. What other distinguishing features did this woman possess? Tyrone pondered for a moment and remarked, well, she is quite beautiful and appears remarkably vibrant. Moreover, apart from a delicate bracelet-like soul guide on her wrist, she is adorned with nothing but a platinum headband. It seems somewhat cheap and does not suit her at all. Although she possesses a striking beauty, her sense of aesthetics is lacking. Tyrone inadvertently spoke too much, but the headband was indeed unappealing. His comment triggered a memory in Cao Kun, recalling someone he had encountered not long ago, Ning Rongrong. However, why would she come looking for me? How peculiar. Furrowing his brow, Cao Kun contemplated this. As for Tyrone's critique of the headband, he paid it no mind. His intention was merely to quickly appease the young lady, without paying attention to such details. If chosen with care, it would undoubtedly not be ugly. Just look at the high heels worn by Ayin. They serve as his accelerator. Gao Kun Zima? Ah, I know who it is now. Tyrone nodded thoughtfully, but remained silent. Chao Kun, observing him, chuckled and said, Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I have no particular relationship with her, and will seek her out shortly. The little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This certainly meant that the teachers would come looking for the boss. Should I go inform them? After some reflection, Chao Kun nodded, instructing Tyrone to relay the message at the teaching building while he would join them shortly. For now, he still needed to soothe two of his own women and explain why he knew Ning Rongrong. Chao Kun felt indifferent about this. He had no significant ties with her. Kun, is there anything else you are concealing from us? Upon entering the room, he was immediately met with Xiao Wu's probing voice. At this moment, two tall and elegant beauties stood before Chao Kun, displaying dangerously charming smiles. They had united on a common front. Initially, it could be overlooked, but now that they were aware of Chao Kun's unfaithful tendencies, they reached a consensus. Previous arrangements he made with other sisters were acceptable, but henceforth, they would be vigilant and prohibit Chao Kun from seeking other women. Thus, it was imperative to ascertain which other women, apart from themselves and the dean, were associated with him. Chao Kun raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, There are none, absolutely none. Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun were not suitable to mention. Nor was Ayin. As for Du Guyan, Chao Kun deemed her not a concern. Even if she were, it would not be appropriate to divulge. Du Guyan, with a mischievous smile, inquired, Oh, what did Tyrone say to you earlier? Gao Kun replied, The little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has come to our academy, seeking me. Observing their expressions shift, he hastily added, I have nothing to do with her. We have met only once. The last time, the prince summoned me to the Tiando auction house. After Chao Kun finished explaining, Xiao Wu and Du Gu Yan exchanged glances, and from their expressions, he sensed their skepticism. Why would someone else seek you out? They questioned. Indeed, why would she come looking for you? This was a drastic change from their earlier demeanor. Chao Kun mentally scoffed at their incredulity and offered a few more clarifications. Ultimately, Xiao Wu and Du Gu Yan remained unconvinced. There was no other recourse. Chao Kun proposed they accompany him to meet Ning Rongrong. Only then did they reluctantly agree. After a brief freshening up, they followed Chao Kun to the location where he had registered Xiao Wu the previous day. The scene was slightly altered, with several students present. Why hasn't Tishi arrived yet? Big Gorilla, didn't Tiyu say she would be here shortly? Go look for her. Upon their arrival, Chao Kun heard Ning Rongrong's voice, melodious yet tinged with irritation. However, Tyrone and the nearby teacher paid it no mind. The teacher responsible for registering students at Lanba Academy was a soul master in his 60s. Having traveled extensively in his youth, he was well aware of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's influence. When Ning Rongrong summoned the Seven Treasures Pagoda during her registration, he recognized that a significant figure had arrived at the academy, prompting him to show her a degree of respect. Notably, Ning Rongrong had yet to attain any noble title. Although Ning Fengji was Qian Rinchu's mentor, and Ning Rongrong was indeed a genuine noble, she had not yet acquired titles from the two major empires. This was likely related to the fact that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was a sect. If Ning Rongrong were to obtain a title from the Tiando Empire, her family would ostensibly fall under its influence, which would be detrimental to the sect's development. Thus, Ning Rongrong was permitted to enter Lanba Academy. Of course, this required the consent of Lu Erlong. However, based on the teacher's understanding of Lu Erlong, she would not concern herself with background. As long as one lacked a title and genuinely wished to enter Lanba Academy, she would welcome them unreservedly. The reason for the teacher's respect towards Ning Rongrong was that she was a significant figure allowed to enter the academy. However, despite his respect, he was still a soul master in his 60s and could not go further. So he retorted to Ning Rongrong's persistent demands, You should go find him. My time is precious. He replied, Miss, you know well where that boy is. Why are you waiting here instead of go to find him? Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by his words. She realized that seeking out Chao Kun herself would be more expedient. Was she afraid he would look down upon her? Although she indeed intended to find Chao Kun, it was improper to state it openly. She shot a glare at the teacher and exclaimed, You, Ning Miss, What brings you here? Before she could finish her sentence, Chao Kun immediately interrupted. Normally, he would not address her so formally. But with Xiao Wu and Du Guyan accompanying him, he needed to maintain a semblance of distance. Otherwise, they might grow estranged from him. Upon hearing his voice, Ning Rongrong turned to look, and Xiao Wu and Du Guyan also regarded her, appraising the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Initially cheerful, Ning Rongrong's expression soured upon seeing Xiao Wu and Du Guyan beside Chao Kun. Who are they? Why are they following this fool? Noticing Ning Rongrong's reaction, Xiao Wu and Du Guyan exchanged glances. This little princess was indeed beautiful, exuding a youthful radiance. However, her figure was average, and she appeared somewhat innocent, especially in comparison to Xiao Wu and Du Guyan. Du Guyan, being the elder sister, was naturally more mature, while Xiao Wu had matured significantly after absorbing the celestial herb, no longer resembling her former innocence. Who are they? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow and asked. Just as Chao Kun was about to introduce them, Xiao Wu and Du Guyan exchanged smiles, each taking one of Chao Kun's arms. In response, Chao Kun's face lit up with joy as he declared, "They're both my girlfriends." You. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, pointing at Chao Kun and stammering 3 times without uttering a word. Meanwhile, onlookers among the students, witnessing Chao Kun with 2 enchanting beauties, began to murmur excitedly. Tyrone, witnessing this, exerted his former authority as the boss and shooed away the bystanders. Since you're here, take her away. The teacher took this opportunity to address Chao Kun, tossing 2 keys his way. One is a spare key. Isn't anyone special. What right does he have to take me away? I shall no longer attend this academy. I will take my leave shortly. In a fit of anger, Ning Rongrong immediately directed her ire towards the teacher. A loud clap echoed as the keys fell to the ground, for Chao Kun's hands had been restrained by Xiao Wu and Du Guyan, rendering him incapable of catching them. In fact, he could have summoned the wind element to retrieve them, but in that moment, he had forgotten. The sound of the keys hitting the floor ignited Ning Rongrong's fury. She ceased speaking, shot a glare at Chao Kun, and turned on her heel to flee. I recall that there was nothing amiss between us. Wasn't he there? Last time, I even made her cry. Kaukun konred in kontosion. Alkun, is this what you mean by nothing? It certainly doesn't appear so, Du Guyan remarked, pinching the flesh at Chao Kun's waist. Xiao Wu too regarded him, her gaze filled with skepticism. If she were truly our sister, there would be no need for you to conceal anything from us. We all know your true nature. Your actions are unwise. Chao Kun, feeling helpless, wished to explain, but as he met the distrustful eyes of Xiao Wu and Du Guyan, he found himself at a loss for words. The earlier incident hardly reflected a mere platonic relationship between him and Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Du Guyan interjected, "Do you wish to abandon her?" This statement silenced Chao Kun, who glanced at the keys on the ground and recalled the headband Ning Rongrong had worn just moments before. Hesitating, he remarked, "This is what you all requested. It makes me sound like a scoundrel." As he spoke, Xiao Wu and Du Guyan released their grip on his hands. With a sigh, Chao Kun pressed a kiss to each of their foreheads before dashing after the direction in which Ning Rongrong had fled. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the fallen keys back to his hand. It seems that a Kun truly has nothing with her. Otherwise, given his nature, he would never conceal the truth. Does this mean we are essentially betraying ourselves? Xiao Wu suddenly voiced, gazing after Chao Kun's retreating figure. Her words momentarily stunned Du Guyan, but she quickly regained her composure. It's all right. By observing that girl, it is simply a matter of time. Moreover, our actions will instill a sense of guilt in a Kun, causing him to love us all the more. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she whispered, "Sister, you are indeed quite perceptive." Although Chao Kun could not hear their conversation as he pursued Ning Rongrong, he felt an even deeper sense of guilt towards them. In his past life, he had assumed that they would engage in a prolonged rivalry, and even if the world of Douluo was different, he believed he would have to navigate a lengthy courtship to enjoy the affections of multiple women. He never anticipated that it would happen so swiftly. As a support spirit master, Ning Rongrong possessed average physical capabilities, and in her haste to flee, she did not escape the academy grounds, allowing Chao Kun to catch up to her easily. They found themselves near the academy's rear mountain, where the crowd was sparse. By the time Chao Kun reached her, Ning Rongrong had removed her headband, letting her flaxen hair cascade freely. Not long after, she flung the headband away, just as it was about to strike a rock. Chao Kun's mind activated, and a gust of wind whisked the headband into his hand. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you with your two girlfriends?" Ning Rongrong turned to Chao Kun, her voice laced with anger. Seeing her reaction, Chao Kun smiled and held up the headband. "Miss Ning, since you no longer want this, may I have it back? It cost me 5 gold soul coins." Observing the shift in Ning Rongrong's expression, Chao Kun suddenly felt that perhaps their relationship was about to change. Chapter 159. Consolation. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted several times as she opened her mouth, struggling to find the right words before ultimately glaring at Chao Kun and turning her back to him. Noticing this, Chao Kun carefully held onto the headband and approached her slowly. "What about your two girlfriends?" Ning Rongrong faced away from him, her expression obscured, but her tone conveyed irritation. Chao Kun contemplated for a moment, choosing silence, until he stood beside her. Ning Rongrong glanced sideways, crossing her arms, moving a few steps away, and adopting a pained expression, as if Chao Kun emitted some unpleasant odor. Her expression appeared genuine, prompting Chao Kun to raise his hand to check. There was no odor. Chao Kun lowered his hand, clutching the headband while the keys rested in his pocket, unsure of what to say to Ning Rongrong, who stood beside him. Previously, he had harbored no particular feelings for her. His act of gifting the headband was merely an apology for having unintentionally exerted his influence over her. Moreover, given their last encounter, he did not believe that Ning Rongrong had developed feelings for him. He did not possess such naivete. According to the narrative conventions of his previous life, Ning Rongrong should have been drawn to him due to his lack of regard for her, prompting her to seek him out. Wasn't that how it was supposed to unfold? Silence enveloped them, creating an increasingly awkward atmosphere. After a while, Ning Rongrong could no longer restrain herself. "What are you doing standing here?" Chao Kun replied, "I'm watching you." Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes, her flawless visage tinged with a hint of crimson as she turned away once more. "Why aren't you with your two girlfriends? Why come to me?" Chao Kun unabashedly responded, "Xiao Wu and Yin Zi believe you are also my girlfriend, so they sent me to check on you." "Who is your girlfriend?" "I'm certainly not." Chao Kun chuckled. "Of course I know that, but they don't believe me, so I had no choice but to come see you." This time, Ning Rongrong did not respond immediately. Instead, she scrutinized Chao Kun for a moment before saying, "So, you didn't intend to come here at all? It was only because they called for you?" Chao Kun nodded, then shook his head as Ning Rongrong appeared increasingly frustrated. "How could that be? Even if we are not lovers, we are still friends. If you come to see me, I would certainly treat you well. But you ran away upon seeing me. I had to pursue you with the consent of my girlfriend." Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's expression softened slightly, though she still appeared displeased. "Are your girlfriends more important than I am?" Chao Kun was momentarily taken aback. "Are you foolish? Isn't that obvious? They're my girlfriends." "You." Ning Rongrong kufshet. After asking her question, she realized it was rather foolish, but Chao Kun's response incited her anger, and she raised her fist to strike him. Chao Kun did not evade her. The force was insufficient even for a massage. "Have Uncle Ning and the others arrived yet?" Following a few playful punches from Ning Rongrong, Chao Kun firmly grasped her hand. Initially intending to break free, Ning Rongrong paused at his question. They must have arrived. Just wait. I will call Grandfather Jian over to teach you a lesson." Gao Kun Diaklet. Let us not forget that it is evident Ning Rongrong snuck out. Moreover, given that she was the one hitting me, what right does Douluo have to reprimand me? Chao Kun released Ning Rongrong's hand, stating, "Look closely. I did nothing to you. What right does Douluo have to teach me a lesson?" Ning Rongrong twisted her wrist. "Do you believe that matters?" Gao Kun faltered, realizing that perhaps it did not. As soon as Ning Rongrong began to lament, Douluo would certainly intervene regardless of whether Chao Kun had done anything. Observing this, Ning Rongrong revealed a triumphant smile, declaring, "Are you scared now?" Chao Kun, regaining his composure, chuckled softly. Not at all. Douluo has yet to arrive. Taking a few steps forward, he noticed the expression on Ning Rongrong's face vanish. Am I right? Umph. Ning Rongrong wished to retort, but upon seeing Chao Kun's ambiguous smile, she could only turn her head aside. I still don't believe you would dare bully me. This was indeed the case, though it was not that he lacked the courage. Rather, it was unnecessary. With such an adorable little mouth, why would I want to bully you? But I could give you a slight scare. As he thought this, Chao Kun leaned closer towards Ning Rongrong. Feeling a twinge of anxiety from his actions, she instinctively wanted to step back. Suddenly, Chao Kun clasped her shoulder. What are you doing? A flash of golden light emanated from Chao Kun's eyes, causing Ning Rongrong's voice to falter. Releasing her shoulder, Ning Rongrong reflexively stepped back, only to trip and fall to the ground. You are bullying me. Sitting on the ground, she pointed a finger at Chao Kun, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In truth, Chao Kun had not exerted any intimidation. He merely allowed his eyes to shine momentarily. However, due to past experiences, she was startled into a reflexive response. Although Ning Rongrong was a support spirit master, she was still a spirit master, and falling to the ground did not hurt. It was merely a matter of feeling wronged. You are still laughing. Just wait. I will go back now and summon Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu. Seeing Chao Kun still smiling, the moisture in her eyes vanished as she attempted to rise. Noticing this, Chao Kun hurried over, apologizing profusely. My fault. I am truly sorry. He extended a hand to help Ning Rongrong up, who shot him a glare, but ultimately grasped his hand. Why don't you say it's okay? Observing her still fuming, Chao Kun feigned ignorance. This was a reference to their previous mutual grievances. Ning Rongrong had stated that as long as one said sorry, the other would respond with it's okay, and the matter would be settled. I have not forgiven you. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun suddenly released Ning Rongrong's hand, causing her, still unsteady on her feet, to nearly topple over again. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in horror. In response, Chao Kun summoned a gust of wind that lifted her, though it was a bit too forceful, sending her stumbling into his embrace. So what about now? Have you forgiven me? The tips of Ning Rongrong's ears turned slightly red as she immediately pushed him away with force. You jerk! Laughing heartily at her furious demeanor, Chao Kun could not help but find joy in her reaction. Jerk! Ning Rongrong's indignation ignited further, and she rushed over to punch Chao Kun. After enduring several blows, Chao Kun ceased his laughter, grasping her hands and saying, I was just joking. I was wrong. I apologize. After enduring her playful assault, Ning Rongrong finally ceased her strikes, though she continued to glare at him. Chapter 160. Introduction. Do not be angry. How about I give you another gift? Intrigued by Chao Kun's words, Ning Rongrong turned to look at him. Observing her reaction, Chao Kun reached into his wrist guard and retrieved the hairband he had just placed inside. Ning Rongrong's previously dimmed emotions surged back as she gasped, pointing at the hairband. Is this a gift for me? This hairband isn't yours. Though she had intended to discard it earlier, Chao Kun could not simply present it to her as a gift. She was so flustered that she could hardly articulate her thoughts, utterly bewildered by his audacity. Ignoring her protest, Chao Kun continued, Yes, you said you didn't want it, so I took it back. Now it is mine, and I am giving it to you. What is wrong with that? Ning Rongrong, somewhat speechless, looked at Chao Kun before snatching the hairband from him. Who said I didn't want it? This is mine. Therefore, you cannot present it as a gift. Chao Kun allowed her to take the hairband, smiling at her. Realizing her own reaction, Ning Rongrong glared at the hairband before shooting another accusing look at Chao Kun. You scoundrel! Chao Kun did not retort, but instead approached her, taking hold of the hand that gripped the hairband. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong shook her hand, trying to break free. Unfortunately, as long as Chao Kun did not wish to release her, she could not escape with her current strength. You truly are a scoundrel. Ning Rongrong's eyes filled with moisture once more, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Do not cry. I merely wish to help you put it on. Chao Kun quickly smiled, taking the hairband and placing it atop her head. After arranging her hair, he grinned and said, You look lovely with the hairband. That is only because my hair was messy earlier. Chao Kuen's lips twitched. Indeed, the first time he had seen Ning Rongrong, she had not worn any adornments. But he believed her hairstyle could indeed be improved. Moreover, as Ning Rongrong adjusted her hair, the hairband suddenly appeared out of place and uncoordinated. I meant you looked better than before. Chao Kun insisted stubbornly. Oomph. Ning Rongrong shot him a disdainful glance. Feeling awkward, Chao Kun acknowledged in that case. I will buy you a better one next time. As he spoke, he prepared to remove the hairband. What are you doing? This is mine. Ning Rongrong quickly swatted his hand away, but did not take off the hairband. Chao Kun chuckled and did not press the issue further. Now, Ning Rongrong seemed to have calmed down significantly and was no longer as angry as before. What about the gift? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong extended her hand in inquiry. At this, Chao Kun, who had thought the matter was concluded, froze for a moment. He glanced at the hairband adorning her head and then at Ning Rongrong, who wore an enigmatic smile. Would it be all right if I gave it to you in a few days? Ning Rongrong did not withdraw her hand, blinking innocently. What do you think? Chao Kun, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that he had merely made that statement to appease her, but he truly had not prepared anything. Oh, wait. A mysterious smile appeared on Chao Kun's face. Rongrong, you want it now, right? However, if I give it to you now, it can only be something similar to the hairband, which seems rather unfair, does it not? Noticing Ning Rongrong nodding thoughtfully, Chao Kun seized the moment to press on. If you choose not to accept this gift now, the next time I present you with a gift, it could be something even better. This is what we call accumulation. Finishing his speech, Chao Kun smiled at Ning Rongrong. So, do you wish to accept this gift now or not? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow. She had never encountered such a situation when receiving gifts from others before. Accumulation? Who knows if you will even remember next time? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Although Ning Rongrong held such thoughts, she ultimately agreed with Chao Kun's reasoning. She suddenly approached, and Chao Kun was left bewildered. Surely he had not prepared a gift for her. Asking him now would only yield something rather trivial. It would be better to save it for next time. And if Chao Kun were to forget, she could remind him and even coerce him. All right then, next time you must present me with something truly special. Of course, it's a plan. Chao Kun sighed in relief. Regardless of Ning Rongrong's current thoughts, he no longer had to prepare a gift. As for next time, that could wait until then. Chao Kun suggested, shall we return now? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Rongrong nodded. She had snuck out, and if she were to return just like that, she would surely be mocked. Moreover, despite Chao Kun having 2 girlfriends, they were merely that, girlfriends. Ning Fengji had a plethora of various women to choose from. On their way back to the teaching building, Ning Rongrong walked beside Chao Kun and suddenly asked, are they truly your girlfriends? Indeed, both Xiao Wu and Yanzi. Chao Kun replied, somewhat perplexed. Could you not break up with them? Ning Rongrong's words were shocking. Why would you say that? They sent me to find you. The smile vanished from Chao Kun's face as he said coolly, why does it concern you? No way. I will not break up with them. His tone grew colder. And what about me? Ning Rongrong's audacity startled Chao Kun, altering his previously composed demeanor. What are you talking about? You're my friend. Noticing that Ning Rongrong seemed ready to continue, Chao Kun hurriedly interjected, we can discuss the rest when you are older. Oomph. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, but chose to say nothing further. Though the academy was vast, it was still situated in the most prosperous part of Tiando City, where every inch was precious, occupying only 1/3 of the Tiando Royal Academy. Thus, they quickly returned to the teaching building. It was nearing noon, and most teachers and students were in the cafeteria. Outside the teaching building, apart from Xiao Wu and Dege Yin, there were hardly any others. That teacher had also left. Observing the two, Chao Kun quickened his pace, leaving Ning Rongrong trailing behind. Noticing this, she said nothing, merely casting a cold gaze. You said it was no problem. Is this not a recovery? Xiao Wu remarked as she watched Chao Kun approach with Ning Rongrong behind him, her words clearly directed at him, causing him a moment of embarrassment. Dege Yin, however, remained silent, moving forward to link her arm with Chao Kun's. Xiao Wu, seeing this, did the same with his other arm, allowing Chao Kun to relish a brief moment of enjoyment. In this scene, Ning Rongrong appeared as an outsider. Realizing this, Ning Rongrong let out a cold snort. Chao Kuan, noticing her discomfort, quickly introduced, Xiao Wu, Yanzi, this is Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the Qibao, Liuli's sect. My friend. Friend? Duguyan inquired, puzzled. Friend, Chao Kuan reiterated, then turned to Ning Rongrong to explain, Rongrong, this is Duguyan, Yanzi, my girlfriend. This is Xiao Wu, also my girlfriend. Chapter 161. The Four of Us. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms and shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu and Duguyan. Her lips pressed tightly together, her delicate nose emitting a slight huff. In her view, these two merely captivated Chao Kuan with their mature figures. And once Chao Kuan grew weary of them, or she matured, they would undoubtedly depart. This left Xiao Wu, who had initially wanted to befriend Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat awkward as she cast a resentful glance at Chao Kuan. When did you start liking such a spoiled princess? Chao Kuan perceived this and glanced at Ning Rongrong, asserting, they're truly just friends. There is no other relationship, at least not at present. Duguyan and Xiao Wu looked at him, confused, then turned to Ning Rongrong, who, despite glaring at Chao Kuan, did not refute his words. Truly, Chao Kuan reiterative. At this moment, they finally believed that there was nothing between Chao Kuan and Ning Rongrong. Whatever he had said before, Xiao Wu and Duguyan would have taken to heart. Now, it could only be said that trust, once shattered, is challenging to restore. Seeing him nod slightly, Chao Kuan mentally grumbled. However, he could only blame himself for being unreliable. Thankfully, they only harbored doubts about his romantic involvements, while still placing great trust in him otherwise. Sighing softly, Duguyan drew everyone's attention to her. She said nothing, casting a forlorn look at Chao Kuan, then resting her head on his shoulder. Since a Kuan and this young lady truly had no relationship, had she inadvertently allowed herself to be overshadowed? Though she had spoken lightly earlier, the thought that she might be the cause of Chao Kuan acquiring another woman pained her heart. The more women Chao Kuan had, the less time he would spend with her. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu shot a curious glance at Duguyan, unsure of what she was thinking, not wanting to dwell on it. She released her hold on Chao Kuan, striding over in her white silk long legs, which he had gifted her, to stand beside Ning Rongrong. You're Ning Rongrong, right? Why did you run away earlier? You nearly made me think you were also one of the Kuan's women. Turns out you were just a friend. Huh? If I didn't know better, I might have thought otherwise. Xiao Wu's tone was somewhat sarcastic, a mannerism she had learned from Chao Kuan. She did not appreciate Ning Rongrong's current haughty demeanor. You this. Ning Rongrong felt her anger rising, pointing at Xiao Wu, ready to unleash her ire. To prevent escalating the conflict, Chao Kuan quickly intervened. Ahem, what time is it now? It should be around mealtime, right? I'm quite hungry. Let us head to the cafeteria. The food at Lanba Academy is quite good. Chao Kuan pulled Xiao Wu along and then turned to Ning Rongrong, suggesting, Rongrong, you came so early. You must not have eaten yet, so let us go together. Saying this, he unceremoniously dragged Xiao Wu away, with Duguyan naturally linking her arm with his as they walked. Ning Rongrong stood with her mouth agape, observing the three ahead of her, ultimately stomping her foot before following them. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Chao Kuan frowned at the densely packed crowd, leading them to the president's exclusive room. It seemed Lu Erlong would not mind. After finding a private room for four and ordering several dishes, the chef shot a deep glance at Chao Kuan. Once the chef exited, Xiao Wu and Duguyan turned their gaze to Chao Kuan. I wondered why you dared to take me directly into the president's exclusive power room yesterday. Hee. Facing their resentful expressions, Chao Kuan chuckled, brushing past the moment. Only Ning Rongrong observed them curiously, unable to comprehend, feeling like an outsider. However, her pride prevented her from speaking up, so she merely watched the three with a calm demeanor. Soon, the dishes were served, and upon seeing their favorites, Xiao Wu and Duguyan felt a slight uplift in their spirits. Kuan, you must try this. It is incredibly delicious. And this one too. This is also good. This one as well. Xiao Wu had previously been at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, where the food was decent, but nothing compared to this. Suddenly, she noticed that all the dishes were to her liking, frequently picking out her favorites to share with Chao Kuan. Naturally, he accepted without hesitation, finding it indeed delicious. Yin, seeing this, also served Chao Kun, albeit less frequently than Xiao Wu. Country bumpkin. Upon observing this scene, Ning Rongrong, already discontent with her meal, set down her bowl with a clatter and turned to Xiao Wu, expressing her thoughts aloud. She realized that this girl named Xiao Wu was not only lacking in sophistication in her name, but also in her manner of eating. Was the taste so ordinary that it warranted such a reaction? If she were beautiful and had an alluring figure, perhaps that fool would not even glance her way. Moreover, she had the audacity to mock her moments ago. Ignoring Xiao Wu's response, Ning Rongrong crossed her arms and continued, "Look at you. How about I?" Before she could finish her sentence, Chao Kun, with a sudden spark of inspiration, unleashed a jet of water that struck Ning Rongrong's forehead. Controlled by Chao Kun, this attack was akin to a playful tap on the head, meant to convey a message without causing harm. Let us refrain from unharmonious remarks, Chao Kun stated calmly. Although he was unaware of what Ning Rongrong intended to say, it was clear it was not something pleasant. Seeing that Chao Kun had come to her defense, Xiao Wu swallowed her urge to retaliate and burst into laughter, pointing at Ning Rongrong. The impact of the water jet made Ning Rongrong instinctively tilt her head back, and, as the force was minimal, it merely trickled down her forehead. You naughty brat. What are you doing?" Ning Rongrong clenched her fists and slammed the table, then jumped off her chair, raising her fists as if to strike Chao Kun. Naturally, Xiao Wu would not allow Chao Kun to be assaulted. She quickly set her bowl down and leaped forward. "Step aside. I want to let you." After a brief exchange, Ning Rongrong swung her fists toward Xiao Wu. Despite being a powerful soul master of over level 30, Xiao Wu effortlessly seized Ning Rongrong's fist and twisted it gently. Xiao Wu was mindful not to apply too much pressure, merely causing Ning Rongrong to yelp in discomfort. "You just wait," Ning Rongrong retorted, her voice laced with indignation. "What's wrong? Going to tell your parents? Still nursing, are we?" This was a phrase Chao Kun had used during his previous scuffles in Notting City, which Xiao Wu had now brought into this context. Who said that? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she summoned her martial spirit, revealing a 7-layered small tower. The tower, crafted from a glass-like material, emitted a gentle glow, with the first and second layers shining more brightly. Upon witnessing her summon her martial spirit, Xiao Wu paused and glanced at Chao Kun. Rongrong is an auxiliary soul master, currently only at level 24, and her martial spirit, the 7-treasure glazed tile, can only enhance strength and speed by 20. Ning Rongrong shot a glare at Chao Kun, blaming him for divulging her information. Xiao Wu understood that Chao Kun was subtly indicating that Ning Rongrong's combat prowess was quite feeble. Even with her martial spirit summoned, she remained weak, allowing her to teach Ning Rongrong a lesson without crossing any lines. Only at level 24, how pitiful. Xiao Wu chuckled. Ning Rongrong did not retort, her 7-treasure glazed tile glowing with renewed brilliance. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first enhances strength, the second boosts speed. 2 beams of light enveloped her, and she lunged forward, her speed significantly increased, yet to Xiao Wu, it still appeared exceedingly slow. Before long, Ning Rongrong found herself subdued once more. "Let go. I was careless," she protested stubbornly. Xiao Wu smiled, finding the situation amusing, and released her. Yet this time, Ning Rongrong was utterly drained of energy. Without Xiao Wu's assistance, she would have collapsed. "Do you concede?" Xiao Wu asked with a playful glint in her eyes. Ning Rongrong turned her head away, refusing to respond or meet Xiao Wu's gaze. "You're only a few years older than I am." After a moment, unable to contain herself under Xiao Wu's persistent stare, Ning Rongrong begrudgingly admitted, "You are indeed younger." Xiao Wu did not dispute this, releasing Ning Rongrong while casting a disdainful glance at her modestly prominent chest. That is not what I meant," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her anger flaring. All right, Kalkun interjected. Xiao Wu is now at level 35 and is a formidable attack-type soul master. It's entirely normal that you cannot compete. After all, auxiliary soul masters rarely outmatch their attack-type counterparts. "Akun, I don't even have my martial spirit manifested." Xiao Wu disregarded Ning Rongrong, scampering to Xiao Kuin's side and acting coy. Xiao Kuin, at a loss for words, patted Xiao Wu's head and approached Ning Rongrong to comfort her. Though Xiao Wu occasionally chimed in, reigniting Ning Rongrong's frustration. Eventually, Ning Rongrong calmed down and began to engage with Xiao Wu again. At this point, Xiao Kuin ceased to intervene and led the group out of the dining hall. However, before departing, he sought out the chef to inquire about Lu Erlong's whereabouts, learning that she had not been seen in the dining hall for 3 days. 3 days? That coincides with the last time Yanzi saw her. I hope nothing has happened. While in doubt, the chef reassured him that this was quite normal. Lu Erlong often only came to the dining hall every few days. His words brought Xiao Kuin a measure of relief, but he resolved to check on her if she remained absent in a few days. Upon leaving the dining hall, Xiao Kuin contemplated bringing the group to the strength training room. It was not that he lacked knowledge of other locations, but with 3 women surrounding him, he was uncertain where to take them. In the strength training room, a private space reserved for the dean, Xiao Kuin closed the door, leaving only the 4 of them inside. Ning Rongrong, upon her first encounter with the facilities, was taken aback, momentarily setting aside her quarrel with Xiao Wu. What on earth are these? Xiao Kuin smiled gently and explained, then asked, would you like to give it a try? With the assistance of soul power. Unless one belonged to a specific demographic, individuals typically would not develop in a muscle-bound figure through training. Rather, it effectively sculpted the body and enhanced flexibility. All right. Ning Rongrong nodded and stepped forward. Just as Xiao Kuin was about to assist and elaborate, Xiao Wu jumped in ahead of him. Having spent the entire afternoon prior with Xiao Kuin, learning the usage of the facilities, Xiao Wu was quite familiar with them. You take hold of this. Ning Rongrong glared at her in frustration, yet Xiao Wu appeared oblivious, pointing to a rod on the apparatus. After a moment's hesitation and seeing that Xiao Kuin did not come to her aid, Ning Rongrong shot Xiao Wu a glare before grasping the rod. All right, pull hard. Ha ha ha. Naturally, Ning Rongrong could not manage to pull it, as Xiao Wu and Xiao Kuin had adjusted it during their earlier training. Oh, you're so annoying. Listening to Xiao Wu's laughter, Ning Rongrong despairingly released her grip. Xiao Wu, let her have a try. Xiao Kuin chuckled from the side. Oh, all right. As Xiao Wu assisted Ning Rongrong, Xiao Kuin guided Du Guyan, who had previously visited but had not yet engaged with the equipment. Cao Kuin instructed Du Guyan for a while. Although Du Guyan was astonished by the efficacy of these practices, she did not engage in extensive training. Instead, she clung to Xiao Kuin, feeling a deep dependence on him after her recent experience. Despite having recovered due to her soul power, she was still emotionally reliant. However, Xiao Kuin brought Xiao Wu along early in the morning, and she could not betray any feelings. Relishing the moments of solitude with Xiao Kuin, she felt a surge of happiness. Recognizing her sentiments, Xiao Kuin led Du Guyan to a modest facility, adjusting the power settings to the lowest level, and began teaching her. Xiao Wu, observing from the side, felt a twinge of jealousy but refrained from interrupting, recalling the strange sense she encountered earlier that morning. Additionally, she was concerned about Ning Rongrong's potential disruption, so she engaged in a competition with her, which resulted in Ning Rongrong, already fatigued from earlier training, continuing until dusk. As evening fell, the group emerged from the training room and returned to the cafeteria. This time, Ning Rongrong was no longer playfully sparring with Xiao Wu. After a few bites of food, she collapsed onto the table in exhaustion. Once they finished their meal, Xiao Kuin carried both her and Xiao Wu back to the girls' dormitory, escorting her to her room, conveniently located next to Xiao Wu's, for which he possessed the key. Meanwhile, Du Guyan remained downstairs, choosing not to ascend. Once they left Ning Rongrong's room, Xiao Wu leapt onto Xiao Kuin, wrapping her arms around him like a koala. Gao Kun de Aklet. Supporting Xiao Wu with one hand while using the other to unlock the door, entering the room. Without turning on the lights, he closed the door and both fell onto the bed, their faces nearly touching. They could feel each other's breath and warmth. Breaking the tension, Xiao Kuin kissed Xiao Wu's red lips, their movements intertwining like 2 agile serpents. Gradually, his hand descended, tracing the contours of Xiao Wu's delicate legs. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted and Xiao Wu gasped. All right, you should go find Sister Yan. Xiao Kuin gazed at her, a smile gracing his lips. Wait. I must first attend to my Xiao Wu. With that, he leaned in for another kiss, this time venturing beyond her lips. After another extended embrace, accompanied by Xiao Wu's soft moan, Chao Kun finally rose from her side. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "Rest well." He planted a gentle kiss on her forehead before leaving the room. Xiao Wu remained silent. Chao Kun tidied himself, dispersing the lingering fragrance, and then made his way downstairs to Du Guyan. She smiled at him, not questioning his delay, and took his arm as they departed the academy. They would not be staying at the academy that night, but rather at Du Guyan's residence outside. It was still before 8 in the evening, and instead of returning immediately, they strolled leisurely through the streets. As they walked, Chao Kun followed closely beside Du Guyan, attending to her every wish. As time passed, Du Guyan's eyes grew dreamy as she gazed at Chao Kun. "Let's head back," she suggested, leaning against him. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Under her guidance, they soon arrived at Du Guyan's residence in Tiando City, not far from Lanba Academy, located on one of the city's most bustling streets. The place was large yet eerily quiet. However, they paid little mind, entering through the gates and engaging in passionate kisses until they reached Du Guyan's room. Lying on her bed, "Kun, I love you. I love you too." They breathed warmth into each other, expressing their affection. "Wait." After a moment, Du Guyan halted Chao Kun's advances and, under his puzzled gaze, activated her martial soul. "You like this?" Chapter 163. Qianrenchue's Fury a week later. On a clear morning, Du Guyan embraced Chao Kun's shoulders and playfully climbed onto his back, exclaiming, "Today, you belong to me. I belong to you today." Chao Kun replied with a smile, lifting her legs and carrying her. It had been a week since Ning Rongrong arrived at Lanba Academy, and during this time, the four of them had spent nearly every moment together, leaving Chao Kun feeling both delighted and exasperated. He cherished the moments of simultaneously holding both Xiao Wu and Du Guyan, yet was frustrated that Ning Rongrong's presence limited their intimacy, leaving them with little opportunity to express their affection, even to the point of rarely kissing. Throughout the week, aside from the initial days when Chao Kun trained them in the strength room, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had been resistant to returning. Xiao Wu, a 10,000-year-old beast in her transformed state, did not gain strength through training, and even if training could enhance her power, it was not suited for the strength room. As for Ning Rongrong, a support soul master from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, now a great soul master, her training progressed rapidly. The focus was on elevating her soul power, and physical training was secondary. Thus, the idea of spending excessive time in the strength room was puzzling. Moreover, both were spirited individuals who, after a couple of monotonous training days, formed an alliance to protest and sought to confront Chao Kun. Their actions left him somewhat embarrassed. As he found no monotony in the strength room, he often enjoyed playful interactions with Du Guyan. Upon hearing their complaints, Chao Kun emerged from his reverie beside Du Guyan and acquiesced to their suggestions, deciding to limit training to just one morning at the academy. Of course, this morning would not solely focus on enhancing physical capabilities. It would encompass a broader range of skill development, including soul power enhancement and combat abilities. The combat training involved Ning Rongrong aiding Du Guyan and Xiao Wu in battling Chao Kun, who was confidently capable of handling 3 opponents. It was during this training that Ning Rongrong truly grasped the strength of Xiao Wu, Du Guyan, and Chao Kun. They were formidable, particularly Chao Kun, who effortlessly bested them each time. Upon learning Xiao Wu's age, Ning Rongrong fell silent for a moment, and thereafter, when facing the group, she shed her previously arrogant demeanor, gradually integrating into their circle, though still maintaining her proud nature, often clashing with Xiao Wu. Each time Ning Rongrong exhibited her pride, Xiao Wu would tease her, saying things like, "A Kun can buy 2, but Rongrong insists that only children like this." Or Rongrong claims she doesn't like to eat, so I'll have 2. After their morning training, the rest of the day was spent exploring Tiando City under the guidance of Du Guyan and Ning Rongrong. With their leadership, Chao Kun and Xiao Wu encountered novel sights and foods that astonished them. That evening, upon returning to the academy, Chao Kun would encourage Ning Rongrong to train, with Xiao Wu spurring her on. This dynamic often frustrated Ning Rongrong, motivating her to push through her limits until she could no longer be efficient before retiring for the night. Ultimately, she understood that if her strength remained stagnant, she might find herself sidelined from their circle, a fate she had witnessed in other noble circles, despite not experiencing it firsthand. Following this, Chao Kun typically spent a moment of tenderness with Xiao Wu before heading to Du Guyan's home, although on occasion, he would share a bed with Xiao Wu, albeit without crossing any significant boundaries. Certainly, the reason for this is that Du Guyan will not linger in Tiando City for too long. After resting for nearly half a month, she is set to accompany the Emperor's battle team to challenge the Great Soul Arena in other cities. This also explains why Xiao Wu is not feeling particularly jealous and why Chao Kun is only spending one day with Du Guyan, as she will be departing from Tiando City tomorrow. Where shall we go? With Du Guyan on his back, Chao Kun wandered aimlessly along the most bustling street in Tiando City. As long as it is with you, any destination is acceptable. Du Guyan nestled her small face against Chao Kun's shoulder, savoring the moments that were exclusively theirs. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun's lips curled into a subtle smile as he tightened his grip slightly, lifting Du Guyan a bit higher. Such days were indeed delightful, yet Chao Kun remained resolute. Every time Xiao Wu or Du Guyan exhausted themselves to the point of slumber, he would retreat into the small cave to cultivate, emerging early the next day. He was untroubled by the possibility of Xiao Wu discovering his secret, as he knew he would eventually have to reveal it to them. While he still had to contend with Ain within the small cave, Chao Kun was confident. Typically, Ain could not withstand his efforts for more than 1 or 2 hours, which was only slightly longer than his encounters with Du Guyan. The remaining time could be devoted to cultivation. With his current method of training, he could not only expedite his progress, but also rejuvenate his energy, unlike others who drained their spirits through meditation. Thus, the week passed swiftly. Although he had promised to visit Qianrenxue in a few days, he had not done so. Instead, he instructed Tai Long to convey that he was currently unavailable and would visit later. Following this, Qianrenxue did not send anyone to seek him out, indicating that she was not in a hurry. He had, however, sought out Lu Erlong, discovering her at her former wooden cottage in the back mountains. There, a new residence had been constructed, one that perfectly matched Lu Erlong's aesthetic, resplendent in gold. When Chao Kun arrived, he found her absorbing the divine herb, the coxcomb phoenix flower. This process seemed to have commenced only after she encountered Du Guyan, as she had previously been preoccupied with establishing her power base. Even yesterday, when Chao Kun visited her, she had yet to complete her absorption. Ordinarily, this should not be the case. Without the need for martial soul evolution, one could absorb such a herb within half a day. This caused Chao Kun some concern, prompting him to inquire with Gu Yuna. Only upon hearing that everything was normal did he relax. Lu Erlong, as a soul saint, could absorb most of the herb's potent properties, albeit at a slower pace due to her current status. Unlike the characters in the original story, such as the 7 monsters of Shrek, who absorbed only a fraction of the herb's power during their soul master stage, Lu Erlong was now a soul saint and thus could absorb a greater portion of its potency, albeit requiring more time. However, Gu Yuna seemed to be preoccupied, neglecting to provide him with guidance on his cultivation. Sighing, he felt as if he was hitting a wall. Lost in thought, Du Guyan suddenly tightened her grip around Chao Kun's neck. He snapped back to reality, quickly halting his steps, only to realize he was nearly at a wall. How could you drift off when it's just the two of us? Du Guyan playfully shook him. It's my fault. I want to let my mind wander again. I'll properly accompany you from now on. Aware of his misstep, Chao Kun quickly apologized. He turned around while still carrying Du Guyan, discovering that this area felt somewhat unfamiliar. He had never been here before. If you drift off again today, Du Guyan threatened. Chao Kun nodded earnestly, making promises that would surely be scrutinized, causing Du Guyan's cheeks to flush slightly. Subsequently, she glanced around, intending to guide Chao Kun away from the unfamiliar terrain, aware that he was not well acquainted with the surroundings. However, Chao Kun stopped her, suggesting, "Why don't we just wander aimlessly today? Wherever we end up, we'll have fun. I'll take you back to the Tiando Royal Academy later tonight." Du Guyan paused her gestures, her eyes forming crescent shapes as she replied, "All right, I'll leave it in your hands. Let us set off. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes fixated on their every movement, devoid of any emotion. Guyana sensed this, but, for reasons unknown, chose not to inform Chao Kun. As the sun dipped below the horizon, time slipped away swiftly, and before long, the sky darkened, with the moon rising high above. At the Rose Hotel in Tiando City, a strikingly handsome, young couple emerged. It was none other than Chao Kun and Du Yin, who had planned to enjoy their day freely. However, as they passed the Rose Hotel around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, they exchanged glances and decided to step inside. With their imminent separation, how could they not share their innermost feelings? The ensuing hours were filled with fervor, with Chao Kun fulfilling the promises made in jest. After a whirlwind of excitement, Du Yin felt utterly exhausted, requiring 3 hours of rest to recover. Following dinner at the Rose Hotel, they finally stepped outside. Kun, I'm so tired. After only a few steps, Du Yin collapsed into Chao Kun's embrace, prompting a smile from him. "Isn't it you who insisted? Don't say another word. All right, I want to mention it again. Let us go. I'll carry you back to the Tiando Royal Academy." With laughter shared, wings sprouted from Chao Kun's back. He scooped Du Yin into a princess carry and ascended into the sky, soaring towards the Tiando Royal Academy. As they exited the Rose Hotel, in the private room of a restaurant directly across, a striking young man, appearing to be in his late 20s, with an impeccably clean robe that exuded freshness, gripped a teacup tightly. Crack! The cup shattered under his grasp, yet his hand bore no injuries. He glared at Chao Kun and Du Yin as they emerged from the Rose Hotel, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Oh man, you are truly despicable." The only one who could address Chao Kun so casually is Qian Renxue. "Is this what you call being unavailable? After returning for a week, you've spent all your time with those women and haven't even come to see me?" With a resounding crash, Qian Renxue slammed the remnants of the teacup onto the table, producing a loud noise. The tea spilled on several sheets of paper, but she paid it no mind. In recent days, the deaths of 2 imperial heirs from the Xingluo Empire within the borders of the Tiando Empire had kept her exceptionally busy as the crown princess. She had to manage the envoy from the Xingluo Empire, cooperate in their search for the culprits, issue warrants, and write orders to ensure various cities assisted in the investigation. The deaths of the 2 heirs had incited the wrath of the Xingluo Empire, exerting immense pressure on the Tiando Empire's borders, compelling Qian Renxue to comply. Thus, although she was aware that Chao Kun had returned, she refrained from seeking him out. Initially, she considered sending Xi Miao to fetch him. But after hearing that Chao Kun had sent Tai Long back with urgent matters, she abandoned the idea. This morning, finally finding a moment of respite, she had intended to take a stroll, only to discover Chao Kun playfully carrying Du Yin, seemingly enjoying each other's company. She had followed them closely until they entered the Rose Hotel, at which point she had been overwhelmed with the desire to storm in. "Is this how you treat my personal guard? Is this how you refer to me as Little Shui? You behave this way and expect me to arrange a wife for you? Go to hell." Afterward, she ordered an investigation into Chao Kun's recent activities. Upon receiving the report, her anger dissipated, replaced by a chilling calm. She remained seated in the restaurant across the street, deep in thought, until Chao Kun emerged from the Rose Hotel. Rising from her seat, Qian Renxue gazed at the figures of Chao Kun and Du Yin, who had already ascended into the night sky. Coldly, she addressed those nearby. "Eliminate her. Bring back a man and let him serve as my personal guard." Initially, she had intended to nurture Chao Kun's feelings, persuading him to abandon Du Yin. But it seemed that gentleness was no longer an option. Understood. The shadow of Xi Miao materialized before swiftly vanishing, racing after Chao Kun. Upon leaving the private room, a trace of helplessness appeared in Xi Miao's eyes. Kill. Would he be able to survive after eliminating Du Yin? With that boy's talent, it wouldn't be long before he could easily take him down solo. At that point, would he still be alive? Would the young lady assist him? Perhaps she would even help that boy take him down. However, if he refrained from killing her, not only could he do the boy a favor, but the young lady might not hold it against him. Even if she did, it wouldn't be a significant issue, and that boy would protect him. Thus, his mission was merely to provide a warning to that boy, yet he still needed to bring him back for a proper confession. It was unacceptable for someone to neglect the young lady for an entire week. The young lady was exceptionally beautiful. With this thought, he merged with his martial spirit, the eighth snake spear, and swiftly pursued the direction in which Chao Kuan had fled. In no time, Shi Miao caught up with Chao Kuan. The rapidity of his pursuit was due not only to Shi Miao exerting himself fully, but also because of how quickly Chao Kuan could fly while carrying Du Guyan. Concealing his presence and form, he flew alongside Chao Kuan, but before he could speak, Chao Kuan suddenly turned to him. Discovered? It couldn't be. This was my eighth spirit skill. Senior Guyuna, is someone nearby spying on us? Chao Kuan's once relaxed expression grew solemn, sensing an approaching presence. He hastened his flight and changed direction. From earlier, he had felt a sensation of being watched, which had intensified. Had it not been for the absence of malevolent intent, his reaction would have been more pronounced. Akuan, what is wrong? Du Guyan asked, puzzled by his sudden movements. Yes, it's the title Douluo beside that saintess. Right next to you? Guyuna replied. Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan regained his composure, relaxing once more as he explained to Du Guyan. I thought I sensed something just now, but it seems to have dissipated. It must have been an illusion. Everything is fine. Let us speed up. With a smile, he flapped his wings, accelerating. Observing this, Du Guyan also relaxed, tightening her embrace around him. Quickly take Du Gubo's granddaughter back. Just as Chao Kuan contemplated why Shi Miao or Si Shui were seeking him, Shi Miao's voice echoed in his ears. Startled, he glanced at Du Guyan, who appeared unperturbed, seemingly unaware of the conversation. Stop looking, others cannot hear me. Quickly return, this little girl. The young lady is aware of what you've done this week, and she's quite angry. Sensing his confusion, Shi Miao elaborated. This time, the young lady summoned me here. She commanded me to eliminate this girl. How could that be? I am not the one to wield the axe. Besides, I haven't done anything with Qianrenshua, have I? Gao Kun exclaimed, his relaxed demeanor stiffening in shock as his pupils slightly contracted. Chapter 164. Though taken aback, Chao Kuan's expression remained largely unchanged. His face slightly stiffened before returning to normal. Meanwhile, Du Guyan lay in his embrace, curiously observing the passing scenery, oblivious to the fleeting stiffness on Chao Kuan's face. Chao Kuan exhaled deeply, his wings flapping as he unknowingly accelerated. Just as Shi Miao had said, he needed to return Yanzi first. Qianrenshua's matters were not suitable for her ears. After delivering Yanzi safely, he must meet with Shi Miao and approach Qianrenshua with utmost seriousness, unlike before. This time, Shi Miao was present, and even if he intended to fulfill Qianrenshua's orders meticulously, Chao Kuan could still protect Du Guyan. But what if Qianrenshua desired to eliminate Xiao Wu? What would happen to Lu ere long? What if he happened to be absent during such an event? If she succeeded, it would undoubtedly be within her capability, given her power. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chao Kuan began to reflect on his recent relationship with Qianrenshua. From the memories of his past life, he perceived Qianrenshua as a beauty. Given his nature, he had resolved to harbor intentions towards her even before arriving in Tiando City, planning to seek her favor and enjoy a life of ease. He had acted accordingly, eagerly displaying himself from their first meeting. Although Qianrenshua had not shown significant interest, Chao Kuan remained pleased, having obtained her token and opportunities to showcase his abilities. He held confidence in his talent and strength. Following that, although he was uncertain how Qianrenshua learned of his prowess, as expected, her admiration for exceptional individuals led her to draw him closer, and he cooperated willingly, significantly advancing their relationship. Subsequently, there was the incident involving Tang Hao, during which he deliberately shielded Qianrenshua from harm in the most tragic manner, playing the victim and engaging in flirtation to display his affections, which he genuinely felt. Given her beauty, if Chao Kuan's only desire had been to be with Qianrenshua, there would have been nothing amiss. However, his error lay in the fact that he did not wish to limit himself to a single woman. While the Douluo continent had a more liberal view on such matters, not all women could accept it, and evidently, Qianrenshua and Guyuna were among those who could not. Chao Kuan understood that if the Douluo continent endorsed polyandry, he would certainly find it unacceptable, an evident double standard. Thus, Upon learning of Gu Yuna's conditions, he gradually extinguished his feelings for her, seeing himself clearly. Now, Qian Rinxue had made it evident through her actions that she too could not accept this situation, compelling Cao Kun to reassess his position. He could no longer maintain ambiguity with Qian Rinxue and needed to clarify matters. Yet, he pondered whether Qian Rinxue would be willing to accept such changes. While lost in thought, Cao Kun feigned casualness as he delivered Du Guyan to the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, refraining from accompanying her inside for fear of being seen by the three main teaching committees. Akun, are you pondering something? Du Guyan inquired, stepping down from his embrace, sensing his distracted demeanor despite their earlier playful banter. I'm just savoring the moment, Cao Kun whispered near her neck. Ah, stop. Du Guyan's face flushed at once, playfully pushing him away and lightly striking him. After a brief moment, their playful tussle culminated in a kiss. And after offering Du Guyan a few words of caution, Cao Kun transformed into the form of the Juefeng bird, soaring towards Tiando City with increased speed. Strive to grow stronger. Watching the silhouette of Cao Kun as he transformed into the Juefeng bird against the night sky, Du Guyan encouraged herself before taking a deep breath and stepping into the academy. She could discern whether her man was contemplating joyous matters or serious ones. Under the acceleration provided by Cao Kun, he and Shimao swiftly returned to Tiando City. Gazing down at the sprawling metropolis, Cao Kun inquired in a calm tone, Senior Shimao, where is the holy maiden? The figure of Shimao materialized beside Cao Kun, gesturing slightly before darting off in a certain direction. Upon noticing this, Cao Kun hastily followed. To his astonishment, they arrived at a location that appeared to be the Rose Hotel, emitting a pink glow and exuding an air of allure, which made Cao Kun feel somewhat awkward. Subsequently, he was seized by Shimao, who discreetly transported him into a private room of a tavern opposite the Rose Hotel. At that moment, Qian Rinxue retained the guise of Xue Qinghe, propping her head up with one hand, her eyes half closed as if lost in contemplation, exuding an air of elegance. However, the shattered teacups and teapots scattered across the floor seemed incongruous with this serene scene. Is she dead? As soon as they entered the room, before Cao Kun could thoroughly observe his surroundings, Qian Rinxue's eyes snapped open, her voice icy and composed. Hearing this, Shimao turned to glance at Cao Kun. Then his figure dissipated once more, vanishing from sight. Nonetheless, Cao Kun caught a glimpse of the expression Shimao wore before he disappeared. Deciphering its meaning, it is your turn to assist me. Although he was only aware of the title you bore, I will remember your kindness. Brother Shimao. Cao Kun subtly nodded before directing his gaze towards Qian Rinxue, who sat calmly, her expression neutral as she regarded him. Rest assured, holy maiden, Yanzi is safe now and will remain so. Cao Kun exhaled softly, stating with utmost seriousness. Qian Rinxue lowered her hand from her head, placing it casually before her, then leaned back in her chair with a cold smirk. I will grant you one chance to repeat that. Observing this, Cao Kun, who had initially tensed from being caught off guard, completely relaxed, maintaining a composed demeanor as he reiterated, Yanzi is safe now. Cao Kun, do you even realize who you are speaking to? Before he could finish, Qian Rinxue interjected sharply. Ido, holy maiden, Cao Ken nodded. How dare you utter such words in my presence? Do you think I am incapable of action? With Du Gubois, the title Douluo gatekeeper, I could easily eliminate Du Guyan. Do you truly believe he could stop me? And you, Cao Kun, you must understand that talent is merely talent, not strength. At this moment, I possess countless methods to end your life. You cannot even ensure your own safety, so how can you be so certain she will not perish? Without the gifts I have bestowed upon you, you would already be dead. Now, I offer you another opportunity. Repeat your earlier statement. Listening to Qian Rinxue's low, deliberate words, Cao Kun's expression remained unchanged. He refrained from repeating his words, instead fixing his gaze upon Qian Rinxue. Holy maiden, do you truly understand me? No matter how many times I say it, my stance remains unchanged. Yanzi will absolutely remain unharmed, both now and in the future. Furthermore, what have you given me that allows me to stand here alive? With a crash and a shatter, Qian Ruin Shue's countenance turned terrifying as she slammed her palm onto the table, instantly reducing it to splinters. Fragments flew towards Cao Kun, who did not flinch, allowing the shards to graze his exposed skin, particularly his face, which was struck several times, yet bore no marks, not even a flush. Qian Ruin Shue approached Cao Kun, her fury evident as she locked eyes with him. Although Cao Kun's gaze was calm, he met her intensity with unwavering resolve. Deep down, he feared the consequences of Qian Ruin Shue's commands, dreading the possibility that Du Guyan might truly meet her demise. Favoritism. The word slipped from Qian Ruin Shue's lips, sparking a hint of confusion in Cao Kun's previously placid eyes. The gifts I have given you. My favoritism. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun opened his mouth, intending to respond, but found himself at a loss for words, eventually lowering his gaze. Among all involved, he bore the greatest fault. With a cold chuckle, Qian Ruin Shue observed Cao Kun's bowed head before returning to her seat. Even if I do not know you well, even if I cannot kill you, what are your women? Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, Liu Erlong. Perhaps we could add Ning Rong Rong to that list. Can you guarantee you will always be by their side? Can you assure me that I cannot kill them? Unless Cao Kun ensconced them within a small realm and ensured they could not appear publicly until he ascended to godhood, he could not provide such assurances. However, confining them to a small realm was not something Cao Kun desired. It would merely transform them into caged birds. Cao Kun kept his head down, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. Because of Qian Ruin Shue's favoritism, he was no longer as resolute as upon entering the room. An extended silence enveloped the private chamber. You cannot guarantee their safety, Qian Ruin Shue stated. Cao Kun remained silent, his head bowed. After a moment, it appeared Qian Ruin Shue suddenly relaxed. So now, do you comprehend who you are addressing? I do, Holy Maiden, Cao Kun replied, his tone slightly subdued. In truth, he could unite with Guyue not to eliminate everyone present and fabricate it as the work of the Haotian sect. With Guyue Na's assistance, success would be nearly assured. Cao Kun possessed the means, as he held the Haotian Nine Secrets, a closely guarded mystery of the Haotian sect. Yet he hesitated, ensnared by Qian Ruin Shue's favoritism. Nevertheless, he could not passively allow Qian Ruin Shue to issue commands to pursue Xiao Wu and Du Guyan. Thus, as he responded to Qian Ruin Shue's inquiries, he mentally reached out to Guyue Na. Senior Guyue Na, can you erase her memory? Given the tumultuous events orchestrated by Dou, or Tong San and Qian Kun, Wenxing Valley, it seemed a divine being could effortlessly expunge a person's memory. Yes, but she must willingly cooperate, Guyue Na replied after a moment, her tone suggesting a hint of exasperation. Willingly cooperate? Do you hear what you're saying? Alternatively, knock her unconscious to render her unaware. Before Cao Kun could voice further objections, Guyue Na added, that should not be difficult, especially with Shimao nearby. Senior Guyue Na, could you lend your assistance? Cao Kun inquired as he acknowledged Qian Ruin Shue's status. Concurrently, he discreetly channeled his soul power, preparing to launch a genuine assault as soon as Guyue Na acquiesced. You must act now. Before Guyue Na could finish, a radiant golden light suddenly emanated from Qian Ruin Shue, drawing Cao Kun's attention. He beheld her form swiftly transforming. Her originally short golden hair elongated and cascaded down her back, while her form-fitting robe morphed into an exquisite golden palace gown. Qian Ruin Shue had dispelled her spirit ability, reverting to her original appearance. Then can you now heed my words? Her once low, anger-laden voice had transformed into a rich, captivating tone. What does the Holy Maiden wish to convey? Cao Kun inquired, bewildered, halting his poised assault. Qian Ruin Shue rose from her chair and approached him, her high-heeled boots echoing on the wooden floor with a rhythmic click. She grasped Cao Kun with one hand while retrieving a mask from her storage soul guide with the other. I can spare their lives, but from this day forth, you shall remain by my side as my personal guard, just as you promised never to leave me and to support me in all my endeavors. Is that agreeable? This is merely temporary. As she spoke, she extended the mask towards Cao Kun. He gazed at the silver mask, which looked strikingly cool, perfectly complementing the white ancient attire he had worn previously. After a moment, he accepted the mask, inspecting it under Qian Rinchue's astonished gaze. It was indeed impressive. It seemed she must have spent considerable time selecting it. The Holy Maiden truly holds a preference for me. Yet, without donning the mask, Chao Kuan replied coolly. Amen. Qian Rinchue's voice quivered slightly. She understood that Chao Kuan's refusal was not merely due to his lack of wearing the mask, but also because he continued to address her as Holy Maiden. Another failure. Her plan to claim Amen for herself had once again faltered. This thought flashed through Qian Rinchue's mind. Since Chao Kuan departed from Tiando City, she had been devising ways to keep him by her side. She was aware of his other romantic interests. The news regarding him and the women from the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall was easily accessible. Nevertheless, she continued to scheme to retain him. The mask had been prepared long in advance. It was not purchased, but rather crafted from her own design. Earlier that day, witnessing Chao Kuan's closeness with Duge Yin had ignited her fury, yet it also provided an opportunity. She intended to leverage this moment to make Chao Kuan yield, compelling him to remain with her and sever ties with those other women, planning to reveal her true feelings only after he had forgotten them. Alas, even this attempt had met with failure. I'm sorry. Chao Kuan returned the mask, but regrettably, Qian Rinchue did not accept it. With a sigh, he placed the mask on her hand, then released his grasp. I'm afraid I cannot bear the Holy Maiden's favoritism. For the time being, he had lost the inclination to act against Qian Rinchue. His head bowed in realization. It dawned on him that Qian Rinchue truly favored him. He felt like a scoundrel. Chapter 165. Qian Rinchue. Fine. The private room fell silent, and Chao Kuan could hear Qian Rinchue's breathing grow increasingly labored. As time wore on, the atmosphere thickened along with her breaths. Sighing internally, Chao Kuan felt his dissipated soul power begin to circulate once more, and he glanced towards the window behind him, shifting his feet ever so slightly. Moments ago, Guyana had informed him of the location of Xi Miao, urging him to incapacitate her first to prevent any commotion that might arise if he incapacitated Qian Rinchue first. Although Chao Kuan's movements were minimal, Qian Rinchue noticed, but she did not suspect his intentions to incapacitate her and erase her memories. She merely thought he wished to leave. Thus, she grew anxious. As Chao Kuan prepared to strike, Qian Rinchue whispered, "You were the one who provoked me. You barged into my world unexpectedly. Initially, I only intended to recruit you, like Uncle Xi Miao and the others. It was you who approached me with ulterior motives, who rescued me in my moment of despair, and who, after saving me, deliberately drew closer, revealing your intentions. You were the first to call Mixiao Shui apart from my father and grandfather. Am I like this now because of you?" Her words silenced Chao Kuan for a moment, causing his actions to halt, though the flow of his soul power remained undiminished. "Are you really going to incapacitate them?" Guyana, in his consciousness, expressed her exasperation. For reasons unknown, she seemed fervently interested in his desire to make Qian Rinchue forget him. She had barely acknowledged him in the past few days. However, Chao Kuan ignored her, raising his gaze to meet Qian Rinchue's exquisitely beautiful yet sorrowful face. "It is my fault. I have treated this matter too lightly, failing to consider your feelings or what might happen if you could not accept Yin Zi and the others. All of this is my fault. I apologize." Furthermore, he had not previously considered the feelings of Duge Yin and the others, or perhaps he had, but did not anticipate such a situation arising. Qian Rinchue's scheme had awakened a sense of urgency within Chao Kuan. Henceforth, he must tread carefully, clarifying his situation with any potential romantic interest before things got complicated. "Do you wish to leave me now? Are you not afraid I might send someone to eliminate those women?" With that thought, Qian Rinchue suddenly gripped Chao Kuan's hand tightly, as if fearing he might flee. "I fear, but I cannot abandon them. That is my promise." Chao Kuan murmured softly. "And what of your promise to me?" "You vowed never to leave me and to support me eternally." Qian Rinchue's grip on Chao Kuan's hand tightened, as if she were releasing pent-up emotions. Chao Kuan fell silent, at a loss for words. "Hurry, I recall you are not one to hesitate. In this situation, it is far better to erase her memories of you. Otherwise, the entanglement will only grow more chaotic." Simultaneously, Gu Yuna advised within his consciousness. Her tone suggested she possessed considerable experience, despite being an old maid herself. Oh, she is beautiful. I suppose that suffices. After a lengthy pause, Chao Kuan took a deep breath, unleashing his soul power in an explosive surge, breaking free from Qian Rinchue's grasp. Meanwhile, within his consciousness, Gu Yuna waved a hand, sending a silver light shooting from his mind straight toward Xi Miao's head. The silver light was swift, going unnoticed by the three, as Xi Miao perceived a series of shadows before succumbing to darkness, his form descending directly to the ground. Quickly, 10 seconds. Gu Yuna prompted. 10 seconds was ample time for Chao Kuan to strike at Xi Miao multiple times. Understanding the urgency, Chao Kuan's expression hardened, and in a flash he appeared behind Xi Miao, delivering a decisive strike to the back of his neck without holding back. Apologies, brother Xi Miao. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue stared blankly at her reddened hands, having been abruptly freed by Chao Kuan's forceful withdrawal. She was only aware that he had departed, oblivious to his intent to attack Xi Miao. A reasonable person would not suspect that Chao Kuan would turn his aggression toward Xi Miao. All right, Qian Rinxue suddenly exclaimed. In an instant, Chao Kuan, exhibiting remarkable control over his body, halted his strike and caught the plummeting Xi Miao Douluo in his arms. What are you doing? Gu Yuna exclaimed with frustration. Chao Kuan paid her no heed, turning to meet the gaze of Qian Rinxue, which was filled with surprise. All right, I can forget you. What happened to Uncle Xi Miao? Qian Rinxue's expression shifted from disappointment to confusion as she gazed at Chao Kuan cradling Xi Miao Douluo. She recalled how Chao Kuan had once held her in a similar manner. Cradling Xi Miao, Chao Kuan re-entered the private room, glancing at the astonished Qian Rinxue and then at Xi Miao in his embrace, shaking his head in feigned ignorance. Oh no. Xi Miao Douluo suddenly appeared and then fell. At that moment, before Qian Rinxue could ponder further, Xi Miao stirred awake in Chao Kuan's arms. Gu Yuna's control of time had reached its limit. As the Xi Miao blinked twice, his eyes instantly regained clarity. He leapt from Chao Kuan's embrace, summoning his martial soul, the Zhangba Xi Miao, into his grasp, radiating a formidable aura as he fixated intently on the window. The sound of teacups and fragments of the teapot and table were swept away by the force of his energy, crashing against the walls with a resounding clatter. Observing this scene, Qian Rinxue became alert, her gaze fixed on the window, mirroring Xi Miao's intensity. To avoid appearing overly conspicuous, Chao Kuan also focused on the window, his expression betraying his wariness. A cold chuckle escaped Gu Yuna's lips as she fell silent, her discontent toward Chao Kuan palpable. What is it? Qian Rinxue inquired after a moment. The vigilance in Xi Miao's demeanor remained steadfast as he intently surveyed the outside, succinctly stating, "Someone just attacked me, plunging me into darkness, causing me to lose consciousness momentarily. This was no trivial matter. Who would dare assault him? And what level of power did that assailant possess?" It was inconceivable that a titled Douluo such as he could be rendered unconscious in an instant. Moreover, how did the attacker know of his presence here? Was there a possibility that the young lady's identity had been compromised, leading to the revelation of his proximity to her? Such thoughts filled Xi Miao with trepidation. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's expression grew even more guarded. After some time, with the outside world still seemingly tranquil, Xi Miao relaxed slightly. It seemed such a powerful soul skill must come at a cost, and fortunately, Chao Kuan was present today. "Miss, let us return. This place remains unsafe. Once we are back, we can at least seek assistance from the Zixue gang." After pondering for a moment, Qian Rinxue nodded and turned to Chao Kuan. "Come with me. We must address our own matters, do we not?" Chao Kuan nodded, having halted earlier only because Qian Rinxue had agreed to forget him, though it seemed there were conditions attached. This arrangement suited him. He wished for a resolution devoid of memory manipulation, which he found distasteful. Seeing his affirmation, Qian Rinxue appeared to exhale in relief before reverting to her snouching guise. Meanwhile, Xi Miao remained vigilant, observing the window as he cautiously moved closer to Chao Kuan and Qian Rinxue, employing his soul skill to obscure their figures before leading them out of the private room. During their journey, Neither Chao Kun nor Qian Rinxue spoke. Qian Rinxue's expression turned serene, lost in her thoughts. As for Chao Kun, he was preoccupied with apologies. I'm truly sorry, Gu Yuna. Yet, Gu Yuna chose to ignore him, having already endured in excess of his apologies that day. Chapter 166. Shimao, the city of Tiando, was vast, yet for soul masters, it was relatively small, particularly for those capable of flight. Under Shimao's swift flight, Chao Kun managed to express a few apologies to Gu Yuna within the sea of consciousness, and they silently arrived at a manor not far from the prince's residence. The group remained quiet as Shimao guided them into a room within the manor, subsequently activating a mechanism that led them to an underground chamber. This underground space was remarkably expansive, roughly the size of a standard football field, with a passageway at the edge likely leading to the prince's estate. The lighting was ample, defying the dimness typical of such places, and the ventilation was excellent. Chao Kun detected no difference in the air quality compared to the outside. To his astonishment, no one had followed them. As Chao Kun surveyed the underground chamber, Shimao voiced his confusion. Why are you here? What transpired? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the passageway. It was Cixue. Shimao's expression turned grave as he recounted the earlier events, causing Cixue's previously relaxed demeanor to shift to one of seriousness. You lost consciousness without any sensation? Shimao nodded. In response, Cixue turned to Qian Rinxue, stating, Miss, an opponent capable of rendering Shimao unconscious in an instant is likely beyond our capabilities. Before Cixue could finish, Shimao interjected, however, afterward he did not strike. I felt no one watching us as we approached. Since I became a title Dalu, my martial soul has evolved, granting me heightened awareness. Unless it was an enemy of the grand offering level, I should not have been oblivious. Yet, if it were such a formidable foe, they would not need to conceal themselves so meticulously. How perplexing indeed. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow in contemplation. At that moment, Chao Kun quietly interjected, Elder Shimao, might it be possible that what you experienced was merely an illusion or perhaps an issue with your cultivation? He had been right beside Shimao and had felt nothing, a fact he emphasized by noting his own domain abilities. Meanwhile, a smaller version of Chao Kun, adorable in appearance, opened his eyes and playfully blinked at Gu Yuna, approaching her and tugging at her garment. Gu Yuna, I epalizais, I trulido. Sighing, Gu Yuna, who had initially closed her eyes to dismiss Chao Kun, was stirred awake. She gazed at the diminutive version of him, sighed, and pinched his cheek forcefully. Very well. Upon hearing the conditions, Chao Kun smiled and exited the sea of consciousness, relaying his message to Shimao. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shimao exclaimed loudly. This cannot be an illusion. My cultivation has not faltered. Apologies, brother Shimao, Chao Kun thought, issuing a command to Gu Yuna, whereupon a silver light struck Shimao once more in a manner unseen by the others. Instantly, Shimao fell into darkness again, collapsing to the ground, where Cixue caught him. This bewildered everyone. Qian Rinxue glanced at Cixue, her expression questioning. I sense no enemy. Cixue shook his head. Moments later, Shimao regained consciousness, rising from Cixue's embrace. His earlier gravity replaced by confusion. This latest loss of consciousness seemed to stem from his martial soul. Could it be that his cultivation had indeed encountered a problem? Shimao looked at the three with uncertainty, still reluctant to accept. It cannot be. It simply cannot be. How could I be at fault? Forgive me, brother Shimao. I will make amends next time, Chao Kun said, feeling a twinge of remorse at Shimao's bewildered state. This revelation led Cixue and Qian Rinxue to understand that the earlier incident was likely a result of Shimao's own issues, providing them with a sense of relief tinged with incredulity. Shimao, could it be that your previous injury from Tang has not healed? Or perhaps it has left you with lingering shadows? Perhaps I should guard the young lady for the time being, Cixue suggested, patting Shimao on the shoulder. Shimao opened his mouth, intending to refute this notion. After all, he was a title Dalu, not one to be haunted by shadows. Yet, recalling his recent behavior, he found no words to counter. Uncle Shimao, you should rest for a while, Qian Rinxue advised. Shimao hesitated, wanting to voice something. Gu Yuna, please give him another one, she interjected. Once again, Shimao succumbed to unconsciousness, this time rising unsteadily from Sishue's embrace. He regarded the three with a placid demeanor. It seems I must have encountered some issue. Sishue, please remain by the young lady's side for now. I need to recalibrate myself. This time, he clearly sensed that there was an issue with his martial soul. Fortunately, it should be recoverable, though it would require a period of rest. This was a request from Chao Kun, for he feared that Shimao would become obstinate, and the illusion conveyed by Gu Yuna was not entirely unfounded. There were indeed areas for improvement, which would likely enhance the power of Shimao after the adjustments. Qian Ringshu and Sishue nodded in agreement. It was sufficient that their secret was not exposed. Once this matter was resolved, Qian Ringshu seemed to recall Chao Kun, turning to look at him, her calm visage betraying deep contemplation. Sishue glanced over in confusion, then cast a puzzled look toward Shimao, seeking understanding. Uncle Shimao, Uncle Sishue, please go ahead. I need to speak with Chao Kun about some matters. She no longer referred to him as a man. Shimao halted Sishue, leading him into the passage. After their departure, Qian Ringshu fixed her gaze on Chao Kun, her voice low and resolute. Do you wish to leave me, to make me forget you? As if all of this never occurred. Chao Kun remained silent for a long moment before nodding. That is acceptable, but what about the promises you made to me? Qian Ringshu inquired. Chao Kun fell silent again. It would have been simpler to erase her memories entirely. Why complicate matters? Gu Yuna suddenly interjected. Although the idea originated from Chao Kun, her enthusiasm suggested she was keen on more than merely erasing Qian Ringshu's memories. Let us have a duel. If you win, you may leave, and I shall not trouble those women. If you lose, you will forget them. Qian Ringshu paused, seemingly awaiting Chao Kun to elaborate, but he remained silent. After a while, he nodded fine. A flash of golden light enveloped Qian Ringshu as she shed her snow chinga revealing 3 pairs of pure white wings sprouting from her back. In her hand appeared a resplendent sword adorned with the insignia of a 6-winged angel. Gradually, 6 standard soul rings materialized around her. With a resounding force, a divine and potent aura emanated from Qian Ringshu, compelling Chao Kun to instinctively activate his ice and fire domain, creating a swirling taiji diagram around him. Qian Ringshu had unleashed her angelic domain. She regarded Chao Kun, her words minimal as she raised her delicate sword and, with a swift motion of her wings, lunged towards him. Divine sword, angelic charge. Taking a day off. Today, for some unknown reason, my head is throbbing. I must take a day off, and I will make up for the 2 chapters 1-0. I truly did not wish to take a break. My grades are already poor, and skipping a day will surely lead to lost subscriptions. However, the pain is unbearable, and after writing a few hundred words, I can no longer continue. My apologies. Chapter 167, Battle. Divine Sword, Angelic Charge. As Qian Ringshu's soul rings glimmered, 2 of them illuminated simultaneously, enveloping her swiftly thrusting sword in a golden flame. At the sword's tip, a faint luminescence gathered, significantly augmenting its striking power. Her 3 pairs of wings flapped, rendering her figure momentarily invisible, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before Chao Kun with unstoppable momentum. Accompanied by a fierce wind, her sword, augmented with 2 buffs, aimed directly at his chest. The speed of her attack seemed to overwhelm Chao Kun, leaving him momentarily unresponsive as the sword's tip made contact with his chest, piercing through. Just as Qian Ringshu stood astonished, the sensation from the sword shifted abruptly from rigid to supple, as if piercing through water. Clang! It was as if the blade had entered a liquid medium. As Qian Ringshu struck Chao Kun, causing him a slight sting, he instantaneously transformed into a stream of water, evading to the side. Concurrently, he focused his mind, and the symbol of the Rui sword flickered. A crimson sword appeared in his grasp, swiftly blocking the incoming assault from Qian Ringshu. Huh! I thought you were caught off guard. Qian Ringshu exclaimed, hovering in midair, her sword enveloped in golden flames, pressing down with increasing force as her wings flapped, closing the distance between them. Bang! Chao Kun, without uttering a word, released a powerful roar. his hands swelling and strengthening almost double their size as he thrust the Rui sword upward, sending Qian Ringshu soaring away. The immense force, coupled with great inertia, propelled her backward several meters before she regained her balance in midair. "Not bad," she remarked, her eyes filled with fury, charging once more at Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan mused internally about how hard he had worked to earn the favor of the Saintess. Speaking such thoughts aloud would surely alter the atmosphere. His hands returned to normal as wings unfurled from his back, and he ascended to the sky, engaging in battle with Qian Ringshu. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of clashing weapons. Unlike battles with others, where he would occasionally summon ice arrows or fire arrows to disrupt the flow, he maintained the Rui sword state, unable to employ the techniques of the Breaking Soul Spear or the Haoye 9 absolutes. After a while, relying solely on basic sword techniques, Chao Kuan found himself at a disadvantage. However, he sustained no significant injuries. Qian Ringshu could not land a blow on him. Whenever she attempted to strike, he transformed into water, swiftly evading her attacks. Thus, even with the enhancement of the angelic domain, Qian Ringshu did not gain any advantage over the water-formed Chao Kuan. The ice and fire domain and the angelic domain counterbalanced each other, failing to affect Qian Ringshu. Each time she employed her soul techniques to amplify her strikes, Chao Kuan's hands would ignite with the power of the fire ape, allowing him to continue entangling with Qian Ringshu. This frustrated Qian Ringshu. Although it appeared she was dominating the fight, she gained no real advantage. Moreover, why did her attacks become increasingly familiar as they progressed? Clang! Another series of weapon clashes echoed, and the two figures in the air separated. At this moment, Qian Ringshu glanced up at the Rui sword in Chao Kuan's hand and noticed a flicker of light at its tip. "Are you mimicking my soul techniques?" Qian Ringshu asked, momentarily halting her assault, astonished as she gazed at Chao Kuan. "Now I see why your attacks have become so recognizable. But how could you replicate my soul techniques?" Chao Kuan, taken aback by her realization, felt a tinge of embarrassment and nodded slightly. He had initially sought to improve his own swordplay, only to discover that he could also utilize Qian Ringshu's soul techniques, prompting him to experiment. "Do not mimic me." Qian Ringshu's exquisite face turned cold, her tone frigid. Realizing that Chao Kuan's adoption of her swordplay was causing her difficulty, she felt a surge of embarrassment at the prospect of being defeated by her own techniques. Chao Kuan remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement as the Rui sword transformed into the Rui hammer. This caused Qian Ringshu's eyes to narrow, giving Chao Kuan a piercing look before she flapped her wings and charged once more. This time, Chao Kuan began employing the Haoye 9 absolutes. His enhanced physical control and the significantly increased bullet time ability from absorbing the Wangchuan autumn water allowed him to counter most of Qian Ringshu's attacks. As he grew more adept, he utilized various techniques, except for the 9th absolute, Shumi Ling Tian, which he refrained from using. In a short while, the tides of battle shifted, and he began to suppress Qian Ringshu, forcing her to furrow her brows and glare at him in anger. This resembles the battle between the Grand Offeror and Tang Chun. On the edge of the passage, Si Shue remarked to Shi Mao as he observed the clash between the two. Shi Mao cast a sidelong glance at him, but chose not to respond. Was he not merely echoing the sentiment that the Grand Offeror was being overwhelmed by Tang Chun? In the arena, Qian Ringshu's delicate brows furrowed as her breath became labored, and her movements began to show signs of fatigue. After enduring for so long, she had maintained the sacred sword and angel assault, augmenting her slender blade with buffs, while intermittently employing some soul skills. However, her soul power was nearing depletion, and her stamina was waning. In stark contrast, Chao Kuan effortlessly unleashed the Haoye 9 extremes, showing no signs of fatigue, which left Qian Ringshu feeling anxious. Was her final strategy destined to fail? Her pupils constricted as she was repelled once more by Chao Kuan's Ling Tian strike, causing the golden flames enveloping her blade to dissipate. This surprised Chao Kuan, prompting him to pause. Qian Ringshu lifted her head, retracting her slender sword, and extended her hand towards Chao Kuan as the 6 soul ring surrounding her began to glow. Angel's Roar. Through Chao Kuen's perspective, he observed all of Qian Rengshu's remaining soul power coalesce in her palm, while a vague angelic figure appeared behind her, its face obscured. As Qian Rengshu's soul power gathered, a radiant golden light emanated from the forehead of the angelic apparition. With a resounding bang, the golden light burst forth, and the soul power in Qian Rengshu's palm vanished, transferring to the forehead of the angelic figure, which then unleashed a massive beam of light directly towards Chao Kuen. Seeing this, Chao Kuen's eyes flickered as the Fire Dragon King's dragon pearl erupted with a tremendous energy, flooding into his dantian. Chao Kuen controlled the rotation of the Taiji diagram in his dantian and murmured, "Great Sumeru Hammer." The immense energy from the Fire Dragon King's pearl instantaneously coursed through his meridians, filling the crimson-hued Rui hammer in his hand. With a thunderous crash, the Rui hammer expanded, flames erupting from its body, and as Chao Kuen swung it, the head of a fire dragon emerged, roaring as it collided with the beam of light emitted by Qian Rengshu. This was Chao Kuen's modified Great Sumeru Hammer, operable without detonating the ring, and capable of adjusting its power at will. The deep yet clear voice of a woman joined the roar of the fire dragon as the crimson and golden beams began to intertwine. The substantial Great Sumeru Hammer pressed down the beam of light from Angel's Roar with overwhelming force towards Qian Rengshu. "Quickly block it." At the edge of the passage, Sishua rushed to assist, but Shimian immediately restrained him, saying, "Don't worry, that kid is not foolish." Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than the once ferocious fire dragon vanished, along with the hammer in Chao Kuen's hand. At that moment, the beam of light from the angelic figure behind Qian Rengshu had not yet dissipated, devoid of any opposing force. It shot through Chao Kuen, piercing him directly. Simultaneously, the purifying and luminous energies contained within the beam surged towards Chao Kuen's sea of consciousness. Angel's Roar was, after all, a mental attack, although it was not lacking in other aspects. Observing this, Gu Yuna was about to take action when she saw Chao Kuen's martial soul open its mouth wide and draw in the energy rushing into his sea of consciousness, causing the mysterious substance emanating from him to increase, flowing into the symbols of fire, water, and wind. Curious, Gu Yuna approached, took some of the mysterious substance, scrutinized it closely, and absorbed a portion to compare it with what she had encountered previously. Ultimately, she discovered that aside from a slight enhancement in efficacy, there was little difference. However, this increase in efficacy also augmented her fondness for Chao Kuen. "I cannot absorb any more of this," Gu Yuna muttered to herself, tossing the remaining mysterious substance back. "If I do, it will become a problem." In the outside world, having exhausted her soul power from using Angel's Roar, Qian Rengshu descended from the air, caught by the hastily approaching Shimian. Meanwhile, Chao Kuen slowly descended, his brow furrowed, teeth clenched, as if enduring excruciating pain. His right chest had been completely pierced through, and he was struggling to recover through water transformation. The purifying and luminous energy from Angel's Roar inhibited his recovery rate. Upon reaching the ground, Qian Rengshu had already regained her strength, no longer requiring Shimian's support. She gazed at the gaping wound on Chao Kuen's chest, her expression complex, her mouth opening as if to inquire why he hadn't dodged. Ultimately, she refrained from asking, lowering her head with a sigh. "You have won." Chao Kuen, clutching his chest, cast a complex glance at her, but remained silent. "You may leave," Qian Rengshu added. Chao Kuen regarded her for a moment before departing in the direction he had entered. After his departure, Qian Rengshu clutched her abdomen, a flash of light transforming her back into Shueqinghe. "I shall return to the prince's manor. You all take care of the evidence from today." Ignoring Shimian and Sishua, she entered the passage that connected to the prince's manor. Sishua wanted to say something, but was restrained by Shimian, who seemed quite experienced at this. This prompted an angry glare from Sishua, while Shimian shook his head knowingly. However, Sishua was unfazed by his demeanor and, as Qian Rengshu vanished into the passage, whispered, "You seem quite experienced, yet you are just as single as I am." After exiting the underground chamber, Chao Kuen lowered his hand from his chest. The wound had already healed. He glanced back momentarily before bending his legs and leaping into the air, transforming into the gale bird as he soared towards Lamba Academy. After this, I should be able to let go, right? What a pity. In the midst of his thoughts, he swiftly returned to Lamba Academy, where he found Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong at the entrance, engaged in playful banter. Behind them, on the balcony of a building, stood the graceful figure of Lu Erlong, who had absorbed the immortal herb, her gaze fixed on Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, lost in thought. Observing them, Chao Kuan smiled, reverting to his human form and flapping his wings to approach Lu Erlong, only for her to vanish as he neared. Akuan, you have returned. Xiao Wu suddenly spotted him and called out excitedly. With no choice, Chao Kuan glanced in the direction Lu Erlong had departed and landed. Before he could touch the ground, Xiao Wu dashed towards him, leaping into his embrace, while Ning Rongrong stood behind, arms crossed, disdainfully watching the scene unfold. More than a week later, as dawn broke and the entrance to Lamba Academy remained quiet, Chao Kuan stood there, scanning the surroundings, awaiting someone. It had been nearly a month since he broke through to level 39, and just 2 days prior, he reached level 40, qualifying him to obtain his 4th soul ring. Had it not been for his fallout with Qian Rengshu, he would have sought her assistance, with Shimian and Sishue's help. Hunting a soul beast aged between 30 to 40,000 years should have been quite manageable. Now, however, he initially planned to wait for Duga Yan to return before seeking Duga Bo's assistance. But after Lu Erlong learned that he had reached level 40, she insisted on taking him to obtain his 4th soul ring immediately. She proclaimed that as an 80th level soul, she could certainly aid a soul master in acquiring their 4th soul ring. Indeed, Lu Erlong had surged from level 77 to 80 after absorbing the immortal herb, and had she not lacked a soul ring, she could have ascended even further. Nonetheless, upon reaching level 80, she did not pursue her 8th soul ring, for with her current strength, she could absorb a soul ring of at least 70,000 years, perhaps even 80,000. Her solitary journey seemed fraught with danger, and the Sunset Forest held no suitable soul beast for her. Thus, she resolved to wait a while before discussing her plans with the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long Zone, intending to seek their assistance in venturing into the Qingdou de Sunlin to find an appropriate soul beast. Though she could communicate with the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long Zone now, revealing her absorption of the celestial herb posed a risk, and the 8th soul ring would not significantly enhance her strength as the 7th had. Hence, Lu Erlong chose to bide her time. Gao Kulwen, reflecting on Lu Erlong's abilities, estimated them to be comparable to 2 formidable soul saints, and with Gu Yuna and his consciousness to address any unforeseen circumstances. He acquiesced. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate to call upon the title Douluo for assistance each time. A degree of risk was necessary. Lu Erlong was pleasantly surprised by his agreement, having felt quite restless in recent days. On the day she absorbed the celestial herb, she emerged to discover that Chao Kuan had unexpectedly acquired 2 new female companions, which incited her ire and explained why she fled upon seeing him that evening. Early the next morning, while Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were still asleep, Chao Kuan sought her out to clarify matters. Ultimately, he exerted all his charm and assured her that he had not concealed her existence from Xiao Wu, which allowed Lu Erlong to regain her composure. Nevertheless, in the following days, they did not spend much time together. As the esteemed dean, she felt it inappropriate to be close with Chao Kuan in front of the younger girls. Thus, when she learned that Chao Kuan was to obtain his 4th soul ring, she eagerly offered her assistance, knowing that the soul beast he intended to hunt would be beyond the capabilities of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, implying that only she could accompany him. After a brief wait, a tall woman, nearly 8 meters in height, clad in a blue outfit and leather pants, with a mature and alluring physique, approached. Chao Kuan gazed at her with a smile in his eyes and greeted her as Sister Erlong. With a casual grace, Lu Erlong strode towards him, her arms crossed, casting him a sidelong glance that suggested disdain for his address, though the slight curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Observing her enchanting beauty, Chao Kuan smiled and swiftly moved beside her, reaching out to embrace her waist. But before he could touch her soft waist, Lu Erlong swiftly slapped his hand away. Irritation evident in her voice as she exclaimed, "Now you want to hold me? Why didn't you think to do that more often these past few days?" Though she was aware that Xiao Wu knew of her identity, her reluctance to appear before the younger girls left her feeling somewhat resentful. "Is it not because you were shy?" Chao Kuan replied, his cheeks flushed with audacity as he attempted once more to embrace her waist. Lu Erlong glanced around, noting no one was watching, and did not resist as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "Afraid I'd be shy? Have you forgotten your own antics?" With Chao Kuan drawing her closer, Lu Erlong playfully tapped his chest with her fist, her expression tinged with shyness. Though their time together was brief, Chao Kuan made it a point to seek her out daily, ensuring that their moments together were cherished. With a chuckle, Chao Kuan lifted Lu Erlong into his arms, spreading his wings, a gust of wind following as he soared into the skies. The sudden shift startled Lu Erlong, who instinctively wrapped her arms around Chao Kuan's neck. "I can fly myself. I don't need you to carry me like this." After a moment of surprise, she playfully struck him a few times. Chao Kuan deftly controlled the winds, propelling them swiftly towards the sunset forest, while he smiled down at her, saying, "I simply wanted to hold you, dear Erlong. Is that so wrong?" Feeling a touch of embarrassment, he internally critiqued his own words. Yet, Lu Erlong appeared to relish his affection, her smile brightening further as her arms naturally draped over his neck. "Why didn't you ask before lifting me?" She playfully pouted, her cheeks flushed a deeper hue, turning her face away to evade his gaze. However, she realized that this wasn't as unpleasant as she had initially imagined. In her past, she had scoffed at the younger girls in the academy for their displays of affection, believing such behavior beneath her. Though she had once dated Yu Xiaogang, his demeanor had never prompted her to act coyly. She had always presented a fiery persona in front of him. Hearing the mature woman in his embrace express her affection, Chao Kuan felt a tremor in his heart and steadied himself, saying, "Then, my beloved long heir, may I hold you now?" The term long heir made Lu Erlong freeze momentarily, but eventually she relaxed, her cheeks resembling a ripe apple. Without uttering a word, she nestled into Chao Kuan's embrace, silently granting her consent. Seeing her response, Chao Kuan smiled and refrained from further teasing, ascending higher so that no one below could see them. After a while, they had flown beyond the city of Tiando, and Lu Erlong regained her composure, the redness in her cheeks fading somewhat. "Our target has appeared in the sunset forest, albeit rarely. If we do not find anything after half a month, shall we venture to the Xingdo de Sunlin?" she suggested, comfortably leaning against Chao Kuan. "Certainly, I am at your command," he replied without hesitation. If they could not find what they sought in the sunset forest, the Xingdo de Sunlin would suffice. The goal was simply to discover it. Pleased with Chao Kuan's response, Lu Erlong hoped they would not find anything, as it would allow her to spend more time with him. Yet, recalling his quest for a soul beast, she inquired, "Why did you choose the Di Jiaxiong for your fourth soul ring? It is renowned for its defensive capabilities, which seem at odds with your style." She noted that whether in battle or otherwise, Chao Kuan favored the offensive. You know me well, long heir," Gao Kun exclaimed, playfully tapping her backside to highlight his aggressive nature, before explaining, "My first soul skill controls fire, my second controls water, and my third controls wind. Thus, for my fourth soul skill, I plan to select an earth attribute. Then will your fifth, sixth, eighth, and ninth soul skills also be other elements?" Liu Erlong questioning the absence of a seventh, as that would inherently be the true form of his martial spirit. "No, I want to select any more elemental skills afterward. I only intend to choose earth, fire, water, and wind," Chao Kuan clarified, stating that subsequent skills would focus on non-elemental aspects. As long as you have a plan." Lu Erlong nodded, choosing not to press further. Chao Kuan smiled, and, noticing Lu Erlong's relaxed demeanor, initiated a light conversation, beginning with her activities during his absence, which gradually led to discussing what he had done during his time away from Tiano City, eventually meandering into the topic of whether women were made of water. Throughout their engaging dialogue, Chao Kuan's words and actions occasionally provoked Lu Erlong to playfully punch him, yet the joy in her eyes never waned. As their light-hearted conversation unfolded, afternoon descended upon them, and Chao Kun, surveying the lush foliage below, spread his wings and descended. Due to the necessity of acquiring soul beasts with ages ranging from 30 to 40,000 years, they ventured directly into the heart of the Lori forest. However, their location was somewhat distant from the Binghuoliangi Yan where Douluo resided, not because Chao Kun feared being seen by him, but rather because the soul beasts surrounding the Binghuoliangi Yan were typically toxic and the Dijiaxiong would not venture there. This information had been imparted to Chao Kun by Tai Long when he previously inquired about soul beasts. Upon returning to Tiando City, Chao Kun comforted Xiao Wu and Duvian, and subsequently inquired with Tai Long about the availability of soul beasts that met his criteria, although he initially intended to ask about Lu Erlong and her companions. It was only a few days before Tai Long returned with good news. He had received information from the Yuji clan, known for their specialization in defense, which made the existence of the Dijiaxiong, renowned for its defensive capabilities, unsurprising. However, after falling out with Qian Rinxue, Tai Long, while still at the academy, was no longer as closely aligned with Chao Kun as before, though he remained attentive to his progress. Chao Kun felt somewhat helpless about this situation, but refrained from voicing his concerns, especially since the four major single attribute families had joined the Wuhuan Temple and aligned themselves with Qian Rinxue. As they descended to the ground, Lu Erlong dismounted from Chao Kun's embrace and promptly delivered a punch to him, as he had just remarked on her being quite exquisite. Chapter 170, The Jungle Dance. After a playful scuffle, the pair consumed a light meal, and upon finishing, they proceeded in a specific direction, swiftly entering a region filled with towering, robust trees. This was indeed the area where the Dijiaxiong was frequently found, and the ground here was notably hard, unlike before, with numerous massive stones protruding, creating an ideal habitat for the Dijiaxiong. Naturally, other soul bees could also be found here, but in comparison to the previous dense jungle, they were significantly fewer. The Dijiaxiong bore a shape and appearance akin to that of a bear, but was clad in a shell resembling that of a pangolin's back, exceptionally sturdy, which contributed to its reputation for formidable defense. Additionally, its forelimbs possessed an exoskeleton that was both hard and sharp, as they favored burrowing, typically residing in the tunnels they excavated. However, they were particular about their burrowing locations, avoiding softer ground. The more powerful and older the Dijiaxiong, the harder the ground it would choose to burrow. This was not only a matter of species habit, but also served as a defense against potential threats. As for distinguishing the age of a Dijiaxiong, one could assess the color of its shell and the sharpness of its claws. A 10-year-old Dijiaxiong has a white shell, a 100-year-old has a yellow shell, a 1,000-year-old has a purple shell, a 10,000-year-old has a black shell, and a 100,000-year-old boasts a golden shell. Aside from the 100,000-year-old, the others correspond to soul rings. The shell provides a rough estimate of age, while the claws specify precise ages, indicating whether it is a few hundred, a few thousand, or several tens of thousands of years old. For instance, Chao Kun and his companions aim to locate a Dijiaxiong aged between 30 and 40,000 years, meaning they were searching for one with a black shell and 3 or 4 golden claws, making identification quite straightforward. As they walked, Lu Erlong noticed fruits on a giant tree, her eyes darting before she struck a nearby massive tree with her fist, producing a sound akin to metal upon impact. In that instant, several fruits fell from the tree, one of which Lu Erlong caught, while the others landed on the ground, creating a sound reminiscent of metal striking a hard surface. Upon inspecting the giant tree, the fist imprint left by Lu Erlong began to gradually recover, which was quite remarkable. The fruit was entirely black iron in color, and Lu Erlong, akin to molding metal, squished it flat before revealing its contents, which resembled black grapes. Iron fruit. It tastes delightful and can replenish blood, Lu Erlong exclaimed with a smile, handing the fruit to Chao Kun. He accepted it, squeezing it gently. It was somewhat firm, before tossing it into his mouth and biting down forcefully. Zees. A strong metallic taste surged in Chao Kun's mouth, prompting him to expel the already crushed iron fruit. The bright red liquid he spat out resembled blood. What is this? Why does it taste like blood? Ha ha. It was only then that Lu Erlong could no longer contain her laughter. Chao Kuan regarded her with a hint of exasperation as he summoned some water to rinse his mouth, attempting to rid himself of the rusty flavor. Speaking of which, the best reading material currently has a taste akin to blood, though it genuinely replenishes blood, Lu Erlong remarked with a chuckle. All right then. Chao Kuan recalled the iron trees from his past life, dismissing the thought as he feigned a grimacing expression. With a sweeping gesture, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, causing another iron fruit to fall, which he retrieved with a mischievous grin as he approached Lu Erlong. Why don't you try it? It replenishes blood. As time passed, the sun descended, and the moon ascended into the sky, casting a faint silver glow. Within the iron forest, a colossal tree had been hollowed out, forming a tree cavity where Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong sat, taking a break instead of continuing their journey. They had discovered this tree cavity before sunset, and the signs of excavation indicated that it had been the work of a Di Jiaxiong. Excited yet cautious, they approached, only to find it devoid of life, appearing to have been uninhabited for several years. However, it was not completely empty. Upon entering, they found a 5 to 6 meter long golden python lying in the center of the hollow, which Lu Erlong promptly incinerated to ashes. It seems the Di Jiaxiong that created this tree cavity has long since departed. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the two decided to rest for the night. After tidying up the hollow, Lu Erlong commented. Chao Kuan sprinkled some beast-repelling powder around the massive tree and replied, "This tree is not particularly sturdy. Even if the Di Jiaxiong were still here, its age would likely be low." Prior to their arrival, Chao Kuan had prepared himself for a prolonged encounter. Lu Erlong nodded thoughtfully. She merely mentioned this in hopes of finding something better later, extending her time with Chao Kuan, particularly since she felt restrained around the other girls. Given her age of over 40, having completed their tasks, Chao Kuan retrieved some provisions from his storage soul guide, sharing a simple meal with Lu Erlong. After some time, they settled atop the tree trunk, where Lu Erlong nestled against Chao Kuan, contentedly gazing at the night sky. Presently, Chao Kuan remained relatively composed, his hand resting steadily on Lu Erlong's slender waist, occasionally caressing her. After a while, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he slipped his hand beneath Lu Erlong's clothing, gently stroking her flat abdomen, claiming it was to aid her digestion. Sensing the warmth of his hand on her stomach, Lu Erlong shot him a glance, but made no move to stop him. Such a life was truly unbeatable, Chao Kuan mused contentedly. After a while, Lu Erlong furrowed her brow, not due to Chao Kuan's growing boldness, but rather because he was too restrained, merely resting his hand on her abdomen, his heated touch leaving her in a state of indecision. Oof. With no other option, Lu Erlong looked at Chao Kuan and deliberately huffed. This puzzled Chao Kuan, who thought to himself that he hadn't done anything wrong. So what was the issue? Contemplating, he hesitantly withdrew his hand, only for Lu Erlong to grasp it firmly, preventing any further movement before leaning in to kiss him passionately. I was unexpectedly kissed forcefully. Chao Kuan's eyes widened as he pried open Lu Erlong's lips. Douluo, my martial soul, is actually myself. Chapter 172. A strange method of discovery. A week later, at the edge of the Taishu Lin in the Sunset Forest. Xia Okuwen. It seems that there are no suitable Di Jiaxiong in the Sunset Forest for this era. Let us venture into the Xingdou Great Forest instead, remarked Lu Erlong as she perched upon a Tai tree, surveying her surroundings. On the ground, Chao Kuan stomped his foot, feeling the gradually softening earth beneath him. Frowning, he glanced back at the path they had traversed and nodded. All right, we shall explore the vicinity today, and if we find nothing, we will proceed to the Xingdou Great Forest. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy lit up Lu Erlong's face, and she leaped down from the tree. Throughout the week, they had scoured the Taishu Lin, encountering numerous Di Jiaxiong, yet the ages were significantly lacking compared to what Chao Kuan required. The oldest they had encountered was merely over 10,000 years, and its claws suggested it was only newly entering the 10,000-year mark. This was far from the 30 to 40,000-year-old beasts that Chao Kuan sought. And the fourth soul ring could not be upgraded like the first and second soul rings through the power of the Water and Fire Dragon King. Chao Kuan refused to settle for less and thus decided against it. In truth, even if Chao Kuan were willing to compromise, Lu Erlong would have dissuaded him. As a 10,000-year soul, ring greatly influences a soul master's strength. Settling was not an option. Hurry, there's only that direction left. By the time we finish searching there, it should be getting late, and we can rest nearby for the night before heading to the Qingdao Great Forest tomorrow, Lu Erlong urged, jumping down and gesturing towards a specific direction while casting a glance back at Chao Kuan. She then sprinted ahead with her long legs clad in high boots. Gao Kuan, puzzled by her agility despite her footwear, shook his head and, with a flick of his wrist, shot an ice arrow that struck the head of a black spider seemingly blended with the Tai tree, causing it to explode. After firing the ice arrow, Chao Kuan paid no mind and followed Lu Erlong. The spider, swaying as it fell from the tree, soon revealed a yellow soul ring on its corpse. Only those soul beasts lacking sufficient wisdom would dare to attack them. Throughout that week, unless provoked, they refrained from killing other beasts as it was unnecessary. The Sunset Forest did not compare to the Qingdao Great Forest, where soul beasts had higher ages. The strongest here were probably only around 70 to 80,000 years. Predominantly of the poison attribute, they rarely encountered such beasts, and even if they did, given Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong's current strength, they could defeat them but would likely incur injuries. Why seek trouble when they could avoid it? As for the others, they were not objectives and they were not hunters. Wasting soul power was unnecessary. It seems we cannot find anything in the Sunset Forest, Chao Kuan remarked helplessly, gazing at the stone wall ahead. Do not worry. We shall go to the Qingdao Great Forest tomorrow, Lu Erlong replied with a smile, pleased that her time with Chao Kuan would extend. Her words prompted Chao Kuan to cast a wistful glance back at her before stepping closer to her side and playfully pinching her. Through their days of camaraderie, he had discovered that Lu Erlong was assertive and somewhat predatory. Had they not been in the Sunset Forest with potential battles ahead, she might have already taken the initiative. Lu Erlong exclaimed in surprise at Chao Kuan's sudden act, momentarily taken aback. Ha ha, little rascal, just wait for me. After a brief, playful scuffle, the two leaned against the stone wall and swiftly set up a modest tent from their storage soul guide. Naturally, Lu Erlong was the one to assemble it while Chao Kuan circled the area, vigilant for any lurking dangers. After sprinkling some beast-repelling powder around the tent, he settled in front of it. Watching Lu Erlong erect the tent, Chao Kuan smiled. Had they not devoted themselves to searching for Di Jiaxiong during the day, one might think they were merely on a leisurely excursion. Although it was dark now, they could have continued their search. However, neither felt inclined to do so. Observing Lu Erlong's graceful figure as she turned her back to him while laying out soft cushions inside the tent, he contemplated the situation, his lips curling into a smile. He rose quietly and stealthily approached Lu Erlong from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist. What are you doing all of a sudden? Lu Erlong retorted, her tone sharp. Yet she froze in place. Chao Kuan leaned in, brushing his face against her shoulder and gently biting her earlobe, whispering, I have ample reason to believe you are enticing me. Lu Erlong's cheeks flushed crimson. Her earlobe was a sensitive spot, and Chao Kuan was well aware. How am I enticing you? Without a word, Chao Kuan allowed her to feel the situation, and she retorted, This isn't my fault. Isn't it your lack of self-control? Isn't it just because longer is too beautiful? Chao Kuan playfully nibbled her ecken, murmuring softly, while his hands deftly slipped under Lu Erlong's clothing, caressing her abdomen. Suddenly, Chao Kuan halted his actions, as if he had heard something. What's wrong? Lu Erlong frowned, nudging him with her back. Chao Kuan's smile faded as he withdrew from Lu Erlong and entered the tent, pressing his ear against the stone wall. He gave a shushing gesture to Lu Erlong, who was now wearing an annoyed expression. With focused attention, Chao Kuan's demeanor turned serious as he continued to listen. Indeed, he discerned a sound akin to something scratching against metal emanating from within the stone wall. There seems to be something in there, perhaps alive. Chao Kuan whispered Dorstai Liao Erlong. She regarded him with skepticism, but pressed her ear against the wall as well. Guyana, can you sense what is inside? Chao Kun inquired as Lu Erlong listened intently. You managed to control yourself? Guyana, taken aback, did not respond directly to his question. Gao Kun diaklet avivardly. The odd noise in this atmosphere feeling out of place, stirring his curiosity and leading him to suspect the presence of an extraordinary opportunity. After Guyana concentrated for a moment, she exclaimed, I did not expect this. Your luck is remarkable. There is a Di Jiaxiong inside, and its age is quite considerable. Not exactly a fortuitous encounter, but close enough, Chao Kun replied, rolling his eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp the situation, staring in astonishment at the stone wall. Adi Jiaxiong, Chapter 172. The fourth soul ring. The sound of scratching continued as Lu Erlong pressed her ear against the stone wall, also hearing the metallic scraping. She lifted her head. Her expression slightly improved, yet she still glared at Chao Kun. Something is in there, but it can't get out. Why should I care? Let it be, she thought, feeling conflicted after Chao Kun's previous actions, which had stirred her emotions. Part of why Chao Kun found her so alluring. Inside is a deep Jiaxiong. How fortuitous for me, Lu Erlong mused, realizing the serendipity of the situation. Upon hearing Guyana mention that the Shi by Ji Nei housed a Di Jiaxiong, Chao Kun was enveloped in astonishment. The soul beast he had searched for tirelessly over several days had suddenly appeared. Could there be an underlying conspiracy? Recalling the animations he had watched in his previous life, instead of feeling joy, Chao Kun furrowed his brow. Observing his demeanor, Lu Erlong swallowed the reprimand she had intended to deliver. Guyana, isn't this rather unfortunate? Gao Kun inquired. Why, do you fear conspiracy? Guyana chuckled. Gao Kun hesitant nodded. Ha, have you forgotten how you acquired the items from those two fellows, Shui and Hua? Wasn't that even more fortuitous? It was no mere coincidence. I'd already known of their presence, Chao Kun remarked, expressing his skepticism, noting the continued gravity of his expression. Guyana explained with exasperation. Indeed, it is rather coincidental, but for you, it is quite normal. After all, you are the fated child of this generation. Otherwise, how would those two offer you a sacrifice? I believe they did not wish to offer a sacrifice to me. Chao Kun recalled the fib he had spun previously with Guyana and came to a realization. Upon hearing this, he set aside his concerns, his expression relaxing. Since Guyana assured him there was no issue, he decided to trust the words of an elder. Contemplatively, he nodded, only to find Lu Erlong leaning closer to him, her expression tinged with worry. Seeing this, Chao Kun smiled and pecked her on the lips. What was that about just now? Lu Erlong, her curiosity piqued, asked, her tension dissipating. I was surprised to learn that the sound emanating from within belonged to a Di Jiaxiong, and its age is quite suitable for me. Chao Kun candidly explained to Lu Erlong inside, is a Di Jiaxiong? How do you know that? Lu Erlong's curiosity deepened, as she, a soul, Douluo, could not sense it. In response, Chao Kun's golden gaze brightened slightly as he smiled. I saw it. He refrained from revealing Guyana's thoughts, opting instead for this simple explanation. After understanding, Lu Erlong nodded thoughtfully, assuming it was one of Chao Kun's soul skills. Given the multitude of soul skills at his disposal, she did not delve deeper. However, her expression then turned fierce as she bit down on Chao Kun's neck, leaving a red mark. Chao Kun, recognizing his fault, did not resist. After all, he bore no loss. Once Lu Erlong finished marking him, he said, there will be plenty of time for that later. Let's focus on securing my fourth soul ring first. With that, he leaned closer to Lu Erlong's ear, softly promising her certain things. Now that's more like it, Lu Erlong replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, and then they exited the tent together. Outside, Lu Erlong gazed at the stone wall, clenching her fist, flames igniting at her fingertips as she prepared to strike the wall. Chao Kun, noticing, immediately intervened. Hey, what are you doing? I'm going to break it open. Otherwise, how will we get inside? Chao Kun felt embarrassed, realizing they only had names for the extracted items, not the nicknames associated with them. He quickly replied, no need to break it open. The Di Jiaxiong cannot remain inside indefinitely. There must be a passageway to enter. How troublesome. And who knows where that passage is? How long will it take to find it? Do not worry. I saw the entrance to the passage just now. Chao Kuan reassured her, attributing the perception to Gu Yuna. Then let us hurry, Lu Erlong said, extinguishing the flames in her hand. Under Gu Yuna's guidance, Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong swiftly located a large opening. Upon jumping into the hole, following Gu Yuna's directions, Chao Kuan struck a particular spot, causing the earth there to suddenly collapse and reveal a passageway. So this is where it is, Lu Erlong remarked. Earlier in the day, they had passed by here and searched, but had not discovered the hidden path. As they entered the dark tunnel, the relaxed expressions on their faces vanished, replaced by caution. After walking for a while, Chao Kuan noticed the surrounding earth gradually diminishing, giving way to increasing amounts of stone. Eventually, their path transformed entirely into solid rock, interspersed with some black substance that rendered the stones exceptionally hard. It's iron, or possibly black iron, quite formidable. No wonder the Jia Xiong chose to dwell here, Lu Erlong remarked after feeling the surface. Black iron can yield black iron products, she continued, recalling the weighty iron block she had given him, crafted from black iron, weighing over 500 pounds. The facilities in the strength training room were also made of black iron. Otherwise, they would be too light for a soul master. Chao Kuan nodded and continued forward with Lu Erlong. Although black iron was highly valuable, this black iron mine was akin to a gold mine. Yet it posed significant mining challenges. After all, this was the core of the setting sun forest, inaccessible to most soul masters, requiring at least a soul sage to lead the way in case of unforeseen circumstances. It was not worth the trouble. The number of soul masters on Douluo continent had yet to reach 100,000, with 6 or 7 out of 10 merely at the second or third level. Moreover, these soul masters could receive basic support from the Wuhuan Temple. Who would dare to mine here if they were not being hunted by the Wuhuan Temple? Thus, both chose to remain oblivious to this treasure. After walking for a while longer, they once again heard the sound of claws scraping against the ore, now much clearer and intensifying. Eventually, they reached the end of the passage. Lu Erlong halted, glancing back at Chao Kuan and signaling him with a few gestures. Swift and decisive, Chao Kuan understood instantly. This was taught in the Junior Soul Master Academy. He nodded, and the Rui emblem on his right hand shimmered, manifesting a crimson spear in his grip. He planned to unleash his most powerful move immediately, aiming for a swift victory. Go! Qilong Zhenshan. With Lu Erlong's booming command, the once dark environment suddenly illuminated, revealing a fire-red western dragon enveloping her. Roaring, the fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames under Lu Erlong's command, hurtling towards the Jiaxiong within. Simultaneously, flames erupted from the tip of Chao Kuan's Rui spear. Bosha! As his mind focused, the initially faint flames at the spearhead surged, manifesting a fiery dragon that coiled around the spear. With a thunderous roar, as Chao Kuan raised the spear, he and Lu Erlong charged towards the Jiaxiong at the cave's edge. The fire-red dragon opened its eyes, letting out a furious roar as it ascended. Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong launched their simultaneous assault, their flames illuminating the previously pitch-black cave with a brilliant radiance. At that moment, the Jiaxiong, previously sharpening its claws at the cave's edge, sensed the impending danger. Without turning to see who had launched the sudden attack, it let out a growl, causing the ground around it to tremble slightly, as several stone pillars, enveloped in black material, erupted from the earth, tightly encasing the Jiaxiong. The Jiaxiong promptly sat down, wrapping itself into a ball by hugging its legs, leaving only its back shell exposed, which shimmered with a golden hue. That was quick. Its reaction is a bit sluggish, as we had already commenced our assault before it realized, Chao Kuan thought, observing the fluidity of the Jiaxiong's movements. In the blink of an eye, after the Jiaxiong had completed its actions, Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong had already surged around it. Upon entering the vicinity, Chao Kuan felt an immense gravitational force pressing down upon him. The gravity domain, a soul skill possessed by the Jiaxiong for millennia. Fortunately, both Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong were well prepared. Their movements remained flawless as they continued their assault on the Jiaxiong. They needed to inflict severe damage in one strike, or else, boom. Lu Erlong was the first to strike the several stone pillars encircling the Di Jiaxiong. In an instant, her overwhelming power shattered all the pillars, revealing the Di Jiaxiong within. At this moment, it had transformed into a spherical form, its shell now a deep black, reminiscent of an iron ball after a millennium of evolution. Having absorbed the Ji Guan Huang Feng Kue, Lu Erlong's soul power had ascended to level 80, significantly enhancing her strength and intensifying her flames. Roar! As she shattered the stone pillars, Lu Erlong's assault showed no signs of waning. With the fiery essence emanating from her, she unleashed a furious roar, her fiery fist tightening ominously, tinged with a hint of white. As her fist struck the Di Jiaxiong, it encountered a yellow-orange glow surrounding the iron sphere, which slightly impeded her speed, but only momentarily. Bang! Lu Erlong's red dragon manifestation opened its jaws wide, merging with her fist. A tremendous sound echoed as the red dragon transformed into a mass of flames enveloping the iron sphere, scorching it and diminishing its defenses. A fist imprint appeared where Lu Erlong struck, deeply embedding itself into the flesh of the Di Jiaxiong. However, this assault failed to budge the Di Jiaxiong, and the yellow-orange glow that Lu Erlong had just shattered reemerged, momentarily flashing before forcefully propelling Lu Erlong away. Fortunately, Lu Erlong's red dragon manifestation reappeared, allowing her to hover in midair. Observing this, Chao Kun positioned his spear defensively, aiming precisely at the wound Lu Erlong had inflicted. During their week-long preparations, they had devised strategies for confronting the Di Jiaxiong. Lu Erlong would initiate the attack, acting as a hammer to breach the Di Jiaxiong's defenses, while Chao Kun would seize the opportunity to strike like a spear, ensuring they did not engage in prolonged combat with the creature. The divine dragon roared, melding with the tip of the Ru Yi spear, as he thrust it into the wound created by Lu Erlong. At the same time, Chao Kun focused his mind, channeling his soul power, allowing torrents of fire and ice poison to surge into the Di Jiaxiong's body through the wound. Roar, roar, roar! The Di Jiaxiong's body convulsed, issuing a piercing howl as it swung its massive claws toward the rear. Be careful, Lu Erlong. Seeing the icy claws aimed at Chao Kun, her concern palpable, Chao Kun glanced sideways, unfazed, gripping the Ru Yi spear with renewed determination. Second stage, he declared. With that, the fire dragon entwined around the Ru Yi spear roared again, unleashing a surge of power that penetrated the Di Jiaxiong's form. A chilling sensation coursed through him. Roar! The Di Jiaxiong howled, causing the entire cavern to tremble as if it were about to collapse. Yet it did not halt its assault. Its claws continued to advance towards Chao Kun, intent on cleaving him in two. Chao Kun tightened his grip on the Ru Yi spear, observing the claws as they approached, his body undulating like water. The claws sliced through him effortlessly, as if parting the waves, severing him into segments. Regrettably for the Di Jiaxiong, the Tai Chi diagram at his dantian spun vigorously, continuously channeling soul power to the wound, allowing the fragmented Chao Kun to reassemble in an instant. Bang! Lu Erlong arrived once more, delivering a punch to the Di Jiaxiong that sent it hurtling back, crashing against the stone wall, as the spear pierced through its body, issuing a resounding noise. After propelling the Di Jiaxiong away, Lu Erlong turned to Chao Kun, her eyes betraying worry and urgency. She recalled that Chao Kun required water to recover, the last time she had accidentally inflicted a grievous injury upon him. It had nearly frightened her to death. Don't let it escape. Before she could articulate her concern, Chao Kun's voice rang out, as he surged past her to continue the assault on the Di Jiaxiong. Lu Erlong's anxious thoughts went unvoiced, her mouth opening in silent protest. Still trying to flee, Chao Kun focused his mind, transforming the Ru Yi spear into a Ru Yi hammer, infusing it with soul power, enlarging the hammer before forcefully striking the ground. As for why he did not strike the Di Jiaxiong, Chao Kuan needed a soul beast for his fourth soul ring that not only possessed earth elements, but also the ability to manipulate gravity and burrow underground. This indicated that the Dijiaxiong could indeed burrow underground. During the brief interval after Lu Erlong had sent it flying, it had not pondered why it had failed to harm Chao Kuan. It swiftly swung its claws to dig a hole, burrowing its entire body underground. This was precisely why Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong had devised a strategy to inflict heavy damage on the Dijiaxiong. Once it escaped underground, pursuit would be impossible. Fortunately, Chao Kuan's earlier strike had pierced its body and injected significant quantities of ice and fire poison, leaving it severely wounded. Otherwise, it would have burrowed away much faster. Ling Tian strike. The Ru E hammer crashed down upon the floor, unleashing a shockwave that reverberated below, jolting the fleeing Di Jiaxiong and sending debris flying as the cavern trembled once more. At that moment, Lu Erlong regained her focus. Enveloped in her red dragon manifestation, soaring over to deliver a kick to the Di Jiaxiong, sending it soaring into the air, preventing it from returning to the ground. Roar! Ultimately, as a creature of a millennium, the Di Jiaxiong did not panic upon being kicked away. It understood that it was ensnared. Without a means to fend off Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong, it would not escape. Thus, it crossed its arms and let out a defiant roar. Boom! The ground erupted with numerous spikes, carpeting the entire cavern, which began to tremble as if it might collapse at any moment. Chao Kuan flapped his wings, evading the onslaught of spikes, transforming the Ru E hammer back into the Ru E spear, which suddenly ignited in flames, with the spear tip shimmering with luminescence. Holy Sword. Angelic Assault. Ru E spear version. This was a technique Chao Kuan had stealthily learned, and through refinement, it had become his own. After bestowing the Ru E spear with 2 layers of buffs, Chao Kuan surveyed the quaking cavern, furrowing his brow as he and Lu Erlong resolutely declared in unison, "Swift resolution." Unbeknownst to them, the Dijiaxiong could influence the cavern's stability. Had it not been nestled within the heart of a great mountain, it would have already collapsed. Hearing their words, Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Bang, 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 boom, crash. After a spell of time, Chao Kuan grasped Lu Erlong with one hand while dragging the Dijiaxiong's carcass with the other. Countless ice arrows rained down upon the ceiling, forming frost and slowing the collapse. In the final moments before the passage caved in, Chao Kuan embraced Lu Erlong and pulled the Dijiaxiong's body through the large opening from which they had entered. Bang! He cast the Dijiaxiong's body to the ground, revealing the myriad of wounds adorning it, particularly a gunshot wound on its forehead that had penetrated its skull. With singeing marks surrounding the entrance, this was undoubtedly its fatal injury. Chao Kuan descended from the sky, cradling Lu Erlong in his arms, and beheld the lifeless form of the earth-armored bear, which was adorned with a swirling black soul ring. This earth-armored bear had existed for over 60,000 years. Was it not somewhat perilous to absorb its essence? Perhaps we should seek another. Lu Erlong remarked as she examined the 3 golden claws on the bear's left paw and the 3 on its right. It is worth noting that her own 7th soul ring was of a similar age. Fear not, I am confident. Chao Kuan replied with a gentle shake of his head and a soft smile. Observing Lu Erlong's lingering concern, he affectionately ruffled her hair, his fingers brushing against her cheek, while summoning his own soul ring, assuring her, "Rest assured, I truly possess the confidence." During battle, Chao Kuan's soul rings were not visible, making this Lu Erlong's first glimpse of his 10,000-year 3rd soul ring. As she gazed at the black ring encircling Chao Kuan, a look of astonishment crossed her face, and after a moment's contemplation, she softly conceded, "Very well, as long as you are confident." Chao Kuan smiled faintly and placed a gentle kiss upon her lips, not lingering long, then settled cross-legged beside the soul ring. After vanquishing the soul beast, the soul ring would only remain for a brief period before dissipating. Calming his mind, Chao Kuan closed his eyes and, as before, channeled his soul power to draw the soul ring toward himself. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong observed him for a while, recalling from her previous experiences that the absorption process would likely take some time, as he would need to contend with the spirit of the earth-armored bear. Surveying the dark surroundings, she decided to take out a few torches from her storage soul guide, igniting them one by one and placing them around to brighten the area. She then retrieved a pouch of beast-repelling powder and sprinkled some nearby, primarily to deter lower-level soul beasts that had lived for several decades, or even a century. Slightly stronger soul beasts would sense the presence of the earth-armored bear as corpse and would not approach, as even if it were not the mightiest soul beast in the Sunset Forest, it was certainly formidable. Other sentient soul beasts, upon sensing its death, would likely flee far away rather than draw near. After dispersing the beast-repelling powder, Lu Erlong was about to return when she suddenly sensed something. Glancing upward toward a nearby tree, and conjured a flame in her hand, ready to throw it. There, she spotted a spider the size of a football, its body of vivid pink with several red spots at its rear. Upon seeing the spider, Lu Erlong was struck by an idea. Her cheeks flushed, and the flame in her hand extinguished. She bent her knees slightly and leaped to the tree, producing a cloth bag to capture the spider within. She then landed on the ground, looking at the bag in her hand, shaking it with a smile as she returned. Engrossed in the absorption of the soul ring, Chao Kun remained oblivious to Lu Erlong's actions as he drew the essence of the earth-armored bear into himself, his consciousness shifting to his martial soul within his sea of consciousness. Yet, his eyes remained firmly shut as he continued the absorption process. At that moment, a symbol representing the earth element suddenly materialized among the existing symbols of fire, water, and wind surrounding his martial soul. Gradually, it solidified from an ethereal state and began to rotate alongside the other three symbols. When the newly emerged earth symbol collided with the others, it shook slightly, and a profound energy surged into Chao Kun's body. Boom! Upon fully absorbing this energy, a sound reminiscent of shattering echoed twice in Chao Kun's sea of consciousness, and a smile crept onto his lips as he realized he had successfully absorbed the 6,000-year soul ring, thereby attaining level 42. Quite commendable, Chao Kun remarked, opening his eyes and smiling at Gu Yuna, who coldly offered a compliment in return. Grateful for Gu Yuna's assistance, he exited his sea of consciousness. Once he had departed, Gu Yuna regarded the now closed-eyed Chao Kun with a complex expression. After his successful absorption of the soul ring, she noted that the mysterious substance emanating from his martial soul had increased and undergone a qualitative change. Absorbing it would likely restore her somewhat. However, if she continued to absorb this enigmatic substance, her fondness for Chao Kun would undoubtedly deepen. What a rogue substance, she muttered under her breath. Returning to his body, Chao Kun exhaled a deep breath. Though he had been certain of his success, a look of joy adorned his face. Upon opening his eyes, he prepared to rise from the ground. Did it succeed? How could it happen so swiftly? Lu Erlong inquired in astonishment, subtly extending her hand into the cloth bag. Yes, it was successful, ah? Chao Kun was about to explain when Lu Erlong suddenly gasped. What is it? Chao Kun immediately turned his gaze, only to see Lu Erlong clutching her left hand, the bag she had been holding having fallen to the ground, a pink spider crawling out from within. Seeing this, Chao Kun felt a surge of panic. With a thought, he summoned a spike of earth to pierce the spider while hastening to Lu Erlong's side to support her. Are you all right? How could you be so careless? And why did you catch a spider? He asked, preparing to cut his palm to offer her his blood, knowing he was immune to toxins. The spider, having been impaled by the earth spike, revealed a white soul ring. Seeing this, Chao Kun breathed a sigh of relief. Its age was low, and the toxin should be manageable, so his blood ought to counteract it. Suddenly, Lu Erlong grasped his hand and collapsed into his embrace. Could it be that the toxicity is this severe? Chao Kun exclaimed in alarm, quickly assessing Lu Erlong. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her cheeks flushed, and she was gasping for breath. What kind of poison is this? Chao Kun vonnet tertlexeth. Help me detoxify, Lu Erlong managed to stammer, clutching Chao Kun's hand and guiding him to the necessary location. Understanding her intent, Chao Kun swiftly lifted Lu Erlong, applying pressure to a pressure point on her body to alleviate the toxin, and rapidly made his way to the tent she had set up earlier, entering together. After securing the tent, as Liu Erlong pulled him back, Chao Kuan mused to himself, truly a carnivorous creature. Chapter 174. The same round moon at the edge of the star Do Great Forest, Shirlai Ku and his companions, along with Yu Xiaojiang, prepared to rest for the night. Zhao Wujia, accompanied by several teachers and Oscar, were busy setting up tents, while Flandra and Yu Xiaojiang spread beast-repelling powder around, simultaneously observing their surroundings and deliberating on their next course of action. "Xiaogang, be careful." Bang! During their conversation, a spider, entirely pink with several red spots on its rear, suddenly leapt from a nearby tree. Flandra, noticing just in time, swung his hand and sent the spider crashing against the tree, where it fell to the ground, revealing a white soul ring. Yu Xiaojiang, startled, quickly leaped aside and then turned to look at the spider, sighing in relief upon seeing it had released a soul ring. At this moment, Flandra rushed over and patted Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder with concern, asking, "Are you all right, Xiaogang? What were you thinking just now?" Yu Xiaojiang regained his senses, offering a faint smile to Faland, shaking his head despondently. He approached the carcass of the Yufan Jiju, examining it closely, and, as before, began to expound on the soul beast. The Yufan Jiju, approximately 30 to 40 years old, possesses a lust-inducing toxin that significantly enhances the likelihood of pregnancy for those affected, making it particularly favored by some elderly nobles. After a century, it will. Before he could finish, Faland swiftly interjected, lifting Yu Xiaojiang away from the Yufan Jiju. "Xiaojiang, you mustn't remain in despair. Your current state is quite concerning," Faland urged, shaking him gently. Yu Xiaojiang lowered his head, his hair resembling a bird's nest, obscuring his eyes and exuding an air of profound dejection. Upon hearing Faland's words, he slightly raised his head, attempting to force a smile, yet ultimately failed and lowered his gaze once more. "Alas, your martial spirit will surely find a way to assist you once we settle down. You must regain your spirit, Xiaojiang. Moreover, even without your martial spirit, you are still a master, a true luminary in the realm of soul masters." Observing his demeanor, Faland first sighed and then encouraged him. Over half a month ago, Yu Xiaojiang had unexpectedly sought him out, surprising Faland, who felt a mixture of joy and disappointment. He had hoped Yu Xiaojiang was ready to confront his feelings for Liu Erlong, which would have delighted him. It had also reminded him of his own unrequited feelings for her. Nonetheless, he was predominantly happy that his brother was doing well with his goddess. However, upon Yu Xiaojiang's arrival, he only spoke of troubles he had encountered, remaining tight-lipped about the specifics. Despite not knowing the nature of the trouble, Faland welcomed him warmly, pondering what kind of trouble a 29-year-old soul master could have encountered that even several soul saints could not resolve. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaojiang remained anxious daily, causing Faland great concern, and he was reticent about disclosing the source of his troubles. Fortunately, during one outing to clear their minds, as they passed by the Wuhuan temple, Yu Xiaojiang seemed to find some solace. Initially, Faland believed Yu Xiaojiang would regain his composure, but unexpectedly, his martial spirit underwent a transformation, becoming unresponsive and exhibiting malevolent tendencies. This change further deepened Yu Xiaojiang's despair, as his already limited abilities were now rendered even more ineffective. Listening to Faland's encouragement, Yu Xiaojiang managed a wry smile, lamenting, "Isn't this merely showcasing my knowledge of martial spirits? Beyond that, what value do I possess?" Faland fell silent, unable to find words of comfort. Finally, he sighed, patted Yu Xiaojiang on the shoulder, and said, "For now, focus on regaining your strength. Liu Erlong is waiting for you." With that, he noticed Yu Xiaojiang still staring downwards, and after offering another word of consolation, he turned and walked over to Zhao Wuji. They were currently within the Qingdou Great Forest, not in pursuit of soul rings, but rather seeking refuge. In the days following Yu Xiaojiang's arrival, the Xinglua Empire and the Tiandou Empire had suddenly issued a high-level wanted notice for them. Upon receiving the news, they understood that trouble had arisen. Although they were not responsible for Dai Mubai's death, their connection to the incident could not be denied, prompting their immediate departure from Shirlai Ka Academy, with Yu Xiaojing trailing behind. Falan found it peculiar that Dai Weizi had also perished under mysterious circumstances, and the wanted notice failed to depict the individual responsible for Dai Mubai's demise. Even more infuriating was the fact that the primary suspect, seemingly linked to the Hao Tian sect, was not only unrepresented in the wanted poster, but they themselves had become the scapegoats. Thus, it now appeared that their group from Shirlai was accused of murdering the last two heirs of the Xinglua Empire, leading to relentless pursuit, which forced them into hiding within the Qingdao Great Forest. Had they known this would transpire, they would have confronted that individual directly. This was the sentiment expressed by Zhao Wuji upon hearing the news. While Falan shared similar thoughts, he lamented the inevitability of their circumstances. As Falan moved away, Yu Xiaojing exhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to the luminous moon above. Liu Erlong, alas. Rumble. Longer, your movements are too vigorous. Cao Kuan emerged from the tent, cradling Liu Erlong in his arms. The tent, having endured repeated tremors throughout the night, had unexpectedly collapsed. With numerous structures collapsing that evening, Cao Kuan, with a flick of his mind, donned his Rui Baibao and assisted Liu Erlong, retrieving a blanket from his storage soul guide to wrap around her. Cradling Liu Erlong in one arm, he gently laid her down to rest while using his other hand to kindle a fire nearby. After a short while, Liu Erlong regained her composure, playfully swatting at Cao Kuan, retorting, "You dare blame my movements? If it weren't for you, would the tent have collapsed?" Her response was somewhat delayed, as she only now countered Cao Kuan's remark. Cao Kuan chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the topic further. Holding Liu Erlong, he savored the lingering warmth of her presence, and suddenly, a thought struck him. "Longer, has your poison subsided? Do you need? Don't move. It has long since dissipated." Liu Erlong grasped Cao Kuan's hand, hastily interjecting. Although she had instigated the conflict, she had not anticipated it would drag on for so long. Moreover, the Yufan Jiju was not yet a century old, and its toxins had long been neutralized. Observing her flustered demeanor, Cao Kuan smiled, retracting his hand, content to hold Liu Erlong quietly, knowing he was merely jesting, not one to lack appreciation for her delicate nature. After a moment's rest, Liu Erlong opened her eyes, her jade-like arms draping over Cao Kuan's shoulders as she softly inquired, "Did you put away that handkerchief?" Cao Kuan, understanding her reference, nodded affirmatively. Upon seeing this, Liu Erlong flicked her right hand, sending a fireball toward the remnants of the tent, igniting it. "What are you doing?" Cao Kuan asked, puzzled, unable to comprehend her desire to incinerate the tent. Liu Erlong shot him a sidelong glance, offering no explanation. "It's all damp inside. Do you intend to tidy it up?" After setting the tent ablaze, Liu Erlong resumed her position in Cao Kuan's embrace, while he, still brimming with energy, gazed at her for a moment before closing his eyes to commune with Gu Yuen Na in his consciousness. Gu Yuen Na, Gu Yuen Na. After calling several times without response, Cao Kuan remained unperturbed, prepared to continue his summons. "What is it?" Gu Yuen Na's tone was frigid, concealing a hint of resentment. Unperturbed by the underlying ire in her voice, Cao Kuan recalled the earlier incident with curiosity and asked, "Gu Yuen Na, what was the substance that the Fire Dragon King's Dragon Pearl expelled just now, before the tent collapsed?" The Fire Dragon King's Pearl had unexpectedly released a surge of energy that flowed into Liu Erlong's body, startling him and causing the tent's collapse. Had he not seen that Liu Erlong showed no signs of discomfort afterward, he would have inquired sooner. Gu Yuen Na remained silent for a moment before responding. "A valuable treasure. It contains some essence of the Fire Dragon King, akin to a blessing from the fire element." The essence of the Fire Dragon King. A blessing from the fire element? Yet I observed no change in Longer, Cao Kuan remarked, puzzled. Gu Yuen Na fell silent once more, then replied in a calm tone. "It is not a blessing directed at her, yet it will benefit her nonetheless." "Not directed at her," Cao Kuan was about to refute, when he suddenly froze. That item was with Liu Erlong, yet it was not a blessing for her. To whom else could it be directed if not to her? "Yu, are you saying that I won the lottery?" The tone of Gu Yuna's voice was tinged with a hint of resentment, but at that moment, Chao Kuan was enveloped in excitement, completely oblivious. Upon hearing Gu Yuna's affirmative response, Chao Kuan's mind momentarily short-circuited. He had actually won. Just today? How could this be so mystical? Ain had longed for one, yet there had been no signs, and now Lu Erlong had won. As Chao Kuan pondered, he reached under the blanket to touch Lu Erlong's belly, still in disbelief. This is really a win? Suddenly, Chao Kuan became serious, his consciousness shifting to his sea of knowledge, staring intently at Gu Yuna. In the sea of knowledge, Gu Yuna was taken aback by Chao Kuan's sudden appearance. Startled, she asked, "What now?" Chao Kuan gazed at her intensely, leaving Gu Yuna perplexed. Had he become foolish with excitement? Senior, did the item that the Fire Dragon King spat out contain any consciousness? Chao Kuan asked solemnly. If it did possess consciousness, then his child would be no different from being taken over. You ask this? Just take a look at the flame symbol beside you. Gu Yuna remarked after a brief pause. Chao Kuan was somewhat puzzled, but still turned to observe the flame symbol circling him. Within it was a golden-eyed dragon ape with its eyes closed, along with a shadow of a fiery red dragon swimming inside. There was not much change from before, except that the dragon shadow appeared significantly dimmer, while the dragon ape seemed even more majestic. Although the dragon pearl could indeed preserve their souls were not actually there. They resided within the flame and water droplet symbols surrounding him. That object was merely a source of deep-seated fire essence. Hearing this, Chao Kuan felt relieved. That was good. He then turned to look at the water droplet symbol nearby, which resembled the flame symbol, containing a shadow of a blue water dragon that was considerably dimmer. I don't know how they came to fancy you. They even sacrificed their souls. Gu Yuna remarked disdainfully. Chao Kuan recalled the scene of absorbing the Water Fire Dragon King's soul and chuckled awkwardly as he exited the sea of knowledge. Returning to the external world, Chao Kuan's hand remained on Lu Erlong's belly. Although he felt nothing, he gently rubbed it with some happiness. Though surprising, he was quite pleased with this outcome. Having lived for over 30 years, having a descendant was a wonderful thing. Truly a strong bull. Lu Erlong opened her eyes as he rubbed her belly, then pushed him away and stood up, retrieving clothes from her storage soul guide and dressing herself. Chao Kuan understood she had misunderstood, but did not explain immediately, lying on the ground with a silly grin. After Lu Erlong finished dressing, she approached him, lightly kicking him. "What are you laughing at?" Chao Kuan propped himself up with his hands on the ground, looking at Lu Erlong and replied, "I am simply overjoyed." Lu Erlong couldn't help but chuckle at his words, and, feeling slightly shy, kicked him again, scolding, "To be liked by someone you like, it makes her happy too." Chao Kuan looked at her, stood up swiftly, resting his head on Lu Erlong's shoulder, encircling her waist with his arms, and gently said, "Today, I have two great joys. One is you." Lu Erlong's lips curled into a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped as she added, "The other is acquiring the fourth soul ring." The fourth soul ring? This was anticipated. Chao Kuan chuckled, shaking his head, while stroking Lu Erlong's belly and said, "And the other is her." "Her?" Lu Erlong became puzzled, looking down at her belly. "Yes, her. I just felt it. We have a child." Lu Erlong froze, placing her hand over Chao Kuan's, incredulously saying, "Her? A child? We have a child. I am pregnant." Chao Kuan nodded and kissed Lu Erlong's cheek, affirming, "Yes, we have a child. Is this real?" I just... Lu Erlong was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, "Don't you like it?" Chao Kuan inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong took a deep breath. Her surprise faded, replaced by a hint of panic. "It's not that I don't like it. I just wasn't prepared at all. And it's only the first day to find out I'm pregnant. It's quite shocking." Chao Kuan tightened his embrace around her waist, assuring, "Don't worry, trust me. I will not disappoint you. Do you remember my promise?" As Chao Kuan spoke, Lu Erlong gradually relaxed, her expression softening. The earlier panic stemmed from her unpreparedness and some fear that this child might encounter a situation similar to her own. Chao Kuan noticed this in time and comforted her. After a while, Lu Erlong turned around, embracing Chao Kuan, resting her head against his chest, softly saying, "Don't let me down." Chao Kuan lowered his head, solemnly nodding. then gazed at Lu Erlong's red lips and kissed her. Lu Erlong lifted her head, reciprocating Chao Kuen's affection. At that moment, their hands tightly clasped each other, and their kiss was filled with love, devoid of desire. At least for this moment, Chao Kuen's affection for Lu Erlong surpassed all else. The round moon hung high in the night sky, illuminating the two. The same bright moon, yet different people, matters, and emotions. Chapter 175, A Year, 100-Day Feast. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it has been a year since Chao Kuen and Lu Erlong ventured into the Sunset Forest to obtain the fourth soul ring. In the evening, within the Blue Tyrant Academy. In the dormitory, Xiao Wu knelt on the bed, clad in white silk that accentuated her alluring, long legs, her attire somewhat disheveled. Suddenly, it seemed she had choked, coughing twice before raising her head to glare at Chao Kuen with annoyance. Haha, I didn't notice, Chao Kuen chuckled awkwardly, then took out a towel to wipe Xiao Wu's face. I won't help you next time. After Chao Kuen finished wiping, Xiao Wu punched him playfully and scolded. Chao Kuen chuckled awkwardly, pulling Xiao Wu to lie down beside him. My fault, I couldn't resist. Although this was not the first time Xiao Wu had said such a thing, he still felt it necessary to apologize. You bad guy. Xiao Wu leaned against Chao Kuen's embrace, glancing down at her attire, scolding him before closing her eyes to savor the lingering sensations. After resting for a while, Xiao Wu pushed herself up with her hands on Chao Kuen's chest, looking at him and asking, why were you out for so long this time? Did you run into trouble? Qing Air is less than 3 months old. You couldn't have waited for her to grow a bit before going out. These days, I've seen Sister Erlong worry about you so much. Chao Kuen pulled Xiao Wu back into his embrace, saying, I did encounter a bit of trouble, but has all been resolved. For a long time to come, aside from going to obtain soul rings, I should not be going out. I want to spend quality time with you all. 3 months ago, Lu Erlong and their child were born. It was a daughter, whom Chao Kuen named Chao Qing. With the arrival of his daughter, and in the absence of any immediate crises, he had initially planned to devote several years to diligent cultivation in Tiando City, providing companionship to Lu Erlong and instilling a sense of security within her. Upon discovering that Lu Erlong had given birth, he noted her profound sense of insecurity, likely stemming from her past experiences. Consequently, he dedicated the majority of his time in Tiando City to Lu Erlong, and naturally, during most of this time, Xiao would be by their side, enjoying a close bond with Lu Erlong. Duguyen, however, frequently trained with the Imperial fighting team, resulting in less time spent with Chao Kuen. Nevertheless, upon her return, Chao Kuen would typically accompany her. Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu understood this arrangement, unlike Douluo, who had recently resolved his own toxic afflictions and was less sympathetic. Over 6 months prior, upon emerging from his seclusion, Douluo witnessed Chao Kuen in a rather compromising situation and, in a fit of anger, confronted him publicly. Regardless of the outcome of a potential confrontation, Chao Kuen recognized that he was in the wrong. Thus, he refrained from retaliating, opting instead to escape to a secluded area where Douluo reprimanded him. Later, Duguyen interceded on his behalf, and Chao Kuen sincerely admitted his fault, pledging not to disappoint Duguyen. Although Douluo remained displeased, he ultimately relented after a period of time, particularly since his granddaughter had acknowledged Chao Kuen. Following this incident, peace reigned until a month after Qing'er's birth, during which Chao Kuen enjoyed a blissful existence, spending his days with Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, Duguyen, and Ning Rongrong, and retreating to a secluded realm at night to accompany Yin and engage in cultivation. Periodically, he would don a disguise to assess the situation in the Xinghua Empire, where Zhu Zhuqing faced intense scrutiny from both the royal family and the Zhu clan. Typically, it was Zhu Zhuyan who would greet him, relaying vital information and updates. The Xinghua Empire had undergone significant upheaval recently. Due to Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit, tensions between the Zhu and Dai families escalated, leading to frequent altercations. Over a month ago, following a series of maneuvers by the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing was elevated to the status of crown prince, with an invitation extended to various powers of the continent to witness this event. Upon receiving this news, Chao Kuen, after careful contemplation, resolved to intervene to avert any unforeseen complications. His visit lasted 2 months, during which Qing'er was merely a month old. Fortunately, his presence proved beneficial. Zhu Zhiyun arranged for him to serve as Zhu Zhuqing's protector, thwarting several assassination attempts from the Dai family. In the final assassination attempt, aided by Gu Yuna, he successfully captured a Dai elder and delivered him to the Zhu family. Following these events, Cao Kuan was less informed about subsequent happenings. But it was clear that Zhu Zhuqing had not faced any further attacks, and Zhu Zhiyun had garnered substantial advantages, even expressing her aspirations to become the head of the Zhu family in a few years. During that interval, he enjoyed attentive care from the two sisters, almost becoming oblivious to the outside world. The two, clad in snug leather outfits, swayed their tails enticingly. However, possessing great resolve, Cao Kuan returned after Zhu Zhuqing's ascension to crown prince. Embracing Xiao Wu, he closed his eyes in contemplation. After a while, as Xiao Wu's breathing grew steadier, he gently set her down and departed the room. Upon opening the door, he was met by the sight of a delicate young girl standing at the entrance, prompting an involuntary smile. It was Ning Rongrong, who had been at Lamba Academy for a year now. In fact, Ning Fengji had previously sought her return, accompanied by both the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo, who had inexplicably fixated on Cao Kuan. Ning Rongrong was subsequently taken home, but returned within a month, with Ning Fengji and the others visiting her occasionally. "Are you eavesdropping?" he teased as he closed the door behind him. Ning Rongrong, her cheeks flushed even more than usual, shot him a glare and, with a huff, retreated into an adjacent room. The door slammed shut, and though Cao Kuan contemplated following her, he ultimately decided against it, having the key in his possession all along. Inside the room, Ning Rongrong, her face a mask of tension, fixated on the door. However, as time passed, her anxiety dissipated, and she opened the door to find the corridor empty, a look of disappointment crossing her features. "You naughty boy," she exclaimed, shutting the door once more and collapsing on her bed. Now that Qing'er was born and matters had settled, it was time to address Ning Rongrong's feelings. Walking along the path, Cao Kuan found himself reflecting on her, murmuring softly. He was no saint, fully aware of Ning Rongrong's affections towards him. Yet, with Lu Erlong's pregnancy and her emotional fluctuations requiring his support, he had to divide his time among Xiao Wu, Dian, Yin, and others, leaving little room for anything else. After departing from Lamba Academy, Cao Kuan strolled for a while before arriving at a quaint courtyard. The space was modest, adorned with a variety of flowers, and at its center stood a small house illuminated by a warm yellow light, exuding coziness. This was a purchase made by Lu Erlong, who preferred not to linger at the academy during her pregnancy. Xiao Wu often stayed here too, though she would sometimes return to the academy, as was the case today. Stepping into the courtyard, Cao Kuan caught sight of his reflection in the window and smiled, releasing a fragrant aura. "Longa, kina, yavetont," he announced cheerfully upon entering the house. Having opened the door with his key, Lu Erlong, prepared for his arrival, shot him a disapproving look, signaling him to lower his voice. Cao Kuan, realizing his oversight, offered an awkward smile and tiptoed over. Lu Erlong sat beside a crib, gazing tenderly at the slumbering Qing. The infant was clad in an outfit that seemed somewhat mismatched, her tiny hands clasped against her chest, eyes gently shut, breathing steadily. The garment had been woven by Lu Erlong, a labor of love that she had undertaken countless times. Cao Kuan sat beside her, his gaze equally tender as he admired the delicate features of Qing. After a moment, he embraced Lu Erlong, whispering softly, "Long, I have returned." Lu Erlong did not meet his gaze, merely nodding in response, an indication of her slight displeasure. Having matured through the trials of the past year, Cao Kuan remained silent, content to hold Lu Erlong in his arms. Gradually, her body softened, and she leaned into him. Suddenly, Qing'er in her crib stirred, her tiny palm reaching forward, a burst of flames erupting from her hand. Simultaneously, a protective barrier emerged from the crib, absorbing the flame's energy while minimizing the disturbance. Though the barrier successfully dulled the noise, it nonetheless roused Qing'er, who blinked awake and began to cry. In response, Lu Erlong broke free from Chao Kuen's embrace and swiftly lifted Qing'er into her arms. Good girl. Perhaps due to the blessings of the Dragon Pearl, Qing'er possessed the innate ability to summon flames from birth, her fiery temperature surprisingly high. In her early days, she struggled to control this power, inadvertently igniting various objects. Yet, within a month, she had remarkably learned to consciously manage the flames and even utter simple words like daddy and mommy, though she still exhibited the capriciousness of a child, occasionally conjuring fireballs to incinerate things. To prevent any accidents while she slept, they had devised a specialized crib for her. After a few moments of crying, Qing'er eventually quieted down. She grasped Lu Erlong's collar, her expression dazed as she murmured, Mama, observing her adorably innocent demeanor, Ko Kon chuckled softly beside her, playfully poking her plump little face and adding, and Daddy. Daddy? Still somewhat dazed from just waking, Qing'er rubbed her eyes and turned to look at Chao Kuen. Daddy, hug. Hug. Upon seeing Chao Kuen, the dazed look on her face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile as she opened her arms, yearning for an embrace. All right, Daddy will hug you. Naturally, Chao Kuen indulged her, smiling as he lifted her into his arms. Alas, now that you have Daddy, you no longer need Mama. Lu Erlong feigned a sorrowful expression as she spoke. Ha ha. It seemed Qing'er was oblivious to her words, happily laughing as she clung to Chao Kuen's neck. After awakening, Qing'er was in high spirits, and Chao Kuen along with Lu Erlong played with her until deep into the night, only for her to drift off to sleep once more. Ist Qing'er asleep? Lu Erlong emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair as she glanced at Chao Kuen inquiringly. After a night of caring for the child, her irritation had considerably subsided. Chao Kuen nodded, his gaze brightening as he noticed Lu Erlong clad only in a bath towel, and he approached her, wrapping his arms around her. Longer, I missed you so much. With that, Chao Kuen leaned in for a kiss. As Lu Erlong was still drying her hair, she allowed him a brief kiss before evading him. Let me help you. Observing this, Chao Kuen concentrated, and the droplets of water from Lu Erlong's hair were drawn away. Over the past year, he had not merely lingered in a haven of tenderness. Gu Yuna had imparted some practical skills to him, significantly enhancing his abilities. In the blink of an eye, Lu Erlong's hair was dry, and Chao Kuen leaned in for another kiss. This time, Lu Erlong did not shy away, warmly responding to Chao Kuen's kiss. After a passionate exchange, they found themselves seated on the bed, with Qing'er's crib positioned beside them. Where have you been for the past 2 months? Why were you gone for so long? Lu Erlong inquired. Gao Kun replied. I first went to the Star Do Great Forest to obtain my 5th spirit ring, and then I visited the Star Luo Empire. You are already a spirit king, and I was completely unaware. Lu Erlong exclaimed in astonishment. That was because Qing'er had just been born, so I didn't mention it. Chao Kuen offered an explanation. Did you go alone? Do you realize how dangerous that is? What if? Lu Erlong's voice grew louder in her unusual fury, but fortunately, the specially designed crib muffled the sound, preventing Qing'er from waking. Don't worry, I went with Senior Dugu. Chao Kuen quickly reassured her. Of course, he had gone alone, but with some assistance from Gu Yuna, everything had gone smoothly. Hearing Chao Kuen's explanation, Lu Erlong's expression softened slightly, yet she remained quite upset, looking at Chao Kuen and asking, then why did you go to the Star Luo Empire afterward? Chao Kuen had already prepared his response. The spirit beast for my 5th spirit ring was discovered in the Star Luo Empire. Just as I was leaving, I happened upon them announcing something about a crown prince, so I went to take a look. Part of the Star Do Great Forest is in the Heaven Do Empire, and part is in the Star Luo Empire. Well, I'm back now, and I won't be away for too long again. I'll make sure to spend quality time with both of you. After explaining, Chao Kuen pulled Lu Erlong into his embrace. That sounds more like it, Lu Erlong murmured. Before she could finish her sentence, Chao Kuen silenced her with a kiss and then undid her bathrobe. Although caught off guard by Chao Kuen's advance, Lu Erlong, being of a passionate nature, eagerly reciprocated after a long absence of intimacy. Following their exertions, the two nestled together, savoring a moment of tranquility. After a while, Chao Kuen inquired, Longer, you haven't obtained your 8th spirit ring yet, have you? Due to her pregnancy, Lu Erlong had not sought out the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which is why she had yet to acquire her 8th spirit ring, and the sect remained unaware of her condition. No, Lu Erlong replied solemnly, and after a moment, she seemed to come to a realization. Just wait, I'll speak to the sect in a while and ask for their assistance. The two of us can venture on some adventures. Why wait? Gao Kung Kverith. Lu Erlong lifted her head, remaining silent for a moment before responding. Until Qing'er is a bit older. Keo Kun Gees the Hair, on Ostending Hair Sinsumt. He chuckled and said, Qing'er has been born for nearly 3 months. Why don't we hold a 100-day celebration? We could invite people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect as well. No, we shouldn't only invite the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Let's make it grander and invite more people. Lu Erlong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Chao Kun, gently nodding in agreement. All right, I will follow your lead. With that, she burrowed into the covers. Chapter 176. Shrek has arrived half a month later. At the gates of Tiando City, a group of individuals dressed in oversized clothing and hats entered the city. Among them, 2 shorter figures visibly sighed in relief upon entering Tiando City. Relax, it should be safe now. One robust figure softly chuckled as he patted the plump figure beside him. All right, Teacher Zhao. The sturdy figure in the lead turned back to glance after hearing their voices, then removed his hat, revealing a face imbued with an air of scholarly wisdom. Though a bit stocky, he indeed possesses a scholarly demeanor. He inhaled deeply, taking in the surroundings. At that moment, a tall, slender figure beside him also removed his hat, revealing a somewhat cunning face, and he raised his eyes to smile at him, saying, What's the matter? You seem a bit tense, Xiao Gang. Yu Xiaojiang shot him a glance without responding, instead taking another deep breath. They were none other than the members of Shrek Academy, who had evaded pursuit from the Star Luo Empire for over a year. Over a month ago, for reasons unknown, the intensity of the Star Luo Empire's pursuit had significantly diminished, allowing them to reach the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, Tiando City, without incident. This had been decided by Yu Xiaojiang over 6 months prior, but at that time, the Star Luo Empire had relentlessly pursued them, preventing their arrival. Throughout the year, even with 2 soul saints and several soul emperors among them, they had struggled to withstand the relentless pursuit of the Star Luo Empire. Each member had sustained various injuries, and 2 students had even perished. In response to this, Flinder had remarked, They are not true monsters. I wonder how Erlong is doing. And what of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? I hope they can protect us, Yu Xiaojiang said, furrowing his brow as he took several deep breaths. Flinder raised his eyes and smiled, saying, Rest assured, even if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect does not accept us, we still have Erlong. She has established a prestigious Spirit Master Academy in Tiando City. We can change our names and work there as teachers for a few years. Once that female crown prince ascends to power, things should improve significantly. That would be good, it's Erlong. I wonder. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, then seemed to recall something, speaking slowly. It's all right. Erlong must be waiting for you. Last year, before we were pursued by the Star Luo Empire, she frequently wrote to me inquiring about your situation. Do not worry. Flinder, sensing his concerns, patted his shoulder and then gestured in a direction. Let us go. We should find Erlong first. Yu Xiaojiang offered a wry smile, though his lips curled upwards, following Flinder as the others quickly caught up. Throughout their journey, they remained exceedingly cautious. Although the motto of their institution proclaimed that those who avoid conflict are mere mediocrities, after a year of evasion, they were reluctant to provoke trouble, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Upon reaching the vicinity of Wuhuandian, they observed a long queue, and Yu Xiaojiang quietly remarked, I have heard that Master Chao, who authored the Soul Master Physique Training Manual, resides in Tiando City. After we locate Erlong, we might have the opportunity to pay him a visit. Without him, I might never have surpassed level 30, let alone approaching level 40 now. Moreover, I have some ideas regarding musculature that I wish to discuss with him, for while the world fixates on exercise facilities and postures, they remain oblivious to Master Chao's remarkable research on the human body. As he spoke, his eyes glimmered with admiration, envy, and a tinge of jealousy. Such a claim was something he could only dream of. During the past year, through negotiations with Wuhuandian, Chao Kuan had rewritten the Soul Master Physique training manual and entrusted it to them for full management, taking only a modest share of the profits. This arrangement allowed Wuhuan to establish power rooms in numerous cities for the use of Soul Masters, albeit for a fee, albeit quite affordable. Despite the nominal charge, throngs of individuals queued daily outside Wuhuan, eager to access the power rooms, often finding themselves waiting an entire day without entry. As many civilian Soul Masters were exceedingly competitive, this prompted Wuhuan to implement regulations to control the daily usage time of power rooms by Soul Masters of varying levels. This also underscored how rudimentary the previous methods of physical training for Soul Masters had been. As many Soul Masters experienced noticeable improvements in their physical conditioning after training for a period, the popularity of the power rooms surged. And the same could be said for Chao Kuan, who authored the Soul Master Physique training manual under the pseudonym Chao Chao. With the increasing establishment of power rooms by Wuhuan, even the often fleeing Lake and his companions had made use of them. Although Yu Xiaojiang held little interest in such perspiration-inducing activities, curiosity compelled him to partake in a session, during which he astonishingly broke through to level 30, becoming a Soul Zune. This left him utterly astounded, prompting him to seek out a copy of the Soul Master Physique training manual, which he found to be nothing short of extraordinary, thereby becoming an ardent admirer. Subsequently, whenever an opportunity arose, he would rush to the power room to engage in training, which contributed to his current robust physique. In truth, while exercise bore some effect, its impact on him was not as significant. His breakthrough was primarily attributed to Tang San's dedicated efforts over 6 months to slightly modify the earlier stages of Xiantiangong, tailoring them for Luo Sanpeio's physique. Yu Xiaojiang's ascension to level 30 and his current level of 37 were largely due to Tang San's contributions and prior accumulation, with the power room's influence being minimal in comparison. Indeed, we should investigate further, Flanders nodded, expressing his disinterest in such matters. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of Lamba Academy, Flanders turned to Yu Xiaojiang, smiled, and murmured a few words before attempting to enter directly. At that moment, the watchful gatekeeper, noticing their suspicious attire, swiftly intervened. Today, our academy is on break. If you have business, please return in a few days. He adopted a subservient demeanor. As a high-level academy gatekeeper, having encountered many peculiar yet formidable Soul Masters. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow and inquired, "It seems today is Wednesday, not a holiday. Why is the academy closed?" Before the gatekeeper could respond, Flanders interjected with a smile, "We are friends of your principal. Please notify her that the Golden Iron Triangle S. Fei Xiang Ji Jiao has come to visit." They refrained from disclosing their names, fearing detection by the Xinglua Empire, and did not mention Yu Xiaojiang's presence, wishing to surprise Lu Erlong. The gatekeeper hesitated, then chuckled. "Ah, you are the principal's friends. You must have come from other cities at her invitation? The principal is currently not in the academy. If you wish to see her, she is at the Tindo Grand Hotel today, where she has reserved the venue and invited numerous guests. I must remain here until the current guests finish and change shifts." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's expression tightened, clearly linking the academy's closure to Lu Erlong's banquet. "Oh, Tindo Grand Hotel? What occasion is it? What sort of banquet is being held?" Flanders inquired with curiosity. The gatekeeper, puzzled by their apparent ignorance of such a significant event, replied candidly, for it was no secret. "It is the 100-day banquet for the principal's daughter." "What? Erlong has a daughter?" Upon hearing the gatekeeper's words, Yu Xiaojiang froze, his face paling, overtaken by an ashen hue. Meanwhile, Flanders gazed in disbelief, gripping the gatekeeper's shoulder and exclaiming, Wait, what?" Despite being a Soul Master, the gatekeeper, merely a Soul Zune, felt the pressure from Flanders, a Soul Saint, and cried out. Regaining his composure, Flanders eased his grip, yet remained firmly grasping the gatekeeper. "You cannot be mistaken. You are certain it is the 100-day banquet for the principal's daughter?" The gatekeeper, sweating profusely, nodded vigorously, "Indeed. It is the 100-day banquet for our principal's daughter." Flanders furrowed his brow tightly, releasing the gatekeeper in a daze, his mouth agape as he turned to Yu Xiaojiang. unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang seemed to recollect something, gripping the gatekeeper's shoulders and asking, "Is your principal Lu Erlong?" "Yes, yes. Your principal is indeed Lu Erlong," Flanders anxiously interjected. He could scarcely fathom that Lu Erlong had married someone else and had a daughter. Had Erlong truly moved on from Xiaojiang? Why didn't you tell me? Had I known this, I would have pursued her myself. Indeed, the principal has always been her. There's been no change. The gatekeeper, despite possessing the strength to break free from Yu Xiaojiang's grasp, remained honest. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's countenance grew pale once more. He released the gatekeeper and staggered back, collapsing onto the ground. Flanders did not assist him, as he too was in shock and heartbroken. If the goddess's partner was a brother, that would be one thing, but a stranger? And to have a daughter? It was too much for him to bear. Observing their reactions, the gatekeeper took a step back, initially considering fleeing, but recalling Flanders' displayed strength, he decided against it. Feeling they would not harm him. "Falauta, are you all right?" Zhao Wuji approached, supporting Flanders. Flanders glanced at him, then hung his head, exhaling heavily. Erlong, after a moment, Flanders took a deep breath, gazing at Yu Xiaojiang, who sat on the ground, his face pale and whispering Erlong's name. He broke free from Zhao Wuji's support and pulled Yu Xiaojiang up, saying, "Xiaogang, we must go and see. Regardless of the circumstances, we need to discover who that person is. Should one possess limited strength, it would be unwise to cast blame upon him. At most, one might assist him in raising his offspring. After all, Erlong has also set aside Xiaogang, and perhaps one might find an opportunity for oneself. To utter that one fears to stir trouble is indicative of mediocrity, and those who have nurtured the original characters are far from benign. Very well, let us depart," Yu Xiaogang declared as he rose from the ground, prompting a chorus of agreement. "Old Zhao Yusong, come, let's take a look." Supporting Yu Xiaogong, Flander exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Wuji and the others. Zhao Wuji chuckled, instructing Xiao Exine, the soul saint with the martial spirit of a sugar bean, to escort Oscar and Ma Hongjun away while he, along with Liu Song and Lu Qibin, followed closely behind Flander. Who are these individuals? The gatekeeper observed the departing figures and let out a sigh of relief, only to suddenly exclaim, "No, I must inform the dean." With that, he dashed in the opposite direction of Flander and the others. Growing up in Tiando City, he was familiar with many shortcuts and should arrive at the Tiando Grand Hotel before them to alert the dean. It would be prudent to inform him should any trouble arise due to his words. Meanwhile, within the Tiando Grand Hotel, the establishment, renowned as the grandest in the Tiando Empire, has consistently embraced a lavish and opulent style, with numerous branches in major cities. Furthermore, it holds a partnership with the Great Seoul Arena, being one of its largest stakeholders. The main branch in Tiando City is the most extravagant, exuding luxury at every corner. The hotel comprises 9 floors. While the first 3 levels are indeed luxurious, they're comparable to other hotels, with true extravagance found on the upper levels. However, despite being reserved for a private event, due to Lu Erlong's desire to host a grand gathering and invite many, including the students from Lanba Academy, only the first 3 floors and the 9th floor were utilized. The first 3 floors contain a grand hall, while floors 4 through 8 lack such a feature. Thus, most activities were confined to the lower levels, with only a select few esteemed guests invited to the 9th floor, where a banquet hall is located. The funding for this exclusive event was provided by Chao Kuan, who, owing to the Soul Master Physical Training Manual, receives substantial dividends from the Spirit Hall every 3 months, rendering him a figure of considerable wealth. This banquet is of such magnitude that nearly everyone in Tiando City is aware of it. Initially, Chao Kuan intended to invite some relatives to celebrate for Qing Air, while also inviting the Lan Dianba, Wang Long Zong, to clarify that Lu Erlong is now under his protection, providing her with a sense of security. However, Lu Erlong's enthusiasm exceeded his expectations. With a resolute decision, Chao Kuan thought it best to elevate the scale of the event, resulting in the current grandiosity. Naturally, this grandeur led to slight discontent from Xiao Wu and Du Guyan, but Chao Kuan promptly assured them of equal treatment and dedicated several days to appease their feelings. Liu Erlong, unfazed by Chao Kuen's absence during those days, focused on organizing the banquet, while Chao Kuen, having pacified Xiao Wu and Du Guyan, was rewarded most generously by Liu Erlong, indulging in blissful pleasures. Inevitably, Du Gubo became aware of the situation and was not pleased. Nonetheless, he attended to support Chao Kuen. The purpose of this banquet was primarily to announce to the Lan Jianba, Wang Longzong, that Liu Erlong is his woman. And despite his inner turmoil, he showed up. Have your father and the others not yet arrived? Gao Kun Inkarith. Observing the influx of guests on the 9th floor of the Tiando Grand Hotel. They should be arriving shortly, Liu Erlong replied nonchalantly. Regarding the Lan Jianba Wang Longzong, she felt little sense of belonging. It was not so much a lack of affiliation, but rather, who I marry and bear children for is none of your concern. Such was Liu Erlong's mindset. Her joy at Chao Kuen's public acknowledgement of her as his woman, along with Qing Er, stemmed from his recognition before many. Now content, she dismissed any disapproval from the Lan Jianba, Wang Longzong. Her feelings for Chao Kuen were what mattered. With a smile, Liu Erlong embraced Chao Kuen before leaning in for a kiss. Given the crowd, including Xiao Wu, Du Guyan, and Du Gubo, their affection was brief. "Daddy, daddy, kiss me too," Qing Er exclaimed, rushing over and tugging at Chao Kuen's leg. Her voice sweet and innocent. Indeed, at merely 3 months old, she was already capable of running, a testament to the remarkable blessing of the fire element. Gao Kuen, grinning, knelt to lift his daughter, planting a kiss on her rosy cheek. And Mama, kiss this side too. After the kiss, Qing Er pointed to the other side of her face. With a smile, Liu Erlong complied, bestowing a kiss on the other side. Afterward, Qing Er slipped from Chao Kuen's embrace and dashed off to find Xiao Wu and Du Guyan for more kisses. Both women were equally fond of the little one. "Chao Kuen, your daughter is quite extraordinary," Du Gubo remarked, observing the lively Qing Er, still incredulous that she was only 3 months old, appearing almost like a child of 3 or 4 years. His astonishment only grew when he witnessed the flames she inadvertently emitted. "Of course, she is my daughter," Chao Kuen replied with a hint of pride. Liu Erlong remained silent, gazing affectionately at Qing Er. Chao Kuen had previously shared the tale of the Dragon Pearl with her. Du Gubo was left speechless, watching his granddaughter frolic with another woman. His thoughts filled with wonder. The Crown Prince has arrived. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, causing Chao Kuen's smile to falter as he glanced toward the entrance in confusion. "Crown Prince Shui Qing, not Qianren Shui. The only Crown Prince in Tiando City is her. What did she possibly want? Did Erlong send her an invitation?" Chao Kuen's lips twitched as he hurried to the door, feigning respect in his greeting. He wished for no disruptions to the banquet today, not from anyone. "Crown Prince, what brings you here?" Chao Kuen inquired, observing the modestly dressed, cultured young man before him. Seizing the opportunity to take over the ceremonial duties, he stepped forward to accept the gift from Qianren Shui, exchanging a knowing glance before casually placing her gift on a nearby table. "Of course, I was invited," Qianren Shui replied with a smile, producing an invitation card to show him, her expression somewhat enigmatic. Chao Kuen frowned upon seeing the card in her hand, realizing that Erlong indeed sent her one. It was his fault for not having informed Liu Erlong about his strained relationship with the Crown Prince. Qianren Shui retracted the invitation, observing Chao Kuen's now less than pleased demeanor fade her smile, and then whispered, audible only to them, "I had thought it was you who invited me." With matters having reached this point, Chao Kuen inhaled deeply, a smile returning to his face as he utilized the power of his newly acquired 5th soul ring to send a message into Qianren Shui's mind. "Your Highness, I hope you will uphold your promise." The 5th soul ring was derived from a spirit beast over 70,000 years old. He and Guyuna had searched for over a month in the Star Do Great Forest to find it. Spirit beasts of the mental attribute were exceedingly rare, and he had originally intended to seek the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm for his 5th soul ring, considering it a golden opportunity that should not be missed. However, after Chao Kuen consulted with Guyuna, he ultimately relinquished his intentions. The mental power of Tianmeng was overwhelmingly vast. Attempting to absorb it directly would undoubtedly result in Chao Kuen's demise. Moreover, releasing Tianming would necessitate the activation of the illusion created by Guiyuna, which could potentially draw unwanted attention. One must remember that the entire continent currently believes that the Lake of Life, inhabited by the Tianqing Yomang and the Titan giant ape, is the very core of the Xing Dota Sunlin. Even if Tianming were to be released, it would only be able to seal its energy as it does in the original story, gradually unsealing it as Chao Kuen's strength grew. This would not only lead to an unwelcome presence in Chao Kuen's consciousness, but would also require Tianming's willingness, which was uncertain. Presently, Tianming had not yet reached the million-year threshold. Despite occasionally having its energy absorbed by Guiyuna's group, it was still thriving, akin to a breeding boar. The desire to flee only arose when it neared the million-year mark, sensing its impending demise. Furthermore, to confine this timid creature in the same room as Guiyuna, regardless of Guiyuna's willingness, Tianming would certainly object. Thus, after careful consideration, Chao Kuen decided against it, allowing Tianming to remain in its current state. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue paused for a moment before responding in her mind. I did not expect your strength to have increased so significantly. Noticing Chao Kuen's unchanged expression, Qian Rinxue seemingly sighed and said, "Rest assured, I haven't troubled them this past year. Had it not been for the invitation, I might not have come at all." Gaokun ziblit guili tangju. In response, Qian Rinxue averted her gaze and walked past him, offering a smile as she passed. "Oh man, it seems you have quite a few women, even extending to the crown prince of the Xing Luo Empire." Chao Kuen felt a twinge of embarrassment and severed the connection, aware that Qian Rinxue was referring to Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan. They had crossed paths last month when he acted as Zhu Zhuqing's bodyguard in the Xing Luo Empire. Despite their limited encounters, Qian Rinxue recognized him immediately. As the connection in his mind was cut off, Qian Rinxue sighed inwardly, though her gracious smile remained unchanged. She approached Dugu, bowing slightly and smiling. "Senior Dugu, you are here too. Is that your granddaughter?" As she spoke, Qian Rinxue smiled at Dugu Yan, who was playing with Qing'er and Xiaowu. Dugu Bo casually nodded, paying little attention to Qian Rinxue. He was not pleased with Chao Kuen's harem-building behavior either. Qian Rinxue, well aware of Dugu Bo's temperament, did not take offense. After exchanging a few pleasantries with him, she moved to chat with Lu Erlong in her capacity as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. Lu Erlong responded with a few casual remarks before rushing off to embrace Qing'er. To powerful soul masters, the royal family was merely a fleeting concern. Qian Rinxue's demeanor was entirely normal, akin to attending an ordinary banquet, which relieved Chao Kuen as he approached Lu Erlong. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue engaged in conversation with several arriving nobles before taking a seat, smiling at Chao Kuen, who stood alongside Lu Erlong. At that moment, Qing'er climbed onto Chao Kuen's head, excitedly tugging at his hair, while Lu Erlong looked on affectionately. Observing this, Qian Rinxue's smile abruptly vanished as she fixed her gaze on Chao Kuen and the adorable Qing'er perched atop his head, a tinge of envy stirring in her eyes. She had initially believed that time apart would allow her to forget him, yet her feelings had deepened unexpectedly, particularly after witnessing Chao Kuen's attentiveness towards Zhu Zhuqing during their last meeting in the Xing Luo Empire, which ignited her jealousy. Upon returning, she had contemplated ordering Shi Mao and Ci Shui to capture him and confine him, yet the fear of inciting his hatred deterred her. After tearing up Lu Erlong's invitation a fortnight ago, she reconsidered and sought a replacement. Today, she had spent a considerable time outside before finally entering. Upon her arrival, she found Chao Kuen regarding her with caution, which amused yet saddened her. Was this truly how she appeared in his eyes? Pondering this, Qian Rinxue's gaze shifted to Xiao Wu and Dugu Yin, who also displayed envy, as did Ning Rongrong, who had also attended. Observing them, a smirk returned to her lips, tinged with a hint of mockery. However, her smile soon faded once more, for she noticed Chao Kuen engaging in conversation with them using the same ability he had employed with her earlier, and not in a one-on-one manner, but rather connecting multiple individuals simultaneously. She truly felt like an outsider now. Kun, what is your relationship with that prince? Xiao Wu inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Just a friend, why? Gao Kun ritlead, feigning surprise. If it weren't for the fact that the prince is male, I might have thought you had a romantic involvement with him. His gaze towards us is rather peculiar, Xiao Wu remarked. How would you think that? Gao Kun exclaimed in disbelief. I concur. Had it not been for you, I would have nearly believed you favored men. Du Guyan suddenly interjected. The prince's gaze towards us is indeed strange, Ning Rongrong added. Child's father, you wouldn't truly be involved with Lu Erlong, would you? Chao Cohen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he replied, slightly exasperated. What are you all thinking? Should I showcase my strength to you this evening? After a few moments of laughter, the group ceased discussing Qianrenxue. Although they were puzzled by her gaze, they understood Chao Cohen well enough. Only Ning Rongrong's cheeks bore a hint of crimson, her shyness apparent. Xiao Wu, Du Guyan, and Lu Erlong had long anticipated this, having lived together for a year. The banquet continued, with Chao Cohen keeping a vigilant eye on the entrance, for according to the timeline, the Lan Dianba Wang Long Zone should be arriving soon. Chapter 179. The first meeting with the father-in-law and an immediate clash. Crack. Bang. After a brief interval, the sound of electricity crackled, and the grand entrance of the banquet hall exploded open. A man enveloped in electrical energy charged in. Fortunately, Chao Kuan had been attentive to the entrance. At the moment the sound erupted, he swiftly covered Qing Er's ears and shielded her behind him. Who dares disturb my peace? Lu Aolong initially glanced nervously at King Er, relieved to find she was unscathed before turning her furious gaze towards the intruder. As the electrical aura dissipated, the face of the newcomer, resembling Lu Erlong's, became visible. Luo Mian, it's you again. Upon recognizing the figure, Lu Erlong clenched her fists and shouted through gritted teeth. Before Luo Mian could utter a word, a large hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, sending him crashing out of the hall. It was Douluo, who had come to aid Chao Kuan's team. Luo Mian, caught off guard, was thrown outside by Douluo, who had not anticipated his presence. Just as he was about to speak, he found himself unexpectedly restrained. Douluo, I didn't expect you to be here. Another voice boomed, sounding much more imposing than Luo Mian's. Oh, did I really need to inform you of my presence? Dubu Boritortith. I was under the impression that only Luo Mian would attend such affairs. I didn't anticipate that Lei Tingdo Luo would also care about these matters. Yu Yuan Zhen strode forward, with Luo Mian following closely behind. Beside them stood several members of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, including Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng. Upon entering, they cast their gazes toward Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong, particularly Yu Tianheng, who widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Du Guyan. Just days prior, Lu Erlong had delivered an invitation to the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, which left them utterly astonished. They pondered how Lu Erlong, who had not yet moved on from Yu Xiaojiang, could suddenly have a child. Was it possible that Xiaojiang had returned? Upon receiving this news, Yu Luomian was infuriated and contemplated confronting Yu Xiaojiang. How could a person like him be deserving of such a situation when Lu Erlong had the potential to become a title de law? However, after further inquiry, they discovered that the child was not Yu Xiaojiang's, which brought them some relief. Yet, subsequent revelations reignited Yu Luomian's ire. Despite his own flaws, he could not help but feel anger towards the man linked to his daughter. In that moment, he contemplated confronting Chao Kuan. As for the aftermath, he thought it would be inconsequential, especially since this Chao Kuan appeared to be quite talented. Ultimately, he was restrained by Yu Yuanjin, who asserted that since others had delivered invitations, it was best to wait for the appropriate time. Meanwhile, Yu Qianheng felt utterly overwhelmed. Wasn't this Chao, brother Du Guyan's boyfriend? How could he suddenly become my uncle? This was simply unacceptable. And as for my aunt, how could you compete for a man with Yan? At this moment, Yu Qianheng stood behind Yu Yuanjin, his eyes wide open, staring at Chao Kuan, speechless before shifting his gaze to Du Guyan, feeling even more despondent as she seemed oblivious to his presence. During their conversation, Chao Kuan entrusted Qinger to Lu Erlong and stepped forward. He possessed the strength to stand on his own and did not need to hide behind Lu Erlong. After all, It had been his idea to invite the Lan Dianba Wang Long family. "Uncle, you have arrived," Chao Kun greeted them. "No need to be overly courteous. I shall not concern myself with them," Lu Erlong remarked in the chat channel. "You must be Chao Kun. Quite impressive," Yu Yuanjin expressed, admiring Chao Kun. Before their arrival, they had gathered some information about him and were aware that he was a soul sect at such a young age, surpassing Yu Qianheng significantly. As Chao Kun smiled modestly, Yu Yuanjin continued, "Have you considered marrying into our family? With your and Erlong's talents, you both are bound to become titled Douluos in the future. The Lan Jianba Wang Long family would not." "Yu Yuanjin, what do you mean?" Before Yu Shaojiang could finish, Douluo interrupted with a scolding tone. Meanwhile, Qianren Xue, who had maintained a polite smile, found amusement in the situation. "Even if you were to marry in, it certainly wouldn't be to your Lan Dianba Wang Long family. Wouldn't our Wuhuan Hall be superior to yours? Am I not more appealing than that old woman, Lu Erlong? Senior, there's no need to continue. I will not marry in." Gao Kun interjected. "Oh, in that case, forget it," Yu Yuanjin said, initially anticipating some entanglement. He shifted his focus to Yu Qianheng and Yu Tianxin, hoping they would become titled Douluos exceeding level 95. Although Chao Kun's talent was evidently superior, he was not a member of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family. If it weren't for Lu Erlong's potential to become a titled Douluo, he might not have even shown up today. Before he could finish his thought, Yu Lumian suddenly advanced, unleashing a bolt of lightning directed at Chao Kun. "Yu Lumian, what are you doing?" Lu Erlong and Douluo shouted in unison. Concurrently, Douluo exuded a formidable aura, extending his hand to shield Chao Kun from the attack. At that moment, Yu Yuanjin intervened, preventing Douluo from acting. Prior to their arrival, Yu Yuanjin had informed Yu Lumian that if Chao Kun declined the proposal to marry into their family, he could act as he pleased. "It's fine. Just help me block the Thunder Douluo," Chao Kun casually stated while employing his fifth soul skill. His hand had grown somewhat larger, resembling an iron claw as he grasped Yu Lumian's incoming attack. After more than a year of cultivation, his mastery over his soul skills had significantly improved. I almost forgot how formidable your abilities have become," Douluo remarked with a chuckle. "Rest assured, this old coot Yu Yuanjin is not so shameless as to attack a junior like you." Chao Kun smirked slightly, feeling the coldness in Yu Lumian's hand dissipate as he seized it, causing the lightning to vanish instantly. "Good." Despite being a soul Douluo, Yu Lumian regarded Chao Kun with a glimmer of admiration before shouting again, reigniting the lightning around him. "Akun, don't hold back. I've wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time," Lu Erlong commented in the chat channel. Upon hearing this, Chao Kun nodded slightly, vanishing from his spot and reappearing behind Yu Lumian, firmly gripping his shoulder. With a crackle, the lightning enveloped Yu Lumian, several bolts shooting toward Chao Kun. Although Chao Kun could have easily kicked him away, he refrained from doing so out of respect for his father-in-law. Instead, he summoned an ethereal red and blue shield, successfully blocking Yu Lumian's attack. As Yu Lumian bent his legs to evade Chao Kun's grasp, he transformed his arms into dragon-like appendages, pivoting to continue his assault. Observing the numerous guests around them, Chao Kun closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his golden irises shimmered. The protective barrier around him dispersed, forming a Taiji symbol within a meter of his person. From this symbol emerged two divine dragons, one red and one blue, spiraling around him with their heads fixed on Yu Lumian. Roaring, the two dragons filled Yu Lumian's mind with thunderous echoes, causing his eyes to widen in shock as his dragon-like transformation faded and the lightning subsided, leaving him momentarily stunned. This could be considered a form of mental assault by Chao Kun. Noticing the perspiration forming on his forehead, Chao Kun took a deep breath and retracted his water and fire domain. The ability to subdue a soul Douluo with mental attacks still felt somewhat beyond his capabilities. Had Yu Lumian been prepared, he might not have succeeded. Remarkable prowess, domain control, and the ability to suppress lightning with an icy chill. Your strength is truly that of Soul Sect? Yu Yuanjin observed in astonishment. I only recently acquired my 5th soul ring, Chao Kun replied modestly. Excellent, 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 Yu Yuanjin exclaimed, repeating the word thrice. That is precisely right. Let us put aside any talk of marrying in. Douluo left. This caused Yu Engine to twitch his mouth. On the verge of saying something, when Yu Limyan suddenly snapped back to reality, his body once again crackling with lightning, indicating his discontent. Bad guy. King Ya, nestled in Lu Erlong's arms, exclaimed in a childlike voice, summoning dark red flames that shot toward Yu Limyan. Chapter 180, EU Yuanjin, Akunbom. The searing fireballs scorched the air, crashing into Yu Limyan and reacting violently with the lightning surrounding him, producing a cacophony of explosions. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their gaze fixed upon Qing'er, nestled in Lu Erlong's embrace. Particularly, Yu Limyan stared blankly at the embers lingering on his arm. Shaking his hand to reveal the red mark left by the scorching fireball, his eyes filled with disbelief. To his astonishment, he had felt a twinge of pain. The banquet hall descended into a hushed stillness, all eyes vacantly trained on Qing'er. The child, after being scrutinized for a while, pouted her lips and buried her face into Lu Erlong's bosom, bursting into tears. What are you looking at? What's so fascinating? Lu Erlong shot them an angry glare, scolding them. At that moment, Chao Kuan swiftly positioned himself before them, effectively blocking their view. It's all right. Qing'er, they're just inexperienced. Lu Erlong bent down to comfort Qing. What? Chao Kuan, is your daughter truly only 3 months old? After a while, as Qing'er's cries subsided, Douluo was the first to speak. Since Qing'er gained consciousness, Chao Kuan and Lu Erlong had been teaching her not to exhibit flames in front of strangers. Douluo had never approved of Chao Kuan's harem ambitions and had not visited upon Qing'er's birth, making this his first encounter witnessing her powers. Although Qing'er had previously behaved like any other child of her age, Dalu was a fantastical realm. In Douluo's understanding, Chao Kuan was destined for divinity. So when he first beheld Qing'er, his surprise was tempered compared to the current astonishment. Upon hearing this, Yu Engine's repressed emotions erupted anew as he looked incredulously at Douluo and exclaimed, "What? You mean this is Erlong's daughter, only 3 months old? I thought this little girl was another daughter of Lu Erlong and Chao Kuan. I was even contemplating how to punish those in the family responsible for gathering intelligence." To his dismay, Douluo had declared this child to be the protagonist of the day. If he remembered correctly, today was a 100-day feast, not a 100-month celebration. This meant that a child of merely 3 months could not only speak and run, but also summon flames. Had she awakened her martial soul? Lost in thought, Yu Engine's feet suddenly erupted through the floor, and before he knew it, he was standing beside Lu Erlong. Meanwhile, Douluo, who had been observing him, quickly followed. Assuming he had something in mind, Chao Kuan, witnessing this, sighed in resignation. He had anticipated such a scenario, but it was too late to stop Yu Engine and Douluo, and he could only prevent others from approaching. Qing'er, who had just ceased her crying, gazed up at the 2 unfamiliar elderly men who had suddenly appeared before her lips quivering once again, on the verge of tears. "Mama, old man, what are you doing?" Lu Erlong turned to shield Qing'er from Yu Engine's probing hand. Ha, Erlong, is this little one truly only 3 months old?" Yu Engine retracted his hand, laughing. Douluo, seeing he had halted his actions, curiously observed. "Burn him, Qing'er, burn him." Lu Erlong growled at the child, ignoring Yu Engine. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Qing'er, with tearful eyes, lifted her head from Lu Erlong's embrace and glanced at Yu Engine. Yu Engine, perceiving her gaze, instantly wore a benevolent smile. Qing'er sniffled, recalling her mother's words. She raised her hand, puffed her cheeks, and conjured a small fireball to hurl at Yu Engine. However, this fireball, judging by its color, was considerably cooler than the one she had thrown at Yu Limyan. "I'm Erlong's father. Let me pass." Yu Limyan, "Galo bi gao gun, gom lai." "It is Erlong who forbids you from passing," Chao Kuan replied, somewhat begrudgingly. Earlier in the chat, Lu Erlong had instructed him not to let Yu Limyan through, likely due to his earlier explosive entrance. Moreover, why did you suddenly stand up, Yu Limyan? Chao Kuan shot a sideways glance at Qian Renshua, musing quietly. However, she had already resumed her seat. Just as Yu Limyan was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yu Engine's voice. Second brother, just stay there for now. Behind him, Yu Yuanjin allowed the fireball thrown by Qing'er to land on his shoulder without flinching. As the lightning crackled from his body, the fireball exploded, scattering countless sparks into the air like fireworks, captivating Qing'er's attention. Wow, Mama, look! The child's emotions shifted swiftly as she widened her eyes and reached out to catch the falling sparks. Hey, hey, hey! Yu Yuanjin exclaimed in surprise, extending his hand to intercept Qing'er's grasp. Erlong, why are you just standing there? What if she gets burned? He admonished Lu Erlong. If I know your little schemes, Lu Erlong retorted, stepping back to free herself from Yu Yuanjin's grip. Besides, Qing'er is not afraid of these. Earlier, as Yu Yuanjin had blocked Qing, he had also utilized his soul power to assess her bone age. Although her physique was robust, akin to that of a 3- or 4-year-old, a deeper examination revealed she was indeed only 3 months old. Yu Yuanjin, seemingly unfazed, smiled. Is she really just 3 months old? Douluo noted his subtle actions. Yu Yuanjin's smile faded as he shot him a glance. What does it concern you? Douluo, momentarily taken aback, opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. He could just directly inquire with Chao Kuan later. Observing Yu Yuanjin's demeanor, it was evident that the child was indeed that young. Lost in thought, Douluo cast a complex glance at Douluo. Grandfather. Douluo, her face flushed, pulled him closer. They had been playing with Qing'er beside Lu Erlong. After confirming Qing'er's age, Yu Yuanjin's eyes twinkled as he seemed to ponder something. Subsequently, he waved goodbye to Qing'er and approached Chao Kuan. Ah, Kun, have you truly given no thought to the possibility of marrying into our family? You must know that our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is one of the top 3 sects. With your talent, succeeding me as the clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is not beyond possibility, Yu Yuanjin said, placing a reassuring hand on Chao Kuan's shoulder. In his mind, he envisioned Chao Kuan marrying in, renaming Qing'er, and nurturing her with all his might. With Yu Yuanjin's strength as a titled Douluo, he was confident he would live to see Qing'er mature, at which point he could directly pass the mantle to her. As a father, Chao Kuan would never vie with his daughter. Even without marrying in, he would spare no effort to ensure Qing'er bore his surname. It was not that he was overly cunning. It was merely that Qing'er's potential was extraordinary. At just 3 months, she could speak, run, and summon flames. He could hardly fathom the strength she might attain in the future. She might even ascend to godhood, akin to that deity from Sea God Island. Beside them, Yu Lumian remained quiet. Though he shared a fiery temperament with Lu Erlong, he was not foolish and clearly understood his elder brother's intentions. In contrast, Yu Qianheng and Yu Tianxin looked on in astonishment at Yu Yuanjin, not shocked by his words but by the expression on his face. Their grandfather had always been imposing, fierce and aloof in their eyes. How could he now appear so much like a matchmaker? Uncle, there's no need to discuss this further. I will not marry in. Gao Kun firmly reacted. Yu Yuanjin's expression remained largely unchanged. He had not anticipated Chao Kuan's immediate agreement. From the gathered information, it was evident that this lad possessed astonishing talent. He took a moment to pause and sighed, saying a Kuan look the dean before he could finish. A voice suddenly echoed from the entrance, but it quickly ceased. Then a person rushed in from outside. Chapter 181, Yu Yuanjin, un filial son. Dean. Upon entering the banquet hall, the newcomer seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and called out again. It was the gatekeeper of Lanba Academy, Chao Kuan, who recognized the individual at a glance. He had frequently left the academy at dawn after visiting Lu Erlong or Douluo and had interacted with the gatekeeper many times, so they were quite familiar. However, he wondered why the person appeared so anxious. As the gatekeeper entered, Yu Yuanjin fell silent and furrowed his brow, looking over. Dean, what happened? Seizing the opportunity to escape Yu Yuanjin's presence, Chao Kuan stepped forward to inquire. Beside him, Yu Yuanjin, Yu Lumian, and Qian Rinxue looked on with curiosity. Lu Erlong, with her fiery temper and having grown up as an illegitimate child, had always been at odds with the nobility of Tiando City. Thus, aside from her close friends, the only ones present at the 9th floor of the Tiando Hotel were Qian Rinxue and Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family had only just arrived. Consequently, There were not many people in the banquet hall. The gatekeeper paused in front of Chao Cohen, bent over to catch his breath, and then lifted his head to speak. Chao Gu. Just now, a few strange individuals came looking for the dean, just right behind. Strange individuals? A wave of confusion washed over Chao Cohen. Before he could ask for clarification, the gatekeeper added, among them, one said he was the flying horn of the Golden Iron Triangle and claimed to be friends with the dean. However, I found them rather peculiar, so I rushed over to report. Flying horn? It must be Flander. Chao Cohen understood and nodded. It's fine. They are indeed friends of Erlong. Were they now? Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper relaxed, thinking he had not landed himself in trouble. He replied, oh, that's good. They are downstairs, but since they don't have invitations, the reception staff below stopped them. Chao Cohen nodded and turned to look at Lu Erlong. Not having an invitation does allow one to dine downstairs. Otherwise, how could so many students from Lanba Academy be accommodated? However, to ascend to the 9th floor, an invitation was indeed required. As previously mentioned, Chao Cohen was quite familiar with this gatekeeper and had casually given him an invitation during a prior encounter. It's Flander. I told you about him. Why has he come? Lu Erlong held on to Qing'er and communicated with Chao Cohen through the chat channel. Should we bring them up? Chao Cohen asked. Throughout Lu Erlong's year of pregnancy, she frequently shared past events with Chao Cohen. Even without her doing so, he was already aware, but during that time, her anxiousness prompted him to feign great interest. Lu Erlong pondered for a moment, but before she could respond, several more individuals entered from outside. Since the door had been blown open by Yu Luomian, they walked straight in. Chao Cohen glanced over and immediately recognized Flander, Zhao Wujia, Li Yusong, and a stranger he had not seen before. Wait, why was Yu Xiaojiang here as well? As his gaze passed over the unfamiliar individual, he continued to look further back, where Yu Xiaojiang entered, his face pale and haggard. Erlong, I didn't expect. Upon entering, Flander's gaze immediately fell upon Lu Erlong, noticing Qing'er in her arms, and he broke into a wry smile. It's you. However, before he could finish, Zhao Wujia, pointing at Chao Cohen, shouted, It's you? You made us endure a year of being hunted down, causing Ah San and Ah Hu to perish. He glared at Chao Cohen, his eyes wide with rage, recalling the past year's tribulations, and unleashed his martial spirit, shouting at Chao Cohen. At the same time, his words drew Flander's attention away from Lu Erlong, redirecting it to Chao Cohen. Flander's eyes widened in shock, filled with hatred for Chao Cohen, but he still retained some rationality, shouting, Wujia, don't act recklessly. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujia had already lost control. His spirit rings glowing, and his palm enlarged as he aimed to strike Chao Cohen. Crack! Bam! Without any defense. Chao Cohen merely watched as Yu Yuanjin casually raised his arm, effortlessly sending Zhao Wujia crashing against the wall. Cough, sputter. Following this, Yu Yuanjin seemed to notice something and dismissed the bleeding Zhao Wujia, deeming him unworthy of his attention. Instead, he swiftly moved to stand before Yu Xiaojiang. Slap! Then, with a swift motion, he slapped Yu Xiaojiang to the ground, roaring, unfilial son. Fortunately, Yu Yuanjin believed Yu Xiaojiang was still only at level 29, so he had restrained much of his strength. Yu Xiaojiang, having undergone a year of training and a breakthrough in soul power, was much stronger and did not spit blood like Zhao Wujia. Yu Xiaojiang covered his face, his expression one of despair. But he ignored Yu Yuanjin and gazed at Lu Erlong. Erlong, you slap. Before he could finish, Yu Yuanjin struck him again, controlling his strength this time, sending him flying and rendering him unconscious. What are you saying? She is your cousin. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang fall unconscious, Yu Yuanjin finally muttered softly. I didn't give you a chance before, and I certainly won't give you one now. Chao Cohen frowned, his lips twitching. He had initially intended to ask Yu Xiaojiang about the changes in Tang San, planning to eradicate any potential threats, especially since he recalled Tang San had now turned into a dog. However, witnessing Yu Yuanjin's current demeanor, it seemed he would have to wait until later to inquire. Contemplating this, Chao Cohen turned to Flander and asked, How did you get in? Without an invitation, it was likely they had forced their way inside. This banquet was organized by him, and knowing it was Lu Erlong and their child's 100-day celebration, their audacity to barge an infuriated Chao Kuan. Noticing this, Flander furrowed his brow, glancing back at Yu Engine, who had just knocked out Xiao Jiang and recalled the term unfilial son. He must be the Thunder Douluo Yu Engine, whom Xiao Jiang had mentioned before. He then looked forward, seeing another imposing figure approach them, casting a malevolent gaze in their direction. Although the aura emitted was slightly weaker than that of the Thunder Douluo behind, it was still formidable, indicating that this person was also a title Douluo. With Douluo's poison now eradicated, his hair had returned from green to black, and Flander momentarily failed to recognize this title Douluo. Realizing this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had initially wanted to ascertain who had taken Erlong, but had unintentionally provoked two title Douluos. Moreover, why would the person who had forced them into a year-long escape be the very same mysterious figure? Chao Kuan continued to question coldly. How did you enter? He took a few steps forward, activating the fifth spirit ring combined with the mental pressure of dragon might, advancing step by step as if treading upon Flander's heart. Simultaneously, Douluo's icy gaze fixated on them like a venomous snake. The combined pressure from the two bore down on Flander, causing him to tremble and break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, Li Yusong summoned his martial spirit, the dragon-patterned staff, wielding it in hand as he let out a mighty roar. Just now, most of Chao Kuan and Douluo's pressure had been directed at Flander, and while Li Yusong sensed it, he did not feel the same intensity as Flander. Flander was startled by Li Yusong's thunderous shout. Regaining his composure, he turned to Lu Erlong with a wry smile, saying, "Erlong, I apologize. Just now, Xiao Gang, upon hearing about your childbirth, was so overwhelmed with excitement that he insisted we help him come in to clarify things. He was well aware that Xiao Gang had continuously harassed him, leading them to impulsively enter. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the two titled Douluos, Flandra felt a cold sweat break out and hurriedly explained. Of course, there was a slight deviation from the truth. They had traveled from Lamba Academy to here, and Yu Xiaojiang had remained silent, lost in his own sorrowful thoughts, rather than persistently pestering them. However, now that Yu Xiaojiang had been knocked unconscious by his father, the Thunder Douluo, he could not rise to refute them. So it was best to let him bear a little injustice for the time being. In fact, had Chao Kuan not been present, Flandra might not have resorted to such deception. Yet, with Chao Kuan's cold demeanor as he questioned how they had managed to enter, Flandra's heart trembled slightly as he recalled Dai Mu Bai, whom he had seen defeated in a single blow, and the titled Douluos beside him. Liu Erlong, holding King Ye, furrowed her brow and, after a sigh, remarked, "Flandra, why are you saying all this? Given our relationship, I am genuinely pleased that you could come. I must clarify. I fear your man might cause trouble for me." Flandra maintained his forced smile. Liu Erlong moved closer to Chao Kuan, pleading for leniency. "Kuan, please let it go. Flandra has aided me greatly during my travels across the continent, even shielding me from attacks on several occasions. While they were indeed in the wrong today, it hasn't reached the point of hostility, has it?" Cao Kun nodded in acknowledgement. From the original text, it was evident that although Liu Erlong harbored no romantic feelings for Flandra, their bond was strong. Having traversed the continent together for several years, and even being able to execute a martial soul fusion skill together. However, he wondered if their martial soul fusion technique could still be performed now that Tang San had possessed Luo's Sanpao. With a calm demeanor, Chao Kuan spoke. "Since you are Erlong's friends, and one of you has already paid a price, I shall let this matter go. By the way, did anyone sustain injuries when you entered?" Flandra sighed in relief and quickly replied, No, this is a celebration for Erlong's daughter. We would never harm anyone here, and the reception staff below were not formidable, so we easily made our way in. Indeed, it had been quite effortless. Zhao Wujia's push had easily cleared the way for them without the need for soul skills. And with a soul master's recovery ability, any minor injuries would heal within days. "That is good to hear," Chao Kuan nodded, then furrowed his brow as he regarded them, his expression clearly conveying his displeasure. Although aware that Erlong had no interest in them, as a man, he certainly did not welcome those who fancied his woman. Flandra understood instantly. As a cunning businessman, he was adept at reading the atmosphere. He grinned, "Since we have delivered Xiao Gang and seen Erlong, We shall take our leave now. We will visit again once we have settled in. With that, he exchanged glances with Li Yusong and Lu Qibin, who helped lift the unconscious Zhao Wujia, and shared a smile with Yu Yuanjin and Douluo before swiftly departing. Throughout the entire process, no one uttered a word. They merely observed in silence. Even Lu Erlong remained quiet. Although Flandra had indeed looked out for her in the past, today, Chao Kuan was not welcoming towards them. And they had indeed made a mistake. Flandra realized this and walked away with a notably stooped posture. What wrongdoing had they committed during their travels across the continent? They had engaged in far worse antics, and Lu Erlong had never objected, often even assisting them. Ultimately, it was merely because Chao Kuan did not welcome their presence. Once Flandra and his companions had departed, Yu Yuanjin carried the unconscious Yu Shaojiang and said, "Chao Kuan, let us call it a day. I will take this rebellious child back first and return to find you later. You must consider this matter carefully." As he spoke, he swiftly left with Yu Shaojiang in tow. No need to consider. He will never agree to that. Douluo shouted. Following Yu Yuanjin's exit, Yu Qianxin found an excuse to take Yu Qianheng away, although Yu Qianheng appeared reluctant to leave. Now, the banquet hall was left with only Chao Kuan, Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, Dugu Yin, Ning Rongrong, Dugu Bo, Qianren Xue, and Yu Luomian. When Yu Yuanjin departed, he did not take Yu Luomian with him. At this moment, Yu Luomian approached Lu Erlong, beaming as he looked at Qing'er in her arms. You're a little rascal." Qing'er, gazing at him, extended her tiny hand and said in a babyish voice, "Hee, I am not a rascal. I am your grandfather," Yu Luomian replied, having lost the earlier desire to confront Chao Kuan. Now, he regarded Qing'er with a hint of tenderness. This might be why Yu Yuanjin did not take him away. After all, Yu Luomian held a certain status and could foster a good relationship with Qing'er. Grandfather. Qing'er's round, innocent eyes brimmed with confusion, having never heard that term before and not comprehending its meaning. "Do not listen to him. He is not your grandfather," Lu Erlong interjected. Though her tone was sharp, she did not prevent Yu Luomian from seeing Qing'er. He had indeed treated her poorly in the past, but after Yu Shaojiang's elopement, Yu Luomian had shown her much concern. The establishment of Lanba Academy in the precious land of Tiando City had also been made possible with his assistance. "Why haven't you left yet?" Meanwhile, Chao Kuan re-established communication with Qianren Xue. Are you trying to rush me?" Qianren Xue did not respond immediately, as if contemplating something, before finally returning with a cold laugh. "How could I? I merely find it curious that a prince like you has lingered here for so long," Chao Kuan explained. "Why does it concern you?" Qianren Xue retorted. Chao Kuan fell silent and severed the connection, taking Qing'er from Lu Erlong's embrace, as it seemed that a quarrel was about to erupt between Yu Luomian and Lu Erlong. All right, it is getting late, and most of the guests have left. Let's return," Chao Kuan said. He simultaneously communicated with Dugu Bo, requesting him to escort Yu Luomian away before an argument truly ensued. Let's go. Look at you, trying to frighten your granddaughter." As he spoke, he pulled Yu Luomian away. That old fool wants to be called grandfather by Qi. You should consider whether he is worthy of it," Lu Erlong remarked. Yu Luomian desired Qing'er to address him as grandfather, but Lu Erlong refused, leading to their dispute. Yu Luomian believed that as Lu Erlong's father, it was perfectly acceptable for Qing'er to call him grandfather, while Lu Erlong bluntly stated he was unworthy. "Daddy, what does grandfather mean?" Qing'er asked Chao Kuan with a puzzled look, as she had previously inquired of Lu Erlong, who had not answered her. "Grandvater is he's the old man." Chao Kuan initially intended to explain that a grandfather is one's mother's father, but upon catching Lu Erlong's glare, he quickly changed his response. "Oh, so that rascal is grandfather, right?" Qing'er pondered for a moment before asking. "No, he's just a rascal," Lu Erlong replied. "Oh." Chapter 183, Confession. My martial soul is myself afterward. Chao Kuan tidied up the banquet and sought out the manager of the Tiando Grand Hotel to assess the value of the damaged items. After settling the compensation, he returned to assist the reception staff who had helped prevent Flandra and the others from entering, ensuring they were treated for their injuries before departing with several companions. Over the course of more than a year, Chao Kuan has acquired numerous invaluable soul powers through his ability to perceive, including healing soul techniques. He discovered these techniques while practicing combat skills in the Great Fighting Soul Arena with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, primarily utilizing the water element. He found that he could employ these techniques more effectively than the original healing methods. After leaving the Tindo Grand Hotel, Xiao Wu, Dugi Yin, and Ning Rongrong departed first, leaving behind Chao Kuan, Lu Erlong, and Qing'er. The day was far from over. Chao Kuan still had matters to attend to with Lu Erlong. "Director Lu, I need to find a man for a moment, if you would permit me," he inquired. "Oh, Qianrenxue has not left yet. She is following closely behind you three," Lu Erlong noted. "A man?" Lu Erlong halted her steps, a puzzled expression crossing her face as she glanced at Qianrenxue. Unbeknownst to her, a fleeting feeling of happiness surged within Qianrenxue, who feigned casualness and responded, "Yes, a man. It's Xiao Xiong's nickname. Didn't you know?" Beside them, Keukun, holding Kina, chuckled awkwardly. It wasn't he that he truly had a nickname. He had merely mentioned it in a moment of whimsy to Qianrenxue and Yin, so only they two were aware of this fabricated moniker. "I of course know. I just usually call him the father of my child, and didn't he react in time?" Lu Erlong replied, but even she felt a hint of confusion afterward, questioning why she felt jealous towards a man. The term "the father of my child" was adopted after Chao Kuan referred to her as the mother of his child. Am I being overly sensitive? It's all Chao Kuan's fault for being so flirtatious. Lu Erlong dismissed her inner doubts and, in the chat channel, coldly remarked to Chao Kuan, "A man, when did you acquire a nickname?" Chao Kuan had created numerous chat channels through his fifth soul ring, including one-on-one and group chats reminiscent of QQ, which involved the women currently in Tiendo City with him. There were also more sophisticated channels, but they were somewhat troublesome to set up, and since he had only returned for half a month and was preoccupied with Qing'er's matters, he had yet to complete them. Lu Erlong's inquiry was made in this multi-person chat channel, immediately catching the attention of Xiao Wu, Dugi Yin, and Ning Rongrong. Before Chao Kuan could explain, they bombarded him with questions. "Xiao Wu a man? What's this a man? Is it Chao Kuan's nickname? How come I didn't know? Dugi Yin? I'm unaware of it as well. Ning Rongrong." Among this group of women, only Ning Rongrong had not yet established a relationship with Chao Kuan. So although she felt some intrigue, she merely sent 3 question marks. Seeing this, Chao Kuan quickly clarified, "Ahem. I casually mentioned it while trying to get close to the prince before, and then I forgot." This was indeed a genuine explanation. Ning Rongrong. "Oh, Xiao Wu, Dugi Yin o." Lu Erlong did not continue the chain of responses. She simply uttered an "oh" directly in front of Chao Kuan. "Qing'er." Oh, Chao Kuan initially thought nothing of it, but upon hearing Qing'er mimic Lu Erlong, he felt somewhat embarrassed. "What do you mean by oh?" Gao Kun faked indignation, playfully ruffling Qing'er's hair. "Ha ha ha. I'm just imitating mom. Ha ha ha." She giggled, reveling in teasing Chao Kuan. Lu Erlong released her grip on Chao Kuan and lifted Qing'er into her arms. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue observed their antics, and the fleeting joy she had felt earlier vanished. Director Lu, upon hearing this, their playful banter abruptly ceased, and Lu Erlong glanced at Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Although he was unsure why Qianrenxue sought him out, he felt compelled to go. Otherwise, who knew what might happen if she decided to send her serpent spear-wielding subordinates to capture him later? Although he might not be unable to fend them off now. Even if he could, what would it matter? "Very well. Return promptly," Lu Erlong advised. Chao Kuan nodded and walked toward Qianrenxue. "Daddy, come back soon." Qing'er waved at him. Chao Kuan turned back, smiling at her. "All right, Daddy will return shortly to sleep with you." "TSK." Lu Erlong pouted, clearly displeased with the differing treatment Chao Kuan afforded her and Qing'er. However, she said nothing further, merely commenting in their chat channel, "You should sleep with Qing'er tonight." Chao Kuan smiled, but did not respond. Lu Erlong was indeed quite assertive. "Please take me back to the princess mansion," Lu Erlong said as she and Qing'er prepared to leave. Afterward, Qianrenxue looked at them. Chao Kuan nodded, not inquiring why she had called for him, and walked beside Qianrenxue. "Aren't you going to ask why I summoned you?" she inquired after a brief silence. Chao Kuan had intended to flirt a bit, but recalled the current state of their relationship. Thus he answered earnestly, The holy maiden has her own considerations. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue fell silent for a moment, then halted her steps. She gazed at Chao Kuan and asked, "Do you know what level my innate soul power is?" "Level 20. Why do you ask? Are you trying to show off?" Chao Kuan shook his head, feigning ignorance. "Level 20, my innate soul power is level 20. Gao Kun Feigned Astoniment. Level 20? ISNT, the highest innate soul power, supposed to be level 10? Qian Rinxue explained, "Indeed, that is the norm, but my martial soul is an angel, specifically a six-winged angel, which is a divine-level martial soul. Due to the angel's blessing, my innate soul power reaches level 20. Pretending to be astonished for a moment before asking, "Why are you suddenly sharing this with me?" Qian Rinxue took a deep breath and said, "I possess innate soul power at level 20, and yet I am only at level 64 now. You are 10 years my junior and have already acquired the 5th soul ring, becoming a soul king. What exactly is your martial soul? Also, is your daughter with Lu Erlong truly only 3 months old? Even I, blessed by the angelic deity, could not speak at that age." Chao Kuan silently criticized himself for being more than just 10 years younger. He opened his mouth to explain, but was promptly interrupted by Qian Rinxue. "Please do not deceive me with falsehoods, a man." In response, Chao Kuan remained silent for a while before saying, "My martial soul is indeed not my right hand. Yet it is also my primary martial soul. Where is it in the brain? It is myself. My martial soul is my entire being," Chao Kuan declared. Given that he had developed significantly by now, Qian Rinxue would not harm him, so revealing this was inconsequential. "Yourself?" Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow. Chao Kuan affirmed, "Yes. My entire body constitutes my martial soul." After a prolonged gaze, Qian Rinxue finally remarked, "No wonder. Typical primary martial souls do not resemble you in this manner. It makes sense now. However, why is a martial soul that is oneself so powerful, even surpassing my divine martial soul?" Chao Kuan was uncertain himself. Shaking his head as he replied, "I do not know." After contemplating for a moment, Qian Rinxue could not deduce anything further and continued to inquire. "Then what about your daughter? Is she truly only 3 months old?" "She is indeed only 3 months old, but I am unclear about her changes. Perhaps it is related to this," Chao Kuan replied, somewhat bewildered, as he took out the Rui sword. Qian Rinxue regarded the Rui sword, reaching out to touch it. As with their first encounter, it felt exceedingly hot. "Is this a gift from the divine?" Qian Rinxue murmured. "Perhaps." Chao Kuan returned the sword to its sheath, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Is there anything else, Your Highness?" At this moment, they had arrived at the entrance of the Prince's mansion. Chapter 184. Face to face at this moment, the crescent moon hung high in the sky, the chill of the late-night breeze caressing the two figures. Upon hearing Chao Kuan's inquiry, Qian Rinxue paused slightly. Then her lips curved into her signature smile. "Shall we go inside and have a chat?" The two stood before the prince's residence, flanked by 2 guards wielding spears, standing like wooden posts. Chao Kuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by her suggestion. However, after a moment's contemplation, he was about to nod in agreement. Entering should be harmless given Qian Rinxue's character. It would merely be a chance to converse. Besides, if she truly intended to do anything to him, there would be no escape. Just as he resolved to acquiesce, Qian Rinxue, noticing his hesitance, assumed he was in a dilemma, and with a gentle smile remarked, "Just joking. I've finished my questions for today. You may head back now." As she spoke, Chao Kuan nodded in understanding, which led Qian Rinxue to believe he did not wish to linger, causing her smile to fade gradually, and her tone unintentionally grew more pronounced. "Ah, if that's the case, then I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan realized she had misunderstood and was about to clarify. But then he paused, questioning what he could possibly say, expressing a desire to chat with her. So, he pivoted instead, saying, "Just leave." With a cold glare, Qian Rinxue shot him a glance. If you want to leave, let him. Why tell her to go away? He had never intended to converse with her in the first place. Wouldn't it be better to retreat into a realm of warmth? Chao Kuan silently grumbled as he turned and departed, his silence echoing the solitude of the night. Watching his retreating figure, Qian Rinxue felt an inexplicable discomfort, particularly when she thought of him returning to sleep with Lu Erlong. She found herself nearly unable to suppress the urge to command Shi Miao and the others to retrieve him and confine him for several days. By the way, Your Highness, thank you for keeping your promise. Chao Kuan suddenly turned back, offering a soft smile to Qian Rinxue. Initially, he had suspected she might have some ulterior motives, prompting him to prepare alongside Gu Yuna and Dugabo. To his surprise, Qian Rinxue had not plotted anything at all. Her only action had been to have Tai Long watch over him. Indeed, while watching the animation in his previous life, he had often wondered how she could be perceived as a villain. Compared to the original protagonist, she was far more righteous. I find myself regretting that now. Qian Rinxue replied. The smile that had vanished returned to her face, her eyes narrowing as she gazed at him. Had it not been for the appearance of Xue Qinghe, Chao Kuan might have been momentarily entranced. Chao Kuan regarded her intently before lapsing into silence, inhaling deeply before turning to leave. It was one thing not to have made a move, but having done so and encountering such beauty left him feeling quite unwilling to let it go. Upon departing the prince's residence, he found himself on the street leading to his home. The hour was late, and this area was predominantly affluent residences, rendering the surroundings exceptionally quiet, with only the sound of Chao Kuan's footsteps breaking the stillness. Surveying his surroundings, a thought crossed his mind, and an invisible aura enveloped him instantly. Regardless of his actions henceforth, to the outside world, he appeared no different than before. This was a technique he had learned from Gu Yuna after acquiring his fifth spirit ring. She had previously employed it to mask his movements while entering the small heaven. Of course, his current mastery of the skill paled in comparison to hers. He could only conceal himself from ordinary individuals and lower-tier spirit masters. Nevertheless, that sufficed. Chao Kuan focused his mind and summoned a circular image of a cat, which began to quiver. Meanwhile, on the other side of Douluo continent, in the imperial capital of Xingluo Empire, within a room close to the center, two women with somewhat similar appearances yet entirely different dispositions were engaged in conversation. One seated beside the bed, the other reclining on the soft mattress. The one lounging on the bed, evidently the elder sister, emitted soft, comforting sounds akin to a seductive black cat rolling about. Having just returned from outside, she wore a tight-fitting leather outfit, though the zipper at her chest had been unfastened, allowing for a tempting glimpse. The younger sister sat nearby, her expression cool and her attire equally so. No, rather revealing. Her figure rivaled that of her sister, being quite alluring, perhaps due to her impending rest. She donned a black silk nightgown, her brow furrowed as she quietly listened to her sister's complaints. Sigh, things are a bit better now. But you wouldn't believe how uncooperative those people were. They disregarded everything I said. Zhu Zhiyun lamented from her position on the bed, confiding in Zhu Zhuqing. Upon her return, Zhu Zhuqing quickly garnered the attention of the Zhu family elders due to the evolution of her martial spirit from the nether white tiger. Learning of the deaths of both princes, she, as expected, began to entertain certain ambitions. The Zhu family, having long maintained marital ties with the royal family, wielded considerable power in the Xingluo Empire. Initially, their alliance with the Dai family was strong, and they had no intention of usurping the throne, as their martial spirits were considerably weaker than the White Tigers. Being the second most powerful family in the empire was already a source of satisfaction. However, Zhu Zhuqing's unexpected rise and the subsequent deaths of the princes ignited new aspirations among them. Human desires are akin to boulders rolling down a mountain. Once they begin, they are impossible to halt. Thus, after much deliberation, the Zhu family resolved to assist Zhu Zhuqing in her quest for the throne. Nevertheless, despite Zhu Zhuqing's matured appearance following her martial spirit's evolution, her youth rendered her in need of a capable assistant. The elders had initially wished to take on the role themselves, nearly coming to blows over it, for success would elevate them to a position second only to the emperor. Regrettably, Zhu Zhuqing insisted that only Zhu Zhiyun would suffice for the task. Thus, the plan could not proceed without her, and the elders ultimately acquiesced. For the past few years, Zhu Zhiyun had been diligently preparing to become an empress, knowing well that the emperor and empress of the Xingluo Empire function as one, often handling affairs together. though they typically deferred to the emperor. With Zhu Zhiyun's capabilities and the Zhu family support, she swiftly helped Zhu Zhuqing secure her footing. Throughout this process, Zhu Zhuqing, disinterested in political affairs, entrusted most matters to Zhu Zhiyun. Eventually, after a series of orchestrations, Zhu Zhuqing ascended to the position of crown prince, while Zhu Zhiyun's influence significantly increased. With the agreement of the Zhu family elders, she became the heir apparent to the family head, poised to assume leadership once she reached the rank of sole sage. However, this period was a blend of toil and joy for Zhu Zhiyun, as the matters at hand were overwhelming. "Thank you for your hard work," Zhu Zhuqing remarked, her disinterest in power evident. Besides appearing in public when necessary, she devoted herself entirely to cultivation and had already reached level 42, while Zhu Zhiyun had yet to attain the rank of Soul Master. Previously, her sister could easily defeat her, but now she could barely withstand 3 of Zhu Zhuqing's strikes. "Haha, it's all good." Zhu Zhiyun leapt from the bed, stretching languidly, oblivious to the exposure of her unrestrained figure to the air. Suddenly, the cat-shaped pendant hanging before Zhu Zhuqing began to tremble, catching both sisters' attention. Zhu Zhuqing paused, a smile resurfacing on her previously cool face as she removed the pendant. "Is there news from the master?" Zhu Zhiyun inquired, ensuring the doors and windows were securely closed as she leaned in closer. Given their previous experiences, Zhu Zhuqing had grown accustomed to her sister referring to Chao Kuan as master, having heard and seen far stranger things. She nodded gently, pressing the cat-shaped pendant, and soon, countless white light points emerged, coalescing into a human silhouette ahead. Chao Kuan. At that moment, he sat with closed eyes upon a stone chair. Yet the figure could move in accordance with his thoughts, allowing him to perceive Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing from a first-person perspective. This was the advanced method previously mentioned, surpassing mere chat channels, requiring Chao Kuan to create a receiver. Besides receiving, it could also send messages to him, albeit with a more complicated setup. Nevertheless, despite the intricacies, Chao Kuan crafted one for both Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhiyun often found herself preoccupied, typically reaching out to Zhu Zhuqing instead. Master Ah Kuan in the 185th chapter, 2 sweet and tender voices echoed in Chao Kuan's mind, eliciting a wave of comfort within him. "Master, it has been several days since you last sought us." Zhu Zhiyun took Chao Kuan's hand, guiding him to sit on the bed, while she settled beside him. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing rose from her chair and positioned herself on the opposite side. In Tiando City, Chao Kuan, with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, softly remarked, "Did I not just arrive? Moreover, did I not speak with you two the day before yesterday?" Due to the convenience of their connection, Chao Kuan occasionally reached out to them in this manner. "I was not present the day before yesterday," Zhu Zhiyun replied, entwining her arm around Chao Kuan's. Seeking to shield her exposed bosom from the air, her tone somewhat affected, yet Chao Kuan found it endearing. Indeed, she had been preoccupied with various matters at that time. Chao Kuan, hearing this, teased her lightly while his other arm encircled Zhu Zhuqing's waist, savoring this enviable dual embrace. While this indulgence was delightful, Chao Kuan did not lose sight of the pressing matters at hand. After sharing some light-hearted banter, he inquired, "Do you still remember Dai Mubai's teachers? What about them?" Zhu Zhuqing responded, "Those formidable soul masters. Have you encountered them? It seems that since the last time Master captured an elder of the Dai family, their pursuit of those individuals has relaxed considerably." Zhu Zhiyun remarked. Chao Kuan nodded. "Yes, I saw them in Tiando City. Now that Zhuqing has just become the crown prince, should we not capture them to secure some merit?" Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, glancing at Zhu Zhiyun, who, smiling, said, "Zhuqing does not need to seek merit at this moment. However, capturing those individuals would indeed be beneficial, as it might quell some unrest within the Dai family." Chao Kuan replied, "Very well. They should be in Tiando City for a while, so we ought to act swiftly. Indeed, I can relay this information to the Dai family and coordinate with the Tiando Empire and the Spear Hall to ensure they have no means of escape." Zhu Zhiyun declared. "It is good that you have a plan." Chao Kuan nodded, finding their thoughts aligned. After concluding their serious discussion, Chao Kuan began to playfully stroke the two cats, one large and one small. After a while, Zhu Jian took her leave, as she had her own room and could not linger too long in Zhu Zhuqing's quarters. Now, only Chao Kuan and Zhu Zhuqing remained in the room. Cradling the little cat in his lap, Chao Kuan leaned down to her and softly asked, "Have there been any incidents in the past few days?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, pondering for a moment before responding. "Ever since arriving at the Soul Sect, my cultivation speed has significantly slowed." Gao Kun remarketh. This is quite normal. Without the celestial herb, the pace of cultivation would indeed diminish greatly at the soul sovereign level. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in Chao Kuan's embrace, remaining silent, her gentle breaths seeking to absorb his essence. Unfortunately, this figure was merely a manifestation of energy, devoid of any tangible aura. After some idle chatter, Chao Kuan laid Zhu Zhuqing down on the bed, whispering softly against her cheek, "Focus on your cultivation. I shall return to the Luo Empire to visit you both in due time." With that, he placed a tender kiss on the little cat's lips before dispelling the soul technique, his form dissolving into light particles within the room. In Tiando City, Chao Kuan arose from the stone chair, licking his lips before striding back home. Although that figure was simply a collection of energy, it still managed to convey a sense of touch to Chao Kuan's mind. Before long, he returned to the courtyard, where Lu Erlong awaited him at the entrance. He smiled slightly, appearing before her in a flash, lifting her into his arms. "Why did you take so long? Qing'er has already fallen asleep." Lu Erlong chastised him lightly. "She is asleep?" Chao Kuan echoed, carrying Lu Erlong into the house, where he beheld Qing'er peacefully slumbering in her crib. Though Qing'er resembled a toddler of 2 or 3 years, she sometimes inadvertently emitted flames in her sleep, necessitating her stay in the crib. "You did not lull her to sleep, did you?" After observing for a while, Chao Kuan smirked, glancing back at Lu Erlong. Although the crib muffled external sounds, Chao Kuan instinctively lowered his voice to avoid waking Qing'er. Of course, the crib only muted outside noise. If Qing'er cried, her cries would still reach their ears. "What are you talking about?" Lu Erlong's cheeks flushed, and she playfully swatted him. "It was quite late. I had been playing all day, and although I wished to wait for you, I simply could not keep my eyes open and dozed off in the chair." Gao Kun diakleth, gently scratching Qing'er's chubby little face. "Some matters delayed me," he explained. "You will have to explain everything to our daughter tomorrow." Lu Erlong said, "That is certain. However, I must first clarify matters with her mother." Chao Kuan replied, leaning closer to Lu Erlong. "Who wishes to hear your explanations?" Lu Erlong turned her face away, muttering, Yes, I shall forego the explanations and directly seek forgiveness from Longer," Chao Kuan said, gazing at her before leaning in for a kiss. After a moment of kissing, Lu Erlong's cheeks grew even rosier. She hung on to Chao Kuan, her eyes dreamy as she looked at him. "Come, let us go to another room," Chao Kuan suggested, gently lifting her as they continued to kiss while making their way to a different chamber. "I shall make amends properly." As the night deepened, the sun would soon rise in the east. Following Chao Kuan's heartfelt apologies, Lu Erlong no longer held any grievances about his late return. Chao Kuan, brimming with energy, carried her back to their original room, ensuring she could rest there. After tidying up, Chao Kuan made his way to the living room, sitting in a chair. With a focused thought, he entered the small pocket realm. There was still someone there. Throughout the year, Chao Kuan occasionally brought items to this realm, collaborating with Ain to adorn the space. At present, the small pocket realm's interior was no longer solely composed of blue silvergrass. These grasses now served merely as decorative elements, rendering the space reminiscent of a fairy tale. Outside the house, a garden had been cultivated for planting flowers and plants, which, under a yin's care and the realm's environment, flourished beautifully. Suddenly, a Pikachu materialized before Chao Kuan, circling around him. Chao Kuan smiled, extending his arms to embrace it. The Dong mouse was the first gift he had given to Ain. Its resemblance to Pikachu inspired him to name it Pikachu. Cradling Pikachu, Chao Kuan reflected on its sudden appearance before him, lost in thought. The sixth soul ring should possess spatial attributes, and perhaps we could develop a portal to facilitate travel to the Luo Empire. Contemplating this, Chao Kun pushed open the door and entered the cozy room adorned by Ain, radiating warmth. Initially, Chao Kun had no intention of decorating, as he had never envisioned Ain staying here permanently. However, when he proposed taking her out, Ain expressed her desire to reside in this space, prompting him to bring in items and decorate the room alongside her. In the center of the room, Ain sat at the table with her back to Chao Kun, diligently knitting garments. Chao Kun approached, casually tossing Pikachu aside, and embraced Ain from behind, resting his head on her shoulder as he watched her weave the delicate clothing. "Oh man, you're here," she exclaimed, perhaps too engrossed in her task to notice him until he held her. "I came to see you and the baby," Chao Kun replied, settling beside her, his arm wrapped around her waist while his hand gently caressed her slightly protruding belly. Ain was now pregnant. Chapter 186. The Evil God S9 Trials. The following morning, Chao Kun rose from beside the ice and fire duality eye in the small cave. He sensed his soul power remained at level 52, released a breath of relief, and turned to Ain, who was still knitting. "I'm heading out. Your belly is over 3 months along now. Do you want to go outside?" Chao Kun asked softly as he sat beside her. Ain paused her work, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "No, I think it's better to stay here." "All right then, but we should go out eventually to find someone to take care of you," he nodded, wrapping his arms around her waist. Ain set aside her knitting tools and nestled into Chao Kun's embrace, nodding in agreement. In truth, she was somewhat reluctant to leave the sanctuary of this place, where no one but Chao Kun could enter, granted her an inexplicable sense of security. Given her current strength and recovery ability, she felt she wouldn't need care after giving birth. Yet, who wouldn't desire someone as concerned? After a moment of intimacy, Chao Kun placed a gentle kiss on Ain's forehead before vanishing into the small cave. Ain sighed, picking up Pikachu from beside her and affectionately stroking it. If only Aman could always be by her side. Ain was aware of Chao Kun's other relationships. He had never concealed them from her. Though she felt a tinge of jealousy, she understood, having anticipated it since their first encounter. Moreover, Aman treated her well, often visiting her, especially during her pregnancy. Regardless of the circumstances, Aman would always come by to ease her emotions, which occasionally fluctuated due to her condition. After playing with Pikachu for a while, she set it down and resumed her knitting. Although she had already crafted some pieces, she was eager to continue. Back in the living room, Chao Kun dispersed the yin's unique fragrance from his body as he stepped into the room. At that moment, Lu Erlong, exhausted from the previous night's exertions, was still asleep, as was Qing Er, her small face adorably peaceful. Chao Kun observed them for a while, before heading to the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast. He wondered where the group from Shirlai Ku Academy was currently residing, hoping they sensed the danger and left Tiando City on their own. Reflecting on the previous events and the existing tensions with Flanders and his companions, Chao Kun contemplated whether to eliminate them or ensure they departed from his sight, given their significance in the original narrative. However, this was a delicate matter to explain to Lu Erlong, who shared a deep bond with Flanders, who had not yet committed any grave offenses. Thus, he resolved to seek assistance from Zhu Zhuqing and the others. If they chose to leave Tiando City during this period, he would not hinder them. If not, he would await Zhu Zhuqing's arrival to resolve the situation decisively. As the oil heated, Chao Kun cracked several eggs into the pan. While frying the eggs, he pondered over Tang San, thinking he needed to devise a reason to visit the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to locate Yu Xiaojiang. It was imperative to address the transformed Tang San, a central character in the original story. Guyana had mentioned that he still possessed some luck, so caution was essential. However, if he could find Yu Xiaojiang to summon Luo San Pao, the situation should be manageable. Utilizing the mental attacks he learned from Guyana, he believed he could handle Tang San, but vigilance remained crucial. Lost in thought, a sudden fishy scent wafted to his nostrils, causing Chao Kun to feel slightly embarrassed. After discarding the contents of the pan, he began anew. "Where have you been? Why are you up so early?" Lu Erlong asked from the sofa, tilting her head to look at Chao Kun as he entered. Chao Kun smiled, lifting the breakfast he had procured from Lanba Academy. "I went out to get you some food. The previous frying attempt had been a success, However, Lu Erlong and Qing Er still hadn't awakened. Typically, Lu Erlong should have risen by now, but it seemed she had indeed worn herself out the night before. With no other option, Chao Kun decided to manage things himself and returned to Lanba Academy, waking Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong to join him for breakfast in the Academy's dining hall. They enjoyed their meal together until nearly noon before he returned. "I see you didn't just go to get food for me," Lu Erlong remarked, implying he had sought out Xiao Wu and the others. "Of course, I also got something for Qing Er," Chao Kun replied, raising the other bag in his hand. "Where's Qing Er? Is she still asleep?" he asked as he placed the food on the table and sat beside Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong looked at him with a hint of exasperation. "You know she usually sleeps until the afternoon." Chao Kun nodded and opened the food he had brought from the dining hall. "Here, eat up. It's still warm." Lu Erlong, feeling a bit hungry, shot him an annoyed glance before accepting the chopsticks he offered and beginning to eat. Meanwhile, Chao Kun entered the room, gazing at Qing Er, who was sleeping in her crib, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After a while, Chao Kun emerged from the room and addressed Lu Erlong. "Long Er, I plan to visit the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family soon. What do you intend to do there? Are you really considering a marriage proposal?" Lu Erlong teased. "Your 8th soul ring requires assistance from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, so I intend to learn about their capabilities." Chao Kun casually fabricated an excuse. "Rest assured, family members typically accompany those reaching level 70 for soul ring acquisition. With that old man's strength, there should be no issues, and besides him, several elders at the soul Douluo level will assist. As long as they locate a soul beast, everything else should be straightforward," Lu Erlong replied. "However, you can go now. We can visit together and inform them that I've reached level 80, preparing to venture into the Star Do Great Forest for my 8th soul ring." "All right." Meanwhile, within an ordinary house in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Xiaojiang lay pale on his bed, his eyes tightly shut, evidently still in a coma. Simultaneously, his martial spirit, Luo Sanpao, which once radiated golden brilliance and commanded a dignified presence, had undergone a transformation. The realm of his consciousness was now engulfed in dense black mist. The sky above transformed into a blood-red hue, imparting an oppressive atmosphere. The edges of his consciousness were besieged by swirling black fog, desperately striving to wash away the last remnants of faint golden light. The golden light was stubborn, dimming yet refusing to extinguish, steadfastly holding onto its last vestige. Alas, no matter how obstinate it was, it remained but a sourceless stream, ultimately washed away by the encroaching black mist. With a thunderous roar, the final glimmer of gold dissipated, causing the entire sea of consciousness to tremble. At that moment, the little black and purple dog, seated cross-legged at the center of the sea of consciousness, opened its eyes. It sensed the information coursing through its mind, the corners of its mouth curling upward, revealing a semblance of a human-like smile. Evil God S9 Trials. First trial completed. Chapter 187. Vanished. Evil God S9 Trials. First trial. Create a cultivation technique for this body, and then invade the sea of consciousness of the Holy Dragon of Light. Reward. 10 Evil God Affinity. The second trial can be viewed after completion of the first. As the last fragment of light faded, the sea of consciousness quaked and split open, countless tendrils of black mist pouring through the fissures, transforming the sea. Tang Sin opened his eyes, now on all fours, his gaze filled with a sinister delight as he observed the scene. Suddenly, he sat cross-legged once more, channeling the modified Zuanian Gong, absorbing the black mist that surged in through the cracks. This was not to be wasted. He had labored long to cultivate before, and now, with such abundance, he must absorb it well. In the outside world, a sudden black glow emanated from Yu Xiaojiang's body, a wisp of black mist appearing and entering his mind. With a deafening explosion, he abruptly opened his previously closed eyes, now bloodshot and somewhat terrifying. He raised his hand, observing the swirling tendrils of black mist around his fingers. Murmuring in confusion, "What is this?" Before he could ponder further, the remaining black mist flooded into his mind, causing him to clutch his head, mouth agape in silent scream. Before long, he released his grip, sitting up from the bed, his once bloodshot eyes now turned completely black, resembling those of a blind man. He burst into laughter, reveling in the newfound strength of his body. Who would have thought that I, Yu Xiaojiang, would encounter such fortune? Moments ago, information surged into his mind, revealing that the black mist was the power of the evil god, granting him numerous incredible abilities. Just wait, those who looked down upon and insulted me. However, despite gaining power, it seemed he had lost something in return, perhaps his intelligence. After a brief chuckle, Yu Xiaojiang glanced around, suddenly recalling something, and immediately covered his mouth. How could I return now? This is not the time. I must leave first. After a while, he lowered his hand and murmured softly, "The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family." He would certainly return, but not now. It would be when he was renowned across the continent that he would reclaim what belonged to him. Now is not the time. With this thought, he enveloped himself in the absorbed black mist and swiftly departed from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Though the ancestral land was vast, he had grown up here, and with the aid of the evil goddess power, he did not disturb anyone. Yet, how was this evil goddess power obtained? Feeling the dwindling evil god power within him, Yu Xiaojiang pondered. Forget it. I should first seek out Flander and the others. At that moment, within Luo Sanpeo's sea of consciousness, the black mist gradually enveloped the entirety of the realm, and the fissures began to close. At the center of the sea of consciousness, Tang San, eyes closed and cross-legged, absorbed the black mist, and an orb adorned with unknown patterns flickered into visibility on his forehead. However, as soon as Tang San opened his eyes, the orb vanished, leaving a mark on his forehead. Excellent. I should now be at level 40. Tang San exclaimed with excitement. Furthermore, the first trial of the evil god should be completed. Chao Kuan, did you ever imagine I was still alive? Having obtained the inheritance of the evil god, I must thank you. Who would have thought that the stone contained the power of the evil god? Allowing him to see me? Just wait, Chao Kuan, when I manifest the power of the evil god before you. What expression will you wear? His tone grew increasingly deranged, his expression wild and frenzied. It seems that he and Luo Sanpao have become one. When he tainted Luo Sanpeo's sea of consciousness, he was also tainting his own. After rambling in madness for a while, Tang San finally ceased, as the sea of consciousness returned to tranquility, indicating that he had completed the first trial of the evil god. Evil god S9 trials. First trial completed. With a thunderous surge, a vast, malevolent power erupted from the mark on his forehead, reshaping his body, accompanied by the transformation fueled by the evil god S power. The bones throughout Tang San's body cracked, causing him to furrow his brow and grit his teeth tightly. Alas, he could not contain himself, barking like a dog. I will kill you, woof, kill, woof. Chao Kuan, woof. With each bark, Tang San's hatred for Chao Kuan intensified. As Tang San's curses echoed, the transformation swiftly concluded. Now, the once adorable Luo Sanpao had morphed into a fearsome creature, his size comparable to that of an ordinary wolf. His mouth filled with sharp fangs, and his claws razor-sharp, particularly the grotesque flesh wings sprouting from his back. He could no longer be called a mere dog. Yet, his instincts remained unchanged. Tang San did not dwell on his earlier barking, perhaps subconsciously choosing to forget it. He gazed at his transformed body and murmured. First trial completed. Second trial. Uncover the true potential of the dark evil dragon within oneself. Reward: 15 evil god affinity. The third trial can be viewed after the completion of the second. Evil god affinity: 10. Dark evil dragon. Tang San pondered, murmuring softly to himself regarding the information in his mind. This must be the body I currently inhabit. Not bad, but how do I truly unlock its potential? Clan leader, it's terrible. Yu Xiaojiang is missing. In the afternoon, Chao Kuan arrived at the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, with Lu Erlong and Qing'er. Yu Yuanjin and Yu Lumian were extremely pleased with their arrival, especially excited upon seeing Qing'er. Had it not been for Chao Kuan's immediate declaration of no intention to discuss any matters of marriage, they would have surely pestered him for a while. Later, when Lu Erlong informed them that she had reached level 80 and sought the 8th spirit ring. Chao Kun seized the opportunity to make an excuse to seek out Yu Xiaojiang, intending to eliminate Tang San. Of course, this was whispered to Yu Yuanjin, as he feared Lu Erlong would misunderstand and become upset. Yu Yuanjin misinterpreted it as well, believing that Chao Kun was still harboring concerns about the previous matters involving Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, prompting him to clap and summon Yu Xiaojiang. This was done after sending Lu Erlong away. Now, the news of Yu Xiaojiang's disappearance has reached them. This ungrateful child, where has he gone? Yu Yuanjin frowned upon hearing this. Perhaps he went to find those friends of his, Chao Kun suggested. Aside from that, he could not fathom where Yu Xiaojiang would have gone. That makes sense. I will send someone to investigate where those from yesterday have gone. Yu Yuanjin nodded. Xia Okuwen, you are now with Erlong and should know her well. If she had not let go of Xiaojiang, she would not be with you. Plus, she and Xiaojiang are cousins. It's nothing, Yu Yuanjin explained. I truly harbor no doubts. Chao Kun remarked with a bitter smile. What do you not doubt? Lu Erlong entered from outside, while Qing'er frolicked with Yu Luomian. Upon their return, Chao Kun turned to look, and she noticed a glimmer in her eyes. It was tears. Chapter 188. Yu Xiaojiang, Tang House Skin Version. So, you sought out Yu Xiaojiang for his disciple? Lu Erlong's eyes were slightly moist, yet her tone had reverted to normal, tinged with a hint of perplexity. Earlier, seeing Lu Erlong in tears, utterly heartbroken, Chao Kun felt compelled to prevent escalating tensions. So after sending Yu Yuanjin away, he briefly explained the situation to Lu Erlong. Indeed, how could I ever doubt you? Have you forgotten that I held you for an entire afternoon that day? Chao Kun stepped forward, reaching out to embrace Lu Erlong. This time, Lu Erlong did not shy away as she had before, allowing him to wrap his arms around her waist. Who knows what you are thinking? Lu Erlong muttered softly. Chao Kun planted a gentle kiss on her cheek and chuckled. What else could I think? I have confidence in you, and even more in myself. Humph. Lu Erlong shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent, but Chao Kun could sense that her spirits had lifted. After a moment, Lu Erlong extricated herself from his embrace. Her cheeks slightly flushed, likely recalling her earlier tears before Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian. This is all your fault. She playfully slapped Chao Kun. Her tone feigned irritation. Chao Kun licked his lips and smiled. Still smiling, are you? You didn't even warn me, and I ended up embarrassed in front of those two old geezers. Forget you. I'm taking Qing'er home. Lu Erlong shoved Chao Kun away and hurriedly left, lowering her head as she approached Qing'er and scooped her up. Are we going home, Mommy? Qing'er, looking bewildered, nestled in Lu Erlong's embrace. Yes, it's getting late. We'll come again next time, Lu Erlong replied. It seemed that Yu Luomian and Qing'er had enjoyed their time together, truly showcasing the affection of a grandparent. Oh, goodbye, Grandpa. Despite her reluctance, Qing'er obediently waved farewell to Yu Luomian from Lu Erlong's arms. Haha, I'll come to visit you again in a few days, Yu Luomian responded with a smile. Chao Kun stood by the window, watching her retreating figure in silence. Knowing his intentions, Lu Erlong felt compelled to leave, with Yu Xiaojiang likely seeking out Flandra. Chao Kun would surely pursue them due to Tang San's involvement. If Lu Erlong accompanied him, it could lead to conflict between the two groups, and she would be unable to intervene. In truth, she had already aligned herself with Chao Kun, given her understanding of both sides' strengths. She believed Chao Kun could handle Flandra without issue, especially with the assistance of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, allowing him to manage them at will. Not following along was not only to avoid confronting Flandra, a lifelong friend, but also to spare Chao Kun any undue difficulty. Let him handle things as he saw fit. After Lu Erlong departed, a short time later, Yu Yuanjin emerged from an unknown location and informed Chao Kun. They are at a hotel in the western district of Tiando City, having just checked in yesterday afternoon. Chao Kun responded, Very well. Shall we go take a look? I happen to have some unresolved matters with that group. He had not disclosed anything to Yu Yuanjin regarding Tang San. Yu Yuanjin pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I will accompany you. That ungrateful child is likely there, and I must bring him back. Though unaware that Chao Kun's true target was Yu Xiaojiang, Yu Yuanjin decided to bring him back to clarify matters, for Yu Xiaojiang had been estranged from home for far too long, it was of little concern, as he could fend for himself. "Let us depart," Chao Kuan declared, leaping into the air, his wings unfurling to suspend him mid-flight. Yu Yuanjin had only mentioned the area, not a specific location. "Heck, keep up." With that statement, lightning flickered behind Yu Yuanjin, forming a pair of enormous, thunderous wings. With a gentle flap, he transformed into a streak of blue-purple light, darting past Chao Kuan. Observing this, Chao Kuan immediately flapped his wings to follow, maintaining a swift pace. "Wait for me. I am coming too." Beside them, Yuluo, enveloped in electric light, joined the fray. It was imperative to clarify matters with Xiaojing. After all, he and Erlong were cousins, and such a union was inconceivable. In a modest double room, Flandra and the pallid Zhao Wujia exchanged glances. "Cough, Dean, I'm still injured." Zhao Wujia clutched his chest. "How dare you speak? If you hadn't acted suddenly last night, we wouldn't have been caught so off guard." Flandra shot him a glare as he moved toward the door. Inquiring, "Who is it?" "It's me, Xiaojing," came a deep voice from outside. Upon hearing this, Flandra quickened his pace, immediately opening the door. "Xiaojing, why have you come?" Suddenly, Flandra's previously cheerful voice faltered, for before him stood Yu Xiaojing, clad in a black robe, his disheveled face obscured by stubble. Surrounded by an elusive aura of darkness that instilled a sense of dread, startling Flandra. "Xiaojing, what has happened to you?" After scrutinizing the figure, Flandra was taken aback and continued, "Is that really you?" Yu Xiaojing remained silent, striding directly to Zhao Wujia's side, fixing his gaze on Zhao Wujia's chest. It had been hastily bandaged. After Flandra and the others had carried him back yesterday, Xiao Xian had treated him somewhat, alleviating his condition, at least preventing further blood loss. Unfortunately, as a food-type soul master, Xiao Xian could not fully heal Zhao Wujia. "Master, what are you doing?" Zhao Wujia asked, recoiling slightly. During the past year, they had mostly hidden within the Stardow forest, frequently encountering poisonous soul beasts and at times losing their way, and in such instances, Yu Xiaojing had been invaluable. Although some of his theories were lacking, he possessed knowledge that was still relevant, earning the favorable regard of Zhao Wujia and the others. Yu Xiaojing remained silent, raising his hand to gather a mass of dark mist, causing both Flandra and Zhao Wujia, who lay on the bed, to widen their eyes in astonishment. "Xiaojing." Before Flandra could finish his sentence, Yu Xiaojing pressed the dark mist against Zhao Wujia's chest. "Cough, cough." Instantly, Zhao Wujia's eyes bulged as he began to cough violently. "What is your intention today? Are you trying to kill old Zhao?" Flandra exclaimed in shock, pulling Yu Xiaojing away as he hurried to assess Zhao Wujia's condition. Yet, when pushed away, Yu Xiaojing remained silent and merely smiled. "Cough, cough. Boss Flandra, I'm fine, cough, cough." With a final cough, Zhao Wujia expelled a mouthful of black blood. Yet his complexion appeared significantly improved. Unbeknownst to everyone, a wisp of dark mist had quietly entered Zhao Wujia's forehead, unnoticed even by Zhao Wujia himself, who was astonished to find that his injuries had miraculously healed. "Are you truly all right?" Flandra, being knowledgeable, was both astonished and curious as he inquired upon seeing the black blood Zhao Wujia had coughed up. "Yes, I feel much better now." Zhao Wuji's suddenly leaped from his bed, thumping his chest and exclaiming, "No, I am completely healed." Flandra's eyes widened in astonishment as he reached out to press against him. Truly healed. He turned to the enigmatic Yu Xiaojing, who donned a black robe and stood with his hands clasped behind him. "Xiaojing, what transpired? What treasure did your father bestow upon you?" This question nearly caused Yu Xiaojing, who had been maintaining his composure, to falter. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "It is merely a few little tricks." Suddenly, Flandra grasped Yu Xiaojing's shoulders, his expression filled with surprise. "Is it truly you, Xiaojing? Why do you speak in such a manner? You wouldn't understand." Yu Xiaojing slightly lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing. After acquiring the power of the evil god, he seemed to have undergone significant changes. Yet, he did not reject this transformation. Rather, he felt it was how he was always meant to be, only previously restrained. Now, empowered, he yearned to embrace his true self. With this thought, he casually concocted an excuse for Flandra, explaining that his martial spirit had evolved recently, granting him these abilities and that he no longer intended to summon Luo Sanpao. He employed several technical terms, which Flender did not fully comprehend, allowing the conversation to progress without further inquiry. After a brief exchange, Yu Xiaojing's expression suddenly tightened. "This is not good. Danger is imminent. We must vacate this place." Concurrently, within a blood-colored sea of consciousness, Tang San sat cross-legged, pondering how to unlock the potential of his dark, evil dragon. At that moment, a black orb on his forehead flickered, transmitting a message to Yu Xiaojing in the outside world. Chapter 189. They fled, they have all departed, and quietly at that. The front desk remains unaware. In a hotel room, Chao Kuan and Yu Yuanjin stood at opposite ends, one meticulously surveying the surroundings while the other frowned in contemplation. Just as Chao Kuan reached out to touch the bed, Yu Lingyan entered, announcing, "I have returned." Upon hearing this, Chao Kuan paused briefly before continuing his examination, noting a residual warmth. After a moment's thought, he approached the window. "Brother, what occupies your thoughts?" Yu Lumian inquired, observing Yu Yuanjin's furrowed brow in silence. Yu Yuanjin replied, "I ponder whether our information is flawed. Among that group, there are 2 soul saints and 3 soul emperors. How could they reside in such a place? Look, aside from these few teachers and those 2 students, there are only 7 individuals in total, yet they have only rented 3 rooms." Chao Kuan pushed open the window, channeling his soul power as he chuckled. "That confirms it. Their dean is indeed a miser. The dean is stingy. Why would the teachers deprive themselves? Who knows? Perhaps they genuinely lack funds," Chao Kuan remarked casually. And he was indeed correct. The funding of Shrek Academy relied not only on Flender's dealings, but also on the reward from battles fought by the teachers and the academy in the Great Soul Arena. For over a year, while evading pursuers, they had remained in the wilderness, unable to procure any money, and with various expenses, their funds had dwindled significantly. Otherwise, they would not have to share rooms. As his words fell, Chao Kuan's eyes suddenly widened, a golden glimmer flashing within. Mental detection. A powerful wave of mental energy radiated from Chao Kuan, while a silvery light shot forth and dispersed, as if concealing the intensity of this mental force. This lad. Yu Yuanjin stared, bewildered, at Chao Kuan, and upon seeing him with his eyes half closed as if observing something, he realized that his previous feelings were not mistaken. "What is it?" Yu Luomian asked, perplexed. Yu Yuanjin regarded Chao Kuan with admiration, muttering in astonishment. Such a potent mental wave rivals that of a titled Douluo adept in this field. Yet, what is even more remarkable is the method of concealing that mental wave. Had I not been so close at the moment it was emitted, even I, a level 96 title Dalu, would not have detected it. Yu Lumian nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging his insight. Quite perceptive. Within Chao Kuan's sea of consciousness, Gu Na remarked softly, though those familiar with her could detect a hint of exhilaration in her tone. After obtaining his 5th spirit ring, a distinct mark did not form around his martial spirit. It seemed he had absorbed it completely, significantly enhancing his mental power. Although his mental strength had previously been formidable compared to his peers, it had now reached unprecedented heights. Moreover, after acquiring the 5th spirit ring, his mind felt remarkably clear, enabling him to manipulate mental power with the same ease as soul power, allowing him to learn various applications of mental energy effortlessly, such as mental attacks, mental detection, mental connections, and even instilling intimidation in others with a water and fire dragon pearl, as he had done with Yumian previously. "I owe much to Senior Guyuna," Chao Kuan smiled. Indeed, Guyuna nodded in agreement. With her assistance, Chao Kuan's mental detection silently spread outward, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Tiando City. "Found it." "What?" Suddenly, Chao Kuan's expression hardened as he leaped from the window, azure wings unfurling as he soared toward the location he had just sensed. He had indeed located Flender and the others. They had not strayed far and had yet to leave Tiando City, but they were surrounded by a disconcerting black mist, and one figure was entirely enveloped by it. Yu Xiaojing. He could never have undergone such a transformation on his own, for in the original narrative, he had only managed to surpass level 30 with the aid of Tang San's 9-tier purple ginseng, and following that breakthrough, there had been no such metamorphosis. Thus, it followed that his current state was a result of Tang San's influence. Since Tang San had changed after becoming a hound, it must be attributed to the enigmatic deity Gu Yuna had mentioned. Why the hurry? Yu Yuanjin, still lingering in the moment, quickly followed, but found himself unable to catch up. Old man. Ignoring him, Chao Kuan pressed onward while inquiring within his sea of consciousness. Senior Gu Yuna, what divine power is this? I find it rather unsettling. After a brief silence, Gu Yuna replied, evil god. As Chao Kuan utilized mental detection to sense Yu Xiaojiang and the others, the black orb on Tang San's forehead reemerged, emitting a beam of black light. Strangely, Tang San remained oblivious, continuing to meditate with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, in the external world, Yu Xiaojiang, who was fleeing with Flender and the others, suddenly halted. Xiaojiang, what is it? Are they pursuing us? Flender descended from the air, patting Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder. Xiaojiang, are you all right? Observing Yu Xiaojiang's face contorted in pain, tightly clenched teeth, he appeared to be in excruciating agony. Xiaojiang, what? Suddenly, a burst of black light erupted, enveloping those nearby as a tendril of black mist, similar to what had been directed at Zhao Wuji's, surged into their foreheads. The black light engulfed the surroundings, as if consuming everything in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the previously stationary Shrek members had vanished. Moments later, a strong wind swept through the area, and Chao Kuan found himself standing where Yu Xiaojiang had just been. He furrowed his brows and employed his mental detection once more, yet this time, he uncovered nothing. What is going on? Did they escape again? At that moment, Yu Yuanjin descended nearby with a thunderous voice, shattering the blue bricks beneath his feet. It appears so. After several attempts, Chao Kuan helplessly nodded. No worries, they can't have gone far. I will have the members of the Lan Dianba, Long family assist you in the search. Given the circumstances, Chao Kuan could only agree. By the way, what grievances do you have with them? Yu Yuanjin inquired with a hint of confusion. It seemed that the conflict was not trivial. A minor disagreement, Chao Kuan replied. Noticing Chao Kuan's demeanor, Yu Yuanjin assumed there was something inconvenient to discuss and refrained from further questioning. Let us leave it at that. It is getting late, and we should return. Chao Kuan looked down, sighed, and remarked. The issue remained unresolved, which was somewhat vexing. Senior Gu Yuna, what kind of deity is that evil god? On their journey, Chao Kuan asked. An evil god, to some extent, came the reply. Meanwhile, as darkness receded, Shrek's group swiftly surveyed their surroundings. Where are we? This doesn't resemble Tiando City. Zhao Wujia grimaced. Shenghun Village. Shenghun Village? How do you know? Zhao Wujia scratched the back of his head in confusion. Lu Qibin pointed to a nearby wooden sign. It's written right here. Zhao Wujia looked over to see a wooden signpost with an arrow prominently displaying the words Shenghun Village. While they conversed, Flanders approached Yu Xiaojiang, still visibly shaken and in great distress. Xiaojiang, are you all right? Flanders exclaimed anxiously. Xiaoxin, quickly produce a healing jelly bean. And Oscar, you two, prepare a recovery sausage. Just as he finished speaking, Xiaoxin handed over a green jelly bean, which Flanders hurriedly accepted, administering it to the contorted Yu Xiaojiang. I have a large sausage. Simultaneously, Oscar swiftly crafted several recovery sausages, handing 2 to Flanders before tossing the remainder to the others. Yu Xiaojiang, despite his painful expression, still retained some consciousness, and with Flanders' assistance, he consumed the healing jelly bean and the recovery sausage. Feeling any better? After Oscar distributed the recovery sausages to a few teachers, he managed to procure 2 more, one for himself and another for Ma Hongjun. Back in the day, I used to be averse to this, Ma Hongjun remarked, taking a hearty bite of his sausage. Oscar chuckled without further comment. Their year of evasion had altered their personalities somewhat. By the way, why did you shudder earlier? Afraid of the dark? Ma Hongjun casually inquired while munching on a sausage. When the dark aura emanating from Yu Xiaojiang enveloped them, he and Oscar were together, and for reasons unknown, Oscar had trembled, startling him. You're the one afraid of the dark. Oscar laughed, not revealing why he had trembled. Ma Hongjun merely asked out of curiosity and did not press further. Cough, cough. I feel much better, Yu Xiaojiang said after consuming the healing jelly bean and recovery sausage. He took a moment to regulate his breathing and, with Flanders' support, stood up. Observing this, Flanders sighed in relief and helped Yu Xiaojiang to sit beneath a large tree. What happened? How did we suddenly end up here? After a while, Flanders finally asked Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. But it soon dissipated as if he had suddenly grasped something. He looked at Flanders, panting, and said, "Just now I sensed someone was pursuing us. So I utilized the new ability I acquired after the Sanpao evolution. This technique demands immense energy and is difficult to control, which is why we ended up here." The Sanpao evolution was the term Yu Xiaojiang had previously used to explain the origin of his powers to Flanders and the others. After speaking, he scanned his surroundings and noticed the wooden sign Lu Qibin had mentioned. Sheng Hun Village. Had they really transported directly from Tiando City to the border of the Tiando Empire? The distance was astonishing. Yu Xiaojiang's pupils narrowed in shock. Previously, Tang San had invited him to return home, mentioning that he resided in Sheng Hun Village, so Yu Xiaojiang had some familiarity with this small village. He raised his hand, dark energy swirling around it, an unsettling force that nonetheless thrilled him. This is the power of Yu Xiaojiang. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with madness. Xiaojiang, Xiaojiang, is there something else? Flanders' voice brought Yu Xiaojiang back to reality as he looked up. His face still bore a hint of flush, momentarily startling Flanders. Cough, cough, what is it? Yu Xiaojiang noticed his own change and adjusted himself to return to his usual demeanor. Flanders glanced at him, confirming he was indeed Yu Xiaojiang, and then relaxed, plopping down beside him. Xiaojiang, who is the one that seeks to kill us? Flanders asked. After a moment, Yu Xiaojiang replied as if he had just realized. It must be that man associated with the two dragons. He was unaware of Chao Kuan's name, and since Chao Kuan's appearance had changed significantly, he did not recognize him. That man, indeed, Flanders commented, seemingly unfazed by Yu Xiaojiang's reaction. This prompted Yu Xiaojiang to question, by the way, judging by Teacher Zhao's demeanor, you had a conflict with that man before, didn't you? Flanders nodded. There are some grievances. Do you remember the man who killed Dai Mubai? That was him. Moreover, considering the situation in Xing Luo Empire, he must have some dealings with the current prince, having also eliminated Davis and framed us. After listening, Yu Xiaojiang pondered. It seems he intends to silence us, to incriminate you for the murder of those two heirs of the Xing Luo Empire. Perhaps, Flanders replied with a hint of dejection. Yu Xiaojiang reassured him. It's all right. We have now reached the border of the Tiando Empire, far from Tiando City. He won't be able to find us anytime soon, and after I familiarize myself with my powers, I will assist you in returning. Flanders chuckled wryly. I'm not afraid of him. A year ago, he was only at level 30. Even if he has grown stronger, I, along with Lao Zhao and the others, can still handle him. What I fear is that he has two title Dalu aiding him. One is your father, and the other is unknown, likely from Hao Tian's sect. Last time he killed Dai Mubai, he faced off against Lao Zhao, which should have been Hao Tian's sect's Ling Tian strike. As Yu Xiaojiang absorbed this information, he sensed something amiss. You mean he could be from the Hao Tian sect? My father assisted him last time? Flanders cast a curious glance at him and nodded. Impossible. If he were from the Hao Tian sect, my father would never have aided him. Yu Xiaojiang retorted. Tongwei Sang Sanzhong One is the mightiest weapon spirit in the continent, and the other is the strongest beast spirit. They both aspire to eliminate the prefix of weapon or beast, leading to frequent rivalries. However, prior to this, the Haotian sect had Tang Chun and the Haotian twins, while the Lan Dianba Wang Long family had nothing, remaining at a disadvantage. Furthermore, before the Haotian sect sealed its gates, its expansion was substantial, resulting in numerous conflicts with the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, which could not compete, leaving Yu Yuanjin quite infuriated and perpetually displaying a frosty demeanor towards the Haotian sect. He would never assist anyone from the Haotian sect. Flinder hesitated. What about his Ling Tian E.G.? Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes brightened, and he raised his head, saying, Is it possible that he is not from the Haotian sect, and that Ling Tian E.G. was something he learned illicitly? He continued, the Haotian sect has now closed its mountain gates, and its direct disciples cannot descend the mountain. Moreover, Tang Hao was killed by the Spirit Hall a year ago. If he were from the Haotian sect, he would never have organized such a grand centennial feast. He is not from the Haotian sect. Chapter 191. The evil god, if he is not from the Haotian sect, then what about his Haotian Jiuju? Flinder wanted to refute, asserting that it was impossible for him to be mistaken, but as he spoke, his tone gradually diminished. He opened his mouth. Yet words failed him as he recalled the first encounter with Chao Kuan. As he pondered, he remembered how Chao Kuan transformed the fiery red hammer in his hand into a long spear, swiftly defeating Dai Mubai. Now I understand, Flinder exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Have you figured it out? Yu Xiaojiang inquired with a smile. Flinder nodded. Indeed, it appears that this young man is not a member of the Haotian sect. He may have learned the Haotian Jiuju from an unknown source. He then sighed. Yet, even so, we are incapable of dealing with him at present. He is accompanied by a titled Douluo, and your father will also assist him. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled, propping himself up from the ground. While we may not be able to confront him, there are others who can. Flinder stood up alongside him. Are you suggesting, before he could finish, Yu Xiaojiang emphatically nodded. Exactly. We can have the Haotian sect deal with him. Flinder, do you remember how the Haotian sect ascended to the ranks of the three sects? What enabled them to become the foremost sect in the world? It was the Haotian Jiuju. Without the Haotian Jiuju, how could they compete with my Landianba, Wang Long family? If they were to discover that their prized possession was learned by an outsider and that there was a risk of it being disseminated, what do you think they would do? Before Tang Chun, the Haotian sect, despite its considerable reputation and strength, found it challenging to join the top three sects. At that time, the Haotian hammer was not yet a top-tier weapon spirit. It is well known that with each soul ring acquired, the weapon spirit grows stronger. Most soul masters, upon reaching the rank of titled awe, experience an evolution of their weapon spirit based on the soul rings absorbed, thus attaining a top-tier weapon spirit. Therefore, not only can top-tier weapon spirits become titled Dalu, but the weapon spirits of titled Dalu must undoubtedly be top-tier. Even if they were not previously, they will be afterward. The current Haotian hammer has become the world's premier attacking weapon spirit through successive generations of enhancement. During Tang Chen's era, the Haotian sect was somewhat lacking compared to other advanced weapon spirits. Yet he, with his extraordinary talent, gradually honed his hammer techniques and created the Haotian Jiuju, elevating the Haotian sect to the pinnacle of sections. Had it not been for the interference of the Rakshasa god, he might have even become the Azura god, utterly overshadowing Qian Dalu, the angelic guardian. Flinder, observing Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor, parted his lips, intending to say something, but after a moment's reflection, he remained silent. Previously, he had referred to Flinder as an elder, yet now he had shifted to calling him Rand. Rand, we shall set off to the Haotian sect now to report that young man, Yu Xiaojiang declared. Very well. Flinder, dismissing his previous thoughts, nodded and turned to Zhao Wujia and the others. Old Zhao, come here, we back already? Chao Kuan pushed the door open, walking expressionlessly to the sofa and sitting down. At that moment, hearing the noise, Lu Erlong exited the room to inquire. Yes, where is Qing'er? Chao Kuan asked. Inside. Lu Erlong turned to glance at the room behind her, and suddenly a small figure dashed out. Daddy, I'm here. Qing'er, with her hair disheveled, likely just having bathed, leaped into Chao Kuan's arms, exuding a delightful fragrance. Seeing this, Chao Kuan stood up from the sofa to catch his daughter, placing her atop his head. Ha ha ha. Why are you still awake? Chao Kuan teased his daughter with a smile. I've been waiting for you, Daddy. You haven't told me a story in several days. Qing'er complained, perched atop Chao Kuan's head, tugging at his hair. All right, it's Daddy's fault. Today, I will continue the story for you. Chao Kuan gently cradled his daughter from his head to his chest. By the way, where did we leave off last time? We were at. Qing'er poked her face, appearing to have forgotten. Daddy, I think I can't remember. Her small lips pouted, as if she were about to cry. Seeing this, Chao Kuan hurriedly reassured. It's all right. We will tell another story today, and whenever you remember the previous one, we can continue it, okay? Okay, but Daddy needs to think of it quickly. All right, Daddy will remember it next time. Chao Kuan replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong observed their interaction, her previously distracted expression softening considerably. Mommy, come here quickly. Daddy is going to tell a new story. Qing'er waved her hand at Lu Erlong while sitting on Chao Kuan's arm. After playing with Qing'er for a while and finally narrating the tale of the ugly duckling, she fell asleep in her crib. Watching his adorable daughter in the crib, Chao Kuan smiled tenderly, left the room, and sat down on the sofa in the living room beside Lu Erlong. He wrapped his arms around her waist, allowing her to lean into his embrace. They have left, and we did not encounter any conflict. Lu Erlong lifted her head. That Tang Sen also fled. Yes, his fortune has not yet dissipated, and he has gained quite a significant opportunity. Gao Kun believe. Upon saying this, Chao Kuan recalled the conversation he had earlier with Guyu Na regarding the evil god and cautioned Lu Erlong, by the way, if you see Flender and his group, or you Xiaojiang again, do not engage with them. They may have been corrupted. Chao Kuan's expression turned serious, his tone devoid of jest, which left Lu Erlong in a state of confusion as she murmured, corrupted? Yes, they have been tainted by an evil deity, an evil god. Lu Erlong's voice brimmed with shock as she sat up from Chao Kuan's embrace. Although it may have been somewhat exaggerated, merely a soul that was irreparably broken. Chao Kuan refrained from clarifying to ensure Lu Erlong took it to heart. Indeed, Gu Yuna's depiction had even astonished Chao Kuan. The evil god, a deity closest to the dragon god, yet his path diverged from that of the dragon god, who encompasses all and practices various forms of cultivation, elements, spirit, strength, and so forth. The malevolent deity primarily cultivates abilities that are rather sinister, with a slight inclination towards malevolence. However, such malevolence is minimal, as a majority of dark power resides with the evil god king. During his zenith, apart from the evil god king, he was the sole practitioner of malevolent attributes in the divine realm. The two of them monopolized the principles of evil, leaving no room for other deities to pursue such cultivation. Regrettably, when he later plotted to devour the evil god king, he was discovered and subsequently obliterated by a coalition of benevolence and malice. That individual is now the Shura god king, who subsequently harnessed the most formidable powers of the malevolent deity. At that time, the power exhibited by the malevolent deity was astonishing, even causing the dragon god to feel a sense of bewilderment, as he believed he had taken a wrong turn in his path. He was still young back then. Following these events, Yu Xiaojiang brought Flandra and others to Haoyan sect, exaggerating the incident concerning Chao Kuan. Regarding the matter of the stolen family assets, Haoyan sect naturally preferred to believe it could be true, dispatching individuals to investigate. They soon discovered that Chao Kuan indeed possessed the Haoyan 9 absolutes and was recognized by Tang Yuehua as the one who had ordered Tang Hao's assassination. Upon receiving this intelligence, Haoyan sect promptly sent 5 titled Douluos, including Tang Xiao, to launch an assault on Chao Kuan, intending to eliminate him. When they struck, Chao Kuan was coincidentally with Qian Rinxue, leading to a confrontation between Chao Kuan and the 5 titled Douluos from Haoyan sect. During the skirmish, Chao Kuan faced 3 opponents and, with Gu Yuna's assistance, swiftly dispatched one and severely injured 2 others. However, on the opposing side, the weakest Qian Rinxue was being overwhelmed by one of the titled Douluos, prompting timely rescue from Chao Kuan. Subsequently, in conjunction with a blood spear, they managed to capture Tang Xiao and eliminate the remaining 2 titled Douluos. After such an ordeal, the rift between Qian Rinxue and Chao Kuan began to diminish. Later, Gu Yuna, having read the memories, realized that this was all a scheme orchestrated by Yu Xiaojiang to prevent any prolonged complications. Chao Kuan seized Tang Xiao and headed directly to Haoyan sect, accompanied by Qian Dalu, who was concerned for Chao Kuan's safety. The two caused quite a disturbance at Haoyan sect, capturing Yu Xiaojiang and others who attempted to flee. Unfortunately, the malevolent deity, sensing the impending disaster, took Tang San and escaped. Although Chao Kuan contemplated eliminating Yu Xiaojiang and the others, he ultimately chose to incapacitate them, considering the influence of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and Lu Erlong. In the Douluo continent, Leaving them incapacitated was often more excruciating than death. Afterward, Dalu, aware of his granddaughter's affection for Chao Kun, sought to exert pressure and compel him to depart for the spirit hall. Naturally, Chao Kun was displeased. But in a critical moment, Qianrenshu intervened, claiming indifference, though she was not truthful, and drove Dalu away. Chao Kun felt a wave of shame, and the two reconciled. Subsequently, Chao Kun's notoriety burgeoned due to the slaying of 3 titled Douluos and the chaos at Haotian sect, with his power continuing to resonate throughout the continent. Following this, reflecting on his previous defeat by Dalu, Chao Kun, despite already being formidable, resolved to accelerate his cultivation. 3 months after Ain and the others had their child, Chao Kun prepared a journey to Sea God Island. During this journey, as it was only Chao Kun and Gu Yuna, their relationship improved significantly. Upon arriving at Sea God Island, although the sea god sensed Gu Yuna within Chao Kun's spiritual sea, already fond of soul beasts and having ascended to godhood due to the faith of the sea soul beasts, did not hesitate to administer the Sea God 9 trials. Thus, under the guidance of the High Priest Poseidon, Chao Kun successfully completed the Sea God 9 trials on Sea God Island, swiftly reaching level 60 and obtaining a divine soul ring. Upon utilizing it, he acquired spatial attributes, allowing him to appear at any previously visited location. After some time, he quickly completed the preceding trials and returned to the continent, experiencing a significant surge in strength. Upon returning to the continent and resolving matters with the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the now formidable Chao Kun entered the spirit hall to commence his plans. Initially, he befriended Lu Gao from Gongxin City through the power of the One Clan and, utilizing his past life memories, crafted several firearms with Lu Gao. Subsequently, Chao Kun returned to the spirit hall, showcasing the firearms at a meeting, which greatly enhanced his reputation within the spirit hall. With the assistance of Qianrenshu and Dalu, Chao Kun's status within the spirit hall began to soar. At this juncture, Bibi Dong, having inherited the position of the Rakshasa god and displaying signs of madness, emerged to cause trouble. Chao Kun purified her with a beam of Sea God's divine light, subsequently using his 5th soul skill to delve into the depths of her heart, aiding her through a nightmare. Following this, Bibi Dong regained her composure, and Qianrenshu learned of the events from years past. After an emotional outpouring, the two reconciled. Thereafter, with Bibi Dong's support, Chao Kun garnered greater influence within the spirit hall, just as he was poised to advance his plans. Hulina expressed a desire to venture to the city of Slaughter for training, prompting Bibi Dong to worry and request Chao Kun accompany her. After some contemplation, Chao Kun agreed. Upon arriving at the city of Slaughter, after a period of experiences amidst such an atmosphere, Chao Kun and Hulina traversed the Hell Road with relative ease, given Chao Kun's overwhelming strength. However, during this time, he attracted the attention of the Shura god, who sensed the aura of the sea god emanating from him, yet did not detect Gu Yuna. Prior to their arrival, they had made preparations. Even upon discovering the sea god's aura surrounding Chao Kun, the Shura god's interest in him did not wane, and he granted him a divine soul ring. Although Chao Kun felt some confusion, he absorbed it without further thought. However, at the moment the soul ring entered his body, the Shura god immediately detected Gu Yuna's presence. Before either Gu Yuna or Chao Kun could react, he attempted to eradicate Gu Yuna while simultaneously commanding the king of Slaughter to attack. Ultimately, Gu Yuna was not at her peak, while the Shura god was indeed a god-king, swiftly obliterating Gu Yuna within Chao Kun's spiritual sea. Nevertheless, he only took action once, as the two god-kings of good and evil still existed within the divine realm. The previous action was justifiable, but any further intervention would contravene the rules. At this moment, the king of Slaughter engaged Chao Kun in combat. Initially, Chao Kun fell into despair due to Gu Yuna's disappearance. However, fueled by these emotions, Chao Kun's martial soul awakened, and the figure of little Chao Kun within his spiritual sea suddenly opened its eyes, merging with Chao Kun. Simultaneously, the 4 elemental symbols of water, fire, wind, and earth emerged around him. As soon as the 4 symbols appeared, They emitted a powerful suction, drawing in the elemental laws of water, fire, wind, and earth from the cosmos, causing Chao Kuan's strength to surge dramatically, allowing him to effortlessly defeat the king of slaughter. Observing this, the Shura god promptly contacted the current 4 elemental gods, urging them to intervene and prevent Chao Kuan from absorbing the elemental laws. However, with the assistance of the water and fire dragon kings, the absorption was successfully completed, granting Chao Kuan the power of a level 2 god in the domains of water and fire. The reason he did not achieve level 1 god status was that a divine position was currently occupied. The elements of wind and earth were restrained, preventing their complete absorption. Subsequently, witnessing Chao Kuan's transformation, the Shura god sought to eliminate potential threats, only to be thwarted by the god kings of good and evil. Although he had ascended to godhood, the loss of Guyuna left Chao Kuan in silent contemplation before departing the city of slaughter. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Chao Kuan endeavored to merge the 4 elements within him, attempting to recreate the elemental balance of earth, wind, water, and fire, aspiring to become a world god and launch an assault on the divine realm. Unfortunately, due to the imbalance of the 4 elements, he was unsuccessful. He wished to cultivate the attributes of wind and earth, yet was hindered by the wind god and earth god, unable to proceed. Nonetheless, he could still sense the 2 elements yearning to converge upon him, possibly due to the influence of the mysterious substance from earlier. Upon contemplation, he found himself reflecting on Guyuna, which led him into a period of despondency. However, he was roused by the calls of Qianren Shui and Xiao Wu, regaining his fighting spirit and pondering the reasons behind the harmonious balance of water and fire. He resolved to seek out the remains of the Wind Dragon King and the Earth Dragon King. Departing from the spirit hall, he concealed his presence, for he had ascended to godhood, vanishing from the perspective of the divine realm. Meanwhile, Qianren Shui hastened her pace, orchestrating the demise of Shui Yi by the poisoned Douluo, swiftly ascending to the throne. The spirit hall thus established the Spirit Empire, declaring war on the Tiando and Xingluo empires. In truth, under the current circumstances, the 3 major powers were akin to one family. It mattered little who unified them. Yet Tiando and Xingluo were rife with nobility. The outcome was predictable, as both emperors of Tiando and Xingluo were allies. With the Lan Dianba Wang clan and the 7-treasure Glazed Tile school also aligned, others had no room for rebellion. Nevertheless, to draw the attention of the divine realm and conveniently eliminate the old nobility reluctant to unify, a semblance of war ensued. Time passed, and the now divine Chao Kuan had located the remains of the Wind and Earth Dragon Kings, just as the Spirit Empire neared the unification of the continent. The long-missing Tang San appeared, leading a multitude of evil soul masters. They declared themselves evil soul masters rather than fallen ones. And Tang San had indeed become the progenitor of evil soul masters. Observing the situation, Chao Kuan pondered and decided to confront Tang San, only to discover that Tang San had been possessed and was now the evil god. This revelation stirred a sense of melancholy within Chao Kuan. As a time traveler, he bore a heavy burden, having transformed the original Tang San into a mere shadow of himself, and now witnessing his possession. A fierce battle ensued between Chao Kuan and the evil god, capturing the attention of the entire divine realm. As Chao Kuan struck down the evil god, he swiftly absorbed the wind element laws from the remains of the Wind Dragon King. Upon completion, his mastery over the wind element reached perfection. Without delay, he instantly teleported to the depths of the Stardow Forest, where the remains of the Earth Dragon King lay. Sensing Chao Kuan's ascension to the wind element, the Shura god's expression drastically changed, recalling the dragon god, mistakenly believing Chao Kuan harbored similar ambitions. He promptly summoned his subordinates and allied with the destruction god, wishing to prevent the emergence of another dragon god. Upon arriving at the Earth Dragon King's remains, Chao Kuan immediately commenced his absorption, eager to achieve perfection in the 4 elements. However, he was a moment too late. The Shura, destruction, good, and evil gods descended simultaneously, intent on eliminating Chao Kuan. At that moment, A colossal silver divine dragon emerged to shield him, Guyuna, although she had transferred most of her soul into Chao Kuen's consciousness. A fragment remained within her corporeal form, unbeknownst even to Chao Kuen. Guyuna, risking her very essence, provided Chao Kuen with a brief respite, allowing him to attain perfection in the four elements. He swiftly rescued Guyuna, now wielding the strength of a God King. Yet facing four God Kings remained an insurmountable challenge. He failed to successfully create a world within himself. Disappointed, Chao Kuen placed Guyuna into the small world and commenced his battle against the four God Kings. Resolute, even in death, he aimed to take a few down with him. With fierce determination, Chao Kuen fixed his glare upon the Shura god, charging recklessly towards him. Thus, the five God Kings clashed, with Chao Kuen focusing all his attacks on the Shura god. Though gravely injured, the Shura god reciprocated, possibly aided by the leniency of the other three. Just as Chao Kuen was on the verge of vanquishing the Shura god, the life god descended, intercepting Chao Kuen's assault and rescuing the Shura god. At this juncture, Chao Kuen lay gravely wounded and on the brink of collapse. He surveyed the five God Kings encircling him, remaining silent yet revealing a sardonic smile. Meanwhile, the good, evil, and destruction gods refrained from further action, observing him with indifference. The life god busied herself with healing the injured Shura god. In his heart, Chao Kuen yearned to eliminate them all. At that moment, Guyuna emerged from the small world, clutching a vibrant red flower, resting in Chao Kuen's embrace. "Is this from you?" Guyuna asked softly, blood staining her lips. Chao Kuen glanced at the flower, a symbol of enduring love, and though he had not bled onto it, he held Guyuna tenderly and replied, "Yes, do you like it?" "MHM." Guyuna struggled to lift her head, pressing her lips against his. Subsequently, a surge of life energy flowed from Guyuna into Chao Kuen. Realizing the implications, he attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Under the influence of this life force, the four elements within Chao Kuen began to merge slowly, while Guyuna's essence gradually waned. "Hold on, there is still a chance," Chao Kuen urged with difficulty. However, Guyuna could no longer reply. "Why is this taking so long?" Chao Kuen gritted his teeth, sensing the sluggish pace of the elemental fusion. Meanwhile, the Shura god, revived by the life god, brandished the Shura sword and lunged at Chao Kuen. "This is so frustrating." Suddenly, time itself froze, and a figure composed entirely of light appeared between them. Chao Kuen recognized the entity at once, the consciousness of the Douluo world. "Hurry, I can't maintain this for long," came a voice ambiguous in gender. Regaining his focus, Chao Kuen glanced at Guyuna, whose time had also been halted. "Thank you," he expressed, settling into a meditative position to guide the fusion of the four elements within. Ultimately, a gust of wind swept through, and Chao Kuen's form dissipated into the breeze. A tremendous rumble echoed as the four elements converged, causing the four divine beings in the divine realm to plummet from their divine thrones. Concurrently, a mysterious energy materialized at Chao Kuen's previous location, as if embodying the laws and principles of existence. As this energy intensified, Chao Kuen's figure gradually emerged. At that moment, the consciousness of the Douluo continent reached its limit, and the five God Kings returned from their suspended state. The Shura god maintained his position, seeking to strike Chao Kuen while he was vulnerable. However, Chao Kuen remained still, his eyelids fluttering before he opened his eyes and, with a focused gaze, made the Shura god vanish as though he had never existed. Following this, Chao Kuen dispatched the remaining four God Kings and rescued Guyuna. Time passed, and the profession of Soul Master faded from the Douluo continent, replaced by a new vocation known as Trainer, while the Soul Beast became increasingly endearing.